In some city, a huge monster appears, which scares the people there and grabs a car to throw it at passersby. Schoolboys and schoolgirls in fear and horror try their best to escape from this monster not to be hit. One day, similar monsters appear all over the world to destroy people. Monsters all over the world leave behind devastating effects, destroying everything in their path. One of the reporters reports that the structure that appeared with the monsters shows no activity. This was the first conflict between the Tower of Learning and the humans. The humans became worried after a chain of supernatural events. The training tower appeared to draw people from all over the world inside of it at constant intervals. Many people did not understand what was happening and were not at all prepared for such an ordeal. For years, people had been taken for ruthless tests with no one caring about the physical condition of the participants. Among the most common and ordinary people, 20% were survivors, or more precisely, survivors of the training tower. These people became hunters who had mastered unusual abilities who were the hope of mankind. This training tower had begun to rise right in the middle of the city. Unknown how, unknown where from. Now more than 12 years have passed since the tower was discovered. New monsters have begun their onslaught. To deal with the new monsters, a hunter appears who quickly and cleverly gets rid of them. People in the crowd took pictures of the hunter on their phones and asked him to look into the camera and smile at least once. Hunters became a real ideal for people. An ordinary hunter could be as popular as a celebrity. The country did not neglect the power of hunters. A new era came when some hunters separated from the state. Thus, hunters were able to raise their price and protect themselves from the government by forming guilds. The live broadcast of Recognize the Hunter begins and is hosted by a girl named Lee Hae-yoon. The girl addresses the viewers and says that today they will talk about interesting news about hunters. Today on the program, as guests, are the leaders of the best guilds in Korea. The first of them is a man named Han Seo-kwon, the head of the Kogure Guild. He greets the audience. The second guest is a girl named Lee So-eun, the head of the Aaron Guild. The girl asks him to take care of her. The last participant is a guy named Kim Shi-hyun, who is the head of the Seoul Guild. The rating of the program Get to Know the Hunter is 35.7%, which makes it a popular program in all of Korea. The host Lee Hae-yoon is about to read to the hunters the latest question that was taken from the internet. When Lee Hae-yoon asks about the experienced player that lives in the training tower, the guild leaders shudder slightly. Lee Hae-yoon has heard random stories about the skilled player on the internet before, but she wonders if the guild heads know about him. Han Seo-kwon knows that according to recent stories, this skilled player didn't die and is living a good life. And Lee Seo-yoon thinks that there is no one who knows about the experienced player now. He is the first hunter. In addition, Kim Shi-hyun suspects that it might be a curse that the player is in the training tower after 12 years. This hunter has not left the tower for 12 years and has been clearing the tower repeatedly. The guild heads consider him to be the first hunter. This hunter leaves the tower after training basic abilities with the exception of magic. He has been clearing the tower over and over again for 12 years. Everyone is wondering what are the odds of him being a strong hunter. According to the guild members, this hunter had cleared the tower from the first floor to the 100th floor in one day. How are the people who were forced into the tower supposed to look this hunter in the face? They think it's hell, not training. While the monsters instantly deal with other hunters, this experienced player did not even bat an eye. The experienced player faces a strong final boss on the 100th floor in the training tower. This final boss is named Balok. He leans over to the experienced hunter and begins to threaten him. Balok tells the experienced hunter that if he leaves the training tower, he will not become higher than a rank. A B rank hunter 2 years ago saw such a player in the dungeon who had reached S rank in the training tower. That player was Bane. On the 72nd floor, 3 werewolves came out and he dealt with them alone. This kind of hunter is really an experienced player. He hit the monster from the first floor and it flew up to the 10th floor. None of the people don't understand how this is even possible, as if this skilled player is a hero from legend. Experienced player with dexterity manages to deal with and put on the ground the final boss Balok. Afterward, the experienced hunter smirks and asks Balok who is the real man here. Since he won, it's him. The guy starts gloating and laughing, insanely happy about his victory over boss Balok. The same hunter that everyone is talking about successfully performs the conquest of Balok, after which he can make a stampede or realize his move. This experienced hunter exhales tiredly and looks at the defeated Balok, not realizing what he should do next time. Over the past 12 years, the amount of time that would-be hunters have been going through the training tower has slowly decreased. Because of this, with each group of hunters, the knowledge of the sweep began to accumulate and was passed on to the world, increasing the power of confronting the monsters. In many countries, hunters share the knowledge of the tower sweep with ordinary people. Thanks to this, the survival skills of ordinary people begin to improve on the one hand, and on the other hand, they get themselves excellent hunters. No matter how perfect the person was, or how widespread the information was, only a few participants had conquered the tower. As they reached the 99th floor, countless well-trained hunters gave their lives in the final challenge. All of this happened for only one reason, due to the fault of the final boss and master of the tower, Balok. A total of 75 people out of 90 died, a terrifying creature that stole more than half of the hunters' lives. But there is one man who manages to resist this terrifying creature every time. An experienced hunter destroys Balok for the 1,349th time as long as he has been clearing the Tower of Learning. In front of such an experienced player begins to appear a bright purple light that illuminates his face. In front of the player stuck in the tower appears a magical purple portal into which the guy is about to step. The experienced hunter is greeted by a magical portal that informs him that attempt number 1,350 has begun. The guy in a tracksuit tiredly falls to the ground and sinks into his thoughts and reflections. In view of his musings, the guy opens his status window and studies it. This guy's name is Kim Hyun, and right now he has no ability to improve. 12 years ago, Kim Hyun and similar other players successfully cleared the tower and defeated the final boss. The rookie hunters begin to rejoice at having successfully cleared the training tower and can now go home. The other hunters say that if it wasn't for Kim Hyun, they wouldn't have survived. The boys want them to continue communicating outside as well. Kim Hyun agrees with what the other hunters say, but he thinks they're overreacting a bit. This guy in sweatpants is going to go home, but instead he shows up in a completely different place. Hunter Kim Hyun is trying to figure out where everyone else is and why he's back on the first floor of the training tower. Training tower member Kim Hyun gets a curse, and now has to clean up the tower with the people who come here next time. After a small bout of anger and denial of reality, Kim Hyun began his search for a cure to break the curse. Kim Hyun spent a lot of time trying to mop up the tower from start to finish all by himself, and he succeeded in doing so. In the aftermath, the guy stuck in the tower re-sweeped the training tower 10 times and increased his physical strength to the limit. In the end, nothing worked, and Kim Hyun was unable to get rid of the curse. After pondering and trying various ways and methods for 5 years, Kim Hyun never found a way out of here. He desperately tried to find a way to break the curse, but besides that, Kim Hyun began to enjoy the situation in his own way. For a while, Kim Hyun played the role of the NPC who guides the students who came to the tower. After that, Kim Hyun played the role of a military instructor who helps with the training of hunters. However, only for a short time he used this approach because it was hard for him to contact people and hear about home. 12 years later, Kim Hyun is once again looking through the status window where nothing changes. Suddenly, Kim Hyun-woo's attention is caught by a sign that the noose has been broken. He can't believe his eyes. After he comes to his senses, he reads a notice that he can now move on when he finishes the next pass. Hunter Kim Hyun-woo rises to his feet quite indeterminately because he realizes that the day has finally come. Kim Hyun-woo, who is finally free, rushes into the magic portal and is madly happy that he will be going home soon. The hostess asks the guild leaders if the 18th Hunter group can break the record of passing the tower in 10 months. In response, Lee Seo-yoon says that the number of hunters varies from group to group, and also depends on team cohesion and other factors. Lee So-yeon's teammate Kim Shi-hyun says it's important to understand which techniques are more effective. Han Seo-kwan also agrees, saying that the real difficulty begins after halfway through the tower. Starting on the 51st floor, a higher-level boss appears every 10 floors. With the appearance of such a higher-level boss, luck alone is no longer enough. On one of these higher-level bosses, the experienced hunter Kim Hyun launches his attack. In due time, the hunter Kim Hyun is so fed up with it all that he starts to get angry and yell irritably. In the end, the guy in gym shoes confidently and decisively reaches the final boss of the training tower he is in. The young hunter is so stressed out and enraged that he starts yelling uncontrollably about going home. Determined boy Kim Hyun once again deals with and tackles the final boss of the training tower. The determined hunter makes his way through the entire tower, blasting every 10 floors with incredible speed. In Jongho-dong in the Kangdong district is the surveillance office of the Korean Hunter Association, where a magical portal appears. One of the surveillance workers warns his partner to prepare a list with the names of the participants. Kim Hyun appears from the magical portal that appears in the surveillance office of the Korean Hunters Association. Through the magical portal, Kim Hyun makes his way outside to his native Korea. The young boy stares mesmerized at the sky. In front of the hunter Kim Hyun, the tall buildings of the Hunter Observation Association department loom up. The young and experienced hunter is approached by a full-figured man who congratulates him on getting out of the training tower. The man praises Kim Hyun for doing a really good job there in the training tower. The guy in sweatpants turns to the strange man with an incomprehensible face to listen to his words. After a few moments, Kim Hyun asks the man if he really made it out of the tower, and in response he tries to get his name. Kim Hyun the hunter begins to shout enthusiastically that he is finally coming home and getting out of the tower. The full man starts going through the lists with the names of the 18th group of hunters, and can't find Kim Hyun's name there. The association worker reaches the very first lists that were filed 12 years ago and finds the hunter's name there. In front of the man is really that experienced player about whom everyone is talking so enthusiastically. After 12 years, he is officially back. A week later, the television begins to report that the testing of the 18th group of hunters will soon begin. This time, the 18th group surprised everyone even more. They beat the world record for clearing the tower by 2 weeks. The host girl also announced that there was another incredible news that everyone was talking about. Guild leaders are gathering in the VIP reception area of the training center. They are discussing the information about the arrival of an experienced player. The young men talk about how if they get together again, Kim Hyun will look like his old self, because in the tower his body stops aging. One of the guild leaders, Han So-kwan, is surprised that 12 years have passed, and Kim Hyun has become a monster in a good way. At this time in the waiting room, the hunters are told to keep their issued basic equipment with them. We need to prepare for the test. Behind all the other hunters is Kim Hyun, who is greedily eating a packet of chips after being trapped in the tower for so long. After a while of eating, Kim Hyun shakes the crumbs out of the bag of chips and gets upset because he has already eaten them all. The other players are squeamish and disgusted at the greedy and tired Kim Hyun and his chips. The young hunter Kim Hyun asks the others what kind of equipment the hunters are wearing, to which they reply that it was given out this morning. The guy in the sweatpants suspects he overslept. If he fails this test, he'll have a hard time. The hunters notify the rookies to leave the waiting room and proceed to the testing area. Like the other newcomers, Kim Hyun unhappily covers one eye, squinting against the light. The door to the testing area opens in front of all the participants. A man in a business suit greets the hunters in the maze. They are gathered here for testing at the Seoul Training Center. David, an employee of the association, will be their examiner. He is an A-rank hunter. It's reported that the testing for them will begin right now. These players are now being watched by the whole world, so they should show themselves in all their glory and skills. Their examiner David asks the hunters not to worry so much. Compared to the training tower, this test is a simple ordeal. The man in the suit hopes that the hunters will show and demonstrate their skills and abilities to the fullest. Kim Hyun doesn't even listen to him falling asleep out of boredom. After a short nap, Kim Hyun expresses his complete indifference to what is going on around him with a look. David, the rookie examiner, takes out his phone and is about to press the button to start the first test. The training area begins to rumble loudly and shake as if an earthquake had started. Before the test begins, David tells us that there are many different obstacles that the hunters will have to overcome. To fully understand, David is going to show the hunters one of these tests by opening doors behind him. Behind these doors, a huge stone maze appears in front of the hunters who have come for testing. The examiner warns the newcomers that there are many traps in the maze. It will be good if the hunters give it their best shot. The countdown begins with 30 seconds. Hunters need to use all their available skills and abilities. When the countdown is over, the newbie hunters are tested and move forward. The local examiner looks at the hunters and realizes that this group has been very disciplined. At this moment, David thinks about whether it is worth waiting for perfect results this time and remembers his first test. The examiner knows that the most important thing is to keep the hunters safe, but suddenly Kim Hyun calls out to him from behind. The man squints at Kim Hyun and tries to understand what this guy wants from him. In response, Kim Hyun looks tiredly at the examiner and tells him if he just needs to get out of the maze to finish. A disgruntled David lowers his sunglasses a bit and examines the guy, trying to figure out who he is. The examiner is trying to figure out where Kim Hyun's gear is and why he's dressed like that. Does the guy really think he can pass the test? Afterwards, David confirms what Kim Hyun said. He just needs to get out of the maze like David explained. The examiner grudgingly calls out Kim Hyun, who is a little overstressed and even startled by the abruptness. David looks at Kim Hyun again through his downcast sunglasses and is displeased with the guy's behavior. In response to the man, Kim Hyun replies with a slight smirk on his face to take better care of the other hunters. The angry examiner becomes aggressive and calls Hyeon Woo Kim very arrogant, and because of this, an argument occurs between the two. Because of their argument, Hyeon Woo Kim offers him a condition that if he passes the maze in 20 seconds, David will give him 1 million won. The examiner David tells him that the guy is talking nonsense, and Kim Hyun thinks that the man is just chickening out. The guy in sweatpants says that if David is afraid, he really shouldn't argue. But instead, the examiner offers 10 million won. If David combines his main and supplemental income, he'll have just that amount. Kim Hyun agrees and immediately runs ahead. Kim Hyun goes to the wall and puts his palm against the wall, thinking that hunters earn so much. The young hunter Kim Hyun starts waving his arms around while holding onto the wall with one palm and knows that being a hunter is unrealistically cool. Watching the guy, David tensely takes off his sunglasses and tries to understand what Kim Hyun is doing. The guild leaders are also watching Kim Hyun on TV at this time. They too are trying to figure out what the guy is going to do. Determined to win, Kim Hyun tries to focus and calm down before getting down to business. Kim Hyun then accumulates an incredible amount of physical and magical energy in his fist to punch the wall. In order to pass the test, Kim Hyun swings his fist and strikes the wall with a single blow. In the end, Kim Hyun breaks through the walls of the maze in the blink of an eye and appears at the finish line. The hunter successfully makes it through the maze. Kim Hyun, the hunter who came out of the tower, looks back with satisfaction and says that he passed the maze using his strength. People around the world are watching on their screens. They are shocked at the way Kim Hyun passes the labyrinth. The guild leaders continue to watch Kim Hyun closely, wondering if he has been this stubborn before. A happy and satisfied Kim Hyun starts humming to himself a song about 10 million won that he composed himself. Suddenly realizing the situation, Kim Hyun looks at the damage left behind and hopes that he won't be forced to pay for it. 24 hours before the test, the list of participants is checked and possible sales are discussed. The service workers try to find some newcomer who will be very similar to an experienced hunter. Eventually, such a newcomer is found, but due to the appearance of an experienced hunter, his popularity may drop. After a long search, the service staff opens the profile of a newcomer, Lee Kang-hyun, a blonde guy with pierced ears. The charming Lee Kang-hyun wanted to be a star. He had all the talent skills, even luck followed him. Chosen among other hunters, Lee Kang-heng resolutely and confidently confronted many monsters and protected other people. Knowing his capabilities and abilities, Lee Kang-heng looked into the eyes of the threat and did not fear his doom. The best hunter of the group, Lee Kang-hen is proficient in level 4 kendo and has many victories in international kendo convention. The blonde guy is well aware that if he draws attention to his debut, only success will await him. Some guy unknown to Lee Kang-hyun shows up and deftly and decisively tackles the final boss. Suddenly, Kim Hyun appears very aggressively and violently yells at everyone around him to move, because he's going home. Always Lee Kang-hyun had all the power, but not until he met the unknown Kim Hyun in front of him. In the end, Lee Kang-hyun fails to deal with the final boss when Kim Hyun does the exact opposite. Watching the guy in the gym clothes, Lee Kang-hyun tries to figure out who the crazy guy in front of him is who is so eager to go home. After all this happens, Lee Kang-hyun realizes that Hyunwoo Kim has taken all the glory that he should have gotten. At this time during the testing, newcomer Lee Kang-hyun is also involved in the process. Due to security issues, the first maze testing discipline has been cancelled. The hunters need to return to the waiting room. In the reporter's room at the testing venue, the reporters themselves are discussing what is happening. One of the journalists demands to find at least one clear shot of what is going on, but only the experienced hunter Kim Hyun is shining there. While the journalists are discussing who would pay attention to the guy in slippers, another journalist notices him. Kim Hyun's face appears on the screen in front of the reporters. They realize that a star has been born right now. Meanwhile, in the waiting room, Lee Kang-hyun is watching Kim Hyun sitting in front of him with an angry face. The tired Kim Hyun is sleeping sweetly at this time, and starts snoring. The hunters discuss how this guy made the explosion when there was practically nothing to see. A disgruntled Lee Kang-hyun listens to the hunters talk about how Kim Hyun has been labeled as the experienced player everyone is talking about, but his plan to gain fame is still in the works. The hunters receive an announcement from the management that the next test will begin in 15 minutes. Kim Hyun then wakes up to a loud announcement that the hunters are required to prepare for the test. Rookie hunter Lee Kang-hyun is not about to lose to an experienced player. Everyone will still see his true strength. The next test of the test is the constant stream of monsters coming out. Like everyone else, Lee Kang-heng is going to fight the hologram monsters that were created by combining the latest technology and monster combinations. To prepare for the test, Lee Kang-hyun gathers all his strength and draws his sword and then fiercely enters the battle. In this discipline, the winner is the one who destroys the most monsters in a certain amount of time. The people watching the test are shocked when rookie hunter Lee Kang-hyun uses magic in the form of lightning. The people realize that the real genius among other hunters has appeared in front of them. In front of the audience, Lee Kang-hyun begins to attack the constantly attacking monsters with his magic. The time trial is coming to an end. The 33rd ranked hunter Lee Kang-hyun destroys 78 monsters. This turns out to be the best result so far. Lee Kang-heng happily says out loud that he has already won. People admire Lee Kang-hyun, who has a fighting spirit and uses magic. He is a strong candidate for group leader. At one point, Lee Kang-hyun turns his back on the experienced hunter and realizes that if it wasn't for him, he would have been in first place before. The next 34th member is a hunter named Kim Hyun, who has recently left the training tower. A wary Lee Kang-hyun stares the experienced hunter Kim Hyun in the back one last time before his trial begins. One of the workers informs the others that right after the genius, the experienced hunter enters the battle. The guild heads are very curious about how Kim Hyun's fighting technique has changed during this 12-year absence. Kim Hyun has 120 seconds to go through the newest discipline of the influx of monsters. Various hologram monsters begin to appear, which will be fought by Kim Hyun, an experienced hunter. Kim Hyun looks around to assess the situation and look at the monsters. The countdown begins and people are watching the TV screen with interest. The guild leaders are also watching Kim Hyun on their TV with great interest and fascination. The monsters are also waiting for the countdown to end and are not attacking Kim Hyun yet because the trial has not yet begun. At the last count, Kim Hyun lets out a tired laugh, because he's tired of doing all this. The countdown ends, and a huge monster with his club starts swinging at Kim Hyun. Immediately after the attack, Kim Hyun strikes the huge monster with a single blow, and that is enough to defeat him. The people watching Kim Hyun-woo are shocked by what is happening and try not to miss this moment on the tape. The hologram monsters start to get aggressive and yell loudly while looking at Kim Hyun-woo. At this time, Kim Hyun is about to deal with the rest of the monsters as well, attacking them with his incredible strength. Kim Hyun then quickly and deftly deals with each of the monsters. His face expresses fatigue and lack of interest. Only 4 seconds pass from the beginning of the challenge, and the experienced hunter Kim Hyun suddenly disappears. As soon as hunter Kim Hyun disappears, the monsters' heads explode by themselves as if the hunter had used a spell. The guild leaders think it doesn't look like magic. They've only seen a glimpse of how Kim Hyun really moves. It all started when Kim Hyun simply ran up to one of the monsters swinging his fist. After this maneuver, Kim Hyun swung his fist again and hit another monster. After all this, he aimed at the next monster and did the same thing. All of this isn't some incredible technique. The guild heads realized that Kim Hyun is very fast, so it seemed like the monsters' heads were exploding by themselves. Seo Kwon Shi-hyun and Seo Yoon discuss amongst themselves that it doesn't seem like someone who doesn't use magic. I wonder what Kim Hyun was learning in the tower back then. The now famous and popular Kim Hyun actually sometimes did what was rumored about him. Thus, he became an experienced hunter. When the test time is over, Kim Hyun abruptly stops at the same moment and finishes his test. The 34th hunter, Kim Hyun, destroys 248 monsters in the test. The victorious Kim Hyun smugly raises his head and looks at the camera while making a light chuckle to himself. After the last test is over, Lee Kang-hyun reads the enthusiastic comments from the viewers under the broadcast with Kim Hyun. The blonde guy is so annoyed that the attention is going to Kim Hyun and not him that he breaks the phone in his hands. Lee Kang-hyun throws the broken phone away and continues to silently freak out, unhappy with what is happening. Lee Kang-hyun's hysterics and freak out eventually goes into overdrive, and he starts smashing everything around him in the room. Lee Kang-hyun's aggression and rage breaks the stone walls in the room as he was preparing for the test. He went hunting time after time and was even ready to die because he worked hard. Pounding his fist into the wall, he thinks it's unfair. A furious and psychotic Lee Kang-hyun grabs his head and continues to freak out non-stop as he realizes his defeat. After the test is over, Kim Hyun is handed a strange list with guilds and the names of their main members. He wonders what it is. A girl from the association explains to Kim Hyun that it's a list of guilds that want to meet with him. The girl's name is Alice, and she's the head of the information department at the Korean Hunters Association. After meeting the girl, Kim Hyun takes Alice's business card in surprise. Alice congratulates him on his return after 12 years. Alice, an employee of the Hunters Association, says that the tower has changed a lot since then. The dungeons are labyrinthine, but there is compensation for these dangers. She says that the guilds are interested in the best of the best to overcome the dangers together, while Kim Hyun thinks about what to eat. After a few tries, Alice tries to get the attention of Kim Hyun, who looks like he's confused. After leaving his thoughts about food, Kim Hyun wonders if Alice is only telling him about it because it's the job of the information department. Confused, Alice doesn't know what to say at first, but then smiles slightly and says she came here on a personal matter. The girl from the Hunters Association wanted to personally meet an experienced player that the whole world is talking about and to give him the black folder. Kim Hyun finds the Aries Guild in the folder. It is a copy of the contract of rights and obligations. He should look at the payment clause. The experienced hunter reads that after the successful signing of the contract, the guy will receive a lump sum payment. The figures amaze Kim Hyun. Alice calmly covers her eyes and asks Kim Hyun how he feels about the terms. In response to Alice's question, Kim Hyun tensely asks if it's true that the contract is worth 10 billion won. Even after receiving the information, Kim Hyun doesn't understand what's going on. He asks if the country's currency has dropped in value. Prices have changed, but there was no economic crisis. To prove it, Alice opens her phone and says that land prices have increased significantly. Finding the right page on the internet, Alice shows Kim Hyun how land prices have changed from what they were originally. Kim Hyun, the hunter, is horrified when he looks at the piece of paper and realizes the big difference in prices after 12 years. The girl from the association says that Kim Hyun doesn't have to worry about high housing prices because he will be paid 10 billion for the contract. Alice goes on to explain that if Kim Hyun wants to, he can re-sign the contract at the end of the contract and get a bigger sum. After thinking about Alice's words, Kim Hyun realizes that it's 20 billion won. The girl says that he will have to give the guild some of the magic stones. Alice summarizes the situation by saying that Kim Hyun will get the most of it anyway. In the end, Kim Hyun suspects that this is not the work of the association's information department at all. Alice tells him that the heirs hunters asked her to hand over the contract, but the guy knows that he won't leave the dormitory to sign the contracts. To get what she wants, Alice asks Kim Hyun if he's made his choice. If so, he can take his time to make a decision. Showing his decision, Kim Hyun throws the folder on the table and tells Alice that he never intended to join the guild in the first place. Avoiding conflict, Kim Hyun tries to tactfully refuse Alice and repeats that he has no intention of joining the guild. The girl from the association, Alice, starts to tense up and says she was scared by Kim Hyun's joke, but he assures her that he's not joking. Kim Hyun reiterates to Alice that he is not going to join any guilds, especially not now. After talking to Alice, Kim Hyun collapses on the bed. Ares is offering him this amount of money for a reason. He will definitely drown in matters he doesn't need. After a hard day, Kim Hyun enjoys his pillow and realizes that he doesn't need all this. He wants to live a quiet life without rushing into anything. Eventually, Kim Hyun starts to drown in his own thoughts and realizes that he wants to do what he wants to do. Then Alice finally asks Kim Hyun if his refusal means he doesn't want to be a hunter. The cocky Kim Hyun denies saying that. He has already heard that you can be a hunter alone without a guild. After this answer, Alice realizes that he is talking about free hunters with guild experience. But without such experience, it is impossible to work alone. Finally, Kim Hyun confidently tells Alice that he thinks he can do the job himself, to which Alice calls him arrogant. In an attempt to change the situation, Alice suggests that Kim Hyun call her back at the number on his business card if he changes his mind. But the guy just waves his hand in response. Now Kim Hyun is thinking that if he had known about the free hunters earlier, he could have left the training area and slept longer. He finally realizes that when he starts thinking about all this, he gets angry with himself. Since he has nothing else to do, Kim Hyun is going to read the list of guilds that want to meet him, but they are trying for nothing. After 5 days, the hunters are released from the dormitory, and Kim Hyun meets someone at a restaurant on Mokdong. While at the restaurant, Kim Han meets the guild leaders Seo Kwan, Seo Yoon, and Shi Hyeon, who are also happy to meet him. When he meets them, Kim Hyun is wary and very surprised to see his former comrades. He realizes that Seo Kwan was exactly the same age as Kim Hyun at the time, but now he looks like a real man. Shi Hyeon, the always crying high school student, has become an incredibly handsome guy amongst all the guys. The same girl Seo Yoon, who was in middle school, has grown up so much and changed a lot. Kim Hyun recognizes the same Shi Hyun who was always crying before the battle with the 50th boss. At the same time, he remembers Seo Yeon from another occasion when she saw a spirit on the 14th floor. But she doesn't let him finish talking and starts threatening him. Kim Hyun sums up his thoughts by saying that these guys have all changed a lot, and the sushi he eats now is the most delicious. Speaking of food, Shi Hyeon reminds Kim Hyun how they caught merman on the 70th floor, and he sang a song about wanting sushi. Kim Hyun ends up borrowing a knife from Seo Kwan and cooks up some HUI and strips merman of his tail. He did it so beautifully that everyone remembers it. The real Uncle Seo Kwan says they realized that Kim Hyun would be a legend outside the tower. Kim Hyun, who has worked up an appetite, stops during his meal and tries to find out what legends are being talked about. In response, Seo Yeon replies that Kim Hyun is very famous. Even on TV they showed what the guy was doing in the training tower. Kim Hyun is getting tenser and tenser with every word. He doesn't understand how this is possible. Later, Kim Hyun realizes that his concepts were shown on TV, and there were a lot of them. For example, the naked sweep. Remembering his past, Kim Hyun does another sweep when he makes a cosplay of the real Gollum. The guild leaders tell him that the most popular one was the one where he danced strangely, followed by the one where he destroyed the ceiling with his foot. In response, Kim Hyun starts smiling and replies that it was really all him. Shi Hyun asks what else Kim Hyun learned in the tower. After Shi Hyun's question, the guy remembers the moment he was alone with himself inside the tower and dancing wildly. The guys ask him about the moment when he cleared the tower by dancing in front of the surprised floor boss. Shi Hyun and Seo Yeon look at Kim Hyun and are surprised to see him and his strange behavior. At this time, Kim Hyun is quite eating his sushi while smiling and enjoying his food. After a short pause, Kim Hyun smiles and replies that he just wanted to do the cleanup in a strange way. Reflecting on his past in the tower, Kim Hyun laughs as he thinks he can get out of there. When Kim Hyun destroyed the ceiling up to the 10th floor, he was so bored that he just jumped down. Without taking his eyes off the food, Seo Kwan says that he thought Kim Hyun had become a monster during the test, and after hearing his stories, he was convinced. Noticing the interested faces of the guys, Kim Hyun makes a disgruntled face and tells the guild leaders to try and get stuck in there themselves. There's one more thing that Kim Hyun brings up. His follower has already come out of the tower, and Seo Yeon doesn't even know who he's talking about. Kim Hyun says that he once lived somewhere between the 50th and 60th floors for a while. At that time, an unknown hunter appeared who had already fallen behind the others. That's when Kim Hyun appeared next to him. Even then, Kim Hyun dressed up in different costumes and played out various possible scenarios in the tower. As Kim Hyun gets closer, he asks the poor hunter if he wants to survive here and calls him a weak man. At that very moment, Kim Hyun was already dressed up in strange clothes and wearing a mask with horns. He was going to guide the weak unknown hunter. Kim Hyun continued, saying that he had been practicing a martial art and that the unknown man was his pupil. Seo Kwon didn't expect this from Kim Hyun, but Kim Hyun replies that it's like in novels when someone gets stuck somewhere, and the truth comes to him. To justify his behavior in the tower, Kim Hyun ends his story by saying that he wanted to try the same thing in case he could escape. At the time, Kim Hyun was training his new apprentice and giving him various tasks and challenges. Kim Hyun, pretending to be a master, made his pupil pull and lift the heaviest dumbbells. The martial arts master Kim Hyun taught this hunter how to destroy pillars and stone structures because he had to open his chakras. The guy also says that all he could do was catch his apprentice when he ran away and scold him so he feels guilty towards him. All the while, Kim Hyun's conscience is gnawing at him because of his unbearable character, and because he considers such actions to be violence. When Kim Hyun finishes his story about the training tower, he asks the guys what has changed in the world over the past 12 years. The guild leaders begin to tell Kim Hyun all the new things that have happened since he was imprisoned for 12 years. After meeting with his old comrades, the guy goes back to his room and plops down on his bed, about to open his status window. As he examines his status window, Kim Hyun realizes that the phrase, "You have reached the limit," has disappeared, and his age has changed as if 12 years have vanished. Evaluating all the information, Kim Hyun realizes that from now on he can earn enough and do whatever he wants. At some point, the guy notices interesting information that he needs to clear 3 more dungeons and destroy the bosses. When Kim Hyun tries to deal with his status window, someone starts knocking on his door. After opening the door, a uniformed man appears in front of Kim Hyun and informs him that someone from the Ars Guild wants to see him. Not wanting to go to the meeting, Kim Hyun asks the man to tell them that he won't be coming, but the man has already told the strangers that the guy will show up for the meeting. The uniformed man says it's not about the guild at all, so he asks Kim Hyun to step into his shoes. As he ponders the situation, he realizes that if he doesn't come out, Ares will continue to pester him until he explains everything to them. In the end, Kim Hyun agrees to a meeting with the Ares Guild. A uniformed man tells him that he is waiting for him in the reception area on the first floor. Kim Hyun follows the guard's instructions and goes down to the reception area on the first floor where he's greeted by 2 serious men in suits. He reluctantly sits down in front of the men and tells them that he has already told them that he is not going to join their guild. One of the men is named Kang Ben-ho, who is the head of the Ares Guild's Human Resources Department. In turn, Kang Ben-ho asks Kim Hyun if he's really thought this through. Kim Hyun doesn't even realize what he's talking about. The serious man threateningly answers Kim Hyun if he really thinks that if he doesn't join their guild, he will be able to develop properly. Looking at Kang Ben-ho, Kim Hyun starts to feel the tension building when the man says such words to him. Kang Ben-ho continues to insist that if he joins their guild, he won't have to go through all these unnecessary hardships. Kim Hyun smirks and asks the man why they came here at this hour and starts threatening him. Kang Ben-ho's bodyguard starts to get aggressive and is ready to throw himself at Kim Hyun, but the department head stops him immediately. Ares, the guild's human resources director, only wanted to know Kim Hyun's final decision because their guild is one of the best. Kim Hyun replies that their guild is a dump that abuses its power and still manages to call itself a company. During the next meeting, the guild leaders tell Kim Hyun about the various dungeons, including the amusement park. Shi Hyeon starts first and tells Kim Hyeon that the Ares Guild has 66% of their country's dungeons. Seo Yeon then continues that Ares has taken over D-ranked dungeons for beginners and A-ranked dungeons for good farming and is siphoning off capital left and right. Kim Hyun, on the other hand, hears that the newcomers are gaining experience and making a living and then taking expensive tickets from Ares and going to them. Kang Ben-ho's bodyguard demonstratively and powerfully punches the table that stands in front of Kim Hyun. Addressing the guy, Kang Ben-ho says that it would be better if Kim Hyun would watch his language in the association because their people are there too. Kang Ben-ho continues his threats and warns Kim Hyun that he should take the offer seriously. The personnel director realizes that Kim Hyun himself is not aware of the current situation. At this time, Kim Hyun sits and watches in amazement as the department head's bodyguard does all sorts of nonsense. The bald and bulky man grabs a half-broken desk and throws it at the ceiling. Kang Ben-ho then tells him that this bald hunter only received his A rank for his normal basic skills. Observing the situation, Kang Ben-ho scoffs that a satisfied Kim Hyun thinks he can defeat the bald hunter. Pausing for a moment, Kim Hyun bows his head sadly and frustratedly because he knew that this guild was trash. Kang Ben-ho and the bald hunter don't understand why Kim Hyun is suddenly saying such insulting words. Already knowing his answer, Kim Hyun says that it's disgusting to hit someone like Ares with his hands, so he'll do it with a slipper. The bald A-ranked hunter starts to pounce on Kim Hyun-woo, thinking he can handle him in a heartbeat. The bulky man starts shouting loudly and violently that he will destroy Kim Hyun-woo right now. Noticing the hunter's aggressive behavior, Kim Hyun instantly responds to the bald man's attack and hits him on the cheek with his slipper. Kim Hyun continues the fight with a serious face as he fights the bald hunter who underestimates his opponent. To avoid getting hit, Kang Ben-ho tries to cover himself from the devastating explosion that the bald man and Kim Hyun create with their fight. Sitting on the couch, Kang Ben-ho watches in horror, not expecting this to happen. In an instant, Kim Hyun kills the bald hunter and stabs him into the stone wall with his whole body. Kim Hyun ends his confrontation with a slipper and threatens Kang Ben-ho not to talk back to him. Even before this incident, Kang Ben-ho had already observed Kim Hyun during his association test. Even with all the abilities he has shown, Kang Ben-ho thinks that this guy in sports shoes is just a frog at the bottom of a well. Now the experienced hunter Kim Hyun probably thinks he's the strongest person here. Then what happens when Kim Hyun sees the real power and influence gathered by the Aries Guild? It would make him kneel down. In this situation, Kang Ben-ho realizes that things have not gone according to plan, and Kim Hyun is stronger than he thinks. Watching the guy's attacks, Kang Ben-ho realizes that Kim Hyun can do this even without magic, and that it's impossible. After the fight with the bald hunter, Kim Hyun gets closer and closer to the head of the Human Resources Department to tell him what he hates the most. As Kim Hyun gets closer to the man, he scares Kang Ben-ho so much that he backs up and runs into a wall. When Kim Hyun starts talking, Kang Ben-ho cringes in horror and opens his mouth wide in panic. To put an end to the conversation, Kim Hyun threatens the head of HR with a broken slipper and says he hates being threatened more than anything. In the end, Kim Hyun is going to deal with Kang Ben-ho the same way he dealt with his bald bodyguard and hunter. After recounting this incident, Shi Hyeon now understands why Kim Hyun ruined everything, but he should know that Ares is very cruel. At this time, Kim Hyun himself is eating some delicious strawberries and tries to ask Shi Hyeon what is so cruel about these Ares people. In response to this question, Shi Hyeon goes on to explain to Kim Hyeon that no one touches Ares because they are terribly vengeful. Shi Hyeon goes on to explain that these people might not allow Kim Hyun to join another guild, or they might catch him somewhere and take his life. Surprised at this, Kim Hen doesn't understand what Shi Hyeon is talking about. He replies that he is talking about taking a life without witnesses, because there is no one in the labyrinth. He finally realizes how cruel the world has become by popping strawberries into his mouth. Shi Hyun covers his face in frustration, because Kim Hyun has become the same way. Taking advantage of this moment, Shi Hyeon suggests that Kim Hyeon just join his guild, since that's what the conversation is about. Kim Hyun replies with an annoyed look on his face, saying that he has already declared that he doesn't want to join the guild and wants to live freely. Kim replies to Shi Hyeon that they will have to put that idea on hold for now, to which Shi Hyeon wonders what happened this time. He answers Shi Hyeon's curiosity by saying that he has something to do and asks about the Adiron Research Center. For the past 12 years, Shi Hyeon has been wondering why he was the only one who couldn't get out that day. This guy has a lot of anger-hatred in him, and now he wants to know who created the tower and why he was imprisoned for 12 years. Once again, Shi Hyeon asks Kim Hyun why he is suddenly interested in this Adiron Research Center. Watching the guy, Kim realizes that Shi Hyeon doesn't know the answer, and it has to do with the creator of the tower. He too would like to imprison him like they imprisoned him. Adiron's research center is located in Ijeongbu. This dungeon is great for beginner development, and there is a special boss there. Unable to understand Kim Hyun's motives, Shi Hyeon asks why he needs to go there and is told that he has something he needs to do. In an attempt to dissuade him, Shi Hyeon assures Kim Hyeon that he can't get in. Kim Hyun genuinely wonders why he can't do it. Shu Hyeon had already told Kim Hyeon that the Ares Guild was appropriating dungeons, and Adiron was one of them. When Kim Hyun hears about Ares, he becomes irritated and resents the government for looking into such situations. Shi Hyeon responds to Kim Hyeon's outrage by saying that the government is not interested in hunters because they don't influence elections. In the end, Shi Hyeon concludes from Shi Hyeon's words that even killing people in the dungeon is a real crime. Shu Hyeon continues the dialogue and explains that in such a case, the police don't even investigate because it's dangerous and write it off as an accident. An angry Kim Hyun is angered by Shu Hyun's words and stories about the police who do nothing about the incidents. Ares is a new company with high profits, and it's hard to get in from the outside, but Kim Hyun wonders what would happen if he were to sneak in. Since Shu Hyeon says that the entrance is guarded at all times, Kim Hyeon is going to sneak in another way. Not expecting such a response, Shi Hyeon doesn't fully understand what Kim Hyun means by his words. Kim smirks slightly and tells Shu Hyun that he can just break his way into Ares. Shi Hyeon is a little tense at this unconventional answer, and says that Kim Hyun will definitely become Ares' enemy. But the guy in the sweatpants thinks again and remembers what he did to the bald hunter and Kang Ben-ho, so he's already an enemy of Ares. The Ares Guild Company is discussing their delay in promoting their own guild in China. One of the men replies to his boss that they should delay for at least 5 months. At the head of the meeting sits a hunter of S rank, Hyuk Seong. He is the head of the Korean branch of the Ares Guild. Addressing the others, Hyuk Seong says that he doesn't care how long it takes. They should do everything before the others. With a thumbs up, he philosophizes and says that when farming is dangerous, you don't need to run faster than the boss. You need to be faster than the person running next to you. Directing his attention to his subordinates, Hyuk-seong waves his palms in front of him and praises them for their excellent work and labor. Eventually, Hyuk-seong finishes with one thing and asks what's next. One of the workers holds out some documents to him. From the subordinate's hand, Hyuk-seong receives the skill chart that he asked for last time. After receiving the documents, Hyuk-seong scrutinizes the chart and asks the employees what it shows. Based on the test video, they created a chart of Kim Hyun-woo's skills using analytical technology. Looking at the chart, Hyuk-seong chuckles quietly and asks if the department that made the chart was mistaken. One of Yoo Ben-wook's subordinates, the head of Ares' Human Resources Department, was also doubtful at first. But the error could only be within the first rank. Hyuk-seong realizes that all the information provided is the truth. He asks if they hired Kim Hyun. In response, Ben-wook starts to tell his boss that Kang Ben-ho tried, but in the end, no one was able to hire anyone. Hyuk-seong looks down at Kim Hyun's profile again and smirks, saying that it's a good thing he wasn't hired. Looking down again, Hyuk-seong looks at Kim Hyun's picture and realizes that he's far from stupid, so he shouldn't pretend to be. Everyone realizes that if Ares hired him, then the guild's business would be better. With such skills, Kim Hyun would be a good fit here. With that in mind, Hyuk-seong realizes that they would also benefit from such a move, but it would be a threat to his precious position. As he continues to philosophize, Hyuk-seong-woo tells Ben-wook that this kind of thing is called a poisoned apple. It's delicious, but you'll get poisoned if you eat it. Whereupon Hyuk-seong-woo tells Ben-wook that if they accept Kim Hyun, he will poison him. It's a metaphor. When the meeting ends, Ben-wook leaves the office, but a man with a ponytail tries to hold him back. Ben-wook turns to the man and tries to calm him down to find out what's wrong. The man with the ponytail begins to tell him that something is going on at the Adoran Research Center, and this leaves the supervisor stunned. At the entrance to the C-rank dungeon of the Adoran Research Center at the Ares checkpoint, a red-headed girl is not allowed to go hunting. This red-haired girl doesn't have a ticket, so she's not allowed in, but she has nowhere else to hunt but here. The men at the checkpoint send the girl to a maze where entry is free and the monsters are of low rank. They start bullying the girl because they think she is weak and worthless, but she keeps begging to be let into the dungeon. One of the dungeon guards starts to overstep his bounds and says he's a bit of a man of principle. Based on his principles, he starts pestering the girl and claims that the sight of her weakens his heart. The girl suspects something wrong. The guard at the checkpoint starts aggressively harassing the girl and demanding her phone number as Kim Hyun approaches the entrance. One of the guys guarding the entrance holds the girl to him and notices Kim Hyun appearing. Surprisingly to everyone, Kim Hyun shows up in his standard clothes and slippers and silently stares back at the men. The insolent guard abruptly turns to Kim Hyun and sends him into the woods because he suspects he needs a restroom and is looking for one here. Not understanding this response, Kim Hyun assures the men that he doesn't need a toilet and is looking for the underground of the Adoran Research Center. The guy guarding the entrance starts yelling that this is no place to play. This is a real dungeon, and there are monsters here. Amazed by the guard's stupidity, Kim Hyun gets nervous and replies that he knows about the monsters and has come here because he has something to do. In the end, Kim Hyun realizes that the man standing in front of him is really dumb and doesn't understand anything. The men at the checkpoint still can't figure out what this guy named Kim Hyun is doing here. Looking at Kim Hyun, the guard calls him sick and crazy, as if he doesn't even know what he's doing here. In response, Kim Hyun silently and calmly stares back at the man and sees no point in talking anymore. To deal with the situation, Kim Hyun says this is not the way to handle it and bends down to his feet to remove his slipper. When Kim Hyun lifts his slipper up, he says that these men don't understand anything, which makes the guys at the checkpoint stand in a stupor. Kim Hyun, about to teach them a lesson, starts laughing a little and waving his slipper at one of the security guards. In response, the guard gets aggressive because Kim Hyun is crazy for acting like this. At this time, Kim Hyun already makes only one quick and agile move by throwing his slipper at the checkpoint guy. The stupid-headed guard's partner only has time to notice his workmate flying over him. The guy starts looking around anxiously and doesn't know what's going on. In one deft move, Kim Hyun throws one of the guys right into the iron fence with his slipper. Kim Hyun appears behind the second guard with an intimidating face and is about to deal with him as well. The young guy turns around in horror when Kim Hyun says that he should have calculated his strength that he used on the first opponent. With a completely serious face, Kim Hyun slowly walks closer and closer to the second guy and begins to call him to him. Kim Hyun demands the young man to give him his shoes, but he doesn't even understand why. Showing no interest, Kim Hyun has no intention of answering such questions, and suggests the guy do to him what he did to the first guy. Eventually, Kim Hyun takes the guy's metal shoes from him and happily examines them while trying to hop around in one place. The young guard bought the shoes for 5 million won and cast a light weight spell, but the shoes are suddenly stolen from him, which upsets him. In retaliation, Kim Hyun offers to take the guy's slippers, one of which is already broken, and the red-haired girl takes advantage of the moment and goes to the dungeon as well. At Seoul Shu Hyeon's guild headquarters in Seongnam Dong, Seo Yeon tells Kim Hyun that Kim Hyun has already gone to Adoran's research center. Seo Yeon is outraged that they don't know what to do, and Shu Hyeon's eardrums are about to burst from her screaming. Justifying her outrage, Seo Yeon says that it's not about Kim Hyun personally, but that the Aries Guild are crazy. In response, Shu Hyeon tells the girl that he couldn't help it when Kim Hyun just left and asked her not to worry about him. The guy then asks Seo Yeon if she really thinks Kim Hyun can be stopped. Shu Hyeon realizes that Seo Yeon isn't even sure what she's saying about Kim Hyun right now. From Shu Hyeon's account of his conversation with Kim Hyun, Seo Yeon realizes that Kim Hyun has already become an enemy of the Aries Guild. As the two discuss what's going on between them, they know that when Kim Hyun is calm, it doesn't cause any problems. But as soon as Kim Hyun starts feuding with someone else, his terrible character is revealed in all its glory. Realizing the situation, Shu Hyeon and Seo Yoon sigh tiredly and don't know what to do. They understand why Kim Hyun is the way he is. The guy assures his girlfriend that they really don't have to worry, but Kim Hyun is already sneaking inside the research center. Kim Hyun can't get enough of his new shoes that he stole from the man. Thinking back to just yesterday, Kim Hyun has already told Shi Hyun something important, and it might actually be true. Thinking back to yesterday, Shi Hyun tells Seo Yeon that he and Kim Hyun discussed the Aries Guild and more. While relaying all the known information to Seo Yeon, Shi Hyun carefully observes her behavior and reaction after his story. As he assesses Seo Yoon Shi Hyun's condition, he continues to tell her something about what Kim Hyun told him yesterday. After hearing this, Seo Yeon becomes shocked and stunned. She listens to Shi Hyun carefully and asks if it's all true. Some crazy half-monster doctor is examining something and muttering to himself about where his material is. It's the boss of the C-rank dungeon of Adoran's research center, Adoran himself. He needs more materials and samples. Some people are watching Adoran who isn't touched by the Heirs Guild because he doesn't bring them any money. Two guys and a girl are trying to decide what they should do next and whether to catch Adoran if they can. This group of people even bribed Ares' men to get into this dungeon. The girl in this group of people is not sure if their skills are good enough since bosses are usually only caught by guilds. The man in armor has seen before that Adoran has strong defense but weak attack. If they take their time, they can overpower him. His partner continues to wallow in her thoughts about whether they can do what they plan to do. These men are going to capture and defeat Adoran to increase their skills and improve their abilities. When the man in armor turns to his companions, he sees Kim Hyun in front of him. This group of people can't understand what Kim Hyun is doing here and who he is, but they don't think he is a hunter. At this time, Kim Hyun appears before the boss of the dungeon with a determined and confident look. Adoran notices the new material and specimen in front of him and thinks about where he should start. He's going to get a good feel for Kim Hyun. 12 years ago, the guild heads learned what Kim Hyun had to experience when he was young. Some man tells Kim Hyun not to act like an orphan. He should obey his teachers. This unknown man instructed Kim Hyun not to say anything unnecessary and sincerely wished the boy good luck. Kim Hyun's parents died in a car accident. His brother took away his inheritance and gave the boy to an orphanage, so he became disillusioned with people. Usually Kim Hyun is normal, but when someone starts to manipulate him or becomes his enemy, it leads to sad consequences. Always and constantly, Kim Hyun has been spilling out the remnants of his troubled character, not limited to one enemy. Right now, Adoran is in the crosshairs. Adoran, the boss of the dungeon in question, starts rambling on and on about using Kim Hyun as material, but the guy stops him abruptly. Defying Kim Hyun's actions, Adoran starts licking greedily and madly, not realizing what exactly he should finish and stop. Speaking briefly to Adoran's boss, Kim Hyun immediately engages in battle with him. A group of people sit somewhere in the background and hide in horror watching Adoran and Kim Hyun fight. In the blink of an eye, Kim Hyun deals with the boss Adoran and calls him the worst words. The company of people watching the hunter are still horrified by what they just saw before their eyes. After the battle is over, Kim Hyun opens his status window and realizes that one of his dungeons has been passed. The next one is the Forest Village location. While the hunter studies his status window, a company of people stand behind him and are still watching him. The girl tells her companions that this is the same guy who was in first place in Hunter Kill, experienced hunter Kim Hyun. These people did not expect to see the experienced player Kim Hyun in front of them and meet him almost in person. On the basement 5th floor of the Ars Guild in the administrative department, two men were wandering back and forth. One of them is Jungmin, the head of the administrative department of the Korean branch of Aries. He meets with someone and asks why they came to see him. Chief Bong Wook tells Jung Mung that Hyuk Seong said he'll tell him something in person. Jongmin has already heard everything, but he doesn't know the information. Jongmin then looks at the characterization of the player who just came out of the tower with only 2 A-rank skills. After reviewing the data, Chief Ben Wook says that this is only a temporary analysis of the skills and abilities of hunter Kim Hyun. Based on this, Jongmin realizes that even with this characterization, this guy is strong and looks like a monster with these skills. Once again, Jongmin asks if it's okay if they just kill him and end up killing him because Hook Seong just said to hurt Kim Hyun. Just in case, Chief Ben Wook clarifies that if Jongmung destroys Kim Hyun, he won't do anything for it anyway. Jongmin smirks and asks Bin Wook if he wants the same outcome. After all, the hunter Kim Hyun had brazenly entered their dungeon without authorization, causing the Aries Guild hunters to suffer greatly. Jongmin continues to tell Bin Wook that at this rate, their reputation could be damaged because of Kim Hyun. In response, Jongmin smiles madly and says that if Kim Hyun has such skills, it would be hard to harm him. The man assures that it will be fine if the leader doesn't interfere with them, and they can do it quietly. But they have a lot of work to do because of the promotion in China. Ben Wook asks if they are also allocating some staff to China, and Jongmin confirms that they are because of the Pedo Guild. It's a new guild in China called Pedo. It was created only 2 years ago and has already absorbed 52% of China's dungeons. The head of the Pedo Guild came out of the tower only 4 years ago, and all of her followers have incredible skills. The head of this guild was ranked 5th among S-rank hunters around the world. The identity of this incredible and strong head of the guild Pedo created still remains anonymous. Reassuring Ben Wook, Chongmeng says not to worry because they are enemies of this guild and can't waste resources to just hurt Kim Hyun. Jong Mayon continues his thought by saying that they will send a special specialist to Kim Hyun, who will carefully do all the work. At this time, Kim Hyun is looking at something on his phone and tells Shi-hyun that the world's endless progress has gone beyond all limits. His comrade turns to Kim Hyun, who is taking his picture, and asks what he is doing it for now. In response, Kim Hen only examines the photo and is amazed at the quality of the new phone. Previously, Shi Hyeon bought Kim Hyun a phone to keep him connected, and he's been using it for over 3 hours every day. Shi Hyeon uses the moment to show Kim Hyeon the Forest Village dungeon he was talking about on his phone, which is related to their soul guild. Despite this, Kim Hyun continues to play the game on his phone while Shi Hyeon tells him that there will be no boss in Forest Village. When Shi Hyeon tells Kim Hyeon that there will be no boss in the dungeon, he's distracted from the game and becomes stunned. In response to this news, Kim Hyun asks indignantly why there will be no boss, and is told that he was caught a few days ago. The Forest Village is different from the one in the tower. There, monsters appeared every day, both regular and bosses. The dungeons in the human world are completely different. The regular monsters reappear over and over again endlessly. The main bosses that are there after their destruction take some time to recover. Clarifying all the nuances, Shi-hyun says that the amount of time depends on the dungeon. In the Forest Village, it takes about a month. Shi-hyun goes on to say that this boss was destroyed 4 weeks ago, so the recovery period will end in 2 or 3 days. Kim Hyun also asks about the visible swamp, but Shi-hyun doesn't know anything about it because it's under the control of the Aries Guild. Shi-hyun replies that if you look hard enough, you can find out anything. The boy is outraged that he has to go to such trouble to catch one monster. Shi-hyun asks Kim Hyun when his rank will be registered with the association, and he will be given equipment and cooperation with the association. In addition, Shi-hyun assures his friend that he will receive good money for registering his rank. Kim Hyun asks how much money he will receive for this. Shi-hyun explains that he has to check in every 2 months. B rank gets somewhere around 30,000 won. A rank gets 250, AS rank gets more. Shi-hyun himself gets about 700,000 won. The next day, Shi-hyun takes Kim Hyun to the place where the hunter's abilities are measured. At the entrance, a man who sits at the front desk is waiting for them and notices the guys entering the center. The man asks Kim Hyun his full name and whether he is here to register his abilities. The man already knows Kim Hyun Woo as the experienced hunter who came back after 12 years. In response to the employee's question, Kim Hyun Woo replies that he is right. In view of this, the man remembers some people who came to him just today and asked him about Kim Hyun Woo. A white-haired man came into the Ability Measurement Center today and furiously asked about Kim Hyun. He thinks Kim Hyun is just a chick with nothing special. But the only reason he got rumors about him is because he passed the test with flying colors. With an indifferent face, the man tells Kim Hyun that he has verified the information about him, and now he should take something from the hologram cone. This time, Kim Hyun should take the look for the looker that will appear next to the status window of the hologram with the guy's rank. When the guy in sweatpants reaches out and takes the seeker's eye from the man, his rank measurement starts immediately. The association worker watches the measurement of Kim Hyun's abilities carefully, suspecting that he's only rank B. As he continues to watch in horror, the man becomes nervous, confused by his own suspicions. Noticing this reaction, Kim Hyun awkwardly and with interest turns to his status window and looks at his result. When the guy turns to the man to check if the measurement is over, his face expresses fear and rejection. This employee from the Ability Measurement Center starts to scream in terror and panic as he looks at Kim Hyun's status window. After what happened, Kim Hyun reads comments that his skills are all rated as a rank. People are jealous of him and wonder that such a thing is possible. Trying to be more attentive, Kim Hyun stares at his phone and is truly amazed that he just passed the test and everyone already knows everything. Shi Hyeon replies that he doesn't see anything special about it because this guy is a real celebrity now. Because Kim Hyun went to the RA's dungeon and turned it upside down, all kinds of people will be watching him closely. His friend claims that the R's guild has already gathered information about him. They will not leave alone a man who has infiltrated their territory. Taking care of his friend, Shi Hyeon warns Kim Hyeon to be careful in the future. Aries are dangerous people, but Kim Hyeon doesn't listen and plays on his phone. Watching him, Shi Hyeon realizes that Kim Hyeon is not paying attention to him at all, and is not listening to what he is saying. Then Kim Hyun starts laughing loudly and sharply at something, and Shi Hyun tries to find out what's going on. The guy in sweatpants shows his phone screen to his friend and says that someone has 8th grade syndrome. Turning his phone around, Kim shows Shu Hyeon the loading screen of the game that has been appearing every time he goes through the dungeon since yesterday. Looking at the picture, Kim Hyun thinks the person on the loading screen has a terribly stupid pose and the effect of his aura. As Kim Hyun continues to watch, he laughs heartily at the picture and says that hunters are really versatile. Shu Hyeon then tries to get Kim Hyeon's attention to inform him that the guy on the loading screen is himself. Abruptly and unexpectedly, Kim Hyun's face immediately changes and he doesn't quite understand what Shi Hyeon just said or if it's true. With a serious face, he assures his friend that it's really him on his phone downloading the game. After this news, Kim Hyun realizes what he has just done and accidentally drops his phone on the mat in the car. Kim Hyun doesn't even know what to say or how to make up for the embarrassing situation, so he just coughs and looks out the window. After a while, he turns to Shi Hyeon again and asks him why he never does anything at all. The guy tenses up a bit at such a question and wonders why Kim Hyun thought of him that way. Kim answers Shi Hyun that he thinks Seo Kwon and Seo Yoon seem busy, while he seems to have plenty of free time. Shi Hyeon gets even more tense and says that he is also the head of the guild, so why wouldn't he be busy? Shi Hyeon finishes his answer by saying that even now he can hardly find time to spend with Kim Hyeon. At this time, in the office of the administrative department of the R's Guild is the head of the guild, Ben Wook, who is looking at something and is very tense. Once again, Ben Wook scrutinizes the characterization of Kim Hyun, who is given an A rank by the association. Young Min tells him that Kim Hyun is a monster. Now he understands why their leader wants to deal with him. Not paying attention, Ben Wook doesn't seem to be listening to what Jung Men is telling him because he's intently studying the characterization of the experienced hunter. At some point, Jung Men notices the confusion of Ben Wook's boss and asks him what he's thinking about. The man smirks and laughs evilly, promising Ben Wook that they will take out the experienced hunter Kim Hyun without any problems. As the conversation continues, Jung Men tells Ben Wook's boss that he has called Shin Jung Gang for the job, which alarms him. Ben Wook asks if he's really the S-ranked hunter from China. He's as strong a hunter as Kim Hyun. After Ben Wook's superior's hunch is confirmed, he begins to chuckle evilly and calms down a bit. At this point, Shu Hyeon is already leading Kim Hyun to his dungeon forest village, where there are no guards at the entrance. In a minute, the boss will appear here. The men in the company of an experienced hunter make their way inside the forest, and behind them there is an unknown man who is following them. Some unknown man begins to grind his white teeth wide and laugh gloatingly at something. Without noticing the man following them, Kim Hyun suddenly turns back and points his finger at the other unknown man, asking who he is. A porter who introduces himself as Park Ga-moon stands next to them and greets Kim Hyun. Guild leader Seul tells them that Park Ga-moon is a follower and has come to collect additional items. Shi Hyun continues his story saying that among the extra items they can get money for catching the boss. It depends on the situation, and they can get 20 to 35 million won. Kim Hyun is shocked by such a huge amount of money. The extra items are used to create weapons and equipment. Shi Hyeon hints that no one walks around looking like Kim Hyun. At this time, Park Ga-moon starts smiling quite a bit and asks Shu Hyun and Kim Hyun to do his video. The guy in sweatpants is surprised by the request, but he's not against the idea at all. He only wonders why Park Ga-moon would want to do such a video. In response, the follower tells Kim Hyun that there is such a service as YouTube, where you can earn money for advertising and views. Listening to every word, Kim Hyun listens to Park Ga-moon's recommendations and stories, and agrees to share the profit with him in the ratio of 8 to 2. Having finished his explanations, Park Ga-moon continues to follow the guys who are going after the local boss. Abruptly and unexpectedly, Shi Hyeon stops and holds out some strange paper to Kim Hyeon. In response, the guy takes the strange paper and unfolds it. Kim Hyun tries to figure out what it is and why he needs it. Anticipating the questions, Shi Hyeon explains to Kim Hyun that the forest village is like a maze. It's a bit annoying here with similar and long wandering. Listening to his friend's words, Kim Hyun scrutinizes a piece of paper with a strange map with posts on it. It doesn't take long at all for the hunter to examine this map and tosses it somewhere in the woods without even intending to use it. A group of young guys come to a huge tree with a thick trunk that rises in the local forest. After exploring the area, Kim Hyun calls out to his companions and turns to Park Ga-moon, who continues to videotape him. When he turns to Park Ga-moon, the guy smiles broadly. He asks the guy to get more and better footage on his video. He gives all the necessary instructions to the follower and walks away to a huge tree getting closer to it. After finding the right position, Kim Hyun starts swinging his fists and punching the thick trunk of the huge tree. Kim Hyun's fist is filled with an incredible amount of power, which he uses for his punches. Park Ga-moon's follower, along with Shi Hyeon, are watching Kim Hyun closely, and their faces are lit up by the bright light from his strikes on the tree. A huge and bright beam of energy begins to penetrate through the entire space of the forest. Park Ga-moon expresses his genuine surprise. Instead of a huge and thick tree, a two-headed monster boss appears and is already met by Kim Hyun. It is the boss of the forest village, Two-Headed Ogre. He begins to scowl furiously and shout loudly. As Shu Hyeon watches with a slight smile on his face, he realizes that the dungeon boss is finally appearing. A follower of the Soul Guild watches Kim Hyun with an eerie delight and continues to videotape him, thinking that this guy is unreal. At this time, Kim Hyun successfully clears the way to the right boss in one go and then calls out to Park Ga-moon. The satisfied kid enthusiastically follows Kim Hyun because he is a real cool and experienced hunter. In order to make a video, Kim Hyun gets up and starts running towards the two-headed ogre to fight him. As he is about to continue his attack, he concentrates his power all over his body again and leaps off the ground to fly up into the air and hit the ogre's head. As he climbs up, Kim Hyun watches the behavior and reaction of the two-headed ogre he climbed on with excitement in his eyes. Utilizing his abilities, Kim Hyun climbs up so high that he climbs onto the shoulder of the huge two-headed ogre. Already on the shoulder of the boss, Kim Hyun stores his concentrated energy in his legs and strikes hard at the monster's head. The strong and huge two-headed boss instantly falls to the ground, defeated by the experienced hunter Kim Hyun. Kim Hyun lands on the boss's back and the two-headed monster falls to the ground with his whole body. The Park Ga-moon follower has been filming Kim Hyun on his phone all this time, looking at the experienced hunter with rapt and admiring eyes. Kim Hyun then climbs even further on the back of the ogre to his full height and beautifies himself in front of the camera against the starry sky. Park Ga-moon begins to cry from happiness and rapture. At the same time, a strange guy sits on a tree branch at the back. The unknown man with wrinkles on his face is wearing a red jacket and is sitting on a tree branch watching the scene below. The same man in the red jacket returns to the Ars Guild's administrative office, where Jongmin asks him if he has checked everything. He's the same Shin Jong-gun who was sent after Kim Hyun to deal with the guy once and for all. With his feet on the table, Shin Jong-gun tells Jongmin that he's taken a good look and seen everything about Kim Hyun. The obnoxious mercenary keeps smirking and talking through his teeth. According to him, Kim Hyun really is a real monster in the flesh. Shin Jong-gang continues to say that Kim Hyun has pure abilities with no magic but physical strength. This surprised him a lot. Continuing to smirk, the mercenary says that Kim Hyun has something he can't handle and it was extremely easy to recognize. All the while, Jongmin listens intently to the man about Kim Hyun, smiling back. He learns that the guy is coming to the dungeon Visible Swamp tomorrow. The supervisor praises Shin Jong-gang for a great job and tells him to go and get well prepared for his new job. The next day, Kim Hyun is on his way to the Visible Swamp dungeon to deal with the local boss. It's a sunny day outside with a clear, cloudy sky. The wind is lightly blowing the hair on the experienced hunter's head. When Kim Hyun arrives at the dungeon, he looks around anxiously because he has a bad feeling. He suspects that it might be the atmosphere. Suddenly, the phone in Kim Hyun's pocket vibrates and he receives a message, which he immediately looks at. Unexpectedly, Kim Hyun receives a message from Seo Yoon about yesterday's conversation and his promise. He's not happy that everyone is so worried about him. Kim Hyun finally tucks his phone back into his pocket and heads in the direction he wants to go in the Visible Swamp. The experienced hunter is cocky and realizes that he doesn't care about anything, especially the Heirs Guild and his men. Kim Hyeon has already met Seo Yeon, who asks him why he's going into the dungeon that belongs to the Aries Guild. At some point, the guy gets distracted from his phone and acts like he didn't immediately hear Seo Yeon's question. Once again, Kim Hyun repeats to Seo Yeon that he has already told her that he has some things to do in the dungeon. In response, Seo Yeon anxiously turns to Kim Hyun and wonders what kind of business he might have there. Kim Hyun replies with hidden annoyance that he'll tell her when the time comes, as long as he doesn't go there to piss Aries off. In response to this, Kim Hyun laughs a little and replies that he might actually piss off the Aries Guild a little. With a worried and concerned sigh, the girl realizes that she doesn't need to worry about her friend. Guild leader Seo Yeon knows that Kim Hyun is very strong, at least from the YouTube videos and Shi Hyun's words, but she's still worried. She then tells Kim Hyun to act quickly anyway to avoid getting caught by the Aries people. The Visible Swamp is a rank dungeon. Kim Hyun will go there when the boss appears there, but at the same time the Ars Guild and the raid will also go there. Kim Hyun listens to Seo Yoon's story and agrees to her warnings. Kim Hyun still tells her not to worry. The next day, Kim Hyun is already in the dungeon in good health and with a big smile on his face. The guard at the checkpoint shakes with fear, but still threatens Kim Hyun, who has come here. After that, he starts yelling loudly that Kim Hyun is becoming an enemy of the R's Guild right now. Because of this behavior, Kim Hyun immediately remembers Seo Yeon's words to stay away from the R's Guild people. But he already does so. In an attempt to make things right, Kim Hyun tiredly tells the guard that his behavior is wearing him out, but he doesn't even understand his motives. Pointing his finger at the knocked-out guard, Kim Hyun realizes that they never understood anything. Every time they disregard everything to beat him up. A genuinely disgruntled Kim Hyun smiles at the fact that when these people get into trouble, they cover themselves with the guild name and are therefore all the same. One of the local guards is very aggressive and provoked by Kim Hyun's words, so he comes at him with a gun. There is a small but noticeable explosion that kicks up all the dust in the air. After that, a calm Kim Hyun steps outside the fence. The guy in the sweatpants exhales tiredly as if he's doing it out of boredom. He's getting bored with the whole thing. Heading towards his boss, Kim Hyun approaches the nearest body of water where a reptile-like creature peeks out. Suddenly, Kim Hyun notices a strange and small earthquake that rises around him for some unknown reason. A huge alligator comes out of the pond and moves towards the guy in sweatpants. It's the boss of the visible swamp, Mega Alligator. Kim Hyun finally notices the huge alligator approaching him and remembers his conversation with Seo Yoon. The girl had previously told Kim Hyun that this boss's skin is tough and has a resistance spell, so it and its teeth are very expensive. Raising his head, Kim Hyun is going to look at the alligator, after which he starts smiling excitedly. With one single fist punch, Kim Hyun instantly knocks out the local boss, Mega Alligator. The seemingly defeated Mega Alligator falls exhaustedly to the ground, rolling over on his side from Kim Hyun's blow. The guy at this time is saying that he's going to quickly destroy the boss and skin him. Hearing such words, Mega Alligator deftly dodges and jumps out from under Kim Hyun's feet. The alligator tries to escape and heads back into the water, frightened and shocked. But Kim Hyun is not about to let him go. Abruptly grabbing Alligator's tail, the guy suggests to his boss to arrange a giant and interesting merry-go-round. The shocked alligator turns in horror to Kim Hyun, who threatens him that he's going to spin him around. At this point, the guy already has a firm grip on Mega Alligator's tail and starts spinning him around hard. After Kim Hyun spins the alligator in the air enough, he releases its tail and throws it aside with an explosion. The huge Mega Alligator crashes into the stone surface and leaves a mark in the stone. The tired alligator shamefully directs his gaze towards Kim Hyun and begins to let out tears of pity. After the pitiful speech, the huge alligator gathers his strength and shrouds himself in a magical shroud. At this time, Shin Jong-gang sits on a tree branch and watches as the alligator is about to attack the experienced hunter Kim Hyun. Shin Jong-gang's serious gaze is focused solely on his target, which is Kim Hyun. At this time, a huge mega alligator is about to attack Kim Hyun, causing his eyes to light up with rage. Despite the threat, Kim Hyun is content to fight the alligator and not die of boredom, and offers the boss one last round. At some point, the guy suddenly tenses up because his legs start to be bound by strange chains. It turns out that Kim Hyun remains immobilized just when Alligator with his huge and open mouth is about to attack him. All the while, Shin Jong-gang is controlling these chains that he's using to restrain the guy. The man threatens him that Kim Hyun may think he's long dead. All the while, Kim Hyun doesn't realize how he got these chains on his legs that are restraining his movements. The chained Kim Hyun this time manages to dodge the mega alligator's blow and bounce a little to the side. In response, the giant alligator jumps over Kim Hyun and disappears into a body of water nearby. Not expecting such a turn of events, Kim Hyun tries to catch his breath because the chains make him have to exert much more effort. In an attempt to make sense of it, Kim Hyun puts his gaze down on his feet and looks at the chains, trying to figure out where they came from. Behind the guy on a huge boulder sits Shin Jong-gang, who shouts to Kim Hyun that there are magic chains on his legs. Reacting to the shouting, Kim Hyun turns back to see who is talking to him. All the while, Shin Jong-gang smirks evilly and holds the chains he's shackled Kim Hyun with. The man says the chains fit him. Kim Hyun continues to stare at Shin Jong-gang in incomprehension and asks who he is. Unbeknownst to him, the man jumps down from a tall rock closer to Kim Hyun and is about to introduce himself to him. The arrogant Shin Jong-gang calls himself a magnificent man who was personally sent to the guy by the Ari's Guild. After Shin Jong-gang's introduction, Kim Hyun realizes that he is the assassin sent to him by the R's Guild. A frustrated Kim Hyun is already sitting on the ground chained up when Shin Jong-gang confirms what Kim Hyun says about him being a killer. The obnoxious man can't stop smirking and claims that Kim Hyun is quite strong and really quick-witted. He tells Kim Hyun that he's seen the guy just twist an alligator, and before that he destroyed a two-headed ogre. The man is also well aware of how strong Kim Hyun is, but he wonders if the guy can be as calm when he's chained up. In an attempt to stall for time, Kim Hyun plays dumb and asks what's so special about these magical chains. He also tries to break the chains, but at some point he realizes that he can't break them. Shin Jong-gang starts to aggressively explain that these are magical chains, and not ordinary chains, and that you need a rank magic to get out. At this point, Kim Hyun anxiously listens that he himself just got out of the tower and therefore doesn't have magic, so he can't get out of the chains. In response, he opens his mouth in horror and asks if it's about him, and Shin Jong-gang is amazed at the guy's stupidity. Kim Hyun then asks the man again if he's really in a situation he can't get out of. The man has already realized that everyone he works with is the same. They pretend to be calm while they try to get out of it in primitive ways. When Kim Hyun continues to impress Shin Jong-gang with his stupidity, the man gets even angrier. Because of this, Shin Jong-gang abruptly wraps his arm behind his back and pulls out his small blade from under his sweater. He's about to attack Kim Hyun and tells him that he's taken the lives of guys like him before. All the while, Kim Hyun continues to just sit there immobile and do nothing when Shin Jong-gang's blade comes flying at him. When the man attacks Kim Hyun with his blade, the guy puts his hands forward and holds back his blow. After attempting such a strike, Shin Jong-gang is about to use a devastating poison and explosion. A huge blob of magical energy explodes in space, leaving behind only a bright flash. Thinking that the fight is over, Shin Jong-gun smiles his 32 smiles and calls Kim Hyun terribly worthless. In front of the man, only the magical purple veil left by him after the blow is rubbed away. Through the magical veil, Kim Hyun's silhouette is visible, and he continues to sit with a dumb and uncomprehending face. After a brief pause, Kim Hyun looks at Shin Jong-gang with wide eyes and asks what he just did. At the same time, the man sinks into shock and horror. Shin Jong-gang doesn't understand why Kim Hyun is still sitting in front of him. All the while, he continues to watch Kim Hyun and realizes that his attack didn't hurt the guy at all. After this, Shin Jong-gang becomes very nervous, and in a freak-out, he tries to attack Kim Hyun again in an attempt to destroy him. The last thing that Shin Jong-gang sees in front of him after the entire attack is the fist that Kim Hyun puts out. A strong and powerful explosion occurs which hits Shin Jong-gang and injures him accordingly. All the while, Kim Hyun continues to be shackled by magic chains, but that doesn't stop him from moving. He forcefully pins the man against a tree. Ahead of his questions, Kim Hyun smiles and explains to the man that if he wanted to immobilize him completely, he should have chained his entire body. A shocked Shin Jong-gang is shaking from fear and his injuries. He asks Kim Hyun through gritted teeth how he did it. Even before that, Kim Hyun had long ago realized that Shin Jong-gang was immediately scared as soon as he saw that the guy was okay. Scaring the man even more, Kim Hyun lifts his wrist and shows Shin Jong-gang the chains that suddenly loosened and couldn't do their job. The guy then lifts his foot and swings it straight at Shin Jong-gang, who is on the tree trunk. Kim Hyun's kick is so strong and powerful that the man just flies backwards along with the tree. Kim Hyun picks up the tree trunk that Shin Jong-gang is pressed into and is about to do something to him. One last time, Kim Hyun explains to Shin Jong-gang that if he came here to take someone's life, he should be prepared to have his life taken. All this time, Shin Jong-gang can't even respond to Kim Hyun's words, but only hiccups in terror. At the same time, Mega Alligator continues to swim in his body of water without trying to get into a fight with Kim Hyun. Suddenly, a huge tree trunk with Shin Jong-gang pressed into it flies at Mega Alligator's boss from above. Kim Hyun takes advantage of the moment and poses like he's playing volleyball. But instead of a ball, he has a tree trunk with a killer. Using this maneuver, Kim Hyun takes out two problems at once, Alligator and Shin Jong-gang. Even in spite of all that, Kim Hyun does not feel any emotions, but just stands and silently watches the defeated enemies. A status window suddenly pops up behind the guy and shows him something important. The system congratulates the hunter Kim Hyun that he has successfully completed the task and now he has a lower title. After the incident, a girl from the Aries Guild's administrative department reports to Jongmen that Shin Jong-gun has died. The girl sadly tells him that the tree Shin Jong-gang was on is already deep in the swamp, and it is not the case that they will be able to check the body. At this time, Chungmung listens attentively to his subordinate and realizes that Shin Jong-gang's body has long been eaten by monsters. Saddened by these events, Jongmen realizes that he was a strong hunter. Shin Jong-gang had 2 S-rank abilities and 7 achievements. Accepting the situation, Jongmen slams his fists on the table in anger. He can't believe that such a strong hunter was destroyed by Kim Hyun. As he tries to figure out what to do next, Jongmen starts laughing aggressively and madly at the absurdity of the situation. But at some point, Jongmen stops laughing abruptly and clutches his hair with the palm of his hand, writhing in helplessness. At this point, Kim Hyun returns home and lays down on the couch, thinking hard about something. At one point, Kim Hyun falls asleep for a moment, deep in thought. After a moment, Kim Hyun abruptly jumps up and tries to open his status window to check something. What opens up in front of the guy is his huge characterization, which he scrutinizes and examines. Looking over the data, Kim Hyun is given the lowest title of Temporary Guardian, and is invited to a mission for that title. He has 2 hours to complete the task. After studying the characteristics, the guy realizes that something has changed in his status window, and tries to figure out what it is and why. Looking at the text, Kim Hyun realizes that he can find out some information about the tower. But what does the invitation from the system to 12 o'clock even mean? Immediately, Shi Hyeon returns home and turns to Kim Hyeon, who is home early and has already had dinner. When he sees Shi Hyeon coming, he suddenly asks him to stand near the front door for a while. Shi Hyeon is stunned by this unexpected and incomprehensible request, but he listens to it anyway. All the while, Kim Hyung is trying to look at Shi Hyun because this is his new achievement from his lower title. Thanks to the right to information achievement, Kim Hyun manages to discover the characteristics of his comrade. When the notice appears that he can't check Shi Hyun's skills because of the lower title, Kim Hyun starts to tense up. Not trying to contain his outrage, Kim Hen immediately becomes aggressive and loudly yells about how outrageous the system offers from the tower are. At this point, Shu Hyeon listens to all of Kim Hyun's outrage and swearing out loud. Shu Hyeon clutches his chest in despair because he takes Kim Hyun's words personally. Upset, Kim Hyun is not going to accept the invitation, so he just sits and waits for 12 o'clock. It's trash, but something's different. If Kim Hyun accepts this invitation from the system, he'll definitely be able to find out something about the training tower. The time is 12 o'clock, but the guy still sits in front of the phone and nothing happens at first. After that, Kim Hyun plunges into the darkness where he can't see anything at all. Eventually, the guy finds himself in some stone room which starts to be brightly illuminated with light. He sharply raises his head and looks around, assessing the place he has moved to. Kim Hyeon's eyes stare at something, and the guy doesn't realize what's happening in front of him. In front of him, there is only one single table in the middle of the room, and behind it sits a little girl in white. This little girl in white, without expressing any emotion, greets Kim Hyun like a guard in this place. She speaks very calmly and carefully to the guard Kim Hyun and assures him that she is his assistant named Av. All this time, Kim Hyun doesn't understand what is going on. And who is this girl with such a strange name, A.E.? In response to his questions, Av's assistant explains to him that they will see each other very often, so he can call her by that name. After realizing the situation, Kim Hyun is delighted that finally there is someone who will answer all his questions. He clenches his fist and waits for Av to tell him why he's been imprisoned in the tower for 12 years. In response, Av's assistant just calmly watches her guard without saying or doing anything. Kim Hyeon waits for Assistant Av to explain everything to him. After a long silence, the hunter realizes that the assistant is not going to explain anything to him. She just makes an incomprehensible face and asks Kim Hyun what she has to explain to him. Abruptly, Kim Hyun jumps up from his seat and gets angry when he realizes that Av didn't call him to explain everything. In response to the guy's anger, the girl only tilts her head slightly and replies to Kim Hyun that she can really answer him. Confused by the situation, Kim Hyun doesn't quite know what she means, so he asks if she will answer his question if he asks her. To which Av's assistant answers Kim Hyun affirmatively and positively without showing any emotion at all. Hearing the confirmation of his words, Kim Hyun rubs the back of his head thoughtfully and tries to choose the question that interests him first. Kim Hyun asks his assistant Av, who imprisoned him in the training tower for 12 years. Looking directly at Kim Hyeon, Assistant Av sighs thoughtfully for a moment and pauses in her conversation with the boy. Without expressing emotion, she explains to Kim Hyun that such information is not available to a lower-ranked hunter. Already upset, Kim Hyeon asks Av about the skill of the right to information. He realizes that he must raise his rank to find out. An extremely tense Kim Hyun is not happy that first he was rejected because of his low rank in the status window and now here on Av's behalf. Kim Hyun then continues the chain of questions, asking if he can find out who did it when he raises his rank. All this time, Av's assistant has been sitting at the table idly. She now replies to Kim Hyun that such information is not available to low ranks. Once again, Kim Hyun tenses up but comes at it from a different angle. He wants to know what a training tower is, but that information is not available to him. He keeps trying to ask Av's assistant many different questions about the tower, but the girl just keeps saying that this information is not available to him. Kim Hyun is furious at the situation, so he simply clenches his fist and punches Av's assistant right on the top of her head. Kim Hyun is already shaking with anger and rage. The guy thinks Av is just bullying him. Kim Hyun asks why Av called him here, but she doesn't tell him anything, which makes her a little stunned. In the end, the guy laughs nervously and asks if they called him here because of some nonsense. Holding back her anger, Av's assistant irritably replies to Kim Hyun that she can't give him answers to such questions, and there's nothing she can do about it. Getting even more irritated, the guy waves his hands in front of Av's face as if trying to threaten her. Trying to somehow save the situation, Av abruptly stops Kim Hyeon by saying that there is something she can tell him. The guy stops abruptly and demands Av to start her story immediately, to which she tells him that the guards must guard. Kim Hyun is not calmed down at all by this response, but tries to wait for the story to continue. In the end, Kim Hyun has to calm down and accept what he doesn't want to accept. He is very tired and sighs desperately. In an attempt to learn something, the guy turns to Av again and realizes that the girl can't give him answers to the questions that are important to him. The assistant explains to Kim Hyun that the only thing she can tell him is what the guardian should do next. Realizing again that the girl is not going to tell him what he is interested in, Kim Hyun almost gives up, but Av is willing to argue the point. The assistant with a serious face again tries to explain to Kim Hyun that he is now a temporary guardian. You have to become an official guardian to learn about everything. Listening to the girl, Kim Hyun grudgingly wonders how he has to do such a thing and become an official guardian. Av goes on to say that in 5 days, where Kim Hyun lives, there will be a glacial fissure with a key that will raise his rank. Listening carefully to Av's recommendations, Kim Hyun hears that he needs to find this key to become an official guardian. That same evening, the boy returns to his room and ponders everything that his assistant has told him. Before that, the girl also tells Kim Hyun that he needs to improve his skills, so she brings him back. When the hunter realizes that he can learn about everything if he becomes a guardian, he makes an important decision and is going to go all the way. After meeting Av, Kim Hyun meets with the guild leaders and tells them everything that the girl in white told him. Eventually, Kim Hyun finishes his story and asks his comrades what the glacial crack is. Seo Kwan and Seo Yoon look at each other in surprise but don't answer Kim Hyun. At this time, Shu Hyeon was about to start telling the story when he suddenly stopped and asked Kim Hyun why he needed such information. Not understanding the reason for his comrade's concern and excitement about his question, Kim Hyun tenses up slightly. Explaining his concern, Shi Hyeon calmly tells Kim Hyeon that the glacial crevasse is more of a real disaster. At the same time, the Aries Guild building is occupied by Jongmin chief Ben Wook and head Huk Seong, who breaks a table out of aggression and rage. Huk Seong smirks slightly and wonders aloud what they should do now. The head of the Korean branch already knows that they sent the department's best man Jong Mung, but Kim Hyun just took his life. There's nothing they can do about it. Huk Seong smirks even more and assures Jong Mung that he doesn't blame anyone because Kim Hyun is a very strong hunter. At the same time, Jong Min bows to his head and tells him that he is really ashamed of what happened. Suddenly, Huk Sung calls out to his boss, Ben Wook, and tells him that if they find Kim Hyun's weakness, they should destroy him immediately. He continues to assure the boss that he is willing to pay for everything, and he needs to find a few people stronger than the Xinjiang gang he hired. Aries, the head of the Korean branch of the guild, looks at Kim Hyun's picture and orders his guys to bury him. Hok-sun turns to Ben Wook once more and asks if he understands what he's saying, to which he nods in agreement. After that, the branch manager calms down a bit and stops being so nervous, sitting down on a chair and sighing heavily. Hok-seong's last instruction is for his men to finally take care of the issue with the Paido Guild. Once again, Hok-seong tells him that the Paido Guild is putting together a secret unit like an army to take out Ares' men. In response, Hyuk Seong gets a nod from Chief Ben Wook, who realizes that things are pretty bad right now. In the office of the head of the Korean branch of the Heirs Guild, all 3 heads of different departments are gathered trying to figure out how to proceed. Hyuk Seong painfully clutches his head and mutters to himself that everything is under his control. Meanwhile, Seo Kwan shows Kim Hyeon a small ring worth 2 billion won. He laughs at his enthusiastic friend and assures him that he can get one if he goes to the labyrinth. At one point, Kim Hyun wonders what the difference is between a maze and a dungeon, to which Seo Kwan replies that they have different artifacts. Suddenly, Seo Yeon intervenes in the conversation between the guys and explains that this little ring is also an artifact. After the girl's remarks, Shi Hyeon explains that dungeons have special resources such as magic stones and ingredients from monsters. He points to the ring and explains that in the labyrinth, you can get artifacts from the treasury that have good abilities from the beginning. All the while, Seo Kwan can't stop laughing at Kim Hyun's reactions and says it's all just enchantment. Listening to his friend's stories, Kim Hyun scrutinizes the ring and questions the enchantment, comparing it to different games. The guy still continues to admire this ring and asks if artifacts with enchantment aren't better than normal ones. As Kim Hyun continues to look at Ethalam's ring, he notices that he can use his new skill on it. He activates the right to information and unlocks the characteristics of the artifact, but because of his low level, he can't learn almost anything, and it stresses him out. Kim Hen then clutches the ring tightly in his hand and realizes that he must go to the labyrinth when he's done with all this. After thinking about his plans, he's going to give the ring back to Seo Kwan and asks if it was really worth 2 billion. To distract himself, Kim Hyun opens the restaurant menu and points his finger at it, telling the waiter to bring him 1 portion of each dish. Kim Hyun's friends are surprised that the guy is able to eat so much food at once. Despite this, Seo Kwan laughs at Kim Hyun in a friendly and caring manner and tells him to eat and not to be shy since he can do it. Suddenly, Kim Hyeon remembers what he wanted to ask his comrades when he went to the meeting with them. Kim Hyun turns to his friends and asks if they know about such a thing as a glacial fissure. Reacting to this question, So Kwan, So Yoon, and Shi Hyeon interrogate Kim Hyun in one voice to see if he really means the ice crack. The guy breaks off his steak and tells his friends that this glacial fissure appears abruptly in the ground, and monsters come out of it non-stop. Abruptly, Seo Yoon picks up the conversation and replies that Germany and China, where such cracks appear, are called the gates of hell. At this time, Kim Hyun is already biting into his juicy piece of steak and recalls Av's words about the crack, which she said was nothing. Thinking back to the known information, he asks his comrades what would happen if such a crack appeared in their country. Kim Hyun, Shihayan, and Seo Yoon don't know what to say to him. In turn, Seo Kwan only coughs anxiously before answering such questions from the guy. Pausing for a moment, Shu Hyan explains that even if they are able to stop the crack, even if it is a rank C crack, everything here will be destroyed. Seo Yoon tells him that other guilds would join them, but Ari's will break. They will send a rabble and say they finally stopped the crack. Hearing this, Kim Hyun aggressively starts poking at the steak with his fork and calls the Heirs Guild obscene words. The guy turns to his comrades again and tells them to eat and rest for the next 4 days. Not understanding Kim Hyun's motives, Seo Yoon asks for everyone what he means, but the guy assures them that they are all sure to learn about something important. A few days later, it was a normal day and airplanes were flying over the international airport as usual. People start looking around because it starts to feel like an earthquake is starting. The ground really starts to shake violently, and a red crack appears on the airport grounds. The same glacial crack appears from which the screams and cries of various monsters begin to ooze out. At this time, an unknown man dressed in a long black robe and hood moves through the underground corridors. This man approaches a room in which there is a huge and round table with 12 chairs. The cloaked and hooded stranger reports to someone that the 9th level has come to his senses. The person sitting at the table asks the newcomer if the person they are talking about has fully awakened. The unknown man in the cloak continues to report that he has not long to wait and will soon be ready. The man sitting at the table, whose flesh is made of transparent and purple fake skin, is happy at the words. The strange stranger has been watching Kim Hyun all this time, and thoughtfully asks himself what he is capable of. When a glacial fissure opens, people panic and try to escape the disaster. Breaking news begins as the sudden appearance of the crack causes citizens within a 5-kilometer radius of Kimpo Airport to be evacuated. Kimpo International Airport is temporarily closed. Hunters from the association are there, but the monsters continue to come out and the situation worsens. Panic and chaos ensues in the opening area of the crack. The hunters are rapidly fighting the monsters. Many hunters come here to fight the monsters, but they are terrified. Diverse monsters keep coming out of the crack that appears here. All of them are certainly ready to destroy humans. A lot of monsters confidently and decisively appear before the hunters who are going to confront them. One of the hunters becomes terrified and shakes with fear looking at his opponents. His partner on duty calls out to the hunter who is shaking with fear and tells him not to be afraid or he will be finished. The bold and brave man is about to attack the monsters using his harassment skill. The local hunter deftly and quickly restrains one of the monsters using his magical abilities. The man then decisively massacres one of the monsters, taking its life in front of the others. He finally finishes the battle with the monster and jumps back to maintain a sufficient distance. His subordinate sincerely thanks his leader for such help and protection, but the guy should pull himself together and get up to move on. The confident and brave leader of the hunters tries to assess the situation, and the monsters are still advancing. An unbelievably large number of enemies begin to attack the brave man, who realizes that things are not good. He realizes that there are too many monsters advancing, and he is waiting for reinforcements. The man realizes what is happening, and that things are very bad, but continues to fight the monsters from the crack. Continuing to fight the monsters as best he can, the group leader tries to avoid fatal consequences. At some point, the man stops and realizes that no matter how many monsters he destroys, they keep appearing. He looks around and watches his opponents carefully trying to figure out what to do with the place where the crack appeared. The leader of the group of hunters abruptly turns around to a loud yell and scream that comes from behind him. From behind the man appears a huge monster that looks like a red skeleton with wings. He is shocked and horrified by the giant creature. The other hunters begin to shake with fear again as the A-rank monster appears in front of them. They don't understand where it came from. They all begin to realize that they will not be able to take on such a strong opponent, and they will eventually be finished. The leader of this resistance group continues to watch the huge creature in a stupor and immobilized. The giant skeleton pulls out a huge bat-like stick from somewhere and is about to attack everyone in its path. The man starts shouting to the others to get as far away from here as possible. Trying to stall for time, the brave hunter is going to fight the giant skeleton one-on-one to keep his comrades safe. He tries to counter the monster's huge club with his small and metal shield, but the giant skeleton manages to hit the hunter so that he falls on his back with a thud. As a result, the hunter panics and calls out to a man named Ho Chong. At the same time, the same Ho Cheon flies into the nearest car with a thud because the impact of the giant monster was very powerful. After that, Ho Cheon coughs painfully and loudly, having received not the most pleasant consequences of such a blow. All the while, the skeleton is approaching Ho Chong to deliver its final blow to the man. The leader of the group still continues to call out for Ho Chong to come over here and stand up immediately. Eventually, Ho Chong stops moving and ends up passing out as the leader tries to wake him up and get him up. The man is already lost in his own surroundings and doesn't realize what is happening. He is overcome with the horror of panic and fear. Unexpectedly, Kim Hyun appears and kills the giant skeleton in one blow. At the same time, the huge creature instantly begins to disintegrate into bones from the power of Kim Hyun's blow. The leader of the local resistance group tries to see Kim Hyun in this battle to see who he is. The other hunters open their mouths in admiration and amazement that the famous man is here. They try to look at Kim Hyun from the back, but they already know that he's an experienced hunter. When the guy turns to face the people, they recognize him as a famous player named Kim Hyun. A hellish chaos is spreading through the airport and the surrounding area caused by monsters appearing from the crack. As always, Kim Hyun arrives just in time to deal with the giant skeleton creature. Suddenly, the guy receives a new message that he should prove his abilities in the depths of the fissure. Noticing it, Kim Hyun carefully examines the conditions and realizes that in addition to everything else, he also needs to enter the airport. Because of this, the hunter turns to the side and notices people getting closer and closer to him. The other hunters are shocked that Kim Hyun took the skeleton's life with a single blow. This is unbelievable even for an experienced hunter. In response, Kim Hyun awkwardly turns to the unknown men and asks what they are doing here. To their surprise, the guy only asks this question because a lot of monsters are already appearing behind them. At this time, Kim Hyun tries to look behind the backs of the other hunters and assess what's going on here. After that, he smirks when he realizes that there are indeed a large number of monsters here. Kim Hyun then watches the battle between the hunters and the monsters and realizes that his friends are coming. But he would like to finish quickly. Without waiting for his friends, Kim Hyun abruptly changes his plan of action and is going to help the other hunters. The other hunters are already tired and exhausted when they notice that Kim Hyun is up to something. They want to understand what the guy is going to do. One of the men is genuinely shocked at how Kim Hyun picked up what the skeleton was holding. Kim Hyun himself grabs the club that was in the hands of the defeated monster and soars into the air with it. The leader of the group of hunters also observes the actions of the guy and is sincerely surprised by his incredible abilities. At the same time, Kim Hyun starts to spin in the air with a huge club in his hands, intending to attack the wave of attacking monsters. He then swings the club with all his might and throws it towards the crowd of monsters. The huge club flies through the many monsters that are here. The huge weapon instantly hurts them. Because of this, the monsters start flying around in terror and can't dodge the club flying at them. The other hunters continue to watch in shock at what Kim Hyun is doing, but the guy only tiredly and boredly shakes his hands off the club he was holding in his hands. The leader of the group of hunters realizes that thanks to Kim Hyun, they will be able to hold out until help arrives and orders everyone to gather around him. At this time, Kim Hyun quickly runs past the hunter group leader and awkwardly glances back at him. Unexpectedly, the guy pays his respects to the leader and tells him to deal with it himself. Kim Hyun then runs past the chaos that is going on here and disappears in a haze of dust. The rest of the hunters realize that Kim Hyun is gone, and they are left all alone with the monsters. Already upset, the leader tells his men that there is nothing they can do, and they will have to try to deal with the rest of the monsters themselves. At this point, the man awkwardly and panikedly mentally tells Kim Hyun that if he had stayed a little longer, everything would have been better. Eventually, the hunters continue their attempts to fight the local monsters that have crawled out of the glacial crevasse. They have all heard the order to deal with the remaining monsters, but there is simply no end in sight. Noticing this, the leader of the group of hunters realizes that all his subordinates are already very tired and are about to give up. He himself is tired and desperately bows his head when he realizes that the monsters have long exceeded the number of their people. But the man is not going to give up and says that if they surrender now, they will die. They should hold on a little longer. When the leader of the resistance group starts to move his motivational speech, an ogre with a hammer appears behind him. At the same moment, an unknown hunter appears and uses a slash to destroy the ogre attacking the leader. The man turns back in horror and surprise to see who dealt such a blow to the ogre. In front of the hunters appears the head of the Soul Guild, Kim Soo-yoon, who comes to their aid just in time. In addition to coming here himself, Shah Hyan also brought his hunters and aides. The people of the local resistance group look at the Soul Guild members with delight and admiration and rejoice at their appearance. Suddenly, a bright lightning bolt appears in the sky and strikes the ground directly at the monsters. The goblins are pinned down by the bright lightning that appeared out of nowhere from the sky and attacked the enemy. The people immediately turn around and notice Seo-yoon, who is the head of the Aaron Guild, and with her guys also comes to the rescue. All of them also react admiringly to the Aaron Guild, certainly recognizing these people. The hunters start turning their heads around to look at all the people who are coming here to help. In addition to the others, Han Seong-kwan, who runs the Kogura Guild, also appears here. The man who is the leader of the local group is overjoyed at the appearance of these people and realizes that they are saved thanks to them. Seo-yeon looks around and remembers that they told Kim Hyun to come early, but he's nowhere to be seen. As if reading her mind, the local leader replies that if they are talking about Kim Hyun, he went inside the airport to the center of the crack. Hearing such news, Shahayan and Seo-yeon exhale tiredly and say that they tried to come as early as possible anyway. Han Seo-kwan calls out to all the other hunters and guilds to follow Kim Hyun. To do so, the man uses his acceleration skill to squeeze through the crowd of monsters with his shield. Facing the opponents, Seo Kwang begins to yell and scream loudly, pushing the monsters in front of him and making way. At this time, the man's body begins to glow brightly with the blue energy he exudes. Shahayan stands back and faces a battle with a green goblin ready to attack him. The goblin does not come alone and brings other monsters with him, but Shihen is not so simple and attacks them almost immediately. For this, he uses his unusual sword that concentrates the power of fire flames. At the same time, Seo-Yoon keeps up with the guys and has an incredible magic that allows her to use lightning. The girl climbs on the nearest lantern and starts to summon a huge amount of lightning from the sky. The bright and dangerous lightning bolts immediately strike many monsters, immobilizing them and destroying them in an instant. At this time, Kim Hyun is already sneaking inside the airport and dealing with the monsters there. The guy hopes that the guys outside can do it without him. Now Kim Hyun has one task. He realizes that he needs to go downstairs, so he has to find a way down there. At some point, he finds himself in front of a huge crevice that appeared here, so he thinks about how he can get down there. Kim Hyun looks up and sees a path of monsters coming up from the crevice. He thoughtfully puts his fist to his lips and tries to think of a plan of action. Kim Hyun starts shaking his head and looking around to find what he needs. At one point, he suddenly notices a broken-down car that is literally hanging on the edge of a cliff in a crack. Without thinking, Kim Hyun rips off both of the car's doors and uses them to climb down the crevasse through the monsters. Eventually, Kim Hyun effortlessly rises into the air and is about to jump over the cliff landing on the path. Since he's here, he's going to make a clean sweep. The guy rushes straight into the crowd of monsters rising from the crack. Many of the monsters have already noticed the strange man who appears among them and are going to do something about it. At this time, Kim Hyun himself lands on a narrow path, and from his blows only a bright blue light can be seen. Through the thick pall of smoke, you can see first the silhouette of the guy, and then the guy himself moving towards the monsters with determination. Because of this, the goblin monsters flinch in terror when they see the threat and danger coming at them. Eventually, Kim Hyun descends into the crevice and spots the same monsters that he had thrown down here earlier. He looks around again and examines the area. He realizes that this is the bottom of the crevasse. Kim Hyeon's gaze moves forward and sees an unknown monster walking towards him. The boss of the glacial crevasse, the mountaineer, appears in front of him. It is the purple horse Arkir. Kim Hyeon notices the key that he came down to the deep crevasse for. Looking at the mountaineer, the guy realizes it's bingo. Did the monster put the key on his belt to make it easier for him to grab it? Kim Hyun is determined to attack the mountaineer as he thinks it will be an easy fight. He immediately attacks the climber with his fists, but the purple horse successfully dodges his blows. Kim Hyun realizes that he should also dodge his counterattacks. Then he suddenly and abruptly flies backwards, crashing into a stone wall and leaving a pall of dust behind him. This situation surprises Kim Hyun because Arkir Mountaineer hits him back. He wasn't prepared for such a turn. While Kim Hyun is deep in his thoughts, the Mountaineer is already on the offensive and is about to launch his next attack. Once again, the guy in sweatpants manages to react and dodge a punch from the boss who is attacking him. The Mountaineer starts swinging his fists aggressively, trying to hit Kim Hyun in the face. Thanks to this, he picks a good moment, and with his hands on the ground, he makes a sharp push and kicks the Arkir boss with his legs. The leg kicks are followed by fist punches. Kim Hyun beats the local monster relentlessly. Eventually, the Mountaineer flies off into a nearby stone wall and crashes hard into it. But he doesn't lose consciousness, and even manages to get up after Kim Hyun's strong attack and starts shouting various swear words. Kim Hyun himself doesn't understand what the monster is saying to him, but is sure that it's some kind of scary nonsense. While the boss is wiping his mouth from the blood, Kim Hyun jumps up and steps towards the monster again. The guy manages to get close to the monster and swings his fist right in front of its scary face. When Kim Hyun is about to strike again, the Mountaineer catches his fist and stops him, which the guy didn't expect. The local crack boss also grabs Kim Hyun's other arm, stopping his movements and preventing him from striking. Before that, the guy didn't even realize that the Mountaineer would resist so much and wouldn't give in. At this time, Arkir manages to forcefully push Kim Hyun away from him, preventing him from striking again. At one point, the climber counterattacks Kim Hyun so hard that the guy flies back into the stone wall. He then tries to cough up the dust and the powerful blow from the monster Mountaineer. Attracting Arkir's attention, the guy lets out a light and barely audible laugh as he watches the boss's behavior and movements. But then Kim Hyun realizes that the situation is heating up, and he didn't even suspect that the monster in front of him will be stronger than he thought. The guy in the sweatpants starts to have a slight tremor from the tension. The climber is different from the monsters in the training tower. Kim Hyun holds onto his side with his hand and tries to get back on his feet to continue the battle. Realizing that he has to do something after all this time, he calls out to the Mountaineer. Arkir reacts to Kim Hyun's calls and turns to him, grinning his fangs. Kim Hyun responds by pointing his finger at the monster and warning him that he is about to be killed. The dumb-headed monster stares back at the guy with surprised and uncomprehending eyes. Kim Hyun then begins to twist his legs and arms as if he's building up all the physical power in his body. Eventually, he assumes a fighting pose as if he's going to use some kind of martial arts technique. Kim Hyun now realizes that he will have to use this technique again, even though he doesn't want to. When a tired Kim Hyun was imprisoned in the training tower, a short story said that he came out when he created his martial arts and learned the truth. At a certain point in time, Kim Hyun does come to the realization that there is a way out of the training tower. At the same moment, Kim Hyun immediately gathers his strength and jumps up, amazed at himself for not thinking of it sooner. Kim Hyun doesn't waste a second of his precious time and is about to get out of the tower. At that time, the guy was going very hard towards his goal to get out of the training tower. He really tried everything he could and thus began to create his martial art. From martial arts, Kim Hyun knew only incredible things that he had seen in movies and webtoons, but that didn't bother him at all. The most important thing in all of this was that he hoped that anything was possible, and he too would become a master. At that time, Kim Hyun used fake techniques that he could think of. The determined guy came up with various interesting and unorthodox names for his new techniques. In the end, everything led to the fact that Kim Hyun's attempts were completely in vain. But he was not going to give up and continued to go to his goal, trying to create something new. At that time, Kim Hyun continued to try to strike monsters with various fictional techniques without end. At one point, he actually managed to realize his potential and deliver a devastating blow. The very skills that Kim Hyun had earned by mopping up the tower for hundreds of times came in handy later on. These skills were indeed able to make his fake techniques very real. Now Kim Hyun is going to use this system again, even though he doesn't want to remember his dark past. At this time, the monster mountaineer picks a good moment and is about to attack Kim Hyun, who is also ready. Boss Arkir begins to swing aggressively and with all his fury at the guy who is behaving calmly, and then immediately strikes back. While swinging his strong fist at the mountaineer, Kim Hyun says the name of the defeated king technique out loud. The form of his technique is called Lord. The guy uses martial arts that he once invented himself. Thanks to the technique of his invented martial art, the guy manages to defeat the boss of the mountaineer. Afterwards, Kim Hyun awkwardly looks around and is glad that there's no one here to hear him shouting out the stupid names of the techniques. These awkward habits from Kim Hyun's dark past aren't exactly something to show off to the rest of us. At the end of the battle, the guy successfully extracts the key he needed from the defeated monster. After Kim Hyun takes the key, a status window suddenly appears behind him. Kim Hyun is now undergoing an aptitude test and will be invited to become a guardian in 3 days. Now he will definitely get the answers he needs. Suddenly, Kim Hyun starts to hear strange sounds, and then he raises his head and notices a strange device on the wall. Above the guy appears a drone that has been following the guy all this time and during the battle as well. Kim Hyun doesn't even know what the device is, and the drone actually transmits his image to the TV screen. All the while, the hunter is being watched by people from the Heirs Guild who have resorted to the help of this drone. It is at the same moment that Jongmin is unhappily looking at the TV screen and watching their enemy Kim Hyun. Together with the girl worker and Ben Wook, they watch Kim Hyun like the rest of the guild members. At one point, Hook-sun is amazed that with such abilities, the experienced hunter has only been given an A rank, which seems low for him. The girl tells the guild leader that this time she has brought Hyuk-seong an analysis not from the guild's analytics department. She puts the results of Kim Hyun's skills analysis from the Hunters Association itself on the table in front of the man. Looking at the results, Hyuk-seong aggressively points his finger at the documents and is angry that the others haven't realized that this guy's skills are clearly above a rank. The subordinate girl just sadly and tensely bows her head in front of the boss, not knowing what to say. Hyuk-seong himself has already realized that Kim Hyun has no magic or items and is dressed in an ordinary tracksuit. It's nothing special. The man also realizes that even without the extra attributes and artifacts, Kim Hyun has incredible strength. The chapter once again turns to Ben Wook, who is also at this mini-meeting. Once again, Hyuk-sung starts to smirk slightly and asks Chief Ben Wook if he has gathered the necessary material. In response, Ben Wook replies to Hyuk-seong that he's done everything he can. There is something that can prevent even that much power from Kim Hyun. The guild leader then orders his men to go into action as soon as they are fully prepared. The next day, there are many reporters and photographers taking pictures of the celebrities at the Korean Hunter Association. A merit award ceremony takes place. The association awards everyone for their participation in stopping the glacial crevasse. All the heads of the participating guilds are present, and in addition to them, Kim Hyun, an experienced hunter, is also present. A follower of Park Ga-moon is also present at the ceremony and takes pictures of the celebrities on his phone, sobbing with boundless happiness. This young guy is shaking with joy that there are an incredible number of people joining his live broadcast. Many people watching the broadcast call Kim Hyun a crazy and daring a rank daredevil, while others truly believe that he is an S-rank daredevil. One of the influential hunters who is going to reward Kim Hyun makes a disgruntled and squeamish face when looking at the guy. Kim Hyun himself is not happy and excited about the event. The gray-haired man looks at the guy and says that he will have to buy Kim Hyun some decent clothes at this rate. Without realizing it, Kim Hyun examines his tracksuit a little anxiously and then asks him not to worry about it. Everyone is amazed at the rudeness and crazy ripeness of this young guy in a tracksuit. The gray-haired supervisor starts to get mad and annoyed, trying to remind Kim Hyun about simple manners. Afterwards, the guy in the tracksuit is given a box with a medal and a bouquet of flowers, but he wants to get out of here as soon as possible. At the end of the ceremony, Kim Hyun is jumping up and down trying to get out of here when the gray-haired man continues to freak out at his indecent behavior. All the while, the guy doesn't even listen to what the old man in uniform is yelling at him, who is so annoyed with his behavior. Along with the rest of the observers, Kim Hyun's guild leaders and comrades are awkwardly watching him, realizing that he's screwed up again. At this time in Beijing, China, at the Pedo Guild headquarters, one of the girls climbs into her large and hot bathtub. A girl with long hair and a tattoo all over her back is immersed in the relaxing bathtub. She stares intently at the TV screen and watches Kim Hyun deal with the mountaineer deep in the crevasse. She manages to recognize this strange pose of Kim Hyun's as if she has seen it once before and is very familiar with it. Eventually, the girl does recognize Kim Hyun and asks her subordinate what the hunter's name is. The henchwoman replies to her mistress that this guy who recently came out of the tower is called Kim Hyun. The unusual mistress repeats Kim Hyun's name several times and orders her subordinate to find out everything about this man. In response, the henchwoman raises her head to the head of their guild and interjects what exactly she means. The lady continues to watch Kim Hyun on TV and orders her subordinate to find out everything about him from A to Z, starting with his past and what he has been doing. The subordinate of the guild head Paido bows to the girl as a sign of respect and accepts the orders given to her. At that moment, a young guy comes into the guild leader's huge bathroom and is about to report something to her. He sits down on one knee and reports to his mistress that he came to tell her about Wei Yan's capture of the guild. In response, the young lady doesn't even turn to face the young lad and asks what their next steps are. He continues to tell her that they have managed to capture all the dungeons in the south of China. After that, the guild leader shows little interest in this story of the guild taking over. The henchman continues with the story that they had a conflict with the Aries Guild who kidnapped their representative. At this time, the mistress climbs out of the bathtub and says that the representative who can be beaten even by such fools Aries is very pathetic. The guild leader puts a strong emphasis on the word pathetic, expressing her displeasure and hatred with her eyes. She also says that if such a representative can't come back alive, then he doesn't belong here at all. After that, the lady takes out her hair rubber band and carefully but quickly gathers her long hair into a ponytail. She then turns to the young henchman and orders him to increase the speed of capturing guilds. The girl ends her instructions by saying that when her men take over territories, no dungeons should be left behind. After that, the mistress strokes the TV screen on which Kim Hyun is shown. She does all this for the sake of her oath and her promise. At this time, Seo Yoon looks tired and haggard and suddenly tells Kim Hyun that he is very popular now. In response, the guy takes a break from his phone screen and surprisingly asks if it's all true. Overhearing their conversation, Seo Kwon laughs and confirms Seo Yoon's words, while Shi Hyun thinks that Kim Hyun's popularity is not funny at all. In turn, the guy doesn't understand what the problem is and why his celebrity is so unpleasant for his comrades. And it is true that Kim Hyun is popular now and news headlines are only about him. He is amazed that the journalists are doing the same thing they did 12 years ago. All this time, Seo Yeon is worried because Kim Hyun can't leave like this after receiving the award, and the journalists have seen everything and won't keep quiet about it. At this point, Shi Hyeon tries to take a sip of his drink and grudgingly adds that the guy shouldn't be wearing sweatpants and slippers. And Seo Kwon in turn continues to only laugh and not insert his unnecessary comments. Kim Hyun knows that he won't even meet these people again, so why worry about it day in and day out? He will live his life as he wants. Seo Yoon and Shu Hyeon are horrified and cover their faces in shame because Kim Hyeon is being awful. Seo Kwon is still laughing. At one point, Kim Hyun suddenly jumps up from his chair and tells his friends that he has to go out for a minute. In response, Shu Hyun tensely looks in the guy's direction and asks where he's going so abruptly. Kim Hyun smiles and tells his friends that he is going to a meeting. The guild leaders only look at the guy in surprise and are amazed that he has possible friends he's meeting with. Seo Yoon shows that he's worried about Kim Hyun, but Seo Kwon doesn't understand why he's so worried because he has such abilities. Shi Hyeon, on the other hand, expresses his displeasure that the guy has become Aries' enemy and has made the media crazy. He just came out of the tower and has already done so much. All the while, Seo Yeon continues to express his worry and concern for Kim Hyun as well as their friend Shi Hyun. In response, Seo Kwon assures the guys that they shouldn't be so worried because this guy has something on his mind. After meeting with his friends, Kim Hyun turns into a dark alley and waits for the time to expire so that he can be invited to get a guard. When the time is up, Kim Hyun begins to move to another room where the guard initiation will take place. At the entrance, he is immediately met by Av, who welcomes Kim Hyun here and is very happy to see him. The boy asks Av if his status has risen, to which Av replies in the affirmative. The girl then tells him that after the destruction of Arkir, His right to information skill is raised from a low rank to a low rank. Kim Hyun is filled with rage and thinks that Av is bullying him because low rank after low rank is too much. Trying to stop Kim Hyun's aggression, Av explains that she only speaks the way she has always been taught. In response, the guy continues to be even more aggressive and asks what kind of fool taught her such a thing. Once again, the girl replies to Kim Hyun that this is how the system taught her. Now he's trying to find out what difference it makes. All the while, Av is trying to explain normally and calmly to a furious Kim Hyun that she can't tell him practically anything right now. Suddenly, the girl raises her finger up and tells the guy that everything will be soon because now he has already become a guardian. Av then continues her story and tells Kim Hyun that she can now tell him what he should do. She continues to assure the guy that if he can do his tasks, he can find out anything he wants to know. In response, Kim Hyun continues to react aggressively to Av, who is still trying to tell him how to proceed. Since the guy has already been appointed as a guardian, now he has to fight with some upwardly mobile people. After such words, Kim Hyun calms down a bit to ask Av's assistant who the Ascenders are. The girl again explains to the new guardian that the Ascenders are the people who go up the tower. Kim Hyun, who is interested, is surprised because he has lived in the tower for a long time, and this is the first time he has heard of such people. Av assures him that this is not the training tower he knows about. Kim Hyun's eyes go wide in surprise, and he doesn't understand what his assistant means. Av continues the dialogue and tells Kim Hyun about the tower, which has 12 floors including the ground. He has to guard the 9 floors from now on. With 9 of the 12 floors being the Earth inhabited by humans, Av thinks it's pretty simple. In response, Kim Hyun looks at Av's assistant tensely and anxiously, not expecting to hear such a thing. The girl continues to explain to Kim Hyun that he will have to stop people from climbing up to the 9th floor. Still shocked at what is happening, Kim Hyun tenses up because he just wanted to know who got him stuck in the training tower. But it turns out to be more complicated than that. After hearing this, he starts shouting out loud questions about why everything is so confusing and why there are more tasks to do each time. In response, Av's assistant alarmingly assures him that if he doesn't stop them, the 9th floor will collapse. In that case, the planet will disappear. Suddenly, Kim Hyun violently slams his palm on the table and realizes that what Av means is that he has to shut up and do what he says anyway. The frightened girl is surprised to hear such words and immediately starts making excuses that she didn't mean it at all. In the end, Kim Hyun instantly calms down and tries to find out from the assistant what she meant. Av is stunned for a while and thinks about what to say. Eventually, she says that she didn't tell Kim Hyun to just shut up. Unable to hold back, Kim Hyun is about to burst with anger and demands that the girl say what she wants to say and not mumble. Av is one of the heads of the 9th floor system, which is a serious status. The assistant realizes that with her status, she shouldn't be so depressed. So she speaks to Kim Hyun in a serious tone. At the same moment, the guy catches Av's serious tone and asks her what she wants from him. But in the end, she doesn't last long and tries to ask Kim Hyun normally again not to get mad at her. Av goes on to tell Kim Hyun that they chose him to be the guardian of the Earth for his own good and really want to help him. Adding to his story that there will be a reward, and it will be better with each new feat and achievement, Av manages to attract Kim Hyun. But the guy doesn't want to answer anything extra to the assistant's story, and is about to ask only one single question. After a pause, he asks how high his rank should be so that he can find out information about who created the training tower and locked him in it. Kim Hyun calmly replies that he would need at least the highest rank for such information. Without stopping, the guy continues to ask if his rank will go up if he catches Ascenders. The guy is really interested in how many Ascenders he would need to catch to do this, but it's pretty hard for Av to give an exact number. Explaining that Ascenders are also divided into levels, the girl says that there are only 5 Ascenders of the highest level that Kim Hyun will have to catch. Then the boy asks his next question, trying to find out what level the red goblin he caught in the crevice was. Realizing that he was talking about the purple horse, Arkir, Av says that it was of the lowest rank. Kim Hyun smiles slightly and tells his assistant that he understood what he was told. After talking to Av, the guy goes back to his world and looks at the status window. At this point, Kim Hyun asks himself to stop thinking about such nonsense as whether or not the Earth is part of the new tower. Thinking that it's impossible to live with a headache, he realizes that he needs to find out who locked him in the tower, and so he will destroy the Ascenders. He turns to the globe on the dresser and wonders if he should save the 9th floor where the Earth is. Suddenly, Kim Hyun's phone starts ringing, and a call comes in from Lee Seo-yoon. The guy is genuinely curious as to why the girl is suddenly calling him. At this time, the girl starts to panic and yells into Kim Hyun's phone that it's an urgent call and he needs to watch the news. At first, the guy doesn't understand what Seo-yoon wants from him and then turns around to turn on the TV. The news on the TV shows the horrifying news that Kim Hyun has taken the life of an Aries Guild hunter. Immediately, the guy falls into a stupor and continues to hold the remote control. He doesn't understand what the hell is going on. Listening carefully to the news that he took the life of an Aries hunter in their own dungeon, Kim Hyun is speechless. Then he smirks and realizes that the Heirs Guild is responsible for all of this. Kim Hyun arrives at Han Seo-kwan's house in Mokdong. Next to him on the table are phones that are ringing off the hook. Seo-yeon is panicking and anxiously pounding her fists on the table, trying to figure out who caused all this to happen. This time she thinks that Kim Hyun should realize that he came out of the tower after 12 years, and that's why he's a famous person now. In addition to that, he single-handedly dealt with the glacial crevasse, and because of that, other countries are watching him. Seo-yeon shouts and says that now everyone is talking about taking the hunter's life. There's a reason why she was worried about the conflict with Ares from the beginning. Without much emotion, Kim Hyun replies to Lee, So-yeon, that there's nothing to worry about and nothing wrong with it. Kim Hyeon says that there's nothing to worry about and that there's nothing to worry about and nothing to worry about. At that moment, Kim Hyun catches himself thinking that his wife is now dripping on his brain, but he has never even had a girlfriend. Suddenly, the guy points his finger at himself and asks Seo-yeon if she's really that worried about him. In response, the girl keeps pounding her fists on the table and replies to Kim Hyun that it's very obvious. Kim Hyun then thoughtfully puts his fingers to his chin and wonders if Lee Seo-yoon likes him. The girl didn't expect such an unexpected question at all, and is surprised to ask Kim Hyun this moment again. She is still trying to recover from such a question and takes a deep breath. After that, the girl shows all her rage and anger. She thinks that Kim Hyun is joking, and one more word, and the girl will fry him with lightning. Kim Hyun sighs anxiously and knows that Lee Seo-yoon is really capable of such a thing, so he doesn't continue. In turn, Shu Hyeon gets up from his chair and turns to the guy about to show him his phone. Shi Hyeon has never had such a huge number of missed calls before, and in the popular search they are all at the top of the list. To understand what's going on, Shi Hen reads an article about Kim Hen and his friends being suspected of taking the life of an Ares hunter and attacking the guild. The guy then raises his gaze to Kim Hyun and his eyes express hateful anger and growing rage. At that moment, Kim Hen tenses up at Shi Hyeon's gaze and asks why the guy is looking at him like that. Shi Hyun realizes that they're in for a real treat, and society is going to trample them. He was hoping that Kim Hyun had some integrity. The calm Han Seo-kwan turns to the guys and smiles. They should just pick up the phone and turn it off. Unexpectedly, Kim Hyun turns to So-kwan and asks when the press conference will start. The guy calmly tells Kim Hyun that it will start in half an hour and asks if he's ready for it. Not understanding what's going on, Shi Hyeon and Seo-yeon are amazed that the guys called journalists and what they are going to do. In response, Kim Hyun is only surprised by the guy's stupid questions. They called the reporters for a reason and prepared for it. That doesn't sound like Kim Hyun. Shi Hyeon and Seo-yoon suspect that he's going to beat up the reporters and announce that he's going to destroy Ares. Han Seo-kwan laughs out loud at his friend's ridiculous suspicions and conjectures. Kim Hyun starts to act as if he's feeling down about himself. He asks who his friends think he is. Meanwhile, Ben Wook tells someone that everything is going according to plan, and they made a fuss as soon as the news was made public. It was all over the channels last night, and special meetings were scheduled to discuss the news. Everyone is seething in condemnation of Kim Hyun. Hook Seong can't contain his smile and wonders aloud how Kim Hyun and his friends are doing now. Ben Wook reports that Kim Hyun has scheduled a press conference today at 2 o'clock. Judging from the public mood, he's going to have a hard time. Hook Seong laughs lightly and faintly as he realizes that Kim Hyun is really going to have a hard time. He really thinks that in order to win, they should attack Kim Hyun first. All this time, Hook Seong knows that he has to be one step ahead of Kim Hyun, and his absurd actions have played into their hands. Then, Hook Seong asks Chief Ben Wook if there will be a live press conference. Ben Wook confirms the chief's words and says that they've sent a few people there just in case. At this point, Hook Seong smirks to himself and thinks to himself that Kim Hyun shouldn't have contacted him. At this time, a press conference starts where Kim Hyun is asked if what they say about him is true. People start shouting and asking the guy why they attacked the Heirs Guild and how they feel about it. They all continue to question Kim Hyun and start filming him on their phones and tablets. At one point, Kim Hyun takes a short pause before he starts answering the questions of the people who came. The guy then starts his answers by saying that he doesn't even know how press conferences are conducted, so he'll just be himself. Some man in the crowd once again asks Kim Hyun how the guy is feeling at the moment. To which he replies to the stranger quite simply, Kim Hyun feels disgusted at this situation. People react shocked to Kim Hyun's answer as if the guy just lost his mind after what is happening. From the crowd of reporters, another man raises his hand to whom Kim Hyun gives the opportunity to ask a question. The man immediately asks a question about whether Kim Hyun really took the life of that Ares guild hunter. Without further ado, the guy immediately replies to the man that he really did. The reporters immediately squirm at Kim Hyun's answer, expressing their displeasure and disgust for the man. They begin to whisper amongst themselves about what is now happening at the press conference. Suddenly, Kim Hyun turns to the reporters and thanks them all for listening to him first and then drawing their own conclusions. Continuing to express with his face the strange feeling they have the reporters, and they themselves don't realize what is going on. Kim Hyun continues to answer and says that he doesn't know why the Heirs Guild did this to him. All the while, Kim Hyun says that there was one time when he refused the Heirs Guild, but he didn't know how rude they were. Before that, the guy recorded a conversation with the Ares assassin on a tape recorder. In this conversation, the assassin confirms that he came to take down Kim Hyun. The reporters are surprised to hear that Kim Hyun recorded their conversation back then. They discuss amongst themselves that the man from the Ares Guild really called himself an assassin. All the while, the reporters listen to the conversation on the tape recorder that the assassin confirms his actions where he binds Kim Hyun with chains. The killer's next words were that everyone they were destroying was the same and primitive. The last thing the killer said on the tape was that he had already destroyed guys like Kim Hyun more than once. When the battle between Kim Hyun and the Ares Guild hitmen starts, the guy turns off the tape recorder. The reporters and journalists start looking amongst themselves, shocked by the tape recorder recording. One of them asks his next question, asking where the tape recorder was recorded. Without hesitation, Kim Hyun replies that Ares should have told him about this place by now. It's the same place where he took down a hitman named Shin Jong-gang. Reassuring the others, the guy tells them that he went there to take out the boss, and now it's all being retold on the news as if Ares is the victim. At this point, the reporters realize that what Kim Hyun means is that the Ares Guild's accusations are completely false. Only smirking at the reporter's question, the guy asks if they think the same thing. In response, the man asks how Kim Hyun can prove the authenticity of the recording, and he thinks it was easy to fake it. In turn, Kim Hyun settles for an interesting question that asks him about the authenticity of the recording. Then the guy claims that he would be upset if the reporter didn't ask him a similar question. He thought they would be satisfied if he just showed the tape. But since that wasn't enough, Kim Hyun raises his phone up to show it to everyone at the conference. Turning to the people, Kim Hyun asks the anxious reporters if they know what the thing in his hands is. Kim Hyun says that it is the phone of the assassin who was going to kill him. He explains to the reporters that the killer's phone has a lock on it, but if the police get a hold of it, Kim Hyun can confirm his words. Showing the phone, he insinuates that this is what happened to that killer. Kim Hyun was a rookie just out of the tower. The guy then holds out the killer's phone and explains that he could have just fought back, so he fought to survive. People keep recording what Kim Hyun says at the press conference on their phones the whole time. Unfortunately for Shin Jong-gang, according to Kim Hyun, the killer fell into the jaws of the mega alligator dungeon boss during their fight. One reporter starts to get indignant and argue with Kim Hyun because the guy just said that he destroyed the killer himself, and he doesn't deny it. In any case, you can't relax when fighting with him. The guy wanted to keep silent, but Ares started it. After that, Kim Hyun sighed and left the building where the conference was held. This wasn't the first time the Ares Guild had harassed him. With a smile on his face, the guy looks at his phone and knows that the Rs think they can get away with anything. At this time, Ben Wook reads the news that the Ares Guild has staged an act and made false accusations against Kim Hyun. He's very nervous because Kim Hyun provided a tape that turned the whole thing upside down. Youngmung says that this is a great opportunity for journalists to get their hands on Ares and they won't miss it. It's much more interesting than their news. All the while, Ben Wook continues to aggressively pound his fist on the table and get nervous, while Jongmang just silently watches him. Then he laughs at himself because he thought Kim Hyun was just a simpleton who only had power. From now on, they must be vigilant. After the incident, Shi Hyun asks Kim Hyun how he thought to record the conversation during the battle, as if he knew what would happen. As he did, Seo Kwon was just as surprised when he watched the broadcast. Seo Yoon didn't know Kim Hyun was so thoughtful. The satisfied guy listens to the enthusiastic responses of his comrades and informs them that it was a lie. Kim Hyun's comrades are shocked by this turn of events, but the guy assures them that the lie was only about the phone. At this time, Seo Yeon and Shi Hyun simultaneously open their mouths in shock. Was everything that was said at the press conference a lie? Kim Hyun takes out the phone again and says that it's not the killer's phone, but the tape recorder is real. He recorded the conversation because his comrades warned him about the danger from Ares, and he took the phone from Shi Hyun's room, which were lying on the table. Seo Yeon gets nervous again because Kim Hyun will be in trouble if the phone is taken for inspection. Everyone is bound to find out. So Yoon assures his friends that no one will find out. Turns out it's simple. Ares will find him faster than the police will take the phone. All the while, Seo Yeon listens to Kim Hyun excitedly and anxiously, waiting for further explanations. The guy keeps assuring his friends that the Ares Guild will try to make a deal with him. Lee Seo Yoon's face changes dramatically and he is no longer so emotionally nervous. Suddenly, Kim Hyun asks why Shi Hyun and Seo Kwon are laughing, and Seo Yoon suspects it's because she's angry and they think she's stupid. Eventually, Kim Hyun suggests that his friends start eating instead of sitting around and simply worrying. Just then, the guy starts eating and thinks about the fact that the Heirs Guild is considered a large guild. The main headquarters is located in America and there are branches everywhere. As he eats, he thinks about what happens next. He doesn't care if they slander or want to settle. They have something to lose, but Kim Hyun doesn't. Shi-hyun and Kim-hyun return home in Shi-hyun's car. Kim-hyun gets out of the car and tells his friend to go home, but he decides to go for a walk. But Shi-hyun doesn't understand Kim-hyun's sudden desire to go for a walk and asks him where he's going. At this time, the guy is about to leave and waves to his friend so that he doesn't follow him. Shi-hyun sighs tiredly and sincerely hopes that Kim-hyun will be fine. After a while, Kim-hyun turns into a dark alley on a dark street. He acts like he knows he's going to meet someone. Immediately, Kim-hyun turns to the people who have been following him. They came here much faster than he expected. He was wondering what would happen if he was left all alone, and these guys took advantage of the moment and came here right away. The ninja-like men dressed in black robes tell Kim-hyun that someone wants to see him and he should follow them. Kim-hyun laughs at the way the men are dressed as if they were assassins from the Middle Ages. But the ninja men don't answer him. Then the guy turns to one of the men and asks if some big shot from Ares really wants to see him. He gets the answer that he should go after them, and then he will know everything he wants to know. Kim-hyun makes a serious expression and tells the strange man that he doesn't want to go anywhere with them. The ninja only replies to Kim-hyun that if he does, they will just take him and force him to go with them. The disgruntled but smiling guy folds his hands in a lock and tells the strangers that he's become quite popular since the glacial crack. Continuing to smirk, Kim-hyun calls the strangers very cocky for saying such things to him. Immediately, when Kim-hyun abruptly and suddenly starts to move, the male stranger jerks in fear. Then the guy turns his back to the strangers and starts doing something as if he was just digging in the ground. Eventually, Kim-hyun pulls 2 leeks out of the ground and points his finger at one of the men to come over to him. The unknown men start to get nervous and are already extremely angry at Kim-hyun's words and behavior. One of them rises into the air and assures Kim-hyun that he should not underestimate them. He doesn't need to think that they are just like Shinjong gang. When Kim-hyun is assured that the strangers are as strong as he is, he immediately punches the unknown man in the face with his fist. The henchmen of the chief of the hitman group are about to use their harassment and stopping skills to attack Kim-hyun. They then continue the chain of their abilities and use the reinforcement skill. The men surround Kim-hyun, threatening the guy with their sharp blades and knives. One of them notices that the swords that are trying to reach Kim-hyun's body are not allowing them to pierce him. They try to figure out why the blows don't go through. All the while, Kim-hyun is not nervous at all and turns to his opponents to see if they have done everything they are about to do. Eventually, all of Kim-hyun's attackers end up unconscious on the ground. One of them is held by Kim-hyun by the collar of his outer garment. The unidentified man begins to beg him for mercy. In response, Kim-hyun mocks the pathetic man and agrees to let him live. In return for his mercy, Kim-hyun demands that the stranger introduce him to the man who wanted to see him so badly. The case begins in Gwangju Gyeonggi-do. Some men in black clothes are standing at the entrance to an underground bunker. They are discussing among themselves that they can't believe that their guild spent all their money to build this bunker. The second man replies to the first man that he shouldn't say that, because in this bunker they can have fun working and spending time. His partner agrees and reminds him that a celebrity will be brought here today, which will be caught by the first team of the administrative department. They're going to bring in Kim-hyun, who is often on TV and seems to be quite fearless. The 2 men discuss how worthless and weak Kim-hyun is compared to their guys and how they are going to try out all the new products in the bunker today. After this conversation, a pall of dust appears right in front of the men because someone abruptly lands right in front of the bunker entrance. Kim-hyun appears in front of the entrance guards, holding one of those who attacked him in the alley. Kim-hyun lands, squinting slightly at the man holding the man in his arms, and asks if this is the right place. The wounded and exhausted man replies to Kim-hyun that this is the right place for him. The guards at the entrance to the bunker are horrified at the appearance of the guys and try to find out where the first team has gone. They are equally shocked to see Kim-hyun and the wounded comrade in his arms. Is this man really the only survivor left? At this time, Ben Wook and his subordinates are inside the bunker when they hear a strange and violent noise. They realize that this loud noise is coming from the elevator. It's as if someone is coming down in it. Suddenly, there is a strong and bright explosion as the elevator doors open and someone comes up here. Local workers and members of the Heirs Guild look warily in the direction of the broken elevator. The shroud of dust falls away and Kim-hyun's silhouette is revealed as he strides steadily toward the interior of the room. As Kim-hyun exits the elevator, he excitedly calls out to the people present and tells them that they are having a lot of fun. He expresses his suspicions that the guild has a lot of money, since they are building such a structure underground. One of the men immediately draws his long sword and asks Kim-hyun who he is. He smirks back at the man and is surprised that he's not recognized here. Because he's not recognized, Kim-hyun calls himself the Angel of Doom who came here to take their lives. In the same underground bunker, a girl with pink hair continues to be tortured. They put her in a chair and hold her in chains. Hugsun tries to get some information from the girl and reminds her that the Peido Guild has abandoned her. He folds his hands in a lock in front of him and assures the girl that if they continue, she will die. All the while, Hook-sun demands that the girl tell them the secrets and vulnerabilities of the Paido Guild and they will give her anything she wants, but she just keeps quiet. After watching her, Hyuk-seong realizes that the girl is not going to give out the information she wants and gets angry. Hook-seong then turns to his subordinates and orders them to start pulling the girl again since she wants to die so badly. One of them anxiously asks if they can really take the girl's life, to which Hyuk-seong aggressively replies that he doesn't care. This girl doesn't want to say anything anyway, so they can just break her. One of the henchmen only responds affirmatively to his boss and stands there in a stupor doing nothing. Meanwhile, Kim Hyun is dealing with his opponents without much effort or difficulty. Hook-seong is horrified at what's going on here. He can't even say a word. Hook-seong's subordinates continue to attack Kim Hyun, threatening to end him. Kim Hyun dodges and is about to retaliate with a devastating blow. In the end, the guy makes a sharp turn and swings his leg, hitting his opponent with a single kick that sends him flying backwards. Kim Hyun asks them why they're being so harsh since he came here at their invitation. All the while, Hyuk-seong and the subordinates continue to stand in a stupor when the guy suggests they fight him. Hyuk-seong smirks to himself and realizes that he's sure that Kim Hyun is far from a rank. In this underground bunker, only B+ ranked hunters and A+ ranked assassins work. Ares Guild specifically chose hunters who are close to S rank and sent them to Kim Hyun. They don't have anyone who can handle Kim Hyeon. The guy himself handled Glacier Crack even though it may seem like the boss level was low. A long time ago, Hyuk-seong had realized that Kim Hyun really and truly was worthy of S rank. No, he was even the best among such hunters. Looking at the guy, Hyuk-seong realizes that he's in the middle of the ranking now, so if he goes against Kim Hyun, it will be something bad. At this time, Kim Hyun suddenly appears next to Hyuk-seong and calls out to him suspecting that the man is deaf. The man is suddenly distracted from his thoughts and sees Kim Hyun in front of him. He then tells Hyuk-seong to decide whether he wants to be beaten up or just talk to him normally. Hyuk-seong immediately gets aggressive when Kim Hyun shows his stupid arrogance. But the man gets his wits about him in time and calms his aggression by agreeing to talk to Kim Hyun. Both men sit down at a small and round table. Hyuk-seong realizes that he needs to be more careful. He watches Kim Hyun closely and realizes that he needs to be careful until he finds out how strong this guy is. At this time, Kim Hyun covers his eyes for a short period of time and pauses in their conversation. After that, Kim Hyun's face changes dramatically and suggests that Hyuk-seong talk to him about compensation. Hyuk-seong didn't expect such a strange turn in their conversation and asks what kind of compensation they are talking about. Kim Hyun now realizes that Hyuk-seong is really deaf. He wants the Ares Guild to compensate him for the damage they've done to him. He starts listing the reasons why Ares has to compensate him. The first is that they tried to take his life with Shinjong Gang. The second problem from Ares Guild for Kim Hyun was that they created a stir with the press. All the while, Kim Hyun can't stop smiling and asks if the Ares Guild really thought he would forgive them for all of this. The guy makes his demands. He wants 10 billion won and a few entry-level dungeons on top of that. Hyuk-seong gets aggressive and yells at Kim Hyun, asking him if he realizes how much he's demanding from the Ares Guild. But the guy continues to insist and is surprised by Hyuk-seong's reaction because it's not that much for them. All the while, Hyuk-seong-woo can barely contain his aggression. 10 billion is still nothing, but the rookie hunter can't take away their dungeons. Now Kim Hyun-woo realizes that Hyuk-sun is just stalling and he'll add another 5 billion. The man is stressed out and asks him to wait. He turns to Kim Hyun again and shows his concern that things are so tense between them. He also asks why Kim Hyun declined the invitation to join the guild since he needs the money so badly. Does he really want to have power and the right to the dungeons? To make it up to him, Hyuk-seong smirks and says that it doesn't matter what else Kim Hyun wants. If he joins the guild, he can have whatever he wants. In response, Kim Hyun looks surprised when he suggests that he should get benefits rather than being an enemy of a big guild. All Hyuk-seong replies is that all the members of the Ares Guild are so pathetic. On top of that, Kim Hyun resents that Hyuk-seong is talking nonsense when he talks about compensation. In addition to all the other things that Kim Hyun is demanding, he is also going to take back the girl who is being held captive. All the while, Hyuk-seong listens to Kim Hyun tensely but attentively about how they are all the same. Ares thinks they're cool and they're always talking about themselves, but what happens if their power doesn't work on him? Hyuk-seong is constantly provoked by Kim Hyun's words and calls him overconfident. Abruptly, Kim Hyun gets up from his chair and demands that Hyuk-seong stop stalling and answer him whether he accepts the terms or wants to die. After this meeting, Kim Hyun returns to Shu Hyeon's house and takes the bound girl from the Paido Guild with him. At this point, Shu Hyeon is about to welcome Kim Hyun home, but he looks up and notices that he's not alone. In front of him, Kim Hyeon is carrying the girl he saved from Aris's trap, and Shu Hyeon is shocked that he brought someone with him. There is another world in this universe where the Ascended Ones live and are located. There is a man with long hair and a ponytail wandering around the local ruins and destroyed buildings. This man with long hair approaches a tall tower on this world. He takes a close look at the tower and realizes that it is the 9th floor. Kim Hyun tells his friend that he received 11 billion won and 4 low-ranked dungeons from Seong as compensation. But as if he hadn't heard about it, Sho Hyeon looks at the girl Kim Hyun brought with him and asks how he managed to get her. Kim Hyun replies to his friend that he took the girl as a hostage and wants to question her. He also assures Shi Hyeon that he shouldn't worry because it's all his own business. In response, Shi Hyeon shrinks back and gets very upset that Kim Hyeon has some personal business with him. In the end, Shi Hyeon tells the guy that he's leaving. Today all the bosses will recover, so they should be cleaned up, and Kim Hyun wishes him luck. Meanwhile, the girl from the Paddle Guild continues to lie unconscious and doesn't even move. Kim Hyun takes this moment to look at the tattoo on the girl's shoulder and realizes that it reminds him of something. When the guy carved a similar mask, he told himself the real emptiness comes from denying himself. Now Kim Hyun is trying to figure out if it's a coincidence that this tattoo is similar to the mask he made. All the while, the guy is looking at the girl he took hostage and trying to open her window of information. Kim Hyeon doesn't have access to the girl's skills, but he doesn't notice anything unusual. He also realizes that he doesn't know the girl, and it would be better if he asks her when she wakes up. Suddenly, Kim Hyeon receives a notification that a new ascender is coming up to the 9th floor. He is given only 5 seconds to automatically move to the place where the ascender will be, which alarms him. After a moment, Kim Hyun suddenly moves to the room where Av's assistant is sitting, wondering why she called him to her so suddenly. The assistant just makes a serious expression on her face and addresses Kim Hyun in a calm tone. Suddenly, Av gets nervous and shouts out that he's already approaching. Kim Hyeon doesn't understand what the assistant is saying to him. At some point, the girl calms down and tells Kim Hyun that the next descendant is coming. At the same moment, Kim Hyun gets serious and tries to find out who he's talking about and how soon he's coming. Av's assistant shows the guy a notice about when and how long before the ascendant arrives, but the numbers are obscured by question marks. After the girl shows him the notice, Kim Hyun immediately hits the assistant on the top of her head with his fist. At this time, Kim Hyun is frustrated and furious and repeats Av's words that she can't say anything because everything is written on the notice. The girl tries to justify herself and has already told Kim Hyun that there's nothing she can do because his level is too low. Kim Hyun can't even see how long it will take for the ascendant to show up, but Av called him just to warn him. Kim Hyun is once again surprised and alarmed when he doesn't understand what he needs to be warned about. Av tells him that this ascendant is stronger than any other creature he has encountered. Before he comes, he must prepare himself. The girl also explains to Kim Hyun that he needs to awaken his magical abilities soon, or he will be in danger. Once again, Kim Hyun clarifies with a smirk if this ascendant is really that dangerous. Is he really a high-ranking one? But Aw's assistant denies it, and explains that if such a one comes here, magical powers alone won't be enough. A real apocalypse will begin. The girl also adds that without magic, Kim Hyun won't be able to resist even a mid-ranked ascendant. The guy asks if he can find out where the ascendant will appear and if there will be another crack. But Av can't answer because she doesn't know. Ave then goes on to explain that the form the ascendant takes is determined by its abilities and accomplishments. In the end, Kim Hyun sums it up. The middle-ranked ascendant is coming here, but Av won't say anything to him and will just watch him struggle. The guy then starts threatening Av with his fist and asks him again if there's anything he forgot to add. The assistant is already covering her head with her palms and panics and asks why Kim Hyun keeps venting his anger on her. Furious, Av points her finger at Kim Hyun and asks if his parents taught him not to hit girls. At this point, Kim Hyun slows her down with his stuporous face and tells her that his parents died in a car accident when he was young. In response, Av immediately starts bowing repeatedly in front of Kim Hyun to apologize because she didn't know about this story. Kim Hyun assures her that it's okay because it's not a big deal, so he has nothing to regret. The girl is stunned and looks at Kim Hyun, realizing that despite her beliefs, he's not a bad guy. Later, at the guild headquarters, Aran Seo-yoon discovers Kim Hee-yoon's magical abilities and scolds him for almost breaking the magic circle. In turn, Kim Hyun looks tired and exhausted. He wonders if it's possible that he's the kind of person who just doesn't have mana. Seo-yoon tiredly tells him that such people don't exist, and she has never seen such hunters. She has also never heard of people who can't unlock their mana, especially with the help of a magician like her and the concentration of mana. Shi Hyeon comes over to the guys and notices their tiredness and asks why they are both so depressed. He's surprised that after 4 days, Kim Hyun hasn't managed to unlock his mana, to which he resents Sha Hyeon for coming here to mock him. Shi Hyeon replies that that's not the only reason he's here. The guy brings Kim Hyun a letter that came in his name. It's from the Korean Hunter Association, or more specifically, the Consulate of Guild Formation. Seo-yoon is surprised to see such a letter, and asks Kim Hyun when he had time to form his guild. Kim Hyun replies that as soon as he had a dungeon, he decided to try to do something similar. His guild is called Guardian. The guy then tensely turns to his friends and reminds them that the girl he brought hasn't woken up yet. That girl from Pado's guild is still lying in bed and can't regain consciousness in any way. Nothing is changing. At this point, Kim Hyun anxiously asks Shi Hyun if she might have brain death or something, but he denies that it's just shock. Kim Hyun replies by covering his eyes and lowering his head in frustration. All they have to do is wait for the girl to come to her senses. Then the guy starts to freak out because he's not sure if he'll get mana just by sitting in the magic circle all day long. Seo Yoon gets tired and offers to turn to someone who can breathe mana into Kim Hyun. Shi Hyun realizes what the girl is talking about. It's about a man named Nagaki Yasumi. All this time, Kim Hen overhears his friends talking and doesn't understand what kind of mana breath they are talking about. Inazami, the head of the Japanese guild, has the unique skill of inspiring mana. She pierces through the pathways of mana that are blocking her. Kim Hyun then begins to research information about such a cool method that exists to unblock mana. Interested in this, the guy scrutinizes the profile of the head of Nakagawa Yasumi. He realizes that he will have to fly to Japan to see her. When Kim Hyun realizes he has to travel, he says he's too lazy to do such a thing. Suddenly, the guy turns around and realizes that he has ruined Lee So-yoon's magic circle with his hand. At this time, Shi Hyun is watching So-yeon, who is on the verge of snapping at Kim Hyun. Shi Hyun looks at his friend worriedly and realizes that he's about to get hit on the head. Kim Hyun promises Lee So-yoon that he'll pay for everything. At the same time, in front of the middle dungeon in the Suganami district of Tokyo, Japan, there is some kind of battle involving the head of Nakagawa. Izanami Guild head Nakagawa Yasumi Nakagawa looks very tired and anxious from the battle. Now Nakagawa Yasumi is facing some monster that can't be seen just like that. Then the girl turns to her comrades and orders them to get down because they are being attacked again. At that moment, Nakagawa Yasumi's subordinates ask the guild leader what's going on in a panic. In an instant, the girl bursts into the air and dodges, attacking the attacker using her techniques. Nakagawa Yasumi then lands on the ground after her attack and tries to catch her breath after the battle. The determined girl tries to keep her self-control by calling some people bad words and gets angry at them. Suddenly, a high-ranking ascendant appears in front of Nakagawa Yasumi, who colors her with his huge sword. In response, Nakagawa Yasumi looks at the ascendant in horror and can't gather her thoughts. She asks what he is. The man with long hair replies to her that she was very lucky to have dodged his blade, but he will surely answer for it. Turning to Nakagawa Yasumi, he asks her what his name should be. People call him various names, from Ascendant to Annihilator. Then the Ascendant starts swinging his blade at Nakagawa and says that he is also called the Devil and the God of Lightning. He is going to take Nakagawa Yasumi's life and tells her his real name. His name is Jungma, and he doesn't tell her the rest. At the same moment, a notification appears in front of Kim Hyun that the Ascendant has reached the 9th floor through a passageway in Tokyo, Japan. Immediately, Kim Hen turns to his friend Shi Hyun and demands him to immediately prepare transportation to Japan. After a while, Kim Hyun is already riding in the car and reads the news that Japan is in a mess from this Ascendant. At the same time, Kim Hyun remembers what his assistant Av said about using mana and wonders if he can do it without magic. At this time, Seo Hyun turns to the unpredictable Kim Hyun and asks him why they suddenly went to Japan since he was too lazy to go there. In response, Kim Hyun anxiously tells his friend that he has some business in Japan and will stop by Nakagawa Yasumi on the way. Shi Hyun suddenly asks him if he has a passport, but Kim Hyun's expression makes it clear that he doesn't. Now Kim Hyun realizes that without a passport there will be difficulties and doesn't know what to do. He really needs to get to that Ascendant. After an interval of time, 4 serious men gather in the meeting room of the Hunters Japanese Association. One of them asks Nakagawa why she's still alive. He heard that she died yesterday in a battle with young Mana. To which Nakagawa Yasumi grudgingly replies to the man that she managed to resurrect herself using an artifact. The men then discuss again whether or not Chon Mana is really that strong, and Nakagawa Yasumi confirms this fact. The men present discuss amongst themselves that this is the end because the death of the S-rank hunter did not summon other hunters to help. One of them says that there are no willing helpers. Even if the 3 of them move to fight, there is nothing they can do to help them fight young Mana. None of the hunters who were sent to fight the Ascendant could handle him. There are many casualties among the civilians too, and they can only watch. Suddenly an image of Kim Hyun appears on their TV screen, which surprises those gathered at the talks. Looking at the image, Nakagawa Yasumi immediately recognizes this guy on the TV screen because he is very popular all over the world. At this time, Kim Hyun already makes it to Japan and comes to do battle with the rising young Mana. Looking ahead, Kim Hyun is watching Jung Mana carefully and expresses absolutely no emotion. In front of the guy appears a tall man with long hair who is holding a long sword in his hands. This is the Ascendant Young Mana. At this time, Kim Hyun can't confirm the Ascendant's skill because such a thing is impossible on them and wonders what Jung Mana is like. But Jung Mana himself is not going to talk for long and silently pulls out his long sword to attack Kim Hyun. When the Ascendant attacks Kim Hyun, the guy disappears in an instant to dodge the oncoming blow. At the same time, Jung Mana dodges Kim Hyun's blows just as deftly and quickly. The 2 men begin a fierce confrontation of magic power versus Kim Hyun's physical strength. At one point, the guy starts smirking and tells Young Ma to stop swinging his sword and answer his questions. At this point, the Ascendant looks a little tense and is about to answer Kim Hyun since he managed to dodge his sword. He answers short and clear, giving the guy only his name. After that, the man swings his sword again. Then Young Ma starts to create a bright magic circle around him that shields him from Kim Hyun. This magic circle starts to spread and gets wider, so it almost hits Kim Hyun, who successfully dodges it. Once again, the guy turns towards Young Ma and realizes the fact that this Ascendant is very fast and agile. Because of this, Kim Hyun starts laughing quietly to himself that Young Ma is not so fast that he can't dodge. All the while, the guy is watching Young Ma-na's technique and realizes that there are dozens of swings in one, so if he hits him, he'll be chopped to pieces. Kim Hyun then starts to approach Chon Ma-na and realizes that a super close fight is the most advantageous for him, and he won't be able to swing his sword. The guy comes so close to the rising man that he manages to deliver a devastating blow to the man. In turn, Young Ma-na tries to stay on his feet and move away again to organize a distance for himself. Kim Hyun immediately rushes after the rising man and realizes that he must not let him increase the distance. In the end, he manages to injure Young Ma-na, who finds what is happening very interesting. Because of this, the Ascendant summons his lightning bolts to shield himself from Kim Hyun, who is rapidly approaching. During the battle, Young Ma-na tries to find out who Kim Hyun is because on the previous floor and on the floor before that, no one has been able to stop him. The people gathered at the negotiations in the Association of Japan are watching Chon Ma-na and Kim Hyun on TV with interest and attention. In addition to them, Shi-hyun is watching in the same horror and is extremely surprised that the rift happened at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Nakagawa Yasumi tells them that they were waiting for reinforcements because everything changed so quickly. They still don't understand how to measure Chonma's strength. Shi-hyun remembers that as soon as they landed in Japan, Kim Hyun immediately disappeared from there. In his thoughts, Shi-hyun wonders many questions. He wonders why Kim Hyun is standing at the rift and if he can know where the rift will appear. At this time, Jung Ma-na continues to attack Kim Hyun with his lightning bolts, and the guy tries to run away. The guy with a satisfied face and interest dodges the Ascendant's lightning bolts that try to hit him. All the while, Kim Hyun seems to be enjoying himself and finds Young Ma-na's skills disgusting and boring. Young Ma-na himself looks back at the guy with a serious expression on his face and is surprised that he calls his abilities skills. The man then explains to Kim Hyun that he uses a combination of lightning aura and demonic sword to strike Kim Hyun. He is also extremely indignant because none of what he uses comes from the power of the uncivilized system called skills. At this point, Kim Hyun realizes that he should dodge right now. Thoughts of retreating to increase the distance creep into his head. Once again, the guy approaches Young Ma-na sharply and suddenly grabs his robe, pulling him even tighter. This causes the up-and-comer to start spitting blood from the blows he received, while Kim Hyun prepares for his next attack. While Young Ma-na is trying to regain consciousness, Kim Hyun takes advantage of this moment and starts swinging his fist. At the same time, Kim Hyun shouts out the name of his Power Lord technique and lands a strong punch on the Ascendant. The guy then tries to assess the situation and see if he succeeded in his plan. Suddenly, Young Ma-na seems to rise from the undead and envelops himself in an aura of lightning. He asks Kim Hyun to let him take back what he said. A magic circle appears from behind the Ascendant, and John Ma-na calls Kim Hyun unusually outstanding. Forcing Young Ma-na to use all the techniques he hasn't used since becoming an Ascendant, Kim Hyun should dodge his punch. At this point, the guy realizes that the Ascendant is a real psycho. He needs to close the distance quickly and immediately. Now Young Ma-na surrounds himself with an incredible magical aura, because of which he is nicknamed the God of Lightning and uses the lightning sword Raiden Blade. The gathered people at the talks continue to watch the battle between Kim Hyun and the Ascendant mesmerized. Like everyone else, Shi-hyun watches the battle in horror and realizes that Young Ma-na is a monster. The objects that his sword touched disappeared without a trace. At this time, Young Ma-na tells Kim Hyun that he has a keen eye. He managed to grab him by his cloak while he was turning his body around. Kim Hyun is then engulfed by lightning, and Young Ma-na realizes that the guy didn't fully dodge the strike. The guy holds on tightly to the Ascendant's cloak and feels the electricity flowing through his body. Thanks to this, Kim Hyun manages to unlock E-level mana in his body. The guy starts to feel unusual sensations. At this time, Young Ma-na looks at Kim Hyun with a disgruntled face and is about to see how he can dodge the second time. About to attack, the Ascendant raises his hand up again and creates a black and blue magic circle above him. All the while, Kim Hyun is amazed at the power of the Ascendant. It's all too amazing for abilities that have been honed without the help of the skill system. Right now, the guy is thinking that this is the Changma who has been mentioned in countless martial art books and has risen to the top of them. At this moment, Jung Ma-na realizes that Kim Hyun still wants to confront him after seeing his Raiden Blade, and it's adorable. Abruptly, Kim Hyun turns to the Ascendant, who thought he would scare him. Jung Ma-na thinks the guy is prideful because he can't beat him, to which the guy replies to the man that he's right. With the powers that are available to him now, he can't defeat him. But Jong Ma's lightning has already pierced his mana paths. While Kim Hyun was trapped in the tower, there was a technique that eluded him. Back then, he didn't know how mana flowed to create a certain technique. All Kim Hyun did back then was follow Chon Ma's path from the many books he read, blindly copying the moves. Now the guy is going to put away all his regrets and then soars into the air and creates magical wings on his back. Kim Hyun then smirks and says that for 10 seconds Young Ma Na was his master. In turn, the Ascendant begins to tense up for the first time in the entire battle and watches Kim Hyun in a stupor. As soon as Young Ma Na notices that the guy seems to be bursting with magical energy, he begins to accumulate his own in response. All the while, the Ascendant continues to watch Kim Hyun in panic as he sees him discovering new powers. Kim Hyun himself continues to concentrate his magical power in his body and shows it to Young Ma Na. The guy smirks and replies that since he has learned something from him, he will reveal all the cards at once. At this point, Kim Hyun already knows how to proceed. He needs to gather all the mana in one spot and blow it up in one hit. After that, Jong Ma Na immediately accumulates his lightning power in his hands while he watches Kim Hyun in panic. In the end, Kim Hyun finally turns to Jong Ma Na and assures him that he's going to use his own skill. Then the guy concentrates with his whole body and strikes at the Ascendant skill from the martial art Divine Lord Kick. There is a strong and powerful explosion that brightly illuminates the entire area nearest to the battle. The drones that were flying in the battle area break and immediately fall to the ground. In the end, Kim Hyun is left standing alone in the middle of the devastation in some kind of junkyard. The rising Chon Ma Na is nowhere to be seen because he wins. At one time, somewhere in the outskirts of Beijing stands a huge and beautiful imperial palace. In this imperial palace resides the head of the Pedo Guild, who is mesmerized by something she is watching. On the huge screen in the girls' room, Kim Hyun is shown, who has dealt with Chung Ma Na in front of everyone. All this time the girl is mesmerized by Kim Hyun and is completely sure that this man is her teacher. She constantly remembers the days when she was in the training tower and was attacked by monsters. The monsters took this girl by surprise, and she realized that she couldn't take it all anymore. That day this girl falls to the ground and hugs her knees to hide from everything, and she is shaking with fear. She thinks she's going to die. Suddenly an unknown man appears who hides his face under a mask. This man deals with all monsters. He was the first one who taught the girl to fight and the first one she served as the one above her. The head of the Pado Guild calls this man her teacher who started it all. She then turns to the guy and asks him what areas are left to capture, to which he replies that it is only the dungeons of the Wee Yan Guild. Continuing to tell his chapter that if they take over this dungeon, then all the zones will belong to the Imperial Guild. They will settle this matter in a month. This time the lady will go along with them, causing her minions to be surprised by such a decision. Long ago she had promised her teacher that when he went out into the world, she would prepare a place for him that would suit him, and she was going to keep her promise. Thinking about all this, the girl blushes with embarrassment when she remembers her master. She really wants to meet him. When Kim Hyun and Shi Hyun appear in public, they are immediately greeted by reporters who ask the experienced hunter about his magical abilities and mana. People try to shout out their questions as much as they can. They wonder if Kim Hyun knew that a similar rift would appear in Japan. He gets annoyed and asks people to shut up. Shi Hyun mentally supports the people as he wants to know the answers to such questions. Kim Hyun-woo then points his finger at Shi Hyun and assures the people that he will answer all the questions because he was there with him. Shi Hyun himself notices the journalists in front of him, who are eager to ask him about everything about the experienced hunter. While the journalists are distracted by him, Kim Hyun rushes forward and tries to run away as far as possible. After all this, Kim Hyun finally returns home and takes off his shoes. He's horrified at how many curious people there are at this time. He gets annoyed, hoping that Shu Hyun will take care of everything safely. Unexpectedly, Kim Hyun is met by the same girl from the Pado Guild who has come to her senses. He takes advantage of the moment to sit down at the table and silently watches the girl who has successfully regained consciousness. In return, the girl bows to Kim Hyun because she wants to thank him for saving her so bravely. He already knows that this girl from the Pado Guild is named Hong Ling. He saved her from the criminals of the Ars Guild. It is known that Hong Ling is an envoy of the Pado Guild and was kidnapped by Ares after appropriating the dungeon she was protecting, and so she was tortured. Kim Hyun isn't really interested in all this information. The guy asks Hong Ling what the tattoo on her shoulder is. In response, the girl tells him that it's the tattoo of Pado's envoy. The guild leader tells her that it means that they are under the sky. Getting annoyed again, Kim Hyun tries to find out what it means. Hong Ling explains that it's what the head told her. The head of the Pado Guild told Hong Ling that nothing in the world is above you. The only one that exists is the sky. Everything else must remain below. Unable to listen to such stories anymore, Kim Hyun slams his fist on the table, stopping Hong Ling. The girl is startled and sharply stops talking, not understanding the reason for Kim Hyun's anger. Then she rises from the table and asks if she made a mistake. But Kim Hyun assures her that it's not about her. In the end, The guy tilts his head anxiously and is angry at himself because he made a mistake in the past. All the while, Kim Hyun is trying to figure out what's going on. Why the nonsense he was saying at that time inside the tower is now coming off Hong Ling's lips. He once thought he could leave the tower if he reached enlightenment in martial arts. Back then, he still had 8th grade syndrome. At that time, Kim Hyun really believed and followed the things described in comic books and anime. Now the guy is trying to figure out who is spreading his dark history through the meaning of body tattoos. Suddenly, Kim Hyun remembers the very student he had caught in the training tower back then. He was training him. At the same moment, he realizes that the man he accidentally rescued has become a member of the Pado Guild. In the end, Kim Hyun turns to Hong Ling and asks her to tell his head of the guild something very important. With an annoyed look on his face, he asks her to tell his head to never look for Kim Hyun. A few days after Hoon Ling's departure to China, the program Recognize the Hunter with Lee Hae-eun begins. The host introduces everyone's famous guest, Kim Hyun, who is now the center of everyone's attention. Like many others, Lee So-yeon, Shi-hyun, and Seo-kwan are also watching this program and did not expect to see their friend there at all. Kim Hyun's friends are genuinely amazed at why he decided to appear on the program. In response to his friend's suspicions, Shi-hyeon replies that Kim Hyun has something to say, but Seo-yoon notices his strange behavior and asks what's wrong. At this time, Kim Hyun turns to the host and tells her that he came here to promote something. The guy then turns to the audience and says that he has created a new guild. He's looking for members, so if anyone wants to join, they can put their name in. Kim Hyun's friends and comrades continue to be shocked by what he says on TV. After the program, Shi Hyeon asks Kim Hyun if it was a good idea to advertise the guild on TV, but he didn't realize there would be so many requests. Right now, the guys are standing in front of a huge number of boxes with requests for the guild. Shi Hyeon isn't going to help him. But Kim Hyun is the only person who asks the guild heads to help him sort out the requests of the members and let them use their dungeons. At one point, Seo-kwan asks Kim Hyun why he wants to start his own guild, because it would be very tedious to keep track of so many factors. But the guy's mind is pretty simple. The idea behind the guild was to make a little money. He already makes a lot of money clearing dungeons by himself. Now Kim Hyun has his own dungeon, which will bring in even more income. All the while, Shi Hyeon is amazed that he's doing everything for money, even though he's earned enough. Seo-yoon refers to his difficult childhood, which he makes up for. Then one of the men in armor, Kim Hyun, refuses to accept him as a member of his guild. The man is extremely resentful. The hunter justifies himself by claiming that he has the most experience of any C-ranked hunter and demands to read his resume carefully. In response, Kim Hyun is indignant because he read his resume carefully and didn't like it very much. Many people line up to get into the Guardian Guild office, where the sounds of indignant rejection can be heard. They recognize this hunter who is famous for clearing C-rank dungeons, and he was rejected. What does one have to do to join the Guardian Guild? After that, Kim Hyun examines the man's profile. It doesn't matter that his ability is D rank, he can't take it because of his selfish character. At first the guy was unhappy with what Av slipped him his skills, but now he comes back to her and she congratulates him on his victory over Chan Ma. This time, Av invited Kim Hyun here to pump up his skills, but he is resentful because he was expecting to raise his rank to get information. In return, she wants to offer Kim Hyun an option regarding access to information. In addition, the performance of the notifications has been improved. Once again, Kim Hyun starts freaking out like it's an identity test. He asks what he should do with this upgrade. Even though he didn't expect such an upgrade himself, he was able to conduct another interesting interview in the cast of contestants thanks to this skill. A girl with pink hair walks into Kim Hyun's office. He uses the access to information skill on her and learns that she is an opportunistic person. After scrutinizing her profile, the guy doesn't even know what her character description means. After that, he squints at someone else. In front of Kim Hyun are two different men who are excitedly waiting for their turn. In these two guys, Kim Hyun discovers qualities like a sacrificial personality and a personality based on friendship. That's what he was looking for. The guy then points his fingers at each of the members in turn and tells them that they have been accepted into the Guardian Guild. After the interview, Shi Hyeon picks up Kim Hyun and asks why the interview went so quickly. He accepted guys who won't carry money behind their backs. But Shi Hyeon doesn't quite understand whether he chose these people after checking their abilities or not. But he doesn't care because he's going to do the fighting himself. In response to this, Kim Hyun suggests that Shahyun think about the fact that there were no S-ranked hunters among so many applicants. But again, Shahyun assures his friend that S-rank is rare. There are only 5,000 such hunters in the world. Kim Hyun asks what rank Shahyun is in. Shi Hyeon replies that he and Seo-yoon and Seo-kwan are in the top 200. In that case, everyone will recognize you and everyone will want to take you in. All the while, Kim Hyun is listening to his friend's stories intently and thinking about some guys and whether they were in that spot in the top 200 rankings. The last time Kim Hyun saw the list of S-ranked hunters by generation, there were a lot of names that have disappeared. Shi-hyun explains to him that these people died. To this, Kim-hyun is grudgingly surprised that the strong S-rankers died in such numbers. They died while holding back an ST+ grade artifact. There is a limit to which a hunter can pump his skills and rank, to forcibly reduce the gap you have to seize an ST+ artifact from the depths of the labyrinth. From all of this, Kim Hyun-woo concludes that the maze is a veritable graveyard for any S-ranked hunters. In response, Shi-hyun assures the guy that there are hunters who obtain such an artifact outside of the maze. They simply take it from other people. After that, these people become hunter killers and are subsequently expelled from all guilds and organizations. Those guys who were sent to Kim Hyun from the Aries Guild were these hunter killers who were expelled from all guilds and organizations. After learning these details, he realizes that the Ars Guild used all kinds of dirty tricks to kill him. After talking to Shi-hyun, Kim Hyun heads to one of the initial dungeons taken from the Aries Guild, the Visible Swamp. As he enters the dungeon, Kim Hyun stands in the bright afternoon sun and asks someone if the dungeon belongs to him now. Getting out, the guy turns to Shi-hyun and tells him to follow along until he beats the recovering boss and gets back to him. If this kind of trickery is really going to make Kim Hyun money, he wants to start milking the boss as soon as possible. Kim Hyun opens the door and peeks into a security booth where two guys he already knows are sitting and drinking tea. These young men call out loudly to Kim Hyun, but he assures them not to shout his name left and right for no reason. Kim Hyun then turns to these guys who he has already beaten with his slipper. The guy mockingly laughs at them. In response, they are horrified and try to stop Kim Hyun and prove to him that the last time was enough. Eventually, Kim Hyun explains to them that he's going to enter the dungeon since it belongs to him now. One of the young guards starts to contradict him because the transfer is not finished yet, but Kim Hyun doesn't care, and this guy understands it perfectly well. After this conversation, the experienced hunter walks around the dungeon and realizes that he hasn't been here for a long time. Suddenly, a man unknown to him appears in front of Kim Hyun, who looks at him attentively and smiles. This unfamiliar man greets Kim Hyun here with a snide smile and pretends to be happy to meet him. Looking at the stranger, Kim Hyun immediately becomes aggressive and asks who this man is and if he was sent from the Aries Guild. He assures Kim Hyun that he was sent from the guild, but he is not in league with them, and asks if Kim Hyun knows about the Pandemonium group of killer hunters. Those who know the name and history of Pandemonium can only shake with fear. It's a group of mercenaries who were former hunters ranked in the top 100 S rank. These are the same people who carry out their orders with a 100% guarantee if they are paid generously, and recognized as legendary figures in the world of hunters. The most basic in their ranks are Shooter Jack Bloodwind, Asuyo Master Aslan, and Surround Anya. All of them are the best assassins of the hunter world. Everyone knows full well that if you are a target for these veterans, they will gladly make sure you don't survive. With a smile on her face, Kim Hyun asks one of the Pandemonium if being at 52nd rank means having outstanding mage abilities. Surrounding Anya replies that she hears him say things worthy of ridicule. She is surprised that Kim Hyun doesn't know her, even though she is a hunter. The concerned guy replies that that's why he's asking, because he doesn't know her. Anya is extremely surprised by this answer. The girl brags to Kim Hyun and says that she is the debuff queen who killed the first 50 hunters. After that, Anja uses mana binding on the guy and restrains Kim Hyun's body in a magic trap. At this time, he realizes that this girl is also able to draw magic circles. Anya claims that he doesn't realize the situation he's in. Abruptly, Kim Hyun changes his tone and calmly tells Anya that he is doing just that to understand whether he should destroy them or not, and they can't stand it. Suddenly, Anya's surroundings abruptly dissolve into horror and is so confused that she can't even answer anything. She gives her comrades a sharp and quick order to destroy Kim Hyun. They must make sure that this guy never opens his mouth again. At this time in Xi'an, China, the case is taking place in the underground city of the Wei Yan Guild. The head of the guild, Paedo, is fighting the Asura demon Li Dongchong. The girl had high expectations since they are told that this is the key location of the Wei Yan Guild, but she is extremely disappointed. In response, Li Dongchong calls the girl very arrogant. He realizes that he can't stand up to her. She tells Li Dongchong that her backup is on its way, and she is sure that the man can't handle them alone. Li Dongchong is provoked by the girl's words and immediately strikes at her, but she successfully and gracefully dodges. With horror and panic in his eyes, the man realizes that the girl has successfully dodged his blow. She then says that a man like Li Dongchong is not worthy of her using special techniques, but she has to do it to see her teacher. At this moment, the girl aggressively puts her miniature fist forward and is about to use the skill Greatest Power of the Overlord. In a single move, she delivers a devastating blow to Li Dongchong, causing the man to fly backwards. After the battle is over, the head of the Paido Guild deals with his opponent and hums a song about a good and wonderful day. At this moment, a messenger from Hongling comes to the lady and tells her that her teacher told her not to even think about looking for him. The girl is very jealous and resentful that Hongling met her master before she did, but realizes that her teacher is also waiting for her. She thinks that by saying, "Don't look for me," Kim Hyun meant that she shouldn't look for him until she fulfills her vows. At this time, Miss Sopoja is standing in the middle of the burning dungeon and is going to prepare a place for the teacher. She will do her best as fast as she can. At this time, Kim Hyun returns to the Gwanjin district to the Aran Guild. There he is greeted by a shocked Lee Seo-yoon. Also, the guy brings along a frightened surrounding Anya who will help Lee Seo-yoon fix her damaged magic circle. Immediately, Kim Hyun turns to surround Anna and asks her if she can do it. The girl dutifully and obediently agrees with him. In return, she asks if Kim Hyun will let her go if she does what she is told, but his decision depends on how she does her job. Seo-yoon herself recognizes this girl as Surround Anya, who is on the 52nd place of the S ranking. She was very famous as a hunter mage. In turn, Seo-yeon didn't think that Anya had stooped to destroying hunters. Kim Hyun says that Aries sent people to him again and he brought Anya here, to which Lee So-yoon is more and more surprised with every word. She realizes that Aries sent pandemonium to Kim Hyun, and the guy single-handedly destroyed them. She realizes that Aries had sent pandemonium to Kim Hyun and that the guy had taken them down by himself. Kim Hyun replies that his characteristics are really strange. That's just what the information screen shows him. Because of this, Kim Hyun plans to ask Av about it, but she probably won't answer because he still doesn't have enough rights to do so. Kim Hyun assures Seo-yeon that he doesn't have to worry about Anya and that she can be intimidated to do a good job. She'll do anything to save her life. Kim Hyun learns all this information that the most important thing for Anja is to survive using his new skill of accessing information. In the end, he gives Lee Seo-yoon the S+ rank staff and S+ rank robe that belonged to Environment Anna before. He also tells his friend that he has to go somewhere and she has to keep an eye on Anya. He received a gift that needs to be repaid. Kim Hyun goes to the nearest store and comes out with a full but very small bag. Soon the guy approaches a tall and beautiful building. He is going to give out a lot of interesting gifts to someone. Eventually, Kim Hyun enters the Ars Guild building, where he is greeted by a surprised and shocked girl dispatcher. At the entrance, Kim Hyun appears at the glass doors holding a small bag in his hands. The appearance of this guy in the Ares Guild building causes panic and chaos. The guards demand him to leave immediately because he is not a member of the Heirs Guild. At this time, Kim Hyun starts rummaging through his bag trying to get something out of it. He asks the workers if the head of Hoseong is here. Finally, the guy pulls out a long white stick with the words, "Stick of Justice" on it. After the stick, he pulls out a toy hammer and shows it to everyone. He shouldn't be told that there are people who will complain about him because of it. After that, Kim Hyun starts going in order and pummeling everyone who gets in his way with the toy hammer. Some of the Ars Guild members are stunned as they are about to be beaten with a toy hammer. It's ridiculous. Kim Hyun, on the other hand, mocks them all and realizes that they are doing this because they are about to retire. They shouldn't be blocked. The people of the Ars Guild are so scared that they're not going to resist anymore and give in to this crazy guy. Suddenly, Hyuk-seong receives a call from one of the workers who tells him that Kim Hyun has come here and is beating everyone with his toy hammer. After the call, Hyuk-seong is shocked. Kim Hyun's insanity is out of line. It's absurd to attack a guild with a toy hammer. He's trying to figure out what to do next. If this goes out into the world, Heirs Guild won't clear his name soon and the head office will question him. While Hyuk-seong is thinking about what to do with Kim Hyun, the guy gets to him and breaks down the door to his office. When this happens, Hyuk-seong is distracted from his thoughts and stares at the broken door to his office. Kim Hyun holds a toy hammer on his shoulders and asks the guild leader how he's doing and how he's doing. Trying to keep his self-control, Hyuk-seong doesn't even have time to respond to the guy's words before he gets hit in the face with the toy hammer. As the guild leader flies off to a closet in his office, Kim Hyun reminds him of a recent conversation he had on the topic of property compensation. Kim Hyun is now extremely disappointed that he and Hyuk-seong have just reached an amicable settlement, and he sends some men and assassins to him again. Because of this, Hyuk-seong immediately realizes what this is all about. Now it's clear that even Pandemonium is no match for the experienced hunter Kim Hyun. After that, the guild leader looks at the guy and asks him if he wants something as compensation. Kim Hyun is happy that Hyuk-seong is willing to cooperate with him. He should get ready to pay the guy about 20 billion won. The shocked guild leader realizes that this is crazy, but replies to Kim Hyun that he'll be sure to prepare the money. In response, Kim Hyun is about to add more and swings a toy hammer at the guy, but ends up putting it on Hyuk-seong's head. Kim Hyun doesn't care how many people Hyuk-seong sends after him, but every time he does it, he should think about how much he'll pay for it. Finally, he tells the guild leader to call an ambulance or he won't wait for his guildmates to die. Kim Hyun leaves the office, leaving Hyuk-seong lying on the floor, absorbed in his resentment. Hyuk-seong can't hold back his rage anymore, and hits the floor with his fist in a hateful manner. He promises himself that he will destroy Kim Hyun. He realizes that even if Pandemonium couldn't handle Kim Hyun, He has to think of a completely different league to deal with him and finds a solution. That solution is to go to China and bring some man here. That person is a 5th-ranked S-ranked Dragon Emperor in the world list. On the 8th floor, some monster girl is massacring another hunter who lost to her. She calls him the last defender. This girl with long white hair and 2 horns says that she is going to take over the last city as promised. At this time, the hunter tries to get to his feet and shouts to the monster that it's not over yet, and he's still able to fight on. In response, the girl monster only laughs quietly at the words of this pathetic and miserable man. She climbs down from her pet Scolopendra, about to take one and only one step towards the hunter. Then the girl starts counting down her steps, approaching the terrified man who tries to stop her. The creature with horns and small feet continues to approach the hunter, who in horror is already starting to scream. When the girl comes 3 steps closer to the hunter, his silhouette and image seem to dissolve in the air. After that, she makes one more 4th step, and everything around is absorbed by her magic power and dissolves into the air. The last 5th step is the final one. The girl seems to erase everything in front of her from the face of the earth. The creature with horns sincerely enjoys what she does to the space around her. Eventually, the effect of her powers ends, and there is not a single person or creature around. She realizes it's over in 5 steps. If it continues like this, it will be called annihilation in 5 steps, not 10. Just then, the creature summons many different monsters to climb up the tower and have fun on the next floor. In turn, Kim Hyun reads some interesting and amusing news about how he fell into the Ares Guild building and smashed everyone with his toy hammer. A disgruntled Seo Hyeon asks the guy if he knows that 47 ambulances have arrived at the Ares building. He just read it on the news. In fact, Shi Hyeon is worried and tells Kim Hyeon that if the Ares Guild presses charges, he will be taken into custody immediately. He's not happy that Seo Hyeon is stuttering about it because the Ares were the first to threaten his life, and he was just engaging in legitimate self-defense. Shi Hyeon also says that he beat them all with a toy hammer. Why would Ares act so seriously? Shi Hyeon is interested in the issue of the victims. He continues to assure his friend that everything will be fine and nothing will happen. Suddenly, a shocking notification arrives on his phone. All the while, Shi Hyeon is trying to figure out why the guy is reacting so strangely, but it's lecture time, and it would be a shame to cut his paycheck for being late. Until now, Shi Hyeon is still trying to figure out what the lectures are about. He thought Kim Hyun was too lazy to give a lecture for beginners requested by Japan, so he tells his friend that he's being paid 50 million won to give lectures. If properly motivated, he will find the will to do anything. Once again, Kim Hyun receives another notification that a new ascendant has started to come through the 9th floor. This notification comes to the guy right during the lecture, so he is slightly distracted, and the students notice it right away. After receiving the notification, Kim Hyun tenses up a bit, but tries to smile so that he doesn't let on that something has happened. Now the guy is going to show the students how to catch the boss with their bare hands. They shouldn't lag behind too much and need to follow him. Kim Hyun then moves towards the boss in this dungeon while thinking seriously about something. Abruptly, the guy moves to Avi and asks why the new ascendant showed up so soon. He hasn't raised the level of access to information and is already given a task. Av's assistant awkwardly waves her hands and agrees that the information possession has not been raised, but there has been a slight relaxation. Kim Hyun again asks if Av's words are true, to which she smiles and assures him that she's going to tell him the information about the Ascendant. She tells Kim Hyun that this time the new Ascendant is not alone and is coming here with many companions. Kim Hyun reminds Av of the rift monster he saw at the beginning of Arkir Mountaineer, but Av replies that it's something else. AV also claims that such ascenders summon rift monsters. The system creates them to support the low-level ones and help destroy the world. It's hard to call such monsters that appear with these ascenders real companions. In addition, Av tells a surprised Kim Hyun that the new Ascendant is a mid-level Ascendant and is stronger than the previous Jung Mana in the last crack. With all her looks, the assistant shows and states that the new Ascendant is indeed stronger than the lightning god Jung Mana. The guy happily accepts such news and asks if he can increase his skill level if he figures it out, but Av replies ambiguously. After talking to his assistant, Kim Hyun returns to the Aran Guild to see his friend and head of the guild, Lee So-yoon. When they meet, Seo-yeon resents Kim Hyun for opening the doors to the room with his foot again. Apparently he's going to break it too. Just then, the girl awkwardly turns to the guy and asks what he came here for. Kim Hyun came to check on the diligence of the surrounding Anya. Stuttering, Anya tells Kim Hyun that she's almost finished fixing the magic circle and that it will be better than before and will last much longer. In response, Kim Hyun is surprised at how quickly and efficiently Environment Anya has done her work and suggests that she do something else. Even before that, Kim Hyun has learned that Anya's special skill is teleportation. He asks her to draw a magic teleportation circle for him right now. Lee Seo-yoon is surprised that Ani's special skill is teleportation, so he asks her again. After hearing this confirmed, Seo-yeon is even more surprised and asks Ani why she didn't run away with such a special and interesting skill. In response to the girl, Anya explains that she can't activate the skill with her own mana and needs the help of a magic circle. Then the girl continues to make excuses and explains that she didn't intend to run away. Kim Hyun, at this time, gets a notification that the Ascendant is in Germany. Lee Seo-yoon turns to the guy again and asks him where he wants to go by teleportation. Kim Hyun is going to Germany. In Leipzig in central Germany, the new up-and-comer has already shown up. Soldiers are surrounding her to confront her. The head of the German guild Schuweiser gathers many soldiers and orders the Ascendant to surrender, only then they will spare her. In response, the girl only laughs at Schuweiser's words of surrender. People's words sound very self-confident to her. After that, Schuweiser gathers a whole army, including drone-like equipment. He tries to scare the monster with his numbers. In the German Hunter Association, an elderly man watches Schuweiser trying to prove to the Ascendant that she can't defeat all S-rank hunters. The elderly man tensely and nervously watches what is now happening in the center of Germany. At this moment, the creature with horns begins to approach Schuweiser and already realizes that this man is trying to overwhelm her with numbers. Once again, the girl smirks and is happy that the entire army is fighting against her shoulder to shoulder with her comrades. She tells the army that she too will fight with her fellow monsters and will not blame Schuweiser for the consequences. The German soldiers and hunters begin to open their mouths in fear and horror looking at the army of the new Ascendant. Now the girl would like to introduce herself. She is the master of everything they fear in the dark. The leader of the night parade of 100 demons is a mystical chaos god. One of the night parade leader's fellow scolopendra-like creatures begins to enter the battle at her command. This huge and incredibly terrifying creature begins to destroy everything around and underneath it. At this time, Kim Hyun nervously glances at his phone and realizes that the flight from Seoul to Germany is at least 11 hours long. Nervously turning to Anna, he asks how long it will take to complete the magic circle, and she replies that she has 5 hours left to paint. At this moment, Lee Seo-yoon receives a sharp notification on her phone, which the girl opens and reads carefully. She then shouts to Kim Hyun that a new rift is appearing in Germany right now. Kim Hyun drops his head tiredly and frustratedly and replies that he already knows about the new rift. At the same time, Lee Seo-yoon tells the guy that he has been given and sent a support request right on the news. But Kim Hyun is already looking at the very news the girl is talking about on his phone. He's worried that all the headlines on the news are really weird. Once again, Lee Seo-yoon anxiously turns to Kim Hyun and asks him if he can stop the rift this time too. She looks at her friend awkwardly but anxiously and wonders if he has always had a desire to help everyone around him. In the newsfeed, Kim Hyun sees a strange picture of the boss of the emerging rift making a strange proposal. The new up-and-comer flaunts herself in front of the cameras and invites all the hunters to argue with her. In view of this, she explains the rules, which are quite simple, and says that she will be in the city within 24 hours. The creature with horns claims that if anyone can defeat her in that time, she will calmly retreat and stop her march to this land. It also assures that it doesn't matter how many people attack it, but if no one can stop it, it will continue to destroy the cities. At this time, an elderly man, Christian Bergel from the German Association's branch, is tiredly grasping his head and trying to understand what is going on. His subordinate reports to him that they have requested an evacuation and the number of victims is already over 20,000. The damage will only increase. He continues to report that all of Germany's best hunters have already been wiped out and they have been unable to contact anyone. Christian is very indignant at this behavior. Suddenly, the man starts to get a call from someone and he apologizes to Christian Bergel, who asks him to pick up the phone. On the orders of his supervisor, the guy answers the phone that he is very busy at the moment, but he is assured that it is a very urgent matter. After that, he happily turns to Christian Bergel and informs him that they are being assisted by an experienced hunter from Korea. Because of this, Christian Bergel is genuinely happy that Kim Hyun, who stood alone against the rift in Japan, is coming to them. At some point, a magic circle and a magical bright beam of energy appears on the roof of one of the buildings right in the center of Germany. It's the same teleporter that Surrounding Anya organized for Kim Hyun to arrive in Germany as soon as possible. The guy finds himself on the roof of a building watching the monsters raging there. He thinks that the teleporter is very convenient since he can get here at once. One of the new Ascendant's companions notices Kim Hyun on the roof of the building, who has already appeared here. Kim Hyun immediately attacks the monster with both feet and aggressively tells him to stop squeaking. Not having time to appear here, the guy immediately engages in a fight and thinks these monsters are just ordinary weaklings. Then Kim Hyun climbs on a huge and long scolopendra, going to get close to it on its own body. Eventually, the guy gets to the monster's head and starts attacking it with his fists, saying that they called him here. Eventually, Kim Hyun deals with all the monsters working his way upward. He grabs a scolopendra by the tooth and asks where his mistress is. In a live broadcast around the world, the new Ascendant is shown sitting on a tank waiting for Kim Hyun. Kim Hyun himself appears in the frame and moves decisively towards the sitting girl with horns. At this time, she sits on the tank and asks Kim Hyun if he is her first opponent. Kim Hyun smirks at the creature and asks what her dialect is since she's so young. Has her mouth only gotten old in the meantime? The girl immediately changes her face and replies to Kim Hyun that he talks too much. Without stopping, the guy points out to the girl that she could have been quieter, but instead she turned the city into ruins. She should be held accountable. Just then, the new up-and-comer starts to rock and asks Kim Hyun if he's brave or still dumb. But the guy continues to provoke the girl again and tells her that it's none of her business if he's dumb or brave. Out of anger, the Ascendant clenches her fists and gets up from the tank. She usually takes her time with her first opponent, but Kim Hyun has crossed all lines. Soon she gets closer to the guy and offers to see if he's as good as he expresses himself to be. After that, the girl tells how many steps her previous opponents have endured. Now she wants to see how many steps Kim Hyun can handle. Starting her performance, the Ascendant lands on the ground and begins to step towards Kim Hyun, counting her steps. At this time, Kim Hyun looks around and tries to figure out what the Ascendant is doing. Something strange is going on with the energy in the neighborhood. He also tries to assess the situation and realizes that it is mana energy that is expanding and destroying the area and affecting him as well. But Kim Hyun quickly thinks and realizes that there is a problem and he has to stop it. In turn, the girl continues to make and count her steps, and Kim Hyun counters with his strongest attack. To do this, the guy begins to concentrate all his magical and physical power in his body by spreading his magical wings. All the while, the new up-and-comer continues to smile and make his slow but destructive moves. Unfortunately, Kim Hyun realizes that he can't control his mana because the god of chaos is not only pushing it, but expanding it. At this moment, he realizes that at this rate his body will be torn to pieces, but that doesn't mean he can't do what he wants. Kim Hyun then abruptly rushes towards the girl who expresses her admiration that he is better than the strongest man from the previous floor. As the new Ascendant takes her 9th step, Kim Hyun attacks her with the divine strike of the Lord of the greatest destroying feat of the Overlord. At the end of the attack, Kim Hyun lowers her gaze down and starts to get nervous because it's like the girl didn't take any damage at all. All the while, the Ascendant continues to smile with a grin and congratulates Kim Hyun for almost succeeding in stopping her 9 steps. She is really completely confident that Kim Hyun will not be able to stop her last final 10th step. To make sure, the girl takes her final 10th step and the most powerful explosion in recent memory occurs. Kim Hyun covers his face with his hands and feels all the mana rushing out. His body is being torn apart. All this time, the horned-up girl has been watching the guy and thinks it's incredible that he's still standing up to her. She managed to use all 10 steps of destruction, and Kim Hyun managed to survive and even continues to stand on his feet. Looking at this, the girl starts clapping her hands enthusiastically and marvels at Kim Hyun's incredible skilled hunter. She then points her finger at the guy and explains that because he survived, this place was not destroyed unlike the previous one. At this point, Kim Hyun realizes that the situation is taking a terrible turn. Av had warned him that this girl was much stronger than Jung Ma. Looking at her opponent, the girl asks Kim Hyun what he's going to do next. Even though he stopped her attack, he won't be able to fight any further. Because of this, she suggests to Kim Hyun, who can barely stand on his feet, to beg for mercy or to keep his honor and fight to the death. In response to this, the guy raises his head sharply and addresses the girl that she had forgotten about another option. As if finally coming to his senses, Kim Hyun assures the girl that he will destroy her right now. She laughs out loud and can't believe that such a thing is even possible. Rising continues to say that Kim Hyun is very different from the previous fools. In that case, she too will keep her courtesy. The girl then raises her hand up and tells him that she's going to go all out, going to use all her mana as a chaos god. For a moment, Kim Hyun tenses up when he notices that the girl is going to use a completely different attack. It's become many times more powerful, but even so, he's going to hold on as long as possible and won't give up even though the girl's attack is very painful. Suddenly, Kim Hyun notices that he has stopped the infinite mana expansion and his stamina level has increased. Originally, his resilience level was S rank. Thanks to that, he was able to survive against this terrifying damage. He will definitely withstand the attack, but something happens. At that moment, Kim Hyun realizes he needs to calm down. In the tower, he's mastered thousands of comic book styles. It's only fiction, but it's become his training. One of the techniques that Kim Hyeon has passed on to him is the Crusher, a technique used by Asura to stop the demon god in the myths. Kim Hyun's body begins to fill with thick and red magical energy as if spreading invisible wings. The guy then begins to transform his magical power into something powerful and terrifying. Watching him, the new Ascendant starts to panic a little and tries to understand what Kim Hyun is trying to do now. The girl sees Kim Hyun creating 4 pumped-up arms and magic stones flying in the air behind his back. At this point, she realizes that the guy looks very dangerous, so she should hurry up and finish everything quickly. Then the girl starts to take the first step and count it down as suddenly one of Kim Hyun's hands grabs her leg. At that moment, the Chaos God looks at her feet and realizes that those hands were just behind her opponent's back. While the girl is distracted by her thoughts about Kim Hyun's hands, the guy gradually approaches her. At one point, the Ascendant abruptly breaks free from Kim Hyun's hands and is about to continue her ritual of destruction. To do this, the girl begins to step in the other direction and count steps, but even there she is waited for by the magical hands of her opponent. Because of this, she starts calling Kim Hyun names and shouting outrage at him for daring to touch her feet. But despite this, the Ascendant realizes that she has 8 more steps to go. After all, annihilation in 10 steps is a gaining skill. Right now she's thinking about how one missed step won't weaken the skill, and that's completely stupid. She just needs to accumulate strength once more. For her part, Kim Hyun assures the confident girl that what she's plotting won't happen. When the new up-and-comer begins to make her next move, Kim Hyun attacks her with magic stones. But the girl isn't about to let him stop her in such a strange way. The power of her destruction does not increase in 10 steps. This makes the god of chaos become very aggressive and asks Kim Hyun with rage in her eyes how dare he slow her down like that. At one point she points her finger at the guy who keeps moving towards her, but doesn't fully realize what else she's going to do. With a mad face, the Ascendant continues to move towards Kim Hyun and is about to attack him again. This time she aims her magical beam of destruction at Kim Hyun in 10 steps, but the guy is determined to resist. Because of this, the girl starts yelling frantically that she's focusing all her powers on Kim Hyun, who can't resist her abilities. When the upwardly mobile girl stutters about the 5th step Kim Hyun is about to take, he comes as close as possible to her and steps on her foot. Without much effort, the hunter walks right up to the girl and looks at her with serious eyes. The upwardly mobile girl doesn't expect to see him so close. Kim Hyun smirks at the girl and assures her that it doesn't hurt now and that it was much more painful before. At this point, the new up-and-comer's face changes dramatically to express her sudden horror and fear. Kim Hyun then assumes a fighting pose and assures the girl that it is his turn to show his abilities. Using his magic hands, he creates a magic circle in front of him that concentrates incredible power. Beautiful and huge flowers and open-work designs appear around the portal-like magic circle. Following this, Kim Hyun accumulates an impossible amount of magic power and is about to use the zeroing fist-fighting style. The newly created attack the guy directs at the new Ascendant, who instantly absorbs it. The girl screams and squirms in horror. The powerful beam of magical energy of the zeroing fist hits right into the girl monster leader of the Night Demon Parade. In the end, Kim Hyun successfully stops the Chaos God and then immediately invites Av to his office to congratulate him on his achievement. With a confused look on his face, the boy looks at his assistant, who thanks him for his contribution to the destruction of the mystical Chaos God. The girl then explains to Kim Hyun that as a result of this battle, his information skill is raised from low to medium-low. Av has now invited him to warn him about what kind of information Kim Hyun will be receiving due to his upgrade. The boy is happy to see that this is the first time Av has invited him over right after the battle, but she just wanted to warn him. Now Kim Hyun is happy that his assistant did this to him. The sooner he finds out, the better. After that, the guy starts asking questions. The first question is that the room where Av's assistant is sitting has gotten so much bigger. The girl explains to Kim Hyun that every time a defender defeats an up-and-comer and increases his authority, the room changes too. At this point, Av holds out the remote to him and tells him that this is one of the things that changed along with how he increased his rank and status information. Then the assistant tells Kim Hyun that if he presses a button and visualizes the interior, the place will turn into what he imagined. The guy imagines one of the rooms in the dungeon of the training tower, then presses the button and the interior changes. At this time, Av's assistant looks around and realizes that the interior now looks like the first floor of the training tower. Next to this room is a normal room in Shi Hyun's house where Kim Hyun lives. Ave is genuinely surprised and Kim Hyun doesn't understand why. The girl explains that she only knows how to use the button, but she can't press it herself. It's also the first time she's seen a human room. Kim Hyun then asks an unexpected question if Av has always been here. The girl tells him that she's been here since she was created. Kim Hyun asks if she sleeps here when she's tired, to which Av confirms that she does. She just lies down on the table and sleeps. With a sad look, Kim Hyun looks at the smiling Av and realizes that he suddenly feels sorry for the girl. Kim Hyun's information and notification skills have been updated, and there is also a new skill called Enter. Kim Hyun will now be able to enter her room once a day. In response, Kim Hyun scratches his chin thoughtfully and realizes that this is good news. It's convenient to ask questions when there's something to ask. The guy also asks Av to let him ask a question because he thinks there's something wrong with his information screen. He says that his stats have increased since the Chaos God stopped, but it feels like his abilities are higher than what's listed here. Now that Kim Hyun has a medium-low rank, Av's assistant can answer his question with certainty. He is glad that he is going to get the answer and asks Av to explain it to him as soon as possible. The lockdown was imposed by the creator of the tower to prevent anyone from becoming strong in it. Kim Hyun's stats can't go any higher, but it's only in the system. All the while, the guy listens attentively and with great interest to Av's assistant, demanding her to continue the story. Immediately, the assistant continues that unlike the information that was blocked, the body of the defender continues to improve. Kim Hyun is surprised that the answer is so simple and then asks what the difference is between his characteristics on the screen and in reality. When Av realizes that she can't answer Kim Hyun because his level of information is too low, she tenses up and doesn't answer his questions anymore. But the guy gets aggressive and tries to find out when a strong ascendant of the highest rank will come to them. Av says it could destroy the world. At this time, in the Wei Yan Guild building in Shanghai, China, the guild leader Pato is dealing with S-ranked Hongmu Hongchun with the 17th place in the world rankings. The head of the guild, Pato, thought that at least this man will interest her because he is an important member of the guild, but all in vain, so she throws him aside. The girl is approached by her subordinate young man, Jung Yoon, who has already prepared everything for her. Jung Yoon also reports that the pictures of Kim Hyun near the German Rift are here in his tablet as the girl requested. At the same time, the lady looks at the pictures of her teacher Kim Hyun and blushes embarrassedly seeing his face. All the while, the girl scrutinizes the picture where Kim Hyun is using his skill nullifying Asura Fist. After that, she smiles gently and realizes that she is very happy. Her teacher has exceeded her expectations as always. Then Madame orders Jung Yoon to report on the situation of their guild. He agrees with her because they now own 92% of the dungeons. Jung Yoon also reports that the remaining 8% of the dungeons belong to people loyal to the guild, so the takeover of China's dungeons is over. With this news, the girl happily walks out into the bright sunlight and realizes that it is time to fulfill her vows to her teacher. She had once made a promise to her teacher that when he got out of the training tower, she would create the right place for him. Even back then, this little mistress shouted loudly that she would organize a place that would be worthy of the teacher and would please him. At that time, the skeleton-masked teacher listened to the girl student attentively and thanked her for such promises. Well, now she raises her happy eyes to the sky and realizes that the right and long-awaited time has finally come. In the moment, the girl enjoys the rays of the bright sun and is happy that the time has come to see and meet her teacher. After dealing with the crack, Kim Hyun examines the list of awards that Germany sent him, but in short, they just invite him to live there. In turn, Shi Hyun asks him to read what the document says. In addition to the money and items after the God of Chaos, it also says that taxes will be cancelled. At this time, Seo Yoon joins Shi Hyun and reads that Kim Hyun will be given a house, car, and guild office in Germany. But on top of that, Seo Kwon remarks that this is even more unconventional than the awards from Japan. Kim Hyun asks about Jung Ma-na's sword. Shi Hyun replies that Seo Kwon gave it to him. In turn, Lee So-yoon is very indignant that she's forgotten. But then Kim Hyun reminds her friend that she has received a new and improved magic circle and also that item from the Hunter-Destroyers. In this situation, Seo Kwon is not indignant at all, unlike the others, and remains silent, even though he realizes that he didn't get anything at all. Seo Yeon asks why Kim Hyun is stopping the rifts all over the world without considering the items and rewards. Her friends support Seo Yeon's question because first Kim Hyun dropped out and went to Japan, and now the same thing has happened to Germany. To all this, the guy replies that he has no reason to do so, but he has such a hobby of beating up people who show up and think they are the strongest. Kim Hyun's friends look back at the guy with surprised faces and are amazed that the answer ends up being so simple. After hanging out with his friends, Kim Hyun looks out the window and looks at the training tower that appeared with the monsters and summoned the humans. Like many others, Kim Hyun was also forcibly conscripted among the first humans and ended up being imprisoned in the tower for 12 years. From the first floor to the 100th floor, the guy went through and cleared this tower without end over and over again 1,000 times. All the companions he had gotten into the tower with had long since left it, and he kept coming back to the first floor every time. He must understand why the tower held him. Now Kim Hyun has managed 3 rifts, and his access to information has risen from low to medium low, so he's making progress. At some point, Kim Hyun is suddenly called by his friends who ask him why he is standing here and what is bothering him. In response to all this, the guy only smiles slightly at his friends and pretends to rephrase the question about whether something is bothering him. In the end, Kim Hyun reassures his friends not to worry about it because it doesn't matter, and then follows them. 10 days after defeating the mystical god of chaos, the Recognize the Hunter program begins again. In this new week of this program, the same single guest, Kim Hyun, appears again. When the host Lee Hae-yoon introduces Kim Hyun, the guy is looking at something on his phone. In an attempt to get his attention, Lee Hae-yoon asks him about what he said at the previous press conference, to which he replies that it's the truth. When Kim Hyun stammers about telling the truth, the host and the rest of the audience start laughing about it. After that, host Lee Hae-yoon turns on a large video screen and offers a look at an interesting video. In this video, Kim Hyun is asked if he could tell a little bit about his unique skill. In response, the guy scratches his ear in a silly way and assures the viewers that he has no unique skills. All the abilities were created by him in the training tower. Suddenly, Lee Hae-young enthusiastically informs everyone that thanks to this videotape, the forgotten martial arts community has become popular again. This is the reason why the Discover the Hunter program invited the martial artist here to get some tips. At this point, Kim Hyun turns to the old men and silently sneers at them because they even look incapacitated. The masters begin to advertise their Blue Dragon mastery and guarantee that one can achieve the highest chi and sun mastery will turn the body into a weapon. Listening to this, Kim Hyun keeps smirking and realizes that these martial artists are trading his face to make money. Because of this, the guy gets very angry and shows with all his appearance that it's best not to mess with him. He appeals to the wary guests that they have misunderstood everything. It seems like people have been trading on his face lately to take advantage of the situation. Kim Hyun then asks if they all think that people who haven't even heard of martial arts will become stronger by learning their skills. In the end, Kim Hyun concludes and tells the audience that martial arts is not the reason why he's a strong hunter. At this point, the guy creates a magic blade in his hands because he's going to show off his skills to everyone. One of the guests looks at Kim Hyun in surprise and realizes that the guy is showing the Blue Dragon kicking stance he just demonstrated. All the while, Kim Hyun smirks at the camera and tells everyone to watch how to use the sword. Come to think of it, he had read a similar web novel recently, and now he's going to show the techniques from there. Kim Hyun then summons a huge dragon and shows everyone his Blue Dragon beam skill. All the reporters and viewers are just shocked by what they see. Many even lose their consciousness from fear. At the same moment, Kim Hyun abruptly stops and turns to the audience to make sure they understand. Finally, the guy smugly addresses the people and says that he is the strong one, not them, so they should not enrich themselves at the expense of his name. After the TV show, Kim Hyun goes back somewhere where he is met by a girl sitting on a computer desk. Kim Hyun barely recognizes Anya, who has recently changed her style. It's clearly not a problem for her to work in the guild. After that, he gets close to the girl and asks her if she likes her job. She is startled and starts to say that she agrees with what he said. Kim Hyun has already said before that he doesn't like his enemies, but he only kept Anya because she's a bargain. The guy ends up explaining himself in a much simpler way and says that he will treat Anya like a normal hunter. Now Kim Hyun thinks the situation is going well. Anya just needs to keep on keeping on and not betray him. Lastly, the guy makes a fierce expression on his face and warns Anya that if she tries to escape, she's finished. After this tense scene, Kim Hyun suddenly lightly punches the girl in the shoulder with his fist to show his friendliness. In the end, he leaves Anya alone with her thoughts, and if she needs anything that is doable, she can turn to him. It has already been 10 days since Surrounding Anya was hired as an accountant in the office of this guild. So far, her life hasn't been too bad. The only thing she's worried about is whether such a life and such a job is right for her. At this time, a fax about the transfer of dungeons from Aries arrives unexpectedly. At the same time, a plane lands at Incheon Airport with Hook Seong and his assistant Jung Mung. All the while, Jungmin is trying to stop Hook Seong from filing a request to the Pedo Guild because it's too dangerous. Hook Seong is angry with himself because Kim Hyun took all the dungeons and money from them. At this point, the man demands Jungmin to shut up because he must realize that they screwed up, but he's okay with it. After losing his monopoly over the dungeons, Hook Seong also lost his authority among the other guilds and hunters. In the end, Jungmin suspects that the guild leader will soon find himself in the same place as all the people Hook Seong has dealt with. He then promises his boss that he will kill Kim Hyun. There's no point in quitting. He won't let him do it. To which Hook Seong replies that they're already in the same boat. He really wants to follow through because the monopoly has collapsed, and it doesn't matter. He realizes that he's already put everything at stake. He'll give the Pado Guild anything to get what he wants. In New York City is the Heirs Guild headquarters, where the top brass of the company sits. At a small table next to the panoramic windows sits the founder of the Heirs Guild, Martin Brand. Now, a subordinate is reporting to Martin that the Korean branch has given some dungeons to another guild. Hook Seong made a mistake trying to settle the matter. In response, Martin lightly taps his fingers on the table, saying that anyone can make a mistake. Even he himself is capable of it. All the while, the subordinate listens to the fact that the word error can only be approved if it has already been corrected. If things aren't normal, then Hook Seong's actions should be defined as a failure. The guild doesn't need such people, so they should get rid of him. While the subordinate is working on this, Martin will return all the dungeons that have been transferred. In addition, they will take care of the consequences of the failure. At the same time, Hook Seong remembers that the head of the Pado Guild wants to see the person who made the request in person. He wonders why that is since they have a contract. The man tenses up because he thinks that the request to the Pado Guild is dangerous, but he will do anything to get rid of Kim Hyun. Suddenly, the masked man opens the door to Hook Seong and invites him inside so that the head of the guild will accept him, to which he smirks because Kim Hyun is finished. Many henchmen of the Baido Guild meet Hoxiong and invite him to enter the imperial palace. Hoxiong is nervous, realizing that he has come to the place where the head of the Baido Guild, called the Imperial Dragon Miren, is located. On the golden and towering throne, he is greeted by a young girl who had already expected to see Hoxiong here. Upon noticing her, the man is shocked that the head of the cruel guild is just an ordinary little girl, but respectfully greets Miren, introducing himself as Ares's manager. In response, Miren tells Huxun what the man came here for. He needs to eliminate someone, but in order to do so, she demands a name. Unexpectedly, Huxiong becomes very nervous because he feels as if he shouldn't say the right name. But the man doesn't give up halfway through his decision. He gives Miren the name of Kim Hyun, the hunter who stopped the Chaos God in Germany. Huxun then offers 20% of their dungeon and 30 trillion won. Miren rubs the beads on her dress while listening to him. Suddenly, the head of the Baido Guild, Miren, starts to rise threateningly from his throne to ask if Huxung really said Kim Hyun's name. The girl then makes a cute but hateful face as Hoxun just asked her to take her teacher's life. At the same moment, a devastating explosion occurs in the Imperial Palace, which was built especially for the head of the Baido Guild. Hoxiong is shaking with fear when Miren rises from his throne and moves toward him. Huxiong doesn't know what's going on. He came here to ask him to destroy Kim Hyun, but things didn't go according to plan. Looking at Miren, he sincerely tries to understand why the head of the Baido Guild reacts so strangely to Kim Hyun's name, since she has the whole of China under her thumb. In a hurry, Huxiong tries to think of a plan and how to proceed. He overhears Miren saying that Kim Hyeon is her teacher. Huxiong tries to stop her and tells her that she is confused about whether or not she is calling Kim Hyun her teacher. He then asks Miren if he can ask her where she met her teacher, to which she replies about the training tower. At this point, Huxiong grabs the only clue he has and realizes that this is his chance to survive because Miren is confusing Kim Hyun with his teacher. Huxiong now learns from Miren that the girl is not Korean but Chinese, so there is a good chance that Kim Hyun is not her teacher. In response, Miren continues to observe and asks why the man is drawing such conclusions, but she is Chinese and could not have met Kim Hyun. The girl then replies nothing to Huxiong's remarks and turns around asking if the man is done saying what he thinks. At this point, Miren doesn't even try to hide her dislike and hatred for Huxiong, so she instantly attacks him. The man's body begins to be consumed by lightning and electric shocks that prevent him from passing out and losing consciousness. All the while, Miren was wondering how he would pull off the attempt on the teacher's life. All he could do was say that she was confusing her teacher. Just then, the girl grabs Huxun by the collar and lifts him up. She says that the man is right that all towers are tied to their regions. Miren smirks aggressively and tells Huxiong that unfortunately for him, she was trained in a Korean tower. This makes the man extremely disturbed and panic sets in. Miren reveals that she was deeply resentful at the time that she was drawn to the tower in Korea. Things got better for the girl when she met a teacher. The doubts in Kim Hyun are also doubts in her because she is what the teacher wanted her to be. She says it's all official Chipao, her hair down to her waist, her teacher's mark on her back, and her name Miren. To her, Huxiong's doubts about Kim Hyun being Miren's teacher mean that he is in direct denial about Miren's life. At this point, Miren begins to approach Huxiong with slow steps, asking him how he can hope to die peacefully in such a case. Miren is now going to tell Huxiong personally how grave the sins he has committed are, since he tried to save his own skin by denying them their lives. Meanwhile, in Av's room, Kim Hyun sets up a TV for her. She is infinitely pleased and happy, though. She is now interested and not so bored anymore. After that, Av turns to Kim Hyun as her guardian and really wants to ask him for something. The girl wants him to make her a PlayStation. The girl has seen a PlayStation on TV before and thought it would be fun, but she can't do it herself because she doesn't have access to it. Kim Hyun listens to poor Av, who has never seen anything else in her life except an empty room and a wall in front of her. Immediately, the guy presents Av a PlayStation with all the necessary attributes to which the girl reacts very strongly. Immediately, the assistant throws herself at Kim Hyun and begins to hug him tightly in gratitude. Now she can try the things she wanted. At this point, Kim Hyun feels like he already has a daughter when he's not even married, and doesn't even have a girlfriend. After a short pause, Av's assistant looks at Kim Hyun with a worried look, and tells him that she has something to tell him. The girl listens interestedly when she says that she may be wrong about what she said, but she will tell him. After talking to the assistant, Kim Hyun returns home and tries to eat chicken for dinner, but his gaze is fixed on the chicken. At this time, the guy is gathering with his friends at the table, and Shih Hyun notices his strange behavior. He doesn't eat, and just stares into the darkness. In fact, Kim Hyun is now thinking about Av's words that the Ascendant may be present on the 9th floor, but it's just a speculation. Kim Hyun asks Av what gave her the idea, and she replies that when the Guardian left the tower, 3 rifts appeared. Eating Boy remembers how Av ended her story by saying that the rifts disappear after defeating the Ascenders. but 2 of the 3 rifts are still there. At that moment, Seo Kwan distracts Kim Hyun from his thoughts and puts his arm around his shoulders. He wonders if the guy is going to Germany in 3 days. In fact, he'd like to join Kim Hyun in Germany and see the sights, but Kim Hyun assures him that he's going straight back. Kim Hyun continues to deny the idea of traveling because now Germany is shaking after it was almost wiped off the face of the earth. Suddenly, Seo Yeon enters the conversation and assures Kim Hyun that the damage will be repaired quickly if they have mage hunters. She also explains that with the help of those who can draw magic circles, the damage can be repaired quickly, so no city has ever been turned into a wasteland. After this, Kim Hyun suddenly wonders why almost all of the existing mage hunters have chosen Germany when there are many other countries. In response, Shi Hyeon is going to explain to the guy about the auction that starts in Germany 3 days after Kim Hyun receives his reward. The auction is organized by an international association of hunters and will be held in Germany because it was not moved even though Leipzig was destroyed. While the guys are asking Kim Hyun about teleporting to Germany, Seo Kwan coughs sharply to draw attention to himself, to which the guy assures his friends that everything can be arranged. Seo Kwan suggests that he go with them because they deliver the best quality items there. Kim Hyun thinks that if Av's prediction is correct, there are now 2 ascenders on the 9th floor, depending on the rank of the hunters. He realizes that he has a lot of work to do and can't find out information about the ascendants, but he can try to check it at the auction. As he considers his next plan of action, Kim Hyun realizes that he has a lot to do. He needs to become much stronger now. In the last 2 skirmishes, he had definitely become stronger than he was before, but the 2 ascendants were of medium rank, and what would happen if a higher rank appeared? At this moment, Kim Hyun casually says out loud that he needs to prepare. Lee Seo-yoon is extremely surprised that the guy would wait so much for the auction. Immediately, Seo-yeon laughs at Kim Hyun because he's always in the clouds. If he's going to prepare, he should hurry up. 5 days later, Lee So-yoon, So-kwan, Shi-hyun, and Kim Hyun head to the auction house of the German division of the International Hunters Association. At that time, Jongmen is in his office carefully disposing of some documents by burning them to the ground. At that moment, Jongmen thinks about the fact that Hyuk Seong has been summoned to the main palace of the Baido Guild to meet with the head of the guild at around 1 o'clock today. The fact that the man still hasn't returned after 3 hours can only mean one thing to Jongmen. He analyzes the situation and concludes that something has happened to Hyuk Seong in the Baido Guild. As a result, Jongmen realizes that he needs to get out as soon as possible, and then a stranger appears and strips the man of one of his hands. From shock, he lands on his knees, painfully grasping his lost wrist. The stranger tells him that he wanted to destroy him at once, but failed. A young boy appears with a Roman numeral written on his face. This man is from some kind of order. The Order of Hunter Killers belongs to the head office. They were all once in the top 40 hunters. Jongmen realizes he can't escape. Then the man turns to the young guy and asks him why he came here, but the guy thinks the answer is obvious. All the while, the killer looks at the slumped Jongmen and tells him that he understands the answer to his question. Immediately, Jongmen starts to panic and tries to run away in terror, begging not to be touched and let him live. But the assassin doesn't let the man move and stabs him from the back. All traitors to the Ars Guild must be destroyed. Another young man, who is his partner, enters the office. He notices that the man has already been dealt with. The hitman puts his foot on Jongmen's body and says that it wasn't worth the delay. These men from the Order already know that Hyuk Seong is in the Baido Guild. After he went in there, horrifying magic erupted and fighters were sent there. They also discuss Kim Hyun, who recently dealt with a disaster. It's understandable because his level is so high. The 8th of the Order says that no matter how strong Kim Hyun is, their leader is no worse than this guy, even if it's because of artifacts. In response, his partner tells 8th that their internal rankings are top secret, but he doesn't care. They have no more cases and the hunt is probably open. An incredible crowd gathers at the German auction, including Kim Hyun and his friends. The girl with blue hair who will be the host of the auction hits the table with a gavel and declares the event open. At that moment, Seo Kwan suddenly turns to Kim Hyun and awkwardly asks him when he's going to take off his gym clothes already. Shi Hyeon realizes that it's everyone's choice. But isn't Kim Hyeon tired of wearing such clothes in public because it looks indecent? But Kim Hen doesn't realize what the problem is, because no one notices even when he dresses normally. The friends don't see the point in continuing this conversation. In the end, Shi Hyeon suggests that they finally put the topic of their friend's clothes to rest. Lee So-yoon, meanwhile, is studying the auction items among which there are no S+ ranks. While Kim Hyun's friends are discussing S+ rank items, he thinks about it and overhears. These items are very rare. At this time, he holds the item he received at the award ceremony in his pocket with his hands. It is also an S+ level item. This item is called the Essence of the Goddess Haki Yako. Half of the information about this item is sealed, but it has no modifications or skills. Even if Kim Hyun puts it up for sale, he won't get anything. It's too small to be used as a weapon. We need to look at the other items. The auction is in full swing. People are discounting and bidding up to 1 billion won and more. At this time, Kim Hyun realizes that he's bored when someone is already selling the Magatama Yatakagasa item at the auction. He watches the auction and the items being sold for a while and thinks about reading their descriptions. For sale is an artifact called Aslan's Spear, the same spear that Aslan used to build his own empire. When Kim Hyun notices that information is being restricted, he gets annoyed and is going to leave the place and call his friends when he's done. He calmly walks out into the courtyard behind the auction house, exhaling boredom and noticing the guards in front of him. As Kim Hyun walks past one of the guards, someone attacks the innocent man right in the head. The guy turns around and sees the threat behind him, so he reacts and dodges one of the attacks. At this time, Kim Hyun starts to be attacked repeatedly, while the guy quickly and deftly dodges the blows. He even manages to react to the stranger charging his blade and throwing it straight at him. Kim Hyun stops for a moment and tries to assess the situation. He is very curious about who these people are and why they are attacking him. 4 men from the Order appear in front of Kim Hyun and introduce themselves to him. They are coming here to destroy him. The girl from the Order with a malicious smirk on her face tells the guy that they were among the top 30 S-rank hunters. Kim Hyun doesn't even want to listen to what she has to say. He's sick of hearing such things, so he just attacks back. Kim Hye-yoon again says the same thing will happen to the people of the Order. Rumors are already spreading that the guy can't fight and keeps running away. With abnormal and insane interest, Kim Hyun looks at his opponents and wants to show by their example that these rumors are false. The 4 people from the Order immediately tense up at this guy's words when they see his crazy, furious, and smirking face. At this time in the Aries Guild, a guy comes to Martin again and reports to him that he failed to destroy Hyuk-seong. He will not tolerate mistakes. Martin then tries to find out how things are going with Kim Hyun, and the assistant tells him that the Order has already started the attack, but in reality, it is different. Then the man asks the aide if everything will really work out and if he doubts the Order's abilities, to which the guy does not answer and keeps silent. Finally, Martin immediately asks who exactly was put on the capture of Kim Hyun, to which he replies that it is the 4th, 7th, 9th, and 10th. In response to his subordinate's words, Martin just turns to the window and holds a glass of wine in his hands, saying that that's all. After that, he explains his thoughts to the guy. He doesn't think the 4 of them can defeat Kim Hyun. He wonders if Kim Hye-yeon will understand the artifact. As expected from Kim Hyun, he successfully kills the members of the Order, leaving only dead bodies behind. Eventually, Kim Hyun approaches one of the dead members of the Order and takes from him a metal claw hidden in his sleeve. When the guy picks up this metal artifact, he uses his information possession skill on it, which immediately shocks him. At this time, Martin calmly drinks his wine from a glass and smiles broadly, telling his assistant that he wants to check something. In another world from whence the Ascenders come and go again sits a monster demon man at his round table. This male demon has no specific facial features and his eyes burn with a violet light. The creature with a dark and purple aura sits across from his subordinate and asks him how everything went. In response, the subordinate bows slightly to the male demon and tells him that the 2 Ascenders have already been stopped. Once again, the unknown man asks who is ascending to the 9th floor, to which the subordinate replies that it was the Demon King and the goddess Hayaki Yaku. At this, the man begins to laugh quietly and twirls something in his palms. He thought it was easy for climbers in that world, but it turns out it's not. He wonders who will be next to climb to the 9th floor, but they haven't decided yet. An unforeseen obstacle has appeared, although the taste of anticipation is sweet. At this time, Kim Hyun and Shahayan return home. The guy brings with him a whole and huge bag of trophies. It's the trophies collected from yesterday's order. Shi Hyeon and his friends were scared for Kim Hyeon when they saw him among the bodies on the street, but the cameras recorded everything. Now Shi Hyeon is trying to find out who the people in the order were. Kim Hyeon replies grudgingly and with boredom that they died before he started asking. In fact, Kim Hyun is surprised that the auction can put hidden cameras that will film, but his friend suspects it's about special magic. Without stopping, Shi Hyeon asks another question, trying to understand why Kim Hyun was taking people's heads off, but he answers that he couldn't control his power. Shi Hyun doesn't leave Kim Hyun alone and pries information out of him. So far, it looks like he just took out those people from the order. Kim Hyeon is really embarrassed by the skirmish, but it allowed him to experiment, and then quickly deal with the opponents. Suddenly, the guy notices that Shi Hyeon is going somewhere and asks him where to go. He wants to buy some souvenirs before his flight. Kim Hyun tries to find out who his friend is going to buy souvenirs for. Shi Hyeon embarrassedly replies that he has someone to buy for. The guy then looks at his friend and turns back to the bag of trophies on the couch next to him. Immediately, Kim Hyun grabs the trophy bag and turns it over to dump out all the artifacts he has collected. Items named Faker with different numbers appear in front of him. All the trophies have the same name but different numbers, which is very strange. Faker translates to liar or cheater. Kim Hyun realizes that it's weird to name magic items like that. They don't make any sense at all. He suspects that these artifacts were created artificially. even though that's impossible. He can't get any information about them. At this moment, Kim Hyun is completely immersed in his thoughts and realizes that there is something behind it and he needs to deal with it. Yesterday's strangers have skills beyond those of ordinary hunters and are either working for Ares or are mercenaries. But the second one falls out in Kim Hyun's opinion. At this point, Kim Hyun was about to get to the truth, but in the end, he didn't care. He'll just sell the items and, more importantly, who sent the people to him. The guy suspects that it's all Hyuk Seong's doing. He can't get out of trouble now. Kim Hyung immediately follows him to the Ares Guild. One of the Ares Guild employees tells Kim Hyun that Hyuk Seong is away, but he realizes it from the office. He needs a specific location. The guy then becomes violent and aggressive in an attempt to get a response from the man. The guild worker assures him that he will tell him everything. He kneels down and begs for mercy with his posture. He tells him that Hook-sun has left for 4 days, but he won't tell him where he's going. In response, Kim Hyun leans over to the man and assures him that he needs a specific place. Hyuk Seong mentions Beijing and that he's going to China. The worker also adds to his story that Hyuk-sun was going to meet with the head of the Beidou Guild. Kim Hyun then returns to Shi-hyun's house where they gather around the couch and watch TV together. Out of the blue, the guy asks Shi-hyun if he knows anything about the Beidou Guild, to which the friend replies that he only knows in general terms. Shi-hyun tells Shi-hyun that the Beidou Guild has taken over all the dungeons in China. They have recently taken over the remaining dungeons as well. He also assures Kim Hyun that it's not easy to do that. It requires mutual agreement and all the necessary procedures. But in China, it can be done by force. In the end, Kim Hyun draws a conclusion from Shi-hyun's story and tells him that this is an elementary law of the jungle, but he assures him that this was not always the case in China. Shi-hyun goes on to say that once the dungeons belonged to the government and the transfer procedure seemed more complicated. That all changed 3 years ago. He also says that there are rumors that the person behind all this is the head of the Beidou Guild. She is a very powerful person in China at the moment. Listening carefully to Shi-hyun's story, Kim Hyun immediately suspects who the rumor is about. At this moment, Kim Hyun remembers his student and whether he and she had ever talked about the outside world. He tries to remember their conversation. One day during one of his days of confinement in the training tower, Kim Hyun came across a girl who was helpless. At one time, the girl resented trying to figure out who Kim Hyun even thought she was. Instead of offering warm and gentle words of encouragement, Kim Hyun was rude and overly strict with her. He told her that now she was his student and had to make 3 bows in honor of the teacher. The girl didn't believe him and just had to get out of the tower. Always, Kim Hyun called the girl very noisy. He made her go through cruel and hard trials with monsters in which she was afraid to die. He also constantly told his student that she was his preciousness and pride, so she couldn't go to the other world. Then he would talk to her about not taking offense, and then Kim Hyun would throw her straight into the monster trials. In the end, Kim Hyun forced her to leave because he had already taught her everything. The girl didn't want to leave because there was still so much to learn. In the end, he told his student that he had nothing more to teach her, because she was no longer a meek girl. In the guise of a skeleton-masked teacher, Kim Hyun stroked the girl's head and told her not to let anyone push her around. The little girl didn't want to say goodbye to her teacher, so she started crying bitterly before leaving. As a result, he sent the student to the outside world with the words, "No one can be above her except only God and teacher. Everything else must be beneath her." Thinking back on it now, Kim Hyun realizes what a load of crap he was talking about. He tries to remember what she said to him in the end, but it must have been some pathetic speeches. Now he suspects that he was just too lazy to listen to what the girl said to him. The guy can't remember anything at all. For his part, Shi-hyun says that Beidou's guild is like the empire. He doesn't know anything else and is not interested in foreign associations. At this time, Kim Hyun listens to his friend's story about the guild to the end and gets up from the couch to go straight to China. He is going to visit the Beidou Guild Empire in Beijing, which uses his mask as its symbol, as Shi-hyun had told him. In the main palace of the Beidou Guild in Beijing, the guild leader Mi-ren is resting. Before she goes to sleep, she thinks about the 3 years that have passed, but she remembers everything. Mi-ren's trip to the tower where she met her teacher was a turning point. She knew that nothing in the tower could be solved with money, and realized her hopeless state. According to the girl's father, what happened in the training tower was a great lesson for such a spoiled child who was used to life as a doll. At that time, Kim Hyun in the person of Master Mi-ren was a great guide and showed the girl what the true path was. Unlike her father's normal and soft parent, Master Kim Hyun did not care about the girl as his daughter, and taught her according to the rules he lived by in the tower. What this guy did was a real lifesaver for guild leader Mi-ren at that moment, and now, at this point, Mi-ren realizes that now is the perfect time to repay his wonderful teacher and master. There is no one left in China who dares to stand up to the forces of the Beidou Guild. That's why Mi-ren can bring Kim Hyun here. Right now she is looking out the window and enjoying the night and fresh air. telling Kim Hyun that he should wait and they will meet soon. At this time, the 5th and 10th members of the order are in a hotel in Beijing. They are sent on a mission to take down Kim Hyun, and one of them is very nervous. The 5th tries to analyze and evaluate the situation. He himself is very worried, but surely there is a way out. Then the guys realize that the most important thing for the squad is to fulfill their duties. As long as they haven't destroyed Huk's son, they can stay here. In spite of everything else, they are wondering why Head Martin ordered them to destroy Kim Hyun, since the guy doesn't have a single flaw. It's really strange because they could have sent the 1st and 3rd originally. In their order, the squad is divided into numbers according to their ranking. But 5th tensely thinks about the fact that Kim Hyun alone managed to deal with 4 squad members despite the number of artifacts. So he tells 10th that they need to avoid a direct collision as suddenly an earthquake-like shaking starts. Suddenly 5th is attacked by someone and throws the young man right into the wall, and 10th doesn't even have time to react. A young boy dressed in a white jumpsuit and a skeleton mask appears behind him. This boy attacks 10th, who holds back his attack. The stranger in the skeleton mask turns to the order boys and asks them if it is true that they took Jungman's life. At this point, 10th tries to stay on his feet and turns around in horror to find out who the attacker is. Instead of a full-fledged answer, the boy in the white jumpsuit abruptly grabs 10th's head and slams him into the floor. But he still doesn't give up trying to find out what this man wants from them. But the boy grudgingly asks 10th not to whine. The guy in white explains that they've eliminated the man their leader was supposed to eliminate. Now they'll have to drag these two to Myren. 10th ends up in a desperate situation and lies face down on the stone floor of the building. The next day, Kim Hyun, Lee Seo-yoon, and surrounding Anya, who is already drawing a magic circle, gather at the Aaron Guild. At this time, Lee Seo-yeon hesitantly approaches Kim Hyun and assures him that if he doesn't want to go to Beijing, he doesn't have to go. Kim Hyun would love not to go to China, but everyone has a dark past like him in the training tower. The guy's parents died when he was just a normal teenager, so he had to work hard and he didn't have anything like that. In the tower, Kim Hyun became like that too, and all would be fine if his dark past stayed within the tower, but his apprentice spreads it to China. Now the guy is trying to calm himself down and is going to stop thinking about it all. He will go to Beijing to find Huk Seong and then return home. At the end, Lee So-yoon reminds Kim Hyun that this time he has to cross the border. The only reason it went well last time was because of an emergency in Europe. She's still trying to stop Kim Hyun from crossing the border because something might happen again, but the guy is already half dissolved in the magic portal. Then Lee Seo-yoon realizes that everything was going well before, but now she has a bad feeling that something will happen this time. Then she sees a tired Anya, who has been working all night because Kim Hyun had to go to China. With a friendly expression on her face, Seo-yeon comes closer to Anya and says that she has been wanting to ask her something for a long time. At this time, Kim Hyun already finds himself in Beijing, China, right in front of the Fido Guild Palace. He is shocked and horrified by what he sees. In front of him is a huge palace belonging to the Pedo Guild and the head of the guild, Mi Ren. Kim Hyun-woo remembers all the words he said to Mi Ren before she left and notices them above the door to the huge palace. The members of the Pedo Guild who are guarding the entrance notice Kim Hyun and point all their weapons at him. They demand the guy identify himself. In the end, the guards fail to hold and stop Kim Hyun, who just blows up in the air and is about to climb into the palace. All the while, Kim Hyun is extremely irritated and tense. He's going to take out Huk Seong first and then deal with everyone else. To do so, he uses his Dark Cloud Strike technique and smashes the sign that hangs over the huge doors to the Pedo Guild Palace. The guards immediately raise a ruckus and are about to raise everyone they can because an intruder, Kim Hyun, has appeared on the palace grounds. At this time, Kim Hyun notices the masks on people's faces. They're a little different from his mask, but it's definitely the mask he made. Kim Hyun then deftly and quickly dodges the constant blows while trying to assess the situation. He also realizes that these people are actually using his inventions as a technique, which means only one thing. It really was martial arts. Once again, Kim Hyun remembers his student Mi Ren and realizes that she is the one who taught all the members of the Pedo Guild his techniques. Eventually, Kim Hyun is about to strike a decisive blow and gets into a fighting stance before doing what he's about to do. The guards and members of the Pedo Guild watch in shock and horror as Kim Hyun disappears in front of them and soars into the air. Suddenly, the guy's disgruntled and smirking face appears in front of one of the Pedo Guild henchmen and is about to punch him. At this time, Kim Hyun accumulates all the energy and power he can in his body and performs the Supreme Lord's Divine Strike. After using his powerful technique, Kim Hyun looks around and hopes that no one should be killed by such power. A girl who is the head of the Padomi Ren Guild suddenly appears behind him. Kim Hyun immediately turns around to look at her. Mi Ren looks at the guy with confusion and surprise and calls him her teacher, whom she didn't expect to see here. Mi Ren herself can immediately recognize her master and teacher. That same incredible strength of technique in that fighting pose. The most important thing for the girl is that teacher Kim Hyun's gaze is now solely on her. All the while, Miren continues to be embarrassed. She smiles hopefully at the guy, and then asks if it's really her teacher. Kim Hyun's eyes and facial expression make it clear that the guy is not happy with what happened. He turns to her and says that they haven't seen each other for a long time. All these years, Miren has been doing her best to give her master the position he deserves. To do this, Miren has gathered the guild and even changed the laws and people, no matter what nicknames she got during all this. All of this was done by the girl just to please her master and teacher. At that moment, Miren immediately falls on her knees in front of Kim Hyun and says that the unworthy student has been waiting for him all along. The girl then tells Kim Hyun that she has been waiting for him for 1,532 days, 2 hours, 21 minutes, and 32 seconds. All this time, Kim Hyun continues to silently watch all of this, and the only thing he does is painfully and embarrassingly grab his head. Finally, Miren is able to bow to his master. The head of the greatest Pado Guild and the Dragon Monarch finally bows to his master. After a while, a huge and majestic golden throne that was made exclusively for him is placed in front of Kim Hyun. Miren brings him here and asks Kim Hyun to sit on the throne, but Kim Hyun is shocked when she asks him to sit on the throne. Being calm, the girl asks Kim Hyun about the throne. If he doesn't like it, she will personally execute everyone who made it. Kim Hyun is still in shock, trying to understand what the little girl is talking about. Miryong promises Kim Hyun that he will destroy everyone involved in the creation of the throne, but he asks her to calm down and stop talking nonsense. In the end, the girl manages to put Kim Hyun on a huge golden throne, and the guy tries to figure out how much money was spent on the throne. Kim Hyun sits on the throne for a while longer and thinks about why he's sitting there. Apparently he's succumbed to Miren's mood. Anxiously, he turns to his student and tries to understand why he can't resist her pressure, because their relationship is not bad. Kim Hyun once rescued Miren from the training tower and then taught her martial arts. It's all just a cliché martial arts novel. He realizes that his training was extremely one-sided. That's why he didn't look for his student even after he left the tower. In the end, Kim Hyun turns to Miren, who sits obediently and submissively on her knees in front of him. Seeing such a thing, the guy abruptly just decides to keep silent. Constantly trying to take his eyes off Miryong, he thinks about what he should do now, but he doesn't need to complicate things by stopping the spread of his past. Suddenly, Kim Hyun uses his information skills on Miren because he didn't even see her characteristics. This girl is extremely loyal. After that, the guy turns to his student and is going to tell her something, but he has to do one thing first. That's why Kim Hyun asks Miren if she's keeping Hook Seong with her. The girl immediately takes her teacher to the basement of her palace. Kim Hyun observes the scene and asks the girl why a man named Hyuk Seong is in such a state. Miren tells him that Hyuk Seong dared her to destroy her teacher, so she dealt with him, and Kim Hyun praises her for it. Kim Hyun then starts kicking Hyuk Seong on the head in an attempt to wake up this terribly and incredibly tired guy. At this point, Hyuk Seong raises his head and sees Kim Hyun in front of him, asking him how he's feeling and what it's like to experience something like this. Instead of a normal response, Hyuk Seong starts yelling for him to save him because his student is insane and crazy. He humbly apologizes. Suddenly, the man grabs Kim Hyun's shoulders and tries to hide from the distraught Miren who is threatening him. When Kim Hyun himself turns back and looks at his student, the girl immediately makes a cute and obedient face looking at him. In the end, the guy decides to keep Hyuk Seong alive, but on the condition that he will answer all the questions honestly. In that case, Kim Hyun promises to let the man live. He demands that Hyuk Seong tell him everything from what happened in Germany. At this time, in an underground bunker on the outskirts of New York, Martin gathers all the remaining and existing members of the Order. All present people from the Order are not satisfied with the fact that Martin has another job for them. In turn, Martin sits down on a chair and says that the upcoming job will be difficult. If they complete the task, he will provide them with an S+ level artifact. The moment the Order members hear about the highest artifacts and their attention is immediately drawn to Martin. In response, the man explains the existence of an S+ artifact that will allow the first, who is rank 6, to target the top and gain SST+. Improving the characteristics is quite a challenge. For the sake of it, the hunters descend into the labyrinths to find the artifact. Martin asks if people believe him. At this point, Martin is holding something brightly glowing to show the Order, but the SST+ artifact has not yet been revealed. At this time in Korea, Shi Hyun, So Kwan, and Lee So Iyun are meeting at the Kogure Guild main office. The girl asks when they are going to raid the maze. Shi Hyun replies to Lee, so young that he doesn't know because he's not sure if the artifact found there last time was useful. Again, the girl asks Shi Hyun why he's in such a hurry. He hasn't even sold the artifacts he collected earlier in the labyrinth yet. But the guy feels the need to increase his stats. Their ranks are lagging behind because of the stagnation of their characterization upgrades. At this time, Seo Kwan tries to support his friends by just focusing on maintaining their guilds. At the same moment, Lee So-yeon. So Kwon and Shi Hyeon are simultaneously thinking about the same thing while remembering Kim Hyeon's characteristics and capabilities. Shi Hyeon responds by saying that he looks insignificant compared to Kim Hyun. The girl shows her support for him with her appearance. At the same time, in the Pedo Guild, or in other words, Force Miren shows Kim Hyun the guys who were sent by the guild leader Ares. Because of this, the guy points his hand at the Heirs Guild members and asks Miren if they are alive, to which the student confirms this fact. At this time, Hyuk-sung grabs Kim Hyun's leg and asks with hope in his eyes if they will let him live for his truthful information. Just then, Kim Hyeon asks what kind of prison the student is in. Miren tells him that there is a dungeon maze of D-rank rats. The pain from the attacks will be felt strongly. All the while, Miren is pretty much telling that this is why there is no way to get out of the maze. The person will continue to squirm from the torrents of pain. Then Kim Hyun suggests sending Hyuk-sung there for 30 days, which doesn't please the man himself, who also hears this. Instantly, Miren heeds his teacher's order and grabs Hyuk-seong by the scruff of his neck, dragging him along the ground like a piece of cloth. Eventually, Kim Hyun notices a small ring with a blue stone next to the guy who was sent by Ares, and is about to use the information skill on him. This usurper ring has the same name as the fake previous artifacts by the member from the order. Now the head of Ares won't let go of it so easily. Kim Hyun then turns to his apprentice and tells her his plans. He is going to leave on his own, but the girl can't believe it. In response to this, Miren turns to her teacher with pitying and surprised eyes that her master is not going to continue to guide her. Trying to get away from Miren, Kim Hyun waves her hand in response. He offers to talk about it next time and doesn't like to repeat himself twice. Miren stares at Kim Hyun, who wants to deal with the Ares Guild first and then talk to her about it. Kim Hyeon silently leaves the Imperial Palace of the Pedo Guild and leaves his apprentice alone with her thoughts. At the same moment, Miren abruptly turns to her subordinates and assures them to get their heads around something. She then gives orders to her subordinates that if they see anyone from the Heirs Guild in the territory under their control, they must destroy them all. After the events, Kim Hyun goes to Av's system room and shows her the usurper's ring. She says it's not a real artifact. With interest, the guy asks what Av means. This ring is made up of objects collected on the floors of the mazes. It is enhanced with legends and stories of the past. At this point, Kim Hyun sits down on the couch with his assistant and asks the girl what happens to the floors from which the objects were taken. Avi replies to the guy that such floors are taken out of existence. The climbers need to completely destroy the floor in order to climb the tower. All this time, Kim Hyun continues to listen attentively and with interest to the assistant, who shares important and interesting information with him. Showing the usurper's ring again, the guy asks what it is then. Av says that his eyes do not deceive her, that it's a quality copy. She also adds to her story that this copy could have been made by the Ascendant himself. Kim Hyun suspects that Ares did something to the Ascender. At that moment, he remembers what Av said about finding 2 Ascenders on that floor. He screws up in front of Ares, but it's a chance to get clues. Kim Hyun then gets distracted from his thoughts and looks around at the mess in the room. He says it's time to clean up. Without further ado, the assistant agrees with Kim Hyun and says that he's right, so he's going to start cleaning. Just then, the guy pulls out his remote control and presses a button to clean up the mess in an instant. Av is grateful and notices that the PlayStations are missing. Kim Hyun tells her that he'll confiscate her PlayStation until the next time he comes over, but Av starts squirming in terror and begs him not to. Still, Av convinces the guy to keep the toy for her, and in return she will clean the room and throw out all the trash just to keep the PlayStation. In the end, the assistant becomes hysterical and scandalizes Kim Hyun and then goes on to screaming and bitter crying. That same night in China, a white-haired guy appears near the territory of the Force Guild and studies the situation while sitting on a tree branch. This stranger deftly and cautiously breaks through a hole in the roof to get inside the Force Guild's Imperial Palace under Miren's leadership. Eventually, he smirks and remembers his task. The stranger had come here to rescue the 2 captured knights and get rid of Hyuk-sung. Miren suddenly appears behind the white-haired guy and tells him in the back that a rat has gotten in. At the same moment, the girl smirks aggressively and asks the unknown guy if he's really from the Ares Guild. And then the guy realizes that he doesn't feel Miren's presence here at all. The girl in turn doesn't care whether he feels it or not. Now Miren is going to take her anger out at least a little by attacking the white-haired and unfamiliar guy, and asking him to endure the ordeal. From the Imperial Palace of the Force Guild, there are loud screams and constant explosions. At this time, Kim Hyun returns to his world and didn't expect his saved data to be deleted in the system. It was very tiring to calm Av down from her hysterics. Abruptly, the guy is distracted from his thoughts because he notices unknown people in front of him who are happy that the guy finally showed up. Carefully, Kim Hyun turns back and looks at the clock that shows 9 o'clock in the morning. He remembers that Shea Hyeon promised to return at dawn. The unknown man asks Kim Hyun not to worry about his friends when they came here. They feel sad as if they came all this way for nothing. Kim Hyun smirks back at the strangers and says that he was going to visit them to give them a good beating. At the same moment, Kim Hyun doesn't even have time to do anything. But suddenly the strangers hit him and he flies out through the glass window. In the end, the guy breaks the window of the house and flies out into the street, watching the people who are chasing him, total strangers to him. One of the attackers pulls out his artifact called L8 Ice, forming a huge spear with an ice tip. At this time, Kim Hyun starts laughing in response to the stranger's attacks and deftly dodges the spear and then grabs it in his hands. He grasps the spear tightly, but it slowly dissolves in his hands. He doesn't notice this and starts threatening his opponents. When Kim Hyun is about to attack with the spear, it suddenly disappears in his hands. An unknown man is already pouncing on him from behind. He also attacks the guy with an ice spear, knocking Kim Hyun into the ground and leaving behind an explosion. But Kim Hyun himself doesn't get any injuries and activates his information mastery skill on the spear. The spear is called the Sonic Spear of No Return. While he is studying the characteristics of the new artifact, a huge hole appears above his head, which he immediately notices. A huge ball of paper forms around Kim Hyun, trapping him in a real trap. At this moment, Kim Hyun notices an unknown person in front of him, who calls himself as a former magical class hunter of the highest rank mage ascendant. Then the guy notices a lot of blades directed at him, but he is not scared. The man is surprised that Kim Hyun is still smiling. The enemy is not going to talk to Kim Hyun for a long time, and is going to attack to see how long his bravado will last. Kim Hyun calmly and deftly dodges the blows as he realizes that these unknowns are much faster than the guys last time. All the while, the guy is overconfident that even such fast hunters are slower than he is, so he is going to counterattack. Eventually, Kim Hyun starts swinging his fists, but none of his blows hit the unknown and disappear into nothing. Strange energy streams appear around the guy and form a circle. Kim Hyun tries to figure out what it is. Then Kim Hyun immediately receives a sharp and strong blow from below from these magical energy flows, creating a small explosion. Because of the explosion, the guy tries to regain consciousness and get his bearings again amidst the interfering dust clouds that keep appearing. At this time, the stranger appears behind Kim Hyun again and is about to attack. Kim Hyun senses the man behind him and turns around and holds back his ice-tipped spear. All the while, the unknown man continues to use his magician's ability by constantly attacking Kim Hyun and creating explosions for him. Afterwards, the guy tries to get to his feet from the blows he received. The battle isn't over yet, but Kim Hyun wants to try to use something. The unknown men look around the place where Kim Hyun was and realize that the guy abruptly disappears from his place. As Kim Hyun successfully executes his plan, he finds himself behind the stranger, who starts writhing in terror. At this time, Kim Hyun calls his used skill Transform Distortion. This is a skill that allows the user to move instantly. Just as abruptly, the stranger disappears and moves to another location, increasing the distance between him and Kim Hyun. He then creates a magical shield around himself and smirks, looking at Kim Hyun. The man asks if the guy thought he wouldn't be prepared. In turn, Kim Hyun assures the man that they are on the verge of disaster. The guy realizes that he used the skill too quickly, which confused all the channels. The partner of the second stranger attacks Kim Hyun from behind and suddenly attacks him. Assessing the situation, the guy realizes that one is trying to knock him down by blasting mana spears, and the other is clamping down so he can't dodge them. What a team. After that, Kim Hyun works out the next plan. His Transform Distortion has not been finalized yet, so he should resort to another method. At this time, one of the unknown men notices Kim Hyun's strange behavior and tries to figure out what he's up to. He watches the guy closely and tries to figure out why the hunter is so relaxed. It doesn't look like a trap to him, so the man is going to take this chance since Kim Hyun isn't dodging. After the attack, he gazes into the smoke to see if it's over. Suddenly, Kim Hyun himself appears behind the unknown man, scaring him and grabbing him by the collar of his jacket. After that, the guy continues to hold the man by the collar and offers to tell him something interesting. By the way, Kim Hyun has S++ resistance. Successfully executing his plan, Kim Hyun refines his skill. He takes a firm hold of the man's collar and pushes him into the ground to put him on his back. With that, Kim Hyun pushes the stranger's head into the ground and asks him if he's ever been on a roller coaster. He should be mentally prepared. When it's all over, Shi Hyun reaches down and tells Kim Hyun that he lost his home in an instant. The guy tries to prove that it wasn't his fault at all. Now Shi Hyun is just wondering when he'll be done with the cleaning now. Lee Seo-yoon appears in the doorway and wonders how messy the place is. In response, Shi Hyun asks Lee So-yeon if she's here to make fun of him. But she's just worried about her friend. The Hunters Association is going to compensate Shi Hyun for what happened, and it's a good thing that there were no accidents here. In turn, Lee So-yeon agrees with everything Shu Hyun says, and shows him his phone to look at something interesting. A video of Kim Hyun fighting with an unknown man near his friend's apartment has already appeared on the internet. In all seriousness, the guy was giving the unknown assailant a roller coaster ride, just up a tall building. Seo-yeon herself is also staring at her phone and watching the video that appeared. The girl is extremely surprised and even shocked. She tries to find positive aspects to the situation and tells Shi Hyeon that people are not reacting negatively to what is happening in the video. Agreeing with Seo Yeon's words, Shi Hyeon says that there is one small thing. He reminds the girl of the moment when Kim Hyun hung all the reporters on him. With a horrified look on his face, he shows his phone to the girl, implying that his cell phone has been on the fritz ever since. Shi Hyeon shuts his eyes with his palms again. It hasn't even been a month since he changed his cell phone number. At his friend's words, Shi Hyeon smiles and asks him not to be so hard on himself, but he asks with a tired look and black eyes where his conscience is. At that moment, the guy throws something in Shi Hyun's hands and tells him it's to cheer him up. He goes to So-en to use the magic stone. At this time, Shi Hyeon looks at the usurper ring that Kim Hyun threw to him and realizes that it's an ST+ artifact. His mood changes in an instant after receiving the artifact, and the guy assures Kim Hyun that he can rely on him. Kim Hyun then heads to the So-en guild where surrounding Anya is sitting and draws the magic circle again. Once the guy gave that unknown man a good treatment, he immediately spills everything he knows and can tell him. Right away, Kim Hyun shows Anya some documents about Martin Brand. He himself is hiding in a secret bunker, and from there he ordered Kim Hyun's destruction. But suddenly Kim Hyun is distracted from his thoughts about Martin Brand, and turns to look at Anya to see what she is doing. He then asks the girl if she's okay and if she's feeling well. Anya assures him that everything is fine, she just looks disgusting. She rises up and rubs her eyes from tiredness and lack of sleep. Kim Hyun is about to teleport in front of Ari's main office. Abruptly throwing the phone into the hands of surrounding Anya, Kim Hyun asks her to give it to Seo Yoon to make sure she keeps it. As soon as Anya picks up the phone, she immediately changes her face, and her mood instantly improves. She activates the teleporter and warns Kim Hyun, who has already noticed that the girl has cheered up. As a result, Kim Hyeon moves to a strange place where there is absolutely nothing. In front of him stretches a cave and the dungeon is unclear what kind of place it is. The guy starts to squirm with suspicion that Anya might have betrayed him and moved him to another place, but he is called from behind. In front of Kim, Hyung appears a tall man in a suit of armor adorned with fur. It is the same Martin Brand who has been waiting for him here. At that moment, Kim Hyung realizes that watching the news was worth it. He says that he has met the assassins who have already been eliminated. Martin Brand smirks back at Kim Hyun and explains to him that these people were just decoys. It was more important for him to familiarize himself with Kim Hyun's biography. Abruptly and unexpectedly, for the guy, Martin tells him that he knows about him one moment. The guy is a custodian on the 9th floor. These words shock him. Kim Hyun then uses on Martin to access the information, but he does not manage to view the data. He suspects that Martin might be an ascendant. Now the guy is expressing his opinion that everything has worked out in his favor. Martin thought he'd guess about the teleportation coordinate switch. In addition, Martin Brand suspects that Kim Hyun is as confident as everyone else. But this is wrong, because this place is a trap in itself. Without saying much, Kim Hyun swings his fist at Martin, thanking him for telling him such things. At the same moment, Kim Hyun swings his fist sharply at Martin Brand, but there is a sudden and strange explosion. He almost reaches the man with his fist, but notices that his punch is stopped by some strange and unusual barrier. Martin Brand smirks smugly, because his barrier is not comparable to the similar and low-grade magic of Kim Hyun. Immediately after that, Kim Hyun flies backwards from the powerful push of the man trying to cover his face and head with his hands for protection. The guy eventually flies a short distance away from Martin Brand and stops to raise his head and assess the situation. When Kim Hyun lifts his head up, he notices an incredible array of artifacts in the form of weapons above him being handled by Martin Brand. At this point, Martin is about to introduce himself. He is a sacred object, but to some an evil and inevitable loser, and simply put, the very Faker. Without much effort or extra movement, Faker uses his artifact and points it directly at Kim Hyun as his attack. After that, Martin Brand starts throwing a lot of different blows at Kim Hyun, from which the guy deftly jumps back and dodges. At this time, Kim Hyun realizes that because of all these artifacts, he can't get close to Faker. He needs to use Transform Distortion. Martin Brand continues to attack Kim Hyun repeatedly, but notices his disappearance and tries to find out where he went. From the air, Kim Hen examines Fakera and realizes that since he has such a barrier, a second-rate attack won't help, but will only lead to absorption. So the guy is going to get to the top no matter what. He opens up all his possible mana paths and magic power-forming wings. Now Kim Hyun knows very well that now he needs to do the Asura attack to buy as much time as possible. This is the best thing to do. With dexterity and determination, the guy rushes straight towards Martin Brand, intending to attack him. Kim Hyun wants to see if Faker can withstand this attack. Kim Hyun's body is boiling with the amount of replenished energy and magic. He strikes Martin Brand with the Supreme Overlord's Divine Leg Strike. At this time, Martin Brand anxiously watches as the guy throws multiple leg kicks at his barrier to try and break through it. Determinedly taking a second leg swing, Kim Hyun is about to throw another kick to successfully break Martin Brand's barrier. Abruptly and unexpectedly, for no particular reason, Kim's leg stops right in midair and stops moving. Kim Hyun doesn't immediately realize what's happening. A smug, smirking faker calls the guy's actions amazing. It's only been a few seconds and Kim Hyun has already released so much mana. But the man is not going to coddle and give the guy a break, so he holds him by the collar and gives him a hard punch with his fist to the chest. Then Kim Hyun frees himself from Martin Brand's grip and flies back again to a safe distance. At the same moment, he tries to see his palm from which magic energy is oozing. The boy realizes that he's failing. Flaunting his armor, Faker assures Kim Hyun that all this is useless because this room is in a state of mana freeze, grinning madly. Faker looks into the guy's eyes. He says that he has been watching him for quite some time, because he has been looking for a meeting with the Guardian. Martin Brand then shares his observations with Kim Hen. He has noticed that most of his skills require basic mana usage. In response to this, Kim Hen tries to shut Martin Brand up quickly because he doesn't want to listen to his useless talk. To which Faker grudgingly and with an arrogant face addresses the guy saying that he doesn't understand the situation he's in, but they're in the same position. In the end, Martin Brand pauses and agrees with Kim Hyun's words, except that he can use all his artifacts at once. Because of this, Kim Hyun tries to hastily dodge the renewed blows and realizes that he can't even use Transform Distortion now. One of Martin's punches hits Kim Hyun in the shoulder. He thinks the guy's stamina is wasted because there's no point in going up against him. Kim Hyun deftly jumps somewhere and lands, realizing that there's no way out of this place. Immediately, Faker shrouds himself in a magical barrier again. The man tries to find Kim Hyun, who figures out where the thing that causes the mana freeze is. Quickly enough, Kim Hyun finds the item that freezes mana, which is Martin's staff. A barrier is set up around it, but he doesn't care if it's not strong enough for him. All the while, Martin Brand tries to stop Kim Hyun by attacking him with artifacts. He doesn't let the guy get too close to him. In turn, Kim Hyun dodges and evades the attacks quite skillfully, trying to get to Fakira's staff with purpose. This morning, the guy read a pretty interesting story that he's going to repeat in reality. Even the mana blocking won't let him stop. Quickly thinking of his plan of action in his head, Kim Hyun lands a Holy Lightning God strike on Martin Brand. The guy smiles broadly in joy and realizes after his punch that he has succeeded. As he is about to deliver his next kick, Kim Hyun notices that Martin Brand suddenly appears in front of him and tries to stop him. Immediately, Kim Hyun picks up all the movements and maneuvers of his opponent and then dodges his fast and clear attacks. This time, the guy again fails to get closer to Martin Brand, so he takes a short pause and increases the distance. All this time, Faker is really surprised even though he has seen Kim Hyun's maneuvers before. He still manages to break his barrier without using mana. Martin didn't know that Kim Hyun was at this level, so he wants to honor him by going to show him some of his skills. Faker then raises his unusual sword called the Sacred Sword of the Hero of Ascuran. He tells that the specialty of his sword is that it adopts the skills of other weapons, like a myth in which the hero is always fighting with his companions. Martin Brand then begins to store magical energy in his body and sword. If one were to use such a sword, it would only be in this case. This sacred sword in the hands of Fakira gathers in itself all possible characteristics and skills of the other artifacts that belong to this ascendant. As a result, Martin Brand abruptly and decisively approaches Kim Hyun face to face, much to the excitement and tension of the guy himself. Watching Martin's attacks, Kim Hyun realizes that he can see all the movements of his sword, but he can't dodge it. He tries his best to keep his defenses up and not get hit by the crushing blow. The mana freeze really messes things up. In the end, Kim Hen doesn't even have time to think about what to do next, but Martin Brand appears in front of him with a mace. Faker then continues his multi-pronged attack and uses the Sword of Aragon's Spear of the Eclipse God and the Dagger of Arachne to do so. He's going to finish the fight with his last original weapon that could not be copied, the Sword of Gigantomachy. The already wounded Kim Hyun looks up, tired and exhausted, to see the huge sword in Martin Brand's hands. Using the huge sword, Gigantomachy Faker strikes Kim Hyun with his most powerful blow yet, leaving an explosion as he bids farewell to the boy. After the attack, Martin Brand tries to cover the bright light from the blow with the palm of his hand, which is blinding. After a moment, a human silhouette appears among the dust. At that moment, Faker notices Kim Hyun still alive and on his feet in front of him. His endurance has exceeded all Martin Brand's expectations. Suddenly, the guy turns to Martin about to ask him something, and the man considers him a submissive sheep, so he will not refuse to listen. And so, Kim Hyun asks Martin why he's so desperate to destroy him. Destroying the Keeper is an easy way to destroy the floor. Faker then answers the guy with his story about what the true reason for the Ascenders is, and it's the desire to ascend to the throne. At the last gasp, Kim Hyun tries to come to his senses but keeps asking what kind of throne he's talking about. Martin Brand already suspects something, and thinks that what he has said is enough, in which case Kim Hyun suggests that he should stop. In turn, the guy is well aware of the consequences. The highest level artifacts will hit him critically, but he smirks at Fakira. All the while, Kim Hyun grins at Martin and says he's not just stalling for time, he's going to use his methods too. Martin Brand is alarmed when he notices the mana around the guy. But it shouldn't have happened because the mana freeze is still in effect. Then he puts his palm forward, trying to figure out how to stop Kim Hyeon, who has a lot of mana accumulating around him. At this point, Kim Hyun is filled with unusual energy and sarcastically thanks Martin for the information. He offers to see him next time. Abruptly and suddenly, the guy returns to the system room where his assistant Ave is. Kim Hyun is badly injured and exhausted. Immediately, his assistant notices the guy who has appeared in the room and can barely stand on his feet, so she immediately runs over to him to give him the help he needs. At that moment, Kim Hyun raises his system remote control and shows it to his assistant Av as if silently thanking her for such a useful device. At this time, Martin Brand grabs his head and realizes that he can't track Kim Hyun's coordinates. He must be caught while he's in a weak state. Suddenly, Faker notices a thread of mana floating in the air in front of him. Teleportation links one coordinate to another with the mana thread. Because of this, the man is pleased with himself for noticing such an unimaginable detail. He realizes that Kim Hyun is now hiding in another dimension. Martin Brand is not going to give up and grabs his artifacts again, saying to himself under his breath that now Kim Hyun is definitely dead. At this time, Av's assistant stands in the middle of the dungeon and looks around. She realizes that Kim Hyun has recreated the first floor of the training tower. Without averting her gaze, the girl looks after the injured Kim Hyun. Although his wounds were treated with mana, they were still quite serious. Av sighs tiredly and sadly because there is no potion or healing artifact, but only a first aid kit. Kim Hyun, on the other hand, realizes that if the climber is able to recreate artifacts and freeze mana, things will take an unpleasant turn. He also realizes that as a guardian he can stay in this room for another 20 minutes, so he finishes his training and informs Av about it. But the girl doesn't quite understand what kind of training Kim Hyun is talking about. The guy looks pretty careless, so she worries if everything is okay. Finally, Kim Hyun turns to her and tells her that he's going to leave. Assistant Av suggests that Kim Hyun stay and think about his tactics again. In response, the guy only strokes the little girl's small head without saying anything to her worried words. With a warm smile, Kim Hyun assures Av that everything will be perfectly fine, and this time his outcome will be completely different. Pressing the coveted button again, the guy immediately teleports back to the dungeon where Martin Brand is already waiting for him. While Kim Hyun was in the system room, he bandaged his body and now comes back to normal to continue fighting Faker. Right now, the guy is introduced to a smug Martin Brand who welcomes him back here. Without delay, Kim Hyun starts to move forward towards Faker and laughs demonstratively to show him his condition and attitude for the fight. He purposely makes such a spectacle of himself and then apologizes for his behavior. It's funny that the guy laughs because this is where his grave will be. Again, Martin refers to Kim Hyun as the man who recently ran away from him and is now so obviously bluffing. He's going to destroy him. To feel calm, Kim Hyun covers his eyes. He has mastered countless martial arts inside the tower. There is a thing he trained at the end. At this moment, he talks about the movement of vegetation. It's more of a concept, except that without being able to learn the technique, he stopped. The reason he stopped learning the technique is because there are so many masters, none of whom can be questioned. Kim Hyun didn't just go to the system room during the battle. During that short 6-hour period in the room, he gained enlightenment. He also recalled the times he had spent researching what was described in the books and the fights with Hakiyako and the Demon King that used other techniques. Thanks to all these meaningful moments, Kim Hyun still managed to touch the principle of vegetation movement. At this point, Martin Brand's face changes dramatically and he stands in a stupor as he continues to watch the enlightened Kim Hyun change. Once again, Faker attacks his opponent with a huge sword, but this time Kim Hyun successfully counters him. The guy himself knows very well in advance that he has already won this battle, but it remains only to bring it to an end. And here Faker is already seriously tense and nervous because there are no visible and significant changes in Kim Hyun as well as the artifact respectively. But the man continues to watch the guy who is resolutely dealing with his huge sword. He's not the same man he was 6 hours ago. Again, Faker is about to enter the fray, trying to shorten the distance and strike sooner, even though he wanted to play with Kim Hyun as much as possible. Now Martin Brand is showing that he is worried and seriously nervous. He realizes that he can't relax. Martin Brand continues to glare at the unperturbed Kim Hyun-woo, intending to finish off his enemy and adversary as soon as possible. Faker smirks and asks Kim Hyun-woo if he really thinks he'll be able to parry his attacks with just his arm. That's stupid. But Kim Hyun himself tries to act calm and measured, not reacting to Martin Brand's provocations and pushing his sword attack back. Squirming unhappily, the guy tells Faker that he's being overly boisterous, keeping him from concentrating. Showing off his fighting and graceful postures again, Kim Hyun unleashes a powerful High Lord Divine strike on Martin Brand. Immediately, he becomes angry and boils with the rage that fills him. The guy soars into the air and catches Martin Brand in it, swinging his fists at his chest. Kim Hyun finally strikes his opponent with another powerful and devastating punch that knocks Martin deep into the ground. The crushing blow is followed by another one, but Kim Hyun's attention is suddenly drawn to something threatening him from outside. The sacred copies of Martin Brand's artifacts again start attacking the guy, who deftly and also quickly dodges the consequences. Gamblingly biting his tongue, Kim Hyun clucks his tongue looking at Faker, who distracted him from throwing punches. He then turns to an angry Martin who can barely contain his aggression. The guy asks if he feels crushed. Martin Brand starts to get aggressive and is about to vent his anger. He calls Kim Hyun names with the most obscene words. The guy gets a little tense and is surprised that a strange and bright blue aura appears around Martin Brand. Now Kim Hyun tries to calmly and adequately assess the situation and understand what is happening now. He realizes that it's not the mana, but the Faker artifact. Showily raising his sword, Gigantomachy, Martin reminds Kim Hyun that he has the unique ability to take over the stats of other weapons. Once again, Kim Hyun mocks the behavior of the man who is now acting like a very ordinary and small child. Provoked by the guy's words, Martin Brand begins to aggress even more, baring his teeth at the guy and trying to contain his psycho and hatred. Out of his last strength, Faker raises his sword Gigantomachy up and realizes that he can't take it, so he should destroy Kim Hyun in one blow. When Martin Brand swings his sword and strikes Kim Hyun, the guy just puts his arm up and holds the blade of the sword. The smug Kim Hyun looks at the sword that is trying to reach his body and strike, but is held up by his one hand. Eventually, Martin Brand finishes his strike on Kim Hyun, and then watches the guy mesmerized, trying to see if he has succeeded. He sees a picture that shocks him. The calm and smiling Kim Hyun is holding a huge sword filled with different stats and magic with one hand. Eventually, Martin Brand realizes what's going on. Kim Hyun uses one hand to transfer the energy of the Gigantomachy sword into himself, storing it in his body. Kim Hyun assures Faker that he doesn't have to worry because he will return the sword's power to him right away through his strike. Kim Hyun decisively puts his palm forward and strikes Martin using the first position vegetation movement technique and the 1000 reflective strike. But in the end, Faker is unable to dodge such a powerful punch. At some point, the man realizes that his situation is extremely dire. There is a bright, powerful, and incredibly strong explosion that goes up to the ceiling. Kim Hyun remains motionless at this time and simply observes. Indeed, Kim Hyun feels and achieves enlightenment. He successfully gets rid of the lurking climber who was in New York. After the defeated and dead Martin Brand, only a small and empty bag remains. Kim Hyun tries to understand why this object does not disappear. The guy can barely stand on his feet, but he keeps moving. He picks up the bag and is notified that it is Ha-Su-Bun's subspace. The subspace belonging to Martin Brand starts to open, and offers Kim Hyun to place one of the desired objects in it. But the guy doesn't see any difference in what to put in the bag, so he grabs the sword Gigantomachy and puts it in the subspace. He then grudgingly lifts the small bag up and examines it. He thinks that this thing is a bit stingy because you can't just keep all the items. Kim Hyun ends up alone in the middle of the dungeon. He realizes he has to go back, but he doesn't have his phone with him and doesn't know where he is. Suddenly, a hatch opens above Kim Hyun's head, in which a member of the Ares Guild can be seen. The guy turns to his head, who has already died. The young man doesn't immediately realize what's going on, but when he sees not Martin Brand but Kim Hyun in front of him, his face contorts in horror. With an awkward face and a slight smile, Kim Hyun turns to the young Ares Guild member and chuckles lightly back at him. Deftly and quickly, he grabs hold of the incoming guy and pulls him down straight to the ground in the middle of the dungeon. Holding his head with his hand so that he doesn't jerk and run away, Kim Hyun wants to get right down to business. He's tired and exhausted. Making a friendly and sweet expression on his face, Kim Hyun turns to the guy. Kim Hyun asks him to take off his clothes and lend him his phone. 3 days after the incident, reporters gather again at the branch office of the Korean Hunters Association to hold a press conference. The reporters are waiting for news from Kim Hyun about the criminal who attacked Shi Hyun in his apartment. The guy is already appearing in front of the reporters, but he's not going to talk long, and leaves as soon as he's done reminding everyone about the guys who showed up at Shi Hyun's house and wanted to attack him. Kim Hyun then shows his phone to the reporters and says that he has figured out the person behind all this. To do this, Kim Hyun turns on a recording of a conversation where Martin Brand tells someone that he is going to kill Kim Hyun. Everyone is shocked to hear this. Then the guy explains that in addition to the conversation, he also has a video confirmation and many other various proofs. With a satisfied smile on his face, Kim Hyun turns to the reporters and says that he is waiting for Ares to explain the situation. 3 days later, the Kangdong area is once again filled with a maddening array of reporters who hear the news that Ares, the guild leader, has disappeared without a trace. After the battle with the Ascendant Martin Brand, Kim Hyun is already back home with Shu Hyun and his friends. His comrades are shocked and surprised to hear the guy's story that they are in a tower and the ground is on the 9th floor. At this time, Seo Kwon expresses his rejection of the situation, and Seo Yoon also tries to process the information and can't believe that Kim Hyun is the keeper. But Kim Hyun mocks Seo Yeon and is pissed off with her reaction, because he could have just replied that she understood and closed the conversation. Then he looks around at his friends and notices their confusion. The guy expected such a reaction because he was shocked by it at first. Kim Hyun also realizes that his friends were bound to find out sooner or later. Now Shi Hyun understands why the guy was fiddling with the cracks. Meanwhile, Seo Yoon is trying to digest the situation and understand everything. She asks Kim Hyun what he was doing this time and if he just stopped the climber. The guys still don't fully understand what the truth is. Kim Hyun explains that he didn't touch the guild but simply destroyed the head of the climber. He realizes that his friends are confused about what is going on, so he tells them the whole story of Martin. After his story, Kim Hyun realizes that his friends are too noisy, so he wants to get out of here. But they stop him because he's not in the best condition. He puts on his gym clothes and assures Shu Hyun that there's nothing to worry about and that he's fully recovered. No sooner does Kim Hyun leave his apartment than he's greeted with enthusiastic cheers outside. In front of him is a red carpet on which stands a white limousine. His student Mi-ren comes out of the limousine and bows to him. At the same time, Mi-ren bows to her teacher with a smile on her face and says that she came here to pay her respects to her master. Kim Hyun himself didn't expect to see his student now, so he's alert, trying to figure out why she's here. When he brings Mi-ren home, they are greeted by a shocked Lee Seo-yoon, Seo Kwon, and Shi Hyun, who stare at the strange girl. At that moment, Mi-ren sits down on her knees in front of Kim Hyun and the others, and her black-masked henchmen line up behind her. But Kim Hyun wonders who the people behind her are. The girl tells him that they are bodyguards trained especially for Master Kim Hyun. Then the guy expresses his dissatisfaction because these bodyguards are like an eyesore, so the girl immediately gets rid of them. Seo Kwon turns to Kim Hyun and asks if this girl can be the Dragon Monarch and the head of the Force Guild. When Shi Hyun tells him that this nickname belongs to the 5th-ranked S rank of the entire world, Kim Hyun observes his student. He also continues to watch the face of his cute and lovely student, who is indeed ranked 5th in the world rankings. While teaching Mi-ren, Kim Hyun was absorbed in his own concepts, so he's pretty sure he didn't teach her anything other than imperial techniques. All the while, the guy doesn't take his eyes off the student who is blushing with embarrassment. He's trying to figure out how this girl even became so strong. At that moment, Mi-ren abruptly starts bowing to Kim Hyun and shouting apologizes for something, but the guy doesn't understand what she's apologizing for. At the same time, the girl is writhing in shame and regret because his student failed to follow her master's instructions. Mi-ren claims that Kim Hyun told her that no one can be superior to her except the great master, but he immediately demands her to shut up. Even more actively, Mi-ren apologizes to Kim Hyun that she is an unworthy student and her master is heaven to her. Kim Hyun himself doesn't know how to silence his student, so he simply slaps the side of his palm on the top of her head. Grabbing her head, Mi-ren tries to realize what she did wrong. Her teacher demands her not to make her raise her voice. He tries to hide his face in shame because his student is his dark past, and the girl still obediently apologizes for her behavior. At this time, Sho Hyun stands a little aside and anxiously turns to Kim Hyun, and then calls his student named Mi-ren. Immediately, the girl's face changes and envelops herself in dark energy. She mentally tells Shi Hyun that he dare not call her by her name, which he's alarmed by. While the guy is trying to figure out what Mi-ren's connection to Kim Hyun is, Seo Kwon lightly puts his arm around Seo Yeon and suggests she go check on their paperwork. At this time, Kim Hyun strokes his student's head and asks her not to spread his destructive intentions, and the girl obediently agrees. And his friend is plunged into a world of shock and horror because the Dragon Monarch, ranked 5th in the world rankings, is Kim Hyun's student. Kim Hyun turns back to look out the window again. He's annoyed that the people outside are so noisy. Mi-ren offers to take care of it for him. What she means is that she suggests her master destroy everyone outside the apartment right now. While Kim Hyun grabs his phone, Mi-ren tries to find out from the master why she can't just go ahead and destroy everyone in his way. Suddenly he gets some new message that pleases him. He gets up and tells everyone that he's going to go out for a while to do his own thing. Kim Hyun then turns to Shi Hyun and smirks because Aris's minions have reacted to the speech and made contact. At the same moment, Kim Hyun goes to a place where an unknown man is waiting for him at a table. When he arrives, he sits down in front of the stranger and says that they wrote to him that they would like to discuss everything with the person directly involved. Kim Hyun himself came here to listen to the assistant guild leader Aris, who is anxiously looking at the guy sitting in front of him. At this moment, the assistant guild leader is extremely tense because he is the one who has to deal with the problems after Martin's disappearance. The paper with the number 6 that Kim Hyun showed at the press conference shows that the number 6 disappeared along with the head of the guild. The man is also fully convinced that Kim Hyun is the one who destroyed their chapter. He himself is not at the level to deal with such a strong opponent. The stranger realizes that because of this incident, conflicts within the guild are growing, so it needs to be resolved. But Kim Hyun needs to know what they want. The stranger assures Kim Hyun that they will do their best to fulfill his request. Kim Hyun says to give up all the dungeons and get out of Korea. This makes the man nervous and indignant that this is completely absurd. Kim Hyun wonders why this is such a conclusion since he can destroy them. He laughs and says that Ares has many other sins in addition to the incidents with him, which the aide knows about. Kim Haeg watches the shrinking and nervous man and realizes that he has said all this for a reason, but that he has clearly hit the mark. In that case, he wants to give them a break. In order to get the dungeons, he will show his mercy and agree to 40% of the property. At the same moment, Ares, the assistant guild leader of the guild, is even more shaken and looks very anxious, confused, and panicked. In the end, Kim Hyun makes an agreement with the man and leaves the restaurant, leaving him alone with his thoughts. Mi-ren and his bodyguards appear in front of him to greet him and see how his meeting went. But he had already told his student to stop dragging those bodyguards around, and then they disappear and she apologizes for the mistake. During this, Mi-ren puts her hand forward and does something while Kim Hyun is distracted by the conversation and suggests that the girl just go home. Noticing Mi-ren's strange behavior, the guy tries to find out what she did, and she pretends it didn't happen and hides her hands behind her back. All the while, Kim Hyun is still trying to get used to Mi-ren's behavior, squirming in frustration. At last, the student turns back around. At this moment, the girl looks back at the slumped assistant guild head Ares, who remained seated at the table after meeting Kim Hyun. As Kim Hyun moves towards the white limousine to get into it, Mi-ren holds the microphone in her hands and watches the master's movement so as not to get burned. She breaks the microphone in her hands out of anger, plotting something not so good. Mi-ren orders all the disguised warriors to assemble. Immediately after meeting Kim Hyun, the guild leader's assistant is tormented by his student's bodyguards. This time, the man is first stretched in the air by the terrifying tentacles and then sharply thrown straight into the wall. At this time, Mi-ren's bodyguard turns to him and tells him that there is nothing special about him. The man is worried about what the Force Guild is doing here. Mi-ren's henchman tells him not to curse them, but Ares' assistant responds by shouting that he has done nothing. As a result, the man is left sitting on the floor shaking in fear and pain. The bodyguards assure him that he must remember something. He leans over to the man and tells him that no matter what he did, they don't care, but he shouldn't make the man angry again. They'll go back to him and find him. At this time, Kim Hyun returns to the system room where he is greeted by Av, who is alone with the extreme cold. When Kim Hyun arrives, he speaks to the worried girl and assures her that she should have just called him here again. Av replies that she couldn't do that because when the guardian enters the room, he can't be summoned for 5 days. Kim Hyun, on the other hand, didn't come here for that reason. He interestedly asks if there are any skills that can be improved this time. At this moment, Av notices that Kim Hyun's dexterity has increased to S rank, but no notification has appeared. Now an update appears. And the guy realizes what kind of update he's talking about. It's about the same as the last one that made it easier for him to recruit members to the guild. Kim Hyun also realizes there's a catch. Av tells him that every upgrade requires a level up. Tired and frustrated, the guy sprawls on the back of the couch and asks how he can ever reach the top level when everything goes like this. In turn, Av tries to comfort his keeper and offers him a possible option. Kim Hyun can talk to the climbers themselves. They're called reclimbers. They are those who reclimb the tower after reaching the top. These climbers may have information. Kim Hyun recalls Fakira's words about wanting to ascend to the throne, but he has no idea what it means. He should ask the re-elevators. Abruptly, the guy ends his conversation with Av's assistant and tells her that he has to leave, but the girl tries to stop the guardian. She then turns to Kim Hyun demandingly and asks him to leave the PlayStation for her before he leaves. After briefly pondering Av's request, Kim Hyun again creates the PlayStation for the girl that she asked for so much. After meeting with Kim's assistant, Seo-hyun and Mi-ren head to Gyeonggi-do in Hanam. A huge mansion appears in front of them. Kim Hyun's apprentice tells her master that it is a specially built and special mansion for him. Shocked, Kim Hyun realizes that this house is meant for him. Meanwhile, Shu Hyeon is trying to find out on his phone if such a place exists in Hanam. He starts his search on the internet and realizes that the land on which the mansion stands is for a new city. Kim Hyeon awkwardly goes to his student to find out how much it costs to build the mansion. Mi-ren thinks it's nothing. In the meantime, the guy watches the cute student who looks at him with love. He tries to understand what's going on and why the girl is so nice to him. In the end, Mi-ren invites the guys to enter the mansion to look at the interior. Kim Hyun thinks about whether she has ulterior motives or a second personality. Making a questioning face, Mi-ren looks at her master carefully. Kim Hyun at this time learns her information and that she is extremely loyal to him. Suddenly, the guy asks his student an obscene question about whether she is a pervert. Shi Hyeon, along with Mi-ren herself, tense up at such a question. They go inside the mansion where Shi Hyun starts to resent Kim Hyun for asking this child such a question. But Mi-ren is not so young. Kim Hyun then takes a seat on the couch and the student keeps looking after him. He asks if she's going back to China. Mi-ren gets upset and asks the teacher if her presence makes him uncomfortable. He denies saying so, but she is the head of the guild. Mi-ren makes a loving face again and tells Kim Hyun that the only place she should be is next to her master. This causes Kim Hyun to awkwardly tense up again and agree with his apprentice's words. He tells her not to stand at the door and to mind her own business. As Mi-ren leaves the room, Shi-hyun crosses paths with her in the doorway and looks back at the girl. Shi-hyun eventually makes his way into the room and walks over to the couch where he asks Kim Hyun if something happened between his student and himself. He starts parodying Mi-ren, who on her way out said how caring her master was. Kim Hyun begs his friend to pretend he didn't hear that. Shi-hyun changes the subject and sharply asks Kim Hyun when he's going to go to the US, but the guy doesn't understand why. Shi-hyun himself suspects that such an invitation may be given for the sake of the S-ranking world ranking. It's all because of the place where hunters are registered. At this time, Kim Hyun revealingly takes out a lot of money bills and puts on blatant glasses to show his friend that he is rich enough without the USA. Shi-hyun says that it would be nice for Kim Hyun to go there because it's quite an honor to have a place in the world rankings. Kim Hyun watches a video on his phone while agreeing with his friend's opinion. He has nothing to do right now. A few days later, Kim Hyun, Sha-hyun, and his student Mi-ren go to the US on an invitation. The guy gazes into the horizon to see the huge building of the International Hunters Association. The entire area belongs to the organization. Mi-ren notices his teacher's interest in the local area and proposes to make a park around the mansion. But Kim Hyun refuses because it's too much. Suddenly, Sha-hyun's attention is attracted by a man he calls Mr. Liam and greets him. Mr. Liam appears wearing a monocle on his face. The man greets the hunters who have come here. At this time, Shi-hyun introduces Senator Liam, who is a member of the High Council, to Kim Hyun. The man asks to be called Liam. He once again greets the experienced hunter and shakes his hand firmly as a sign of respect, because he has already heard about this guy. Liam then extends his hand to Dragon Monarch Mi-ren, who refuses to shake his hand in return. Shi-hyun excitedly asks why the senator himself came to say hello to them. Liam reveals that he's a fan of hunter Kim Hyun. He also knows very well that Kim Hyun came here to find out his place in the world rankings, to which he replies that there is no other reason to come. Showing his hand in the air, Liam asks the newcomers to follow him because he will show them the way. In the end, the senator leads Kim Hyun, Shi-hyun, and Mi-ren to a room that is opened only by the employees of the International Hunters Association. So Kim Hyun looks questioningly at the entrance to the room, and Shi-hyun immediately tells him that this is the evaluation room for S-ranked hunters. All Kim Hyun has to do is place his hand on the sphere that is in the room. It will evaluate his stats by comparing it to those of the other hunters. Kim Hyun is disappointed because he thought he was being tested. Liam assures him that it would be better to keep it simple. Kim Hyun walks over to the right area to begin the evaluation. Shi-hyun and Mi-ren and the senator watch the experienced hunter. With a satisfied expression on his face, the guy puts his hand on the magic sphere to begin the process of evaluating the abilities. All the while, Shi-hyun and Senator Liam continue to watch what the guy is doing with mesmerized and anxious interest. His window of information with the assessed abilities appears in front of Kim Hyun. The information he notices amazes him and puts him in a shocking stupor. At this time, Lee So-eun is praising her guild girls who they just went on a raid fighting monsters with. They praise her back. After the raid, So-yeon tiredly wipes the sweat from her chin and thinks about how it was like the monsters were smarter this time. She then begins to chuckle lightly to herself while taking out her phone. The girl opens the news feed and reads some interesting news. Then Seo-yeon realizes that Kim Hyun has also been poisoned in the United States by the International Hunters Association. She hopes that the guy won't make a mess of things there. A few days ago, Shi-hyun and Seo-kwan discussed the possibility of postponing the maze raid for 2 weeks. Seo-kwan had agreed to that as well. For a moment, Lee So-yeon gets distracted and asks his friend if he's going to follow Kim Hyun any further. But he thinks she'd do the same. But the girl doesn't quite agree with Shi-hyun's words and abruptly ends the conversation by changing the subject. All their business is over for today. After that, Shi-hyun hurriedly and embarrassedly tries to stop Lee So-yeon because he has a not-so-ordinary and interesting question for her. With a worried and questioning face, the girl looks at her comrade and waits for him to gather his thoughts and dare to ask his question. Suddenly, Shi-hyun becomes even more embarrassed and suddenly asks what kind of gifts the girl would like. Such a question is the last thing Lee So-eun would expect from her boyfriend. The girl squirms in horror because she is shocked by such questions. At the same time, Aries, the assistant head of the company, gathers stacks of papers and documents in his office. The value of the stock has plummeted, and Martin's artifacts have disappeared without a trace. Now he realizes that this is not his biggest problem. The worst part is that Kim Hyun is demanding 40% of it, which infuriates him. The doors to the office of the assistant guild leader begin to open, but the man remains irritated and yells that he asked that no one be allowed in. Mason, the consul of the International Hunters Association, enters the office of Coward. He's here on business. Coward himself immediately tries to find out what has brought Mason here so unexpectedly. Mason tells Coward that he is connected to Martin Brand. On reflection, the man recalls something like that because he has noticed that Mason and Martin were actually quite close. So Coward begins to apologize to Mason, explaining to him that the situation now is unfortunate. Mason assures him that he's going to help them. Coward asks Mason why he wants to help them. Mason is doing it for Martin, who is not sure how he will feel when he sees the guild fall apart. At this point, Mason puts his hand on Coward's shoulder and isn't going to take long to explain himself. He smiles and says that you just have to follow his words. At this point, Kim Hyun continues to stare at the information window, which tells him that the sphere is failing to calculate his abilities. This makes Kim Hyun very nervous and freaks out when he can't understand why the sphere doesn't work on him. Liam tries to figure out what's wrong. He turns to Shi Hyun and tells him that this has never happened before. The guy offers to use the orb on him to evaluate the result. He then walks over to the counter and puts his palm on the magic orb, which shows him that his rank has decreased. The sphere works and is not broken. At this time, Liam continues to observe and study the magic sphere to see what's wrong. Mi-ren sharply reprimands and calls the senator a redneck. At this point, she starts pushing Kim Hyun's propaganda and that her master is a sky master, so his abilities cannot be evaluated. But Kim Hyun stops her. Kim Hyun ends up tensely expressing that he just came all this way for nothing. Liam tries to calm the guy down because the banquet is about to start. He tells him that today is the anniversary of the International Hunters Association and guarantees that Kim Hyun won't go hungry at the banquet. Already at the banquet, Kim Hyun cleans his plate with a shiny plate of food. The senator realizes that the guy is satisfied. Mi-ren, on the other hand, is writing down the menu. At one point, Senator Liam turns to Kim Hyun, but suddenly his attention is drawn to the hunter who appears behind them. A tall and pumped-up man appears in front of the guys and the senator. It's Tank Truck Rock, who has an S rank and is ranked 3rd in the world rankings. The people present at the banquet are unhappily and with bad intentions discussing Tank, who appears at the event. Anticipating the upcoming showdown, Kim Hyun says that Tank is so noisy it hurts his ears. Shi Hyun tells him to stay away from the hunter. Tank has a very bad reputation. He's abusing his power and doing illegal business in front of everyone. He should have been made a hitman long ago. That's when Tank turns to Kim Hyun, and for good reason he thought he looked familiar. It's time for him to stop screwing around since he's been flashing disasters everywhere. Without stopping, Tank pokes his finger into Kim Hyun's shoulder because he's pretty good at dealing with people like him. But the guy sharply throws his finger away. But Tank Truck Rock won't tolerate such treatment and is about to teach Kim Hyun a special lesson by swinging his fist at the guy. At this time, Senator Liam starts to panic and yells for Kim Hyun and Tank to immediately stop and forget about the fight at the anniversary banquet. Everyone knows that Tank Truck Rock is not deterred by the senator's words and continues to attack while Kim Hyun deftly dodges his fist. In response, Kim Hyun looks at Tank sideways and smirks, saying that he is the one who will learn today's lesson. He then stands up in his martial arts pose and delivers a lord's punch to Tank, knocking the man into the wall with a resounding thud. Kim Hyun bites his tongue in excitement and tries to look closely to see if he overdid it with his punch on Truck Roku's tank. At this point, the overpumped man becomes aggressive and is provoked by Kim Hyun's words, calling him nasty words and expressions. All the while, Sha Hyun watches on in shock and wonders if this is really the power and talent Tank has heard about. Continuing the battle, Tank Truck Rock uses his unbreakable immortality skill and grabs the nearest piece of stone, throwing it straight at the guy. Immediately noticing the boulder flying at him, Kim Hyun dodges and the stone crashes into the wall, shattering into small pieces. At this time, Tank Truck Rock is already behind the guy to deliver his next blow while he is distracted by the boulder. In the end, Tank lands a devastating and crushing blow on Kim Hyun, but the guy doesn't fight back and flies into the wall. Trying to escape the rising dust, Liam wipes his eyes. The other guests at the banquet run away in a panic. In the moment, the senator realizes that Kim Hyun is being pushed hard and the battle should be stopped. But if it continues, Mason's influence will only increase. Suddenly, Kim Hyun's voice comes out and asks Tank if he's realized that someone like him is no match for him. Liam and Tank turn around. Indeed, Kim Hyun is slammed into the wall but doesn't get hurt or injured. The guy smiles and says it's his turn. Just then, the guy jumps out of his seat and comes face to face with Tank, smiling back at him. He starts swinging his fist. Kim Hyun finally strikes back at Tank with an equally devastating blow that leaves behind a thick beam of energy and throws him backwards. After that, Truck Rock doesn't even have time to get up when Kim Hyun starts threatening him with his power and abilities again. Finally, the guy's going to put an end to this Truck Rock Tank. He thinks this man will make the perfect punching bag and martial artist. Still in shock, Shi Hyun and Liam watch the battle in progress. Miren, meanwhile, doesn't doubt his teacher one bit and takes pictures on his phone. Suddenly, Shi Hyeon shockingly turns to the senator and tells him that the tank is super strong, and Kim Hyun beats him for so long and effortlessly breaks through the armor. At this time, Kim Hyun himself is already successfully beating up Truck Rock's tank, laying the man on the ground and triumphantly standing on his body with his foot. Suddenly, he has a sudden realization. He knows that Tank is third in the World Hunter rankings, and that means only one thing. Shi Hyeon is on his phone again, and notices that there's already an article about the incident. Since Kim Hyung won, he's now in third place. At this time, a man with long hair is in a dark temple where he sits on the floor and meditates. An old man with gray hair is congratulating this guy. He is the world's greatest demon, and his divine helm technique was executed perfectly by him. To which the guy with long hair starts to stand up and says that there was nothing special about Helm's mastery of overwhelming madness. And the gray-haired man agrees with his words. Nothing is impossible for him who has mastered all the martial arts of Chum and Jompa. He then asks the long-haired guy if he has any ideas on what to do next. This stranger's name is Mu Shin. He is an S-rank holder and is ranked #1 in the world rankings. He is going to meet his first teacher. Meanwhile, Seo Yeon reads the world news again about Kim Hyun giving Tunk a beating at the International Association banquet. She was expecting it. Seo Kwan asks her if she's really that worried about Kim Hyun because he's a strong guy and he'll be fine. Lee Seo Yoon is really worried that this greatness could be destructive. Seo Kwan agrees because it's about Kim Hyun. Afterwards, Seo Kwan thinks back to all the past events related to Kim Hyun. This guy easily destroyed the rotten hunting world. Even so, he's always on Kim Hyung's side. The guy starts his meal and says that Kim Hyun is a versatile person. As usual, Lee So Yoon abruptly changes the subject and asks Seo Kwan if he's heard anything about Shi Hyeon. Not expecting this, Seo Kwan abruptly stops and stands in a stupor, forgetting to chew his food. He asks why the girl is suddenly asking such a question. In fact, Lee So Yoon suspects that Shi Hyeon has a girlfriend because he's been asking questions about gifts and has already bought several of them. At this time, Shi Hyeon is distracted from looking at his purchases by Kim Hyeon's shouting about who is standing behind him and about to enter. In addition, Liam turns to the guy and asks him if he likes his new room from the International Hunters Association organization. After a while, Shi Hyun enters the room and right from the doorstep apologizes to Senator Liam for Kim Hyun's behavior yesterday. After the events of that day, the International Hunters Association banquet was canceled and Tunk Truck Rock was taken away by a rescue team. In the aftermath, all attention was focused on Kim Hyun, and literally everyone came to talk to the hunter. After all this, Senator Liam successfully persuaded Kim Hyun to stay at the hotel because he was exhausted and tired. Now the senator asks Kim Hyun that he would like to talk to him about something important, and the guy offers to do it immediately. When Kim Hyun is about to follow, Senator Liam Miren follows him everywhere and anywhere. But the guy orders his student to stay here, and her whole world falls apart right before her eyes. But Miren still agrees to her teacher's order, and her hostility with Senator Liam increases 99%. The door slams shut loudly and sharply in front of the girl's face, and she walks back into the back of the room and past Xu Heng. Miren then sits down on a rather unconventional table for this place. Xu Heng is a little nervous but realizes that they need to become friends. For a while, Xu Heng examines the girl and realizes that she doesn't want to be friends. He thought she was sociable because she looks happy around Kim Hyun. Tensing up slightly, Shi Hyun tries to pretend that everything is fine, and then suddenly turns to the student Miren. He looks at the indifferent girl and tries to figure out what they can talk about, but knows that her favorite topic is Kim Hyun. After that, Xu Hyeon immediately finds a thread to pick up on. He asks Miren how she met Kim Hyun. The girl sighs thoughtfully before giving the right answer and is about to tell him everything. But she has one important condition. In response, Xu Hyeon listens attentively to the girl and tries to guess what condition she will make for him. At the same time, the student starts to blush and asks Xu Hyeon a question about what her master Kim Hyeon likes. This question makes the guy's eyes sharply alert. When Kim Hyun first came out of the tower, he was craving food, but what happened next is a good question. In the end, Xu Hyeon carefully considers his answer and realizes that Kim Hyun really likes money, which is what Miren answers. Suddenly, the female student accepts Xu Hyeon's answer and immediately gets up to go somewhere. She thanks him for his answer and says she'll be back soon. In the end, Shi Hyeon is left alone in the middle of the hotel room and only has time to glance after Miren when she closes the door with a bang. At this time, Kim Hyun and Liam are seated at a large table. The guy doesn't like to prolong the conversation, so he suggests they get right down to business. At this point, Liam is studying Kim Hyun and watching him eat a chocolate chip cookie. He's already realized that the guy is pretty straightforward. The senator then alarmingly starts talking about a certain Mason, who is also a member of the International Hunters Association. Liam goes on to say that Mason is receiving support from the authorities. He has even received support from the top 10 ranking members. Summarizing, the senator says that because of all of this, Mason is growing in influence and they need a counterbalance. He asks Kim Hyun to be on his side. With a surprised and confused face, Kim Hyun looks back at Senator Liam, who issues such an interesting request for the guy. After the conversation, the guy goes back to Soo-hyun's room. His friend is surprised that the guy came back so early, which he didn't expect at all. It's not the first time Kim Hyun notices a small gift bag with a toy and other gifts. But now he asks Soo-hyun what it is and what it's for. Sweat drips down Soo-hyun's face from the exertion. He replies that it's a souvenir. Kim Hyun thinks it looks like a gift and asks who it's for. In an attempt to get out of the conversation, Soo-hyun abruptly changes the subject and asks what Kim Hyun was talking to Senator Liam about. Soo-hyun then stares at his friend in surprise. Soo-hyun is surprised that the senator is so humble. Soo-hyun also realizes that Kim Hyun's student has the 5th place in the world ranking, and that he himself has been involved in clashes with Aries more than once. He sees a dark past in Kim Hyun. The guy realizes his presence is an asset. Even Mason won't be able to look down on him. In the end, Soo-hyeg brings the conversation to what kind of offer Kim Hyun received from Senator Liam, but the guy doesn't know anything else. In addition, Kim Hyun brings up Liam's words that he can now teleport here whenever he wants. Soo-hyun is really surprised by this. The guy also says that he can attend the banquet of the top 50 that will be held in 2 weeks. He can get there by teleportation. At this time in the main office, Aries Mason asks the assistant head if the situation has been resolved. He replies that the most violent ones have already become quiet. At the same time, the assistant guild leader turns to Mason with a satisfied face and says that he is the reason for all this. But even so, he still wonders what Mason is going to do. Aries will definitely fall apart, and he doesn't understand his help. Then the man looks at the smiling Mason and realizes that Martin Brand is just an excuse. But he tries to stop the swarm of thoughts that Mason already suspects. The assistant's careless curiosity turns to poison. The important thing now is to protect everything. In response, Mason assures the man that everything is perfectly fine, and then pulls something out of his inside pocket. It's meant for him. He holds out a plain black ball in the aide's hand. The man does not know what this strange thing is that Mason received from his hands. At this point, Mason begins to smirk and says that if the aide will help with the plans, he will tell him how to control the guild members. In the outer wall of Washington, D.C. is a huge hospital that is being washed by heavy rain under the night sky. In this hospital lies a wounded tank truck rock who was beaten up by Kim Hyun. The man is lying in his hospital bed, writhing in pain. As he tries to get up from his bed, he regains consciousness. In front of his bed, Mason is already waiting for him. Suddenly, Mason appears in the hospital room and stands so that the moonlight falls on his face. He's glad that Tank Truck Rock is finally awake. The man then comes closer to Tank and says that he warned him to be careful with Kim Hyun, and Tank wonders what's wrong with him. Just then, Tank Truck Rock realizes that Kim Hyun has used the very technique that Mu Shin has on him, which pierces his entire body with unbearable pain. Together with Mason, they abruptly turn to the doorway where Mu Shin's voice comes from, asking if Kim Hyun really used his technique. Now Mu Shin is also visiting Tank Truck Rock in the hospital, and tells both men that it's been a while since they've seen each other. Mason asks him about something personal that only the two of them know about, and then spreads his arms out to his sides and says he's finished making arrangements. 2 weeks later, Senator Liam is still waiting for Kim Hyun at the event he told him about. Liam tries to find the guy and the passers-by through the window. A hunter of S rank, Great Sword Master Eden, appears in the doorway. He suggests Liam turn himself in because if Kim Hyun didn't show up, then he's not interested. Another S-ranked hunter, Silencer Riley, is sitting in the office. The girl thinks her answer should be mailed or sent by note. The senator replies to the hunters that Kim Hyun is a rather peculiar young man. He probably thought this method was a necessity. After Liam is invited to the stage, the gala begins where he and his world-ranked hunters grace the stage. At this point, Eden notices that the high-ranking officials are still just as cunning. It must be because they came here from other countries. Riley notices that all the guests at the event are busy making new connections. Meanwhile, Liam is talking to a man who tells him that 2 weeks ago, the banquet hall was destroyed. Liam laughs, saying it was the magicians. In the middle of the banquet hall, Eden notices someone special who is in dire need of attention. So the guy grabs Liam's shoulder and points out their company. Far away from the other guests are the hunters now led by Mason himself. But among their company is one who attracts more attention. Among Mason's henchmen and other top hunters, Mu Shin himself appears, surprising Eden and the senator with his presence. Just then, Riley asks Liam a troubling question about why Mu Shin has even shown up here. He hasn't shown up at the association since he broke into the top 5. Watching the group of dubious hunters closely, the senator realizes that he is beginning to feel uneasy. Mu Xing turns to the stranger and asks if all the hunters are here, and he replies that Mu Xing should see all the hunters. When the stranger says that he doesn't expect to see him here at this event, Mu Xing interrupts him and is about to say something. Mu Xing then abruptly grabs the unknown man's face and tells him that there is no reason to wait any longer. In one deft and strong move, the highly ranked hunter strips the poor man of his head without justifying his behavior in any way. Noticing Mu Xing's angry stare, Senator Liam realizes that things are taking an incredibly threatening and dangerous turn. Meanwhile, in the Aaron Guild, Lee So-yeon approaches Kim Hyun and tries to find out why they are doing this here and not elsewhere. But Kim Hyun himself doesn't understand her question, and she resents the guy using teleportation and doing it exclusively in her guild. He doesn't see any reason to do it elsewhere because there's no one here. But there's no one here because Lee Seo-yoon told him not to come here. When Kim Hyun says that they should change the location, Anya turns to the guy with a sharp and indignant look. Noticing this, he listens to Anya's annoyed voice asking if they really have to start over if they change locations. Kim Hyun then calmly tells the girl that she is right and that they will have to start over. This makes the girl freeze in horror. Because of this, Anya realizes that she will have to work the night shift again, but Kim Hyun tells her to take it easy and just work at her own pace. In the same horror, she realizes that she will have to draw circles after the day shift, and if she does it at night, it will take about 2 weeks. Kim Hyun suggests that she do it in the morning instead of at work because he can find a replacement. Mi-ren is thrilled at his mercy. Immediately, Anya falls on her knees in front of Guildmaster Kim Hyung and thanks him for everything. She will try to do her best. Kim Hyun's attention is drawn to a question from Lee So-yeon, who asks what the guy is going to do about Senator Liam's proposal from the United States. Remembering Liam, Kim Hyun realizes that it would be great to travel back and forth across the world using only a magic circle for teleportation, to which Seo-yeon says that they are not made for traveling except for climbers. Kim Hyun confirms that this is the easiest way. At the same moment, Kim Hyun thinks that it would not be good if people started dying because of his absence and tardiness. After his thoughts, Kim Hyun turns to Anna to ask how much more time is needed, but suddenly his attention is distracted by something. Suddenly, someone starts banging on the door, shouting and begging for help, which can't go unheard by Kim Hyun and the others. Looking at the door, Lee Seo-yoon remembers the recently captured man she put here under the closed door. As fast as she can, Seo-yeon runs towards the door where the unknown person keeps breaking in. She had forgotten that she had locked him in here before. When she reaches the door, she grabs the handle to let him out, but he immediately looks out and panics at the light. At the prisoner's sudden movements, Lee Seo-yoon abruptly changes her mind and immediately grabs the handle again and closes the door back again with a bang. In confusion, Kim Hyun wonders why the girl closed the doors again, to which she replies that she was just a little scared. At that moment, Kim Hyun opens the doors himself and sees a man shaking with terror and fear, begging to be let out of here. The stranger begins to cry bitterly and begs to at least let him out into the world. He will say anything to be spared. Kim Hyun watches the stranger in bewilderment and realizes that he has been here for less than a month, but this torture has become too much for him. At the same time in Washington, at the banquet of the International Association of Hunters, there is a complete horror and chaos. Mason's company is massacring everyone. At the same moment, Senator Liam is trying to save as many people as possible and evacuate everyone, and if possible, he directs people to the exits. Liam himself is watching in horror and simply cannot believe that all this is actually happening before his eyes. Looking around, the senator realizes that all the S-ranking players who were here have all died at the hands of Mason's company in less than 5 minutes. From behind Liam suddenly appears Truck Rock Tank, who immediately starts threatening the senator, even though he had warned him about this before. The senator turns back with fear in his eyes and can't say a word back. To stop the threat, Swordmaster Eden appears and attacks Tank Truck Rock and wrestles him away from Senator Liam. Attacking the overpowered tank, Eden looks at his opponent anxiously and begins calling him obscene words. In addition to Eden, Riley, who is diligently holding her defense with 2 sharp blades, tries to fight Mason's company. Riley, worried and shaking from overexertion, turns to Senator Liam and asks him to get out of here as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Liam himself continues to look around in horror and watches the battle between Mason's hunters and his own. While the others are fighting, Liam turns to the attackers in a shout and tries to find out the reason why they started this madness and chaos. After such a question, Mu Xing stops and turns towards the senator, pausing for a moment and pondering his answer. Mu Xing then looks at the senator with a cold and indifferent gaze and tells him that it is necessary for the destruction of the world. From shock and horror, Liam doesn't even know what to say to this, and only asks what Mu Xing is saying to him. Suddenly, Kim Hyun and his student Mi-ren appear behind the senator and asks what's going on here this time. When Kim Hyun fully assesses the situation, he starts to irritably tisk-tisk, and looks at the threat named Mu Xing with angry eyes. In response to Kim Hyun's gaze, Mu Xing looks at him with the same coolness and indifference as he does towards everything else. All the while, Kim Hyun looks around and finally turns to the senator, trying to find out why this place is in such a state again. With a slight smile on his face, Kim Hyun leans over to Senator Liam and asks him for clarification. The kid's appearance really surprises the senator himself. While Kim Hyun is trying to talk to Liam, he is approached by Moo Shin, who asks the guy if he's really the one they're talking about. With the same indifferent face, Moo Shin looks at Kim Hyun and asks him if he is the one who was able to defeat Tank Truck Rock in battle. In response, Kim Hyun only asks one single question about who this stranger is, and he introduces himself as Moo Shin. When Kim Hyun tries to figure out who Moo Shin is, Mi-ren tells him that he is the one who is ranked first among the S rankings in the world rankings. Suddenly, Moo Shin says that Kim Hyun is the one he wants. He needs to get rid of him, but he's surprised because they don't know each other. Moo Shin replies to Kim Hyun that he needs to get rid of him here and now in order to climb the tower. While listening to Moo Shin, Kim Hyun doesn't understand what the stranger is saying or what he means. At the same moment, Moo Shin puts his finger forward and directs his accumulated power straight at Kim Hyun standing in front of him. A dense beam of energy pierces through the guy's palm, but he doesn't care. He uses access to information on Moo Shin and suspects he's a climber. After studying the information he's received on Moo Shin, Kim Hyun realizes that he has the unique skill memory regression, and it seems familiar to him. While slightly adjusting his hat, Moo Shin assures him that he's not a climber, but that he's going to become one soon. Then the man gracefully removes his hat and says that he has to leave his position to do so. And at the same moment, Moo Shin disappears from his position and leaves behind only a small vortex that swirls the air around him. Also, to achieve his goal, Moo Shin needs to finish off Kim Hyun here and now, which he is going to do. Kim Hyun realizes that this is all crazy, and suddenly Moo Shin swings his fist at him and tries to strike the first blow. To avoid the first blow, Kim Hyun deftly dodges and turns around to retaliate. Quickly and deftly, Kim Hyun stands on both hands with her feet up and counterattacks the man with her accumulated physical strength. While the guy tries to hit Moo Shin at least once, he in turn holds back the attacks with both hands without much effort. At this time, Kim Hyun realizes that the man has managed to grab his legs. Moo Shin says that he has heard that Kim Hyun is trained in martial arts. For this reason, Moo Shin cleverly veils his message and suggests that Kim Hyun go sightseeing. After saying this, the man immediately strikes Kim Hyun with a punch that sends him flying backwards with a thud. Moo Shin's punch is so powerful that Kim Hyun's body breaks through several walls and flies through many rooms, leaving a hole in the wall. At this time, Moo Rin notices that her master is not in a very pleasant position, so she starts to run towards him and calls out to him. But suddenly a tall man appears in front of the little girl and stands there to block her way. He turns out to be Truck Rock and his partners. He asks where Mi-ren is going and offers the girl to play. Mi-ren is very upset, and she clucks loudly and demonstratively, going to fight with the big guy. At the same time, Kim Hyun and his opponent Moo Shin find themselves on the street, where they are going to continue their confrontation with each other. With even more strength and magical energy in his body, Moo Shin is determined to attack again. Kim Hyun, on the other hand, tries to stop Moo Shin's ever-moving hands from relentlessly striking the guy. At one point, Kim Hyun tenses up and carefully considers his words before saying anything. The guy then smirks and makes a crazy face when Moo Shin calls him names and reminds him that he is not a climber. Watching Moo Shin carefully, Kim Hyun realizes that the growing feeling is different from what one feels when meeting climbers. Because of this, the guy momentarily changes his plan of action and is about to bounce away from the man to increase the distance between them. Intending to end it all right now, Kim Hyun once again forms a red magic ball of stones and 4 powerful arms behind him. When Kim Hyun says that he would be offended if Moo Shin just left, the man doesn't say anything and remains silent. But at some point, Moo Shin is suddenly and sharply tensed by something, and it is clearly visible in his facial expression. At the same time, the man realizes that something strange is happening. The mana around them begins to visibly increase. Kim Hyun smirks and realizes that this is happening because of the benefits of his 2-week study. Asura's Annihilation Fist isn't particularly useful, but stopping an opponent from moving is a different story. 10-step destruction like Ascendant is impossible since mana is constantly increasing, but what's in Mandala should be enough. Kim Hyun was once hinted about the mana increase of this god, so he's going to use that knowledge in this case. A bright and red mana begins to spread around Moo Shin, enveloping the space. The man tenses up slightly from what is happening. Kim Hyun then puts his palm forward and thus concentrates his magical power into a vortex. After utilizing the mandala's mana, Kim Hyun uses the Asura Annulment Fist technique, channeling its power directly into Moo Shin. A bright and violent explosion occurs on the International Hunters Association grounds, leaving a blinding impact. Kim Hyun's use of the Annulment Fist causes some serious damage to buildings. Eventually, the time of the technique ends. After the skill ends, Kim Hyun stops and surveys the aftermath, trying to catch his breath and realize what's going on. His opponent Moo Shin is still standing in front of him with his palm out in front of him. The man looks like Kim Hyun's technique didn't even hit him. For a moment, Moo Shin looks at his palm and sighs interestedly as he tries to realize what's going on here. In turn, Kim Hyun realizes that thanks to the Asura Annulment Fist, Mushin won't be able to hurt him. At this time, the man shows his interest. Suddenly, Mushin disappears and appears behind Kim Hyun and says that hitting him like that was a disappointment to him. At the same moment, the man swings his fist and is about to hit his opponent Kim Hyun right on the head. Eventually, he actually manages to hit the guy with such force that his head literally almost bows to the ground. At this time, Kim Hyun doesn't fully realize what is happening, and doesn't understand how Mushin managed to hit him with such force. Kim Hyun is then unable to stand on his feet and falls to his knees, resting his hands on the pavement without trying to get back up. Mushin immediately throws his next punch and unleashes a powerful stream of magical power on the ground, sending it towards the boy. At the same moment, a disgruntled Mushin says that Kim Hyun's move is not unlike martial arts mockery. Kim Hyun, in turn, tries to get to his feet, and at the same time asks why this kind of thing bothers Mushin so much. But the man immediately interrupts the guy by saying that he didn't see a single right thing in his skills. Kim Hyun is alarmed by these words. He is also annoyed by the words that his mana flowing around him is through the bloodstream, and that it's just an easy release that doesn't require a lot of intelligence. In addition, Mushin says that he's been practicing martial arts for hundreds of years, so Kim Hyun shouldn't think about trying to overpower him. Kim Hyun only asks what hundreds of years the man is talking about. This clearly implies that Mushin is not human and it's all about skill. But Mushin assures him that he's just a human. The skill gives him endless time to train, giving him the ability to avoid a ruinous existence. Kim Hyun tenses up a bit after hearing this, but at the same time he thinks that none of this makes any sense. All the while, Mushin himself is very determined and cocky. He's going to show something for Kim Hyun, who is trying to persist. The man then adopts a fighting stance, and is going to show the guy what the true meaning of martial arts means. To begin the proof, Mushin puts his palm forward again and bends it slightly in his fingers. Immediately, Kim Hyun is hit with another strong attack that practically knocks the guy down. Taking advantage of the moment, Mushin is already behind Kim Hyun, jumping up slightly to attack him from the air. Immediately after that, Mushin hits Kim Hyun with his Chunma fist technique, hitting the guy right in the head. Kim Hyun is hit so hard that he flies down with a thud and crashes into the asphalt, followed by a dense beam of energy. Once again, Kim Hyun is on the ground trying to get to his feet, sighing and grunting from the impact. But Mushin is not going to stop, and he's already flying up behind Kim Hyun from behind to attack him with a leg kick to the back. The next attack is the Blue Dragon Kick, followed by another one called Reversible Circle Kick. Following the previous attacks is the Bloodwind Fist, which is part of the Heavenly Dragon style. After that, Mushin bends his palm in his fingers again and thrusts it towards his opponent Kim Hyun. Mushin's final attack is the Northern Divine Heaven technique, which creates a wind vortex above his head. Another blow lands directly on Kim Hyun, who can't even be seen in space because Mushin's strength blocks his view. Eventually, Mushin stops and looks carefully in front of him to see Kim Hyun's silhouette in the energy shroud. At this time, Kim Hyun himself appears unharmed, only slightly touched by the blows. His resilience is incredibly impressive to Mushin. He looks up with a satisfied look, and realizes that Mushin is strong, and anyone else in his place would have been killed by the destructive energy. Now Kim Hyun is thinking about his plan and what he's going to do next. He remembers the fight with Mason, and thinks about getting away like he did then. But he realizes that if he does that now, it's not hard to guess who will be the next target for this aggressive group of hunters, Mai Ren. For this reason, Kim Hyun is not going to give up and gets into a fighting stance, showing his attitude and determination to fight. Mushin is standing almost motionless and tries to say something, but Kim Hyun doesn't even try to listen to it. At the same moment, the guy's face begins to contort with tension and wariness as he looks at Mushin. Kim Hyun realizes that if he doesn't use this technique, he will die, but his body can't take it anymore. Kim Hyun then receives a system notification that he has survived all the attacks, and his resilience is increasing, which makes him happy. At this time, Mushin spreads his arms wide in the air and tells Kim Hyun that he has a very strong character. But even so, the man is going to put the guy out of his misery and begins to concentrate black energy in his hands to form a ball. With that, Mushin creates a black dragon and uses the Mystic Soaring Dragon attack. The black dragon appears in the air, and is about to head towards Kim Hyun to attack him at Mushin's command. Afterward, the man notices one strange detail. Somehow Kim Hyun suddenly disappears, which surprises Mushin. Suddenly a guy's voice comes from somewhere, and he turns to Mushin and asks him if he is surprised because he has already noticed his reaction. At the same moment, Mushin tries to attack Kim Hyun again, but the guy deftly jumps up and dodges. Kim Hyun then strikes back at Mushin, saying that he used Jungma's fist in his own way. At this point, Mushin is writhing in frustration, calling his opponent a real scoundrel. Eventually, the man manages to increase his distance and jump as far away from Kim Hyun, who attacked him, as possible. Watching Mushin, the guy realizes that the way he recognizes movements is now controllable. It's a strange principle, but definitely not for amplification. While Kim Hyun is thinking about what to do, he's going to retaliate against Mushin by attacking him from the air. At this point, the guy starts to hit the man repeatedly and repeatedly, which Mu Shin had just recently done to Kim Hyun. Mu Shin tries to resist the guy's attacks by holding his palms near his face and grunting softly. But Kim Hyun doesn't even think about stopping, so he does the exact same moves that Mu Shin did before him. Eventually, the guy hits the man with the Northern Divine Heaven technique, completing his cycle of multiple attacks. At this point, Mu Shin lands on the ground and observes Kim Hyun. He doesn't understand why the guy is using the same techniques. In response, Kim Hyun just smirks and asks if Mu Shin thought he could win. He had no idea he was being watched the whole time. Kim Hyun then explains that he has implemented a motion recognition method in his eye to track Mu Shin's punches. At this time, Mu Shin is not happy to hear that Kim Hyun thought it would be easy because his martial arts are precise and smooth. Shaking from overexertion, Kim Hyun realizes that it's worth it. But if he doesn't pull it off, he has no chance of winning. The guy stops for a moment when Mu Shin turns to him and says that something like this is impossible. As Kim Hyun wipes his mouth of blood and sighs heavily, Mu Shin realizes that he's learned his martial arts just by looking at them. In fact, Kim Hyun knows there's a colossal difference between looking and doing, but he has a lot of earned experience. With his movement recognition and wide, strong chi channels, Kim Hyun was able to make the impossible possible. Kim Hyun is then distracted from his musings and is about to continue the fight to test what he has been able to learn. At this time, a skirmish between Mi-ren and the rest of Mason's henchmen continues in the International Hunters Association building. A wounded Senator Liam stands on the sidelines watching and realizes that they are in real trouble. At this point, Liam realizes that the other hunters aren't participating, and that Mi-ren is only 5th in the world rankings and can't do it alone. Tank Truck Rock points his finger at Mi-ren and says that she's been acting childish this whole time. Mi-ren replies with a disgruntled but cold-blooded face, telling Tank to get lost right now and get out of here. But Tank Truck Rock only laughs at the girl's words and asks what she's going to do after he disappears from here. Actually, Mi-ren wanted her master to look cool, but she herself will have to join the fight. After that, she begins to turn around with her feet. Turning to her opponents, Mi-ren says that if she leaves them alive, they will become a threat to her master. We need to get rid of the trash right now. While Tank Truck Rock is trying to think and process Mi-ren's words, the girl manages to pull something off in the blink of an eye. In a split second, Mi-ren deals with one of the henchmen by laying him on the ground and brutally pressing his head directly into the stone surface. For his part, Tank watches the scene and is horrified as he tries to realize what is happening. Looking at Mi-ren, Tank thought that this girl had not been watching them closely earlier, but now he realizes how wrong he was. At this time, Mi-ren herself turns to Tank and assures him that they wouldn't really be safe here anyway. The little girl's whole body fills with rage and anger. She begins to threaten Tank and tells him that they have committed a multitude of sins. In response to this, Tank can't say a word and just squirms with his stupid face looking at Mi-ren, who promises that he will die in a horrible way. Meanwhile, Kim Hyun continues his confrontation with Mu Shin without end, bursting into the air and attacking him. As Kim Hyun continues his repeated strikes, he smirks smugly and gamblingly as he watches Mu Shin's behavior. The aftermath of the fight between the two men is devastating as everything around them explodes and breaks repeatedly. Mu Shin himself is good at holding his own and won't give up on Kim Hyun no matter what, so he constantly counterattacks. In the end, Kim Hyun manages to fly high into the air and deliver a devastating blow to Mu Shin. The man crashes to the pavement with all his weight and crumples to the ground, losing control of himself for a moment. The offended Mu Shin turns to Kim Hyun and calls him obscene words. He notices that the guy has a talent for constant improvement. The man also realizes that only those who are really skilled in martial arts can do this, and from now on, he is going to fight at full strength. Immediately after these words, black tentacles appear around Mu Shin, enveloping his entire body. The man begins his transformation. At the same time, Kim Hyun tries to cough and cover himself from the powerful wind currents, while continuing to watch Mu Shin. At one point, Kim Hyun's face contorts in shock as he sees what Mu Shin has become right before his eyes. In the end, Mu Shin turns into an incredible creature and is a descendant of the demon god. Kim Hyun sees Mu Shin in his new form, and the guy says that this is not what a climber should look like. The enraged Mu Shin turns to Kim Hyun and tells him that he will not be able to do such a thing again. The guy thinks for a moment and then says that he can do something very similar. Kim Hyun smiles and scratches his nose, assuring Mu Shin that he's not the only one who knows martial arts. All this time, Kim Hyun remembered the skill that Chonma had demonstrated. Back then, he did it to defeat the guy in a fight. Back then, Kim Hyun couldn't do it again, but it's different now. Nowadays, the guy understands all the principles of martial arts perfectly. Looking at his opponent, Mu Shin recognizes the move that Kim Hyun is about to pull off. It leaves him shocked and stunned. In front of the man appears Kim Hyun, whose image is now completely similar to the real and true god of thunder. At this time, Mi-ren's apprentice successfully copes with the second henchman, Tank Truck Rock. The girl deftly lays him face down on the ground. Lying under Mi-ren's feet, Tank expresses his displeasure and tries to find out how she did it, but the girl just stares at him silently. Tank then begins to panic and hysterically hysterical that he is insignificant compared to the forces of Mi-ren and the others, including Kim Hyun. The moment the man starts screaming, an hysterical Mi-ren's student simply swings her foot and punches him in the face to shut him up. Eventually, Mi-ren triumphantly places her foot on Tank's body while Senator Liam watches anxiously the whole time. The girl lightly holds her cheek with her finger and replies to Tank that it's not about skill, but martial arts. Through a huge hole in the wall, black lightning bolts can be seen appearing and emanating from Kim Hyun. Mi-ren turns around to look at it. Looking at the black lightning, Mi-ren's student immediately thinks of her favorite master and teacher, smiling in embarrassment. At this time, the smug Kim Hyun moves towards Mu-shin and exudes bright black lightning bolts from his body. After that, Kim Hyun once again begins to strike Mu-shin repeatedly with his fists while not intending to stop. Eventually, a strange current appears between the two men, forcefully pushing them away from each other during the battle. At this moment, Kim Hyun realizes that he is experiencing a strange sensation. He feels as if his body is being torn apart. In turn, on the other side of the battlefield, Mu-shin is also wary of his own thoughts. He realizes that he can't win this way. Kim Hyun suspects that there is something wrong with Mu-shin's technique, and his body is starting to give up mana. On the other side, Mu-shin also feels uneasy and worried. He realizes that Kim Hyun is getting stronger and stronger. At the same time, both of them are going to attack each other, and each of them concentrates the power and energy in their bodies to do so. Both guys realize that time is of the essence for neither of them. Kim Hyun comes face to face with Mu-shin. Kim Hyun is extremely determined, staring straight into his opponent's eyes. Suddenly, a black ball appears in the air, spinning in a dark stream of magical power. Kim Hyun is extremely alarmed by this picture. Kim Hyeon jumps from foot to foot to avoid unwanted injuries and asks Mu-shin what it is. He looks down at the ground and realizes that the ground under his feet is divided into two sides, one dark and dead, and the other light and alive. Mu-shin replies to Kim Hyun that he's using the spirit of a dead man that he should be familiar with by now. A worried Kim Hyun is not happy because it is not a martial art, but a clot of mana, and the level is the same as what he used earlier. In response to this, the man starts yelling that it doesn't matter, and the guy can't handle something like this anyway. Mu-shin then activates his black mana clot, which begins to exude dark energy and dark magical power. Eventually, the activated magical mana clot begins to shrink and shrink in the man's hands. Following the strong contraction of the clot, the opposite abruptly happens, and the ball of mana emits a multitude of black streams, triggering the demon god Annihilation. The powerful stream of dark and gloomy energy is directed straight at Kim Hyun, who is on the other side of the battlefield. Using his demonic power, Mu-shin is sure that Kim Hyun should be killed by such a blow, but immediately afterwards he is shocked by what he sees. At this time, Kim Hyun doesn't let Mu-shin's dark energy get to him in his body. He stops the man's technique and holds it in his hands. Mu-shin himself doesn't understand how Kim Hyun manages to pull this off. The guy himself smirks back at him calmly and smugly, and the dark energy dissolves. On the other side of Kim Hyun is a surprised Mu-shin, who realizes that the guy managed to block his dead man's spirit with a thunderstorm. Kim Hyun smiles madly and says that since Mu-shin taught him earlier, it's his turn to show off his skills. To do so, Kim Hyun is going to use his magic hands and the lightning god's thunderstorm to attack Mu-shin back and end the battle. At this point, Kim Hyun suggests that Mu-shin block his improved punch, which is exactly what the man is trying to do. Kim Hyun's new and improved skill is the second coming of the Thunder God, which he uses to attack Mu-shin. When the guy's light magical energy spreads, he studies the notification that he has defeated Mu-shin, and now his level is raised to medium. Out of his last strength, the guy reads the new system alert, and soon he is moved to the room of Ab's assistant. After that, he fails to stay on his feet and falls to the ground tiredly, noticing an incomprehensible piece of cloth in front of him. Trying to catch his breath and regain consciousness, Kim Hyun looks up and tries to see what he's looking at. He grabs the unknown piece of cloth, which turns out to be an Akchan or Mu-shin-S plus rank origin artifact. While studying the artifact's characteristics, Kim Hyun tries to understand what the reserve list and the labyrinth stone are from the system description. At this moment, he is loudly called out by his apprentice, Mi-ren, who hurriedly rushes over to her master to help him and see how he is doing. Kim Hyun smiles happily and smiles a little giggling when he sees her running towards him. He is happy to see her here. Then the guy can't hold on any longer and suddenly starts to fall on his back, saying that it was very difficult. A smug Kim Hyeon falls back on the ground and spreads his arms and legs apart. He is overjoyed to have won the battle with Mu-shin. There is someone watching from the sidelines with some strange apparatus. This equipment is a video camera on the ground that transmits images to an unknown location. In another and dark world, an unknown and humanoid creature is still sitting at a round table. A subordinate reports to him that the lurking Ascender and Newborn Reserve has been defeated. The unknown man with red eyes smiles thoughtfully and scratches his chin. He finds what is happening impressive. All living things cannot evolve with ease. They need a crisis to push them to survive and succeed. Because of this, the subordinate suspects that Kim Hyun will be the crisis the demon man tells him about. He also claims that Kim Hyun has never met a climber before, and that Mu Shin from the reserve ended up losing before becoming a climber. Because of this, the demon man realizes that the Guardian will not meet with the high rankers because the old Pleiad of gods is avoiding the 8th floor. At this time, a rescue team is already called for Kim Hyun, who immediately arrives on the scene and is going to pick up the guy. Remembering Kim Hyun's face, the man-demon realizes that this guy will reach his end pretty soon. The day after the incident, the Guardian Guild discusses that the whole world is shocked by what happened at the World Top 50 banquet. At this moment, Hong Lin enters the conversation and agrees that there was a real massacre and it was just awful. But the guys don't care about that because they are only interested in the fact that Kim Hyun is now top 1 in the world rankings and he is unrealistically cool. At the same time, Hong Ling listens to them talking about the fact that there is not a single advertisement that does not mention the name of their head, Kim Hyun. That day at the banquet, 33 of the 42 people present died, and 4 of the 9 survivors are no longer able to be hunters. Reading the news, Hong Lin repeats aloud that the country plans to investigate to find the people involved in the incident. But people don't care about that because even the 2 guys are just discussing how happy they are to be in Kim Hyun's guild. Hoon Lin's attention is attracted by the voice of surrounding Ani, who claims that everything written is a media manipulation. The girl claims that the unrest of the masses is inevitable after such a situation. That's why the media started to distract from this fact. Hong Ling replies that if the head of the government finds out, he may not like it. Anya thinks that for this reason, no one should say anything to anyone. Meanwhile, in America, Lee So-yoon visits his friend Kim Hyun and anxiously asks him if his wounds are okay. Kim Hyun asks her with a smile on his face what she thinks about it, but she only asked out of politeness. Even after the healing, Kim Hyun's condition is not comforting. Seo-yoon is about to leave and will return as soon as she's done with the hospital procedures. After her friend leaves, Kim Hyun immediately starts writhing in constant pain that strains his body and makes it hard to lie still. Raising his palm up, Kim Hyun examines it carefully and realizes that the effects are really serious. But at the same time, he realizes that it could have been worse. A normal person in his place would have already started destroying his chi long ago. As he continues to watch his shaking palm, Kim Hyun begins to think about the future. At this point, he realizes that he was acting intuitively, but his lack of awareness of the details has made him realize it. He thinks about having a mentor. Immediately, Kim Hyun has a realization that he is not going to let pass and use in the future. 2 days later, Kim Hyun meets with Av in the system room. He gives the girl a Mu Shin artifact and asks how to use it. After looking at the item, Av realizes that it is Ak Chan's origin left behind by a man named Mu Shin. The guy then shows her a notice about the labyrinth stones and asks the girl to find out how he can get rid of such a thing. At the same moment, Av's assistant starts searching for the necessary information, trying to scour all corners of the system room. Eventually, the girl manages to get a clue that will help them in this case. In the end, Av tells Kim Hyun that he should go to the labyrinth because it says that the ascender must go through the dungeon for the next floor. All the while, Av assures him that that is where he will find the answers he needs, which Kim Hyun immediately agrees with and thinks about something else. Among other things, Kim Hen is very interested in whether he has any new skills, to which the assistant replies that there is one, and it is necessary to open the status window. The new skill is telepathy. Kim Hyun listens to Av that this skill can be used twice a day and allows him to read other people's thoughts. Kim Hen realizes that this skill can't be used on other hunters, but it's better than nothing. Av then enthusiastically reports that Kim Hyun's alert is able to perfectly inform about the time and location of the hunter. At one point, the girl awkwardly turns away and tries to tell the keeper that she has something to tell him. Kim Hyun already suspects that it's about the game console, but the assistant assures him that she's not only playing, but doing other things as well. Kim Hyun asks what the girl wants from him, and she starts to tell him about something she has recently learned about. After the meeting with Av, his student Mi-ren comes to Kim Hyun's hospital room, and he reads her thoughts, in which only the master appears. Kim Hyun immediately chokes on water and spits it out of his mouth in surprise and shock. Mi-ren rushes over to see if her teacher is okay, but he assures her that he's fine. He just choked unexpectedly. He then reads the mind of his student, who is constantly worrying about her teacher. He feels like he saw something he shouldn't have. At one point, Mi-ren asks where Seo-yoon is, because when she heard that Kim Hyun was about to be discharged, she immediately left using the magic circle. She also asks if everything is okay because there are people on the first floor who might make Kim Hyun feel uncomfortable. At this time, Kim Hyun turns his head toward the window and realizes it's the reporters. Mi-ren offers to get rid of them on his orders. Kim Hyun denies her offer because there's no need and they won't get rid of them. After that, the guy gets out of bed and heads somewhere. It would be better to hold a press conference right away, so Kim Hyun immediately goes outside to the reporters and journalists. Immediately, the reporters start poking Kim Hyun in the face with their phones and microphones, and the guy tries to shout to them to calm down. At some point, his nerves fail and he starts to freak out and yell even louder that the reporters finally shut up. In an attempt to organize the conference and calm the situation down, he starts elbowing people standing nearby. All the while, Kim Hyun keeps elbowing people who don't know how to behave and trying to get at the guy. One of the reporters named John Michael has already learned that this guy Kim Hyun has no manners at all. His behavior stresses John out, who thinks they're second-rate. It's worth showing him how awful reporters can be. Eventually, Kim Hyun manages to find a good place to sit down and starts answering questions from the reporters. The same John Michael shouts out a question about whether Kim Hyun really took advantage of the massacre to eliminate the hunters he didn't want. The other reporters turn to John, who asks a very rude and inappropriate question. Kim Hyun replies that he hasn't even had a chance to speak yet, but John thinks that this answer can be understood as a confirmation of his question. Realizing what the situation is turning into, Kim Hyun begins to smirk and laugh in response to the journalist's words. At this time, John Michael smugly chuckles and likes Kim Hyun's expression. This is the payoff for ignoring the journalist. But right after that, Kim Hyun asks John where he heard such a thing in the first place, and these words put the journalist in a stupor. Some reporter from outside whispers in Kim Hyun's ear that John Michael learned about such things from the internet. Looking at the rude reporter, Kim Hyun says that if he doesn't leave here in 30 seconds, there will be no interview. At the same moment, her henchman appears next to the student Mi Ren, to whom she's about to give her orders. With a cold and indifferent expression on her face, Mi Ren orders the man to take care of the rude reporter immediately. In an instant, the girl's henchman disappears as he is about to carry out his mistress's order while Mi Ren remains standing near the cherry blossom tree. A short while later, Shi Hyeon reads the news about the incident with the reporter on his phone and is surprised that Kim Hyeon's manner of speech has changed for the better. At the same moment, Kim Hyun and Mi Ren appear at the door and tell Shu Hyun that they are back, much to their friend's delight. Kim Hyun tells his friend that he is going to the dungeon not to chase the money, but to check something out. Kim Hyun assures Shi Hyeon that he will need his friend's guild to do this, but he doesn't understand what all this has to do with it. Kim Hyun replies that he doesn't have a map, and without one it will be incredibly difficult to navigate the maze. While Shi Hyeon agrees with Kim Hyeon's words, Mi Ren's student walks into the room and sits down in the empty seat next to the guys. When Kim Hyun agrees with Shi Hyun that he will be arranged, he lovingly places his hand on the head of his student, who immediately becomes embarrassed. The girl then awkwardly looks down and blushes even more embarrassedly than before. At this time, Kim Hyun notices his student Mi Ren's strange behavior and suddenly starts thinking about something distant. Instead of Mi Ren, the guy introduces another student who he also taught once in the training tower. As Kim Hyun looks at and studies the silhouette of the other student, he thinks about it. At that moment, Kim Hyun recalls what happened to the student in the tower and wonders if the child is all right now. During his stay in the tower, Kim Hyun decided to try to train the apprentice and escape, but ultimately failed and gave up the life of a hermit. But the second apprentice was the first to ask him to become a master for her. That girl with the pink hair really wanted to apprentice with him. At that time, she was just coming out of the 8th grade syndrome and Kim Hyun didn't teach her martial arts, but trained her because she wanted to become stronger. Now he's thinking that no news is good news, which is probably why that girl is doing well. At this time, Shi Hyun watches his friend carefully and realizes that his thoughts are elsewhere. After that, Sho Hyeon stares at his phone again and notices another interesting article. There, he reads a news story about John Michael, who was that troubled reporter. It was recently discovered that he had gone missing. At the same moment, Shi Hyeon looks over at Kim Hyeon and realizes that it doesn't look like this guy is doing business like this. Shi Hyeon's attention then turns to his student Mi Ren, who is enjoying the moment when her master strokes her head. Shu Heng realizes what's going on, and that Mi Ren is the one to blame for the journalist's disappearance. He should be nicer to Kim Hyun. After a while, Mr. Kward reports to the Korean branch of the Aries Guild that Kim Hyun himself has come to see them. While adjusting his tie, Coward realizes that they don't have much time, and he can't afford to lose 40% of the shares because of Kim Hyun. At the same time, Coward realizes that, among other things, he can't even ask Mason for help. And the reason for all this is that the initiators of the massacre that made the world go crazy were on Mason's side. In fact, Coward doesn't really care if Mason is involved or not, but it will be difficult for him to avoid public attention. In addition, Coward realizes that because of this incident, Liam will seize all political power. He is distracted from his thoughts by the sudden appearance of a man who has come to their branch of the Ars Guild. Behind Coward appears Kim Hyun, who fairly sneaks into the assistant's office and says that they haven't seen each other for a long time. Kim Hyun sits down at the desk across from Coward and immediately asks what answer the guild leader's assistant is going to give him. At this time, Coward is going to try to get Kim Hyun to reduce the request as much as he can. Just then, Kim Hyun stops him and puts conditions on him. He doesn't like long conversations, just as Coward doesn't want to drag out their meeting. Pointing his finger at Coward, Kim Hyun tells him that from now on he will only answer questions with 2 words, yes or no. This makes Coward jump up nervously from his chair. Kim Hyun assures him that the amount requested is reasonable and that they are without sin. But Coward continues to be aggressive and mentally calls the guy names. At that moment, someone's voice starts to come out. At this point, Kim Hyun turns on the tape recorder, where the man promises to say anything as long as they let him out and don't lock him up again. Coward realizes exactly who the voice belongs to. It's the number 6 guy from the order. Kim Hyun then abruptly and aggressively throws the phone with the voice recorder on the table and is about to give Coward a piece of advice. Kim Hyun then assures the man that if they refuse his offer, things will only get worse than they are now. In response to this, Coward only keeps silent and behaves very anxious and frightened while continuing to listen to Kim Hyun. At the end of the day, the guy is going to ask the man one more question that interests him. At this point, Coward sees only the angry figure of Kim Hyun, who asks if they really want to take things to the point of no return. Throughout the entire meeting with Kim Hyun, Coward is extremely nervous and shakes slightly from exertion, holding his knees with his hands. He wants to finish the matter peacefully. In Hanam, there is still a huge mansion that was once built by Miren for her favorite teacher. In this house, Miren listens attentively to a report on what is happening from one of his main henchmen. The young lad reports to his mistress that by eliminating all outside forces, they could completely take over the guilds around them. Mrs. Miren replies to her subordinate with a big smile on her face that they did a really good job. At this time, the guy notices Miren smiling radiantly. Before this, Mistress always didn't show most of her emotions. But now things have changed a lot, and the girl constantly looks happy and contented as if she were a different person. When Miren wonders if they have dealt with that reporter, her second henchman and bodyguard immediately appears. The man reports that there was a third party involved, and Miren immediately asks who it is. The man replies that when they arrived, John had already disappeared and had clearly been kidnapped. Miren furiously asks if he knows who did it, to which the guy holds out a tablet with some kind of image for her to scrutinize. This picture shows a golden triangle with an eye inside. This is their only clue because this symbol was imprinted on the table. Miss Miren realizes that these people wanted to make a statement, and so she orders her minions to investigate. He then takes the tablet out of his mistress's hands and agrees to all the orders she gives him. When Miren lets his subordinate go, he finally asks how long Mistress plans to be away from her position. The girl replies that as soon as Kim Hyun goes to China, she will go with him, and the guild management will be left to him. The guy opens his mouth wide in surprise at this offer, because the lady has recognized him after she has never trusted anyone. He immediately bows to the head of the guild and promises to do his best, but Miren thinks only of the master. At this time, Shi Hyun and Kim Hyun are in Cheongho-dong. Kim Hyun is more comfortable here. His negotiations with Aries went well, but there's still something to be settled. When the guy met with Coward, he used his new skill telepathy on him to find out his intentions. At this moment, Coward himself was only thinking that he should set up something in the dungeon like Mason told him. Now Kim Hyun recalls this moment and was sure Coward would hesitate but didn't expect him to contact that Mason type. Smiling, the guy realizes that it's rude to just stand there and watch from his side. After that, Kim Hyun heads to the Ijeongbu dungeon of rank A called the Phantom Sewer. In this dark and gloomy dungeon, the undead roam around, but in addition to them, there is an unknown man who is trying to hide from the monsters. This stranger's name is Oh Seok-hyun, and he is a member of the Aries Guild Executive Department. After the monsters leave, the man calmly exhales. After that, Seong-hyun realizes that thanks to his unique skill, he doesn't have to worry about the undead, but he doesn't want to go here alone anymore. He has an order given by his boss Coward, and if the man successfully fulfills it, he will be promoted. There's a black balloon for that. This ball is needed to set something up in this dungeon. Seok-hyun remembers the instructions and thinks that he should just bury it. Suddenly, Kim Hyun appears in front of Seok-hyun and greets him in a supposedly friendly manner. But the man didn't expect to see him here. After seeing Seok-hyun, Kim Hyun returns to Coward's house, who meets them in a stupor and is completely shocked by what he has seen. Anticipating a lot of questions from the man, Kim Hyun starts laughing at him and says they're a little late. Sitting on top of Seok-hyun, the guy starts waving his hand and says that it's been 6 hours, and Seok-hyun begs his head to help him. Meanwhile, Coward is still watching and realizes that he's screwed up. Kim Hyun then suggests that Coward talk to him since he's here, but the man only thinks that he should call the guards as soon as possible. When Coward starts to back up, he is stopped by Miren's bodyguards, who look very threatening. Suddenly, Kim Hyun himself appears in front of the man's face and assures him that it's over, and Coward can't escape. This is followed by a blow to Coward's head. The man immediately falls to the floor and starts screaming. In response, Kim Hyun tells him to stop overreacting. because they are already treating Aries very leniently. Kim Hyun pauses for a moment and laughs as he observes and studies Coward's behavior. He then demands that Coward stop behaving like that, or else other people will think he's a very bad guy. Kim Hyun kneels down in front of the man and realizes that he's thinking about how the guy managed to find out the information about the dungeon. Without answering right away, Kim Hyun sighs tiredly and reluctantly before giving Coward a normal and understandable answer. Meanwhile, Mi-ren silently watches Kim Hyun indulge Coward in the fact that they screwed up and should beg for mercy right now. Raising his hand up in which Kim Hyun is holding a large rock, he suggests to Coward that he tell him how he managed to figure it all out. Kim Hyun then hits Coward on the head again and tells him that all the members of their horrible guild used the same methods. In turn, Coward painfully grabs his head and falls to the floor again. Kim Hyun demands that he tell everything the man knows, but if Coward is going to refuse him, Kim Hyun checks what it feels like to smash someone's head with a regular rock. At the same moment, Kim Hyun himself makes a very mad and furious face, which he dilutes with a slight but intimidating smirk. In the end, Coward tells that some time ago, Mason gave him a stone that he should set in the dungeon desired by Kim Hyun. The man then asks Mason one single question about what this black ball is and what it does. In response, Mason turns his head and answers the man with a smile on his face that he gave him the unusual detonator. The man then asks Coward if he knows what a monster wave is. This question is extremely alarming to the new head of the Heirs Guild. When the tower appeared, disaster struck. Where monsters are not destroyed, they break out and wreak havoc. This is the monster wave. All the while, Coward listens to Mason tell him that he is going to cause an artificial monster wave with a detonator. Because of this, Kim Hyun will eventually be condemned for regulating the number of monsters, and then Aries will reclaim the dungeon. At the end, Mason adds that if everything goes well, he will definitely tell Coward how he can stabilize the guild. Coward then finishes his story and explains to Kim Hyun that this is exactly what happened. Mi-ryung finds all of this strange, including the fact that Mason would go to such lengths. Why go that far just to get rid of her teacher? Mi-ren gets the suspicion that Coward might be lying and then she will not let him live. Coward shouts loudly, denying the suspicion. He says that he also thought it was very strange. At this time, Kim Hyun realizes that Mason was planning to do something terrible behind his back, under the pretext of helping him. He also realizes that there was no other way out, which is why Coward agreed to do it. Kim Hyun then falls into a state of reflection. Meanwhile, in Washington, D.C., Mason is alone with himself and begins a chess game. In addition, the man holds 2 more detonators in his hands and realizes that it ended up this way. Sipping his red drink, Mason realizes that Mu Shin failed. And after all, it was an important step towards destruction on the 9th floor. He underestimated the situation. The first time Mason went up to the 9th floor, he thought it would be easy to destroy the place. Then he met with Martin and confirmed his hunch. Together they prepared to destroy the world one step at a time. Only the final touch remained. Using the Aries Guild, Mason monopolized the dungeons around the world and used force to draw Mu Xing and the other hunters to his side. While playing chess, he realizes that if the Ars dungeon detonator and the massacre had happened at the same time, the 9th floor would no longer exist. Since the guardian Kim Hyeon got out of the tower and opened the gate, the climbers were ambushed and immediately met their demise. Among all the dead climbers trying to conquer the 9th floor was Mason's comrade Martin Brand. Comparing it to chess, Mason recalls Coward not being so smart. He thought it would be easy enough to control this man. But suddenly Kim Hyun reappears and completely messes up all the pictures Mason envisions. That is, until Mu Shin lost to Kim Hyung. Because of this, Mason crazily clutches the glass in his hand and breaks it into shards. Not really feeling any pain, Mason is distracted by his injured palm, and another thought pops into his head. Wiping the remains of the drink off his finger, Mason realizes that things can still normalize and he has a plan B. Comparing the situation to chess, he reflects on the fact that he was paying a lot of attention to Mu Xing, thinking that the plan would fail if he was left unattended. Continuing the comparisons at one point, Mason realized that Mu Shin had grown up on his own and had become a ridiculously strong man. Eventually, Mason's musings are interrupted, and he contentedly observes the many boxes of detonators standing in front of him. Suddenly, a voice tells the man that he looks overly pleased, but Mason is here alone. At some point, he realizes that there is someone else in the room besides him, and that person is Kim Hyun. When Mason turns to Kim Hyun in surprise and panic, the guy responds by expressing his surprise at the number of detonators. Kim Hyun then says that he always manages to hit the bullseye when it comes to basic deduction. Even before that, Av's assistant had already told Kim Hyun that she suspected Mason of being the climber left on the 9th floor. All this time, she had been trying to clear up the situation, and at some point she discovered how Mason had a hand in suspicious things, including Mu Shin. Besides, how else could a person know the truth about this world, which only meant one thing: that he was informed by someone? That was Mason. Kim Hyun only rubs his chin thoughtfully in response to his assistant Av's assumptions and sinks into his own thoughts. Av assures him that if the guy thinks it's not worth it, He can forget about it at this very moment, because he hasn't recovered yet. Now Kim Hyun himself comes to Mason and tells him that he waited a long time to deal with him, but that it was clearly worth it. Suddenly, Mason turns back and looks at his boxes of detonators, and Kim Hyun realizes that it's all direct evidence. Stuttering, Mason tries to find out how Kim Hyun got here in the first place, but the guy assures him that he doesn't need to find out. Kim Hyun then uses his access to information skill on the man, and realizes that he's unverifiable, and he's definitely a climber. Kim Hyun then attacks the climber Mason with a look of madness on his face to destroy him once and for all. Because of the guy's attack on the man, there is a strong and bright explosion that oozes out of the windows of the building. As a result, Kim Hyun kicks Mason out of the building with a powerful and incredible force, and the man flies through the windows and into the street. Kim Hyun then gets behind the man and is about to land another leg kick on him. This time, the guy uses his super kick blue meteor technique on Mason, hitting him directly on the head with tremendous force. The man flies backwards and crashes into the asphalt, leaving behind a beam of dust. When Mason tries to say something to Kim Hyun, the guy doesn't let him do it and hits him on the head again. Concentrating an insane amount of mana and magical power behind his back, Kim Hyun is about to pin Mason to the ground and offers to finish him off. In response, the man looks back at Kim Hyun, then starts to smirk and utters a single word, freeze. At the same moment, Kim Hyun's body stops and really freezes, preventing the guy from making any movements. When Kim Hyun starts to realize that his body won't let him do anything, he starts to panic, trying to figure out what happened. As the guy hangs in the air, Mason gets to his feet and exhales tiredly. He takes a moment to regain his composure. As soon as Mason is firmly on his feet, the freeze action ends and Kim Hyun falls to the ground with a thud. At the same moment, Mason turns toward Kim Hyun and looks at him with a cold and judgmental stare. Immediately afterward, Mason swings his leg around and forcefully kicks Kim Hyun where he can, calling him obscene words. A tense and misunderstanding Kim Hyun is a bit shocked by what is happening, so he doesn't even know what to say to Mason's actions. At some point, Kim Hyun starts to feel strange and realizes that his body has hardened like a real rock. At this time, Mason starts moving towards Kim Hyun and reminds him that the guy invaded his house without any proof. The man then pulls out some kind of book and asks if Kim Hyun thought he could defeat a man expecting such a thing. The space on Mason's property seems to start shifting and transforming. A strong wind picks up. He begins his own transformation and says that now it doesn't matter who deals with Kim Hyun. Mason is about to introduce himself. Abruptly changing his appearance and clothing, Mason immediately introduces himself as the voice of the people named On Ren-se. The place they're in is a limited power that he Ren-sa has been working on. No matter how strong Kim Hyun is, he can't win here. At this moment, Kim Hyun realizes that this ascendant has the ability to use his power on a limited area. Mason or On Ren-sa immediately confirms the guy's words and thinks that Kim Hyun was a guardian he couldn't destroy. However, he is incredibly strong in this area and weak outside of it. Mason wonders how Kim Hyun got here on his own 2 feet. Approaching the guy almost at point-blank range, He Ren-se stabs him in the chest, giving him the opportunity to say his last word. Kim Hyun takes this opportunity to ask a single question that Mason is willing to answer. Kim Hyun then raises his worried gaze to the man and asks him how many climbers are here. Looking at the guy, Mason sees a funny look on his face that he thinks expresses utter despair. The man thinks Kim Hyun's question is pointless because he's going to die. He says that maybe new climbers are showing up right now. At this point, the guy realizes that Mason just doesn't know anything. He is then about to ask the man one last question. Mason ends up listening with a concerned face to Kim Hyun, who asks if he knows anything about the reclimbers. He eventually replies that they are those who fell from the constellation. Simply put, they're the exiles who want to regain what they've lost, and they're mostly former gods. All this time, Kim Hyun is listening to Mason tensely but very interested and asks him which former gods he's talking about. But the man doesn't want to answer because he's already been gracious enough to give Kim Hyun a few answers. For someone who's about to die, that's just exorbitant. After that, dark red lightning starts spreading across Kim Hyun's body and the guy is about to get to his feet. Eventually, Kim Hyun does manage to shift and get up to get as close to Mason as possible. The man panics and is shocked because Kim Hyun manages to move because he cast a freeze spell on him. Mason then bounces back and is genuinely shocked that Kim Hyun is breaking the rules in his area, but it's impossible. At this point, he panics and starts flipping through pages in a book when Kim Hyun assures him that he figured out Mason's tricks long ago. Starting to control the mana threads in the air, Kim Hyun tells Mason that he has figured out how the man uses normal mana control. This makes Mason even more nervous and tries several different spells to stop the guy from moving. As he continues to direct his endless spells at the guy until Kim Hyun destroys himself, he notices that the guy doesn't react in any way. The guy then accumulates dark red lightning in his hand to attack his opponent with his lightning technique. After accumulating enough magic power in his hand, Kim Hyun pulls it back to swing as hard as he can. Realizing the growing threat, Mason only sighs anxiously and tensely and closes his magic spellbook. Finishing his punch, Kim Hyun clenches his hand into a fist and realizes that his fight with Mu Xing was not in vain. He doesn't know the name of this skill, but now he knows how to easily remove the mana that penetrates all chi channels. Thinking back to Mu Xin, Kim Hen saw him block Asura's Fist of Annulment, but he doesn't have enough experience to do that. As a result, Kim Hen flies high into the air and is about to attack Mason from above because it's his turn to attack. This skill is called Phantom Lord Strike. Having accumulated a lot of magical energy, the guy is about to attack the alarmed Mason. Kim Hen's dense and powerful beam of red energy penetrates through Mason's space and leaves behind a massive explosion. This incredibly loud explosion causes devastating and crushing effects. Watching the aftermath of his blow, Kim Hyun squats down and realizes that there is nothing special about what he has done. Kim Hyun then stares at himself in surprise and doesn't realize what's going on. At this point, the guy realizes that he didn't get any system notification. Looking at the destroyed building in front of him, Kim Hyun realizes the situation and realizes that Mason managed to escape. In turn, the man has indeed escaped and appears in a strange room where he sits down tiredly on his throne. Looking at his hand, Mason realizes that if he hadn't used the teleporter, he would have died, and his body has enough damage. When the man realizes that he's more or less coming to his senses, he can use Plan B prepared in advance. This Plan B started with a clandestine Mexican organization and eventually grew into a secret organization sweeping Europe. Enthusiastically and proudly watching his subordinates, Mason sighs and tastes victory. At some moment, an unknown man enters his luxurious office, whom he meets with joy because they have not seen each other for a long time. The same girl who used to be Kim Hyun's student in the training tower appears. She is accompanied by a bodyguard. She's a beautiful girl with pink hair and pink eyes. On her shoulder is the mask worn by her master Kim Hyun. Meanwhile, at the International Hunters Association, Kim Hyun holds out a tape recorder to Senator Liam. Kim Hyun asks Senator Liam to listen carefully to the entire tape before responding. The senator then anxiously turns on the tape and begins to listen to what is being said on it. As soon as the voice on the tape says that Mu Xin has failed, Liam immediately realizes who the voice belongs to. The recorder continues to talk about the destruction of the 9th floor, and the senator begins to shout that he recognizes the voice. Watching Liam's behavior, Kim Hyun smiles smugly and even smirks at how good he is for getting a tape like that. All the while, Senator Liam continues to hold the recorder and listen to the recording from Kim Hyun. The man then turns to the guy and asks if it's all true, to which he nods in agreement. At this point, Liam thinks about the fact that Mason was a climber is really quite shocking. These thoughts are followed by the thought that now they will definitely be able to move Mason's faction in the International Hunters Association. Because of Mason's activism, it was impossible to do so before. But this dictaphone recording has the power to sink his supporters. So the senator turns to Kim Hyun and asks if the guy came to him with this. He was hoping for something. Kim Hyun grinningly confirms this and says he doesn't need much, just the senator himself to play with the media a little. The guy then explains that it's a win-win situation. Liam will be able to get rid of the Mason faction, which will bring Kim Hyun himself some comfort. And then Liam realizes it's true. Things could change a lot if he takes the lead on the congressman himself. As soon as both men agree and make a deal, Kim Hyun is about to leave, but the senator stops him. He does this in order to ask the guy one very important question that can't help but attract Kim Hyun's attention. Before the guy's visit to him today, the news was reporting about the huge mana explosion that happened this morning at the Mason mansion. But the senator asks about it solely to see if Kim Hyun destroyed Mason or not. In response, the guy rubs the back of his head puzzledly and pauses for a moment before answering the question. In the end, Kim Hyun replies to the senator with a disgruntled look on his face that he hasn't had a chance to take Mason's life yet. Kim Hyun and Mi Ren have been searching the building up and down, but they haven't found a single trace of him because Mason has definitely escaped. He realizes this because climbers usually disappear after being killed, but this time he didn't receive any notification. Kim Hyun then sinks into his depressed mind and realizes that he shouldn't get involved in politics, but he must find Mason. Distracted from his thoughts, Kim turns to Liam and tells him that he expects him to help him find Mason. But right after that, something strange and unexpected begins to happen in front of Kim Hyun. Kim Hyun's second student goes to Mason and all the bodyguards bow to her. As she approaches the man, she notices how tired he is and he replies that he needs to take care of someone. When asked who the person is, Mason says it's Kim Hyun, who keeps bothering him. At this point, the girl listens to him and smiles. As soon as the girl hears Kim Hyun's familiar name, her face twists in feigned disgust and dislike. When Mason tells her that because of Kim Hyun, the time of their secret maneuvers is delayed, the girl gets closer to him. But the man assures her not to worry. Thanks to her, the organization has grown so much that influencing the world is no problem now. To which the girl immediately replies that everything he says is nonsense. These words suddenly stress Mason out. Before he can even do anything about it, a long, sharp sword slashes through his chest. While Mason tries to realize what is happening, the girl leans closer to him and watches him squirm in surprise and pain. Eventually, she just starts smiling, looking at the man, and calls him a very ignorant man. These words cause Mason to become so angry that his body just shakes with aggression and rage. In an attempt to deal with the traitor, Mason orders his subordinates to immediately attack and destroy her. But in response to the multiple orders of men, no one reacts in any way, from what Mason begins to get even more angry, not understanding why they behave so. Then the girl puts her hand on Mason's shoulder and tells him that now he looks madly shocked and wonders why. To which Mason abruptly turns to her and grabs her collar with force, asking about why they all betrayed him. But the girl doesn't let herself be held in check for long, so she immediately breaks free of his grip and asks what he's even talking about. Ahead of his answer to this question, she realizes that Mason doesn't understand the word betrayal, and they were never a team. She also claims that she benefited from his machinations first, and then didn't want to smear herself until now. Mason, in her opinion, has no conscience. Among other things, the girl built this organization from the ground up, not Mason. She didn't raise Illumity for him. All of this makes the man extremely angry. Then the girl gets snide and says that Mason was wrong. The owner of this company has long since been determined. Pulling out her sword, the girl says that her organization was a gift to her master Kim Hyun from the beginning. As she is about to use the sword, she adds that Mason should be told what caused his death. She then swings her long blade and slashes the body of the climber without saying a word. Eventually, the girl claims that Mason is not Illumati's boss and tries to injure her master, so she is not going to just stand by. It all ends with her managing to take out another climber named Oh-Ren-Sa. After all this happens, she orders her bodyguards to take care of Mason's body and get rid of all the furniture. But at some point, Oh-Ren-Sa just disappears without a trace, which immediately attracts the attention of Kim Hyun's student. That's why she realizes that Mason was indeed one of the climbers while remembering 2 other climbers. The girl then gently strokes her mask on her shoulder and remembers her precious master Kim Hyun. With a smile and warmth covering her eyes, she mentally promises her teacher to help him, and no matter what she has to sacrifice to do so. At this time, Av shows Kim Hyun a notice that he has successfully defeated Oh-Ren-Sang in Mexico City. In response, Kim Hyun asks if Av's assistant is mistaken, but the girl simply informs him that his information-gathering skill has been enhanced. In the end, Kim Hyun sinks into his own thoughts and tries to figure out for himself what happened. He recalls the battle with Mason and suspects that he died from the last attack or was killed by someone else. But Ren-san was fine when he escaped. But really, the guy doesn't care anymore. It doesn't matter how the climber died because his main task was finally accomplished. At this time, the assistant goes to her guardian and assures him that there are no more escaped climbers left. Kim Hyun is then about to leave to finish the job, but Av stops him and he suspects that she wants more games. In response, the girl awkwardly turns away and denies Kim Hyun's suspicions of her. But the guy isn't going to stop until he finds out what's really wrong with his assistant's strange behavior. In the end, the girl just points to the laptop screen where the VR equipment is drawn, thus explaining her request. The girl starts to enthusiastically say that this is the latest trend, and if she gets it, she will be able to do her job even better. Kim Hyun has nothing to say in response, so after a short pause, he agrees and fulfills her request. After the meeting with Av, Kim Hyun returns to his mansion where he is met by Mi Ryong and tells him that the others are ready. Now that all the preparations are done, they can go on their way. He and Mi Ren get into the car and head towards the labyrinth dungeon. After a while, Mi Ren goes to her master and asks him if it's okay if the others don't get ready. Kim Hyun replies that there's no need for the others because Mi Ren is more than enough. This makes the girl very embarrassed. While Mi Ren is digging into her phone, she tries to recover from the excitement of being treated so warmly and lovingly by the master. Meanwhile, Kim Hyun is watching the news about the truth behind the Mason incident. Not even 12 hours later, Liam prepared this article. After that, the guy puts his phone back in his pocket and realizes that there is no point in worrying about this problem anymore. Now it's time for him to start acting to catch up on the progress on the Akchan origin maze he got with Mu Shin. As soon as Kim Hyun and Mi Ren reach and enter the maze, there they are met by green goblins. But these goblins don't even manage to reach their opponents as Kim Hyun and Mi Ren quickly deal with them. Kim Hyun's fist smokes from the incredible amount of power in it. At this point, Kim Hyun turns to his student and asks her why there are so many monsters in this place. Mi Ren bows to her master and says that the goblins are coming, asking if she should deal with them. But Kim Hyun doesn't need any help in this regard, so he assures his student that everything is fine. Then the guy begins to spread his arms to different sides, mimicking martial arts poses. With a lightning bullet, Kim Hyun dashes through the crowd of attacking monsters and deals with them in an instant. With his powerful divine strike skill, Kim Hyun deals with many goblins in one move. All the while, So Kwon and Shu Hyan are standing on the sidelines, watching Kim Hyun with rapt attention. Seo Kwon confirms the fact that Kim Hyun is cool, but Lee So-yeon still can't get used to the fact. But Shu Hyan has his own thoughts. Even if he and his friends teamed up to fight the goblins, it wouldn't be so easy. At this point, he realizes that this is the difference between him and Kim Hyun. But Shi Hyun is distracted from his thoughts by the voice of a man who also stands aside and sincerely thanks the guy for everything. Along with the others, Park Ga-moon, whom Shi Hyun took with him to raid the labyrinth, also came here. Unlike the others, Park Ga-moon is doing his own thing and came here to start a live broadcast with Kim Hyun. All the while, Park Ga-moon is watching his own broadcast with rapt attention and realizes that Kim Hyun is too popular right now. Suddenly, Kim Hyun shouts to his friends that he is going up, but Shi Hyun is surprised because they are still on the 14th floor. Kim Hyun replies to his friend that he just needs to complete a series of progressions. He rises with the destruction of each monster. At this point, Shi Hyun assures the surprised Kim Hyun that they don't have a map and that they can't even go up together if they can't read it. Kim Hyun then looks at his student Mi-ren, who immediately averts her eyes from his gaze. When the guy turns to the girl, she pretends that everything is fine, but she tenses up too much. But Kim Hyun doesn't finish his address and asks the girl to just forget what he just said to her. At this point, Park Ga-moon blurts out that he can read maps and wants to go with Kim Hyun, but his payment for today will be incomplete. Park Ga-moon doesn't really care because the most important thing for him right now is to broadcast. At this time, someone has taken the troubled journalist John Michael captive and is trying to wake him up with ice water. In complete bewilderment, the man does not understand where he could have done so much wrong that these people do such things to him. One of the bodyguards with a smile on his face says that he doesn't know it, but there is the fact that John pissed off his boss. At that moment, the very second student of Kim Hyun, who started the whole mess with the capture of John Michael, enters the room. As she gets closer to the man, the girl asks him if he has been bothering her precious teacher. In turn, John Michael doesn't understand at all what is going on and what teacher this girl is now telling him about. But at one point in his head comes to the realization that it's about an experienced hunter, Kim Hen. But before John Michael can speak, Kim Hyun's student grabs the remote control and is about to start the torture machine. After pressing the button, the man is immediately subjected to an ordeal in which an electric current strikes his entire body. As soon as it ends, John Michael starts begging the girl for mercy and claims to know nothing at all. In response, the pink-haired girl slaps the man and calls him a real liar. After that, she starts smiling and assures him that publications about her teacher should be under strict control. At this moment, John Michael is about to answer her but notices one strange and interesting thing. On the collar of this girl's jacket, there is an emblem that denotes belonging to an organization he recognizes. A while ago, in the ACC lounge, John Michael is discussing with a man that Kim Hyun is too heroic. The stranger replies that Kim Hyun just grabbed Mu Shin, the instigator of the massacre, but John still thinks that his information is obscure. Because of this, the journalist is extremely unhappy that there are no articles or rumors about Kim Hyun, to which the stranger assures him that it is better not to get involved in the case. The unknown man asks John Michael to just do like everyone else, but in turn he notices something strange. Slapping John on the shoulder, the man tells him to just put out interesting stories about Kim Hyun, or he'll end up performing for nothing. At that moment, John abruptly grabs the stranger's hand and notices one strange detail that he immediately asks him about. On the neck of the unknown man, there is an interesting tattoo with the symbol of Illuminati organization. John wonders if he has always had this tattoo. In response, the stranger immediately covers the symbol with the palm of his hand and tells John that he got this tattoo very recently. Presently, the girl looks at John Michael and asks him if he remembers that incident with her henchman. But even now, the man doesn't understand why such a high level of control of information about Hunter Kim Hen is necessary. The girl grabs him by the hair and tells him that it is an elementary duty of a student to his precious teacher. At this time, Kim Hyun successfully clears the labyrinth and fills out the progress bar of Mushin's origin and then studies it quite a bit. After that, Kim Hyun is about to use Akchan's origin on his Sword of Chanma artifact that he got after their battle. The guy tells his student that he's going to leave, to which the girl immediately asks where he's going. Kim Hyun replies to Mi-ren that he has someone to meet and that he will take the sword with him. As a result, the guy is abruptly transported to another space that he is seeing for the first time. Behind him is a huge boulder covered by a forest. After arriving at the strange place, Kim Hyun realizes that it's bigger than he thought and that he can't take anything with him. While Kim Hyun is wondering where the guy is, a man with long hair and a sword appears behind him. At the same moment, the guy turns back with a worried expression and sees the long-awaited guest. Behind him is indeed the same climber that Kim Hyun had dealt with before. In turn, Jungma also notices Kim Hyun's appearance in this dimension, so he turns back to look in his direction. At this time, on the 8th floor, a powerful red dragon is attacked. The dragon coughs up blood from its injuries and tries not to lose consciousness. The dragon's gaze then drifts forward to the stranger and asks him if this is really all he is capable of. A young boy appears in front of him, wearing strange armor and sitting on a block of stone. He thought the red dragon was a guardian. Finishing his assumptions with a snide grin, the boy starts scratching his white-haired head. The dragon asks who he is and how the human-animal hybrid has so much energy in his body. but the boy thinks it's silly to judge by appearances. In order to prove his specialness to the dragon, the boy starts to pull out his strange and twisted sword. Calling the dragon a stupid lizard, the guy claims he's not some mediocre creature and grabs the hilt of his weapon. To make an epic and graceful introduction, the guy grins and calls himself the Great Divine Sage Wukong. At the same time, Kim Hyun meets the dead climber Chanma, who already knows of his presence here. The man turns to Kim Hyun in shock and asks him how he got here. But in response, Kim Hyun is stunned and stares silently at climber Jungma. After a moment, he realizes that the man recognizes him, which is a very strange moment. Even before this, Kim Hyun was sure that Chanma was able to travel to the past, and so he wanted to study the martial arts of the former artifact owner. But after Chanma told him that he had traveled to an alternate dimension, Kim Hyun realized how wrong he was. Chanma then tells Kim Hyun that if he hadn't been dead, he wouldn't have been able to get here. The guy tries to figure out what the big deal is. But in the end, Chanma just ignores the guy with his pestering questions towards him. In the end, Kim Hyun really needs to be calmer, and he realizes it. It's better to analyze the situation. First, Kim Hyun used Akyun's source and went back to the time where he met Chanam. They couldn't have known each other, but Chanma recognized him. As he continues to think about what the situation is, Kim Hyun realizes that the past was what he saw. He came here to learn martial arts from Chanma, so he asks the man to do it for him. Chanma turns to Kim Hyun with a disgruntled look on his face, and thinks that the guy is mocking him and joking. After that, Chanma also suddenly turns away and is about to leave, leaving Kim Hyun alone with his thoughts. But the stubborn and determined Kim Hyun is not going to give up and begs Chanma to do it. But he refuses, and this makes the guy furious. At this point, Kim Hyun realizes that he needs to stay calm and who would want to teach his killer good skills. After gathering his thoughts, Kim Hyun starts whistling a little to try again. Then he makes the cutest face possible, and in a childish voice begs Chanma to show him a couple of martial arts moves. Chanma immediately tells the persistent guy to shut up, and then Kim Hyun's patience is broken. Recalling the past, Chanma says that Kim Hyun was the one who talked about being a teacher for 10 seconds. Kim Hyun reacts with extreme anxiety and concern because he is upset and annoyed by such words. After that, the guy concentrates his magical energy behind him again and offers Jungma a taste of his stupid talk. Watching a pissed-off Kim Hyun, Chanma realizes that this guy's level of funny MP has risen a bit in all this time. Chanma thinks Kim Hyun looks overly calm for someone who lost to him last time, so he suggests he do it again. But Chanma denies it because Kim Hyun can't do it at the moment, or rather he can't ruin him here. At the same moment, a distraught Kim Hyun offers to test it and instantly leaps towards Chanma, attacking him. But such a strike ends in failure, and with one palm, Chanma stops Kim Hyun's powerful fist. Pulling his hand back, Chanma turns to the guy and assures him that he is now much faster than he was before. The man then immediately attacks Kim Hyun back, sending him flying backwards with a thud. Holding his side painfully, Kim Hyun realizes that he couldn't see Jungma's attack. Even though he's gotten faster, Kim Hyun has gotten stronger. At this time, Chanma shows him his palm and suggests that he try again. Being provoked by this, Kim Hyun pounces on Chanma again, who is waiting for him to appear in cold blood. Chanma deftly and lightning-fast stops the guy's next attack with only one hand grabbing the guy's fists. As Kim Hyun throws repeated and numerous punches at Chanma, the man gracefully and calmly dodges. Following this, Chanma abruptly intercepts one of Kim Hyun's hands and is about to retaliate. Then, holding both of his hands, Chanma swings his knee and hits Kim Hyun right in the stomach. Kim Hyun sobs slightly as he tries to hold back his pain from this sudden and unpleasant blow. At one point, Kim Hyun dodges the punch and asks Jungma why it's not like before. Thinking back to their past fight, Kim Hyun knows that he used to be able to fight against Cham with ease. The man replies that he had put some kind of restriction on him that time, which is why it was so easy and simple. Chanma explains that he was a climber at the time, so he couldn't use his power because it was blocked. He asks Kim Hyun how much he knows about climbers and if he knows how they are categorized, and he answers that it's based on their achievements. There is no black or white bad or good in the tower. The tower only counts on the achievements of the climbers and downgrades to the appropriate class. To summarize, Kim Hyun asks if it's true that when a climber reaches the middle level, his power is limited. To which a surprised Chanma replies that he thought the guy was stupid, but that he's actually quite fast. He then goes on to say that his powers are comparable to the best climber, and in the tower are limited due to lack of achievement. Again recalling their past fight, Chanma gives the example that a similar thing happened during their battle. Unexpectedly, Chanma asks Kim Hyun why they shouldn't stop talking and pulls out his sword. Kim Hyun then notices Chanma's strange behavior and offers to show him a few moves since he wants to learn martial arts. As the conversation continues, Chanma puts down his heavy and huge sword and tells Kim Hyun that it's all on the condition that he can take his life. Kim Hyun replies that there's no way he'll learn the techniques if he destroys Chanma, so he'll just beat him up. But then he hears that the deaths here are fake. In response to all of this, the man responds with a rather short and simple answer. He says that Kim Hyun needs a lot of experience to learn. In the end, it all ends with Chanma giving the guy a single swing of his sword and taking his life. It's at this horrible and terrifying moment that Kim Hyun realizes that this was his first death in a while. At this time, Miren talks to Shi Hyeon and tells him that Kim Hyun disappeared after touching Chanma's sword. After that, there's an awkward silence between the guy and the girl who are trying to analyze the situation. Then Sho Hyeon grabs his head and thinks about what happened to Kim Hyeon and how it would have been better if the guy had warned him beforehand. After all, even his student Mi-ren looks like an abandoned puppy after the disappearance of her master Kim Hyun. Noticing Sho Hyeon's stare, the girl immediately becomes aggressive and asks what he's looking at, but he denies such actions. Walking away and thinking that Sho Hyeon better avoid Mi-ren, the guy notices two bodyguards in front of him blasting at the ceiling. After suddenly appearing, the two men suddenly disappear without leaving a trace. Disappointed, Sho Hyeon realizes that so much time has passed and he still can't rest in his own home. Slightly relieved, he realizes that as soon as his house is repaired, he should return there as soon as possible. Before leaving, Shi Hyeon tells his student Mi-ren out loud that he is going to leave the place. But the girl doesn't even respond to Shu Hung's words, but only awkwardly averts her eyes to the side to hide her gaze. Suddenly, a bag of artifacts belonging to Kim Hyun starts talking to her. Looking at the bag of artifacts, she realizes that something strange is happening. Still looking at the bag, Mi-ren wonders if she's the only one hearing this unknown voice, since it's not for magical purposes. Either way, it's suspicious, so she starts looking at the bag even more closely, and he says that Mi-ren can hold its energy. Following that, the artifact bag suddenly offers the girl some power and calls her a child. Out of curiosity, Mi-ren immediately opens the bag and tries to find out who and what is talking to her now. Then the familiar face of one of the Ascendants appears and assures Mi-ren that she should not be frightened and will not do anything unnecessary. The girl with the horns introduces herself as the Demon Master, or otherwise the mystic goddess of chaos. Meanwhile, in the alternate world, Kim Hyun is back again and is about to attack Chom. Not giving up trying to get rid of the Ascendant, Kim Hyun once again pounces on him. Chanma then abruptly grabs the back of Kim Hyun's sports sweatshirt and pulls the guy towards him. Gracefully and deftly dodging the guy's attacks, Chanma does an interesting maneuver and bows his head. Following this, the man grabs hold of Kim Hyun's clothes again and is about to stop him. Holding onto the outer garment, Chanma flips the guy upside down in one deft move. Eventually, the man grabs his sword and tells Kim Hyun that his attacks are simply devoid of strategy. With one powerful and strong swing of his sword, Chanma strikes Kim Hyun again, taking his life. Kim Hyun flies backwards and leaves behind a trail of blood. Being reborn over and over again, the guy gets angry and aggressive because he can't do anything. He freaks out because he asked Chanma to teach him a couple of techniques and that he would not die in this world. But how many times he has already died here? Chanma just counts his attempts and says it's the 99th or even 100th time in a row. Chanma then thinks that all of this was more than enough to prove Kim Hyun's position. Having already vented his anger and aggression on Kim Hyun, Chanma suggests that he go back, but he refuses. At this time, Kim Hyun clenches his fist tightly with anger, and the man asks him why he hasn't realized anything yet. Turning to the angry Kim Hyun, Chanma assures him that he has no way of defeating him. Looking at the powerful Chanma, the boy realizes that this climber is really strong since he has failed to win 100 times in a row. Remembering the Demon Master, Kim Hyun realizes that Chanma is not one of those who will give up learning martial arts, even if things don't go according to plan. He then remembers Mason and realizes that Chanma is not one to neglect the fundamentals. In the end, comparing him to Mu Shin, Kim Hyun knows that Chanma will not stop even if he gets stuck in a difficult situation. All of these moments and situations prove that the climber Chanma simply cannot be defeated. In the end, Kim Hyun gets back on his feet in one swift move to continue his confrontation. With his eyes on the climber, Kim Hyun gathers his resolve and realizes that Chanma can be defeated. Addressing the man, Kim Hyun says that he shouldn't decide for everyone, and that just because he's winning now doesn't mean he'll do it forever. Chanma shakes his head in displeasure and realizes that Kim Hyun is back to his usual trash-talking ways. Gaining courage and persistence, Kim Hyun assumes a fighting pose and suggests that Chanma check out how much of this is just talk. The guy ends up quietly covering his eyes while sweat runs down his face. He needs to focus and think only about how to win. Focusing completely on Chanma, Kim Hyun is going to show his winning side once and for all. With purpose and determination, the guy takes off from his seat and comes directly at the climber. At this time, Chanma grabs his sword again and says out loud that this is all very boring for him. As Kim Hyun approaches the man, he makes one sharp and short sword movement to strike him. This time, it's much easier and less painful. Chanma leaves a cut on Kim Hyun's stomach. Kim Hyeon manages to contract Chanma, who didn't expect this to happen at all. Watching the guy, the man realizes that he is different from before, and there is a sudden pressure after the last death. But Chanma is not an easy guy and is not going to give up, so he swings his sword again and strikes Kim Hyun. In the end, Chonma wins and takes the life of Hunter Kim Hyun a total of 700 times. Following the last kill is another attack by Chonma, but this time Kim Hyun manages to turn his neck away in time. But Chonma assures Kim Hyun won't be able to defeat him with his skills. He won't be able to follow his movements with that kind of MF enhancement. That's not to say that Kim Hyun doesn't have the brains to master Tai Chi and it's not a martial art. It's stupid of him to use Chonma's technique against him. Raising his fist up, Kim Hyun is confident that doom and bullying can never stop him. Remembering all his childhood events, he realizes that nothing could stop him. Even all the subsequent events of his teenage and present period did not allow him to give up. Now Kim Hyun is gaining more confidence and determination to overcome Chonma again and win. The constant and endless attempts to defeat Chonma cause explosions in their battle area. All of their fights are accompanied by bright flashes of light from counterpunches from the climber. Always watching Kim Hyun, Chonma realizes at some point that this guy is crazier than he thought. There's a fictional world around them. It's a place where failed generations stay and wait for the next chance. It's a place where no one dies. It's such an unusual place where the concept of life and death has been removed by the tower system itself. Now the rule is that no one but the owners can enter this place, but somehow Kim Hyun managed to get in. Thinking back to the beginning of their current meeting, Chonma thought it was funny what Kim Hyun said to him. It was funny. Hearing it from Chonma's destroyer was strange, and he wanted to know if it was in his right mind, so he accepted it. In the end, for further developments, the Ascender added one interesting condition. Originally, Chonma had no plans to teach Kim Hyun martial arts. He was bored and wanted to fool around without fulfilling the pathetic request. Now after his 100th attempt, Chonma wonders if things have changed. He feels the pleasure of taking Kim Hyun's life. But seeing the guy's eyes, which are always filled with sarcasm and prejudice, at some point became filled with fear. Each time he noticed this kind of thing in Kim Hyun's eyes, Chonma began to find it quite frightening to himself. At that very moment, the climber began to fight Kim Hyun to the fullest. After the 200th attempt, the man was pleased to see Kim Hyun die without being able to parry a single blow. After the 400th time, Chonma laughed at him because the guy couldn't even last 3 seconds against him. And after the 700th time, Chonma decided not to give Kim Hyun a chance for a decisive punch, and it was quite an experience. In the end, after the 1000th attempt, the man completely destroyed the martial arts that Kim Hyun had created. Looking at the defeated guy, Chonma was sure that he wouldn't be able to get up again because everything he had created had been destroyed. But in the end, with the strength of his fist, Kim Hyun stayed afloat for as long as necessary. Each time after each loss, the guy resolutely and persistently got back on his feet. At some point, it all began to strain the climber, and he clutched his sword tightly in his hands. An unpleasant growing feeling appeared in Chom's chest. Kim Hyun couldn't take a couple of their stances, and he was getting annoyed. Their battle began to gain significantly serious momentum because Kim Hyun continued his confrontation. Eventually, all of Chom's doubts led to certain questions, and after almost 3,000 attempts, he realized what this feeling was. It was the same feeling that Choma had felt long ago when he first became a climber. This was definitely it. When Kim Hyun was constantly and relentlessly trying to attack Chonma, his burgeoning feeling was very weak. Despite that, Chonma didn't even try to realize what he was feeling, just enjoying Kim Hyun's revenge. Each of their fights were accompanied by constant explosions and destructive events leading to chaos. Each time Kim Hyun attacked the climber, he realized more and more that he was experiencing a sense of danger. At one point, Chonma wonders if it's possible that Kim Hyun will never give up. But it's a pretty ridiculous and stupid question. Once again, Kim Hyun attacks Chonma, but the man makes his counterattack too soon. At the same time, the climber himself realizes that he was too hasty and waits with a wary face for Kim Hyun's next move. Taking advantage of the moment, Kim Hyun immediately appears in front of the man's face and smirks back at him. At that moment, Chonma realizes the threat and notices the guy in front of him swinging his fist at him. Bringing his fist even closer with each passing second, Kim Hyun is finally about to strike. With the power he has built up in his fist, the guy swings as hard as he can and hits Chonam right in the chin. In the end, on his 2,995th attempt, Kim Hyun manages to hit Chom, who grunts in shock and pain. At this point, the guy clenches his fist tightly and raises it up to prove to the climber what he said earlier. Smiling contentedly and about to continue his attack, Kim Hyun reminds him that nothing in the world is infinite. In response, Chonma doesn't even know what to say to him, so he just squirms and grimaces at Kim Hyun's words. At the same time, Wukong continues to sit on the 8th floor of the tower, scratching his head thoughtfully. Suddenly, a man appears behind the boy and asks him if he's finished in this place. The blue lion appears in front of Wukong. He's a short man with long shaggy hair and a strange beard. At this point, Wukong unhappily jumps up and asks where Blue Lion was, to which he replies for the boy to stop whining. Wukong points his finger at the dragon and says it's been 3 months since he took the creature's life. Wukong then wonders where the sworn brothers of the Blue Lion are and immediately begins to hear their voices. Behind them, two creatures dubbed as White Elephant and Big Phoenix are already appearing. At that moment, the Blue Lion turns to the girl and asks if she has wrapped everything. The White Elephant replies that they have already destroyed the west and east. Hearing such a thing, Wukong spreads his hands and marvels that these creatures have ascended to the throne, and yet it took them 5 months to destroy. At this point, the Blue Lion calls out to Wukong in displeasure, and reminds him that the boy has been given a high level because of the recognition of his accomplishments. But they have not. They were only assigned 3 Satodong Demon Kings. The Blue Lion, for example, ate 100,000 soldiers in just 1 bite. The one who ate the legendary beast from the myths with its fangs and trunk that could wrap around anything is the White Elephant. And the one who took over a country and ate the king and the people close to him is the Great Phoenix. Because of this, they became mid-level climbers. In response to all of this, Wukong just starts laughing and tells Blue Lion that he's just looking for excuses for himself. Abruptly and unexpectedly, a strange shaking starts, and so Wukong immediately lifts his head up, looking around the tall tower. Satisfied, the boy suggests that the others make a plan before they climb this tower. Lowering his head to the cliff, Blue Lion looks at Wukong and asks him if it should happen again. In turn, Wukong dispenses instructions with his hand out in front of him. He goes south, Blue Lion takes care of the North White Elephant east, and Big Phoenix west. Finally, turning to his comrades, he says that this time he must finish in 2 months. They really have a lot to do. At this time, Shu Heng receives a disturbing phone call from someone assuring him that it is a very urgent matter. When Shu Haiyan is asked on the phone where the hunter Kim Haiyan is, the guy starts to tense up. In the end, he is told that there is a disaster warning, and in 3 hours the disaster will reach Korea. They need hunter Kim Hyung immediately. All this time, Kim Hyun's student Miren sits on the sofa with her head on her knees waiting for her master. Periodically, the girl raises her head and looks ahead with her dejected and despairing gaze. In these moments, the girl stares at the glass rack in front of her, on which hangs an artifact called the Sword of Chonma. At this time, the alternate world is plunged into darkness, and even the green trees look lifeless. But at some point, Kim Hyun falls into one of the trees and breaks it with his whole body. Until now, the fight between Chonma and Kim Hyun continues with constant flashes and explosions. But every time after each blow, the guy manages to get back on his feet and continue the fight. In this alternative world, there are no dates or days. Only the number of battles determines the time spent here. From time to time, Kim Hyun still manages to reach Chonma, but the man dodges and slips away at the very last moments. Each maneuver is followed by a blow that strikes his opponent. Kim Hyun is not giving up and is laughing and snickering at the situation. After another attempt, Kim Hyun manages to make a sharp turn in the air to counterattack. Swinging his leg forcefully, Kim Hyun says something to Chonma before striking. Striking the man hard with his fist, Kim Hyun explains that his previous attack was just a distraction. Chonma then goes over their past fights in his head and realizes that this is Kim Hyun's 5,000th attempt. In response, the guy smirks and asks Chonma who asked him to mess with him. But the man himself is already getting tense and is watching his opponent closely. As Kim Hyun concentrates his strength with a fierce and crazy face, Chonma tries to understand what kind of man he is and how he can fight so much. For some reason, comparing the situation to broken eggs, Chonma realizes that he has taken Kim Hyun's life 5,000 times already. The number of broken eggs is increasing as Kim Hyun's attempts. It's impossible to fight a battle that's doomed to be defeated 5,000 times without a break. All the while, Chonma is watching, thinking that Kim Hyun must have despaired because his progress has slipped back to the beginning when Chonma started using the Thunder God. But no matter what, Kim Hyun continues to fight to touch the climber at least one more time. As in the previous times, Chonma kills the guy with his lightning-fast techniques. At one point, the man notices something strange that makes him very wary and tense. When he looks down, he sees a determined Kim Hyun grabbing the hem of Chonma's clothes before he dies again. Kim Hyun then abruptly pulls the man who didn't expect such a turn. A slight look of fear and surprise appears on his face. At this point, Chonma realizes that even in this position, Kim Hyun's eyes are directly burning, and so every time he catches the climber in his arms. In response, the man grabs Kim Hyun's wrist and asks him with a slight smile what kind of rabid dog he is. Kim Hyun's words come as a balm to his soul, and he thanks Chonma for the compliment. Chonma's sense of danger has long since disappeared, and after that the man only feels a sense of awe. Chonma had once climbed to the heavens as a simple beggar and had seen many ascendants, but he had never met anyone like Kim Hyun. As he continues to try to fight and push back Kim Hyun's attacks, Chonma thinks about how he would describe the man. Behind the man is a huge and thick tree that stands no matter what. Kim Hyun is the same way, a man with an indestructible will. Chonma has met many people in his life, and everyone's will breaks after meeting him, because he destroys the martial art they have been going to for so long. But Kim Hyeon came to him knowing he had no chance of surviving. He comes back and challenges Jungma every time. For him, there is no such thing as giving up. For all these reasons, Chanma is in awe of the guy, not as a climber, but as an ordinary Mu-Wall man. Once again, Kim Hyun tries to attack Chanma by disappearing in front of him and appearing behind him. At this point, Chanma realizes that the guy is using transform distortion, and says that the technique is like something else. When Kim Hyun swings his fist again and tries to strike, Chanma gracefully and deftly dodges the attack. The man then says that Kim Hyun needs to do 3 basic steps to perform this skill. Kim Hyun immediately stops and realizes that Chanma is trying to teach him a martial art, as he requested. Eventually, after the attack, there is a bright and powerful explosion that is caused by lightning. At this time, Chanma tells him that martial arts are not flashy skills. You don't need to use foot techniques and should focus on the basics. Thunder God's techniques are drastically different from other martial arts. One can try to copy them, but it is very difficult to achieve absolute truth. Then Chanma continues that the importance is not in replicating lightning strikes, but in their natural content in Kim Hyun's mana. As a result, the man says that if the lightning is already in the mana, then it is only necessary to shape the strikes into a form that will be the basis for Kim Hyun in any situation. Once again, Kim Hyun fails in his attack on Chanma, but this time he is not killed, just injured. At one point, a tired Kim Hyun wonders how many times he has already died in the meantime, but comes to the conclusion that it doesn't matter. Trying to get up again and continue his efforts, he realizes that each step he takes is very different from the last. Looking at his shaking hands, Kim Hyun realizes that this is the true power of martial arts. At the 10,000th death, Chanma turns to a surprised Kim Hyun and tells him to break the form he has just created. Following this, Chanma tells him that the techniques and chi filling Kim Hyun's body will not be lost no matter what he does. When the god of thunder Chanma appears before Kim Hyun in all his beauty and power, the boy finally realizes it all. The mana that is in every cell of his body creates the lightning that Chanma told him about. And there are also dozens of techniques that are used to maintain the intensity of the thunder god with a certain amount of mana. After fully realizing all the processes and the concept of lightning, Kim Hyun begins to smirk smugly and thinks it's just perfect. It ends with Jeonma talking about the final step. So conventionally speaking, Kim Hyun has studied the thunder god technique form and broken it. When Chanma tells him that all that's left is to create his own martial art, Kim Hyun clenches his fists confidently and forcefully. Previously, Kim Hyun wouldn't have realized what he was talking about because his teachers were imaginary. He couldn't continue because he didn't know the answers to the questions. But now at this very moment, the full meaning of what Chanma said finally becomes clear to Kim Hyun. To show the man what he has learned, Kim Hyun immediately begins to concentrate his power all over his body. Chanma then turns to his student and invites him to come over. The confrontation between the two martial arts begins. At this time, chaos is going on in the control center of the International Hunters Association. They are trying to evacuate the population. Senator Liam shows up and asks how much time they have, to which an aide replies that it's estimated to be about 10 minutes. 3 hours ago, everyone was still hoping for Kim Han. But a few hours later, they notice that there are disasters all over the world at marked points on the map. And then after all the other countries, South Korea was spotted. Liam notices that there are 4 disasters, and Kim Hyun is only 1. At this time, an aide tells him that Thailand and Mexico have all the best hunters and Riley is coming with them. To which Senator Liam anxiously grabs his forehead and realizes that they are all preparing for disaster in the first place. But Korea is a concern, but there shouldn't be a problem since Kim Hyun is with them. But no one has managed to contact him. At the same time, Shu Hyun tells his friends that Kim Hyun is not here, and it can be said that he has left this land. The friends keep it a secret, but it's been a month since Kim Hyun disappeared, so waiting for him is not the best solution. Turning to his comrades, Shi Hyun says that they will have to use their own strength to prevent the disaster. Shi Hyun then turns to Dragon Monarch Miren, who is sitting on the couch, and asks what she's going to do. But in response, the girl only awkwardly but anxiously turns around and answers absolutely nothing. The 14,242nd attempt of Kim Hyun's battle against Cham's climber begins. All this time, the guy successfully keeps on his feet and still hasn't been killed. He manages to dodge and hold off Cham's punches. The number of deaths doesn't increase anymore because now Kim Hyun doesn't let Cham take his life. Kim Hyun takes a peak form. Looking at Kim Hyun, Chanma smiles slightly and realizes that this guy is a real monster. He wonders if he managed to reach the right stage. Kim Hen's black wings embodies the concept of reflection, and in that black sphere, its edge. It's no longer just an ordinary cluster of mana. At this time, Kim Hyun attacks Cham's Ascender again and attacks him with his red lightning bolts to counterbalance the Ascender's thunder. Still watching, Chanma realizes that it is unacceptable to be knocked back for a revered thunder god like him. But no matter what, Kim Hyun is not going to give up and continues his stubborn and persistent attack on the climber. Chanma then realizes that the last thing he expected to happen has happened. which is reflected in his facial expression. With the help of his newly created martial arts, Kim Hyun manages to deliver a final and devastating blow to the climber. At this time, Kim Hyun's face expresses complete confidence in his abilities and newfound strength. At this moment, Chanma realizes that this is the end for him. Even though Kim Hyun had died over 10,000 times, he had managed to achieve what he wanted, building up an incredible amount of magical energy throughout his body. Kim Hyun swings his leg and almost hits Chanma. In turn, Chanma was already prepared for this, and just calmly covers his eyes, completely resigned to the situation. But in the end, nothing happens, and Chanma opens his eyes in surprise and tries to analyze the situation. Chanma looks back at Kim Hyun and realizes that the guy wasn't going to do anything to him at that moment. When Chanma asks why he didn't destroy him, Kim Hyun just stares back at the man coldly. Then the guy starts scratching the back of his head, thinking about what kind of answer the climber would give to his question. When Kim Hyun replies that a student should not cut off the life of his teacher, Chanma is shocked and genuinely surprised. But in response, the man calls the guy a rabid dog and asks when they became teacher and student. This really pisses Kim Hyun off. After that, Chanma turns away and tells Kim Hyun to get lost because he can't even rest properly because of him. Kim Hyun mockingly replies that he's going to leave even if Chanma doesn't want him to. In the end, the guy is really going to leave this place and go home, but something is bothering him. Lastly, Kim Hyun shouts out sincere thanks to Chanma for what he's done for him during this time before returning home. Listening to Kim Hyun's last words before leaving, Chanma's face squirms, showing his displeasure and even disgust. But eventually the climber smiles broadly and calls Kim Hyun's special names out loud as if he has warm feelings for him. The climber then finally gets to rest and thinks that having a student after his death is not a bad thing. At this time in Montana in the United States, the armed forces have already gathered to confront the growing threat. A magical portal appears in the space in front of them, through which the silhouette of Wukong can be seen. At the same moment, the hunter Riley grabs her walkie-talkie and tells everyone that an unknown man is coming through the portal. Immediately, the order is given to open fire immediately, which is exactly what the other hunters do. Many missiles fly straight at Wukong, who is still moving through the magical portal to this world. When the missiles hit the magic doors, there is a strong and powerful explosion that should have left no one behind. At this time, Riley and the other hunters are silently observing the outcome of the situation. Suddenly, Riley hears the same voice again, telling her that this greeting was excessively rude and unpleasant. Wukong appears in all his glory and says that he just wanted to destroy everything with the clones, but in this case, he will not hesitate. Riley then immediately radios back that this maneuver had no effect on the disaster, so everyone should take their positions. At that moment, Wukong is already passing by the girl who informs everyone that they are going to Plan B. When Wukong suggests that they start by weeding out the weak ones, Riley gets nervous and tenses up, clenching her fists. Following this, Wukong pushes off the ground with his feet and is about to fly into the air before he begins. As he rises up, Wukong swings his staff and orders Zhu Yijing to rise up and hurry up. At the same time, a similar disaster happens in Thailand, only there the big phoenix appears. This boy looks around unhappily and frustrated and realizes how primitive this floor is. Suddenly a voice comes from somewhere on the outside asking the big phoenix who he is, to which the boy grudgingly turns his attention and doesn't realize who is in front of him, interjecting what he said. At this time, Kim Hyun with a grin listens to Big Phoenix, who grudgingly states that the boy approached him and also asks who he is. Big Phoenix then becomes aggressive and spreads his fiery wings. He intends to destroy Kim Hyun in a subtle way. But before the boy can do anything, something suddenly happens to him and his whole body is exposed to red lightning. In turn, Kim Hyun nervously scratches his ear with his finger and asks what the boy with the funny name is muttering. With a snide and smug smile, Kim Hyun watches what happens to Big Phoenix and asks if he is a climber. Meanwhile, the boy continues to squirm in maddening pain from the red lightning bolts. Eventually, Big Phoenix just disappears into space and finally shouts out that it's impossible. Kim Hyun then notices a notification that he has gotten rid of the fictional bird and one of the 3 kings of Satadon in Thailand. He looks around anxiously, trying to figure out what he's doing here and how he got here. At the same time, in Ijeongbu, Korea, Lee So-yeon is attacked by one of the Satadon kings and falls exhausted among the stone ruins. In turn, Seo Kwan is also defeated and lands next to her friend with her shield covering her back. Like the others, Shahayan loses to the Blue Lion and crashes into a stone wall, sobbing painfully. As the guy tries to recover, the Blue Lion approaches him and is about to destroy everything around him. The angry and tense man threatens Shehen and claims that his attacks will never harm him. At this moment, Mi-ren suddenly appears and attacks the Blue Lion from the side, but the man deftly reacts and holds back her attack. Looking at the girl, the man says that she was quite funny because she was very different from the others. Swinging his palm at Mi-ren, Blue Lion starts to get aggressive and says that even an interesting person like her is boring him. In the end, The man forcefully punches the girl in the chest, and she flies backwards with a thud. During the painful blow, Miryong can hardly hold back her tears because the Blue Lion's attack was very powerful. Meanwhile, Kim Hyun is still studying the notice and trying to figure out what to do and where to go. Kim Hen moves to Av, who tells him that recently ascenders appeared out of nowhere and are destroying everything around them. He immediately asks if 4 climbers could have appeared at the same time. Following that, he brings up Nanshin Hayaki, who consisted of many fictional subordinates at once. Finally, Kim Hyun asks how things are now, to which the assistant replies that there is a high probability that these climbers have a leader. Av goes on to say that the climbers may bring others with them. There must be some kind of leader among the 4. Kim Hyun then asks what united the 3 remaining monsters, to which Av confidently says that anything is possible if the climber is of high rank. In the end, the assistant says that the strength of the 4 that have appeared is the same as that of the real Calamity. At this time, Kim Hyun scratches the back of his head as he was about to ask how he got to Thailand, but realizes that it doesn't matter now. He realizes that if he succeeds in overthrowing the leader, the others will disappear too. Av shows him on the map that Wukong is in America. Kim Hyun thinks again and realizes that it is very easy to find the leader and get rid of him. But there is one big but. 3 notices about climbers appear around the guy. One is in Montana, USA, the second in Mexico City, and the third in Gyeonggi-do, South Korea. At this point, Kim Hyun realizes that if he goes to America now, his friends in Korea will die. He then realizes that Mi-ren is in Korea, but that doesn't change anything because she is no match for the climber. In the end, his head is filled with thoughts of how to do the right thing and save everyone he cares about. But suddenly another notice pops up in front of Kim Hyun, which surprises and alarms him greatly. At this time, Shu Hyeon comes to his senses and notices a defeated and wounded Mi-ren sitting at the stone wall. The girl does not show any signs of life, and Shi Hyeon continues to watch her silently. Realizing the gravity of what is happening, Shi Hyeon squirms in horror and is overcome by a growing sense of panic. Then the guy gets angry at Kim Hyun, who's in the middle of nowhere when he's needed here. But at some point, Shu Hyeon realizes that his thoughts are going in the wrong direction. He had said before that he had to defend Korea with his own forces. But now he was waiting for Kim Hyun to show up. Remembering his friend's face, Shu Hyeon realizes that it's not his fault he's such a weakling. As Shu Hyeon's thoughts become even more intense, he begins to feel angry at himself for his helplessness. At this time, Mi-ren regains consciousness and tries to get to her feet to finish what she started. The girl painfully clutches her chest where the blue lion had struck her, but she is still on her feet. Clenching her fist tightly, Mi-ren realizes that in this situation she is powerless even with martial arts techniques. All this time, the source of Mi-ren's confidence comes solely from her master Kim Hyun. Her teacher had once told her that the imperial arts have incredibly great power. If it doesn't affect the enemy, it's her weakness. After that, the girl realizes that the whole problem is that she never thought of herself as strong. Remembering Master Mi-ren realizes that there is only one such person in the world, and that is Kim Hyun, and anyone weaker than her is just a fool. In the end, she realizes that this way of thinking has only softened her essence. All this time, Mi-ren only admired the power of Kim Hyun, and knew her place next to him without even thinking to strive for something more. At that moment, the blue lion comes up to her and mocks her and asks her if it's the end of everything. Then one of the 3 kings of Satadon is going to honor Mi-ren by taking her life. Opening his mouth, he's going to demonstrate his success in devouring hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Eventually, the Satadon king's lion mouth begins to emit a loud and howling roar. At this moment, Mi-ren is only anxiously watching what the blue lion is about to do. Suddenly, a voice from the bag of artifacts asks Mi-ren if she really needs help now. In turn, the girl realizes that she has heard this voice before, so she immediately recognizes it. The mystical god of chaos offers Mi-ren to take his power so he can help her, but she refuses because the master said no power without consequences. When the blue lion's power begins to spread everywhere and consume everything, the chaos god realizes that Mi-ren is wary and refuses. After a short conversation, the mystic god of chaos is about to go out and do everything without Mi-ren's consent. At this time, the girl panics and looks around to see what's going on. The Chaos God tells Mi-ren that there will be no consequences this time and she should just test his power. Mi-ren then begins to transform into the mystic god of chaos. The creature declares that he's giving the girl the pinnacle of all things monstrous and begins to fill Mi-ren's entire body with his power. Eventually, Mi-ren transforms into the powerful god Nanshin Hyaki Yako. Her hair turns white and horns grow on her head. After accepting all the new changes to her appearance and body, Mi-ren begins to grin and fix her white curls. At this time, Blue Lion feels that his powers are beginning to be limited, and he can no longer scream. Looking around, he realizes that he can no longer open his mouth, and a strange mana spreads around him. Blue Lion then looks forward and realizes where the source of the problem is coming from. Mi-ren appears in front of the Ascendant and takes the form of the mystic god of chaos. At this time, Shu Hyun watches in horror from the sidelines and doesn't even know what to do, or if he should say anything to Mi-ren. In the end, it all comes down to the girl starting the process of destruction and taking the first step. When this happens, Blue Lion starts to feel strange and very unpleasant sensations. In turn, Miren continues to take her steps, heading straight for her opponent. When the girl takes the 5th step, Blue Lion realizes that he can't even move now. Shi Haiyan seizes the moment and grabs Li Xiaoyun and Xiao Quan to evacuate their friends from the place where disaster is about to strike. While Miren, in the guise of the Chaos God, mockingly talks to the Blue Lion, Shi Haiyan struggles to save his comrades. At this time, Blue Lion turns to Miren, who is already taking the 6th step and is about to say something to her, but she doesn't let him do it. As she gets even closer to the man, the girl leans toward him and says that he wouldn't have been able to defeat her anyway. On the 7th step, Miren smirks and asks the Blue Lion if he thinks he is the only one whose accomplishments are not recognized. On the 8th step, the girl spreads her arms wide apart and says that she would have introduced herself by a different name otherwise. When Miren takes the 9th step, she says that if something else had happened, her name would not have been Nanshin Hyaki Yako. On her 10th and final step, Miren activates Annihilation. Pretty much covering her eyes, the girl enjoys what is happening. In the end, Miren again says that she might not be called by her name, but the real god of monsters. At the same time, White Elephant appears in Mexico City, which also leaves behind disastrous consequences. But at some point, this girl begins to feel a very strange and unpleasant sensation. After that, she starts to realize that she can't move, and it is extremely frightening and shocking for the girl. The White Elephant is sure that she heard someone's voice. Suddenly, someone else appears behind her. This person asks if it is too bright. At that moment, White Elephant realizes that it is the same voice she heard, and panics and asks the girl what she did to her. A moment later, Kim Hyun's 2nd student comes right up to White Elephant and only smiles back at her. The girl then pulls out a red book with black pages and laughingly says that this is an experiment with her new useful ability. In response, the White Elephant calls the girl insane, which Kim Hyun's student is willing to argue, because she's not the one who destroyed the city. The girl smiles a warm smile and says that she is very grateful to the White Elephant. Opening her book again, she says that she is grateful that the White Elephant destroyed everyone she wanted and became her lab rat. Hearing such a thing, White Elephant dissolves in terror and panic. She asks with a shaky voice who this girl is. The red book with black pages begins to open and flips open on its own in the hands of Kim Hyun's student. At this time, she offers to go back to where they left off. This girl is ranked 4th in the rankings and is called Darkwing. In addition, Darkwing claims that the experiment is aimed at testing the loyalty of the spirit while smiling with her eyes. In turn, Shu Haiyan is already taking his comrades who were attacked by Blue Lion to the hospital. One of them is Li Xiaoyun, who finally regains consciousness and tries to wake up. When she opens her eyes, the first person she sees is Xiao Quan. Immediately, Li So-Yun jumps out of bed and realizes that she is in the hospital. She screams and tries to find out what happened. Xiao Quan calmly replies that he doesn't know what happened. Shu Haiyan brought them here while someone was dealing with the climbers. But Shi Haiyan didn't stay long. He took care of his ruinous wounds and immediately left the hospital. Li Xiaoyun starts to freak out and pulls out her phone to call Shu Haiyan, but Xiao Quan stops her. Chewing on his apple, Xiao Quan thinks for a moment and says that there are reasons for this behavior. Shi Haiyan climbs up on the roof of a building and tries to catch his breath, immersing himself in his thoughts. Shi Haiyan becomes angry and strikes the stone surface with his fist. Remembering what happened, Shu Hen is disappointed in himself, because all he was able to do was to escape from the scene of the disaster. Suddenly, an iron door opens behind Shaheng, but he doesn't notice it. At some point, Shu Heng turns back and sees a dark silhouette in front of him. When he realizes who he sees in front of him, his face expresses shock and genuine surprise. At this time in Montana in the United States, on one of the television towers sits the leader of the climbers, Wukong. All this time, Wukong was just looking around, but at some point he notices that there is something to the side of him. Watching the place, Wukong thinks that his clones have low-rank skills, so it took about 300 of them to mop up the area. Then he realizes that in an instant, half of his clones were wiped out, which amazes and surprises him. As Wukong starts talking to himself, Kim Hyun appears behind him and asks if he's in charge. At the same moment, the climber turns around, but the guy is already coming at him with a smirk on his face and a loaded fist. Eventually, everything leads to an explosion on the TV tower, but Wukong manages to stop Kim Hyun's fist with his staff, which he uses as a weapon. When Kim Hyun abruptly grabs Wukong's staff, the climber asks who this guy is. Kim Hyun then straightens up with his whole body and kicks Wukong with both feet, after which he falls down. The result is another loud and violent explosion from Kim Hyun's powerful punch. It would seem that everything ends with Wukong leaving only stone fragments and dusty shroud. But suddenly from under the devastation appears the very staff of Wukong, which means only one thing, that the Ascendant is still alive. After Wukong orders his staff to grow, it immediately increases in size and becomes incredibly huge. When the huge staff starts to swing, Kim Hyun reacts quickly and dodges the blow. The moment he dodges, he has a hard time standing still, so he cries out in alarm and silence. Eventually, Kim Hyun manages to increase his distance and step back from the climber, who turns to him again. With a satisfied smirk on his face, Wukong asks Kim Hyun who he is, as he seems to be a rather interesting person. At this time, Kim Hyun starts laughing and squats down. He tells the climber that he is a zookeeper. When the guy says that he looks after animals like Wukong, the climber's face changes dramatically, and he expresses his displeasure. Wukong then starts laughing, thinking that the guy is crazy. Kim Hyun says that it will be exciting to tame a monkey for the first time. Suddenly, the guy gets a notification that the other climbers have been destroyed, and now he's going to see his training results. When Kim Hyun is about to attack Wukong, he orders his staff to enlarge several times again. During the battle and confrontation, Wukong is constantly giving orders to increase and decrease his weapon. In turn, Kim Hyun closely observes Wukong's behavior and follows his actions. Another blow is caused by Wukong ordering his Juyi staff to increase and grow. The final and seemingly crushing blow causes a massive explosion that collapses nearby buildings. Eventually, the climber hopes that he has succeeded in defeating the enemy, so he watches the destruction and the blazing fire. The climber then begins to walk closer and closer to the stone shards, saying that Kim Hyun is a complete nobleman. Suddenly, Kim Hyun's hand appears from beneath the ruins and grasps Wukong's leg, frightening him. The anxious and worried climber realizes that it's not over yet when he notices Kim Hyun's hand. The guy then pulls Wukong's leg towards him and is about to swing and throw him away from him. Wukong ends up flying into the nearest stone wall with a thud. Pausing for a moment, Kim Hyun smirks even more and asks if he was able to pull Wukong off with this maneuver. The climber doesn't say anything to the guy, but just grins his fangs and whimpers worriedly. Kim Hyun then says that this is all a high-ranking climber who does nothing but talk is capable of. When the guy offers Wukong another shot, the climber gets aggressive, but doesn't respond. Wukong then grabs his wooden staff and abruptly starts banging it on the ground. The climber then unwraps his weapon in his hands and realizes that his situation is extremely unpleasant. During his attack, Wukong anxiously wonders who Kim Hyun is and where such a monster even came from. Looking at the mockingly inciting Kim Hyun, Wukong realizes that this kind of power is not something that can be found on the 9th floor. The climber then jumps on the pipe to be higher, and says that Kim Hyun himself forced him to use other methods. Following these words, Wukong's body begins to accumulate a bright, golden magical energy, finishing his small transformation. Wukong forms an open-work symbol behind his back that signifies his capabilities. At the same time, the same bright golden halo appears above the Ascendant's head, accumulating magical power. The staff that Wukong holds in his hands also transforms into a wooden stick wrapped with a rope scythe. When Wukong's eyes light up brightly, he tells Kim Hyun to see the true power of the Monkey King. The wooden staff is wrapped more and more tightly around the rope braid and begins to exude powerful energy. Eventually, the real Monkey King appears before Kim Hyun with his incredible staff that creates bright golden lightning bolts. When Wukong strikes the ground with the staff, there is an impact. At this time, Kim Hyun observes a bright flash and a beam of destructive power. The moment this strike comes directly at Kim Hyun, the guy does nothing but smirk smugly. Kim Hyun then turns to Wukong and says that he is sorry, while concentrating a black magic ball of mana behind him. Following this magic ball, red lightning bolts created by Kim Hyun and his martial arts begin to appear. When Wukong notices what Kim Hyun is doing in front of him, he is genuinely shocked by what he sees in front of him, and can't believe his eyes. The smiling and fierce Kim Hyun says that he himself can do such things, so now the Monkey King will be in trouble. During all this, people from all over the world are watching the battle between Kim Hyun and the Monkey King in shock. In addition to the others, Senator Liam and his aide are also watching. They are equally surprised to see Kim Hyun there. In front of the members of the International Hunters Association, there is a huge TV that shows the process of the battle. On the image, you can notice a smiling Kim Hyun who is fighting with the Ascendant Monkey King. When the guy gets even closer to the camera, you can see his satisfied and determined expression on his face. At this time, the Monkey King turns to his Juyi staff and demands to finish off Kim Hyun. The smiling guy puts his hand forward and asks if Wukong really thinks he can hurt him. But the Monkey King has nothing to say in response and just starts to grin with his growing anger. When Wukong realizes that the situation is getting unpleasant, he creates a magic shield next to him to protect him from Kim Hyun's red lightning bolts. At this time, he realizes that the Monkey King only pays attention to his mana strikes. In turn, Wukong tenses up even more. Kim Hyun then approaches the climber and smugly asks how he is going to block the direct attack. At the same moment, Kim Hyun delivers his main and crushing blow to Wukong, causing the climber to fly backwards with a painful face. Slamming into some rocky surface, the Monkey King tries to catch his breath and grunts slightly as he thinks about what to do next. Kim Hyun assures him that it's too late, as he has already formed a mana ball. Then among the red lightning bolts, the magic hand that Kim Hyun created with the mana ball can be seen. Eventually, the guy puts his hand forward and activates his Asura Annulment Fist technique. After this strike, Wukong realizes that Kim Hyun is using a mana boost that makes the laws of gravity stop working. A bright and powerful stream of Kim Hyun's magical power begins to spread everywhere, and Wukong tries to shield himself from it. In the end, the entire destroyed area around him is illuminated by a bright flash. Kim Hyun then silently watches the remains of the destroyed buildings, and waits to see if the Monkey King will appear. At one point, Juyi's staff peeks through the dust, proving that Wukong is still alive. A climber crawls out from beneath the devastation, who is extremely tense from what is happening, and is already starting to get aggressive. At this time, Wukong's mind is filled with 1,000 thoughts that it's impossible that he's losing to Kim Hyun. In turn, the guy observes the Monkey King with a sneer and says that this is all quite good for a monkey. These words provoke Wukong to aggression, and he says that no one has the right to look down on him, the king of the 7 Stars Monkey King. Then a kind of halo appears over the Ascendant's head again, indicating that he is about to use his powers. Since the Monkey King can't continue his ascent, he's going to do everything he can to deal with Kim Hyun. Wukong then activates his magical powers to split into multiple personalities. Many of Wukong's kind appear in and around him. He creates clones of himself. Kim Hyun smirks even more and is even slightly surprised by Wukong's abilities. An incredible number of clones of the Monkey King appear around him, and Kim Hyun seems to be really happy about it. All the clones start shouting that they will destroy Kim Hyun and start fighting. After hearing all the threats, Kim Hyun tenses up a bit and makes a concentrated expression on his face. But then a slight smile appears on his face as if he already knows how to deal with the clones. While telling the clones to say goodbye to their lives, Kim Hyun uses the Kumgang 18 Light Strike technique. With this technique, a magical dome appears over the place where they are fighting. Following this, the magic dome suddenly explodes and covers a huge area. Eventually, such a blow causes irrevocable destruction and horrifying consequences. As Wukong tries to assess the situation, he stares into the dust and asks himself if Kim Hyun is finished. But right after that, the magical wings appear, followed by Kim Hyun himself with a mana ball behind him. The mana ball then begins to concentrate a new power that is clearly more powerful than the previous one. As Wukong tries to realize what's going on, Kim Hyun appears in front of him, ready to attack. Remembering his training with Chanma, Kim Hyun realizes that the truth of his return comes from within, not from the outside. Chanma also explained to him at the time that expending all available strength is not a real guarantee of success. Chanma then told him that through stability and accurate calculations and complete control of the heart, it is possible to achieve what he wants. Using all the knowledge he has, Kim Hyun is going to concentrate before he strikes. Following this, Kim Hyun swings his palm and makes a single movement to deliver the devastating blow. It ends with another bright magical flash enveloping the space around him. After the powerful flash, there is an equally bright and powerful explosion that delivers a devastating blow. In the end, after the battle between Kim Hyun and Wukong, only devastating consequences and a pile of rubble remain. Kim Hyun himself is left standing in the middle of an empty battlefield, which is plunged into chaos and destruction. After that, the guy receives a notification that he has defeated the Ascender, and his information gathering skill is raised to a medium-high level. Kim Hyun exhales smugly and clenches his fist in a sign of joy and pride. Examining his body, the guy realizes that this time he managed to defeat the climber without much damage to himself. Remembering the past, Kim Hyun realizes that before he had to rest for 2 or 3 days after his battles. Putting his palm up to the sky, he realizes that his training with Chanma has had a great effect. Kim Hyun clenches his palm into a fist and smiles as he looks up at the sky. Suddenly, the guy's attention is drawn to the artifact left behind by the climber, his staff, Juyi Bang. Studying the basic and allowed by the skill information about the staff, Kim Hyun realizes that there is no time for the rest. Now he needs to find a place to contact it from. Thinking of something quite interesting, Kim Hyun squints at the staff and begins to smirk maliciously. Then, holding the staff tightly, he remembers that the building of the International Hunters Association was around here. Finally, he orders the staff of Juyi Bang to increase in size in order to reach his destination. Soon, Kim Hyun reaches the tall and beautiful International Hunters Association building. There, the guy thanks an employee for giving him a new suit that he's going to wear from now on. Kim Hyun admires the design on the tracksuit. Meanwhile, Liam is in a state of mild shock. Remembering what happened, the senator is surprised that Kim Hyun fought such a tough battle, and now he is fine. He doubts the guy is human. And remembering Kim Hyun's sudden appearance here, Liam was already thinking that the guy was a climber and was terribly surprised. Kim Hyun then asks if Korea really didn't suffer any damage because all the climbers are missing. Liam confirms this. Among other things, the senator has one rather interesting request, which Kim Hyun responds to with interest and a slight smile. After a while, Shi Hyeon finds an article about who destroyed the other climbers around the world and then contacts Kim Hyeon. They visit Lee Seo Yeon in the hospital, who is being examined. Kim Hyun reacts to Shi Hyun's exclamation and asks what's wrong. At this time, Kim Hyun's student Mi-ren sits very embarrassed and feels as awkward as possible. Ignoring the girl's behavior, Seo Hyun asks how Kim Hyun got from Thailand to the US, to which he replies that he just swam and jumped. Hearing this, Seo Hyun can't believe his ears. Kim Hyun explains to him that he single-handedly completed the Ironman triathlon. But Seo Hyun tenses up and says that's not the case at all. Seo Hyun tenses up even more but holds back, sweat beading on his face. At this time, Lee Seo-yoon finishes her examination and is about to go back to the room. As the girl approaches, she hears Seo Hyun asking Kim Hyun if he can join him for training with Chonma. When Lee Seo-yoon gets to the door of her room, she peeks in and hears Kim Hyun wondering why Seo Hyun is giving him such a sudden request. When Seo Hyun replies that he wants to do it because he's too weak, Lee Seo-yoon anxiously observes his behavior. When she enters her room, she immediately lashes out at her friend and tries to find out why he just left yesterday since she was worried. Seo Hyun apologizes and replies that he was just disappointed in himself because he is a total weakling. In response, Lee Seo-yoon worriedly says that the climbers are very strong, but Seo Hyun assures her that it's not just that. It's also about Mi-ren, who has taken on the form and power of the mystic god of chaos during the battle. When Lee Seo-yoon hears about it, she remembers that she was unconscious herself. But what she saw in the video was truly epic. Seo Hyun had said that Kim Hyun was an unusually strong man, but when confronted with the truth face to face, he realized something else. Looking at his hand, he realizes that he needs to learn to protect what he holds so dear with his hands. Clenching his palm sharply into a fist, Seo Hyun concludes that he must become at least a little stronger. All the while listening to his friend, Lee Seo-yoon just silently looks at him and smiles enthusiastically. Then the girl points her finger at him and says that he looks worried, but Seo Hyun assures her that nothing is wrong. After the conversation ends, Seo Hyun turns around and leaves to go about his business. Lee Seo-yoon looks at his comrade and smiles as he realizes that Seo Hyun has quickly realized everything. In response to Seo Hyun's request, Kim Hyun sighs thoughtfully and thinks that it's good that his friend wants to develop. But remembering his teacher Chonma, he's not sure if the former climber will teach Seo Hyun properly. In the end, Kim Hyun agrees to do so after he has dealt with the labyrinth stone, which pleases Seo Hyun, and Lee Seo-yoon brags that she will be discharged tomorrow. After Seo Hyun's repeated questions, Kim Hyun remembers that he didn't even check his information window after the battle with Wukong. Immediately at that moment, he opens his characteristics and realizes that nothing much has changed. At some point, his eyes stumble upon one of the lines, and what he sees shocks and disturbs him. The number 118 is written in his age. Kim Hyun then takes out his remote control from the system room and presses the button to move there. In an instant, the guy moves to Av's assistant, who exclaims in delight at the new changes. The girl is very pleased that thanks to Kim Hyun's information-gathering enhancement, the space has been expanded to make a playroom. Listening to the girl's enthusiastic exclamations, Kim Hyun suspects that Av is even happier about this than he is about his victory over Wukong. After that, the guy watches the joyful assistant for a while longer with a light and warm smirk on his face. After a pause, Kim Hyun immediately asks why his age has become 118 years old, to which Av asks for time to think. After a while, the assistant says that the system could have counted the time in the alternate world, because the time in the dimension and in the tower is different. She then goes on to explain that a day has passed here and a year has passed there. Otherwise, there's no way to explain that his age has changed dramatically. At this time, Kim Hyun realizes that he has aged 100 years in the alternate dimension, and it's no mistake that he is now 118 years old. Trying to calm himself down, the guy thinks that he is not used to it, because in the training tower there was something similar. The main thing is that he's not an old man. Kim Hyun then turns to the assistant again, asking what else she has learned about the tower, to which the girl immediately remembers something important. She tells the guy that she found out information about the creators of the training tower. Kim Hyun is very excited and interested. Ave then says the obvious thing, that the creator of the tower is the creator of the tower. He expects the girl to tell him something else, but she just repeats that the creator is the creator. At this point, Kim Hyun starts to fill with rage and clarifies if that's really all she wanted to say. But Av has been trying so hard to find it. Kim Hyun then realizes that he was wrong to rely on her to tell him something, and removes his hand from her head. The assistant becomes nervous and realizes that her keeper doesn't trust her at all. In the end, the girl suddenly jumps up and tells Kim Hyun about 5 days, but it's unclear what she means. Meanwhile, a surprised Kim Hyun continues to listen as Av asks for a week to find the location of the tower's creator. The determined assistant isn't sure if it's accurate, but she's trying to prove to the guy that she can be trusted. A smile appears on Kim Hyun's face, and he agrees to what Av's assistant asks him to do. After a while, Mi-ren hands the master a bag of artifacts, and tells him that Hyakuyako's essence lent her the power to fight the Blue Lion. After this story, Kim Hyun looks worriedly at Mi-ren and realizes that he has a hunch about what it might be. Even before this, Av had told him about the 2 climbers in Mexico and Korea, and it was most likely from Mi-ren that she sensed their presence. At this point, Kim Hyun realizes that there is a successor in Mexico City as well, and tries to connect it to the fact that Mason just so happened to die in the same place. While distracted from his thoughts, Kim Hyun notices a distraught Mi-ren, who continues to be ashamed and worried. At the same time, she realizes that she used her master's things without permission, and thinks that her master is justifiably angry. After a while, Kim Hyun reaches out his hand towards the girl to stroke her head. When the guy does do so, he starts smiling widely and praises his student. Kim Hyun smirks and assures Mi-ren that if it wasn't for her, they could have all died, so she did the right thing. She doesn't expect to hear such a thing from her teacher and doesn't believe it at first. Then Mi-ren realizes that it's all true and his words are sincere, so she lovingly thanks him for it. After a while, Senator Liam meets with someone at the International Hunters Association and asks him to repeat what he said. In front of the man sits an old man who smugly twirls his mustache with his fingers and realizes that Liam didn't hear well. Then Montana Senator Attalek Port makes his demand, saying that Juyi's staff belongs to Montana. This Attalek Port is a senator of no ability or reputation, but has a huge mountain of money and is also a collector. Liam replies to the old man that the one who stopped the disaster in Montana was Hunter Kim Hyun, so the staff goes to him. At this point, Attalek Port realizes that even their Eclipse Alliance couldn't intervene in all of this. But Liam doesn't even get a chance to respond before the old man says he'll handle it himself, and all he has to do is meet with Hunter Kim Hyun. At this time, Senator Liam realizes that Kim Hyun is the problem. Then the door to the office opens and someone enters. The senator recognizes the man and is surprised to see him. The Hunter Kim Hyun enters the office and goes straight to Attalek Port. Getting as close to the man as possible, Kim Hyun asks him what he is going to do with his Juyi staff. Tense and wary, Attalek Port turns around and realizes that the hunter he wants to meet is the one in front of him. In response, Kim Hyun only stares furious but coldly at the man who recognizes him. At this point, Kim Hyun remembers that he gave the staff to Liam for a while because official procedure required it, but the flies have gotten on it. Immediately, Senator Liam tries to stop Kim Hyun, but the old man introduces himself to him as Montana Senator Attalek Port. When the old man is about to continue, Kim Hyun stops him and says that he has heard this topic before. He then explains that even though he stopped the disaster, they tried to make a deal while he was gone, because they have the right to the staff. Attalek Port replies to Kim Hyun with a smirk on his face that he is indeed well informed. But Kim Hyun doesn't want to give up the artifact. Liam isn't going to sit idly by and immediately starts calling for help. When the guy starts smiling contentedly, it means only one thing: Montana Senator Attalek Port is finished. At exactly the same moment, there is an explosion and loud screams in the International Hunters Association building. At that time, Kim Hyun hits the Montana senator on the head and leaves a big lump there. The senator points his finger at Kim Hyun, who coolly tells him that he doesn't know who he is and he won't get away with it. When the old man starts to continue his nonsensical speeches, Kim Hyun immediately hits him on the head with the back of his hand. As a result, Attalek Port passes out and the guy tells him that he's getting enough to get by without needing it. Kim Hyun then turns to Liam and claims that Attalek Port is alive, but the senator's only thought is how he's going to fix it. But at the same moment, the guy turns around and with a smile on his face assures the man that there is nothing to worry about. He just needs his staff back. The next day, one of the association hunters comes to a black van. When Evan gets in it, he is met by a white-haired man who asks what the hunter's boss said. Evan tells him how insistent Attalek Port is on ruining Kim Hyun's reputation. After hearing such a thing, the blonde man calls the gentleman funny. Afterward, he asks if Evan has thought of something. Evan responds by suggesting that he should deal with the gentleman who is a Montana senator. But the blonde man considers it a categorical decision because they helped him for 10 years. Evan doesn't agree because he never got anything from him. Finally, Evan adds that all this is true only in comparison to what he got here with the blonde man. After hearing such nice words, the man proudly arches his head and says that it's all for their boss in the organization. At this point, the company in question is Illumity, which is now run by that second student of Kim Hyun's. At this time in Hanam, Kim Hyun presents his friend Shi Hyun with the Ak-chan origin artifact. The guy then explains that if he holds it up to Chanma's sword, a system window will appear in front of Shu Hyan. Suddenly, something catches the attention of the worried and surprised She Heng, and he turns around. He sees Anya drawing a magic circle for teleportation, and immediately remembers the question he was about to ask. Looking at Anya, Shi Hyan asks if Kim Hyun is going to Mexico, and why. Because nothing happened there, and they are only rebuilding. The guy replies to his friend that he needs to check something very important. Looking at Mi-ren, Kim Hyun thinks about the successors. They are quite rare, but the problem is that there is no telling where they will appear. The Ascenders climb the tower, and the Guardians stop them. They all have certain roles. However, this is not the case with the successors that Kim Hyun was once told about by Ava's assistant. Each of the successors has a different purpose. Some are Guardians who want to protect their world, while others are climbers who want to climb the tower. But some successors do nothing. Then there are those who take over their world by force and rule it. That doesn't mean they're bad. Remembering all this, Kim Hyun holds the pouch with the artifact of the mystic god of chaos in his hands. After that, the guy takes out a small red stone from there and throws it to his student, who catches the artifact in surprise. When the girl opens her palms and sees the stone in them, she immediately recognizes it and knows what it is. Ahead of any unnecessary questions, the boy turns to his student and assures her that the artifact now belongs to her. He does this because it's good to have a lot of people who can stop the climbers, and My-Ren won't run away after gaining power. When Anya reports that the magic circle is complete, Kim Hyun lovingly turns to Mi-Rin and tells her that he believes in her. He then tells the others to wait for him until he returns from Mexico. Finally, Kim Hyun asks Shi Hyun if he's going to go straight to Chanma's house, to which the guy replies in the affirmative. Disappearing into the portal, Kim Hyun asks him to tell Chanma that the martial art he taught him he uses very effectively. Going through a magical teleportation circle, the guy is transported to Mexico, where it is dark and gloomy. Kim Hyun realizes that the local hunter mages are really restoring everything. At the same time, the guy notices that an unknown man in a black suit approaches him. When he arrives, the man bows to Kim Hyun and tells him that they have been waiting for him here for a long time. In turn, the guy notices the Illumidi symbol on the collar of the man's suit. He calls him to follow him to the boss. Meanwhile, Shi Hyun is about to use Chanma's origin to enter an alternate dimension. As he picks up Chanma's heavy sword, he tries to get his head together and decide to do something like this. Looking around, he sighs heavily as he's recently organized his apartment, and now he's just leaving. As he is about to enter the other world, Shi Hyun remembers his friend's words that Chanma has a terrible temper, so it would be better not to bother him. After a moment, Shi Hyun is suddenly transported to Chanma's alternate dimension. A few seconds later, the guy literally appears in the same place where Kim Hyun was when he was training with Chanma. Looking around and analyzing the situation, Shi Hyun tries to figure out where he's gone. Behind him, Chanma is already sitting there, wondering who Shi Hyun is and how he managed to get here. But Chanma doesn't really look interested, or even bored, during his question. At that moment, Shi Hyun turns around and realizes that it's really Chanma. He thinks about what kind of answer to give him, and whether or not he should mention Kim Hyun. As he tries to sort out his own thoughts, Shi Hyun is extremely nervous and sweat drops appear on his face. He's here to stop depending on Kim Hyun. Eventually, Shi Hyun smugly slams his fist into his palm and tells Chanma that he wants to learn martial arts. In response, Chanma sighs heavily and wonders where guys like that come from with such requests. But at some point, one important realization of the situation comes into the climber's head. He then asks Shi Hyun if he's related to Kim Hyun in any way, to which the guy anxiously replies yes. Upon hearing this, Chanma slams his fist on a nearby pole because he becomes aggressive and angry with Kim Hyun. Chanma claims to have just fallen asleep and suspects that Kim Hyun is trying to piss him off. At this point, Shi Hyun realizes that at this rate, he won't be able to convey the words that Kim Hyun asked him to say. But in the end, Chanma asks Shi Hyun to just get away from him, which the guy didn't expect. Chanma turns away from Shi Hyun and says that a guy like him can't learn anything. Shi Hyun is shaken for a moment and realizes that Chanma has hurt his feelings. Then he remembers the disaster with the climbers and realizes how weak he is. Instead of giving up, Shi Hyun starts blurting out that he's only asked Chanma to do it one single time. He then tells them that he has to protect what he holds dear, and to do so, he just needs to become much stronger. Finally, Shi Hyun says that if Chanma refuses, he will cling to him like a bath sheet until he agrees. At this point, the climber realizes that with this behavior, it's no wonder Shi Hyun knows Kim Hyun. He will do the same to him. Hearing all this, Shi Hyun's face immediately changes, and he listens happily to the fact that he needs to defeat Chanma. At this time, Chanma already starts attacking and says that if Shi Hyun wins, he will give him the martial arts. As soon as the climber gets close to the guy, there is a massive explosion and nothing is seen. This is the first time Shi Hyun dies in the alternate world at the hands of Cham's climber. At this time, Kim Hyun asks the stranger where he is going to take him, and which boss he is talking about. When the man confirms this, then Kim Hyun asks what happens if he doesn't want to go to their boss. In that case, the stranger will take a new order and return, but Kim Hyun will only be able to find out who the boss is if he meets him in person. Studying the man carefully, Kim Hyun realizes that he speaks well, but it is clear that he will not provide any information. Still looking at the stranger, Kim Hyun thinks about what to do. It doesn't look like he's under attack. In addition, he remembers Av and realizes that it feels like their boss is the one the assistant told him about. Once the guy agrees, the stranger escorts him to the golden elevator that is connected to their headquarters. As the elevator descends, Kim Hyun looks around and wonders why it's decorated with gems. All the while, they are descending through a kind of glass tube through which they can see how huge their headquarters is. When the elevator doors open, Kim Hyun is greeted by many bodyguards who bow to him. At this moment, Kim Hyun is struck with shock and wariness. He doesn't realize what's going on. The local boss is already waiting for him, and it is the second student who was waiting for him. A girl with pink hair and his mask on her shoulder appears in front of Kim Hyun. When she calls the boy her master, she immediately starts smiling radiantly. Kim Hyun is surprised to see her here and doesn't even know what to say to her. Kim Hyeon remembers that he had 2 female students during his time in the training tower. One of them is Mi Ren, who now spends all her time with her master. Kim Hyeon recalls the first time he met her in the tower. The future student's name is Hana Rin. That day, her partners had framed her and were about to take her life for the sake of increasing their stats. At that moment, the girl calls them traitors, and then a lightning-fast shadow flashes across the room to get rid of them. It was Kim Hyeon who appeared, dressed in his teacher's robes. He punches the guys with his fist in one deft move. It was this girl who became his second student. At that moment, she was extremely surprised and excited when she saw Kim Hyun. In fact, they had an unusual relationship. She wasn't really his student, but rather a good conversationalist. Now Kim Hyun recalls that he trained Hana Rin as well as his student Mi Ren. Initially, Hana Rin was perceived differently. While in the tower, she naturally kept him company for a year and a half. After all this, the girl came out, but first of all promised Kim Hyun to prepare whatever he wants. Now Kim Hyun is discussing with her how she destroyed Mason. She says that she wanted to do it earlier, but lacked the strength. On top of that, the guy once talked about building an underground castle, which Hana Rin did for him in real life. Kim Hyeon surprisingly points his finger at himself and doesn't remember him saying that. In addition, Hana Rin prepared many other things for him, such as 50,000 payong of American land. In addition, she organized a headquarters in every country considered Europe. Also a casino and enough money to live on. At this moment, Kim Hyun listens to her carefully and tries to understand when he was talking about all this. Immediately, a memory flashes through his mind of when he and his student were lying by the lake, and she asked him what he would do when he got out. Kim Hyun smiled in response to the question, but he had a lot of things he wanted to do. As he began to list the things he wanted to do, he said that he wanted to sleep and not work every day, travel and have fun, and have a residence underground. Now, after this memory, Kim Hyun realized that Hana Rin had realized everything. But back then, he was just listing all the things he wanted to do. Wiping his mouth from the spilled drink, Kim Hyun watches the girl giggle lightly at him. He then anxiously activates his telepathy skill to find out the student's true intentions. But in her mind, all she can think about is her master. She repeats that she has prepared everything her beloved master wanted. Kim Hyun realizes that she's just like Mi Ren. Kim Hyun then opens her window of information and realizes that she has the same as Mi Ren and is the successor. At this point, Hana Rin listens with confusion to the master's question about what she will do next since she has become awakened. Just then, Kim Hyun gets up from his throne and approaches the girl. He asks her again how she's going to use the power she has now. That's the whole problem. Now, Hana Rin can become both a guardian and ascendant in equal chances. If she suddenly becomes the ascender, then it will be necessary to destroy her. But suddenly the girl asks what it means how she will use the power. Then without much thought, Hana Rin replies that all her powers are only for the master, so she's going to dedicate them to him. Eventually, the guy piles back on the throne and asks if she destroyed the last ascendant. Hana Rin says he was a great experiment. Showing her book, the girl says she tested her abilities and used the common skill repetition to win. Kim Hyun smirks and suspects that she had a hard time in the fight because the whole city is in ruins. But when Hana Rin replies that she hasn't defeated the white elephant for a long time on purpose, Kim Hyun's face twists in horror and dislike. To summarize, Hana Rin says that she now has money and resources, so the master can now play in her Sim City. Looking at the enthusiastic girl, Kim Hyun realizes that she has a schizophrenia and behaves much worse than Mi Ren did at the beginning. To calm her down a bit, Kim Hen punches her in the forehead, leaving a small bruise. He then asks why she didn't seek a meeting with him, to which Hana Rin replies that she was controlling the rumors and wanted to prepare everything. Watching his student's behavior, Kim Hyun realizes to himself that she is just as crazy as he thought. Awkwardly bowing his head, Kim Hyun doesn't understand why all of his students are so abnormal, since he himself is a perfectly normal person. Kim Hyun is about to leave, but Hana Rin stops him from leaving because she has prepared so much. The guy calmly tells her that he will look at everything later. At this point, the girl silently listens. After that, she sighs sadly but doesn't hold him back. She claims that she understood everything from what was said to her. In that case, Hana Rin offers Kim Hyun to walk him out, to which he's surprised that the girl doesn't even cling to him. In the end, Hana Rin follows the master and stands next to him in the magic circle, because her purpose is to be close to the master. When Kim Hyun asks how her organization will be, she replies that she has trained them well, and they will die without her. Kim Hyeon realizes that he feels a sense of déjà vu because Mi Ren has been behaving the same way, but nothing will happen if he takes her with him. Then Hana Rin takes the hand of her master, who explains to her that she should stand right in the center of the magic circle. Standing in the portal, the guy thinks that it's much more comfortable without Anya, because you can just breathe mana in here, and everything will be fine. At this time, Hanuma has an artifact of the mystic god of chaos on a table and is trying to talk to Miren. At this time, Miren replies to him that she is thinking about the terms he is giving her for her power. She reflects on the fact that she can't make decisions rashly, not sure if there is a catch, so she asks again about the offer, to which Hakiyako realizes that Miren is trying to find out his true intentions. He explains that she shares her feelings with him, and if they meet a monster, for a limited time, she gives him control over what to think about. Miren replies thoughtfully that she really should give up control of her entire body, but the god of chaos is furious. Raising a finger up, the girl says that different situations happen, and will he take over her body at any time. The furious Hakiyako from the magic artifact replies that it is impossible because the contract is completely absolute. After finding out all the necessary details, Miren realizes that the proposal is not bad, but it seems even more suspicious. The girl notices a magical portal appearing outside the window and opens her mouth in surprise. At the same moment, she rushes to the door and realizes that her favorite master is about to appear. Miren runs out into the street, watching the magic portal and waiting for her teacher. But unexpectedly, not only Kim Hyun's legs, but also some other person in the portal. And it's obviously a girl. After the appearance of Kim Hyun and Hana Rin, who is holding his hand, Miren seems to lose the power of speech and stops saying anything. His second student, Hana Rin, holds onto her teacher's hand and clings to him even more tightly. This unpleasant scene is noticed by the first student, Miren, who starts screaming at what she sees. Miren points her finger at her teacher and tells him that there is another girl next to him. At that moment, Kim Hyun turns to Hana Rin and asks her why she's clinging to him so tightly, while Miryung demands her to move away from Master Hana Rin, reminds her that Kim Hyun himself told her to hold on tight. But he didn't really mean it. Awkwardly scratching the back of his head, Kim Hyun suggests that the girls get to know each other since the situation is such a big deal. When Kim Hyun introduces the girls to each other and tells Miren that Hana Rin is his second student, the girl is covered in sweat from shock. When Miren finally realizes that the stranger is his second student, she becomes even more furious. Noticing Miren's strange behavior, her master asks her why she's acting like this. Miren says, slightly embarrassed, that she didn't know Kim Hyun had another student until now. With a slight smile on her face, Hana Rin listens to Miren and realizes that she is jealous. She then clings to Kim Hyun even more because she is happy to see him after so long, but he tells her not to do that. Miren becomes even angrier, and her body is filled with lightning bolts of rage and anger. Miren's mind sinks into the universe as if dissolved by the shock of jealousy and hatred towards Hana Rin. All the while, the mystic god of chaos Hakiyako observes Miren from within and calls her a marvelous creature. Miren then agrees to the Ascendant's proposal, and he is startled and surprised by the sudden decision. The furious girl replies to him that there will soon be a case for which she will need Hakiyako's strength. After a while, Kim Hyun returns to Av's system room, and when she enters, she notices something that makes her look disgusted. Kim Hyun looks around the room and notices what a mess his assistant has made. Leaning over to the girl, he asks her if she has found the information she needs, but she doesn't even try to look away from her games. Kim Hyun threatens Av with the remote control, and the girl immediately tells him that she found the information about the creator as promised. The assistant then becomes desperate when Kim Hyun asks her what information she found. Av ends up telling him that no matter how hard she tries, she doesn't have enough rights to everything, so she hasn't been able to find out the location of the creator. But she also adds that she found another key. Kim Hyun is very happy about this and asks what key she's talking about. Av replies with a serious face that she has found something that could help her find the key, or rather the place where the artifact is located. Lee. So Yoon comes to visit Kim Hyun and stands in front of the door before entering. From there, voices can be heard arguing. She realizes that she has to go in because she brought the documents, but she doesn't want to go in for one reason. A few days ago, Lee Seo-yoon and Kim Hyun saw a very strange and interesting scene. They watched both of Kim Hyun's students fighting with each other and Lee. So Yeon wondered why they were doing that. At that moment, the girls were arguing amongst themselves, which one of them was Kim Hyun's real student, but the guy himself said that they called it a normal sparring. Lee Seo-yoon noticed that it was more like a real fight to the death. At the same time, the female students themselves are having a really fierce fight using their artifacts that make them successors. At one point, Hana Rin orders Miren to freeze using her power. The girl then swings at the other student with her fist and is about to strike. But Miren in turn manages to move and protect herself from the impending blow to her face. At this time, Lee Seo-yoon panics and asks if they should stop, to which Kim Hyun replies that he has already tried to say something many times and it's useless. Despite this, the girls continue to argue amongst themselves about who looks more like their master's apprentice and fight. When they are about to attack each other again, Kim Hyun is about to get in between them, calling each other names and arguing about whose master is which. At the same moment, Kim Hyun hits the girls on the head with two fists to make them stop immediately. In response, Hana-rin exclaims indignantly that the teacher allowed them to spar, and Mi-ren just rubs her head from the blow. Looking at the devastation the girls have caused by their fight, he asks them if this is like normal sparring. Watching his students, Kim Hyun compares them to a cat and a dog and realizes that they are nothing like them. In the end, he tells his students to go to a room and think about their behavior before he arrives. The girls obediently head inside, and Lee Seo-yoon notices their desperate and upset mood. Lee Seo-yoon examines the new girl who has appeared in the company and asks Kim Hyun who she is since she is on par with his student Mi-ren. Kim Hyun tells her that Hana-rin is his second student, but Lee Seo-yoon can't seem to believe it. Kim Hyun then repeats that Hana-rin is his second student. At this point, Lee Seo-yoon realizes that this is plus one more problematic person, and has no idea how to handle something like this. Peeking around the corner, the girl watches the two students continue to argue and realizes that if they fight, she won't be able to stop them. Meanwhile, Lee Seo-yoon is thinking about where Kim Hyun has gone, while the boy sits in the system room scratching his ear. Looking at his keeper, Av asks what's wrong with him, to which he replies that his ear suddenly itches. Distracted, Kim Hyun asks where the artifact that will help find the tower's creator is. In response, Assistant Av says it's somewhere between the 8th and 35th floors of the training tower. She says that the 1st through 9th floors are the basic essence, but the 8th floor is divided into various dimensions. Kim Hyun says he knows what she's talking about, but he doesn't really understand. After thinking for a while, Kim Hyun asks his next question about whether he can get to the 8th floor now. In response, Av's assistant opens a system list of artifacts and says that he will need them to get through. Kim Hyun looks at the list and tenses up at the fact that there are 5 of them, but the girl assures him that he will be able to find them quickly. She then explains that 2 of them have the exact location, and the other 3 are all from the same person. At the same moment, Av shows Kim Hyun something on her tablet so he can see which person she's talking about. Seeing the familiar picture, Kim Hyun's face starts to break out into a smile because it's really going to be a simple matter. Eventually, the guy is going to get up and go do the business that Av has organized for him. Finally, the guy looks over with a slight smirk and squints at the picture of the man in question. AE's assistant's tablet shows an article about Montana Senator Athelek Port, who owns the artifacts in question. At this time, Mi-ren asks Hana-rin how she got the mask on her shoulder that belongs to Kim Hyun. Hana-rin strokes her shoulder and says that Master Kim Hyun himself gave her the mask. Mi-ren gets angry when she hears this, because it can't be because Kim Hyun is very careful with his masks. During the argument, Mi-ren says that she learned martial arts from the master, and Hana-rin mockingly replies that she will continue to learn martial arts for the rest of her life. Mi-ren's second student then becomes even more aggressive and realizes that Hana-rin is eager to die at her hands. Kim Hyun appears just in time and notices that the girls continue to argue with each other and don't even think about their behavior. Both students turn around and notice their precious master and call out to him with one voice. At that moment, Kim Hyun thinks that he shouldn't have brought Hana-rin because he thought the girls would become friends. But apparently he was wrong. After that, the guy tiredly clutches his head and says that there's something the girls should do. The 2 students both tell their master to give orders, and they will do whatever he says. In the end, Kim Hyun sends Mi-ren to Hong Kong to bring the blind man's compass, and Hana-rin should visit Mexico for the silver arrow. After listening to all of his master's instructions, Hana-rin smiles and asks if Kim Hyun needs anything else, to which he replies to act very peacefully. Meanwhile, in Montana, Atelic Port is on the phone with someone and is told that it is impossible. As the conversation continues, Atelic Port offers someone a very large sum of money just to get what he wants. At this moment, Evan enters his office and distracts the old man from his cruel and rude talk. Eventually, out of madness and anger, Atelic Port throws his phone on the floor and it crashes. The old man then clutches his head and shakes with anger. Everyone says no to him when he asks something about Kim Hyun. At that moment, Evan assures the senator that he has visitors, but he is surprised because he has not made an appointment with anyone today. Evan smirks and says that it's an unplanned meeting and that the man just showed up. Atelic Port, in turn, considers Evan's words to be complete nonsense and is about to get up to leave. But suddenly there is an explosion and the stone wall breaks. Someone penetrates the senator's office through the wall into the street. A frightened and shocked old man, Atelic Port, cautiously peeks out from behind the rubble of the wall and tries to figure out what is going on. At that moment, Kim Hyun's foot appears, wearing a slipper. Kim Hyun mutters something to himself. When Atelic Port notices the guy he already knows in front of him, he is horrified and afraid of him. Squatting in front of the Montana senator is Kim Hyun, who didn't enter their building in the usual way. Pointing his finger at the guy, Atelic Port indignantly asks how the guy dared to do such a thing to his house. The sweating senator then listens to Kim Hyun say that he knows about his bribes and that he is shitting on others behind their backs. Lastly, Kim Hyun smirks and says something about the senator being a chief in American Killing Day circles. All the while, the tense but indignant old man listens to the guy about what sins he's committed. Eventually, Kim Hyun stops because he can't even read this stuff. The senator has been pestering everyone with calls this week. Kim Hyun asks him if it's interesting to fake news when he hands Athelek Port a document, but the senator himself doesn't understand how such a thing is possible. He looks at a satisfied Kim Hyun and asks how he managed to find out everything. Athelek Port turns to Evan and realizes that he has something to do with all this, to which Evan replies with a fierce smile that someone had to behave. At this point, the senator realizes his business is bad. Evan holds out to Kim Hyun a list of guilds that were going to help defame his name. When Kim Hyun hears about this, he is surprised that the senator would want to do such a thing. Athelek Port himself doesn't even know what to say anymore. He realizes now that this is a complete failure, and the mad hunter Kim Hyun will swat him like a fly. Terrified, the senator falls to the ground listening to Kim Hyun threaten him that he wanted to bury him. But that's not soulless enough for him. Instead, Kim Hyun offers to make a deal and squats down in front of the man. He's heard that the senator is skilled at collecting artifacts, so he demands the giant series from him, and in return, he'll forget everything. Kim Hyun smiles a wide and satisfied smile and looks at Athelek Port and asks if he is satisfied with this outcome. Mi-ren goes to Hong Kong to some beautiful building that looks like a medieval castle. There she meets a strange man who is extremely surprised and tense at seeing Mi-ren here. After giving the girl a cup of tea, the man asks why the lady has come here. To which the confident and cold-blooded Mi-ren replies to the stranger that she is in need of the blind man's compass. When the man hears this, he tenses up even more and is shocked. He asks why she needs such an item. But without waiting for an answer, he immediately changes his face and assures the girl that she will have it soon. In response, Mi-ren points out that he only has 3 hours to work. He needs to bring the item no later than that time. When the man starts to make excuses, Mi-ren immediately changes his appearance to the mystic god of chaos, and the stranger sets off immediately. Mi-ren then summons subordinate number 1 and orders him to assist the stranger in finding the artifact. At this time, the girl is thinking that she will definitely accomplish her task before Han-Rin does. After completing the task, Kim Hyun brings the blind compass to the system room and gives it to Av. The girl examines all the artifacts and is surprised that Kim Hyun got everything in 2 days because she thought it would take at least a week. At this time, Kim Hyun falls back on the couch and brags to his assistant about his fate. Looking back at her students, Kim Hyun says that Han-Rin brought the arrow in less than an hour, and Mi-ren did the same thing with the compass. Eventually, Av is going to combine the artifacts she got. This is possible if they were united before. After that, the girl inserts the blind compass into a strange hole and starts twisting it with her small fingers. A strange holographic projection appears in front of her to help her create a single item. At the same time, Kim Hyun watches his assistant Av with his mouth open in amazement. In turn, the girl is passionately studying and doing something in her holographic machine. She's trying to connect all the received artifacts into one, and that's why the compass starts spinning. If you look closely at the artifact, you can see the arrow on its dial glowing brightly and shining. The artifact ends with a bright flash that Kim Hyun and assistant Av are watching. With all the work they have done, they managed to get the blind man's compass completed. It can find any location desired by the user. As Kim Hyun looks at the newly obtained item, he is delighted to see that its appearance and information has changed, to which the smug Av replies that these are the true abilities of the blind compass. Continuing to look at the artifact, the boy asks if they can get to the right floors. Av tells him that they need to enter the maze using the compass. After a while, Kim Hyun successfully enters the deeper part of the labyrinth. There he encounters the local Knights Defenders, whom he has already dealt with. Finishing with the monsters, Kim Hen starts yawning from fatigue or boredom so much that tears appear in his eyes. After that, he picks up the blind compass and examines it. He wonders how long it will take to descend. Because of the lack of light, he doesn't know how much time has passed and Kim Hyun has run out of food. But he doesn't really care about the food, he's just going to continue with his plan. Before going down into the labyrinth, he told the students that they would stay, and if anything happens, they need to protect the place where they are. At that moment, Han-Rin asks to take her with him while the other student Mi-ren is left here. Han-Rin continues to bully her, saying that their proud first student Mi-ren is capable of defending the place alone. But in response, Mi-ren is willing to argue that as the first student, she has the right to be in charge of her teacher's security. The girls start arguing again, calling each other names and smiling mockingly. Kim Hyun watches on unhappily. Now Kim Hyun continues to fight the monsters by showing his fighting stances. He wonders if the female students will destroy the city during the fight. At this time, the green goblins living in the depths of the labyrinth continue to attack the hunter Kim Hyun. A lot of monsters start coming at the guy, but he behaves calmly and confidently, going to resist them. Using his power of the First King technique, Kim Hyun deals with the flood of attacking monsters with a single blow. He then thinks it's a good idea to use a name that shows he's not to be messed with, but it's just letters. Passing by the dead green goblins, Kim Hyun is about to move on through the labyrinth. Examining the body of one of them, Kim Hyun realizes that the further he goes, the weaker the monsters in his path. Then one very pleasant and interesting realization comes into his head. Raising the blind compass upwards, Kim Hyun realizes that he will soon reach the exit of the labyrinth. At this time, Lee So-yoon comes to the Guardian Guild and greets Anya. She wanted to say goodbye to Kim Hyun before he goes into the labyrinth. She says that she wanted to contact her before he left, but Kim Hyun has his own way of doing things. Suddenly, at some point, Lee So-yoon's gaze drifts forward and she notices something. While surrounding Anya is contentedly sipping her coffee, Lee So-yoon notices a familiar sword next to her. Distracting the girl from her thoughts, Anya turns to Lee So-en and says she was going to ask her something. Lee So-yeon tells her not to hesitate and not to be shy, but to ask what she wants to know. Anya becomes embarrassed, but still asks her question about when the hunter Shahayon will return. Lee So-yoon herself didn't expect such a question, so she is stunned and doesn't know what to say. Somewhere in the depths of the labyrinths in the Atlantean Empire, an ascendant named Hungry Spirit appears. On the other side, fighting him is the Atlantean Empire's first swordsman, Swordmaster Swilch. This wounded fellow realizes that the Hungry Spirit is one of the strongest monsters he has ever encountered. Swilch then turns to the first regiment and orders them not to surrender under any circumstances. But at the same moment, the Hungry Spirit attacks all the soldiers who came here with Swordmaster Swilch. When the man turns back, he sees his soldiers being attacked and eventually killed. As Swilch tries to comprehend the situation, he falls into a stupor. The Hungry Spirit at this time says he's tired of playing along. The climber is then about to show off the power he gained from the Hungry Spirit's journey. At the same moment, the Ascender swings his huge axe to destroy Swordmaster Swilch. But suddenly, Kim Hen orders the staff of Juyi to enlarge many times and attack the Hungry Spirit before it strikes. All the while, a tense and surprised Swilch is watching and trying to figure out what's going on. At the same moment, Kim Hyun himself appears, trying to catch his breath and figure out where to go next. Examining the enlarged staff, he realizes that the way out of the labyrinth is in the sky above him. The rest of the Atlantean Empire realizes that this guy defeated the climber, and Kim Hyun shows up instead of their backup. At this time, Kim Hyun looks at the blind man's compass and realizes that he needs to move somewhere again. When a thin and golden string starts coming from the artifact, it means something important. At that moment, Kim Hyun clutches the blind compass tightly in his hand and realizes that he has arrived at the right place. But suddenly the guy is called from the side, which catches his attention, so he squints slightly behind his back. Soldiers from the Atlantean Empire approach Kim Hyun and try to find out who he is and what he's doing here. Meanwhile, Shi Hyeon continues his training in the alternate world with former Ascendant Chonma. For an unknown number of times in a row, Chonma manages to straighten out Shihen and take his life. As Chonma gets closer to the guy, he marvels at the resilience of Shihen, who has died more than 1,000 times and will be tougher than any zombie. But all this time, Shi Hyeon does not plan to give up, so he just silently tries to stay on his feet and squints at Chonma. At this moment, the guy is holding tightly with both hands to his small staff that he brought with him. Having died several times, Shu Hyeon has strengthened his will. The courage that comes from a place where there is no death, and the desire to become stronger. All this time, Shu Hyeon has tried to endure and keep swinging his sword to defeat Chonma, but this is the 1,000th time he has done so. Shi Hyeon is trying to understand why he brought his sword here in the first place, and why he wants to become stronger. Now he doesn't understand anything himself. Looking at Shi Hyeon like this, Chonma tells him to back off because he hasn't made a single swing. This guy has no chance at all. Then Chonma coldly tells Shi Hyeon to get out of here, and the guy's face changes dramatically. At this time, Shi Hyeon remembers all the past events where he acted like an absolute weakling. Because of this, the guy punches himself in the face to get himself back in shape. He needs to continue his efforts. Watching Shu Hyeon's behavior, Chonma realizes at some point that everything is not in vain, and he is ready to fight on. Shi Hyeon's nose starts to bleed from his face and he sighs tiredly. At that moment, he wipes his nose with his hand and says that until he learns martial arts, he will never leave this place. Chonma replies that as Kim Hyung's friend Shu Hyun is insane, so they will continue training. Immediately assuming a fighting pose, Chonma crawls Shi Hyeon over to him to resume their battle. At this time, Lee So-yeon is in the Guardian Guild building and is calmly sipping her coffee through a straw. She then turns to Anya and asks how the dungeon control is going, to which the girl replies that things are much better now. In addition, Anya says that the staff used to be understaffed, but thanks to the joint management, it's much easier. In response, Lee Seo-yoon asks what kind of building is across the street. Anya says it's a brand new building, but they're building something else. On the left is the Korean branch of the Force Guild, and on the right is some new guild. Anya heard that their new office is there. Thinking about something, Lee So-yoon realizes that they are building something new where there are already 2 huge guilds. She then remembers Mi-ren and Hana-rin arguing and constantly fighting over the title of first student. She then remembers the new student Kim Hyun, who has recently appeared among them. At the same moment, Lee So-yoon becomes suspicious about Hana-rin and the new building under construction. At this time, Kim Hyun is invited to a luxurious palace that is fully decorated with gold and jewelry. One of the Empire's maids accompanies Kim Hyun to the Emperor, who is in charge of everything. Before that, Swilch had told the guy that he had protected the Empire, so he should definitely report it. At this time, Kim Hyun thinks that he was lucky and quickly found out the location of the item he needed. Immediately, a majestic gate opens in front of the guy and invites him to enter as a hero of the Empire. When Kim Hyun gets inside, the Emperor is seated in front of him, waiting for the new hero to appear. At this time, Swordmaster Swilch stands obediently next to the throne and bows to the Emperor. The Emperor himself asks Kim Hyun if he is the one who dealt with the monster to defend the Empire. In turn, Kim Hyun is not happy to hear that their meeting is very valuable to the Emperor, and that all his ambushes have been defeated. He doesn't know how to be polite even when it's necessary, so he just agrees with the Emperor's words. At this time, the old man realizes that he's being tactless, but he says he wants to thank Kim Hyun anyway. Thinking about his students, Kim Hyun listens to the Emperor thanking him for saving the Empire and wants to have a week-long celebration in honor of it. The Emperor then tells him that he has already heard about the Orb of Truth, but unfortunately he can't deliver it. Kim Hyun is still quietly listening to this, but at some point he realizes that he will not be able to get the item and immediately changes his face, not believing his ears. At Swilch, the Emperor says that he will repay Kim Hyun's debt because his vassals will not allow the treasure of the Guardian of the Empire to be handed over to him. When the Emperor offers to settle the matter in the north to get the Orb of Truth, Kim Hyun grabs his head and doesn't know what to do. At this point, he realizes he doesn't have time for all this and needs to return as soon as possible. Looking at a tense Quilch, Kim Hyun realizes that he's starting to get a strange feeling. Immediately, the guy realizes that he should use the telepathy skill on the Emperor who sits in front of him. When Kim Hyun reads his thoughts that the old man is going to use it to deal with the barbarians, he immediately makes a surprised face. Then he also remarks that if the Empire doesn't succeed, he'll have to destroy the guy. Kim Hyun's anger makes the ground crack under his feet. Eventually, the guy gets into a fighting and furious posture when he realizes that he's just a tool for solving problems and starts threatening the Emperor. There are sacred animals that have divine power and are chosen by heaven, living long lives. These animals accumulate sacred energy within them and gradually learn about themselves. Among other things, they develop an intelligence similar to or even superior to that of humans. And then there is the fox, who has lived for 1,800 years and has come close to the state of a sacred animal. Then this girl in the guise of a real fox was about to enter the 9th floor. Stretching her hand into the portal, she realized that she could achieve her goal if she got the right place. But suddenly, the portal starts to ripple and work unsteadily, making the fox seem to be pulled into it. As she continues to touch the portal, Lisa realizes that there is unimaginable magical power there. Pulling out her hand and examining it, Lisa realizes that there is not just one such energy, but several. Thinking for a moment about her future, she realizes that she must do this for the right place. Eventually, Lisa gathers her thoughts and rushes into the magical portal completely. After traveling, the girl finds herself in the very place where Mi-Ren and Hana-Rin continue to argue and fight. The fox girl is here out of ignorance and doesn't realize what is happening in front of her. At this time, Hana-Rin shouts that she is the one who will catch the climber and that Mi-Ren should cuddle up and sit silently. In response to this, Mi-Ren calls the girl names and says that she sees her snuggling and caressing their master. All the while, Lissa watches as the students argue and fight amongst themselves, trying to shield their hands from danger. Fox is shocked to see this. She realizes that this place is very dangerous and she should run away. But the moment she stumbles, Mi-Ren and Hana-Rin notice her. This is when Lisa realizes that she screwed up and was spotted. The girls at this time stop their fight. At that moment, a spark passes between the students' gazes and they start their new fight. The girls then rush after Lisa and argue about who will get the climber who appeared. Kim Hyun continues to stand in front of the Emperor of the Atlantean Empire, who makes a disgruntled face. When the Emperor becomes indignant at the guy's behavior, he awkwardly scratches his ear and doubts that he said something wrong. When Kim Hyun says he has his reasons, the Emperor continues to make a disgruntled face. The guy says he defeated the climber and in return he got an attempt to take advantage of him. The Emperor didn't know he had telepathy. Kim Hyun then starts to approach the Emperor and says that he tried to mess with his head with a useless reward. But as the guy approaches the Emperor, he is stopped by the huge sword of one of the soldiers. He is also stopped by Swilch, who hears that such a reward for Kim Hyun is only suitable for people like him. Kim Hyun then grabs the huge blade of Swilch's sword and is not going to stand for such a thing. In one move, the guy breaks the sword blade and says that he is not a local fool who would fall for such a thing. Because of the situation, Swilch immediately tries to stop Kim Hyun and says that the Emperor will tolerate such rudeness as a thank you. Kim Hyun then exhales tiredly and says that everyone here doesn't understand what he's trying to tell them. A furious Kim Hyun concentrates a ball of mana and red lightning behind him to show his power to everyone. A smirking Kim Hen is amazed that they think if he's dialoguing with them, they have the right to put their terms in front of him. In the end, the guy manages to get the artifact he's been longing for. This artifact is the Orb of Truth, which will allow Kim Hyun to uncover and recognize any truth. While distracted from studying the item, Kim Hyun notices someone behind him and turns his disgruntled attention to him. Swilch appears and follows Kim Hyun. The boy suspects that this is harassment since he didn't ask to see him off. In response, the man says that he behaved inappropriately, so he followed Kim Hyun. He then starts bowing to apologize for ruining the mood, to which Kim Hyun says he doesn't really care. But in order to lighten the mood, Kim Hyun pulls something out of his pocket that he wants to give to Swilch. He throws the food package towards the knight as a sign of reconciliation, and the man is surprised to catch it. Kim Hyun smiles back at Swilch and assures him that the dry rations are quite tasty. Eventually, the guy orders Juyi to grow up and rushes into the sky to leave the place, while Swilch covers himself from the impact. Looking after Kim Hyun, the knight hopes that things worked out well enough between them and his apology is accepted. The man then looks down to examine what Kim Hyun has given him. In the knight's hands turns out to be an army combat food stock, which Kim Hyun says is very tasty. All the while, Shi Hyeon continues his training with Chanma. The climber says that by now Kim Hyun would have proven himself, but Shahen is not. When Shi Hyeon rolls on the floor from another punch, Chanma claims that his progress is very little and can be considered almost non-existent. But in response to that, Chanma gets that Shihen thinks like he's improving anyway, despite the losses. Rising to his feet, the guy is going to die 1,000 more times to follow the path of his friend Kim Hyun. Listening to Shi Hyeon, Chanma abruptly breaks out into a slight smile, pleased with the guy's attitude. Chanma then tells Shi Hyeon that his Thunder God technique doesn't work for him because he's a total no-good. When the climber tells him that he has techniques to suit Shu Heng, the guy exclaims enthusiastically that this is a great turn of events. Pointing his sword at Shihen, Chanma is going to show him something interesting in return for teaching him martial arts. Starting the story, the climber says that before he climbed the tower and became Chanma, he met this guy who was quite stupid. He goes on to say that that was the guy's strength. He will now teach Shi Hyeon one single strike of the bright heavenly sword. At the same time, something happens again in the depths of the labyrinth that shakes the entire space. There are strangers who tell each other that the monsters are coming and they need to be alert. At this point, the guy starts shouting that even he and his S rank can't be in the clouds when the skeletons attack. They should take up positions. At this time, his partner listens to instructions that if they don't, they will all be wiped out here. To which the girl anxiously replies to the guy saying that something is obviously wrong here. Pointing her finger forward, she says that she sees some strange faces that look blurry and incomprehensible. It turns out that there are skeletons running at them and trying to hide from someone in fear. Watching this guy is very tense because such behavior is not typical for such monsters. Turning back sharply, the guy tells everyone that behind the skeletons there is someone much more powerful, and therefore they should run away. At the same moment, there is a bright flash of light that illuminates everyone around and destroys the skeletons. When a voice is heard for Juya's staff to grow, the stranger is stunned and doesn't realize what is happening. Just then, there is another bright flash that causes people to duck and hide their heads. Turning back, the guy and the girl notice something terrifying and strange in front of them. At that moment, Kim Hyun appears, smiling with all his teeth and happy to see people here. Grabbing his Juyi staff, the boy realizes that he has arrived at the right place. Kim Hyun jumps up and down in delight because he's finally back on the 9th floor. After everything that happened in the maze, Kim Hyun heads to his mansion. Biting his tongue, he takes a look around the mansion and realizes that he's only been gone for 2 weeks. Distracted from his thoughts, he turns to Miren and asks her what she wanted to give him. The student then hands Kim Hyun the 9-tailed fox energy orb, which gives him half of his eternal regeneration ability. As Kim Hyun examines the characteristics of the item he received, he realizes what's going on here. In front of him sits a bound fox, which the students say is the ascendant that appeared. The girls then brag that each of them personally caught the fox. Not paying attention to their argument, Kim Hyun asks how exactly they managed to catch the new climber. In an attempt to answer, the girls pounce on each other and push each other to prove which one of them did it faster. Eventually, Kim Hyun turns to Miren and demands that she explain how it really happened. Sensing her victory, the girl clenches her fist and accepts the master's instructions to tell everything. Afterwards, the two of them return to the house and Kim Hyun summarizes the situation. The association asked for their help and they went to catch the fox. Mi-ryung agrees and says that something happened in the process. But at that moment, Kim Hyun opens the news on his phone and shows the girls. It says that they fought again and got everyone on edge. While the guy is trying to figure out the reason why the students left Lisa alive, the climber starts twitching and kicking. At one point, Lisa actually manages to get rid of the blindfold over her mouth and put forward her word. That's when Lisa's girlfriend starts screaming at Kim Hyun for them to spare her precious life. She claims that she's incapable of anything without the balloon, and at this point, Kim Hyun realizes that the climber values her life. Examining Lisa's characteristics, the guy realizes that it's all true, and she has indeed lost her abilities without the balloon. Kim Hyun then turns to the students and asks them again why they left her alive. Ha-na-rin sadly replies that there was someone who prevented her from doing so. But Miren is ready to argue with her because she was the one who prevented her from destroying Lisa. The girls start arguing again, and Kim Hyun demands that they stop to summarize. Then he realizes that they left Lisa alive because they couldn't decide which one of them would destroy her. In response to this, the students immediately shut up and say nothing, indicating that the master is right. Looking at his girls, Kim Hyun realizes that they have both always been strong students, but now they're doing some kindergarten. He agrees to let the Ascensionist Lisa live. Kim Hyun then urges her to tell him everything she knows about the tower, and she won't keep quiet, she just wants specifics. In the end, Kim Hyun throws out his students and listens carefully to everything the climbing fox tells him. Thinking about what he has heard, he realizes that besides what he already knew, Lisa gave him useful information. Remembering the climbers, Kim Hyun realizes that they were going to get achievements so that the master would give them recognition. Fox then explains that achievements are about getting any desired power to sit on the throne. Kim Hyun thinks it's strange, because why would they suffer so much to climb a tower for the sake of a single power? As an example, Lisa talks about the goblins, which are the weakest and lowest monsters. If a goblin gets the Divine Sword achievement, it will not only be able to use this ability. In addition, Lisa says that in this case, the goblin will get everything that the Tower Master has. In short, he will get everything he wants and will not only gain the Divine Sword ability, but he will also become the Divine Sword directly. When Kim Hyun hears about this, he thinks that if he could obtain Chanma's achievement without inhuman effort, he would do it. Kim Hyun's mind goes into overdrive and Lisa tries to get his attention. In the end, she makes a pretty face and says that she didn't do anything wrong and told him everything, so it's not worth taking her life. But Kim Hyun doesn't agree and tells her that they'll postpone her destruction for a while. He suspects that she doesn't agree, but she shakes her head aggressively and assures Kim Hyun that she's glad. Meanwhile, in another dark world, there is still a monster who is always watching Kim Hyun at his round table. At this point, the demon man starts to smile and asks his subordinate if all of this is true, to which the stranger in the robe replies that Kim Hyun will indeed be close to the truth soon. But the demon man only smirks more and says that things are getting more interesting and even creepier. At this time, the subordinate rises from his desk and nervously informs him that this way, the irregular will be able to climb the tower and all will come to an end. Realizing what he has just said, the stranger in the robe sharply stops talking, and sweat drips down his face. He then sits back down and apologizes for his words, but the demon man agrees that there is truth to his words. Remembering Kim Hyun, the demon man wanted to see how far the irregulars would go, but it's too bad that's what happened. In the end, the leader orders his subordinate to send one conqueror immediately. In turn, Kim Hyun brings the very orb of truth she told him about to Av in the system room. The assistant immediately hands it back to Kim Hyun and says that when the waiting time passes, it will be possible to find out about the creator. But the guy raises the balloon up and says that it would be much better to just ask about the one who imprisoned him in the training tower. Looking at the artifact notice, Kim Hyun realizes that no matter what, he's going to pay back the creator for his deeds. When asked about keeping the Ascendant alive, Av tells the guy that she already knew about his appearance on the 9th floor because her rights had expanded. At the time, Av felt that the fox's powers were immense and then diminished so much that it was impossible to feel them. At this time, Kim Hyun listens to the assistant with interest that Lisa can be kept alive because she is a low-level ascender. But even so, she is not convinced and suggests putting her on a chain while pouring sugar into her drink. While making the goodies, Av tells the guy that there are many useful artifacts on the 9th floor. She also tells him that the chain is one of them and explains to Kim Hyun that it's a kind of collar. When asked how many more artifacts he needs to get the chain, the assistant says that Kim Hyun needs to find about 5 of them. Showing the guy her tablet, Av assures him that it won't be difficult, because all the artifacts are in the possession of the same person. The assistant opens the photo and shows it to Kim Hyun. When the guy looks at the screen of the tablet, he realizes that it is the same person as last time. The picture shows a maimed Telek port, who has the items Kim Hyun needs. Meanwhile, Chanma stands silently in the alternate dimension and silently watches the results of Shi Hayan's training. When the guy wipes the sweat off his chin, Chanma turns to him and says that he's getting some use out of him now. In response, Shi Hayan smiles broadly and says it's all thanks to Chanma as his mentor. But Chanma is not grateful and replies that he doesn't remember taking such a weak student as his mentor, so Shi Hyun should get the hell out of here. In turn, Shi Hayan smiles and can't help but be pleased with the result he got thanks to Chanma. But the climber doesn't even turn to him and says nothing. In the end, Shu Hayan sincerely and once again thanks his mentor before heading back home. The guy then starts to dissolve into thin air, thus moving to his world. As Shu Hayan disappears, Chanma takes one last look in his direction to make sure he's gone. As Chanma goes about his business, he can't help but smile because his second student has much better manners than the first. After a moment, Shaehyun returns to his world thinking about his training and what Chanma has done for him. But when he opens his eyes, he sees something in front of him that shocks and amazes him. Right in front of Shu Heng lies several dead bodies of ordinary hunters who fought here. In addition to them, there is another creature here. It's a monster with red skin and sharp fangs. It licks itself while looking at Shu Heng. This creature is a climber and is called Bees Sejik. He is happy to see the guy as he is now exclusively his victim. At that moment, Shoheng realizes that he hasn't even made it out yet and he's already facing a challenge. Before he can even blink, Shi Haiyan realizes that he's not even out yet and he's already in for a challenge. At the same time, a slightly worried Shihen looks around and notices his sword. Shihen immediately picks up his weapon and is ready for the battle that the Sejik imp is about to start. At that moment, he remembers the time he spent training with Chanma, the climber. Chanma had told him about a guy who was very persistent and that was his strength. Stripped of his martial arts talent from birth, he was thrown out of the temple for being useless. But he didn't give up. All this time, the guy trained one basic component and never studied the others. For 50 years, that was all he did. Remembering this story, Shi Haiyan takes a single deep breath before he starts. After that, the guy gives the Heaven's Brightness sword a single strike to Besu Shijiku. Following this powerful strike, Shi Haiyan activates a technique that removes the Ascender's head. At the same moment, Shi Haiyan receives a notification that the climber in Italy has been defeated. This surprises him. He realizes that he literally just got here to defeat him and he is already dead. Looking around, Kim Hyun tries to figure out who did it because it was definitely not his students. At the same moment, he notices a crowd of excited people surrounding him and asking him questions. Kim Hyun hears Shi Hyun's familiar name and immediately starts smiling radiantly. Without a second's hesitation, Kim Hyun rushes over to get to his friend. At that moment, Shu Haiyan looks up and sees Kim Haiyan flying at him. Realizing the situation, Shu Haiyan is surprised to see Kim Haiyan and opens his mouth wide in surprise. As Kim Hen lands, he turns to his friend and asks him how he got back. When Kim Hyun notices his surroundings, his face changes dramatically to one of stupor. Looking at the devastation and the aftermath of the battle, Kim Hen wonders if it was all the work of Shi Haiyan's hands. After all this, the boys return home where Shi Haiyan tells them that it took him longer to learn his skills than to die. After hearing his friend's story, Kim Hyun sharply calls Chanma bad words. In response to Shu Haiyan's question, Kim Hyun says that he was constantly getting hit by Chom during training. Kim Hyun starts to get aggressive and mutters something to himself, while Shu Haiyan tries to calm him down because it's been so long since they've seen each other. Kim Hyun then remembers that he asked him to tell his mentor something. Shu Haiyan pauses awkwardly at this point. Scratching his cheek, Shi Haiyan doesn't even know how to convey Chanma's words to his friend. He finally decides, and imagining the image of Chanma's mentor, he says that he called Kim Hyun an obscene word. Kim Hyun doesn't realize what he's talking about at first, but at some point he realizes the situation and pulls out the artifact of Akjong's origin and is about to go to Chanma's house to take revenge. At this time, Shi Haiyan suspects that it's because of the climber's shyness, but remembering his face, Kim Haiyan sincerely doubts it. Sha Haiyan also adds to the story that Chanma even turned away at that moment. Kim Hyun suspects that he's a real tsundere. Eventually, Kim Hyun asks his friend to stop and finally change the topic of conversation. Shu Haiyan can't stop smiling at his friend and is just happy to see him again, but Kim Hyun doesn't reciprocate and just turns away from the back of the couch. Shi Hyun, changing the topic of conversation, asks who the foxy girl sitting next to the couch is. Looking at the tense and slumped fox girl, Kim Hyun tells her that she is a real climber. Hearing this, Shi Haiyan is very surprised that the guy is keeping a climber here because she needs to be destroyed. At this point, the fox starts shouting that no one should touch her or take her life. As soon as Kim Hyun calls her fox soup, the girl immediately shuts up to avoid getting into trouble. The smiling Kim Hyun wants to make a joke about leaving the fox alive, but at some point he changes his mind and stops. He then tells his friend that the fox has given him information and seems to know something else, so it would be more useful to keep it alive. Looking at Lisa, Shi Haiyan asks if it's dangerous to keep her here, to which Kim Haiyan says that she's lost all her powers. Suddenly, the door to the room where the boys are in shakes and eventually breaks open. Both of Kim Hyun's female students show up and argue again, this time about who came here first. As Kim Hyun greets them with a smile, Shi Haiyan doesn't realize what's going on, and doesn't recognize another girl besides Miren. Watching the fighting students, Shi Haiyan asks who the girl on the left is, and Kim Haiyan realizes that she and Shi Haiyan haven't met yet. As soon as the master calls Hanarin's name, the girl stops and he claims that she is his second student. At this point, Shu Haiyan's jaw almost drops from shock because he didn't know that Kim Haiyan had two female students. There is another dimension where there is a small Chinese-style building that hovers in the air. There is also the ascendant that the demon man ordered to be summoned. He sits quietly in his corner and with his palms catches the raindrops that accumulate into a small puddle. Then the man sharply squeezes his palm and the water spreads over his hand. A henchman of the demon man appears behind him and the climber immediately asks what happened. The henchman tells him that he was asked not to use his gains here, but the climber does not agree because he has officially received it. The henchman then says that the ascender needs to go down to the 9th floor to the irregulars to be dealt with. When the man in the cloak says that if the climber can do it, Their chief will give him another achievement, and it already interests him. Realizing the beauty of the situation, the climber smiles and almost agrees to the instructions. Then he raises his palm upwards directly to the sky, trying to say and show something. Immediately, dark and black lightnings begin to strike his hand, which he controls so skillfully. This is a man first a servant and then a celestial, but finally a guy who has achieved and become even higher. He's going to figure it out and rise to the top. At this time, in Kim Hyun's domain, the guy talks to the ascendant fox, whom he left alive. Looking at the ancient Kumiho, who is curled up in a ball, Kim Hyun asks how long she has lived in this world. He is going to brand her, even though he realizes that it will be a very unpleasant experience for her. But Kumiho herself is sleeping sweetly and doesn't turn around from her warm lump. Leaving on the girl, Fox branding Kim Hyun wonders if she is used to such a thing. To do this, the guy used the collaboration of Hanarin Miren and Av, who are now branded as subordinates. The branding attribute itself was created by the Emperor because of his distrust of humans. But Kim Hyun realizes that he just wanted to make slaves out of them. Also, the guy notices an interesting ability of thought and wants to use it for his interest. Using this skill on Kumiho, he starts to see the thoughts that Lisa is thinking about. All the while, the girl in Kumiho's body is enjoying her stretches and how comfortable she is here. Watching the cute little lump who is completely harmless, Kim Hyun wonders why she started climbing the tower in the first place. Remembering Mason, the boy realizes that the other climbers tried to reach the end by any means necessary. But Kumiho apparently doesn't need the achievement. Kim Hyun continues to watch the cute little lump of a girl and is going to ask her about the purpose of her climbing the tower. But Kim Hen is distracted from his thoughts by a sudden knock on the door, to which he immediately turns around. At that moment, the door opens and Lee Seo-yoon appears. She is surprised to see Kim Hyun here and suspects that he is not going anywhere today. But the guy assures her otherwise. Lee Seo-yoon herself came here to study the art of Daos again. After that, Lee So-yeon addresses Kumiho as a lady and greets her, and the fox immediately notices her. Seeing the pleasant and friendly Lee So-yeon, the fox immediately gets off her bed. Eventually, Kumiho transforms into human form and greets Lee So-yeon with joy. At this point, a worried Lee So-yeon asks Fox if she can help her today in a good way. Then the girls start discussing the 5 elements and the 5 elements, and Kim Hyun realizes that they are now somewhere in their own world. And then he remembers Shuhayan, who decided to learn martial arts, and now Lee So-eun, who is studying the ways of Tao with Kumiho. Watching the girls, Kim Hyun doesn't understand what they are talking about and doesn't know what is going on. Kim Hyun is sure that she will do well because she is studying so hard. Then a new notification suddenly appears in front of his face, that the recharge time for the ball of truth has expired. Kim Hyun clenches his fist because he couldn't wait for this moment. Immediately afterwards, Kim Hen moves to the system room where his assistant Ave is waiting for him. At this moment, the guy notices that the girl is not playing games, to which she replies that today is an important day, and she was busy searching. At this point, the guy starts to tease his assistant again because she has not given absolutely no accurate information before. Eventually, the girl grabs the orb of truth and suggests that Kim Hyun get down to business. At this time, Av's assistant starts babbling some unknown words in an incomprehensible language. Kim Hyun watches her mesmerized. It's the first time he's seen such a language, and he realizes that with the search, he'll only see it. Everything ends when the orb of truth begins to emit a bright and blinding light to Kim Hyun. A notice appears in front of Av's assistant and the boy that the recovery time has been increased by 100%. The girl then wipes her forehead tiredly and says to maximize efficiency, one must speak the original input language. Now Kim Hyun can find what is blocked by going back to what the guy notes that it looks like the internet. At this point, a notification appears saying that to search the ball of truth, you have to think of a question and then you can get an answer. Kim Hyun abruptly thinks about something intensely, as if he doesn't know what he wants to ask. Av in turn also watches Kim Hyun's behavior with fascination and anxiety. As he thinks about his question, he remembers the moment in the past when he first realized he was stuck in the training tower. Kim Hyun then remembers seeing his comrades home, but he was unable to do so. In the end, Kim Hyun recalls the endless mopping up of the tower and questions who locked him in the training tower. Holding his clenched fist in front of the orb of truth, he expects to hear something in response to his question. The orb of truth only makes some strange noises as if it were broken or not working properly. Looking at the artifact, neither Kim Hyun nor Av's assistant understands what's going on and why the orb of truth has such a reaction. Then, unable to contain his emotions, Kim Hyun is about to grab the orb of truth to break it. At this time, the assistant tries to stop him because it's a valuable thing, but Kim Hyun doesn't care and is filled with rage. Suddenly, the guy realizes that he's being transported to another place or another dimension. He is then transported to a strange room similar to the system room, but darker and gloomier. Kim Hyun looks around and tries to understand what is going on and where his assistant Av has gone. Suddenly, a silhouette of a man appears in front of him, saying that it will be very difficult to have a constructive dialogue. Examining the silhouette, Kim Hyun suspects that it may be human. but it doesn't look like him at all. He doesn't hesitate to ask who he is and how he transformed this place. An imaginary figure answers Kim Hyun that he is the creator of the school tower. When the guy starts to argue, the silhouette stops him and says that he will have to pass on the information unilaterally. The creator then claims that Kim Hyun needs to find the tower he created, and himself in the source of weather, so he can tell him everything. But Kim Hyun is very upset that the creator can't do it here and now, to which he just says his name. Looking at the worried guy, the silhouette repeats that he is the creator and has locked him in the training tower. Guardian Kim Hyun must find him. Then the silhouette of the creator starts to disappear, but the guy desperately tries to stop it. Kim Hyun stretches his palm forward to touch the disappearing creator. After a moment, Kim Hyun moves back into his system room where his assistant Av is trying to revive him. As soon as he finally comes to his senses, he looks at Av in surprise, as if he didn't expect to see her here. At that moment, Kim Hyun notices that the girl is already swinging her palm at him and asks what she's doing. Av replies that she was scared because the guy suddenly fell down after her question. When she says that he collapsed with his head on the table, Kim Hyun realizes that he was only there with his mind. Remembering the image of the creator, Kim Hyun thinks about what other truths are associated with him and what's behind it all. He then plans to use the Orb of Truth again, but it takes an era to recharge. Noticing Kim Hyun's confusion, the assistant asks why he's in a bad mood and if he's gotten the right answer. Kim Hyun replies that he has a matter to attend to and has one more important question to ask. Clenching his fist tightly, the guy realizes that now it is clear what to do next, and now his goal is to find out who imprisoned him and who he is. Self-confident and determined, Kim Hyun realizes that no matter what the truth is, he will find the one he needs. Kim Hyun then asks Av to find the tower made by the creator and contact him as soon as he finds something worthwhile. Kim Hyun tells the girl to leave, but she tries to stop him and calls him guardian again. Thinking that Av has already found the information, Kim Hyun turns to her in surprise, but she says that's not the case. But the worried assistant assures Kim Hyun that he should go right now, to which the boy opens his eyes wide in surprise. Then Av informs him that the one who has already climbed the tower and received the constellation, that is the conqueror, will go to the 9th floor. Taoists are those who practice self-discipline to become a celestial. They are all those who dedicated themselves to Wu Wadensen. They usually honored life and the laws of nature by staying as far away from destruction as possible. In turn, the conqueror has already penetrated to the 9th floor and appears in the human world. He is the one unwilling to adhere to the rules of the Taoists. He himself does not know what irregularity he came here for. After some time of reflection, the man realizes that there is nothing to be done about it and he must move on. Raising his hand up, the conqueror realizes that even though it is tedious, he will have to destroy everyone here. At that moment, everything around him becomes dark and it starts to rain. Even the traffic lights stop working properly. The human world begins to panic from such a heavy downpour that hit them so unexpectedly. After a while, black and gloomy lightning bolts appear in the sky, caused by the conqueror who has appeared. Then fire starts to appear from these lightning bolts, causing a violent explosion and blowing up buildings. Panic continues to grow among the people because no one understands what is happening. Everyone is trying to evacuate from the disaster site and shouting to each other to call the fire brigade. That conqueror Zhang Wuqi is a scoundrel who became a wandering immortal barbarian method and gained the power of the Blue Dragon. Many people begin to discuss among themselves what is happening in the very place where the Wanderer appeared. The radio and television news continue to report on the disaster. Even ordinary schoolgirls are discussing the incident and watching it on their phones. On one of the girls' phone, a live broadcast from the scene is turned on. On this broadcast, Zhang Wuqi's face appears and says that they have 1 hour and should not delay. Threatening on camera, the conqueror says that the irregulars should immediately find him themselves. The broadcast then ends and Senator Liam tries to summon Kim Hyun to protect the area that is in danger. At this point, Liam realizes that the Hunters Association can't do anything without Kim Hyun and its complete incompetence. Suddenly, the senator speaks out about how he sometimes thinks the world must be destroyed sooner or later. Looking at the image of Kim Hyun, he realizes that the existence of this hunter barely keeps the world on the edge, and it is destined to perish long ago. But when a subordinate calls out to Liam, he realizes he said something inappropriate, and there is no reason to think such a thing. As Senator Liam continues to watch Kim Hyun, he realizes that he has faith in this experienced hunter. At this time, the emerging conqueror doesn't know what to do while waiting and starts yawning. He sits upright in the air above the burning buildings and realizes that the hour is long overdue. Not even 10 minutes have passed, and he's already bored. With a slight smirk, Zhang Wuqi looks at the consequences of his actions and is about to finish what he started. But at some point, something happens that both stresses and surprises the conqueror. A strange whirlwind appears in the air in front of the man, and the conqueror realizes something with great speed is approaching him. Immediately, Zhang Wuqi realizes that this is the irregularity he's expecting. The enlarged staff of Juyi appears in front of him, obviously carrying the experienced hunter Kim Hyun. And indeed, here comes a guy rushing in with the help of his artifact from Wukong. As he approaches the conqueror, Kim Hyun starts to gaze at him and smiles a slight grin with a grin. At a certain point, the guy jumps off his staff and flies at the conqueror, saying that there's no need for a light show here. Kim Hyun swings his fist at Jung Woochie, but the conqueror doesn't even blink an eye. In the end, Kim Hyun misses because the conqueror deftly dodges the punch. With a smile, Jung Woochie turns to Kim Hyun and says that a celestial is someone who can walk on the sky and also has the heavenly killing power. Landing on Juyi's staff, Kim Hyun looks back at the conqueror who is giving him a speech. But then the guy's face lights up again with a smirk, and Jung Woochie of course notices it. Kim Hyun then grabs the handle of some weapon that he is going to use in this fight. In front of the conqueror's eyes, the guy pulls out the gigantomachy sword that threatens with its size alone. Looking at the huge sword, the conqueror Jung Woochie realizes that this is not the size to avoid. Calling the man's name, Kim Hyun is about to pounce on him to destroy him. He ends up swinging his gigantomachy sword and strikes the conqueror with one mighty and powerful blow. As a result, Kim Hyun is brought to the ground. The entire area is plunged into devastation after the blow. In order to confirm the result of his attack, Kim Hyun approaches the place where Jung Woochie fell. Looking around, Kim Hyun tries to figure out where the conqueror has gone, since they're not even done yet. When Jung Woochie says he's surprised to find such power on the 9th floor, Kim Hyun turns toward him. The conqueror appears amidst the dust and says that they don't call a guy an irregular for nothing. When the dust settles, Jung Woochie smiles a slight smile and looks at Kim Hyun carefully. But the guy doesn't really know what he's talking about, although he remembers being called an irregular. Jung Woochie points his finger at Kim Hyun and tries to find out where the hunter gets his power and strength from. When the conqueror starts talking non-stop about wanting to investigate Kim Hyun, the guy himself grudgingly tries to stop him. At some point, it makes the hunter very angry and pissed off, and he can barely contain his emotions. Kim Hyun then snaps and points his finger at Jung Woochie, asking where such fools came from. The conqueror laughs and realizes that Kim Hyun is just unlucky with his temper, although most irregulars are like that. Looking at his opponent, Kim Hyun thinks he's a real and common poser, but Jung Woochie doesn't react yet. In the end, the conqueror turns to the hunter and claims that he is a common dork and has a dirty mouth. Kim Hyun himself is not provoked by such insults and replies that the man is a loser. Jung Woochie himself looks like he's not reacting to his words, but something tells him he's not. But when Kim Hyun asks the man why he's hatching an argument with him, he clenches his fist in anger. Unable to hold back his impulses, Jung Woochie starts yelling and calling Kim Hyun names. Then the guy realizes that he managed to provoke and piss off the conqueror. Jung Woochie again thinks that Kim Hyun is just a hungry man and can barely contain himself without knowing the Tao. Listening to the conqueror's incomprehensible speeches about the classics, Kim Hyun doesn't understand what kind of nonsense he's talking about. Then the guy replies that he has been used to work since childhood, and because of that he didn't go to school, so he is so uneducated. This amazes Jung Woochie. When asked about Kim Hyun's parents, he says that they died a long time ago. The conqueror opens his mouth in shock at this answer. But Kim Hyun is not going to talk for long, so while Jung Woochie is distracted, the guy pounces on him. At the same moment, he manages to land another powerful punch that knocks the conqueror back. Trying to get up after the last blow, Jung Woochie realizes that even though he has become a celestial, he looks ridiculous. Woochie realizes that it's not so easy to destroy Kim Hyun. At this point, the guy is already approaching and is about to attack again. He assures the conqueror that he won't be able to escape and live to a ripe old age. As he continues to strike the man repeatedly, Kim Hyun plans to deal with him. But the conqueror is not so easy and holds off the attacks. At one point, Jung Woochie even counterattacks, but Kim Hyun also deftly dodges with Juyi's staff. Eventually, a fierce confrontation between the two men begins between the two powerful energies. All the while, Kim Hyun attacks, and Jung Woochie manages to dodge and deflect the blows. At some point, Kim Hyun notices that the silhouette of the conqueror begins to dissolve before his eyes and doesn't realize what is happening. He looks around and realizes that Jung Woochie is creating a lot of clones around him. Looking at all this, Kim Hyun involuntarily remembers Wukong and thinks that only he could do such a thing. But the clones don't hesitate to attack Kim Hyun all at once. In the end, the guy manages to dodge and eventually just disappear to get rid of them. After that, Kim Hyun explodes into the air with a rumble and leaves an explosion underneath him that hits the clones as well. But hanging in the air, Kim Hyun starts to realize something. At the same moment, Jung Woochie tells him something. It turns out that right now, Kim Hyun is being restrained by the power of the Tao. The conqueror claims that only those who concentrate on it can create clones. At this moment, the conqueror uses his 5-element restraint chain technique to restrain Kim Hyun. While Jung Woochie is concentrating the power of lightning in his hands, Kim Hyun unhappily notices the intense bright light. The conqueror then asks the guy if he likes dragons and immediately summons them behind him. While stroking his pets, Jung Woochie thinks that the Thunder Dragon and Water Dragon will be very appealing to Kim Hyun. The conqueror then orders the dragons to attack the boy, which they do, striking Kim Hyun with their elemental powers. Kim Hyun's whole body is hit by two forces, one of which is water and the other thunder. The guy takes a nasty hit. Immediately after that, a lightning bolt that creates a fiery flame is directed at Kim Hyun. Wrapping a strand of hair between his fingers, Jang Woo-chi mockingly hopes that nothing will happen to the irregulars. But after a moment, the conqueror realizes that he was mistaken in his reasoning behind it. At that moment, Jang Woo-chi sees Kim Hyun in front of him, asking how long the man is going to brag about his electricity. Concentrating a ball of mana behind his back, Kim Hyun states that now the conqueror has actually pissed him off. The guy then uses his divine feat of the Supreme Lord technique to strike Jang Woo-chi. This powerful strike causes a huge explosion that destroys the building next to the battlefield. In the end, Kim Hyun descends to the ground to make sure that everything was successful. Right at that moment, he is attacked by clones created by the conqueror Jang Woo-chi, and they need him alive. Kim Hyun calmly observes the clones and thoughtfully folds his hands in front of him and asks if he can control their size. But despite the questions, the conqueror clones continue to advance on their opponent. Moments later, all the clones abruptly dissolve into thin air and immediately disappear before Kim Hyun's eyes. With the help of his red lightning bolts, the guy gets rid of all the clones and says that he knows that they are just an illusion. The real Jang Woo-chi is watching anxiously. Kim Hyun is behind the conqueror and asks him if he really thought it would work twice. Jang Woo-chi doesn't get a chance to respond, but is immediately hit by Kim Hyun and flies high into the air. Looking at the back of the flying conqueror, Kim Hyun thinks that now Jang Woo-chi can see the real power of the irregularizer. Kim Hyun continues to watch the conqueror, wondering what will happen next and realizing that he shouldn't hold back. But at some point, something strange happens that Kim Hyun immediately notices while looking up at the sky. When the guy assesses the situation, he realizes that he feels a strange sensation that something is approaching him. In the end, Kim Hyun is right, and his enlarged Juyi staff is heading towards him. When the guy sees the speed at which his own artifact is approaching him, his face changes dramatically. Kim Hyun then notices a few more clones of Jang Woo-chi, but he must realize that it's useless, so he's probably trying to confuse him. One of the created clones turns out to be a real conqueror who is clearly up to something. At that moment, Kim Hyun watches Jang Woo-chi turn into an emoji. It's a huge sea serpent. In a slight panic, Kim Hyun looks around trying to figure out who is constantly attacking him. Waving his staff, he realizes that Jang Woo-chi has become a dragon. But he doesn't care. He just has to stop the conqueror. Watching Kim Hyun fighting, Jang Woo-chi remembers how he began practicing at the age of 1,000 and accumulated virtue over 10,000 years. Kim Hyun, for his part, does not give up and once again orders his Juyi staff to increase in size to counterattack. Concentrating the mana ball in his hands, Jang Woo-hee remembers that he has achieved divinity in 15,000 years, and that 35,000 years have passed since the beginning of his journey. At this moment, a worried Kim Hyun notices what the conqueror is doing and his face expresses panic and alarm at the situation. A concentrated ball of mana bursts out and strikes Kim Hyun with a powerful blast of black lightning. Reaching forward for the lightning, the guy realizes that he can't delay any longer and must destroy Jang Woo-chi. At some point, Kim Hyun realizes that the lightning ball of mana is moving away from him faster and faster. But in the end, he realizes that it is not the ball that is moving away, but he himself is falling down with great speed. All this time, the conqueror has been creating a powerful vortex in the sky with which he managed to strike the guardian Kim Hyun. The smirking conqueror Jang Woo-chi is the azure dragon who is the celestial of the tower. During his battle with Kim Hyun, he actually reincarnated as the azure dragon who is able to control several elements. Kim Hyun in turn summons Juyi's staff and uses it to land on the ground without much damage. Before he knows it, he is attacked by the azure dragon Jang Woo-chi. Realizing that he needs to act quickly, Kim Hyun concentrates red lightning in his fist and plans to counterattack. As soon as Jang Woo-chi and Kim Hyun's forces collide, a bright and blinding flash occurs. At that moment, the guy realizes that Jang Woo-hee has taken damage from his own attack. The Azure Dragon attacks Kim Hyun with black lightning bolts, assuring him that he can't win. As soon as the attack ends, Kim Hyun smirks and says that Jang Woo-chi should have become a dragon after the merger. At the same moment, the Azure Dragon summons one powerful bolt of lightning that is immediately aimed at Kim Hyun and strikes him. The shocked Kim Hyun bends down and tries to cough up all the blood from his wounds. Immediately after that, Jang Woo-chi attacks the guy again and sends his air vortex at him, which spins him around. The vortex is followed by lightning bolts that strike at different points on different sides. All the while, Kim Hyun is struck by endless lightning bolts, but so far the guy manages to withstand the damage. After that, a furious Kim Hyun counterattacks Azure Dragon with his fist, but Jang Woo-chi dodges. In response, the Azure Dragon immediately stabs the guy in the stomach with his beastly foot. As Kim Hyun smiles at Woo-chi, he realizes that the Conqueror is not the only one who has deflected his Thunder God technique. After a moment, Kim Hyun is about to increase the distance and jumps back. The disgruntled guy then listens to Jong Woo-chi, who says that he would have died many times over if Kim Hyun had approached him recently with such an attack. At this time, the conqueror concentrates lightning bolts between his horns and says that he can't just destroy him quietly. Raising his hand up and summoning black lightning, the Azure Dragon says that he possesses the power of the Blue Dragon that controls rain, lightning, and the sky. At the same moment, many strong lightning bolts strike Kim Hyun, causing him to start screaming. Kim Hyun realizes that each of the raindrops contains lightning and is even stronger than before. To prevent the rain from reaching him, Kim Hen starts spinning Jui's staff in the air to create a kind of shield. All the while, the conqueror watches the boy with amusement in his eyes and says that his efforts are astonishing. While Kim Hyeon is being struck by lightning, Jong Woo-chi asks if he really thought he could stop the force of nature that way. At this time, the guy realizes that he's completely powerless and his body won't move. His ligaments are burned and he can't enter the system room. Jong Woo-chi himself is constantly watching Kim Hyun sitting literally in the air above the guy. As he watches Kim Hyun shaking in pain, the Azure Dragon scoffs and says that the current state of Kim Hyun suits him better. As soon as Kim Hyun opens his eyes, Jong Woo-chi notices this. He calls the guy a consumable who withstood Blue Dragon's lightning bolts. After that, Jong Woo-chi wants to show off his best technique. At that moment, Kim Hyun raises his head and sees an incredible picture. The Blue Dragon apparition literally happens in front of him. Behind Jong Woo-chi, the image of his animal appears. Immediately afterward, the Azure Dragon pounces on Kim Hyun, who is holding Juyi's staff tightly in his hands. At this moment, Kim Hyun tries to resist the Azure Dragon with this artifact. But in a moment, the staff of Juyi begins to glow brightly and looks like it is about to burst into pieces. A few seconds later, Kim Hyun is transported to another dimension that is unknown to him. He looks around in a panic trying to figure out where he is and where Jong Woo-chi and his Azure Dragon have gone. Even the wounds on his body disappear. Kim Hyun suspects he's dead, but he's called from behind by the familiar Wukong. When he turns around, he sees the Ascendant Monkey King, who asks if Kim Hyun was really attacked by a snake. Grinning at Kim Hyun and watching him, Wukong asks why he's staring at him like that. Realizing what is happening, Kim Hyun points his finger at Wukong and recognizes him as the monkey. But the climber is not happy because his name is Sun Wukong. Wukong then begins to explain that they are inside the Ainbo world of conceptual thought image, but Kim Hyun doesn't know what he's talking about. At one point, Kim Hyun suspects that the Monkey King himself doesn't know where they are, but he starts to argue aggressively. In the end, Wukong doesn't give up trying to prove what he said, but Kim Hen realizes that the climber can't really explain anything. Then the guy falls to the ground and tries to decide how to proceed, to which Wukong replies as he pleases. Then Wukong tells him that Kim Hyun's brain works much faster in this world, and the guy starts to suspect that he dragged him here to borrow his strength. At this point, the Monkey King scratches his temple in incomprehension and wonders what Kim Hyun is telling him. Wukong then tells him that he did it to tease Kim Hyun because it's funny to watch the Azure Dragon's goofball beat him up. Kim Hyun responds by being aggressive, and Wukong turns away, amazed that the guy thought he was going to help him. When the climber reminds Kim Hyun of what he said about the monkey and the zookeeper, the guy awkwardly turns away. Turning away from Wukong, Kim Hyun quietly asks if Wukong will lend him his strength now. The Monkey King looks at the guy with a sidelong glance and says that he can do it, but only if he prays, and that makes him sympathetic. Wukong pretends not to know and says that snakes are inedible to him. At this point, Kim Hyun is thinking about something, as if a plan is already in his head. Suddenly, the guy tells Wukong to score, but the climber already thought the guy was agreeing with his ideas. After realizing that he isn't, he surprisingly interjects Kim Hyun, but the guy claims he doesn't need all of this anymore. Kim Hyun then starts to talk him down by saying that he's already dead and can't use his power anymore anyway. So what's the point of all this? When the guy confirms that climbers usually borrow the strength of someone stronger rather than weaker, Wukong gets nervous and freaks out even more. The moment the Monkey King brags and claims that he can take down a snake in one go, Kim Hyun starts to smile. The guy then offers the climber to prove his words and show him that he can win. The Monkey King suddenly stops talking as if he doesn't know what the right thing to do in this situation is. Wukong squats down and clutches his head while Kim Hyun continues to urge him to lend him his strength. The disgruntled Monkey King looks up at Kim Hyun to show his reluctance but agrees. Realizing that his plan has succeeded, Kim Hyun smiles smugly. Meanwhile, Jong Woo-chi continues to hover in the air while his Azure Dragon creates a vortex of sorts. As he watches, Jong Woo-chi marvels at the power of the dragon and thinks about the power he will gain if he destroys Kim Hyun. But at some point, the conqueror notices something and his face changes dramatically, expressing his anxiety. Suddenly, the Azure Dragon is enveloped by red lightning bolts that destroy him. Before Jong Woo-chi's eyes, his blue dragon dissolves into thin air and only red lightning remains. After that, another explosion occurs that repels Jong Woo-chi with its strength and power. At this point, the conqueror himself doesn't realize what is happening but realizes that his blue dragon has been destroyed. Watching the ball of mana from which red lightning bolts appear, Jang Wuchi doesn't understand how this is possible. Then Kim Hyun appears, transformed into the Monkey King because Wukong lent him his powers. With burning gasps, Kim Hyun looks at the Conqueror and asks him how he was doing without his company. Moments before, the Monkey King lent Kim Hyun his powers, and before his eyes, the guy disappears and comes back again. All the while, Wukong stares wistfully after the disappeared guy and sighs tiredly. At this moment, he thinks that their contract will be profitable since Kim Hyun is a capable guy. He deliberately stalls for time, but it's no use. As Wukong falls to the ground, he realizes that Kim Hyun has no brains or sense of fear, a real madman. The climber smirks and realizes that this is why he chose Kim Hyun. At that moment, the climber recalls the image of the hunter Kim Hyun, whom everyone calls the Irregular. As Wukong continues to lie on the ground, he wonders if Kim Hyun really is the Irregular. This world is a space that was recovered by climbing the tower. As Wukong thinks about all the events and the situation, he thinks that thanks to Kim Hyun, everything can work out. At this time, Jang Wuchi meets Kim Hyun and shockingly asks him what he is wearing. At that moment, a dense beam of energy appears, ripping through space and sweeping past Jang Wuchi. Squinting at the Conqueror, Kim Hyun asks if he thought the guy was targeting him, but Jang Wuchi realizes that the dragon is finished trying to stop him. But the energy beam of magical power continues to penetrate the sky, heading straight for the target. At this time, Kim Hyun stares ahead and asks the Conqueror how he feels about this maneuver. Previously, Wukong had explained to Kim Hyun that he needed to climb high above the clouds. The climber then agrees that the serpent's influence is great, but not that great, so there is some cheating involved. Eventually, Kim Hyun does indeed see a magic circle with a blue crystal in the center. Jang Woo-hee immediately jumps up and goes to stop him, but the guy himself is not going to stop and charges Ju-Yi's staff with his magic power. Eventually, with one deft and powerful swing, Kim Hyun destroys the magic crystal that holds the power of the Azure Dragon. A worried young Wuchi tries to smile because he is sure that Kim Hyun will not be able to defeat him even then. The smug Kim Hyun replies that that's exactly what he's going to do, and then attacks the Conqueror with his staff. At the same moment, young Wuchi is suddenly hit by a blow, causing him to pant and sob painfully. Looking at his clenched fist, Kim Hyun realizes that things are different now, and Jang Wuchi's lightning bolts no longer appear. Examining his new golden ring armor, Kim Hyun notices that it blocks all attacks without the use of amulets. A great upgrade. At this time, the Conqueror painfully grabs his head and realizes that the situation is taking an unpleasant turn. Jang Wuchi then notices Kim Hyun attacking him and yells that the rogue must be brought back on track. Eventually, another massive explosion occurs that destroys a tall skyscraper. Young Wuchi's sword and Kim Hyun's staff collide like two reflections in a mirror. Kim Hyun can't hold back a smile, but the Conqueror is too tense. A fierce confrontation between the two strong men begins. Kim Hai is constantly taunting the Conqueror who doesn't know about swordsmanship. Kim Hai realizes that he's pretty good with a sword and is really fast. Remembering his mentor Chanma, he realizes that Jang Wuchi is nothing compared to the real swordmaster he has fought with for over 100 years. Back then, Kim Hyun had struck and died time after time and never gave up. The tip of the sword was his heart, and the blade was his path in the darkness. As he continues to attack Chan Wuchi, Kim Hyun realizes that he's no match for Chanma's mentor. With a glance again, Kim Hyun tells the Conqueror to look at him, as he could have been killed 100 times over. Shaking after the blow, the Conqueror tries to get up and at the same time calls Kim Hyun out loud. The guy replies that as soon as young Wuchi pulled himself together, he started cursing, but he's not discouraged at all. After that, Kim Hyun sees a sudden explosion right in front of his eyes and the guy doesn't realize what happened. The enraged Conqueror rises into the air and threatens Kim Hyun to destroy him while accumulating black lightning again. At that moment, Kim Hyun realizes that Jang Wuchi's Azure Dragon is causing it to rain again. The Conqueror then raises his finger in the air, to which another black lightning bolt begins to strive. Kim Hyun looks up into the sky and sees a dark sky that is filled with lightning energy. As a result, young Wuchi seems to turn to the heavens and starts shouting that this is the power of the heavenly dragon. At this time, many lightning bolts accumulate around Kim Hyun and surround him from all sides. With all the disadvantage and not the most pleasant position, Kim Hyun only smiles in response to Jang Wuchi's words. When the Conqueror is about to say something to Kim Hyun, Ju-Yi's staff appears in front of him. Following the staff comes the same bright beam of energy that hits the Conqueror right in the chest. Kim Hyun pauses for a moment before saying something to young Wuchi. After that, the guy puts his fist forward and smiles widely. He agrees to show each other his strength. While Jang Wuchi was constantly talking about the blue dragon phenomenon, Kim Hyun has a new technique and summons his black dragon. At this point, the Conqueror himself realizes that he can't move, and mana spills around him. Eventually, Kim Hyun fully utilizes the new technique and a huge black dragon appears. At this time, Jang Wuchi starts screaming about the hopelessness of the situation and realizes that he is finished. At the last moment, the conqueror tries to cover himself with his sword but is unsuccessful. A huge black dragon rushes into the sky and swallows the conqueror Jongwuchi. All ends with a bright light spreading across the battlefield. When everything calms down, Kim Hyun is notified that he has successfully gotten rid of the conqueror from the tower. Then the power of the Wukong Ascender leaves Kim Hyun's body because he doesn't need it anymore. Because of this, the guy falls flat on the ground and cries out slightly from the unpleasant impact. Kim Hyun raises his shaking palm up and realizes that his time to use Wukong's power is up. He clenches his palm tightly into a fist and feels something appear in it. Looking around and trying to assess the situation, Kim Hyun realizes that the world is not destroyed. Before Kim Hyun goes into a blackout, he wants to check the artifacts he has received and uses the skill information gathering. Examining the characteristics of the blue dragon sphere, Kim Hyun notices that all information about the artifact is hidden. Continuing to lie on the ground, Kim Hyun thinks he will ask Av about everything. But now his body is not listening or moving at all. Before he passes out, he takes one last look at the blue dragon sphere. As he falls asleep, Kim Hyun realizes that someone will come here and find him. 3 days later, he is indeed found and taken away. At the exit of a building, he is met by Hana Rin and Kim Hyun asks him where Miren is. The student replies that the girl must be busy with something, but in fact Hana Rin sent her to China to control the media. Now Kim Hyun is going to look into his guild because he is the head of the guild and needs to be at least a little interested. As soon as Kim Hyun and his student get into the car, the doors close loudly behind them. A confused but satisfied Hana Rin clenches her fist in joy because she and Master are finally alone. Remembering the image of Miren, Hana Rin realizes that while she's not here, she needs to catch a good moment alone with Master. Before that, she specifically agreed with the driver to take her time to talk to the Master calmly and comfortably. After that, the girl plunges into her dreams and desires going to not only talk to Kim Hyun, but the guy is going to go somewhere else. Hana Rin asks where he's going, but the Master assures her that it's not important and orders her to move on. He'll be back soon. In an instant, Kim Hyun disappears in front of his student, leaving her alone with her thoughts. At this time, the tense driver who is sitting behind the wheel realizes that the situation is proving to be as awkward as possible. Hana Rin clenches her fist until her veins are swollen, trying to hold back her emotions and wondering aloud where her master is going. Turning to the driver, Hana Rin orders him to just circle the local neighborhood and wait for Kim Hyun. She smiles as she fixes her hair and smiles as she's sure to have a good time with her master. At this time, Av's assistant is looking at a new artifact, the blue dragon sphere. A concerned Kim Hyun asks if she's been able to find out anything, but the girl says she can't find out anything, even if she bypasses the permission. Kim Hyun realizes that since it's difficult now, there's nothing he can do about it. He also asks the assistant if she has learned anything about the creator and the tower itself. The girl replies that the tower the creator was talking about is on the top level. Peeking at the notice, Av says that it's all unconfirmed information, but Kim Hyun doesn't even realize which top tier she's talking about. Surrounding herself with windows of information, the assistant continues that the creator has erected another tower, and the purpose of it is unknown. Lying down on the couch, Kim Hyun suspects that he only needs to go to the top, but Av replies that the problem is location. A ray of thought enters her head, and she wonders where on the top tier to look for the creator. Kim Hyun doesn't say anything, and just makes the most stupid and incomprehensible face possible. In the end, Av assures him that if she does a little digging, she can find out everything, and it will take her 2 or 3 weeks. Remembering the creator's words, Kim Hyun realizes that the task he has set him will not be easy. But at some point, an interesting thought and a realization creeps into his head. Remembering the blue dragon, Kim Hyun asks his assistant if he can use it as a source of evil, and the girl immediately agrees. But Kim Hyun still has to go to the labyrinth when he is at the guild, so he returns. There's a student, Hana Rin, waiting for him. Looking around, he doesn't understand where the smell of roses is coming from, and doesn't understand why the apprentice hasn't left without him yet, to which the girl replies that the roads are too clogged so they'll be late. She then rests her head on the master's shoulder. At this time, Kim Hyun doesn't understand what's going on and why Hana Rin is suddenly in such a good mood. Even after she gets out of the car, the apprentice doesn't let go of the master, and Kim Hyun is surprised that they traveled 15 minutes in 1.5 hours. Kim Hyun and Hana Rin enter the Guardian Guild building. The guy tells everyone out loud that he's here. A rather interesting picture appears in front of them. Shocked by Kim Hyun's appearance, Shu Hyun and Anya stand in an embrace and break away from the kiss. Kim Hyun's face expresses the shock of what he saw, and Hana Rin puts her palm to her lips in embarrassment but interest. Afterwards, Shu Hyun and Anya sit down on the chairs like an interrogation. Kim Hyun asks when they started dating. Shi Hyun recalls sending Kim Hyun to the International Hunters Association and says that they've been in a relationship since then. The guy also says that time after meeting a climber, Anya supported him and comforted him. All the while, Kim Hyun watches his friend and Anya sitting next to him with an awkward face. When he realizes that it looks like an interrogation, he immediately diffuses the situation and says that they are not guilty of anything. At this time, the embarrassed and awkward Anya doesn't know where to go from her shame. Originally, Anya was a mercenary hitman, and Shu Hyeon is Kim Hyeon's precious younger brother. However, all this does not affect the situation, and now Anya is not their enemy. The girl reacts to such words very joyfully and enthusiastically. Quietly coughing, Kim Hyun reminds her that doing such things in the guild office is a bit unacceptable. Distracted from the topic, Anya turns to Kim Hyun and says that she has an offer for him. The guy doesn't understand what she's talking about. Then the girl gives him a folder with documents where he is offered to become a model for the famous sports brand Addis. All this time, Ha-na-rin listens to Anya explaining to Kim Hyun the offer and how favorable the conditions are. After that, the girl suddenly grabs her master's hand and calls out loudly to get his attention. Holding Kim Hyun's palm in her hands, Ha-na-rin states that 15% of sales is quite an out-of-the-box offer. Leaning even closer to the master, the girl excitedly cries out that Kim Hyun should definitely accept the offer. At the same time, Shu Hyeon and surrounding Anja are hugging each other as they watch Ha-na-rin lovingly hold Kim Hyun's hand. A few days after the conversation, Seo Hyun was speaking at a press conference. Lee Seo-yoon watches his speech on his phone. On it, Shi Hyun says that their Soul Guild does not intend to express their position on an issue. After that, the girl turns to her friend and looks at him with an approving look. She turns to Shi Hyeon and assures him that he did a great job at the last press conference. Shi Hyeon replies that she did as well as he did and that she did her best. After the Guardian Guild supplanted the Heirs Guild and monopolized their dungeons, things changed drastically. The Korean hunter industry began to come to life like a small sprout bursting into life. Hunters who couldn't manage the monopoly were satisfied with the reasonable price of entry, and as a result, small guilds began to form in Korea. After the disappearance of the previous Lee So-en system, Shu Hyeon and Seo Kwan quickly changed their guilds to the same guild as the Guardian Guild. Examining some documents, Shu Hyeon says that there is no excessive competition or profit problems, but there is also something that is bothering him quite a bit. Shi Hyeon asks Lee So-yeon what Kumiho is eating sitting on the girl's lap. She immediately replies that she feeds Kumiho the cat treats she likes so much. Afterwards, a pleased Lee So-yeon asks if Lisa is really cute, to which Shi Hyeon asks where she came from. Now Lee Seo-yeon is going to go to Aaron's training room and train the fox. If he carries it in a carrier, no one will notice anything. A slightly worried Shu Hyeon tenses up at the fact that Lee Seo-yeon is so attached to Kumiho. He then remembers that Lisa is half human. Talking to himself, he wonders if Kumiho can heal. Meanwhile, Kim Hyun heads to Yeouido Island to shoot a commercial for Addis. He poses gracefully for the cameras. But in reality, Kim Hyun is feeling extremely tense and trying to figure out what it all means. Looking at the cameramen offering drinks and snacks, the guy is amazed that they are too friendly. Quenching his thirst, Kim Hyun thinks about how no matter how dirty money is, it's just as hard work, and there's nothing uncomfortable about it. The guy is then asked to strike a pose for a photo as if he's tediously waiting for someone. Continuing to pose this time with a smile and a gentle gaze, Kim Hyun wonders if he is definitely a model for tracksuits. While the guy is trying to figure out what's going on and whether he likes the idea, Ha-na-rin and Mi-ren are watching him on the sidelines. The girls look at their master with fiercely burning eyes, and each of them is immersed in their own desires. After the filming is over, one of the cameramen approaches Kim Hyun and praises him for a job well done. Taking advantage of the moment, Kim Hyun asks if he can keep his costume because he's too lazy to change, and the cameraman agrees. Happy with today's purchase, Kim Hyun is going home. The man sees him off with a bow and wishes him well. Watching Kim Hyun following him, the man remembers that the guy called him very strange even though he is the same. After a while, Kim Hyun is taken home in a private car. The guy looks downcast and extremely tired. And all this is only because his female students are arguing endlessly about who will sit next to the teacher and who is better. Meanwhile, Kim Hyun himself is looking out the window and thinking that tomorrow he has to go to the labyrinth and try to fill the source of evil Jungwuchi. Looking around at the always aggressive and swearing girls, Kim Hyun realizes that they are better off not being with him. That same evening, the cameraman from the tracksuit shoot returns home and looks at the resulting photos. Calmly and contentedly sipping his coffee, he realizes that he really made a good choice. At that moment, an unknown man appears behind him and sneaks up on the man from behind. Before he notices or realizes, the stranger has his sharp sword at the ready. Kim Hyun heads into the labyrinthine dungeon of the 14th level, where he encounters monster bears. Ordering his Jui staff to increase in size several times, Kim Hen attacks the attacking animals. At one point, he grabs an artifact and spins it in his hands to create a vortex. During the battle, Kim Hyun looks pleased and smiles as he continues his confrontation. Suddenly, he is distracted by the Monkey King, who starts speaking from his staff and scares Kim Hyun. He notices how carelessly the guy is using the yoyobong. Nervously turning to the staff, Kim Hyun asks why Wukong is talking, to which he replies that they have a contract and the guy should know how to use the yoyobong. At this point, Kim Hyun realizes that he needs to learn the art of bonsal, which involves attacking and defending with 5 sticks. He doesn't have time for that. Looking at Wukong, he says he only needs the basics, but Kim Hyun isn't so sure and offers to try it out on different animals. Wukong then realizes that Kim Hyun doesn't know anything and asks about the principle of borrowing power to make sure. Explaining this, Wukong says that if the Ascendant's abilities are below a certain level, then the power will not manifest. But when Kim Hyun calls his words nonsense, the climber makes a bowed lip and starts to resent him. Starting to yell at Kim Hyun, Wukong chastises him that he just needs to know the art of bonsal. The boy in turn listens anxiously. Covering his ears with his hands, Kim Hyun nervously listens to Wukong's bonsal being useless if Kim Hyun's abilities are not at a sufficient level. Eventually, Kim Hyun gives up and accepts that he is lost. At this point, Wukong decides to teach him. At this point, Kim Hyun himself realizes that he was rude but wrong. He can't even imagine the level of Sun Wukong's bonsal. Remembering the image of the climber, the guy realizes that it's not just an art, but a combination of him and Yoyobong. Being on the 15th level underground, Kim Hyun asks Wukong if they can really talk since they signed the contract. Noticing the earthquake, Kim Hyun listens to Wukong that contracts have special provisions depending on the situation and the climber. When asked why Sun Wukong was silent, he says that he just doesn't want to talk to Kim Hyun for nothing. At this point, the guy gets aggressive and doesn't understand what Wukong means when he says for nothing. Just then, out of nowhere, the foot of a huge monster appears, heading towards Kim Hyun and is about to attack him. Looking at the monster that appeared, Kim Hyun asks the climber what he should do, and Wukong plans to give the details. At that moment, the guy grabs Yoibong's staff and starts unwinding it in his hands. Taking a fighting pose and holding the staff firmly in his hand, Kim Hyun offers to start training with a smirk on his face. At this time in Hanam, his apprentice Miren sits on her master's throne and looks distraught. Like Kim Hyun asked, she made the throne small and not so magnificent. But now she's hurt that it's like this. Suddenly, one of her subordinates appears and bows to the mistress, beckoning to her that he brought something. The masked guy then holds out a craft paper bag with some sort of contents to her. Examining the bag from the outside, the girl becomes very embarrassed and is glad she got it. Without hesitation and not wanting to wait any longer, Miren immediately grabs the edge of the bag and is about to open it. As soon as she peeks inside, she realizes that there are some very cute pictures inside and is terrified to hide her embarrassment. At this point, Hakiyako is watching Miren, who doesn't want to hear him, but the climber reminds her that she agreed to talk in everyday life. To which the girl replies that today is a bad day for that, but Hakiyako only laughs at her amusingly. Since Miren is so shy, Hakiyako is not going to say anything more to her about the whole thing. Unable to hold back any longer, the girl opens the bag again and looks into it with interest. In this craft bag are pictures of her master from the filming of Addis's commercials. Imagining different pictures, Miren thinks of Kim Hyun greeting her fondly and extending his hand. As she continues to imagine, she thinks of them falling asleep together and cuddling before going to sleep. The last imagination is of her boyfriend holding out his umbrella to her on a rainy day to shelter her from the rain. Holding the bag tightly to her, Miren can't stop thinking about her favorite master Kim Hyeon. All the while, the girl is consumed with the desire to see the master and make her imagination come true by standing at his throne. At some point, Miren realizes that someone else has entered the building and notices a suspicious presence. She turns around and sees the door to the throne room open and someone enter. There appears Hana Rin, who has somehow infiltrated through Miren's subordinates. When Miren notices the commotion and strange behavior of her subordinates, she realizes that Hana Rin has used her power on them. She immediately takes on the form of Hakiyako and asks what the other student needs to say or she will use her power. But Hana Rin herself stops her and says she didn't come to fight. If that were the case, she would have brought all the members of her organization here. In response to Miren's jokes about brute force, Hana Rin scoffs and says she came here to say something. Preempting Miren's question, Hana Rin tells her that she came here for the pictures she's holding. This dramatically stresses Miren out. At that moment, the other student pulls out the same craft bag and shows it to Miren. After that, Hana Rin pulls out another picture of Kim Hyun and braggingly shows it to Miren as well. Seeing this, the girl starts to get aggressive, but Hana Rin stops her and says that she is not a girl like her. She goes on to explain that she also asked the photographer for a favor regarding the master's photos. She also says that she promised to destroy the photos if they ended up in someone else's possession, and then asks if Miren understands the purpose of the visit. At this point, Hakiyako's essence dissolves, and looking anxiously at Hana Rin, Miren seems to realize what she is talking about. In turn, Hana Rin is already heading towards the first student and agrees with what she suspects. She then raises her hand holding the photos again and shows them to Miren. Waving the photos in front of Miren's face, the girl mockingly asks if she wants the pictures. Looking at such sweet and desirable photos, Miren can't help but drool and sweat profusely. Meanwhile, Monkey King Sun Wukong continues to watch Kim Hyun learn his art of bonsal. while Kim Hyun fights the monster Wukong tensely and with great interest watches all his actions. In turn, Kim Hyun deftly wields the Yoibong staff and attacks the monster without end. After finishing off the monster, Kim Hyun confidently lands on his feet and leaves an explosion after his blows. Still watching Kim Hyun, Sun Wukong wonders if Kim Hyun can really pull it off. Thinking back to the very beginning, Wukong realizes that Kim Hyun was not doing so well at all. But as soon as he learned the range and the exact technique, he was able to correct and maintain the distance from the monster. When using the art of bonsal, there is much more to consider because of the versatile weapon that can cover both long and short distances. If you make a wide enough grip, you can easily achieve the range of a spear. And at close range, the Yoibong staff can be used as a dagger. Wukong says that everything depends on how to hold the pole, but to show itself in all its glory, this martial art requires a lot of time. Kim Hyun, on the other hand, continues to deftly wield the staff and fight the monsters that appear. Eventually, Kim Hyun quickly unwinds the staff in his hands and strikes the monster with a powerful whirlwind. Wukong himself only directed it slightly. While Kim Hyun was already wielding the staff, he had gotten him almost perfectly. Looking at the smirk of the smug Kim Hyun, Sun Wukong realizes that this guy is a real genius. After dealing with all the monsters, Kim Hyun stops and stretches tiredly. At this moment, he thinks about the fact that he is far from a genius, and if it were not for Chanma, he would have been treading water for 100 years. Remembering his training with Chanma, Kim Hyun realizes that because he was sparring, he realized one very important point. After repeated punishments and drills, Kim Hyun realized how important his every move is in battle. But in training with Chanma, he had learned more than that. From movement style to defense techniques and attacks from all sides, it could realistically take almost 100 years. At this moment, Kim Hyun takes a decisive swing of his foot and destroys the monster he was fighting. After that, he climbs onto the monster's body and says out loud that it's all about guidance. Now such monsters are to his liking. At this time, Sun Wukong watches the guy and realizes that he is really a genius, and Kim Hyun thinks that he will try hard. After a while, Kim Hyun turns to Wukong again and asks if there will be any instruction, but the climber says that's enough. Eventually, Kim Hyun receives a new artifact, the unfinished source of evil. If this goes on, the progress of the labyrinth of stones will be filled to 100%. While going home, Kim Hyun asks Wukong if he needs to use Yoibong anymore, and the climber immediately agrees. Sun Wukong then suggests using the staff with the power of the blue dragon, but Kim Hyun has already thought about it. All the while, Wukong watches Kim Hyun with an indifferent but interested face. Sun Wukong looks at Kim Hyun's surprised and uncomprehending face and tells him what he thinks. Eventually, the boy returns home and tries to use the artifact, but it is impossible to use the power of the blue dragon in the source of evil. At this point, Kim Hyun is very disappointed, and Wukong says that no matter what the guy does, the blue dragon's power can't be used. Even so, Kim Hyun has to fill in the progress of the labyrinth, but for some reason he feels cheated. All of a sudden, Anya appears and turns to the guild leader and realizes that he's in a bad mood, so she's going to come back later. But the guy stops her and asks her what's wrong. Anya responds by handing him a folder with another offer. Surprised, Kim Hyun cannot believe his eyes, but the girl assures him that this time the conditions are also good. He then notices that the project is for men's costumes. At this time, Han-Ah-rin is quiet and Mi-ren is trying to hide his embarrassment. He has high expectations, but despite the good offer, Kim Hyun realizes he's not interested. He just throws the folder behind his back and says he's going to give up on such things. At this time, Han-Ah-rin approaches his master from behind and starts whispering in his ear. Gracefully fixing her hair, she turns to Kim Hyun and says that it would be nice to do a photo shoot. He asks if it's really worth it, but Han-Ah-rin thinks it's not necessarily worth it, but it's a very lucrative offer. The girl then shows the offer and argues that such an investment would be good for their master. Kim Hyun pouts his lips and thinks about it. Mi-ren is awkwardly silent in the meantime. At some point, he turns to the first student and asks her opinion, but she didn't expect such a question, so she gets scared. Mi-ren is soaked in embarrassment and doesn't even know what to say. Eventually, covering her eyes, she blurted out that she agreed that the pictures were a great idea. Watching his students, Kim Hyun realizes that they're conspiring and it looks suspicious. At some point, the guy realizes that there is something wrong with this, and his eyes bulge with surprise. As he continues to look at his students, Kim Hyun remembers that they were like cat and dog, but now they're not fighting and are generally closer than before. Just as he's about to say something to them, a notification pops up in front of his face that he's invited to the system room. 5 minutes later, Kim Hyun moves into Av's assistant's room and assesses the situation. As he moves deeper into the room, he notices piles of trash and empty bottles and packs under his feet. Av's assistant, on the other hand, is lying on the table, drooling sweetly on its surface. Kim Hyun comes closer to the table and says that he told her to clean up the mess, but she's made a mess of it again. Avi wipes her drool and says she was looking for information and didn't have time to clean it up. Using the remote control, Kim Hyun gets rid of the mess in a flash. He wonders where the food comes from, and Av says she can recreate the dish from the refrigerator. Plopping down on the couch, he remarks that it's awesome, and then asks if the assistant managed to get something. With a serious look on her face, the girl tells him that the tower built by the creator is on the 12th floor. Kim Hyun realizes that the tower is the top floor of the training tower. The assistant then claims that the tower on that floor is the original tower. It's enough to go up there to see it. But Kim Hyun doesn't understand how to get there and asks if he can use a compass to get there. When Av hears this, he panics for some reason. Not understanding the girl's strange behavior, he asks what's wrong. After a moment, Av calms down and hopes that everything will be fine. At that moment, the boy realizes that there is something that is bothering Av so much. The girl shows it with her whole look. Looking at the wall clock in the system room, the assistant says that it's all about time. She explains that for a keeper, the transition will take about 3 weeks. Kim Hyun in turn realizes that it's about the different distance between floors. Finally, Av agrees and says it could take anywhere from a few weeks to a couple years. Kim Hyun tenses up because the latter is too much. The assistant then looks up with a sad look when Kim Hyun speaks out loud about a lot of problems. In fact, Kim Hyun is basically a guardian protecting the 9th floor, and if he goes away for a long time, he'll be defenseless. Remembering his students Miren and Hana Rin who will be staying here, they will be able to resist the climbers. But if, like last time, the Conqueror shows up, even his girls won't be able to resist him, and everything will end badly. Thinking about all this, Kim Hyun clenches his fist anxiously, and his body begins to shake from the consequences of all this. Remembering the battle with the Conqueror, Kim Hyun realizes that the pressure is still fresh in his mind, and even he couldn't face him alone. He realizes that he can't leave the floor to his female students. All the while, Av is restlessly watching Kim Hyun. Then the assistant stammers about the exact time of the ascent or finding another way, and Kim Hyun agrees to the latter. But then the girl says that she can't find such a thing. The guy gets really pissed off by the girl's words. At this point, the guy can't hold back his aggression and starts hitting the table with his fist, because it's impossible to find a convenient way into the tower. For a while, the guy continues to freak out and furiously shout all sorts of swear words about the whole situation. But at one point, another string of realization enters his head and he seems to know what to do. Av immediately notices Kim Hyun's behavior and asks him what's wrong and what he's come up with. At the same time, the guy immediately jumps off the couch and claims that he has someone to ask about all this. With a satisfied smile, Kim Hyun tells the assistant that he will ask the guy who knows the tower. Kim Hyun gets the idea after looking at the pizza box in Av's hands with a monkey on it. Immediately after meeting the assistant, Kim Hyun goes to Wukong in the alternate world and asks him everything he needs to know. Just in case, Wukong asks, and Kim Hyun nods that he is interested in the time it will take to climb from the 9th to the 12th floor. Instead of answering, Sun Wukong wonders what the guy wants that information for, and Kim Hyun realizes that the climber wasn't listening to him at all. When the guy claims that the Monkey King doesn't do anything at all, the climber's face changes dramatically and expresses his displeasure. Jumping off the branch, the Monkey King claims that what he can say about the tower is very limited, but Kim Hyun doesn't realize what that means. Meanwhile, Wukong proves that he knows everything, but there are real limitations he can't get around. In turn, Kim Hyun demands more details from this point on, and Wukong is already doubting that the guy is listening to him. With a thumbs up, Wukong smiles and agrees to Kim Hyun's request. He begins his sentence in an understandable language. After that, the climber starts to say something in a strange and unknown language to Kim Hyun. At this point, the guy again begins to shake with an incredible feeling of suppression, and he does not understand what Wukong is saying. In turn, the climber finishes his speech, and Kim Hyun realizes that he couldn't hear what Wukong said to him. Sun Wukong then beckons Kim Hyun to follow him, while the boy rubs his head painfully. Using sand and a staff, Wukong starts to draw some illustrations that will help them in this case. By drawing different lines, Wukong causes some strange anomalies that affect Kim Hyun. The guy can't see what's written. Grabbing his head, Kim Hyun feels very strange and as if his eyes have failed. At some point, he realizes that he's getting sick, and it only means that he can't learn anything. In response, a smiling Wukong says that Kim Hyun is only able to learn simple and not particularly important information. When Wukong tells him that this is what he just asked, Kim Hyun realizes that the climber is mocking him. Realizing the situation, Kim Hyun starts chasing Sun Wukong, who is deliberately teasing him and acting like a true monkey. All this time, the guy is being watched by the same demon man, who is interested in the irregular and his affairs. Turning to his subordinate, he realizes that young Wuchi has been destroyed and the irregular has gained his power. The man then starts laughing with his head held high. At this moment, he is thinking about something of his own. As the man spreads his hands in delight, he realizes that the creature created for the test has become an irregulator and is destroying those who have passed it. Meanwhile, a worried subordinate listens to the exclamations that this is an incredible achievement. Eventually he turns to the master and asks if they should leave the irregular alone, to which he hears the answer that the irregular has exceeded all expectations and is curious as to how much more he can accumulate within himself. Eventually, the male demon orders to give Kim Hyun some more time by projecting it onto the hourglass. Meanwhile, Kim Hyun continues his conversation with Wukong and is shocked by what the climber tells him. Crawling up to the Monkey King, the guy asks how long his case will take, to which Wukong waves his hands because he's told him 100 times. When the climber repeats that it will take 500 days, Kim Hyun's face dissolves in horror and shock. Climbing to the 8th floor took only a month, but to climb to the 12th floor, Sun Wukong says he has to do quests. There's one more thing to be aware of. Kim Hyun is also alarmed by this. Remembering the red dragon, Wukong says that the climber must clear the floor, and Kim Hyun suspects that the entire layer will be demolished, but this is not the case. Wukong then continues his story, but Kim Hyun again has a strange sensation and ends up not hearing anything. With sadness in his voice, Kim Hyun asks for a repeat of what he said, and Wukong realizes that this information should be restricted as well. Wukong summarizes that each floor has its own criteria for passing. Kim Hyun anxiously asks if there's any way to shorten the time. He realizes that the 9th floor can't be left unattended because it contains very important and precious people. Listening carefully to Kim Hyun's concerns and worries, Wukong remains silent for a while and leaves the guy without an answer. The climber then claims that there is a loophole, to which Kim Hyun happily responds and tries to find out the information. Realizing that he likes the guy's persuasion, Wukong smiles back at him beamingly. Eventually, the climber reduces the conversation to the fact that there is such a thing called the flip cloud. A single somersault can travel tens of thousands of miles. After meeting with Wukong, Kim Hyun returns to Cheongho-dong, where his students Mi Ren and Ha Na-rin are already waiting for him. At one point, he receives a call from Anya to warn him about the upcoming shoot. At that moment, the students excitedly flinch, but Kim Hyun refuses to visit them, and the girls get upset and pokey again. At this time, the guy doesn't pay any attention to them at all and just silently eats something and looks at his phone. In the phone, he looks at the image of the Salto Cloud and realizes that only with it he can rise to the 12th level in 5 days. If all this is true, the determined Kim Hyun must get to the creator and give him a real beating. He turns to his female students and turns to look at them, but he sees an unpleasant picture. Both students are upset, and the atmosphere becomes negative. Kim Hyun tries to understand the reason for this behavior. At some point, he realizes why the girls are in a bad mood and decides to fix it. Immediately afterward, he calls his subordinate Anna. Ha Na-rin and Mi Ren change their faces at this time and wait for the outcome of their conversation. Kim Hyun asks Anya to mail him a document, but she doesn't quite understand what it's about. When the guy mentions the shooting, both students immediately start shrieking and looking at their teacher. After the conversation, Kim Hyun turns back around and notices the happy face of his precious first student Mi Ren. Eventually, Kim Hyun tells the girls that he needs an artifact and asks them to find it. The diligent Mi Ren immediately agrees to her master's order and is going to do whatever he wants. In turn, Ha Na-rin keeps up with the first student and claims that she will find anything she wants. A satisfied Kim Hyun continues to look at his girls and replies that he's catching them off guard. Immediately, a notification appears in front of the guy's face that a new climber is arriving at the 9th floor in India. Aggressing at the notification, Kim Hyun starts yelling about how he's sick of it all and will have to fight some petty thing again. At that moment, the notification that appeared disappears and the guy remains motionless for a moment. After that, he smirks tensely, and even though he is not happy, he is going to deal with the climber. At this time, the new ascender is already swinging his trident and dealing with the goblins. The creature's name is Orobas. He is going to conquer the tower, and for this he came to deal with the interfering monsters. Throwing the goblin bodies on the ground, he says that he has destroyed a bunch of Solomon's demons and the lords of hell, so no one will block his path. As he approaches the brightly glowing portal, Orobas is glad he made it to the 9th floor. He's going to deal with it and move on. With his foresight, nothing will confuse or surprise him. Meanwhile, somewhere in India, Hunter Kim Hyun is relaxing under a bright sunset. Sprawled out on a recliner and holding a clipboard in his hands, the guy notices the arriving climber and greets him. Orobas in turn does not understand what is going on and who this guy is. Observing the guy unknown to Orobas, the climber calls him a wimp and a weakling. When Kim Hyun asks if he knows him or not, the climber wonders what will happen this time. Without thinking about it for too long, he accepts the situation and says that such a strange boss is not a bad thing either. The climber then swings his trident and attacks the hunter unknown to him. At this time, Kim Hyun himself is a bit alarmed by what is happening and shows his concern with his face. In response, Orobas just smiles with his horse jaw and is about to be amused by Kim Hyun's exertions. But the guy is extremely unhappy with this abruptness and behavior of the climber, so he asks what he's doing. After that, he immediately gets off his recliner and moves towards Orobas with incredible speed. At some point, the climber realizes that the situation is far from simple. Immediately, Kim Hyun strikes Orobas with a powerful punch that was aimed straight at his stomach. At lightning speed, the climber flies backwards at a great distance from Kim Hyun. At this time, Orobas himself is shocked at what is happening and only manages to cough and lose his teeth from the blow. Looking at the smiling Kim Hyun, Orobas wonders what kind of quest this is and who this guy is. Realizing the complexity of the circumstances, the climber is about to use his anticipation skill as soon as possible. At that moment, a notification pops up in front of him, and what he sees in it is very frightening and shocking. Many images appear in front of the Ascendant's eyes where Kim Hyun is destroying him. And then Orobas realizes that all that promises him meeting with Kim Hyun is only one single death. The guy appears behind the climber and tells him that they have switched places. When Orobas turns around, he sees the fiercely grinning face of Kim Hyun, who says he's the one who's going to have fun now. Kim Hyun eventually destroys the climber and returns home where he is already reading the news about his feat in India. After a while, his female students appear and start calling out loudly to their master. Struggling for the artifact pouch, the girls shout that they have found what their master Kim Hyun demanded. Ignoring their usual behavior, the boy simply takes the item from them and replies that they are very clever. That artifact turns out to be the Ishan Daesong necklace. It is a short smoking pipe used for smoking fine-cut tobacco. Kim Hyun smiles as he clutches it tightly in his hands, happy that everything is going well. Kim Hyun leaves, and Hana-rin tries to find out where to go. Mi-ren agrees to go with him. The master replies that it won't take long and he's going to use Daesong's necklace in the evil source. Kim Hyun then begins to disappear, and Mi-ren realizes that a surprised Hana-rin has never seen such an ability before. One story goes that a student fell in love with her master, and they ended up in the most romantic place together. The student looked at her master Kim Hyun with a look of love and tenderness, and he in turn did not dare to take his affectionate gaze away from her. Thus, in complete silence, they began to approach each other more and more. Their faces were so close that everything that was going on frankly led to the fact that they were about to kiss. And at some point, the phone slips out of Lee Seo-yoon's hands as she reads this romantic story. Shocked by what she read, the girl tries to come to her senses and realize what she just saw. She had a little time before she met Shu Haeyeon and was surfing the internet. At that moment, she stumbled upon the secret relationship of teacher and student. At first, Lee Seo-yeon thought it was a novel, but it turned out to be a fanfic with people she knew. But the most shocking thing was what the fanfic and its story contained. It felt like she was doing something illegal. But suddenly, the door to the room opens and Shu Haeyeon enters as Lee Seo-yoon immediately throws her phone at him. Shu Haeyeon looks back at the phone, which has crashed into the wall and broken, in horror as he tries to figure out what he's done. At this time, Kim Hyun moves into a strange space that consists of green forests and realizes that there is nothing here. Looking through the system window, the guy thinks that there should be no mistake, so what he needs is somewhere nearby. Kim Hyun immediately takes off from his seat and soars into the air looking around. After a while of looking around, Kim Hyun tenses up and realizes that this is not what he wants. There are only mountains in front of him, so this is not the right place for him. But then something catches Kim Hyun's attention again, and he suspects that this is the direction he should go. Ahead of the guy so sweetly colors an obscure black cave that may be hiding something inside it. At the same moment, Kim Hyun gathers his thoughts and rushes there and lands with a thud. He jumps up again and is about to cross the mountains that block his way. Eventually, Kim Hyun reaches his destination and stops on the rocks. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Kim Hyun examines his surroundings and looks around. After a while of analyzing the situation, something catches his attention again. Making his way deep into the black and dark cave, Kim Hyun looks around slightly anxiously for something. Eventually, he comes to a large and beautiful tree that hangs its green leaves and thin branches. On this tree is a man unknown to Kim Hyun who asks him who he is. Looking at the stranger, Kim Hyun realizes that the great sage Ishanya is lying on the tree smoking a pipe. He immediately approaches the man and calls him Ishan Daesong, to which the man indifferently asks if he is still called that and who Kim Hyun is. Kim Hyun replies that he has come for the Salto Cloud that Sun Wukong, the climber, entrusted to him. As soon as he notices Ishan Daesong's indifference, he finally stops understanding what's going on. He's annoyed that the man doesn't answer even if he knows what he's talking about. Kim Hyun then repeats that he's here for the Salto Cloud, but when the man replies that he already knows what he's talking about, Kim Hyun's string of patience finally breaks. Eventually, the guy gets aggressive and almost calls Ishan names, but he stops him and suggests he move to his drums. As soon as Kim Hyun hears that there's some kind of "but first of all," he immediately tenses up in anticipation of what's going to be said. At that moment, Ishan Daesong raises his smoking pipe and takes a single deep breath. Following this maneuver, the man lowers his gaze and asks how his younger brother, Sun Wukong, is doing. Kim Hyun then tells him the story of the Wukong contract. Ishan calls Sun Wukong a fool since he's still trying to climb the tower. The man asks a wary Kim Hyun where the Yoyebong staff is, to which he replies that he didn't bring it with him. Citing other artifacts as examples, Kim Hyun tells him that you can't take them with you to use the evil source. Kim Hyun then asks what it means that Sun Wukong climbed the tower alone, to which Yishan immediately understands what he's talking about. In response, Ishan Dae-sung asks if Kim Hyun knows about the Seven Sages, but the guy shows his ignorance. The Seven Sages are Sun Wukong's twin yokai sages. Each of them has the power to turn the sky into a swamp. They are powerful yokai. Ishan then says that at this moment, none of the Seven Sages will ascend the tower. Taking a short pause in the story, the man adds that the only one who can do so is the fool Sun Wukong. But not understanding the hidden message, Kim Hyun immediately asks what the Seven Sages do in that case. Ishan Dae-sung replies that they live quietly in their own small and imaginary space, which almost makes you cry. With a concerned look on the man's face, Kim Hyun asks again why Ishan refused to climb the tower. The man replies that he finally realized one very obvious truth. No matter how high up the tower the climbers strive to climb, it will not be possible to regain the completely lost achievements. After that, he says some more, but stops. Eventually, Ishan Dae-sung ends the story, because he has said enough. Kim Hyun, meanwhile, is not happy about the abrupt stop. As the climber rambles on about his little brother, Kim Hyun is inwardly angry that they're all always telling only scraps of the story. Eventually, exhaling tiredly, Kim Hyun realizes that the man has satisfied his curiosity, so he demands a cloud salto. Ishan thoughtfully covers his eyes and wonders if Kim Hyun will be able to hold such a thing. But the guy only gets aggressive and thinks the man's words are nonsense. It's not that the climber himself wants to clamp down on the cloud in question. Then Ishan Dae-sung says that there's no easy way to get someone else's power unless someone from the top level of the tower is involved. All the while, Kim Hyun listens interestedly to the fact that power is created by the traces of steps taken. Remembering Jong Woo-chi, Kim Hyun wonders if he used the Azure Dragon's powers as freely as if they were his own. But Ishan Dae-sung interrupts Kim Hyun's thoughts by saying that there's a method to all of this too. Then pointing his finger at the boy, the man demands him to repeat the karma of his brother Sun Wukong. At this point, Kim Hyun doesn't quite understand what he's talking about, so he asks what it means. At this time, the female students of the Guardian Guild are sitting at a long table with a huge map of the world on it. Just then, Ha-na-rin turns to the first apprentice Mi-ren and asks what they will do next. To be honest, Ha-na-rin would like to take care of the rebuilding of Mexico City herself, but there are nuances. Because of the bandits' interference, it becomes a completely useless waste of time. Sitting at her desk with her hands under her chin, she thinks about how great it would be to just wipe them all out. But that would only confuse matters. Looking at her rival Mi-ren Ha, Na-rin realizes that if she takes over all of China, she'll quickly take down these guys and rebuild Mexico City. In that case, they would be able to create a city completely in line with their master's preferences. Distracting the girl from her thoughts and dreams, Mi-ren tells her that he wants half. She then explains that she will build the other half of such a city on her own, and as she wishes. In response, Ha-na-rin agrees to Mi-ren's terms without much hesitation and smiles. Eventually, the girls begin to run their fingers over the map and ponder where they will draw the border and where there are differences in terrain. In addition to such moments, they also discuss how to customize all the interesting things that their master Kim Hyun likes so much. Under the clear skies among the mountains of Ishan Dae-sung tells Kim Hyun that in order to obtain the Salto Cloud, he must do the same as Sun Wukong. Rubbing the back of his neck, Kim Hyun asks what exactly he needs to do, to which the man points out to learn the art of the Salto Cloud. Kim Hyun smiles a silly smile and can't believe his ears. He is indignant because it was Ishan Dae-sung who was supposed to teach him, but the man denies it because he can't get anything easily. Clenching his fist in anger, Kim Hyun realizes that Sun Wukong told him to just take the item and not to teach him. At this time, Ishan Dae-sung is bragging about his muscles and claims that he is not familiar with the art of Tao, as physical strength is all that matters to him. Kim Hyun realizes that he has to deal with everything on his own, as Ishan Dae-sung confirms. After that, the guy can no longer hold back his aggression, which can be seen in his tense face. In the end, his madness and anger ends with him creating a powerful and strong explosion in the neighborhood. All the while, Ishan Dae-sung behaves calmly and repeats that without an identical repetition, the pattern of karma has no meaning. Remembering Sun Wukong, the man tells him that his little brother climbed up on his own without anyone's help. As a result, Kim Hyun realizes that he needs to repeat Wukong's experience and do what he did in order to be recognized as a personal power. Kim Hyun sits in the lotus position and makes a disgruntled face. He says that he can only try to do it. Ishan Dae-sung replies that while he's dealing with his own problems, he'll stay here and rest. There's one more thing Kim Hyun should know, and before he names it, Ishan Dae-sung pauses. Pointing his finger up, he says that Salto Cloud is among those clouds in the sky and wishes Kim Hyun success. At the same moment, the guy lifts his head up to look at the sky and the clouds the man is talking about. In fact, the clouds don't look unusual or remarkable, as if nature is taking its course. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Kim Hyun realizes that this is going to be difficult, and because of the psycho, he creates a loud explosion again. At some point, the guy opens a window of information, and realizes that he has spent 3 years here. Of course, he didn't think it would all work out at once. Remembering Chanma, he knows that it took him 100 years to learn the Thunder God technique. But the Salto Cloud is the first Tao art he encountered. At first, Kim Hyun tried to imitate the power of the 5 elements that Lee So-yeon is studying, but it didn't work. Then Kim Hyun gave up on that idea and started doing things like jumping over all the clouds. At one point, the guy even turned into a thunder god and climbed high into the clouds. But no matter how much he tried to pull it off, he failed and just fell through the cloud cushions. In the end, he always ended up failing to ride the clouds. After that, Kim Hyun tried to connect the clouds by applying magic power to them. Then he tried to compact the clouds with the same magic power, but all his attempts failed. In the end, Kim realized one interesting and simple thing when he tried again. In the process of multiple attempts, Kim Hyun had managed to acquire a new technique called Void Step. For a while, the guy actually managed to linger in the clouds and even leap over them. For a short period of time, his foot stopped in a cloud and stayed there for a split second. But in the end, it all ends up with Kim Hyun flying straight down again. It was lucky that he managed to grab onto a small piece of ground to stop his flight. At one point, Kim Hyun starts to have doubts and thinks about asking Sun Wukong himself. But then he gets to his feet again and realizes that he wants this to be his own personal feat. As he looks up into the sky, Kim Hyun realizes that he has tried everything he can think of. Suddenly, an interesting idea pops into his head, and he realizes that he's going to do it. As he continues to look at the floating clouds, Kim Hyun realizes that he has understood the basic principle. All the while, Ishan Dae-sung continues to smoke his pipe and rests silently watching Kim Hyun. The climber sits on the rock as if on his throne. He only occasionally makes barely audible sighs and sounds. Kim Hyun, on the other hand, continues his attempts to ride the Salto Cloud to reach the top tower. But another attempt fails again, and Ishan Dae-sung notices it too. Falling underground again, Kim Hyun tries to cough up the dust and get to his feet. But that doesn't stop him, and he takes to the sky again to reach his goal. Ishan Dae-sung continues to smoke and watch. All the while, the climber just watches and only watches Kim Hyun try. At some point, he thinks about the fact that the guy is only failing, and this is Kim Hyun's 3rd or 4th attempt. Remembering how Kim Hyun's feet touch the clouds, Ishan realizes that he used to fall to the clouds and now he's falling from them. And it's a real success. Then he lies down on a rock and sighs heavily. After that day, Ishan has lost hope, so he doesn't care if Kim Hyun succeeds or not. But then the climber rises again and scratches his ear, looking after Kim Hyun, who has vanished. Looking at the nervous Ishan Dae-sung wonders why his brother relies on him, and even wanted to tell him how to achieve the achievement. The climber then stops because he notices that Kim Hyun starts to take off his clothes. In an instant, Kim Hyun's pants and slippers fly right at the surprised Ishan Dae-sung. At this point, the man can't contain his emotions and realizes that Kim Hyun actually took off his clothes. He's completely lost his mind. Immediately, Kim Hyun takes to the skies again while shouting a determined cry. As he rises high above the clouds, he anxiously looks around to try and ride the clouds again. Kim Hyun then carefully places his foot on a cloud and realizes that he has managed to stand on it. There are drops of sweat on his face because he is tense from the anticipation of his result. But Kim Hyun is confident that everything will work out. In the end, the answer lies in a martial arts novel. The usual stuff is forgotten, but Kim Hyun remembered something. It was a very spectacular scene that stuck out to him. It said, "You'll see me again when you lighten your body." It's Genshin Light Body. At that moment in the novel, the student and teacher parted after a long preparation for the 5th Guan, and it gave Kim Hyun a clue. When he remembered the given scene and jumped on the clouds, he found that physics was almost ineffective in this imaginary space. At this point, Kim Hyun is tense because if he doesn't ride the cloud in this way, then only his authority will suffer. Remembering his training with Chanma, he realizes that if he eases into the basics of Chanma as much as possible, he can feel the cloud touching his feet. This turns out to be Genshin's true art, but the void step he had tried before was incomplete. Now Kim Hyun can do it all. This kind of thing is somewhere outside the realm of martial arts. On the cloud, 80 seconds pass in a mere 40 seconds. Ishan Dae-sung notices that Kim Hyun was previously bursting with magic, but now he is actually walking on air. At this moment, Kim Hyun is actually standing in the middle of a cloud that does not disintegrate or disappear. So yes, Kim Hyun has really succeeded. He then looks down and notices an interesting moment. All the clouds start to gather right below him. That's when Kim Hyun realizes that he has succeeded and gotten the Salto Cloud he came here for. Whether from happiness or joy, the guy falls back on the soft cloud and speaks aloud about his success. After that, he still has to go downstairs, where Ishan Dae-sung is already waiting for him and holds out his clothes. Opening his window of information and putting on his jacket, Kim Hyun wonders if his clothes are hanging up too much and he's been without them long enough. After examining his new characteristics, Kim Hyun realizes that he has spent 10 years training Cloud Salto and is now 131 years old. At this time, Yishan Daesung notices his confusion and asks if everything is okay. Kim Hyun says yes and asks where his Salto Cloud is. The man then holds out a ring to him, which is the Salto Cloud he needs. This is Sun Wukong's Salto Cloud. In its original form, it moves according to the user's desire. But Yishan Daesung himself doesn't know why it took the form of a ring. It simply condensed and became that way after Kim Hyun came down. Kim Hyun puts the ring on his finger and orders it to materialize, which it does. Right in front of Kim Hyun's eyes, a normal but flying cloud appears instead of the ring. Kim Hyun then checks the reversibility of the object and orders the Salto Cloud to condense. Immediately after this order, the Salto Cloud condenses and turns into a ring that fits on Kim Hyun's finger. Eventually, Yishan Daesung realizes that Kim Hyun has to get out of here, so he asks if he's going. A smug Kim Hyun confirms his suspicions and agrees that it's time for him to go. Finally, with a smile on his face, Yishan Daesung asks Kim Hyun to give something to his precious little brother. Reacting with interest, Kim Hyun turns around and stops to see what the climber wants to pass on. At this time, Kim Hyun's apprentices realize their plan to build a theme park for their master. As usual, the girls can't find common ground and start arguing again about what's best for their master. At some point, the students' attention is distracted by something, and they turn towards a man who appears. In front of them, rubbing his nose, is their master Kim Hyun, whom the girls are very happy to see. But exactly at the same second, Kim Hyun starts to hear a strange and loud noise that attracts him. Looking back, the guy notices a huge amusement park built in his honor. Unable to contain his shock and emotions, Kim Hyun turns to the happy students in a stupor and asks what it is all about. After a while, Kim Hyun goes back into subspace to Sun Wukong, who knows that the boy has freed the Salto Cloud. Pointing a finger at the Ascender, Kim Hyun repeats that he told him to get it himself. But Wukong says he didn't have to do that. At this point, the two cross their gazes and look at each other with utter incomprehension. A surprised Sun Wukong asks if Yishan Daesung told him how easy it was to bring the Salto Cloud. To which an already alarmed Kim Hyun replies that the man simply told him to repeat Sun Wukong's actions. When he asks if there was any other way to do it, Sun Wukong himself silently lowers his gaze. At this point, Kim Hyun starts to tense up even more as if he already realizes that there was some kind of a catch. Immediately, Kim Hyun starts to get aggressive and asks what's even going on. At this time, Sun Wukong realizes something. When he went to see his brother Yishan Daesung last time, he told him what to do in case Kim Hyun fails, but he didn't listen. In the end, Kim Hyun calms down and says that it doesn't matter because the main thing was to master the art of Cloud Salto and he has learned a lot. Sun Wukong turns away and denies it, while Kim Hyun is very unhappy to hear such an answer. With a thumbs up, Sun Wukong says that the contract is to share his power. At this time, Kim Hyun realizes that Sun Wukong could have just shared his karma because he is still able to fly on his cloud. In the end, Kim Hyun tiredly clutches his head and sighs heavily, but accepts the circumstances. He then summons the Salto Cloud with a snap of his finger and asks what to do next, now that they've sorted it out. Thinking about what to do next, Kim Hyun suggests that Sun Wukong try to climb through the labyrinth, to which the climber smiles and asks how he is going to use the cloud in such a narrow space. That would require a passageway. Meanwhile, somewhere in another dimension of the tower is a Chinese-style training area. There is some man practicing there who is using a spear as a weapon. Another stranger approaches him. As he gets closer to the man, the henchman sits down on his lap and tells him that he has some news. The stranger asks if the man is the one he thinks he is talking about, but the henchman denies it. After this answer, the stranger with gray hair looks forward and thinks about something. He then grasps the hilt of his spear for some reason so that he can use it to get up. Taking a rather strange position in the air and bending one leg, the man seems to sit down on something. Eventually, a small chair appears underneath him where he sits and the henchman watches silently. At the same moment, the entire space around the men begins to change and transform. In addition, a small white cup appears in his hands, which he creates in the same way. Waiting for the space around him to change completely, the man looks around. As soon as the effect of the transformation is over, he takes the white mug and starts smiling. The henchman then tells him that the Northern Sky Divine technique was used properly. The stranger assures him that although he is the last of them, it has been quite some time since he ascended the tower. Eventually, the man begins to drink his drink and asks the henchman what exactly he wants from him and what he was looking for. To which the calm man replies that he came here to ask for help with something. The gray-haired man knows that the henchman doesn't just step out of line, to which he replies that it's the command of the man in charge. Not wanting to talk about anything unnecessary, the man asks what happened and what business he came here for. The henchman replies that he needs to get rid of and destroy the irregular on the 9th floor. Remembering the image of Kim Hyun, the man asks if he's the one in question, to which the henchman approves. At the same time, the gray-haired man asks if Young Woo-hee is really dead, but the henchman didn't expect that and says that he was destroyed by the irregulars. Covering his eyes, the man recalls how Jang Woo-hee was talking about becoming a celestial, but in the end, he was just a candidate. He then pauses for a moment and reaches out to place the mug of drink on the table. Eventually, the gray-haired man expresses his unwillingness to participate in all of this and refuses to help. At this time, Kim Hyun and Sun Wukong discuss the passage. Wukong says that it can be used by the conquerors, and then Kim Hyun can get there in a day. Kim Hyun is very happy with the news and clenches his fist tightly. If he hadn't succeeded, Kim Hyun was going to train his students, but now there is no need for that. At some point, another interesting question pops into Kim Hyun's head and he dwells on it for a moment. Then he immediately asks Wukong how he can do it if only conquerors can use this passage. Sun Wukong smiles and replies that Kim Hyun has a kind of pass-through there, but the guy doesn't understand what he's talking about. But he's referring to the last time Kim Hyun fought Jung Wuchi. That's where the guy got the artifact. At that moment, Kim Hyun realizes it's the Blue Dragon, even though this power can be obtained by becoming a conqueror, but it is also a proof. Sun Wukong then makes an interested and excited face and asks if Kim Hyun is going to go right away. But instead, the guy is going to fill the maze scale first, which is what he's going to do first. Wukong agrees with his opinion. As a result, the guy clenches his fist tightly again and says tensely that he wants to see the creator's face in person as soon as possible. At this time, the henchman tries to find out why the man refuses, but he stands up and says that he just doesn't want to use the force unnecessarily. Then, as if nothing had happened, he changes his space and continues the training he has been doing all along. At some point, after a moment of reflection, the henchman tells the man that if he succeeds, he will get another achievement. These words hit the stranger at his most vulnerable spot, and his attention is immediately drawn to the henchman. At the same moment, the man turns around and asks if the henchman is serious about the achievement. At this time, a wide and radiant smile can be seen on his face, which expresses sincere joy. Immediately, the man disappears and finally tells the henchman not to forget his promise. At this time, the man remembers that the master said to let the irregular go, but that he must be destroyed as soon as possible. This stranger is a man ranked the best in the world and uses his own martial arts as his name. But his power is not so great. The tower is a place where there are not only many people using such a nickname, but also beings who have gone beyond human limits from the beginning. Remembering Jung Wuchi, the henchman knows that the stranger honing his martial arts had much less accumulated karma than he did. But aside from all that, there is one thing the henchman has yet to mention. Shrouded in darkness, this stranger was trying to get her. At that time, and at that moment, he even appeared before the Lord. Therefore, the whole situation is so that the minion just asked for a favor, remembering the satisfied face of the stranger. There was nothing to worry about. 3 days later, Sun Wukong leads Kim Hyun to some desert to get to the right passage. The climber then tells Kim Hyun to shake the blind compass, which the guy actually does. At the moment when the blind man's compass is shaken, everything around him seems to sink into the universe for a moment, and the artifact itself begins to glow. Suddenly, a bright and dense beam of light appears in the middle of the desert, and seems to show Kim Hyun the way. Kim Hyun looks up and wonders if he should go up into the sky, and Sun Wukong confirms it. Immediately, Kim Hyun stands on his cloud salto, and the climber tells him to clutch the blue Dragon Ball in his hand. Following his contractor's instructions, Kim Hyun takes out the orb and squeezes it in his palm. Standing on the salto cloud and clutching the blue dragon orb in his hand, Kim Hyun suddenly thinks about his students who are worried about him. Before he left, he had warned them that he was going to leave, and he remembers that he had reassured them that everything would be fine. After a while, an air vortex appears in the air, through which the beam of the blind compass passes. All the while, Kim Hyun clutches the blue dragon sphere in his hand, and black lightning bolts appear around his limbs. Some unusual movement begins, and a worried Kim Hyun tries to figure out what's going on. After that, the guy finds himself in a passageway. Through it, Kim Hyun reaches the 12th floor in no time. As a result, determined Kim Hyun is going to rise to the creator in an instant and by no means give up. At this time in the Guardian Guild, Anya refuses another modeling agency because Kim Hyun does not want to get involved with such business. Holding the offer in her hand, Anya tells the man that she has no authority to convince her chapter to get involved in such a business. In the end, the man asks her to at least give the chapter these documents, which Anya agrees to, and then sees him off with a smile on her face. After that, the girl sighs heavily and takes out her phone, where she sees the news that the popularity of her chapter is just mama. Products Addis modeled by Kim Hyun for 3 days already occupies the first lines in internet search engines. Statistically, the products are being swept away so that Kim Hyun is becoming more popular by the hour. At this point, Anya realizes that if Kim Hyun had not closed the shop, the representatives would have continued to pester her. Then the girl turns to the mountain of documents and anxiously tries to understand how to deal with all this. Meanwhile, Kim Hyun continues to climb up to the 12th floor on his cloud salto. He feels like it's been 24 hours. Kim Hyun looks around and resents the fact that it's even more tedious than Ishan Dae's song itself. At some point, Kim Hyun and Sun Wukong reach the desired destination and the climber mentions it. In front of the guy is painted a huge magical door which is the passage to the right floor. Sun Wukong then tells him to bring the blue dragon orb to the doors to open them, which Kim Hyun does. Literally in the same instant, the huge magical doors do indeed begin to open in front of Kim Hyun. As a bright light illuminates the guy's face, Kim Hyun opens his eyes wide in a burst of surprise. At that moment, Sun Wukong points Kim Hyun's way and claims that the 5th floor is the 12th floor. Eventually, Kim Hyun slows down and starts looking at the writings on the wall. They're kind of obscure, and there aren't any windows here. It's weird. Just then, Kim Hyun remembers the staff he got from Sun Wukong, and an idea pops into his head. Kim Hyun doesn't really care how to get out of the tower, so he starts hitting the walls with his staff. To use the source of evil, he can't take other artifacts, so he has to tie them together. Kim Hyun then takes out the source of evil and agrees that he is going to use it right now. Meanwhile, in the underground training area of the Aaron Kumiho Guild, Lee So-yoon is teaching Lee So-yoon something. It's unusual for a girl to see a climber dressed like that, but Lissa explains that the technique can be used in many different ways. Kumiho then says that there are many methods, but the most common are restraint and secret of heaven. Imagining the diagram, Kumiho says that in the first case, which is clear from the name, they contain magic using the 5 elements. In the second case, the yellow cards can be used to see into the future, but the technique is only used to find out one's luck. When Kumiho proposes to Lee So-yeon to show it all as a test, the girl immediately starts clapping her hands happily. Then, sitting in a magic circle, Kumiho recites some incantations in a language unknown to Lee So-yeon. After that, another magic circle appears from which a dense ball of magical energy pops out. Lee So-yeon is shocked. Fox explains that the secret of heaven has been activated and will soon show good fortune that promises the future. After a while, the girls watch the secret of heaven activate, which tells them that they are in for a big bad luck. At this time, Kim Hyun is transported to the source of evil where he climbs a tower that becomes dust and disappears before his eyes. While trying to figure out what's going on here, Kim Hyun notices a strange detail at one point. In front of him, a large ship from the debris of the tower he had seen begins to appear and form. When the ship is fully formed, Kim Hyun stays still for a while to realize what is happening. He then realizes that he should go inside, which he does. Once inside, he sees many transparent spheres in front of him. These magical spheres literally contain various landscapes, and it is unknown where they were taken from. At one point, a voice is heard welcoming Kim Hyun to a place called Noah's Ark. Hearing the unknown voice, Kim Hyun turns back to see who is talking to him. In front of him appears the creator who didn't expect the guy to show up here much earlier than he expected. Kim Hyun then asks if the Ark really means human civilization before the world was destroyed by the flood, and yes it does. Pointing to one of the spheres from the landscape, the creator explains that Kim Hyun is now in the Ark of Noah, which contains everything related to the tower. Following this, the man wants to introduce himself formally and calls himself Noah, the creator and master of this place. At this point, a worried Kim Hyun realizes that the creator he has been looking for all this time is standing in front of him. Noah responds in the affirmative and agrees that he is the creator. Kim Hyun then reminds Noah that he is the one who locked him in the training tower for 12 years, and the creator confirms this. At some point, the situation starts to heat up, and Noah doesn't understand what's going on and why the guy's behavior is changing so much. Kim Hyun tries to hold back his emotions until the very last moment, and so he clenches his fist tightly with anger. Then his body fills with the red lightning that is characteristic of Kim Hyun, and he calls the creator terrible since he imprisoned him in the tower. In the end, it all ends with a massive explosion that can be seen outside Noah's Ark. Noah doesn't understand the reason for such aggression as they are not enemies, and tries to protect himself with magic circles. But every time Kim Hyun strikes again and again, the creator panics and tries to find out what the problem is. Kim Hyun himself looks angry and furious. He thinks the creator should know what's wrong. All the while, Noah tries to hold back Kim Hyun's attacks, but at some point the space he created cracks and breaks. In response to this, Kim Hen only attacks again and assures Noah that he will not destroy him, but will simply punish him for his sins, after which they talk. Eventually their fight ends and there is silence and tranquility all around. All things are in their places and in order. The creator calls Kim Hyun cruel, but the guy is sure that the man is to blame. The guy then proposes to move past the subject, and grudgingly demands that Noah be given all the information. When asked about the truth, Kim Hyun clarifies that he is talking about the truth that Noah told him. At this point, the creator calls the guy overly arrogant, but again Kim Hyun reflects these words back at him. He says this because he thinks that the creator himself is arrogant, and was the one who deprived him of worldly pleasures and locked him in the tower for 12 years. At this time, Kim Hyun also clenches his fist tightly to show Noah that he is ready to punch him in the face again. When the creator assures the guy that there was a reason for all of this, Kim Hyun grudgingly demands that he tell Noah everything he knows. The first thing Kim Hyun wants to know is why he was locked up in the training tower, but the creator had already anticipated this. Noah then thinks that in order to answer, he should explain the whole situation, but if he only concludes, Kim Hyun is the most resilient. The creator then calmly points his finger at the boy, giving him time to think about it. When Kim Hyun hears this, he falls into a trance and stupor, trying to figure out what Noah is talking about. Noticing Kim Hyun's suspicious and strange behavior, the creator realizes that he will have to explain everything in much more detail than he does now. Each floor of the tower has its own characteristics and peculiarities. The 9th floor has regression. Because its point was destroyed by the Ascender, the 9th floor is now in the process of its 21st regression. At this point, Kim Hyun realizes that he is also a part of it, but he probably doesn't remember it, as Noah confirms. The creator goes on to say that Kim Hyun's actions earlier made him make this choice. That day was the 6th regression, and Kim Hyun was just an ordinary hunter, only a little stronger than the others. Unlike the others, the guy was at a disadvantage due to his lack of a unique ability, and at that moment he met the Ascender. In the end, the situation ends with Kim Hyun destroying the climber to Noah's surprise. In the end, Kim Hyun twisted the fate of the 9th floor. The tower was originally for testing climbers, and the 9th floor was for intermediate level. And for all these reasons, the 9th floor was originally doomed to be destroyed, but it was Kim Hyun who unexpectedly prevented it. Noah ends the story by saying that it gave him even more confidence, but Kim Hyun doesn't realize what it was. With his hands locked in front of him, the creator smiles faintly and says that Kim Hyun will be able to change the tower. At this point, Kim Hyun realizes that this is the reason he was kept in the tower, but Noah clarifies that it was because of his own actions. When asked what he did, Noah says that there are several regressions, but that the 12th regression is the one that sticks out in his mind. Remembering that time, the creator says that Kim Hyun lost his arm because of the Ascender. In addition to all this, there is one more unpleasant moment: the guy lost all his comrades. Immediately after that, Kim Hyun prepared until the world was on the verge of destruction. After that, Kim Hyun led that Ascender to the nuclear plant and released the debuff artifact by blowing himself up. At this point, Noah remembers a few more regressions, but the guy stops him because in general terms, it's been clear for a long time. Finally, the creator explains that the imprisonment was to build up Kim Hyun's strength and that the tower cannot be changed by resilience alone. He then immediately asks about the levels of monsters that have an upper limit, because that's how you get stronger. Noah also tells him that the tower can be improved with achievements, but the space where they can be obtained is the training tower. Remembering the moment when Kim Hyun got out of the tower, Noah realizes that outside the tower, development stops, but karma accumulates faster. Imagining the picture, Noah claims that it can be considered an event place where experience points are doubled. After that, another question comes to Kim Hyun's mind. What is this other tower change that the creator mentioned? Pointing 5 fingers, Noah states that the tower is now being misused. It was originally created by combining the forces of 5 people. The first is the designer, the one who first came up with the idea for the tower and actually designed it. The second person was the engineer, the one who created the special system that became the basis of the tower. The third was the adjuster who provided everyone else with a plan to build the tower. The fourth was the one who created the tower using the already formed system. The last and fifth was the adder, the person who regulates the perfectly created tower. The place where Kim Hyun lives was created based on their powers. After listening to Kim Hyun's detailed story, he realizes that one of the 5 has screwed the others. Noah responds by calling the guy a guesser. The problem started when the tuning engineer and the designer changed their minds. Once the tower was finished, they stole the abilities of the adder and then tried to destroy Noah, who built the tower. He also says that at that moment he barely managed to hide by using his power. The summoner probably escaped somehow too. After they had dealt with them, the 3 began to use the tower to satisfy their own greed. Noah was about to go on with his story, but suddenly stopped. The creator's eyes are closed, and he thinks about something, and Kim Hyun asks him what the matter is. Noah then says that the matter is taking a very unpleasant turn, but the worried Kim Hyun still doesn't understand. In the end, the creator says that the Conqueror is going down to the 9th floor right now, and he was right. In turn, the Conqueror looks around and can't believe that he can't catch the energy. At that moment, he looks at the gawkers who are filming him on their phones and suspects that this energy was deliberately hidden from him. A policeman pulls out his loudspeaker and tells the Conqueror to get off the mountain immediately. The man himself wants to finish off the irregular, but realizes that he has no choice at the moment. The Conqueror then jumps off the cliff and lands with such force that ice blocks spread everywhere. The same gawkers who were watching and filming the Conqueror are covered in a thick crust of ice, as is the policeman. The whole town in which the Conqueror appeared is submerged in ice and enveloped in frost. In turn, the man himself hovers in the air and swings his spear without end. In doing so, the Conqueror manages to cover the entire space around him with solid ice and wreak havoc. Satisfied and mad at what is happening, the Conqueror is about to summon the irregular with this chaos. At this time, the Eren Guild still has the Ascendant Kumiho and Lee So-yoon inside. Inside, the girls are watching the transmitted news that at 7 o'clock in the evening they are broadcasting from Italy, where a disaster has been announced. The live broadcast shows how the disaster has caused a lot of damage and casualties and is now moving towards Florence. Looking at all of this, Kumiho says that the best option is not to face the conqueror, and Lee Seo-yoon asks how bad it is. A worried Lee Seo-yoon then hears a reply from Fox, who says that they will die instantly at the mere sight of the conqueror's eyes. Kumiho herself is a lower level than Chanma or Hakiyako. But since the same climber says the situation is so serious, it must be true. Usually magic is used to form such scales of ice, so it must be at least a little peeking through. However, Kumiho doesn't see any such magic and realizes that the conqueror created all of this with natural power. So something is wrong with his karma. At this time in Florence, Kim Hyun's student Mi-ren is in a tense standoff with the conqueror. Along with her, Ha Na-rin is also here. The man himself has seen them a couple times when he climbed the tower, and knows that they are the successors. All the while, the conqueror is glowering at the girls on a huge and tall ice block. Mi-ren's apprentice is anxiously examining the man and trying to figure out who he is. Even in the beginning, the girl tried to attack him, but in the end she was unsuccessful. At some point, a block of ice came in front of her eyes and tried to counterattack her. The girl didn't immediately realize what was happening, but afterwards she realized the growing threat. As soon as Ha Na-rin tried to engage and stop the conqueror, Mi-ren took advantage of the moment and bounced away. At that moment, because of her failure, Ha Na-rin realized that her magic was simply turning into ice. The man now looked at the girls and said that he was surprised that there were two heiresses with such power on the 9th floor. Seeing the anxious and tense faces of the students, the conqueror suspects that it's all about the irregulator. With a smirk, the conqueror says that he would like to test them, but he doesn't have time for that now. He then grasps the hilt of his spear again and suggests that we wrap this up as quickly as possible. At the same moment, the attack begins and Hakiyako inside Mi-ren shouts at her to be careful as the blow comes from below. Listening to the words of her contractor, Mi-ren looks around and sees the threat. A powerful and huge block of ice comes from below, knocking Mi-ren to the ground. At the same moment, the conqueror appears from above and is about to attack with his spear, but Mi-ren only sees him disappear. She then turns around and sees the man behind her again, realizing that she's about to get hit. At this time, Kim Hyun is trying to get to the 9th floor with the help of Sun Wukong's contractor. At this point, the guy tenses up at the fact that this kind of thing only happens when he's not there and probably should have told the girls not to engage. After a while, Kim Hyun is transported to the right place and then he has to get the blue dragon orb. Following the use of the sphere, the same bright magical beam appears. As a result, the guy is transported to the same desert from where he started his ascent to the floor. 10 minutes later, Kim Hyun should find himself at the scene of the battle. After that, Kim Hyun begins to be carried through the ocean by a powerful stream. Beyond the ocean, Florence itself whizzes by, bringing Kim Hyun closer and closer to his destination. As soon as Kim Hyun arrives here, the picture he sees in front of him is extremely disturbing and alarming. In the midst of the devastation and debris, Ha Na-rin is unconscious, and the conqueror is holding Mi-ren by the neck with his hand. Kim Hyun realizes that the girl is unconscious, but the conqueror continues to hold and strangle Mi-ren, who has already noticed the appearance of the master. Seeing this, the guy cannot contain his anger and begins to aggress. Kim Hyun intercepts the conqueror's student with one lightning-fast movement, and the man only turns around thoughtfully. Following this, the guy lands with such force that there is an explosion that throws the conqueror off. When the man stands up straight and stable on his feet, he notices the irregulars and shrieks with delight. Kim Hyun himself at this time tries to take Mi-ren in his arms as gently and carefully as possible. While the boy is holding his student in his arms, the conqueror approaches him. When he calls Kim Hyun an irregular, the guy turns to the conqueror with a fierce face and holding his student in his arms. The man then says that not long ago he didn't feel any energy as if Kim Hyun had appeared in a flash. Just as he thought, the successors are connected to him. At this time, Kim Hen turns to Sun Wukong and asks him to move the students on the Salto Cloud. After expressing his request, the guy turns away to see to it that it is carried out. First of all, Sun Wukong places the second student Ha Na-rin on the cloud, followed by the first student Mi-ren, who also flies with her. Eventually, the Salto Cloud soars into the air and takes the students with it, leaving a furious but restrained Kim Hyun on the battlefield. As he watches, the conqueror marvels at Kim Hyun's unusual item in the guise of a flying cloud. In turn, Kim Hyun continues to stand silently for a while and clench his fist with rage. After that, his whole body begins to fill with anger, and red magic lightning appears. As he continues to watch, the conqueror notices Kim Hyun's good magic. He was surprised to see him in the tower. But there is one more thing that the conqueror is going to talk about. After looking at Kim Hyun, he doubts that Kim Hyun destroyed Jung Woo-chi with such magic. In response to this, the calm and reserved Kim Hyun replies that the man should not worry. But the conqueror himself doesn't quite understand such a response and frowns his eyebrows slightly in surprise. Eventually, Sun Wukong's essence penetrates Kim Hyun's body, and the guy claims that this is not all he is willing to show. The conqueror is shocked and doesn't understand how this happened. Kim Hyun appears in front of his face and says that it's too early to be surprised because he hasn't shown everything. Then the guy starts to repeatedly attack the Conqueror, who fights back and holds back the attacks with his spear. At some point, the man manages to fend off Kim Hyun and buy some time. But it's not enough, and Kim Hyun jumps into the air again to strike the Conqueror with his staff. At that moment, magical ice crystals appear behind the guy, which he doesn't notice. Just a moment later, a frosty explosion occurs, and Kim Hyun is not to be seen among them at all. The smirking Conqueror watches the explosion, and is convinced of his words that there is nothing special about the guy. But suddenly, red magical wings begin to appear. After them, Kim Hyun himself appears, who managed to survive the seemingly powerful explosion of the Conqueror. Without a second's hesitation, the guy rushes forward and thrusts himself at the man, who at the moment was very confused. This maneuver is followed by Kim Hyun's fist aimed at the man's chest. In the end, it all comes down to the guy doing extreme destruction from zero distance. At this point, the Conqueror is thrown backwards and only manages to sob slightly. Kim Hyun then orders Ju-Yi's staff to increase in size. The huge weapon approaches the frightened Conqueror, who does not immediately realize what to do. At one point, he manages to dodge the enlarged staff's attack and bounce away. But Kim Hyun is not going to let him go and goes after him, asking where the Conqueror is going. All the while, the guy is constantly throwing his magic blows at the man. But the Conqueror is not lagging behind and also cleverly fights back and counterattacks Kim Hyun. The battle between the two men is accompanied by bright flashes and strong explosions. Up to this point, the man tries to hold off Kim Hyun's attack, who doesn't think of retreating. Changing the shape of his staff, Kim Hyun smirks and asks if the Conqueror really thinks he has no use for it. But the man doesn't even have time to answer, as suddenly the changed staff crashes into his chest. Kim Hyun then decides to increase the distance and bounces back without being able to hold back a smirk. At this moment, behind the guy appear open-work patterns created with his mana, and Kim Hyun smiles smugly. Suddenly the guy feels something strange and realizes that something is going wrong. After that, he notices how his mandalana starts to be covered with ice. All this time, the Conqueror mocks the guy, but now he's not surprised that Jong Wuchi was destroyed by Kim Hyun's hands. In response, Kim Hyun only grudgingly and aggressively clucks as the Conqueror decides to formally introduce himself. The man starts to approach Kim Hyun, calling himself the head of the Beihai Ice Palace clan, and a legend who has been alone for an eternity. In turn, Kim Hyun does not give any sign that he realizes the unpleasant fact that his lightning does not destroy the ice. But the Conqueror does not pay any attention to this and introduces himself as the Ice Soul of 10,000 years. At this time, Noah, the creator of Noah Tower, is worried about Kim Hyun, who has destroyed Jong Wuchi but may die in battle with the current Conqueror. No one knows what ability the enemy has, but as luck would have it, the Conqueror is a legendary creature. He must have karma. At this point, Noah realizes that he has spent all his strength to put Kim Hyun in the tower, and now he can't help him except for the artifacts he has given him. Kim Hyun continues to fight and uses the sacred strike of the short whip to get rid of the ice. Then Kim Hyun realizes that he is breaking the ice with lightning that comes from his body, and the Conqueror is amazed. Kim Hyun now only thinks that because of the Great Sage's karma, the lightning does not freeze, and because of that, he was able to regain his movements. Looking at his opponent, the Conqueror says that he has seen enough of Kim Hyun's strength, so it's time to stop. At the same second, the man jumps up and goes straight for Kim Hyun. At the same moment, he delivers the blow that Kim Hyun is so tensely and determinedly holding with his staff. As he looks at his shaking hands, he realizes that he is shaking to the bone, which is why it is so hard for him to move. Kim Hyun then shouts something about heavenly sound to get rid of the Conqueror's shackles. The guy then orders Ju-Yi's staff to increase in size, and it immediately passes over the man's head. In the midst of all this, Kim Hen turns to Sun Wukong and asks him what the Conqueror's karma is, but he doesn't know. Kim Hyun responds with a grudging suspicion that Wukong knew about Chan Wuchi, but in this case it's different. While Kim Hyun is distracted by his thoughts, the Conqueror is already behind him to stop Kim Hyun's cheap tricks. Out of surprise, the guy flinches and turns sharply towards his opponent. At the same moment, he receives a strong kick to the stomach that pushes him back with power. Because of this, Kim Hyun rushes somewhere towards the cliff, where he will fall. The Conqueror moves after the guy to end it all once and for all. On landing, Kim Hyun immediately grasps his side painfully while the Conqueror takes note of the fact that the guy is holding up pretty well. In response, Kim Hyun sends the man away and he starts to approach and thinks the guy looks pretty worried. But Kim Hyun assures the Conqueror that he's perfectly fine and things aren't as bad as they may seem. The man then smiles slightly and covers his eyes and pauses for a moment before saying something. After a moment, the Conqueror raises his finger up and points at the flying ice blocks he creates and asks Kim Hyun how he feels about that. At that moment, the guy tenses up dramatically, noticing the threat in front of him in the form of ice blocks. A lot of ice blocks are heading straight for Kim Hyun, about to attack him all at once. The guy dodges and dodges gracefully as he tries to dodge and avoid being hit. At the same moment, the Conqueror appears next to him, ready to attack, and asks where Kim Hyun is going to go. Kim Hyun turns back and realizes that the armor on his shoulders is freezing. The man looks smugly at the guy and realizes that he has succeeded in his plan. Looking at the worried Kim Hyun, the conqueror throws his spear at him, intending to destroy him at once. But immediately, Kim Hyun's mouth opens wide and he shouts the words that invoke the heavenly sound. Yellow lightning bolts appear from the sky, destroying the ice blocks with their appearance. At this moment, the conqueror did not expect such a turn of events and shuddered when he saw the lightning bolts. As the man tries to regain consciousness, Kim Hyun's hands immediately grasp his spear. While the conqueror is trying to figure out how the guy managed to pull this off, Kim Hyun snatches the spear from the conqueror. Kim Hyun then asks the man if he really can't attack without his spear, to which the tense conqueror says nothing. In the end, Kim Hyun boils it down to the fact that if the man doesn't want to die, he should protect himself from his magical hand appearing behind his back. After creating mandala patterns behind him, Kim Hyun, with a furious face, immediately swings his fist at the conqueror. In the end, the boy manages to deliver his powerful Sura light strike, pushing the conqueror away. The end and consequence of this blow is another explosion that leaves the conqueror flying into the wall. After that, Kim Hyun tries to look through the dusty veil to make sure that the man is finished. But at some point he realizes that the conqueror is still alive and has even changed his appearance. In turn, the man's silhouette peeks through the dusty space who says he didn't want to show this image. But Kim Hyun himself forced him to use his second appearance, according to the man. Eventually, the conqueror appears, wearing a plague mask and carrying flying crows. At one point, the conqueror opens his eyes and looks at the guy from under his hat with a fierce look. In turn, Kim Hyun turns to the man slightly alarmed and asks if this image is his second karma. In response, the conqueror orders the crows to attack and confirms Kim Hyun's words that this is his second karma as Lord of the Plague. The birds try to attack Kim Hyun, and the conqueror says that he thought he had enough of his first karma, but the guy really surprised him. Turning to Kim Hyun again, the man says he doesn't stand a chance and starts freezing his armor again. When the conqueror sees the guy's body lying on the ground, he says that it is future fodder for his crows. But at some point something catches the Plague Lord's attention and shocks him. Kim Hyun himself rises to his feet and ice cracks on his body, while the crows seem to be wary of him. All the while, he smiles broadly and thanks the conqueror for the information, which surprises the Plague Lord. Kim Hyun then clenches his fist and stores magical energy in it. He also calls the conqueror bad names. Magical purple chains appear out of nowhere and are directed at the conqueror. At this point, the Plague Lord is trying to figure out what's wrong while he is restrained by the magical chains. The trap wraps around the man's body and his arms are the first to be defeated. Following his hands, Kim Hyun's magical chains shackle the conqueror's legs as well. Kim Hyun answers the conqueror's questions as to what it is, saying that it is a printing device. Immediately, a black and purple magic ball appears behind the Plague Lord, which then forms a portal. These magical chains begin to stretch towards the portal, slowly pulling the man himself into it. Eventually, a magical collar appears around the conqueror's neck, which also pulls him in. At this time, a smiling and smug Kim Hyun turns to the man and says goodbye to him once and for all. Finally, the Plague Lord begins to shout that it's impossible and not necessary to do so, leaving his arm outstretched for a moment. It ends with a bright magical flash that says the man is sealed. Kim Hyun, on the other hand, watches the Plague Lord disappear before his eyes. After the conqueror disappears, the crows fly into the sky and begin to dissolve into raindrops. Eventually, it starts to rain and Kim Hyun watches silently. After a while, he holds an object called the Creator's Containment Device, which imprisons the Plague Lord in an empty space. Unable to stand on his feet, Kim Hyun falls to the ground to analyze what happened. Rubbing his shoulder, he realizes that the karma he borrowed from him is backfiring in the form of muscle pain. Thanks to Noah's artifact, Kim Hyun knew the information he needed beforehand and fought with peace of mind, but it was close to losing. With the 1,000-year ice crystal, he had somehow managed it, but defeating the Plague Lord's karma was impossible. Clenching the artifact in his fist, Kim Hyun realizes that at least he has figured out who the conqueror was. The main goal had been accomplished. Looking up to the sky, Kim Hyun recalls a saying that says, "Know thyself and thy enemy, and thou shalt be invincible." At this time, Miren, a student who has been injured, is at the Florence State Hospital. She's unconscious and lies in the hospital room where she was carried away by Salto Cloud. After a while, the girl regains consciousness and tries to realize where she is and what is going on. As soon as she realizes that she is in the hospital, she immediately breaks down, and her henchman realizes that Miren has finally come to her senses. With a slight strain, the girl demands her subordinate to explain everything that happened, and he obediently obeys her. Once she has all the information she needs, she demands that the man leave. She then asks what happened to the climber. Hakiyako replies that he felt her teacher come and started fighting the enemy, but other than that, he knows nothing else. Then he remembers that he felt their magic in the middle of the battle, but at some point the conqueror's magic moved or sharpened somewhere. When Hakiyako assures him that it's best to ask Kim Hyun about it, Miren nervously clutches the sheets in his hands. Thinking back to the last fight, She realizes that her attacks were of no use in that battle. Clenching her fists in anger, Miren listens to Hakiyako saying that she should not be discouraged, because the conqueror was not a match for her. After a moment, the climber smirks and begins to have an interesting conversation with Miren again. When Hakiyako offers Miren even more power, the girl immediately opens her eyes wide in surprise. Hana-rin also finds herself in an unknown space and suspects that it's all just a dream. As she examines her palm, she tries to figure out what's wrong and remembers exactly how she fought. At that moment, her magic was turning into ice, and all attacks were reduced to 0 and then a direct hit, and she lost consciousness. Moments later, the girl begins to suspect that she has died and entered the world after death. Remembering her teacher Hana-rin realizes that she has not even had time to meet him and cannot believe that she died. A book appears out of nowhere, which she believes to be Mason's ancient book. But in response, she receives that it is not Mason, and after a few moments of thought, Hana-rin wonders who she is meeting. The unknown book can talk and replies to the student that it is the Book of Spirit Language. The book then explains to Hana-rin that she is currently wandering somewhere, and that the power of the bug language was given to Mason by him. At this point, Hana-rin realizes that Mason was not the master, and book assures her that Mason was a mere mortal who bowed down to her. Hana-rin then asks if she is really dead, but book explains to her that they are now in her inner world. The girl is in a dream while her body is lying quietly in a hospital bed, but Hana-rin wonders why she and book are here. Remembering the battle book claims that Hana-rin would be much more useful from Hana-rin, however the understanding shown to her was very narrow. When asked what the spirit language book's understanding of power is, he replies that he came here personally to correct it in Hana-rin. The astonished girl listens to the fact that she has a minuscule opportunity to become the mistress of the ancient book. After battling the conqueror, Kim Hyun returns to Noah's Ark, where Noah notices that the boy has not fully recovered. Based on Kim Hen's story, Noah realizes that the Plague Lord is a sort of mythical body. These are creatures that naturally appear to have a mind in myths or folk beliefs. He's stronger than the last conqueror. Kim Hyun then realizes that since Noah called him here after the battle was over, there is some decision he wants to announce. Taking a sip of his hot drink, Noah confirms Kim Hyun's words and smiles slightly back at him. The creator then points his finger at the guy and pauses for a moment before saying what he needs to do. Noah smiles a crazy smile and says that Kim Hyun needs to get the same rank of karma as the conqueror they imprisoned. Noah also thinks that Kim Hyun is at a disadvantage. He suggests erasing karma with karma because he lacks it. In comparison, the difference in rank. It's similar to a rare and unique rank, something like a difference in origin rather than experience. Listening to all this, Kim Hyun folds his hands thoughtfully and says that geniuses invented it. But Noah thinks that the geniuses are not only the creators, but also the guy himself, to which he asks in surprise. To summarize, the creator says that in order to defeat the conqueror, Kim Hyun will have to have similar karma. Then something glows in his pocket and Noah says that the blue dragon sphere is not just a piece of jewelry. Taking the orb out of his pocket, Kim Hyun is surprised to see how it got there. But Noah is actually just letting her pass. Examining the blue dragon orb, Kim Hyun realizes that most of the information about it is not available to him. When Kim Hyun learns that it was created by the creator, he is surprised. But Noah thinks it's pointless because he is the creator of the karma-compressing devices. The man then shows his palm, on which the magic circle appears, and asks Kim Hyun to wait until he unlocks what he needs. The guy ends up excited and mesmerized as he watches Noah unlock the power of the blue dragon using the magic circle. The sphere of the blue dragon begins to be infused with magical energy from the circles that the creator creates. Kim Hyun wonders if the essence matters, although he has already realized that he can cover karma with another of the same rank. What about entities is like how fire can't defeat water. Basically, all abilities have an essence. Conqueror has freezing area and Kim Hyun has lightning. But Noah holds out an orb to the guy and claims he has blue dragon karma. All the while, Noah's creator is trying to unlock the blue dragon sphere's abilities to release the essence out. Eventually, the orb, ready and infused with magical energy, is handed over to Kim Hyun. At this time, the boy scrutinizes the sphere, and Noah assures him that the preparations for the accumulation of karma are complete. Then, out of the blue dragon orb begins to emit bright lightning bolts that attract Kim Hyun's attention. The orb begins to glow incredibly brightly as if the power is bursting from within. Noah says that the rest is entirely up to Kim Hyun. Still looking at the blue dragon orb, Kim Hyun tries to figure out what to do next. In response, the creator says there are only two options. The first is to get recognition from the blue dragon. The second option is to meet him in person and crush him with his own hands. In the end, Kim Hyun leaves, penetrating the blue dragon's sphere, which oozes with his power and energy. Looking at the sphere, Noah realizes that the current blue dragon has only a spiritual body left, so there are 3 ways to receive his karma. The creator also knows that the time for each element is different, and the amount of power that can be gained is different. Remembering the image of Kim Hyun, Noah realizes that at this point, he can only win 3 days for him. But will he be able to do it in that time? In turn, Kim Hyun penetrates into the space inside the Blue Dragon sphere and looks around. There he meets the Blue Dragon himself. He remembers Kim Hyun as a mortal from last time. When asked about this, the Blue Dragon replies that Kim Hyun fought someone who used his karma. Then pausing for a moment, the creature says that he saw a guy with the karma of a monkey. Just then, Sun Wukong starts screaming from the staff of Juyi, trying to prove to everyone that he is not a monkey. Looking into the staff, Blue Dragon realizes that Sun Wukong has been here and by his side the whole time. Smirking, the Blue Dragon mocks the climber and claims that it is his origin to be a monkey. But Sun Wukong is again willing to argue. Kim Hyun, who is watching all this, is surprised that the two entities know each other. When the two entities start bickering over their enmity, Kim Hyun sighs tiredly because he has a headache from all the noise. After a moment, Kim Hyun changes the subject and pauses for a moment before asking his question. Looking up, the boy asks if there's anything he can do to make this annoying rainstorm stop pouring because he can't see anything around him. But the Blue Dragon thinks it's not necessary because the guy is going to fight anyway. But Kim Hyun is surprised by this, because he didn't say a word. In response, the entity doesn't know why only consciousness is left, but he is sure that Kim Hyun came here for his karma. The Blue Dragon then asks what the guy is going to do next because combat has varieties. Eventually, the entity gets close enough to Kim Hyun to ask if he's going to repeat his path. But Kim Hyun doesn't have time for that, so the Blue Dragon says there are 2 options left. He then goes on to say that you can capture his karma, or you can gain recognition, but Kim Hyun doesn't understand the difference. The Blue Dragon also explains that by capturing Kim Hyun will only take away the achievement, and then the power won't even amount to half. In the second option, things are different. Blue Dragon's karma should recognize him, but how Kim Hyun will use it depends only on himself. In response, the cocky guy says he will choose recognition, and then asks how to get it. The Blue Dragon thinks that there is nothing difficult about it, and Kim Hyun only needs to fight him. But besides that, he has to fight him without any help from the outside. So says the Blue Dragon, wriggling around him. When Kim Hyun realizes what this means and that he can't use foreign objects, he immediately lets go of Juyi's staff. Thinking that such a task would be easy for him, Kim Hyun throws Sun Wukong's staff to the ground. With a smirk of self-confidence, Kim Hyun realizes that all he has to do is win the battle. Since that's Kim Hyun's decision, the Blue Dragon agrees and says that it will be hard to do so in his current situation. In response to this, the boy questions his rank, as the Blue Dragon's rank should be similar to Sun Wukong's. But the Blue Dragon claims that his strength is far greater than the Monkey King's, to which Sun Wukong resents him for not showing off. However, Kim Hyun manages to defeat Sun Wukong, but Blue Dragon asks if it was in the tower because that changes everything. Imagining the image of Sun Wukong, he says that Kim Hyun was unable to crush the real monkey because the energy is not even half of the original energy. Kim Hyun is shocked and can't believe his ears when he hears this. Sun Wukong reminds him that his power is not really complete. In the end, the Blue Dragon thinks that Kim Hyun will not be able to defeat him, so he proposes to do things differently, which attracts the boy's attention. Smiling an intimidating grin, the Blue Dragon offers Kim Hyun 5 minutes to withstand his attacks. But Kim Hyun himself is a little unhappy that this is the end of the terms of their battle. In response to this, the Blue Dragon suggests that they start to act, and the countdown will start when Kim Hyun starts. Kim Hyun concludes that it will all be quite easy, but the entity assures him not to say otherwise. The Blue Dragon then notices that the boy has a lot of confidence and suggests that he attack first. As soon as Kim Hyun hears that he can start, his face contorts into a satisfied smile. The guy's feet come off the cloud he's standing on, and Kim Hyun steps into the fray. Swinging his fist at the Blue Dragon, Kim Hyun shouts that he is using the Sacred Lightning Spirit attack. Meanwhile, the Conqueror is imprisoned in the artifact that Noah created and continues to try to escape the chains. No matter how hard the man tries to get rid of the trap, even the freezing does not work on the magical chains. Gritting his teeth, the Conqueror realizes that he is failing and the perfect restraint has been used on him. No matter what he does, the chains can't be broken, and the abilities can't be used properly. As he continues to try, the Conqueror turns back and notices the countdown, realizing that he will have to wait. In the meantime, he is immersed in vengeful thoughts that as soon as he gets out of here, he will create real chaos. The Noah creator continues to watch through the orb as Kim Hyun fights the Blue Dragon and realizes that it will be more difficult than he expected. At first it was assumed that the Blue Dragon's karma was incomplete, but now he realizes that it is 90% and even close to perfect. Noah's original karma compression device could not contain half the power. Remembering his comrades, the creator suspects that someone has succeeded in improving the artifact. As Noah continues to watch, he realizes that it is a great fortune if the sphere holds almost all of the karma. Watching Kim Hyun get struck by lightning, the creator realizes that this way the boy can gain much more power. At the same time, Kim Hyun is struck by another lightning bolt that does some nasty damage to him. Raising a worried glance at the blue dragon, Kim Hyun calls his actions cheating, and all his fervor evaporates in a flash. Smirking with his mythical face, the blue dragon asks if Kim Hyun really thought it would be so easy to get his confession. Looking at the blue dragon, Kim Hyun realizes that this is nothing like the fight against Jung Woochi. Back then, the guy borrowed Sun Wukong's strength and felt fine even when he got hit a few times. But the blue dragon's lightning bolts are so strong that you can lose consciousness from one strike, and Kim Hyun realizes that. The lightning bolts are invisible, and at the same moment another attack strikes Kim Hyun, who bows out loudly. The blue dragon is then surprised that Kim Hyun is still holding on while the others died without realizing that they were struck by lightning. The entity then asks if the guy is going to give up, but Kim Hyun shouts out loudly, signaling that he will go all the way. The blue dragon smirks and suggests that Kim Hyun try again. Immediately afterward, a bright lightning bolt descends from the sky and strikes Kim Hyun where he's standing. After surviving another lightning strike, Kim Hyun clenches his fist as if he is angry at what is happening. He realizes that he should get out of here first, and then he'll see how to act according to the situation. Sun Wukong turns to the blue dragon to ask him something. Hearing the Monkey King's call, the blue dragon responds and asks him what he wants. Sun Wukong wonders what the dragon is up to and what he is going to give Kim Hyun his karma for. Watching Kim Hyun try to escape from another lightning bolt, the blue dragon wonders if Sun Wukong is really interested in his answer. In turn, the Monkey King is a bit tense about blue dragon needing all of this, and so asks where this voluntariness comes from. Sun Wukong is confused to hear that he is the only one who tried to return the stolen karma, and doesn't understand why. Looking at a tired Kim Hyon, Blue Dragon realizes that Sun Wukong lent him his karma, so he must have seen something in this guy. All the while, a slightly worried and disgruntled Sun Wukong listens to the Blue Dragon's story about what he is going to do. His very essence claims that he also wants to stake the chance that Sun Wukong once thought he had. After talking to the Monkey King, the Blue Dragon returns to Kim Hyun again. Just then, the guy notices the approaching entity and expresses his displeasure about the whole thing. Examining the silhouette of the flying dragon, Kim Hyun tries to figure out what he should do next with the entity. If he steps on the airspace, he is struck by lightning. Kim Hyun thought he would last 5 minutes, but in reality, he doesn't even last 30 seconds. After that, the guy looks back and realizes that he managed to dodge one of the incoming lightning bolts. At this point, Kim Hyun suspects that he is glitching, or that the lightning has just slowed down. Another bolt of lightning descends from the sky and strikes Kim Hyun, but he manages to dodge it again. Now he realizes that the lightning has slowed down a bit, but maybe it's because Kim Hyun has gotten used to it. At this time, the Blue Dragon watches the boy and sees how he manages to dodge his attacks. But after some more time of observation, the creature realizes that Kim Hyun not only dodges the lightning bolts, but also sees them. Kim Hyon smiles because he's finally figured out the real trick of the lightning. Then, at some point, the guy's attention is diverted to something else. A moment later, several more strong lightning bolts appear in front of him, ready to attack him. Predictably, the lightning bolts attack Kim Hyun and cause a massive electrical explosion in space. Kim Hyon looks out from behind the fence and asks what just happened. In response, the Blue Dragon calmly answers the guy's question, saying that it's just a full course. The guy himself is extremely unhappy about this. Blue Dragon is surprised that Kim Hyun was hoping to get recognition simply because he learned how to dodge lightning. At this point, Kim Hyun realizes that Sun Wukong clearly had his reasons for hating Blue Dragon. But in response, the Blue Dragon just says that if he doesn't like something, he can turn around and leave. But Kim Hyun denies it. Kim Hyun then starts getting struck by lightning bolts that didn't stop for a while and made multiple strikes. After 2.5 minutes, the last lightning attack that made Kim Hyun's body shake ended. It was the 132nd attempt, and so the Blue Dragon asks if Kim Hyun is going to continue. At this moment, Kim Hyun realizes that he can't dodge the 2 or 3 lightning bolts that start to strike after 2 minutes. As a result, he wonders whether it was worth it to run back and forth in several directions, or whether he will not be able to maintain control of his body in this way. In the end, Kim Hyun realizes that all he has to do is face the Blue Dragon. Kim Hyun's 150th and then 198th attempts at lightning begin. On the 239th attempt, Kim Hyun begins to feel more and more of what is happening. On the 242nd attempt, he realizes that he can feel his body changing more and more. In turn, endless lightning bolts continue to appear in the sky and strike the ground. One of these lightning bolts reappears in front of Kim Hyun and heads straight for him. At this moment, the guy has no plans to give up and is ready to take another hit with his body. Raising his hand up, Kim Hyun manages to intercept the lightning bolt and hold it with his own strength. At this time, his arm begins to be enveloped by lightning force and energy, which he absorbs into himself. Eventually, Kim Hyun simply makes a slight movement with his hand and thus throws the lightning bolt aside. At this point, the guy starts smiling and realizes that he's finally succeeding. As the Azure Dragon watches, he notices that Kim Hyun has deflected his lightning bolt, or to be more precise, thrown it aside. The creature summarizes that Kim Hyun had 580 dodges and 305 reflective strikes. Looking at Kim Hyun, the blue dragon realizes that although Kim Hyun can revive endlessly here, his comprehension skill is incredibly amazing. From the very beginning, Blue Dragon knew that Kim Hyun was an unusual person. In that battle, the guy went beyond all ordinariness. Watching Kim Hyun's actions, the dragon thinks that the guy has hardly been saving up wisdom for a long time. As he continues to watch, the blue dragon lists the possibilities in his head and suspects that it might be a matter of discipline. When Kim Hyun dodges the lightning bolt again, the creature realizes that none of this explains the guy's mana. All the while, the blue dragon keeps hovering somewhere far away from Kim Hyun and scrutinizes him. Watching Kim Hyun's smug face, the creature tries to figure out the source of such incredible power. For a few more moments, the blue dragon watches Kim Hyun as he continues his training. At some point, the creature learns the truth and realizes the reason for Kim Hyun's unimaginable success. The guy himself continues his confrontation with unpleasant and electric lightning. Kim Hyun gets up and falls down and again raises his palm up to catch the lightning. At that moment, the blue dragon notices Kim Hyun's red eyes and realizes that they are where the power lies. No objections or complaints from Kim Hyun as if he's focused on just one thing. It's just incredible concentration. Looking at Kim Hyun's confident and focused eyes, the blue dragon thinks that it is now the second that counts. As the creature continues to ponder, it realizes that Kim Hyun's second is within the stream of brief moments in his eyes. Kim Hyun himself continues to fight off the lightning bolts that keep attacking him. Another strike and the guy deftly puts his arm out, throwing the electricity away from him to the side. All this time his eyes are soaked with confidence and determination to get the desired result. The lightning begins to envelop his hands and fingers, succumbing to his dexterous movements. And again Kim Hyun's palm strikes the lightning that sparkles and glows brightly. The guy's red eyes burn with desire to take the coveted blue dragon karma. At some point the lightning bolts stop appearing in the sky and attack Kim Hyun without end. Noticing this, the guy realizes that all of a sudden the rain stops and there is a lull. The blue dragon appears behind him and realizes that this is unthinkable because Kim Hyun has managed to hold on for 300 seconds. Then the creature smiling slightly states that the test is over for Kim Hyun. At this point, the guy realizes that the end is coming, but the blue dragon mocks him and suggests that he continue. In the end, Kim Hyun doesn't quite understand why he didn't get anything for his achievement, and the blue dragon repeats his question about how karma manifests. The creature claims that Kim Hyun got karma when the sky cleared, but the guy claims he didn't feel anything at all. The blue dragon then smirks again and says that Kim Hyun only received the power of karma, not how karma manifests. Thinking back to his conversation with Sun Wukong, Kim Hyun realizes that the Ascendant explained something like this to him. Because of all this, Kim Hyun then practiced with the Juyi stick until he lost consciousness and pulse. At this time, the blue dragon says that even if Kim Hyun knows the supernatural power, it will take time to master it. The guy was about to say something in response, but at some point he stops because he notices something bothering him. The blue dragon makes an angry face and offers to help Kim Hyun use the power correctly. Time is running out, and soon the artifact-imprisoned conqueror will come out. The magical chains that shackle the man to the pillar begin to fade away. On the other side, you can see the same process of disappearance of magic chains. The conqueror himself smirks at the fact that time is slowly coming to an end, and soon he will get out. The chains on his legs also fall off, and he realizes that even though he's in this position because of Kim Hyun, he'll be out of here soon. The conqueror looks at the open doors and considers whether he should take the power from Kim Hyun or finish him off at once. After the man gets out of the trap, a smug Kim Hyun is waiting for him at the exit. In response to his greetings, the conqueror only looks at him unhappily and says nothing. The smirking Kim Hyun aggressively asks the conqueror why he doesn't say anything, and if he has become mute during his vacation. At this point, the man realizes that the guy didn't run away while he was gone, but Kim Hyun speaks up as if he had no intention of doing so. As the conqueror warns the guy of the threat, he immediately grabs his ice spear, but instead he unleashes his Plague Lord Karma and claims that he'll chase Kim Hyun to hell before destroying him. But the guy doesn't fall for such provocations and claims that the conqueror should worry about himself, not him. Directing his crows at Kim Hyun, the conqueror claims that he doesn't know what the guy was doing, but he won't be able to defeat him. Immediately afterwards, Kim Hyun changes his appearance using the karma of Sun Wukong, the Monkey King. Looking at the guy with a vengeful look, the Plague Lord is sure that Kim Hyun himself realizes that he is not strong enough. Raising his finger up and forming a ball over it, Kim Hyun tries to show that he hasn't revealed all his cards yet. After that, a lightning aura appears around the guy, enveloping his body and the space around him. At the same moment, the Plague Lord's crows are attacked by a bright flash of lightning. The conqueror doesn't know what's going on and recognizes the similar karma coming from Kim Hyun. Without a moment's hesitation, Kim Hyun leaps out of his seat and moves toward the Plague Lord because he doesn't engage in unwinnable battles. At the same time, lightning begins to ooze out of Juyi's staff, which attacks the Plague Lord, and he tries to hold back the attack with his spear. At one point, his weapon comes off his hands and he is almost hit by Kim Hyun. To protect himself and distract the Conqueror, creates several ice blocks around Kim Hyun. The guy then orders Juyi's staff to immediately lengthen and enlarge at a shout. In an instant, the staff begins to enlarge and change its shape according to the master's instructions. At some point, Kim Hyun grabs the staff to act on it. Then the guy starts to spin it so hard that it creates a lightning field around him. Watching all this happening, the Conqueror can't contain his surprise and shock. In turn, Kim Hyun is pleased with what he managed to pull off, because at first he was a little worried. Before, Kim Hyun did not realize that he was so inept in the art of Tao, which was taught to him by the Blue Dragon. In order to adopt the Blue Dragon's power, Kim Hyun had to adopt the Tao skill. Then the Blue Dragon said that even with the learned Tao there would be no great limitations. But since the nature of strength is the opposite of ice, Kim Hyun was worried. But now things are different and Kim Hyun is able to skillfully control the Juyi staff and concentrate the Tao art with it. Thanks to all this, the Conqueror's ice energy cannot pass through Kim Hyun himself and he realizes it. At this time, the Plague Lord tries to understand how Kim Hyun managed to get the Blue Dragon's karma and asks him about it. Until 5 days ago, Kim Hyun fighting him could be called just a guy from a strong lair. Thinking back to his lord, the Conqueror remembers that he only allowed one young Wuchi to use the Blue Dragon karma. Now, looking at a smiling Kim Hyun, the man doesn't understand how this powerful karma ended up in the hands of an ordinary boy. While the Conqueror is thinking about all this, Kim Hyun is already swinging his leg to strike. Just a moment later, the guy hits the Plague Lord hard, who flies off with a grunt. Kim Hyun's blow is so powerful that the man is thrown backwards with the ensuing destruction. While the Conqueror tries to regain consciousness, Kim Hyun watches him silently before he says anything worthwhile. The cocky guy then turns to the Plague Lord and points out to him that he shouldn't have shown off. Still smiling his 32 grin, Kim Hyun calls his opponent nasty insults. As time passes, the blow comes again. Kim Hyun attacks the Conqueror constantly, bringing him to the ground. The Plague Lord himself looks as if he is tired of all this and is unable to resist. Kim Hyun, on the other hand, looks rather smug and confident as he attacks his opponent. At some point, a strange net begins to stretch across the space and moves towards the battlefield. Kim Hyun notices this machination and turns around and sees the ice blocks coming. He takes up his Juyi staff again, clutching it tightly with the fingers of one hand. Raising the staff up and pointing it toward the sky, Kim Hyun shouts that he is going to use the Thunder Strike. At the same moment, the battlefield erupts in a massive explosion from the lightning bolts Kim Hyun had summoned. Bowing his head to the boy, the Conqueror says out loud that he's made up his mind. Clenching his fingers on the ground, the Plague Lord stammers that he has to use up all his power. Then there is a sudden and strong wind that almost blows Kim Hyun out of his seat. The Conqueror intends to destroy Kim Hyun by all means and spreads his wings behind his back to do so. Mocking the man, Kim Hyun tells him that instead of reincarnating, he should have just changed his bow and progressed. But in the Conqueror's hands is not the usual spear he was holding just a second before. Pointing his finger at the Plague Lord, Kim Hyun asks why he covered his spear with ice, since it won't do him any good. The man responds by saying that his true nature is not as weak as Sun Wukong's monkey. The Conqueror then leans down and threatens Kim Hyun with his ice spear. Trying to dodge the spear, Kim Hyun is slightly alarmed and realizes that the matter has taken an unexpected turn. The man then directs several more crows at the boy, who are ready to attack. Kim Hyun is not happy that the crows keep appearing, but no matter how hard he tries, the crows keep coming back. But no matter how hard he tries, the birds keep flying in large flocks and crowds at Kim Hyun. At this point, Kim Hyun realizes that the Blue Dragon's karma time is running out, and it's time to call it a day. Suddenly, a Conqueror's ice spear comes out of nowhere and flies straight towards Kim Hyun. Just a millimeter away from his chest, the guy catches the spear and holds it in front of him. The Conqueror himself realizes that Kim Hyun has managed to catch the weapon again, but this time everything will be different. But suddenly, even for the man himself, he is jerked up and into the air, and he doesn't realize what's happening. Holding onto the spear with his hands, Kim Hyun makes a sudden movement and topples the Conqueror to the ground. Without any sign of life, the Plague Lord lies on the ground in front of Kim Hyun. At this time, Kim Hyun himself looks at his adversary unhappily and says nothing. In his eyes, you can see the reflection of the Plague Lord's body. The guy is thinking about something. At this moment, a blue dragon appears in subspace in front of him and says that he needs to move regardless of the moment. For all of this, Kim Hyun will need to use his blue dragon. After saying this, the creature pauses with a slight smile. When the blue dragon says to apply his accumulated achievements, then Kim Hyun swings his fist behind his back. Kim Hyun then thinks about the fact that he needs to use the karma and lightning he received from the Heavenly Lord. It takes a lot of effort to learn how to use it. Kim Hyun accumulates lightning in his fist before he does what he wants to do. Eventually, Kim Hyun will be able to make movements even in the briefest of moments. At that time, he is ready to strike. Relying on the Blue Dragon's karma, Kim Hyun uses instant thunder on the Plague Lords to destroy it. Their battle ends with another powerful and strong blast of Kim Hyun's lightning. The Conqueror's entire body is covered in electric current and gradually begins to disappear. After the dead man, only his plague beak remains, and Kim Hyun tries to get to his feet when he realizes that he is so tired. At that moment, a notification appears in front of his face that Kim Hyun has defeated the Conqueror, and now has the highest level of access. Remembering all the events that have taken place recently, Kim Hyun realizes how long he has been working for this moment. In honor of such a joyful event, Kim Hyun is going to go to the system room to Av's assistant and activates the Enter skill. Looking somewhere ahead, Kim Hyun realizes that after activating the skill, absolutely nothing happens. Continuing to look at the door and waiting for the room to open, Kim Hyun starts to worry about what's wrong. It is at this point that the guy realizes that he can no longer get into the system room, which has always been open. 5 days later, Kim Hyun and his friend Shi Hyun are driving back from an interview. As they look out the window, Kim Hyun thinks about the fact that he hasn't been able to get into the system room for 5 days. And despite the highest level of information gathering, the words information is no longer available. At some point, Kim Hyun begins to suspect that something might have happened to his assistant Ave and that it's serious. Lying in a hospital bed, Kim Hyun realizes that Noah knows something, and because of the side effects of the last battle, he couldn't do anything. And of course, Kim Hyun would like to have his students fill out the Okjung origins and break in the door. The girls start shoving some super useful medicine into their master to cure him. Instead of taking it, Kim Hyun assures the students that he is fine and doesn't need anything. But the girls are extremely worried about their teacher's well-being, and you can tell by their upset faces. When Kim Hyun notices the worried faces of his girls, he realizes that he needs to respond somehow. Then he sighs loudly and demonstratively, putting a genuine smile on his face. Eventually, he strokes his students on the heads and states that they have done a great job and should rest. Both girls obediently listen to the words of their master, and the guy notices their extraordinary obedience. Now going about his business in a car with Shu Hyeon, Kim Hyun hopes that everything will become clear, and he will fill in a number of artifacts and visit Noah. After a while, Kim Hyun returns to Noah's Ark and looks around. As he looks around, he realizes that something has changed here, and Noah assures him that he has just decided to clean up the mess. All this time, Kim Hyun feels uncomfortable because he's not used to being here. When Noah asks him what's wrong, he holds out the newly acquired Plague Lord artifact. This Conqueror's beak doesn't change, and neither does the Blue Dragon's karma, so Kim Hyun suspects he can't use it. But Noah assures him that appearance doesn't matter and that such karma won't work for Kim Hyun anyway, which raises questions. In response to this, the creator starts his explanations, but Kim Hyun realizes that it will take a long time, so he stops him and doesn't want to listen. The guy has some more questions, and preparing to listen to them, Noah smiles a little. Kim Hyun tells him that he can't enter the system room anymore. Instead of answering, Noah only asks if the guy is really talking about the system room. In an attempt to explain himself, Kim Hyun adds that Av is in there, and realizes that Noah probably doesn't know the answer to his question. As a result, the creator tenses up and thinks about something, and Kim Hyun doesn't understand the reason for this seriousness. When Noah offers to elaborate on the system room, Kim Hyun's attention immediately focuses on him, and his face expresses anxiety. The moment the creator stutters about the system room, his eyes show the utter seriousness of the situation. Kim Hyun then tells Noah that he's been receiving information from Av in the system room all this time. Upon hearing this, the creator states that he's in a state of confusion and that Kim Hyun is not clear about what is going on. In response, a worried and surprised Kim Hyun hears that the system room was created by someone other than Noah himself. Adding to the creator's previous statement, the system room, in other words, is a non-existent space. Recalling some kind of guardian, Noah asks if Kim Hyun knows that he is not the only guardian here, to which the guy confirms his words. The creator then asks something else but doesn't say anything else, instead creating a magic circle over his palms. Instead of a circle, a blurry search box appears. This is the search skill given to guardians at the beginning, but Kim Hyun has no such thing. That's when Noah suspects that someone made the system room after the tower was completed. Those 3 took over, so he can't create one. Even though the creator is not sure of his assumptions, he is going to tell Kim Hyun about them. To summarize, the man believes that the Aviv he was told about by Kim Hyun is his comrade, and the adder with whom they created the search box. Kim Hyun is shocked and surprised when he hears all this and can't utter a word and just stares at Noah with his eyes wide open. At some point, the thought that Av might really be an adder starts to enter his head. But remembering how the girl always behaves, Kim Hyun somehow sincerely doubts that such a thing is possible. Noah doesn't understand why this reaction. Kim Hyun asks the creator if there is any way to get into the system room. When Noah claims that he can organize everything and it won't take long, Kim Hyun calmly exhales since they've worked it out. The guy then slams his fist on the table and demands Noah tell him what he didn't hear last time because of the Conqueror. At this time, an unknown demon-like man asks his subordinate why he did so. In response, The kneeling henchman does not answer anything, and only awkwardly lowers his head to the floor. All the while, the subordinate anxiously clutches the hem of his robes, and the Lord reminds him that he asked his question. Eventually, the henchman gathers his thoughts and replies that he has decided that Kim Hyeon should not be kept alive. After his answer, the gentleman ponders and shakes his leg, but the henchman himself doesn't quite understand what the man means and asks him again. In the end, the Lord says that they wanted different things from the beginning, but the henchman still doesn't understand what he's talking about. The henchman then anxiously listens to the man about how everyone has different desires, including those on the lower floors. Eventually, the gentleman agrees with a mad smile on his face and assures his subordinate that he can do as he pleases. He also says that he won't restrict anyone and that it's really okay for the henchman to destroy Kim Hyeon. But there is one condition on which he will allow this to happen. To accentuate this, the gentleman raises his finger up and gives 1 month to do it. In response, the henchman asks why a month, and the gentleman assures him that if Kim Hyun dies at his hands, it will be just another mediocrity. He also continues that if the guy survives all their tricks and reaches his location, he could be the best dinner ever. After the gentleman speaks from this, he props his chin up with his hands and stretches a crazy smile on his face. At this time, Kim Hyun, attentively and folding his hands in front of him, listens to everything Noah tells him. The original purpose of the tower has changed to become an exam place for the climbers, and so they are trying to climb up it. In the conversation, this all leads to the conclusion that most of the climbers climb the tower in order to gain karma. According to the creator, this is stolen karma, and Kim Hyun realizes that they are all crazy for destroying their homes in order to climb the tower. Noah says that those types have had problems with their heads from the beginning and are willing to do anything for their own gain. When the creator says he has something to offer Kim Hyun, he puts the glass with his drink on the table. Folding his hands again, Noah turns to Kim Hyun and offers to help him get those people off the top of the tower. After meeting with the creator, Kim Hyun soon returns to his apartment in the Cheonho district. He sits down on his favorite couch and looks around, realizing that it is so quiet and no one is there. At some point, his gaze drifts to the side and he realizes that someone is here now. Kim Hyun turns around and sees Kumiho sleeping sweetly, mumbling something to herself. Kumiho used to be in the form of a fox, but lately she's taken to the human form. Kim Hyun wonders why she sleeps like this even in her human form. After a while, Kim Hyun starts poking the girl with his finger on her cheek to gently wake her up. After she wakes up, she immediately jumps up and tries to find out when the guy came back here. Turning to a surprised Kumiho, Kim Hyun asks her why and what she was climbing the tower for. The girl doesn't understand why he needs such information, but without waiting for an answer, she assures him that she will tell him everything. Kumiho then awkwardly says that she did all this because her former habitat had disappeared. She goes on to say that a stranger appeared and stole her karma and then the world's. He said he would return it all when she climbed the tower. When Kumiho talks about why she had no choice, the interference begins and Kim Hyun realizes that this information is also being filtered by the tower. To summarize, Kim Hyun asks if she doesn't need to climb the tower anymore, to which Kumiho replies that it was a sudden event. It's enough that she has her karma and a place to live, so she's fine with it now. You can see it in her face. After that, the girl pleads with Kim Hyun and says that she would like to ask for something because she wants to eat something off the shelf. When the guy tries to figure out what the problem is, Kumiho starts wagging her tail even more. Eventually, the girl goes to the shelf and tries to get something from it while Kim Hyun watches her in surprise. After getting something from the shelf, Kumiho brings the guy a jar of goodies and asks him what it says. Kim Hyun reads a note from Lee So-yeon saying that Kumiho can have one of these a day. Then Kumiho says that Lee So-yeon said not to take them secretly, or she'll tell Kim Hyun, and the guy realizes he's pushing too hard. In the end, the guy lets Kumiho eat the whole jar, and if she wants more, she tells him and he'll buy it right away. In response, the satisfied vixen looks at the jar, and Kim Hyun tries to sneak out, suspecting that she has some kind of drug in her hands. The guy then moves to another space where Sun Wukong and the Blue Dragon are. When Kim Hyun enters this space, the first thing he sees is a disgruntled and indignant Sun Wukong yelling that the Blue Dragon caused a pine tree to fall down. But the Blue Dragon pretends that nothing happened and that he didn't do anything wrong. In the end, all their arguments lead to the fact that both creatures start swearing and freaking out at each other. All the while, an awkwardly silent Kim Hyun watches the two of them furious at each other. Kim Hen remembers that he sent the Blue Dragon here to learn more, but his relationship with Sunwook is not so good. After his musings, the guy turns to the creatures and asks them to calm down, but they are distracted by him and ask him what he's here for. When Kim Hyun says that he wanted to hear something from them, the two climbers turn to him with interest. With goggle-eyed and surprised eyes, Sun Wukong and Blue Dragon wait for Kim Hyun to ask the question. Finally, the boy makes up his mind and asks in a calm tone why the climbers decided to climb the tower. When Kim Hyun hears their answer, he puts the words together and realizes that the two men decided to climb the tower to punch someone upstairs. The Blue Dragon then adds that the only thing left of them is their spiritual body. but Sun Wukong doesn't know about it. Provoked by what the blue dragon said, Sun Wukong again starts to aggress him and gets into a fight. While the climbers conflict with each other, Kim Hyun is immersed in his own thoughts. At some point, Sun Wukong turns to Kim Hyun and asks why he suddenly asked such a question, but the guy was just curious. Remembering his conversations with Noah, Kim Hyun realizes that the two of them at least responded to his idea. As Noah had said, as long as the tower remained unchanged, the climbers would continue their ascent, so they would have to turn everything around. Looking around the beautiful space of the alternate world, Kim Hyun realizes that there is a first step to all of this. And the first thing he and Kim Hyun have to do, according to the creator, is to eliminate the adjuster. Noah explains that this is the person who regulates the balance of the tower and is currently on the underground floor. Imagining the image of the adjuster, the creator assures Kim Hyun that he will get something by eliminating him. In response, Kim Hyun asks the creator how he can get to the underground floor. Asking Sun Wukong, who is fighting with the blue dragon, Kim Hyun clarifies that it is necessary to eliminate the tuner. Kicking out the blue dragon, Sun Wukong asks if Kim Hyun really wants to start a feud with them. The Monkey King then assures him that he knows something, as he has already climbed the tower and believes that Kim Hyun will be able to handle it in no time. In response, Kim Hyun is genuinely surprised and can't believe his ears because he thought the tuning girl was very strong. Sun Wukong says that the tower tuner will be a bit difficult before he meets her. According to Sun Wukong, the difficulty is that Kim Hyun will have a lot to face. The underground floor is considered an additional floor, which means that it is not included in the main tower. There's no way to get in by the same means as before. But Sun Wukong can't answer the question of how to get there, because he went up to the tower, not down. This angers Kim Hyun. Folding his hands in front of him, the Monkey King adds that he should beware of dead creatures. There are dead climbers who have climbed the tower, but it's only their outer shell. But Kim Hyun knows that they go to an imaginary space after they die, remembering Chonma. But Sun Wukong assures him that these are their spiritual bodies. The unremarkable ones are destroyed, but the useful ones like Chonma are sent to the imaginary space. In addition to the aforementioned, there are also those who leave behind only a physical shell, and they are sent to the underground floor. After hearing all the information, Kim Hyun suddenly wonders why this separation is necessary. But when Sun Wukong begins to answer this question, all the information he has said is filtered out, and Kim Hyun is annoyed. While Sun Wukong is telling Kim Hyun that he can reach the underground floor in 10 days on the Salto Cloud, he is bitten by the tail by the blue dragon. Leaving the quarreling climbers, Kim Hyun is about to go back and ask Noah how to get down from the first floor. After all this, the guy goes back to his apartment in the Chiano neighborhood. As Kim Hyun examines the blue dragon sphere and Okjong's origin, he realizes how much he's pissed off. He didn't know that the frequent use of filling Okchan's origin would become a real problem. Tilting his head, Kim Hyun asks himself if there's any way out of the situation because it's all bogged down in time. Suddenly, the door to Kim Hyun's room opens slowly as someone enters. The first thing he sees in front of him are the small feet of his student Mi Ren. Turning back to her, he says he gave them a vacation, so what's the reason for the girl showing up here again? But looking at the appearance of his student, Kim Hyun immediately realizes that something is obviously wrong. Mi Ren appears in front of him, taking the form of Haki Yako and striding confidently towards the teacher. On behalf of the ascendant of the mystic god of chaos, Mi Ren tells Kim Hyun that they haven't seen each other for a long time. When he realizes his opponent is in front of him, Kim Hyun starts to get up, but Haki Yako assures him that he fears him too much. The moment the climber says there's no need for that, Kim Hyun abruptly grabs him by the horns. Pulling Mi Ren's horns, Kim Hyun wonders if they're real, but Haki Yako demands he stop because he's not his enemy. Still holding the climber by the horns, Kim Hyun unwittingly wonders how he can believe such a thing. Starting to shed bitter tears, Haki Yako begs him to stop so as not to break his horns and assures him that he is telling the truth. At one point, Kim Hyun lets go of the climber, who clings painfully to his horns and hiccups. Haki Yako then nervously reminds her that they are not enemies and she is not lying, but Kim Hyun suspects that at some point this could turn out badly. During the confrontation between Haki Yako and Kim Hyun, Kumiho does not react and continues to sleep peacefully and sweetly. Eventually, Kim Hyun invites the climber to speak up and Haki Yako wonders why this child is following such a pervert. The climber then explains that Mi Ren is training in the inner world, and Haki Yako is in charge of her body. When asked what she's up to, Haki Yako replies that she's just interested in Mi Ren because their waves are well aligned. Explaining this fact, Haki Yako says that Mi Ren's soul has waves that can become similar to her waves. But at some point, the climber stops and is about to say something later, but Kim Hyun is not satisfied with this outcome. It's only Haki Yako's guess, so she's not eager to share it right now. Kim Hyun thinks about punching her and getting the answer he wants. Then the guy realizes that it doesn't look like Haki Yako is up to anything, so he asks why the training is needed all of a sudden. Haki Yako replies that Mi Ren was angry that she lost the previous fight, and she suggested that she compete with her servants to get karma. At this point, Kim Hae-yeon realizes that his student will also receive karma, but making her stronger will only change things for the better. The climbers will be climbing the tower without end, so her help will be useful not only for Mai Ren's fighting ability, but also for her own. In the end, Hakiyako boils it all down to the fact that she has a personal request for Master Kim Hyun. She then explains that it was due to the influence of Mi Ren's own body. Mi Ren's personality is in the inner world, but her body is still hers. Hakiyako smiles and says that Mi Ren's essence hasn't changed at all. Not knowing what she's talking about, Kim Hyun asks her to get down to business and explain what she wants from him. In response, Hakiyako fixes her hair and asks Kim Hyun to spend one night with her. Hearing this, Kim Hyun's face contorts in horror and utter bewilderment at the situation. Realizing what he just heard, the guy can't believe his ears and can't say anything worthwhile. After a while, Kim Hyun returns to Noah with a downcast face and asks him what's wrong. Putting all unnecessary thoughts aside, Kim Hyun immediately asks if there's really no way to get to the underground floor. Explaining, Kim Hyun says that to get here you have to go through filling in Akjong's origin by destroying monsters, and it's quite inconvenient. Instead of giving some sort of answer right away, Noah takes a sip and thinks about something. Placing the mug on the table, the creator says he will make a separate artifact, but it will take some time. It will take 2 or 3 weeks, which is fine with Kim Hyun, so the guy is going to move on to another topic of conversation. Kim Hyun then reminds him that it's going to be a pain to get to the floor if a conqueror shows up like last time. We need to figure this out quickly. Noah remembers the silhouette of the tuner and tells Kim Hyun that he needs to find her tool or object to find it. According to Noah, Kim Hyun needs an item that will be connected to the tuner himself, to which the guy wonders how to get it. In order to answer, the creator is going to look at something in the system window that appears on his palm. Examining the window, Noah realizes that no matter how much he searches, he can't see anything. Realizing that he can't see anything, Kim Hyun sighs and asks if he should just use the passageway. Noah replies that he's not 100% sure, but that maybe Kim Hyun will be able to use something. To summarize, the guy says that there is a secret entrance that was used to create the tower, and that he should use it, which Noah confirms. Kim Hyun is going to use it right away, but there's a problem that the creator doesn't tell him about right away. In the end, the creator gives Kim Hyun another artifact that should help him on his way to the underground floor of the tower. Immediately, the guy takes the object in his hands and examines it. It is a displacement device from the creator, capable of traveling anywhere. Examining the information window of the item, Kim Hyun sees absolutely no problems. Holding onto his mug, Noah says there are no problems with the operation, but he is concerned about the movement itself. This device has a limited area of application and can only go to the place he has specified. That's why if the device is destroyed in any way, Kim Hyun will not be able to return and will remain in the space of an imaginary number. When Kim Hyun hears about it, he suspects that it is the place where the spiritual bodies of the Ascenders are located, but it is actually a different place. Noah then tells him that it is a separate space in the outer wall of the tower, and that once there you are doomed to wander forever. Kim Hae-yeon doesn't understand why it was invented, and Noah replies that it was created by one of those who drove him away. Kim Hae-yeon has 2 options: to go through the secret passage with the help of an artifact, or to use the way of the climbers. The creator also claims that if Kim Hyun gets to the first floor and finds the hidden space, it will take only moments to get through. Looking at the device, Kim Hyun can't choose between going safely but longer or going faster but risky. All this time, Kim Hen and creator Noah are in the space where Noah's Ark is located. At this time, there is a guild Amjun which is run by Kim Hyun's second apprentice Hana Rin. Somewhere there is a tall building of her office. Now in it is Hana Rin, who is sitting in her office talking to a magic book. When asked by the book whether the girl has decided or not, Hana Rin replies that she hasn't decided anything yet. In response to this, the book asks why she has to rack her brains like that. Because others are willing to sell their souls for the sake of such a thing. Closing the book with both hands, Hana Rin is surprised by the book's words and questions the book's seriousness. When the book gets indignant and says that the girl is better than the other fools, but you can't expect anything from her, Hana Rin puts it on the table. She then grudgingly promises the book that she will learn everything, but the book still doesn't understand the reason for this behavior. At this time, Hana Rin is thinking that once she learned the truth about the world from her mentor, she really thought she should learn the soul of the word. But recently, she was told that the first apprentice has also already started training with her new powers. Imagining the image of her mentor, the girls realize that he is now all alone. No matter what Hana Rin tries to do to her mentor, Miren is always in her way, and she wanted to take her away by force, but their powers are almost equal. With a smirk, Hana Rin rubs her chin and realizes that her master is alone, while the book at the same time thinks that the girl is crazy. Hana Rin then abruptly rises from the table and says that now is not the time to be studying the soul of the word. She has something else to do, and the book asks her if it's really more important than gaining power. Hana Rin, thinking about something, confirms it, saying that it's more important than her new power. Hearing this answer, the book is as if it's in a state of confusion and doesn't even know what to say at first. As Hana-rin leaves, the book shouts that if she can go out whenever she wants, she can start training. At this time in the Cheongho district at Kim Hyun's apartment, a guy hands Miren Akchan's Origin of Akchan. The guy then asks why she needs Haki Yako in Miren's body, to which she replies by talking about her upcoming training. When asked why she needs this training, Haki Yako replies that it's for Miren to get her karma. At one point, the up-and-comer realizes that Kim Hyun doesn't trust her, and the guy confirms it. Thinking back to recent events, Kim Hyun realizes that Miren seemed very nervous at the time, suspecting that Haki Yako was threatening her. Suddenly, Haki Yako takes notice and wants to apologize to Kim Hyun, but he doesn't immediately understand why. Last time Miren was angry with Haki Yako for her behavior, but Haki Yako doesn't realize what she did wrong, and Kim Hyun is surprised that Miren remembers their dialogues from the inner world. After all, Miren is the true mistress of this body, so she remembers everything. Now Haki Yako has finished her business and is saying goodbye to her master. Haki Yako tells Kim Hyun to be careful, but the guy doesn't understand why he's so concerned. In response, Haki Yako says that she's not worried about the boy, but about what Miryong will do after he goes missing. She also asks Kim Hyun to send a fiery greeting to the Blue Dragon on behalf of Haki Yako. After that, she slams the door behind her and leaves, leaving Kim Hyun to his own thoughts. He then reaches into his bag for the artifact, realizing which Blue Dragon he's talking about. At this time, the voice of the Blue Dragon comes out of Juyi's staff, calling Haki Yako in a confusing manner and asking why she was here. Kim Hyun immediately turns to the climber and asks him what he's talking about, but the Blue Dragon is just being mean. He then calls Haki Yako by a strange name again and asks Kim Hyun if the climber really calls himself by that name. Eventually, Blue Dragon anxiously thinks about it and realizes that Haki Yako has also given up his karma, and Kim Hyun is surprised that this is filtering out as well. Sun Wukong enters the conversation and tells Blue Dragon to ask Haki Yako himself. Kim Han responds by saying that they will do it later, and then looks back at the relocation device. Looking at the two artifacts, Kim Hyun asks if Sun Wukong is suggesting that he use the Salto Cloud through the displacement device, to which Sun Wukong says that it will indirectly see the location through its karma, but Kim Hen is worried if it will fall into an imaginary number. When Sun Wukong says that in that case he can only console himself that he was saved, Kim Hyun puts the Salto Cloud ring on his finger. The Salto Cloud immediately appears above Kim Hyun's head, ready to be used. Kim Hyun then transforms into the Monkey King using Sun Wukong's karma. At this time, the creator's displacement device begins its activation and is ready to be moved. Without thinking, Kim Hyun says out loud the order to move and waits for the device to activate. Before his eyes, the sphere begins to sparkle brightly as if making an invisible path to another space. Sun Wukong says that if Kim Hyun uses his karma, it will be much easier to control the Salto Cloud. While the moving device moves Kim Hyun, the guy sits in the lotus pose and just waits. At some point, he calmly and measuredly opens his eyes to assess the situation. Right in front of him appears the secret passage that the creator spoke about, and he has arrived at the right place. At this time, on the underground floor, there are mountains of dead people and creatures. The very same tuning girl is climbing there in search of something very necessary and essential for her. This girl is rather strangely dressed and has several metal limbs on her dress. As she continues to rummage through the mountains of junk and bodies, she notices something glowing brightly in the distance. Eventually, the tuner finds the purple magical stone she's been searching for. Examining the brightly colored stone, the girl begins to giggle smugly. Raising her palm with the stone up, she realizes that she's done with her preparations, and there's not much left to do. At this time, Miren's apprentice grabs the throat of one of the servants of the mystic god of chaos. The girl then turns around and delivers another blow to the werewolf approaching her. Miren then does a few more deft maneuvers to fend off the oncoming monsters. She looks a little anxious at this point, but is focused on her training. Just then, another strange creature appears on the sidelines and attacks Miren, while she fights it off. Using her martial arts and techniques, she manages to fend off several more monsters in one move. Then a huge hand with many eyes appears behind Miren and she notices it. Without having time to react, Miren realizes that she doesn't know what to do or how to proceed. At the same moment, the huge hand hits her face and topples her slightly. When Miren comes to her senses again, several more monsters appear in front of her, ready to attack. But just as suddenly as they appeared, these creatures begin to disappear and dissolve into space. At that moment, the climber who is training her, Haki Yako, appears behind Miren. The girl with the horn says she is sorry and starts to approach Miren. When Miren sees the climber, she starts crying and screaming about why she did it. Haki Yako observes the girl and says that the power of anger is really unbelievable. In response, Miren becomes even angrier and more angry and demands that she not change the subject and answer her question. To which Haki Yako claims that she has already apologized to Kim Hyun at Miren's request. When the climber assures her that she just helped her since they are in the same body, Miren seems to get even angrier. Remembering the constant images of Kim Hyun in Mi-ren's mind, Hakiyako says that such thoughts visit her every night. The Ascendant then sighs and calls his new successor a poor woman. A confused and anxious Mi-ren says that Kim Hyun is just her teacher, but Hakiyako sees that she likes him. Mi-ren then turns to yelling to prove that she treats Kim Hyun solely as a teacher. In response, Hakiyako claims that every night in her dreams, Mi-ren says his name and talks about him. The Ascendant understands. When Hakiyako says that Mi-ren is making things worse for himself by suffering, the girl does not answer and just cries. After a short pause, Hakiyako suddenly says that she won't interfere anymore. But when she says that if she does, the secret weapon will be ineffective, and its usefulness will be lost, Mi-ren immediately becomes excited and interested. Suddenly, Hakiyako asks Mi-ren what she thinks about how many years the climber has lived, and how much experience she has with men. But Mi-ren thinks it's all nonsense and says she won't buy it. But Hakiyako just raises a finger in the air. Hakiyako then assures her student that Kim Hyun will literally fall for her trick. Raising Mi-ren's chin with his finger, the climber asks what the girl doubts so much. Soaring slightly into the air, Hakiyako says that there is no other woman under the sky as conniving as her. Remembering the noble monk, the Ascender is sure she is the only one like her. Then she remembers the emperor who also succumbed to her charms. All the while, Hakiyako tells the enthusiastic Mi-ren that she is the extraordinary beauty before whom all kneel. Saying that Kim Hyun is an unfeeling person, Hakiyako assures Mi-ren that he can't resist her charms. Once again, she gives Mi-ren a thumbs up and assures her that she'll do as she says. Their meeting will be fateful, but Mi-ren doesn't believe in such a thing, thinking it's all just a trick. After that, the Ascendant begins to step in the direction of the girl and assures her that tricks are used only by swindlers. Hakiyako herself can only share her secret with Mi-ren, and the girl hesitates before making her decision. Mi-ren thinks for too long, which makes her think that she doesn't need Kim Hyun too. But she tries to say otherwise. With a slight smirk on her face, Hakiyako looks at Mi-ren and pauses for a moment before saying something else. Creating in front of Mi-ren, the monster Ascender tells her to first get her karma before she reveals her secret. Dodging the conversation and lured by Hakiyako's secret weapon, she looks at Mi-ren with a playful look. At this time, on the first floor of the tower, the entrance to the underground floor is guarded by Master Valen. Unexpectedly, Kim Hyun appears in front of him and tries to find out what he's doing here. When he doesn't get an answer to his question, Valen is immediately attacked by Kim Hyun. When the guy calls his master a weakling, Sun Wukong claims that he's an ordinary guardian and Kim Hyun should find the key. At the same moment, the guy runs his hands into Master Walen's pockets to find the item he needs. After a while, Kim Hyun actually manages to find the key that will open the entrance to the underground floor. Remembering the creator's words that there should be a small hole under the key, Kim Hyun looks around. Kim Hyun tries to insert the key into the hole in the wall and manages to open something. Immediately, the wall starts sliding in front of him, as if there were a door that could not be seen in this space. Walking a little deeper into the room, Kim Hyun notices huge piles of dead bodies of different creatures and people. Standing in the doorway and looking around, Kim Hyun hesitates for a while before moving on. At this time, the second student, Hana Rin, is in some beautiful and huge library. The girl is doing something that is causing the black pages on her magic book to tear. Standing over some thick book, Hana Rin sighs tiredly while the magic book watches her. Afterward, the spirit language book praises the girl for her fine work. Looking at the anxious girl, the book reminds her that Hana Rin has managed to reach the third step. Suddenly, the book wonders why the girl has such a frown on her face and suspects that it's because of her mentor. Remembering her last meeting with Kumiho, Hana Rin says that her master is not there right now. Crazily breaking the table in front of her, the girl realizes that this was her only opportunity to be alone with her master without her first student. At this time, the book realizes that after the third step, Hana Rin is becoming more irritable, and it's not good. Realizing that Hana Rin needs to become the owner of the book as soon as possible, the creature is going to attract her attention by seducing the master. The book then assures her that the solution is on the surface, but the girl doesn't quite understand what it is about. At this point, the book is referring to the spirit language that Hana Rin is currently studying. If she reaches the final step and becomes a mistress, something will change. After hearing this, Hana Rin realizes what the book means, and then she will be able to control her mentor's feelings. The book then begins to realize that something is not going according to plan right now and foreshadows a scandal. An angry Hana Rin asks if the book is really suggesting that she play with her mentor's feelings. At this point, the magical book doesn't understand why the girl is so hostile again. Trying to somehow get out of the situation, the book begins to stammer and does not know what to say. In the end, Mi-ren's first student comes to mind, and the book suggests that Hana Rin use the soul language on her. At the same time, Hana Rin herself is stunned when she hears of such a suggestion. Hana Rin starts to think hard about something, while the book watches anxiously. Hana Rin eventually agrees to the idea and even calls it a good solution. At this point, The girl realizes that she needs to learn the language of souls completely. But the book says that such things can be done at the 5th step. Hana-rin agrees to learn all 5 stages of the soul language. The girl then points her palm at the book and orders it to split in half and die. Immediately, the book, as if at her command, does whatever she says. At the 3rd stage, Hana-rin will be able to use her power even on inanimate objects. At this time, Kim Hyun fights the monsters that attack him as he moves to the underground floor. The next monster he defeats is sent back to the pond so that he won't be messed with again. Feeling the incredibly strong stench, Kim Hyun freaks out and wonders where the tuner is, and Sun Wukong confirms that it's really hard to find anything here. If the guy knew what the place was like, he would have gathered more information. But in the meantime, he is attacked by aggressive dogs. Kim Hyun steps on the head of one of the dogs and is going to get out of here. Because if he stays here, these creatures will continue to bother him. With this maneuver, Kim Hyun manages to soar higher into the air for a better look around. As he climbs as high as he can, he sees a castle in the distance, and he was looking for something that would catch his eye. Looking at the place, Kim Hyun realizes that it's a real abandoned castle. Without a second's hesitation, Kim Hyun heads into it, where he is greeted by a crowd of undead who notice his appearance. Kim Hyun thinks that there is something inside the castle, so he tries to squeeze through the crowd. At this time, Sun Wukong tells him to be careful, because as he said earlier, these are not the usual dead bodies of ascendants and creatures. At the same moment, the eyes of one of the undead begin to glow brightly and stare at Kim Hyun. Kim Hyun tensed up and had no time to react. Suddenly, the undead is already in front of him and strikes him with its huge sword. Without losing consciousness, and as quickly as possible, Kim Hyun stares at the enemy with a confident gaze. Without a second's hesitation, Kim Hyun rushes into battle with the undead. The huge zombar is hit in the chin, causing it to fly backwards. At that moment, Kim Hyun is surrounded by other monsters and undead that are about to destroy him. From all that happens on the battlefield, there is a strong and powerful explosion from Kim Hyun's attacks. The guy is left standing in the middle of the space as if in some wasteland. Looking at the first zombie attacker, Kim Hyun says that he didn't realize how different this undead would be from the regular zombies. In fact, the physical abilities of these zombies are far from weak, and even though the karma is only a shell, they are still the same bodies of the ascendants. Sun Wukong, watching the boy, says that all these undead are unlikely to be Kim Hyun's real opponents. Kim Hyun smirks and clenches his fists tightly. Kim Hyun then begins to fight, dealing with each approaching zombie with agility and speed. He even gets excited as he fights off the undead once again. Kim Hyun realizes that after training with the Blue Dragon, his cognitive abilities have been maximized. Realizing this fact, the smug Kim Hyun feels that things are really going his way now. Looking at the zombie's sword, Kim Hyun thinks about the fact that he's having trouble moving in accordance with his perception so far. After that, he immediately grasps the hilt of the undead's sword to make a further maneuver. His current level was enough for him, so he used the hilt of his sword to direct his lightning bolts at the undead. At this time, Sun Wukong and Blue Dragon discuss that these are just ordinary ascension bodies that have simply had their body memories restored. Suddenly, the same horrible stench wafts past the face of a focused Kim Hyun. Kim Hyun tries to cover his nose again and try to understand where the smell is coming from, which is even worse than the previous one. Suddenly, a girl unfamiliar to the guy appears and says that she's been trying to find out why it's so noisy outside. When she realizes that she has a guest, Kim Hyun turns to look at the girl anxiously. What he sees in front of him throws him into a horrifying shock, and a stupor that only allows him to swear at the sight of it all. The Blue Dragon and Sun Wukong, as well as Kim Hyun, watch the girl and are as surprised as he is. But the girl herself realizes that Kim Hyun will never be able to understand the beauty of her incredibly intimidating and patched-up body. Kim Hyun thinks it's a joke, but the girl doesn't hear him and asks him what the purpose of his stay is. The girl replies that she is an adjuster, which is the most beautiful body. She also thinks that this is something that no mere mortal can understand. Then she thanks Kim Hyun for coming because she needs a test subject. But the guy tenses up a bit, not understanding what she's talking about. Eventually the girl explains that there is no living body here and she is almost done with her experiment. But Kim Hyun doesn't understand what she's offering. The adjuster gets closer to the guy and introduces herself properly, since Kim Hyun will be her test subject. Spreading her strange limbs behind her, she says that she creates and regulates what is in her hands. Eventually the girl, with a crazy but slight smirk on her face, introduces herself as a sort of hive. In response to all of this, Kim Hyun squeamishly asks the girl if she really thinks this look is appropriate for an adjuster. When she says that, the adjuster immediately stops smirking and seems to take offense at Kim Hyun. She then says that she thinks it's pointless to talk about it, so she just takes one of her limbs away. Kim Hyun tenses up at this because the girl just lost a limb in front of his eyes. After that, the adjuster starts to release many more limbs, pointing them towards Kim Hyun. These huge limbs start hitting the place where the guy is standing, so he has to dodge and jump away. Kim Hyun then grudgingly demands the girl to stop with such horror and swings his fist at her. The adjuster herself doesn't have time to dodge or even try to dodge, so she gets hit by Kim Hyun. In the end, the girl falls to the ground unconscious, and Kim Hyun is surprised by the quick fight. Still looking at the body of the adjuster, Kim Hen doesn't understand what's going on and why it's over so quickly. Looking at the girl, he thinks she's fooling around, but then he suspects that she's really a weakling. All the while, Sun Wukong and Blue Dragon are watching the situation and think it's weird, and Kim Hyun confirms that it's even boring. But Sun Wukong actually had something else in mind, and to understand that something strange is going on with the body of the adjuster. Suddenly, from the body of the girl begins to ooze some bright magical energy, which later forms a ball. Sun Wukong has no time to make his guesses as the space around starts to shake, and Kim Hyun notices it in a panic. From nowhere, some incredibly huge creature appears in front of his face and soars into the air. Looking into the face of the unknown creature with bright eyes and a head in the shape of a dragon's skull, Kim Hyun wonders what it is. Along with Kim Hyun, his climbers Sun Wukong and Blue Dragon notice it and don't even know what to say about it. In a similar way, the adjuster herself points out the fact that Kim Hyun is not an ordinary person. In response, Kim Hyun calls her stupid because if he were an ordinary person, he wouldn't have come here. He then resents the fact that such an idiot has managed to become an adjuster. Kim Hyun is going to provoke her to test her abilities. At that moment, the Blue Dragon shouted sharply that the threat was coming from above Kim Hyun. The guy didn't expect such an outcome and foolishly asks what's going on. Suddenly, bright blue lightning strikes the ground, causing the outraged guy to jump aside. Kim Hyun then looks down and notices that one of his feet has just frozen and stopped moving. Immediately, Kim Hen raises his head and realizes that the adjuster is about to attack again. Above his head appears a whole incredible pile of lightning bolts that are directed solely towards Kim Hyun. After that, there is a bright and powerful explosion that is hard to see. Dodging the blast, Kim Hyun abruptly changes his appearance to that of Sun Wukong and tries to understand what the hell is going on. At that moment, Kim Hen orders his Juyi staff to lengthen so that it can hold the defense. At the same time, the adjuster herself, in the guise of such an intimidating creature, begins to do something strange and incomprehensible. Sun Wukong notices this and wonders what she has just done, but afterwards he feels a familiar fluctuation in her body. She had taken Henmu's power using his scales. Along with that power, the adjuster managed to take another Ascender's skull and took Wu Heng's mana. Eventually, Sun Wukong noticed that the adjuster also had the energy of the Blue Dragon Serpent. It turns out that the adjuster used the bodies of the exterminated Ascenders and added their karma to herself. At this time, the adjuster herself starts yelling loudly that she has noticed that Kim Hyun has a helper. From inside Juyi's staff, the Blue Dragon and Sun Wukong continue to watch and notice that there is more to the story. They also see that the adjuster can partially utilize the abilities of the Ascenders attached to her. Sun Wukong continues his observations and claims that the lightning that struck Kim Hyun belongs to the Blue Dragon. Kim Hyun then realizes that the ice energy that froze his leg is most likely derived from ice crystals. At this time, the adjuster grins and calls those present smart immortals, so she is going to introduce herself once again. Wrapping herself around a tall and sharp boulder, the adjuster says that she is the one who has united all the inherent qualities of the fallen. Kim Hyun listens anxiously but interestedly with his head up. Sun Wukong and the Blue Dragon also watch mesmerized. In the end, the adjuster claims that she has taken the power of the fallen ascendants and is the queen. Kim Hyun is outraged that the girl calls herself a queen in such a position and in such a way. In response to this, the adjuster assures the guy that this body is not like the previous one, and she even has the karma of an unshakable heart. Pointing a finger at the creature, Kim Hyun thinks she's lying because she literally just tried to hit him like a crazy person. But the adjuster doesn't agree with him because it was the hive that is the adjuster and not she herself as the queen. Opening her mouth wide, the queen claims that she is the one who took possession of the karma of the ascendants who fell here and can control each one. Kim Hyun's body is then threatened to become part of the queen, but he's not happy that all his opponents are the same. At this point, the Blue Dragon says that Kim Hyun should be careful about the number of karmas inside the queen. Looking at the breathing queen, Blue Dragon says that there are at least 100 different pockets inside her. When asked about her weaknesses, the Blue Dragon wants to answer, but Sun Wukong shuts him up because he needs to be more careful now, because there is a threat coming. At this time, the queen climbs a high boulder and begins to emit dark magical energy, causing Kim Hyun to tense up. At this moment, Kim Hen realizes that the queen is using the poisonous energy to attack him. Sun Wukong then panics and starts yelling at Kim Hyun to be careful and look around, but Kim Hyun is alarmed and doesn't understand. Just then, huge meteorites shrouded in fiery flames begin to appear in front of him. The meteorites are followed by a strong water wave that covers more and more of the area. Kim Hyun looks around and notices a lot of undead souls enveloping his body from all sides. As he assesses the situation, he realizes that he could go crazy with so many ice energy meteorites and even a curse skill. Kim Hyun then pulls out a blue dragon orb from his pocket to use its power in battle. At this moment, another powerful bright explosion occurs. Waving his Juyi staff, Kim Hyun mutters something to himself and attacks the queen. Eventually, he manages to break the high boulder on which the queen is sitting and knock her down. Kim Hyun appears behind the queen and scares her with his sudden appearance. The queen says that surprise attacks will not work on him, and that her back is capable of deflecting all attacks. But when she turns back, she sees Kim Hyun recreating the mandala technique behind her. When Kim Hyun mentions that the queen has an unshakable heart, he begins to clench his fist hard. His face then contorts into a crazy and aggressive smile because the queen was scared of him. Kim Hyun manages to create another strong and bright explosion with his Wuhua strike. It ends with the queen's body being torn into several pieces. But the queen herself is still alive and turns to Kim Hyun in her last breath. At this point, Kim Hyun is about to deliver his final blow to the monster. But it's not that simple, and the queen's body begins to make strange noises. Then, as if in an instant, her body fuses together as if nothing had happened. Kim Hyun realizes that her body has really recovered, which comes as a shock. Following this, bright lightning bolts reappear from above and strike where Kim Hyun is. In an attempt to dodge the strike, Kim Hyun unhappily clucks and the queen approaches him from the other side. Kim Hyun immediately seizes the moment and flies up to attack her with Juyi's staff. As he strikes, the staff hits something invisible and strange in front of the queen's face. Lowering the staff, Kim Hyun tries to analyze the situation and notices something towering in front of him. Kim Hyun realizes that a wall has appeared between him and the queen. At the same time, Mi Ren, wearing bloody clothes, continues her training with Hakiyako. The climber herself keeps watching her student and sighs wistfully. She thought that Mi Ren had made good progress, but it was hard to accept the mind of all the Ikai. At that moment, the apprentice turns to Hakiyako and shows her mad smile and black and red eyes. Eventually, from such manipulations, Mi Ren has lost her mind and shows it with her whole appearance. She will have to go to sleep again. In turn, Sun Wukong expresses his speculation that the queen has erected an earthen wall in front of her that he can't see. But Sun Wukong is sure that the energy is the same. Just the queen has made the wall invisible with the help of other karma. But the main problem isn't actually this wall. Sun Wukong asks Kim Hyeon to look at the queen again. Her regeneration power is just monstrous, probably because she channeled most of the karma into life force. Rubbing the back of his head, Kim Hyun is extremely unhappy that everything is so complicated and torturous. After that, he grasps Juyi's staff firmly, not willing to give up just yet. At this point, Kim Hyun realizes that all he has to do is beat the queen to the point where she can't recover. Initially, the queen wanted to keep Kim Hyun's body more intact, but it seems not to be fated. The queen is about to reveal her true colors as she opens her jaws to reveal her black tar. The monster then begins to bite itself on its own body to begin its transformation. Watching all this, Kim Hyun and the climbers are shocked because the queen is eating her own body. At this moment, the queen's torso is filled with bright energy and begins to glow even brighter. In addition, the queen's eyes become bloodshot and open unimaginably wide. Taking the strange and frightening orb, the queen threatens Kim Hyun that she's going to tear him to shreds. The strange creature then begins to spin around with its ball-shaped body and charge at Kim Hyun. With its thick and huge tentacles and claws, the queen manages to deliver devastating blows. Everything around only manages to wrap itself in chaos and horror accompanied by explosions from the attacks. In turn, Kim Hyun deftly dodges all attacks, but it does not let him relax. At that moment, the guy rises up again and is about to hit the queen, but in front of him is the same wall again. Then black lightning bolts start to appear behind the guy, which startle him. At this time, Kim Hyun's red magic energy comes in contact with the queen's dark energy. All over his body, especially in the guy's legs, his magical power starts to accumulate. Scooting his leg as high as possible in front of his face, Kim Hyun uses an unusual kick. This kick is the king's magic foot, which causes another powerful explosion. The queen's body remains lying motionless, as if the creature is showing no signs of life. At this point, a smug Kim Hyun leans over to her, hoping that everything has worked and the queen is dead. But no such luck, and her huge and sharp limbs are once again heading towards Kim Hyun. The tentacles begin to strike Kim Hyun repeatedly and endlessly, and he dodges. The queen herself is extremely unhappy with Kim Hyun's behavior and calls him various insults. Continuing to provoke the queen, Kim Hyun realizes that nothing will work and he must act for sure. Realizing his next move, Kim Hyun orders Juyi's staff to increase in size again. He is then going to crush the queen into incredibly small pieces and attacks. Building up red lightning energy in his body, Kim Hyun offers the queen something to test. With his endless attacks on the adjuster, Kim Hyun offers to see if she can withstand his endless blows with his staff. But the queen's body keeps constantly crumbling to pieces, and at the same moment she recovers. Looking around and noticing the sharp spikes, Kim Hyun bows out because nothing is working. Dodging another counterattack, Kim Hyun is extremely unhappy and realizes how annoying the queen is. The queen herself continues to spin in the air and accumulate dark magic power. As Kim Hyun watches the creature, he realizes that for a monster with a lot of karmas inside, it's not that powerful. At that moment, several ice balls appear in front of him, heading straight for him. Kim Hyun manages to fend off the oncoming ice balls with one deft move. After him, the same but different balls appear, enveloped in flames of fire. At this point, Kim Hyun even suspects that the creature is not the adjuster, because its attack pattern is very simple. As Kim Hyun continues to fend off the blows without end, he thinks of something else very important. As he watches the queen, he suspects that her regeneration power is too crazy. Watching the monster, Kim Hyun also realizes that he really shouldn't delay any further. At the same time, the blue dragon says that it's not worth it to waste his stamina, and that he should wrap it up as soon as possible. Running away from the queen, Kim Hyun anxiously appeals to the climbers not to just stand there and find the monster's weak spot. But Sun Wukong and the blue dragon thoughtfully say that there is no weakness, and that the queen's level is indeed close to immortal. After a moment, Sun Wukong says that he has noticed one rather strange thing. As Kim Hyun fights in sweat, Sun Wukong notices that judging by the size of the pockets, they are not collected in her body as he originally thought. As Kim Hyun dodges another blow, Sun Wukong says that there is a separate source that supplies the queen with the power of the karmas. At this point, Blue Dragon confirms his hunch, and Sun Wukong mocks what he's only just realized. At such moments, Blue Dragon thinks Sun Wukong's tricks are useful, but he assures Sun Wukong that it's just observation. The climbers then begin to argue, and Kim Hyun panics, demanding that they stop and find the source of the karmas' power. Suddenly, Kim Hyun starts to hear some strange sounds coming from somewhere outside. Suddenly, a huge fireball appears in front of Kim Hyun, shocking him. When the fireball starts to attack Kim Hyun, the guy again deftly dodges it, but realizes the level of high threat. Meanwhile, the blue dragon continues to watch, and at some point he notices something too. When he says that something is wrong, Kim Hyun panics and in anger starts to ask what is wrong and what is going on. The climber then claims that there is a faint energy between the pillar and the cliff, and Kim Hyun turns around. Turning back, the guy notices the tall rock surrounded by other rocks and ruins. Looking at the towering pillar, Kim Hyun realizes that it is the cliff that the blue dragon is talking about. Looking at the remaining pillar, Kim Hyun really wonders why everything around him is broken except for this pillar. At the same moment, the guy gets off his seat and heads straight for the pillar, and the queen notices. The tall stone pillar in its turn continues to stand and make quiet, barely audible sounds. And then the queen realizes that Kim Hyun has figured it out, and starts trying to stop him. Desperately trying to hold Kim Hyun back, the adjuster sends her lightning bolts and ice energy to freeze his feet. Judging by the queen's reaction, Kim Hyun is once again convinced that he is right, and there is really something to this pillar. The queen is about to say something to Kim Hyun, but she can't say a word out of anger. Kim Hyun smirks smugly and asks the worried queen what's wrong. Kim Hyun manages to break the stone pillar with a single kick from his foot, and then wonders if the queen thought he wouldn't find out. A small purple magic pebble begins to appear between the two broken stone pillars. This magical pebble is encased in some sort of protective sphere and shell. Looking at the discovered artifact, the blue dragon confirms that this is the source. Kim Hyun is delighted with the new object and holds out his palm to the stone. As soon as the queen notices this, she immediately starts to release all her spikes and tentacles to stop the guy. Unwilling to delay, a satisfied Kim Hyun grabs the magic stone to destroy it. As soon as the guy takes the stone in his hands, the shell around it disappears and cracks appear. In an instant, the magic stone cracks and breaks into several small crumbs of glass. At this time, the apprentice Mi Ren continues her attempts to train Hakiyako's karma in herself. Hakiyako herself is watching the girl and thinking anxiously. She realizes that a normal person would have already lost his mind, but not in the case of Mi Ren. The student herself does not stop, and even though she is sweaty and tired, she continues her training. Despite all the difficulties, Mi Ren manages to keep her sanity, albeit very weakly, but in her head constantly rushes various unpleasant and far from bright thoughts. This girl craves for madness, and the ascendant Hakiyako realizes that Mi Ren is still a bit difficult. Meanwhile, the queen watches Kim Hyun destroy her magic stone and can't believe it's possible. The queen becomes more and more aggressive and screams that Kim Hyun, as a mere mortal, has no right to touch her karma. Not willing to forgive him, the queen once again hurls all of her karmas at Kim Hyun. At this time, the blue dragon says that the stone was the main body, and Sun Wukong demands Kim Hyun to hurry up because the deadline is expiring. The guy himself knows and understands the situation, which makes his face look wary and worried. Dodging the blows, Kim Hyun realizes that if the time for using karma runs out and he doesn't make it in time, it will be a lot of fun. After a while of thinking, Kim Hyun makes a plan in his head and realizes what he needs to do. After that, clouds begin to spread across the battlefield. Noticing the strange and sudden thickening of the clouds, the queen starts screaming about what it is. Blue lightning bolts begin to appear from the clouds, which are directed at Kim Hyun's head and infuse him with energy. Raising his finger up and forming a ball over it, Kim Hyun is about to end the queen here and now. At this moment, the clouds begin to thicken and fly towards Kim Hyun's finger with Kim Hyun's magic ball. Watching all of this, the queen doesn't understand what kind of tricks the guy is pulling and asks what it is. Staring straight in the face of his danger, and all of Queen's pent-up karma Kim Hyun is about to confront. Real focus and confidence in his actions is evident on his face. Kim Hyun then calmly and carefully covers his eyes with a long sigh. Thinking back to his training with the Blue Dragon, Kim Hyun thinks of his words about imitation not being compared to the real Tao. First of all, Kim Hyun needs to launch the lightning energy into the sky, and he concentrates silently. After Kim Hyun does this, he should capture the space, as the Blue Dragon said. Everything should be done as if he was adding a drop of black ink to clear water, and not trying to make everything too perfect. In fact, it would be enough for Kim Hyun to touch the spreading clouds with his hand. But that's not all, and the guy once again covers his eyes to continue the task. In the end, he needs to send lightning bolts into all the places Kim Hyun's mind is rubbing, which he does. This is the lightning tree technique. At this time, student Mi-ren is still continuing her training and is breathing loudly and tiredly. Her entire body, including her arms, is stiff with fatigue, and it makes her feel shaky and wrenching. These intrusive thoughts of Mi-ren's craving for madness overwhelm her and put her in a stupor. She's tempted to give in to the impulse and asks herself if she hasn't had enough. Compared to her last time, she has definitely made progress, and this strength will be enough for her to realize her plans. Looking at her palms, the girl thinks about something again and pauses for a moment. She smirks slightly, baring her fangs, and asks herself if she can't go along with her desire. Immediately, the image of the master pops up in her mind, asking her why she's breaking her will and signing up for the life of a doll. Being unaware of what's happening, Mi-ren lowers her head and doesn't react to anything. But then at some point she notices her master appearing in front of her, and her eyes express surprise. Looking at the master who is towering in front of her on one of the pillars, Mi-ren realizes that it is her teacher. The master then asks her student the reason why the girl still doesn't believe in herself. He then suspects that it's because of her parents who are controlling her like a puppet. A surprised Mi-ren listens attentively, and with her mouth hanging open to the teacher's claims that her life has been like this from the beginning. In the end, the master tells her to forget it and destroy everything from birth, including her name. In turn, Mi-ren stands in a stupor and listens to the teacher say that it doesn't matter who she was on the surface, and she needs to erase the way she used to live. Finishing his address, the teacher says that Mi-ren must start over from here. Walking towards the girl, the master assures that the student must go her own way as herself and the real one. Stroking the girl's head, the master realizes that she will be uncomfortable without a name, so he gives her one. Continuing to stroke the girl's head, the master thinks about what to call his student. The image of the masked master is replaced by the face of Kim Hyun, who says that from now on the girl's name is Mi-ren. Mi-ren starts crying and realizes that her teacher always saves her. After escaping from her subconscious, Mi-ren returns to the alternate world to Hakiyako. Watching her student Hakiyako is greatly surprised and realizes that Mi-ren has succeeded. She actually sees Mi-ren crying and realizes that she has absorbed Yakai's mind. At this time, Kim Hyun manages to summon an incredible amount of lightning bolts to strike the queen. Her body is thrown backwards by a bright and powerful flash. The queen then falls to the ground, and her body continues to be struck by strong lightning bolts. She begins to squirm and shake, screaming that she is now in immense pain. Kim Hyun flies over to her and smirks because he didn't think the lightning tree would work so well. Kim Hyun has never used such a large-scale technique in his previous one-on-one fights, and it turns out to be very useful. All the while, the queen is suffering loudly and demonstratively from the fact that she is in pain and feels terrible. Kim Hyun, in turn, is surprised to see the queen writhing in pain and moaning. At this point, the guy realizes that her incredible regeneration is over, so he gets closer. Kim Hyun inserts his Juyi staff into the queen's mouth to calm her down. While the creature moans in pain and can't say a word because of the staff in its mouth, Kim Hen says he's going to make kebabs out of it. The guy then orders Juyi's staff to increase in size, and he simply destroys the queen's body with the stick. Having received such injuries and blows, the queen can't hold back her screams and grunts in pain. The battlefield ends with a bright flash of light. Eventually, Kim Hyun takes his form and is notified that he has defeated the conqueror who came down from the tower. Off to the side of the guy is a crystal that is shrouded in a transparent shell. This crystal is the key to the vault, but half of the information about it is not available for Kim Hyun to understand what it is. In general terms, Kim Hyun concludes that a secret place has been created to conduct experiments. As Kim Hyun examines the object, he realizes that since it is the creator's key, there is definitely something inside it, but it's all cloudy because of the strange waiting time. In the end, Kim Hyun thinks he'll take the crystal with him and ask Noah about it later. The guy then pulls out the Salto Cloud ring to use it and get the hell out of here. Immediately, a large and soft Salto Cloud flies out of the ring and takes Kim Hyun back home. Without a second's hesitation, the boy hops on the Salto Cloud to fly upwards. Standing on the Salto Cloud, Kim Hyun looks around to see where he's going. Slightly stressed out by the confusion, Kim Hyun sighs tiredly and wonders where the exit is. In response, the Blue Dragon says that the exit is in the south, which pleases Kim Hyun. The Blue Dragon then starts to quibble and says that he doesn't know where he is, which provokes Kim Hyun. Sun Wukong appears and kicks the blue dragon away, telling him that he needs to stand on the cloud and look at all the walls. At this time, Miren's apprentice takes her final appearance as Hakiyako and looks focused and calm. After that, the girl sighs tiredly but evenly, going to continue her training. At the same moment, the same ring of magical power that belongs to Hakiyako begins to appear around her. Somewhere off to the side, the strange and large leg of a creature with blue skin begins to be seen. In the other direction, the limbs of a skeleton and some kind of lizard can be seen. Miren ends up surrounded by a multitude of assorted monsters that do not attack her, but stand silently looking at the girl. After that, the monsters' bodies begin to exude their magical energy. All of this energy is sent directly into Miren's body in several streams. Suddenly, her mentor Hakiyako appears behind Miren and calls it perfect. She is pleased that Miren has learned how to control Hakiyako so quickly, and it's really unbelievable. There's nothing else for them to do here, so Hakiyako suggests they leave through the portal she created. But before they leave, Miren hesitates but can't gather the strength to say anything. At this point, Hakiyako realizes something is wrong and immediately asks Miren herself. Starting to feel embarrassed and fumbling with her fingers, Miren wants something but hesitates to ask. Eventually, she gathers her thoughts and asks Hakiyako to tell her about her secret weapon. But Hakiyako herself doesn't quite understand what she's talking about and asks again about her secret weapon. At this point, Miren realizes that it's not going to work and is about to leave, but Hakiyako stops her by telling her. When Hakiyako stammers about what secret weapon she's actually interested in, Miren is surprised that she has to choose one. Hakiyako replies that she's lived this long and has more than one secret weapon. At this point, Miren is mesmerized to hear that it's not as simple as she thinks, and depending on different factors, the weapon may be different. Hakiyako then begins to tell Miren, who listens to her with the utmost interest. At one point, the Ascender brings up some interesting information that leaves the student completely enthralled. In the end, both girls start to exclaim enthusiastically and smile in all their 32. Hakiyako then tells them to use the secret weapon in a certain direction. This is the basics of her secret weapon, and now the choice is up to Miren, and the girl asks for some guidance. In response, Hakiyako assures the student that she's not sure about it herself, but in the case of her teacher, there are two important things. The first is to attack a little bit at a time, but persistently, and the key word here is really persistently. When asked about this, Hakiyako says that in the process there will be an unusual atmosphere between a guy and a girl. Then Miren asks when exactly this will happen, and Hakiyako realizes that it's easier to explain something like this to a 5-year-old. The second method is the single shot. Imagining something in front of Miren, Hakiyako says it's risky. If it works out, the teacher will behave in a special way. Then Hakiyako pauses and Miren awkwardly waits for Miren to continue. Hakiyako then starts rubbing Miren's cheeks and says he will explain things to her in a much simpler way. In the end, the climber boils it down to either Miren doing it long but accurate, or doing it fast but risky, and the choice is hers alone. After hearing this, Miren gets a little lost and makes an awkward expression on her face, not even knowing what to say. In the end, Miren puts her hand to her chin thoughtfully and tries to deal with the agony of her choice. A new story about Kim Hyeon and Miren comes out. This time it was a warm spring day. Under the gentle rays of the sun, Kim Hyun looked lovingly at his student Miren. The two of them were looking at each other without even trying to look away or to take their eyes off each other. One of those people, Kim Hyun-woo, couldn't resist the gaze of his girlfriend, Miren. She was dumbfounded for a moment before giving in to the temptation that awaited her. In the end, she did close her eyes and let her eyes move on to the next stage. While Kumiho is reading the story with a satisfied face, Lee So-yeon awkwardly and embarrassingly averted her gaze out the car window. After that, the girl with an embarrassed face turns around again and gazes at her phone screen. Reading the new story about Kim Hyun and Miren kissing, Lee So-yeon can't hold back her embarrassed and awkward exclamation. Without realizing it, she read the last chapter and the whole thing isn't even true. Even though Miren is constantly around Kim Hyun, her face is always stone cold. As she continues to read the text, Lee So-yeon realizes that it's obviously fiction, but whoever is writing it is doing it incredibly well. At some point, Lee So-yeon's attention is distracted by a driver who tells her that they have arrived at the place. Lee So-yeon gets out of the car and closes the doors with a bang. The girls arrive at the Force Guild building in order to use the teleportation magic circle. Kumuho will then be able to show Lee So-yeon the 6-element connection circle she talked about yesterday. At some point, something distracts the girls from their conversation, and Lee So-yeon slightly turns around. All of a sudden, many masked warriors suddenly appear around them, guarding the area. At this moment, Lee So-yeon realizes that they are all direct servants of Miren, who are allowing them to enter inside. Kumiho suggests that they split up because the building is insanely huge. After a while of wandering around, Lee So-yeon stumbles into a room where strange noises are coming from. Without even knocking on the door, Lee So-yeon looks inside to see what it is. When she sees what's going on in front of her, Her face is distorted in horror and shock, and the room is filled with exclamations about the teacher. At this time, a climber named Doji makes his way to the first floor. Looking around, he tries to realize where he is and sees the body of some creature in front of him. Kicking the unknown body with his feet, the climber suspects that it is an examiner who for some unknown reason is lying on the ground. Suddenly a voice comes from behind Doji, asking who is here. At that moment, the cocky Kim Hyun appears and starts to approach the new climber. Then Doji tries to figure out if the guy is an examiner, but Kim Hyun just grudgingly denies the fact. In response, the climber smirks and tells Kim Hyun that he's a brave enough guy. Before that, Doji had heard that there were many interesting types in the tower, and it's likely that he was indeed being told the truth. But Kim Hyun is not interested in what the climber is saying to him because he is tired and exhausted. When the climber says that he likes the guy's insolence, Kim Hyun just kicks him in the head with his foot. With one single blow, the guy manages to put the red goblin-like climber on the ground. After that, Blue Dragon and Sun Wukong from his subconscious asks Kim Hyun to climb further as soon as possible and stop with the bullying. At this time, student Mi Ren is in her room practicing the graceful curves of her body. While trying to make a beautiful and graceful pose, Mi Ren realizes that she needs to bend more and raise the hemline. The girl is talking to herself, but Hakiyako is actually talking back to her. Lee Seo-yoon is in a stupor at this time. Training his behavior in curves, Mi Ren is about to turn back to the shocked Lee Seo-yoon. Lee Seo-yoon herself can't come to her senses, and thinks that either she's been reading fanfics, or Mi Ren is completely crazy. Mi Ren turns around and realizes that Lee Seo-yoon who came here saw what she was doing. In an instant, the student's appearance changes, and she becomes a resentful and enraged Hakiyako. At this moment, a huge and muscular tiger appears behind her back and is ready to pounce on Lee Seo-yoon. Since she is a fellow teacher of Kim Hyun, Mi Ren promises not to take her life. However, despite all of this, what Lee So-yeon sees here must not be leaked to the world. Mi Ryong then orders his tiger buck to bite Lee So-yeon lightly to erase her memory. But Lee So-yeon insists that she really didn't see anything when Tiger Baku approaches her. Despite Lee So-yeon's excuses, Mi Ren is not ready to give in to her and only grins in response. When the tiger pounces on Lee So-yeon Mi Ren, he promises her that he will take away all her memories. Lee So-yeon doesn't even try to fight back and is stunned, but nothing happens. When the tiger almost catches up to Lee So-yeon, there are exclamations that the girl did nothing. Mi Ren's appearance changes again, and she returns to her body to try to calm herself down. In the end, Mi Ren refuses to erase Lee Seo-yoon's memory, which makes the girl genuinely and tearfully happy. But in return, the student is about to demand something, and Lee So-yeon reacts instantly by asking what she means. Pointing her finger at the girl, Mi Ren tells Lee Seo-yoon that she should help her with something. Meanwhile, the second student, Hana Rin, is in the library, continuing her training. She is surrounded by many large and beautiful old cabinets that are filled with books. At some point, the girl seems to turn to the books and gives them an order to start. In an instant, all the books from the shelves begin to fly through the space, creating a kind of chaos in the library. After a while, Hana Rin gives another order and this time demands the books to stop. One of the flying books stops above Hana Rin's head and will not return to its place. The girl herself is already ordering the books to return to their places, which they obediently do. In droves, the books go back to their places on the various shelves and in the various cabinets. But the same blue book does not want to listen to Hana Rin and remains hanging in the air. After that, the book suddenly falls on Hana Rin's head at one point, and it annoys Hana Rin a lot. Eventually, the rest of the books also stop listening and fall to the floor in a heap. The library ends up in chaos with a huge pile of books on the floor. The Book of Soul Language appears and orders the rest of the books to clean up and disappear. At this point, she realizes that Hana Rin is still a bit heavy at the fourth step, but she manages to quickly learn the new power. Suddenly, Hana Rin grabs the Soul Language book as if she was going to tear it in half with anger. The aggressive Hana Rin then starts to ask why the book didn't remove something right away, but she doesn't quite know what it's talking about. At this time, the book itself starts explaining itself and making excuses trying to stop Hana Rin from tearing it up. Eventually, the girl lets the creature go and assures it that even before she met the book, she was using this ability. Previously, Hana Rin's space capture was incomplete, so she will be able to move on to the next stage. These words make Hana Rin interested. The book says that capturing the mind inside the space is the ability to control everything in it. Hearing this, the girl smiles lightly and faintly, agreeing to continue. At this moment, Hana Rin is thinking that it is only a matter of time before she beats Mi Ren. In the meantime, the Guardian Guild continues to be fully operational. Anya brings in a pile of documents, wondering where the head of the guild is. They have a mountain of documents to approve, and Shu Hyeon assures Anya that Kim Hyeon obviously has some important business elsewhere. The guy then asks Anya if there are any accounting materials for the first half of the year, and the girl agrees. When Anya holds out a stack of documents to Sha Hen, their hands touch each other. At that moment, Shu Heng's love spark comes out and he whispers Anya's name. Anya feels the same way and says Xu Heng's name back. There is an awkward pause in which they begin to justify themselves to each other, promising that they will go on a date soon. After that, the smiling Anya turns to Xu Heng and is about to say something to him, but stops. At the same moment, without wasting a second, Xu Haiyan leans in to kiss her. Their friends Li Xiaoyun and Xiao Quan fly into the office and happily announce that they are here to help. But the two of them disturb Xu Haiyan and Ani's lovemaking and upset them with their appearance. At this time, Kim Hyun returns to Noah's Ark, which lives inside the training tower. Noah meets him there, but Kim Hyun first gives him the key he got from the tuner. He awkwardly and incredulously asks if the girl is really the tuner, but Noah doesn't understand. At this point, Kim Hyun tells him that the monster was like a mess of climbers' pockets, and Noah is shocked that she's gotten to this point. Remembering the adjuster, the creator says that the original goal was to create omnipotent karma, but she ended up stealing other people's karma. Kim Hyun then wonders why everyone connected to the tower is a real psycho, but it's not important and he should go back to the key. Noah tells him that it's better to find out after Kim Hyun visits the vault, which he does by looking at the key. Suddenly, a notice appears in front of Kim Hyun's face that it is now possible to use the key to the vault. Kim Hyeon realizes that he has managed to get a pass with the help of an artifact. After a while, the notice about the vault key disappears without a trace, vanishing into thin air. Kim Hyun suddenly begins to move somewhere else, surprising him a bit. When he finishes his teleportation, he is stunned by what he sees in front of him. A whole host of petrified climbers that were once alive appear in front of him. A statue of the petrified Martin Brand, whom he also once defeated, catches his attention. At the same time, Kumiho is at the Aaron Guild's training ground, rejoicing at the work he has done. With her is Lee So-eun, who is stretching her arms tiredly and listening to Kumiho's excitement. Kumiho then says that even though Lee Seo-yoon has been getting help from the system lately, the progress is so great that it's striking. In response, Lee So-yeon gives Lisa a treat and pleases her, and then opens her window of information. Examining her characteristics, Lee So-eun realizes that in just 2 weeks her mana has increased from S+ rank to S++. Normally, the limits are determined while still in the tower, so when you leave the tower, your progress slows down. But now it's just an incredible increase for her. Distracting Lee Seo-yeon from her thoughts, Kumiho says that they should go now, but she doesn't understand why she's in such a hurry. In response, a pleased Kumiho reminds her that Miren's mistress asked Lee Seo-yoon for something. Lee Seo-yoon's face immediately changes as if he wants to forget about it once and for all. At this time, Kim Hyun starts to hit the statue with his fist to make sure it's not alive and is really just a fossil. Examining the petrified bodies of the climbers in front of him, Kim Hyun wonders how they are supposed to help him at all. Then something catches his attention and he turns to the side with a surprised face. There he notices another statue that belongs to the heavenly demon Chunma. In response to the guy's question, Sun Wukong tells him that all he sees in front of him is the body of a climber. Even though it looks like a simple stone statue, its body still carries the karma of the ascendant. As the boy wanders among the dead climbers, Sun Wukong asks him to look ahead. When Kim Hyun turns to look in the right direction, he sees something that makes him genuinely surprised. In front of him are the same petrified statues of Sun Wukong, and even the conqueror Chan Wuchi. In addition to all the others, the conqueror of the ice crystals, whom Kim Hyun had recently exterminated, is also here. At this moment, Sun Wukong realizes that everyone who died in the tower is here, and Blue Dragon thinks his body is also here. When Kim Hyun asks where exactly the body is, the Blue Dragon asks him to lift his head up. Lifting his head up, the guy does indeed observe the huge petrified body of the Blue Dragon above him. Time then runs out, and the guy goes back to Noah's Ark where Noah asks him if he went to the vault. Kim Hyun replies that there are a lot of ascension shells in there and he doesn't see the point of it. But Noah confirms that it doesn't make any sense yet, but there is some other but. Then the creator suddenly says that all these climbers could become allies of Kim Hyun. Following that, the man pulls out a strange and small glowing ball from his pocket. Looking at the ball in Noah's hands, Kim Hyun recognizes that this is the thing that will make the statement come true. When Kim Hyun realizes the outcome of the events, he gets excited and asks what he needs to do to make it happen. Noah then suddenly says that Kim Hyun needs to convince the climbers to side with him. When the guy hears this, he is stunned because he thought it would be much easier. In response, Kim Hyun assumes that he'll have to convince the climbers with his fists. But that's not what Noah really meant. But Kim Hyun is not happy about it and asks if there is no other way. All the while, the creator holds a strange artifact in his hands, waiting for the guy to agree to do the deed. The creator then says that the method itself is not really that difficult. You should go to the Ascenders in the imaginary space, talk to them, then put their spiritual bodies in the stone, and then go to the vault. The most important thing in all this is to really and truly convince the Ascenders. So says the creator, smiling radiantly. Kim Hyun himself does not consider it a simple task and sarcastically mocks Noah's words. Remembering all the climbers he's met along the way, Kim Hyun wonders if he can do such a thing. For some time, Kim Hyun ponders what he will have to do to convince the climbers. At some point, he gets an idea that makes him jump up from the table with joy. This time, Kim Hyun suggests reviving Sun Wukong and the Blue Dragon, since they have been with him for a long time and it would be easy to convince them. Noah asks what Kim Hyun is going to do in this case, but the guy doesn't understand this strange question. Since Kim Hyun has contact with Sun Wukong, when the Ascendant's body is revived, his karma will return to its original owner. Simply put, in that case, Kim Hyun will no longer be able to use Sun Wukong's karma in himself. What about the Blue Dragon is that the Ascender has given his karma to Kim Hyun in its entirety. Noah then says that the Blue Dragon will be reborn without karma, in which case he won't be of much help. At this point, Kim Hyun realizes that he can't throw away the Blue Dragon's karma because he still needs it. As a result, Kim Hyun collapses on the table and realizes that instead of getting rid of an important tower figure, he's got a lot more problems. In response, Noah says to change the tower, the meeting with the adjuster was necessary, and he just got over the inevitable a little faster. Kim Hyun then asks how things are going with the search for Av, to which Noah replies that he has something in the works, but will have to wait a bit longer. Moreover, Noah has done what Kim Hyun asked him to do, so he holds out a device for him to move. Now the entrance is available to Kim Hyun simply by the passage of time. Now we have to wait, because with Noah's help, the boy will find Av soon. After the meeting with the creator, Kim Hyun returns to his apartment, where he has not been for a long time. There the guy does his business and pokes his finger at his phone while talking about something with the climbers. They discuss that if Kim Hyun resurrects Sun Wukong and Blue Dragon, he won't be able to use their karmas. Kim Hyun then realizes that the Ascenders did not hear the conversation with Noah and Noah's Ark, as if there were some kind of jamming device. Kim Hyun eventually reduces the conversation to wondering if there is a way to use the Ascenders' power if he resurrects them. Sun Wukong responds with a thumbs up and assures the guy that there is indeed such a way. Sun Wukong then says that he should do the same thing as he did when he got the Salto Cloud, but Kim Hyun is furious about this. After hearing all of this, the Blue Dragon comes into the conversation and says that there is another way. When Blue Dragon says this, he grins his fangs and pauses for a moment. At that moment, the door to the room opens, and Lee Seo-yoon and Kumuho walk in and greet Kim Hyun cheerfully. When asked if Kim Hyun has taken care of things, he calmly replies that he's done everything he can and had the opportunity to do so far. After that, Lee Seo-yoon starts smiling and is about to sit down on the couch to discuss something with Kim Hyun. As she sits down on the couch, the girl tells him that 2 weeks ago, her performance points started to skyrocket. She wonders what it is and why. Kim Hyun asks if Lee So-yeon has asked Sho Hyun about it, but he doesn't know. When Kim Hyeon hears that Shi Hyeon has had a similar experience, he puts his hand to his chin and thinks about something. At this point, he suspects that it's related to the destruction of the tuner, but it hasn't even been a week, so the timing doesn't match up. All the while, Lee Seo-yoon is watching Kim Hyun's pensive face with darting eyes. At one point, the girl gets a little tense from the awkwardness and turns to Kim Hyun. As she is about to ask something, the hands lying on the couch start to sweat and shake slightly. Eventually, Lee So-yoon gathers her strength and asks Kim Hyun what his ideal type is. Kim Hyun is stunned by the question and asks what Lee Seo-yoon just said to him. An awkward pause hangs in the air between the two for a moment. All the while, Kim Hyun stares at his friend with slight incomprehension and waits for her answer. Then he asks her again what she means, but Lee Seo-yoon is already nervous and just asks her to describe her ideal. Again, there is an awkward pause in the air and the guy still doesn't answer her question. When Kim Hyun is about to ask about Lee So-yoon's liking, the girl immediately shuts him up and tells him not to talk nonsense. Kim Hyun then asks what she wants the information for, and if she needs it for the interview, the girl freaks out and denies it. In a twist of fate, Kim Hyun asks again what it's for, and Lee Seo-yoon starts threateningly demanding that he tell her everything. At this point, Kim Hyun really thinks about what his ideal type of girl was. At this time, Sun Wukong says that the first Celestial was the best, and Blue Dragon demands him not to denigrate the girl like that. In response, Sun Wukong doubts the sanctity of the Blue Dragon, but it is obvious because he is the guardian of one side of the world. Sun Wukong then tells him that the fourth Celestial came to him, and the Blue Dragon demands not to defile the daughter of the Jade Emperor. Sun Wukong ends up reminding the Blue Dragon how he almost had his karma stolen while having fun with the younger one. This provokes the Ascendant. Eventually, it comes down to the two of them starting to bicker and argue amongst themselves while Kim Hyun continues to brood. At some point, a realization comes into the guy's head, and he finally realizes the perfect type he's dreaming of. Lee Seo-yoon notices Kim Hyun's reaction and is mesmerized when he asks if he has a type. After a while, Kim Hyun turns his phone screen toward the girl to show some photo. As soon as Lee So-yoon sees what Kim Hyun is showing her, her face immediately changes and expresses shock. In Noah's Ark, Noah is talking to himself and looking at the sphere. He asks himself if Kim Hyun has decided who he is going to resurrect. At that moment, a reminder pops into his head and he is distracted by something. Noah then turns around and looks at the magic circle in the middle of the room. Following this, the creator immediately gets up from his desk and is about to head towards the circle. At this time, he tries to step as carefully as possible and almost on tiptoe. Coming as close as possible to the magic circle, Noah starts to draw something on it with his finger. Drawing something on the magic circle, a notification appears in front of the creator. Noah examines the image and wonders why Av from the system room doesn't want to see Kim Hyun. Av herself asks the creator not to say anything to the Guardian because when the time comes, she will find him herself. At the same time, in the apartment of Miren's student, the girl is talking to Haki Yako inside her. Miren herself is once again carefully considering something before coming to any conclusions. In response, Haki Yako begins to suspect that Miren is afraid of something, but the girl indignantly denies it. At this time, Haki Yako thinks that Miren is worried that if something goes wrong, her relationship with her teacher may be frayed. Haki Yako then asks Miren to lend her body for a while, but the girl doesn't understand why. In response, the climber says that he will charm Kim Hyun in 10 hours, but Miren is not happy with the outcome. At some point, Lee Seo-yoon arrives and Miren agrees to let the girl enter the room. At the same moment, the doors to her apartment begin to open quietly and unhurriedly. Lee Seo-yoon appears at the door and reports that she has found out Kim Hyun's teacher's preferences. She then turns her phone screen to show Miren what she has seen. When Miren sees the image that is shown, she is also stunned to realize what Kim Hyun likes. At this time, the henchman reports to his master that there has been a sudden lockdown of 12 of the 13 floors. When he hears this, the man wonders why it happened and why someone would do such a thing. The henchman tells him that they have not been able to find out the reason for this yet. He then says that the gentleman should know that only one person has the right to close the door. As soon as the Lord hears this, he starts laughing because he realizes who exactly he is talking about. At the same time, he remembers Av because it is impossible to exclude such a possibility. Tapping his fingers on the chair, the Lord thought that she was finished, but apparently Av managed to survive somehow. Then the minion doesn't understand what the Lord means when he says that Av is really in league with the irregulars. Continuing his thought, the Lord concentrates the dark energy in his hands and releases it. He is already saying that until the irregular comes here, he will just wait. Now he is breaking the wall with his energy. At this point, the alarmed minion turns around to see the cracked wall. The Lord himself is not going to use any tricks, but immediately sits up and concentrates purple lightning in his palm. He then begins to smirk, saying that this time the irregular has too many helpers attached to him. This time the Lord is going to help, and the minion doesn't know if he means it or not. Concentrating the energy in his hand, the Lord says that Av closed the floors for a while because she wanted to stall for time. She knew he'd be coming down. In that case, they're going to use another location. Saying that, the man smirks madly. At this time, Kim Hyun continues to sit in his apartment and asks Blue Dragon what method he told him about. In response, the Ascendant says that he wanted to suggest studying their karmas at the same time. There is a trick that will make it possible and moreover fast, but this option still stresses Kim Hyun. To do all this, the guy needs to use a spatial time circle. It's a special technique that twists time into space. It divides you into several parts for simultaneous training. Then Blue Dragon says it's not the body, but the mind, because Kim Hyun has already imagined things. If you divide Kim Hyun's mind into 5 parts, you can train 5 karmas at once. That's already appealing to a guy. To summarize, the Blue Dragon says that this method is quite dangerous. Kim Hyun tenses up again and asks what the danger is. Sun Wukong enters the conversation and asks Kim Hyun to rack his brains. Even though sharing increases the amount of training, there's a problem. When he says that the expenditure of spiritual power will also become more, Kim Hyun finally feels sorry for himself. To give an example, the fatigue from one Salto Cloud was 10 years, but with 5 karmas, 10 years would turn into 50 years. The Blue Dragon then surprisingly agrees with Sun Wukong, assuring Kim Hyun that he is right. When practicing in the imaginary space, physical fatigue doesn't accumulate, but mental pain does. At this point, Kim Hyun realizes that everything depends on his spiritual strength, and the climbers confirm it. Now the best option is to split the mind in 2. This again hits Kim Hyun with a shocking shock. Sun Wukong responds by saying that there is no other way, and this training will be different from the previous ones. The point is that Kim Hyun's task is to get Sun Wukong's and the Blue Dragon's karmas. Stressing once again, Kim Hyun leans on the back of the couch and realizes that this is all quite a complicated topic. The climbers then suddenly ask if what Kim Hyun has shown is true, but he doesn't understand what it's about. In response, Sun Wukong asks about the perfect type, and Kim Hyun doesn't know what to say at first. Sun Wukong turns away and scoffs, because the perfect type is just the perfect type. Kim Hyun is not pleased at this provocation. The climbers begin to discuss the type among themselves, and Kim Hyun tenses up again because they are discussing it among themselves without his knowledge. Remembering the girl from the picture they saw, the climbers are a bit surprised. In their opinion, she looked a little out of place, and Kim Hyun claims that it's because he made it all up. In order to get away from him, Kim Hyun invented everything and showed the game screen because in fact, the perfect type does not exist. After that, the climbers start whispering anyway, doubting that Kim Hyun is telling them the truth. Remembering both of Kim Hyun's students, they think that the girl in the picture looks just like them. Meanwhile, Hakiyako, who has her horns out, thinks that teacher Mi-ren is a rather unconventional person. In the end, it turns out that his ideal type is also unusual. Mi-ren realizes that all the previous methods didn't work for this reason. With a grin and a slight chuckle, Hakiyako states that she doesn't know what defeat is. The climber then instructs Mi-ray to immediately prepare everything that was previously agreed upon. Following this, Hakiyako begins handing out instructions on what to do, where, and how to do it, and Mi-ren listens obediently and attentively. As soon as she listens to everything she needs to do, the girl starts to tense up. 3 days later, Lee Seo-yoon is on her phone again, reading a fanfic about Mi-ren and Kim Hyeon. As she sips her coffee, she can't tear herself away from her phone screen, wondering what's going to happen next. Lee Seo-yoon laughs as she thinks about what she's reading, because she's starting to realize something. It seems to her that the fanfic matches the real situation, and that Mi-ryung and Kim Hyun are really like that. Thinking back to the picture that Kim Hyun showed her, Lee Seo-yoon is sure that it was just a diversion. But if Lee Seo-yeon had gone to Mi-ren empty-handed, then remembering her terrifying face, she realizes that the outcome is even scary to imagine. She takes another sip and reassures herself that she has done everything she was asked to do. On this sunny afternoon, Kim Hyun goes to Mi-ryung's house. There, the guy folds his hands in front of him and speaks seriously to his student. In response, the girl smiles and behaves as obediently as usual. When asked what it is, the student tells Kim Hyun that she brought a mountain of alcohol here. After that, the boy is silent for a moment and looks at his student with incomprehension. Kim Hyun is getting tenser and tenser with each passing second during the inspection. In turn, Mi-ren's student has changed her clothes and is dressed quite openly. Her hands are wearing rather unusual gloves and her feet are wearing high boots. Mi-ren's head is covered with 2 thick ponytails tied with some ears. Kim Hyun asks Mi-ren why she is dressed like that, but the embarrassed Mi-ren doesn't answer her teacher at first, but just stares at the floor and smiles. At this time, Kim Hyun suspects that Mi-ren is into cosplay, but doesn't understand why she would show it to him. After that, the girl suddenly starts pouring alcohol into a glass with ice. Mi-ren then holds it out to her teacher, who flatly refuses to accept the drink. Kim Hyun raises her head and asks what she wants. The girl asks Kim Hyun to take a glass of alcohol and drink while trying to keep a low profile. All the while, Kim Hyun doesn't know what's going on and Mi-ren tries to get him to drink the alcohol. At one point, she even makes adorable eyes at Kim Hyun to persuade him to do it. But Kim Hyun still doesn't understand what's going on and doesn't want to drink alcohol. In turn, Hakiyako grabs her head and realizes that she had suspicions that it would happen this way. When asked why Mi-ren is spiking Kim Hyun's alcohol, the girl thinks she just did what Hakiyako told her to do. All the while, the climber is watching what's going on between Mi-ren and Kim Hyun. If it was all about alcohol, Hakiyako wouldn't be talking to Mi-ren. But Mi-ren doesn't quite understand what she has done wrong, and the climber asks if she understands what this is all about. Mi-ren presents the image of a satisfied Kim Hyun and replies that she needs to get her teacher drunk and cement the relationship between them. Hakiyako then clarifies that 1 drink will not be enough, and this makes Mi-ren very tense. For a while, the girl stands in a stupor and does nothing, not even moving. Kim Hyun observes her student and tries to understand what's wrong with her and what's going on. First the cosplay, now Mi-ren offers him a drink. Kim Hyun doesn't mind because the girl is of legal age. After that, suspicions creep into his head that Mi-ren just wants to relax after all that has happened. Still pondering the situation, Kim Hyun stares at the glass the student holds out to him. Looking at the iced drink, the guy realizes that it looks very, very strong. In the end, Kim Hyun takes the glass, intending to get it all over with as quickly as possible. Kim Hyun takes the glass and drinks the alcohol in 1 gulp. As Kim Hyun swallows the contents, he can't recover because it tastes disgusting. At that moment, Hakiyako shouts to Mi-ren that this is the moment to act. She assures Mi-ren that she should press Kim Hyun and offer him another glass and then talk to him. But then Hakiyako realizes that it's all a complete failure and assures Mi-ren not to talk. In order not to arouse any suspicion, Hakiyako says that it's time for Mi-ren to make her choice. But Mi-ren doesn't understand the decision. Hakiyako tells her that there are 2 choices. The first choice is to stop at all of this. But when Hakiyako starts to stutter about the second option, she stops and pauses. Eventually, the climber offers Mi-ren a drink herself. This offer shocks the student. Hakiyako then argues that if Mi-ren is not sure she can take down her enemy, she should fall herself, and that is plan B. If the girl gives Kim Hyun a little hint, that will be enough. Leaning towards teacher, Mi-ren is about to act, but at some point she becomes dazed again and starts thinking about what if something goes wrong. Hakiyako says that this is the best chance until the other student is around, and that Mi-ren shouldn't just give up. Mi-ren then abruptly jumps up and turns to the teacher, and Kim Hyun asks if she's joking with him or not. In the end, Mi-ren unemotionally asks Kim Hyun to wait for her here for just 3 minutes. Once the guy agrees, Mi-ren thanks him and is about to leave the room holding back her emotions. Suddenly, a notification pops up in front of Kim Hyun's face inviting the system to the system room. When the guy sees it, he immediately gets excited and widens his eyes in surprise. Without a second thought, Kim Hyun accepts the invitation and immediately moves into the system room. The space around looks exactly the same as it looked here before. There are decorations and flowers arranged everywhere. Somewhere in the shadows of the room, the dark silhouette of the assistant who sits here can be seen. After that, Assistant Av herself appears and greets Kim Hyun with a big smile on her face. Kim Hyun can't believe his assistant at first. Av nods slightly in response and continues to smile warmly at Kim Hyun. After a moment of thought, Kim Hyun clenches his fist and punches the girl right on the head. Av herself doesn't realize why she just got hit on the head, and the guy says he's a little suspicious of her. After that, the girl starts to express her displeasure that every meeting starts with violence. But after the punch, Kim Hyun reaches out and lovingly strokes her head. Eventually, Kim Hyun tells her that there is much he would like to tell her. A confused Av confirms this and tells her that she has things to report that she couldn't explain before. After that, the guy plops down on the couch and asks what kind of things the assistant is talking about. But before that, she wants to introduce herself because Kim Hyun has already heard about her from the creator. At that moment, Av starts to say that she is one of the 5 people in charge of the floor, and Kim Hyun listens to her with a smile on her face. She says that she is the one who keeps an eye on all the parallel worlds and ensures the balance. Av summarizes her story by saying that she is the summator, just as the creator said. At this time, the werewolf who was supposed to be the examiner wakes up on the first floor of the tower. He looks around trying to understand what is going on here, and then he notices something extremely surprising. Right in front of him, a strange chest falls from the sky, leaving behind a small explosion. At that moment, the werewolf realizes that it is a means of communication with the upper floors of the tower. The wolf then begins to read what it says that from now on the first floor's test will be removed and it is necessary to start from the 9th floor. While the werewolf is engrossed in studying the communication tool behind him, another climber comes to his senses. Before he can regain consciousness, the red goblin becomes aggressive and destroys everything in his path. Destroying everything around him, he starts shouting insulting remarks about a certain person. The werewolf realizes who he's talking about and tells the climber that he's probably gone up the tower since the man is no longer here. At this time, Kim Hyun and Av discuss the fact that Av didn't know who she was until she reached a high level of information. Kim Hyun learns that the girl had to destroy herself and asks why she did it. But the assistant promises him that she will explain everything a little later, and now it's time to discuss the current situation. At this time, in Kim Hyun's apartment that Mi-ren built for him, the student returns to the room. After drinking enough alcohol, she returns and starts hiccuping loudly. Embarrassed and feeling awkward, she starts talking about how she is now mentally prepared. After that, Mi-ren slowly opens her eyes to look at her master. But as she looks around the couch in front of her, she realizes that Kim Hyun is no longer there. Disappointed, the student grabs a bottle and starts drinking to numb her pain. At that moment, Mi-ren realizes that she really screwed up and missed her teacher. As Hakiyako watches, he turns to Mi-ren and urges her to stop grabbing bottles and drinking. When the climber says that the teacher has escaped, Mi-ren seems to get even stronger and sweatier than before. After a while, one of Mi-ren's henchmen enters the room to report something. He then tells his mistress that another climber is about to appear. Hearing this, the girl smirks and asks if it's true. Filling her body with incredible rage and anger, Mi-ren is happy about this because she is just in a very bad mood. With her eyes burning red, Mi-ren is about to face the intruder properly. At this time, Kim Hyun is surprised that Assistant Av somehow managed to close the floor. The confident and calm girl confirms what she just said. She then tells him that after Kim Hyun got the highest level of access, she regained her memories. At that moment, the assistant learned about the current situation in the tower and that the Ascenders are trying to destroy Kim Hyun. Another thing Av learned was that the 9th floor might be destroyed soon. Eventually, the assistant closed that floor and it became difficult for her to contact Kim Hyun. When asked how long all this will last, Avi replies that everything will take about 1 or 2 months. At this point, the guy realizes that the girl is not giving him the most accurate time. The assistant puffs up her cheeks and assures Kim Hyun that she has done her best. Because of her escape from the 3 creators who tried to get rid of her, Av had to put a limit on her memory to preserve her power. So now she's completely incomplete. It's kind of like a power-saving mode. Kim Hyun is about to summarize all of this and realizes that this is the whole point. Then the guy says that when the floor opens, a whole bunch of invaders will come here, so we should prepare in advance. In response, Av confirms his hunch and says that people will be needed for protection. Folding her hands in front of her, the assistant reminds Kim Hyun that the invaders can't come down. But when Av says that it's easy for the conquerors to go up, Kim Hyun tenses up. Among other things, the assistant thinks that the number of conquerors will increase exponentially. When asked why, Av says that there has been a change in the tower and the designer has taken away her powers by linking the 1st floor to the 9th floor. At this time, The awakened ascender rushes forward and destroys the goblins on his way, pressing them into the ground with his feet. The red goblin-like climber can't contain his emotions and shouts that he will destroy Kim Hyun. As the ascender approaches the magic portal, he hesitates and thinks for a while before entering it. After a while, he makes it through the portal and appears on the 9th floor. As soon as the ascender makes his way here, something begins to stress him enough to bring sweat to his face. He feels the energy surpassing him. At that moment, the apprentice Miren appears and takes the form of the ascender Hakiyako. After that, the girl turns to the goblin and in a serious tone demands him to hold on as long as possible. The climber himself does not understand who she is and what she is telling him. In turn, Miren clenches his fist tightly and strongly, thus showing his anger and rage. The girl then swings at the climber, intending to destroy him in order to reduce her anger by 1 milligram. At the same time, Kim Hyun hears Av say that the floors of the tower are interconnected and any climber can go up. Remembering the aftermath of the battle with the ice crystals, Kim Hyun realizes that one climber has made a mess of this place, and now a whole herd of them will come here. Then he anxiously wonders if there are people who can help him with all this. Hanarin Miren, with the karma of Hakiyako Shi-hyun, who was trained by the heavenly demon Chanma and Kumiho, respectively, come to mind. Av summarizes that there will be 10 people a day, and in addition, those who have already ascended will come along with them. Kim Hyun is shocked. The assistant then says that it was a good idea to destroy the adjuster once and for all. Thinking about the consequences, the assistant says that in that case, her undead subordinates would have risen along with the adjuster. Av also says that those whose ascension was unsuccessful recover in a certain period of time. Kim Hyun is still listening anxiously. At one point, the guy remembers the imaginary space his mentor Chanma is in. When asked why Chanma was there, the man's only response was that he was waiting for something. That's what those words meant back then. Meanwhile, Miren continues to confront the climber and demands him to revive more quickly. Saying that they are not done yet, the girl throws her leg up to swing and deliver another blow. After a strong and powerful blow, the goblin begins to back away, unable to stand on his feet. But eventually he manages to do so, and the climber rejoices that he has successfully dodged the blow. Miren appears behind him, smirking and telling him to keep dodging because it will be more interesting. Turning back and looking at Miren, the climber becomes nervous and anxious again. After a small amount of time, Miren takes the climber's life and leaves his body lying on the ground. At this time, Miren herself does not even have the desire to talk to Hakiyako, who asks about her well-being. Hakiyako then asks a disgruntled and pouting Miren why she is so angry. But the girl reacts very sharply, thinking that the climber is mocking her by asking such questions. Hakiyako tells her that they got the teacher to pay attention to her, so she should be happy. Miren immediately changes her face as if rethinking what happened. Remembering Kim Hyun Haki's behavior, Yako assures Miren that she was not interested in her teacher before. In response, Miren becomes aggressive again and asks what's wrong and how it affects the situation. But Hakiyako is sure that's the whole point. With a thumbs up, she tells Miren that. Thinking back further, Hakiyako says that Kim Hyun used to blatantly ignore Miren before, but now for the first time he's running away. Opening her red eyes wide, Hakiyako finishes by saying that such an action is not of the mind. When the climber informs Miren that she cares for her teacher, the girl is sharply embarrassed and can't believe it. Trying to get rid of and hide her embarrassment, Miren doesn't know where to look. At this moment, the climber who came here turns out to be alive and was just pretending all this time. Taking advantage of the moment while Miren is dealing with his feelings and thoughts, he jumps out of his seat and makes a run for it. Smirking a crazy smile, Miren grinds his teeth and remembers his master. The girl then crushes the climber and makes an awkward pose to say that her teacher cares about her. At this time, Kim Hyun returns to his apartment at night where he discusses with Blue Dragon that he wants to use the spatial time circle. Lying on his bed, Kim Hyun searches for something on his phone while Blue Dragon reminds him that it will take a month or so. Knowing this, Kim Hyun confirms this to the Ascendant, then flips through the contact book on his phone. Right now, the guy starts his preparations for what is about to happen. At this time at the International Sunset Hunters Association, a call comes in to Senator Liam from Kim Hyun. Asking how the guy is doing now, the senator smiles and clarifies what business the guy is calling him about. As soon as Kim Hyun tells him that a lot of disasters are about to happen, Liam's face changes. Kim Hyun himself says on the phone that he wanted to discuss taking action, but Liam already knew about it, which surprises Kim Hyun. The senator was just about to call the guy about it. According to him, the association has developed one item that allows them to learn detailed information about disasters. After the first activation, as many as 7 disaster spots showed up on the radar. One of them is expected in 8 hours. Following this, Liam tells that the situation has improved due to the increase in global hunter numbers. Remembering Lee So Yoon's words, Kim Hyun realizes that the phenomenon of improved performance is widespread. Kim Hyun then tells Liam that they can count on their help, thinking that such forces are now to their advantage. Once Kim Hyun and the senator have finalized the details, The guy hangs up the phone because the first thing is done. After that, the guy opens the contact book again because now the matter has to be solved with his guys. After that, early in the morning, Kim Hyun gathers all his comrades and subordinates in the guild. There, Shi Hyeon and Anya discuss what Kim Hyun is up to this time, because he'd better help to clear up the mountain of work. After a while, the door opens and Kim Hyun enters the office and greets everyone. When Shi Hyeon sees his friend, he immediately jumps up and asks what the guy is up to this time. But at that moment, the attention of the others is distracted by Mi-ren, who appears and behaves calmly and obediently. She smiles radiantly and exudes a genuine and sincere joy. Everyone else present is watching the girl with incomprehension, trying to understand why she is behaving like this. At this point, Shi Hyun awkwardly turns to Kim Hyeon and asks why his student is crazy, but he doesn't know what the reason is. All the while, Mi-ren continues to glow with happiness as Kim Hyun suddenly says he has something to say. Shi Hyeon and Anya listen attentively as he tells them that he will be at practice for a while. Kim Hyun then tells them that they need to clean up the place for a month. The guys are shocked to hear this. Meanwhile, the Soul Language book continues its training with the second student, Ha Na-rin. The girl learns to manipulate books and objects by throwing them all over the library and then bringing them back. In turn, the magic book silently and calmly observes her actions and behavior. In such a short period of time, Ha Na-rin had managed to obtain what even the spirit beast dragon had taken 1,000 years to obtain. All the books that had been scattered around the room as if on command returned back to their shelves. Looking at the tired and exhausted Ha Na-rin, the Soul Language book thinks that the girl has a real talent. The book then tells Ha Na-rin that Ha Na-rin is now in the middle of the 4th stage, and that's commendable. But a serious Ha Na-rin replies to book that that's not the problem, and she has a bad feeling about it. Thinking it's because of jealousy, Ha Na-rin realizes that she's not in the best position right now, and wants to compete with Mi-ren. She turns to the book and asks her what she should do next. But the book stops her and suggests that she take a break. She needs to prepare for the next stage and rest. Ha Na-rin herself doesn't contradict this. But after a while, the girl smirks and agrees that it's time to take a break. After that, Ha Na-rin gets up and goes to visit her student Mi-ren first. At this time, Kim Hyun heads to Noah's Ark, where he tells the creator that he has finished his training. Remembering all of his comrades and students, Kim Hyun realizes that these guys will not be lost without him this month. Speaking of training, Noah warns Kim Hyun that there is a risk of mind destruction with the spatial time circle. But in contrast, Kim Hyun claims that with it, they can become stronger in a short period of time. Remembering an object that will help Kim Hyun convince the climbers, he asks Noah about it, who is willing to give it to him. The man then holds out a scroll of parchment paper to Kim Hyun. When Kim Hyun takes it in his hands, he sees that it is a testimony of an oath. It allows you to place restrictions on each other's actions depending on the situation. Clutching the magical document tightly in her hands, Kim Hyun smiles because they have managed to be really perfectly prepared. At that moment, Noah realizes that Kim Hyun has already decided who he is going to awaken since he will be using the artifact. Kim Hyun can't help but smile and assures Noah that this person can be trusted. After that, the guy moves to another place where the field under the blue sky is solidly rubbed. There, Kim Hyun starts to draw some patterns on the grass with the help of Jui's staff. In the end, he gets a magic circle, which he looks around for a while, marveling at his efforts. He shakes off his hands and wonders what will happen if it takes him more than a month to do it all. Kim Hyeon then listens to the blue dragon saying that he can adjust the time inside the circle to increase the training time. Kim Hyun walks forward slowly, approaching the magic circle he has drawn. Standing in the very center of the magic circle, Kim Hyun proposes to head out and begin training. At this point, the blue dragon gives instructions and says that the circle will activate with good control of the Tao force. Kim Hyun first needs to concentrate the Tao power in his hand, which he does. After that, and in this way, the guy will start maneuvering the basic techniques. At this point, he closes his eyes. After all the instructions, Kim Hyun manages to activate the magic circle and move to the desired space. As soon as the guy appears there and opens his eyes, he is surprised and shocked by what he sees. Kim Hyun himself appears in front of him, who has not yet regained consciousness and surprises the guy by looking just like him. Examining the second Kim Hyun, the guy realizes that he really looks like Kim Hyun. After a while, the other guy slowly opens his eyes. In the end, both Kim Hyuns look at each other with surprise in their eyes and have a strange feeling. At this moment, Blue Dragon and Sun Wukong appear and announce that the preparation for receiving karma is complete. The Blue Dragon then smirks and tells both guys to choose something. Eventually, 2 doors appear with Sun Wukong and Blue Dragon standing in front of them, respectively. In this case, both Kim Hyuns need to each go to their own door and start studying karma. Once they both do this, they will only have to merge the 2 souls who have mastered karma into one body. They choose who will go to which door and stand in front of them. At the end, one of the Kim Hyungs wishes the other one good luck in training with a smile on his face. The second Kim Hyun reciprocates the first one by smiling back at him. Eventually, both doors close and Kim Hyun disappears from the space. At this time, Ha Na-rin is about to move to her mentor and tells him to wait for her. Embarrassed and melting from her feelings for her mentor, Ha-na-rin moves and promises that she will always be by Kim Hyun's side. After that, the girl moves, and the first thing she sees is a lot of bats outside the window. At one point, a whole crowd of bats crashes into the glass and shatters and breaks it. Taking advantage of the opportune moment, the creatures begin to fly inside and spread around the room. Looking at the mice with a calm and cold-blooded gaze, Ha-na-rin orders them to explode or die. In an instant, a whole flock of bats do explode and die, leaving behind bloodstains. After that, it begins to rain blood, which then turns into bloody clots. Eventually, a huge creature that looks like a red blood dragon appears in front of Ha-na-rin. At this time, one of Kim Hyun is in some dark and gloomy space. In such a place, the guy seems to lose consciousness and falls into a coma without opening his eyes. After a while, Kim Hyun finishes his movement and opens his eyes with the magic power of Tao glowing in them. Smirking, the guy realizes that he finally finds what he has been looking for. An unknown monster appears in front of Kim Hyun, grinning aggressively with its sharp teeth. Kim Hyun sees many ogres with brightly glowing eyes. Kim Hyun smirks at them, but he's a little surprised that there's a whole company of monsters here. At some point, the guy gets aggressive and angry, clenching his teeth hard. Kim Hyun then swings his fist and punches one of the ogres right in the face. He gets aggressive and angry because he can't see anything in the area, and he's tired of searching for them by sound and touch. Kim Hyun ends up remembering the blue dragon who gave him a similar hardcore attack. Apparently, it's to control the power of the Tao with his eyes. Now all Kim Hyun has to do is deal with a whole bunch of monsters coming at him. To gather his strength and thoughts, Kim Hyun begins to spread and crunch his fingers. His eyes light up with Tao energy, and he is about to destroy the monsters once and for all. At this time, Sun Wukong, lying with the dragon in front of the doors, asks what he did there, and the snake says he only adjusted the time slightly. In response, Sun Wukong is genuinely surprised that the blue dragon can do such a thing. Blue Dragon then continues that he tried not to use this skill whenever possible. The source of the spatio-temporal circle is connected to a part of Kim Hyun's own consciousness. If this circle receives even the slightest pressure, it will directly affect the guy's consciousness. In the end, this situation would be a real disaster for Kim Hyun. Hearing this, Sun Wukong asks how much the Blue Dragon has increased the time, to which he replies that it is up to 10 days in a day. The Blue Dragon then starts laughing and realizes that it is better not to increase the time limit any further. Sun Wukong ponders and says that 10 days is a bit short for something like this. In response, the Blue Dragon assures Sun Wukong that everything is fine and everything will be fine. Kim Hyun has a different starting point. Sun Wukong and the Blue Dragon started from scratch, while Kim Hyun has a lot of experience in all of this. That's why this should be enough time, because experience will help Kim Hyun get to his goal faster. In the meantime, Kim Hyun continues to fend off the monsters with his fists, directing powerful streams of Tao at them. Without end and with burning eyes, the guy fights off the ogres and sometimes dodges the blows. At one point, 2 of the ogres even watched as Kim Hyun quickly and deftly disappeared in front of them. One moment later, he would reappear behind them and start attacking again and again. Eventually, such maneuvers and manipulations of the guy would result in violent explosions in space. After a while, until the haze cleared, it seemed to Kim Hyun that there was no one left. But through the dust, he could see that there were still about 100 ogres left. At this point, Kim Hyun realizes that his Tao power is running out, and he has to deal with it somehow. He then swings again, realizing that his remaining Tao power should be enough to deal with the ogres. But even so, there's a moment that stresses him out. Kim Hyun, with an angry face, thinks that he would be better off if he had a little more Tao power. At this moment, and with these thoughts, more energy builds up in his eyes, and it seems as if it's about to spill out. Suddenly, and while swinging his arm, Kim Hyun moves back to the space where he started from. Behind him stands the Blue Dragon, who immediately congratulates him on his return. The Blue Dragon then says that Kim Hyun has gained the karma of a dead man of destruction rather quickly. This surprises him. When the guy realizes that he has learned another karma, Blue Dragon confirms that it was not his karma, which is collective. Like a huge and thick tree, the Blue Dragon's karma contains dozens if not hundreds of other karmas. Comparing it to the dew on the leaves, he says that among them is the karma of annihilation, which can be considered a basic step. At this point, Kim Hyun rubs the back of his head and realizes that he has a lot of work to do. When asked where Sun Wukong is now, the Blue Dragon says that he is probably with the other Kim Hyun. Remembering his doppelganger, Kim Hyun wonders if everything is really okay there. He then realizes that he has to cope. Following this, he asks the Blue Dragon what is next on the list. In response, the Ascendant says that next is the karma of asceticism, which takes up most of his own karma. This time, Kim Hyun needs to get karma through enlightenment like a wise old man. It's too abstract, and there are no clues. The Blue Dragon says that Kim Hyun needs to get enlightenment on his own. Realizing that there's no help waiting for Kim Hyun, he goes on his way because there's no time to talk. Standing in front of the door, he realizes that there is no turning back now. At this time in Manhattan, New York, There is total chaos from the appearance of climbers. One of them looks like a huge shark that gathers people into its arms and rejoices that it has succeeded. This huge creature is about to eat the victims that have fallen into its hands. In front of it sits a wounded hunter, who remembers that recently the characteristics have increased dramatically and introduced many S-rank hunters. Looking at the huge shark-like creature, the girl realizes that despite all this, they still lost. When the shark tells her that it will become her food, the hunter's eyes go wide and she starts screaming. At that moment, the ascendant heavenly demon Chanma appears and makes a single motion of pulling his sword out of its sheath. When Chanma says the word bend, the ascendant shark begins to scream in pain. Eventually, in one deft move, Chanma gets rid of Shark, leaving his blood on his sword. In turn, the unknown hunter looks at Chanma with pitying eyes, not even knowing who he is. Chanma himself looks quite confident and cold-blooded. He looks around, assessing the situation. Behind him, that climber Shark appears again and draws Chanma's attention to himself. After that, Shark starts to aggressively call him names, thinking that Heavenly Demon has had enough of life. Tiredly covering his eyes, Chanma says that such a climber can't even be called a lowlife. Provoked by such words, Shark starts to aggress even more, but Chanma is already as if flying through him. The Heavenly Demon then swung his sword and began to strike the Shark repeatedly. Calmly and squeamishly putting his sword away, Chanma calls the Ascendant Shark dumb. The huntress sitting behind Chanma asks him in a trembling voice who he is. The Heavenly Demon turns around and calmly tells her that his name is Chanma. At this time, Sun Wukong and Blue Dragon discuss Chanma, who was an ordinary man and rose to such a level. Blue Dragon then asks Sun Wukong why his brother refused to be reborn, and he realizes that it is about Ishan. Sun Wukong remembers his brother and says that he was just too lazy to do it all. Sun Wukong smiles broadly as he realizes that they have found a suitable candidate, so everything is fine. Turning toward the door, Sun Wukong says that this isn't the problem and that he's worried about it. The 99th day has passed and Kim Hyun has reached Wanyue Mountain. Afterward, Blue Dragon says that things are going pretty smoothly for his Kim Hyun as well. However, there is one small nuance, and Kim Hyun is now receiving the asceticism karma, which is the hardest to obtain. Meanwhile, Kim Hyun himself is sitting in an icy space trying to achieve his enlightenment. Watching the focused guy, the Blue Dragon tells him that his previous methods won't work here. The guy himself looks quite confident and calm while concentrating the power of Tao in his hands, sitting in the lotus pose. Around him, lightning bolts are spreading and enveloping his body. That's how the Tao is concentrated. At some point, the guy starts to feel an interesting sensation and opens his eyes to look at his hand. Looking at the ball of concentrated power, Kim Hyun realizes that he has managed to put the property of lightning into the power of Tao. Now he has all the basis to master the karma of asceticism, so he looks at the door in front of him. Before entering the door, the Blue Dragon instructed Kim Hyun that knowledge is subjective, and there is no correct approach to asceticism karma. Kim Hyun didn't immediately understand what the Ascensionist was telling him, so he immediately asks about it again. But that's all the Blue Dragon can tell him now, because the rest he has to find out for himself. Kim Hyun tenses up a bit and asks if this training can really help him. Blue Dragon replies that if he feels it helps him, then it does. And Kim Hyun is outraged, because they're not on a what-when show. To summarize, the Blue Dragon says that the most important thing is what kind of knowledge Kim Hyun will get and what meaning he will give to it. From these words, Kim Hyun's mind starts to be a mess, and he gets confused in his thoughts. In spite of all this, he doesn't want to give up, so he grabs the door handle to open it. When he opens the door, he sees a vast expanse of clear sky and sand. Kim Hyun has to face the obstacle head-on. After 10 days, however, Kim Hyun begins to wonder if it all makes sense. On the 43rd day, the guy continues to sit without moving and trying to achieve the karma of asceticism. On the 75th day, nothing changes, and Kim Hyun continues to do the same thing. Is there any point in following the karma of the Blue Dragon? Later on, Kim Hyun stopped to understand what this training was for, if it was really to get closer to his karma. After some more time of reflection, Kim Hyun wonders if there might be another meaning hidden in all this. On the 300th day, nothing has changed, and Kim Hyun is still trying to achieve enlightenment. On the 500th day, he realizes that this method is not helping him at all. Kim Hyun gets up again and grabs the doorknob to move on. After some moments of reflection, the guy opens the door and doesn't step forward. Once he makes it to the other side, he realizes that nothing changes. At that moment, he realizes that Kim Hyun has just gone back to the beginning. Meanwhile, in Korea, Lee Seo-yoon takes a cab somewhere and says on the phone that she's almost there. She doesn't even know what she can do to help, but she reads the news on her phone anyway. Lee Seo-yoon suspects that it's all about the influx of disasters. After a while, she arrives at the building and gets out of the cab. She then enters the Guardian Guild premises and approaches the office of the Countermeasures Committee. When the girl starts knocking on the door, there are shouts of some argument and swearing coming from the office. When she enters the office, she notices something and makes a questioning expression on her face. To understand and find out what the noise is coming from the room, Lee Seo-yoon carefully and silently opens the door. As soon as she enters the office, She sees Kumiho proving to Chonma that she is a nine-tailed fox and a spiritual being. In response, Chonma tells her that this doesn't change the fact that Kumiho is just as middle-class ascendant. This provokes Kumiho, who indignantly denies what Chonma has said. Lee So-yeon tries to understand who this man is with whom Kumiho is arguing so stubbornly and aggressively. After that, the girl's gaze is attracted by another couple who are also arguing with each other. Turning her head, she sees Miren and Hana-rin discussing a trip to India, but the other student refuses to listen. Miren then assures Hana-rin that she is under her guidance, but the girl doesn't understand since when. Miren then brags that she is the first student and has a relationship with her teacher, but Hana-rin is angry. All the while, Lee So-yoon listens and watches as the girls argue and bicker amongst themselves, trying to prove who is the best. After a while, the girl turns back to see where Anya is now. At that moment, she sees Shi Hyeon hugging Anya and trying to comfort her to save her from exhaustion. Seeing all this, Lee So-yoon is stunned and immediately remembers his comrade Kim Hyeon. Standing in the doorway and watching what is going on, Lee So-yeon wonders what Kim Hyun was thinking when he assembled this mess here. After a while, Lee So-yoon promises Anna that he will help her control the magic circle in Hanam. The girl then assures Anya that she could have told her about it before, but Anya thinks it's impossible in this situation. Lee So-yoon again anxiously turns around to see what the situation is really like. She notices Kumiho still arguing with Chonma and trying to prove something to him. Following them, Lee So-yoon notices Miren and Hana-rin, who can't find any common ground at all. At the same time, Hana-rin tells Miren about something, pretending that if it wasn't for the teacher's orders, everything would be different. Miren calmly tells her that she's already late anyway. All the while, Lee So-yoon watches anxiously and stuporously, realizing how messed up everything is. She then thinks about Kim Hyeon and Miren and suspects that there was something going on between them. But at the same moment she turns away, justifying herself by saying that she's just reading fanfics. Shi Hyeon is in a kind of stupor. Looking at Chonma, he thinks about the fact that the teacher's appearance here was quite a surprising event for him. Previously, Shi Hyeon had approached the heavenly demon and told him that he could stay here for a while. Chonma thinks about it and turns his gaze to Kumiho, who is sleeping on the bed like a puppy. She looks rather defenseless when she sleeps, but she lives here and trusts all the members of the Guardian Guild. At some point, Kumiho starts to slowly wake up, still not realizing what is going on. When she gets up and wipes her eyes, she immediately asks who Shi-hen brought here. But as soon as the guy introduces the climbers to each other, Chonma calls Kumiho a mongrel, which provokes her. Now Shi-hyun recalls these events and thinks that he didn't even realize that Chonma would fight with Kumiho like that. Both Kim Hyun's comrades, Lee So-yoon and Shi-yoon, are thinking about the same thing, reminding the guy of his deed, and the fact that he left everyone here wishing for his return. At the same time, Kim Hyun himself continues his training in the imaginary number space to receive the karma of asceticism. Looking around, the guy realizes that he's returned to the same place he's been before, and remembers how many times he's been there. Analyzing the situation, Kim Hyeon at some point understands something and seems to know what to do next. After that, Kim Hyun pauses for a moment and mutters to himself, remembering the blue dragon. At this point, the guy gets up and is about to head towards the door to return to the ascender. As he approaches the door, it immediately opens and out peeks the blue dragon, who thinks Kim Hyun has come to take a break. But as soon as Kim Hyun comes closer, the blue dragon bows out and tenses up slightly at what he sees. In front of him appears a maximally furious and angry Kim Hyun, who asks if the blue dragon really got karma this way. The climber replies that this guy can't do anything, so he has nothing to do with it. Kim Hyun then becomes even more aggressive and asks Blue Dragon for clues, but there are none. At this point, Kim Hyun can't believe what he says, as if it's impossible that there are no clues. At this point, the Blue Dragon says that self-discovery and learning from an outsider are different things. That's why the Blue Dragon can't teach Kim Hyun anything, who is in a stupor. Kim Hyeon, on the other hand, seriously considers beating the Blue Dragon with his legs. Then the guy says that the clock is ticking, to which the Blue Dragon tells him that the main thing is to get results. After that, the climber starts saying some incomprehensible words in an unknown language like a spell. Kim Hyun does not understand what the Blue Dragon is saying, but listens attentively. Using his wisdom, the Blue Dragon says that if you look through the eyes of a Buddha, everyone looks like a Buddha, but in the eyes of a pig, everyone is a pig. The climber then approaches Kim Hyun's face and asks him what he sees then. Gazing intently and mesmerized at the Blue Dragon, Kim Hyun doesn't know what to say. At that moment, Kim Hyun notices his reflection in the mirrored yellow eyes of the Ascendant. After that, the guy immediately jumps down and raises his foot to take a step forward. Turning back around, Kim Hyun once again heads towards the door to continue his ordeal. In the meantime, the Blue Dragon is listening to Sun Wukong's disgruntled Sun Wukong about what he himself promised not to say, and ends up telling him how to achieve karma. The Blue Dragon dismisses all of this and says that he just asked Kim Hyun one question. He thinks the guy will actually be able to find the answer. In the meantime, Kim Hyun continues to try to achieve enlightenment. Sun Wukong responds with a slightly worried expression, saying that the Blue Dragon is very lucky. Remembering the second part of Kim Hyun's mind, Sun Wukong tells him that Kim Hyun is now in slight danger. At this time, the space where Kim Hyun penetrates to achieve the karma of asceticism is plunged into a blizzard and snow. There the guy again assumes the lotus posture and thinks about something. At this moment, Kim Hyun remembers the blue dragon who asked him what he saw in front of him. Now the guy is trying to put it all together in his head to come up with a result. This time Kim Hyun thinks about what he's been looking at all this time. He then wonders why he thought he should become like the blue dragon in the first place. Thinking back on his past training, Kim Hyun recalls the karma of the deceased, and now the karma of asceticism. At this point, Kim Hyun realizes that he has many different parts of all of this ahead of him. Imagining the image of the blue dragon in front of him, Kim Hyun realizes one very important thing. If he moves to gain the blue dragon's karma, he will definitely lose himself, and Kim Hyun realizes this. As he continues to think about it, Kim Hyun realizes that he will have to face himself. Then he slowly and carefully begins to open his eyes and look up. As soon as his eyes open, he sees an image of himself in front of him. Looking into his opponent's eyes, Kim Hyun sees his reflection in them. At this moment, the space of the imaginary number begins to behave strangely as if transforming. After that, the guy returns to the initial space and finds himself in front of the same door. Behind Kim Hyun appears the blue dragon who congratulates him for receiving the karma of asceticism. A surprised Kim Hyun doesn't understand why so quickly, and the blue dragon claims that their training is ending. He then says the purpose was to look at himself, and it's more spiritual self-discipline than training. Looking back on the past, Blue Dragon recalls that the first thing Kim Hyun did was learn the technique, saying he would repeat after the climber. Blue Dragon summarizes that Kim Hyun now has 2 karmas. At this moment, the guy realizes that in other words, everything depended solely on his thoughts. Suddenly, Sun Wukong starts coughing, attracting the attention of the Blue Dragon and Kim Hyun. Covering his mouth with his fist, Sun Wukong apologizes for disturbing the idol of the climber and the guy. He then reveals that his Kim Hyun has a little problem, which he initially thought was nothing serious. Following this, Sun Wukong tenses up and awkwardly rubs the back of his head, saying that things have gotten a little more complicated. At this point, Kim Hyun begins to suspect that something has happened to the second part of his mind, and he's about to die. But Sun Wukong denies it, and starts to remember that Kim Hyun is now practicing with his karma. The kid's teeth sharpened and a crazy grin appeared on his face. At that training session, the second Kim Hyonu suddenly became a real yakai. Spreading his arms to his sides, Kim Hyun takes what he said as some kind of nonsense, but Sun Wukong doesn't think so. Turning his awkward and slightly tense gaze to the side, Sun Wukong pauses again. Then he says that near the end something went wrong, and eventually the second Kim Hyun became yakai. Grasping his head painfully, Sun Wukong now realizes the reason why Kim Hyun was mastering his karma so quickly. But listening to all of this, Kim Hyun doesn't understand what the Ascender is talking about or what he means. The Blue Dragon intervenes and says that Kim Hyun and Sun Wukong have a good compatibility, almost perfect. Kim Hyun then asks if it's possible to change races because of this, to which Blue Dragon confirms his words, because it's obvious. Looking at a slightly embarrassed Sun Wukong, the Ascendant states that he is yakai. Following this, the Blue Dragon asks why Sun Wukong didn't stop the transformation process, but he doesn't even know how to do it. Trying to reassure the climbers, Kim Hyun says that it's not a split mind, so there shouldn't be any problems. But in response, Blue Dragon and Sun Wukong only look back at the guy anxiously, letting him know he's wrong. Blue Dragon then claims that all of this might be giving Kim Hyun personality problems. His mind is mixed with the fact that yakai will develop a severe identity disorder. Now, according to him, things aren't so rosy, and Kim Hyun immediately asks what to do in such a case. After a bit of thought, the Blue Dragon replies that he has an idea that has a but. Then he turns to Sun Wukong and asks where the turned Kim Hyun is, to which he replies that he has been fighting with Wu Ma Wan, the Bull King. After all this, Kim Hyun, who has turned into an Ikai, is about to come out. The Blue Dragon responds by accepting the information and thinking about it. The climber then turns to Kim Hyun and tells him to go to the same place immediately. When the Blue Dragon tells the boy to go to another space and destroy himself, Kim Hyun tenses up and is shocked. At this time, a henchman of the Demon Lord sitting on the higher floors heads somewhere along the tower corridor. The hooded man walks through the air as if on a ladder, climbing higher and higher. At some point, he reaches the desired destination point, and as if stepping on invisible ground. He looks around and marvels that Av has managed to increase the blocking period so much, and she had the strength to do so. Beneath him appears a translucent floor that looks like a bee honeycomb. He realizes that he shouldn't be in a hurry. Tapping his boots on the floor, the man realizes that the summoner is alive, but most of her power has been lost, and so she won't last long. Remembering Kim Hyun, he thinks that the guy won't be able to do anything in such a short period of time. Then another thought comes into his head, after which he raises his head up. Hanging above him in the air are 3 conquerors who are not satisfied with being stuck here, and want to get it over with as soon as possible. Smiling and looking at them, the man regretted not being able to summon the 4 heavenly kings. Looking at the faces of the conquerors, he thinks that the three of them should be enough to defeat Kim Hyeon. Now he just has to wait, so he lowers his head and stares ahead. Suddenly, at some point, the transparent floor under the henchman's feet begins to crack and break. At this time, a tired Lee So-yeon with a swollen face and black eyes is reading something on her phone. As she reads the news that the disasters have been going on for over a month, Lee So-yeon realizes that she is very tired and feels as if she is about to die from it. Falling down on the couch, she realizes that just a little bit more and she could be buried. At this time, her subordinates look just as exhausted. Two people have to control such a huge number of magic circles, and Lee So-yeon certainly is help. But despite all this, all she needs is at least one time to rest humanly. Suddenly, her phone vibrates and she receives a call from the International Hunter Association. When Lee So-yoon picks up the phone and sees the caller, she makes an even more tired face because she's fed up. At this time, Kim Hyun continues to discuss with the climbers whether his karma will disappear if he destroys his second self. In response, the Blue Dragon explains that if he destroys his other self, he will simply eliminate his personality. Even if Kim Hyun's spiritual body disappears, the karma itself will rightfully remain with him. The Ascendant then adds that along with all of this comes another problem. At the moment of the twins' death, all the information will be transferred to Kim Hyun, and the volume will be enormous. If he can't handle it, his mind will be destroyed. Grabbing his head with his hand, Kim Hyun has no choice but to swear and accept the situation. When the guy asks where the other Kim Hyun is, both climbers turn back sharply. After a while, Kim Hyun takes his hands off his face and shows that he is ready to deal with himself. After that, the guy heads to Manak Mountain where his double is practicing. There, Kim Hyun-akai takes down the Bull King, who asks the guy who he is. The guy, as a human, emanates Akai's energy, which is kind of weird. In response, the transformed Kim Hyun smirks. Forcefully kicking the King Bull, Kim Hyun says that some petty boss doesn't need to know his name. Without trying to resist Kim Hyun's kicks and wrapped in magical energy, King Bull bows out loudly. At this time, the transformed Kim Hyun can't stop laughing and smirking at the creature in front of him. Suddenly, a familiar voice comes out and tells Kim Hyun that he has lost his mind. Turning back slightly, Kim Hyun-akai realizes that his other identity is the real Kim Hyun. Slightly tense and aggressive, Kim Hyun asks what his second personality came here for. Tiredly rubbing his head, Kim Hyun replies that he came here to take care of the problems behind Akai. Kim Hyun ends up making a smug look on his face and loudly calls his other personality names. At this time, Jeonma helps Kim Hyun's comrades deal with the climbers, and one of them he loses his arm. The heavenly demon then threatens with his sword and says it's time to call it a day. But at some point, there is a slight chuckle that Chonma hears, and it makes him very nervous. He turns back slightly and sees Kumiho behind him, who for some reason is mocking him. He then abruptly turns around and puts the blade of his sword to Kumiho's throat. Kumiho laughs even harder and realizes that Chonma is attacking his own. The heavenly demon himself cannot contain his rage and promises Kumiho that he will finish her off. But she says that it is impossible because of her master. At that moment, Chonma remembers the contract he made with Kim Hyun to help his comrades. Suddenly, Chonma and Kumiho are distracted by something and they both change their faces. Turning back, the climbers see a human figure flying towards them, which is about to land here. This unknown conqueror has gray skin and white sharp fangs with which he grins and scowls. Smiling broadly and showing its excitement, the creature turns to Chonma and Kumiho and greets them. At this time, Hawaii is a complete disaster and all the buildings throughout the city are destroyed. There sits one of the conquerors who says to himself that when you destroy everything, it's a sight to behold. The conqueror sighs and realizes that it's all too boring. If it wasn't for his great cause, he wouldn't even agree to all this. At this time, a blob of magical energy flies at him from behind. The man himself reacts quite nimbly and manages to turn around in time to assess the situation and grab his weapon. In one deft move, he raises the huge hammer up and fends off the attack that was aimed at him. The conqueror then lifts his head up to see who has come to visit him. The feet of both of Kim Hyeon's students are in the air. Mi-ryung says she missed her shot and is not happy about it. The two girls who have taken on the guise of their karmas have come here to confront the invader. At this time, Kim Hyun turns to his second self and asks if he has seen himself in the mirror and what's going on with him. In turn, Kim Hyun realizes that the real Kim Hyun has come here to destroy him. The guy with a big smile on his face confirms that Akai knows everything. Remembering Sun Wukong's words about splitting the mind, Yakai realizes that Kim Hyun came here for a reason. Hearing this answer, Kim Hyun suggests to skip all the tedious explanations in this case. Ikai clenches his fist hard until his veins swell and says he doesn't understand. Ikai then asks why Kim Hyun would want to destroy him if they both need strength right now. The guy thinks it's bullshit because he's not going to live without common sense. In response, Ikai scoffs that Kim Hyun first agreed to split up and now he's saying such things. If anything, Ikai says he's not going to die here in this way. In the end, he says that he's going to destroy Kim Hyun who showed up here. In response, the real Kim Hyun smirks and claims that he hasn't wasted any time in this training either. Both of them have indeed mastered similar karmas in terms of strength, but all this time Kim Hyun has only been quietly meditating. Kim Hyun and Kai fought on Mount Manak, which shows that they are on different levels. Kim Hyun then begins to smirk again and pauses before giving his response about all of this. Taking a fighting pose, Kim Hyun addresses Ikai saying that he could really use a punch in the face. Ikai laughs loudly and asks if Kim Hyun can beat him. At exactly the same moment, both guys jump out of their seats to attack each other. What follows is a fierce battle of one man splitting his mind in two to get a body. At this time, Blue Dragon and Sun Wukong discuss whether they really can't do anything and the dangers of further interference. At one point, Blue Dragon freaks out and ends the conversation, and Sun Wukong is unhappy with his behavior. The snake then asks if Sun Wukong is afraid that the guy will lose, to which he of course confirms his fears. But the Blue Dragon assures him that he should immediately put all his worries aside. Looking at the closed door and not knowing what's going on there, the climber asks him to just trust Kim Hyun. At this time on the mountain inside Sun Wukong's karma space, the battle continues. The two Kim Hens continue to confront each other, leaving bright flashes after their blows. The real Kim Hyun is very focused on his target but looks a bit tense. Ikai Kim Hyun, on the other hand, smirks and acts like he knows he's already won the battle. At one point, Kim Hyun tenses up even more and sweat drips down his face. He is extremely surprised by something. At this time, Ikai swings his leg at the guy to deliver a strong and powerful punch. Trying to dodge the blow, Kim Hyun realizes that right now he has to somehow dodge. But in the end, he fails to do so, and Ikai hits Kim Hyun in the head with his head. From this incredibly strong and unexpected blow, Kim Hyun flies backwards with a thud, leaving an air vortex behind him. As the guy flies backwards, Ikai reappears in front of his face and is about to continue his strikes. Jumping on top of Kim Hyun, Ikai swings his fist powerfully at him, but Kim Hyun doesn't give up, and tries with all his strength to hold or deflect Ikai's punch on him. After that, the guy starts screaming loudly and hysterically because he can't do anything. The blow is so strong that Kim Hyun's heavy body falls to the ground and leaves behind an explosion. At this point, Ikai is satisfied with what he has managed to pull off and claims that Kim Hyun can't beat him. Kim Hyun continues to lie on the ground and tries to catch his breath to regain consciousness. After a moment, the guy gets to his feet and starts stepping towards Ikai. Meanwhile, Ikai continues to stand motionless and watch Kim Hyun. Turning to a worried Kim Hyun, Ikai asks him where the guy is looking. While upstairs, Ikai smirked and said that he noticed that Kim Hyun was uncomfortable with the fact that he was being beaten by his own techniques. With a smirk that makes the veins on his face swell, Ikai says that this will be a new experience for Kim Hyun. When Ikai gives the boy a divine overlord blow, he can't contain his shock and screams. Once again, there is a strong and bright explosion that spreads throughout the battle area. As soon as Ikai kicks, Kim Hyun forms a magic ball and wings behind him to fend off the blow. The guy then tensely listens to the fact that Ikai understood his action and that he repelled his sacred Thunder Spirit attack. Following this, red-black beams of magical energy begin to appear all over the space around the guys, pointing behind his back and forming the same ball and wings there. Ikai claims that he can do that too. Looking at his opponent, Kim Hyun realizes that he is just like him, but more aggressive and reckless. At the same time, Ikai says that despite the same basis, there is a clear difference between them. Ikai then wants to offer something to Kim Hyun, but the guy just sends him far and wide in response. Tensing his palms even more, and surrounding them with his magic power, Ikai says that Kim Hyun has missed his chance for salvation. Concentrating his dark energy more and more, Ikai glares at Kim Hyun and promises to destroy him. Kim Hyun himself is mocked, as from every angle he looks at his other side, he looks just like Ikai. In response, the aggressive and enraged Ikai mocks and promises Kim Hyun that he will be killed. At this point, Ikai realizes that the Blue Dragon's karma may be stronger, but to do so, he just needs to get rid of Kim Hyun, so he attacks. As soon as Ikai's hand gets as close to Kim Hyun as possible, the guy smiles with a calm smirk, already knowing his plan of action. Kim Hyun activates his lightning power at the right time and strikes Ikai when he is as close as possible. At this time, he is struck by strong and unbearable lightning bolts, causing him to scream. Kim Hyun smiles slightly and sarcastically apologizes to his opponent, explaining that he was not slacking off in training. Watching Ikai being electrocuted by Kim Hyun, he says that they both have incredibly complex personalities. Soaring into the air and getting behind Ikai, Kim Hyun is about to hit him and says that he shouldn't have relaxed. Before he can get away from the lightning strike, Ikai looks up in horror and sees Kim Hyun there. Kim Hyun ends up attacking Ikai with his Great Sura Strike technique, creating an unimaginable explosion. Meanwhile, the Demon Lord's henchman from the upper floors continues to stand on the floor in the middle of the tower, which cracks. After a while, the floor finally breaks under his feet and crumbles into fine crumbs. The henchman somehow manages to stay on his feet and hold on to the air, thinking about something. When he puts his head down and sees the magical portal beneath him, he thinks it's time for him to come down too. At the same time, Ike Kim-hyun is defeated by his other half of the general mind. Realizing his plight, Ikai begins to bare his fangs aggressively. Then, unable to restrain himself, he starts yelling because he is losing. Kim-hyun mocks Ikai for being hard on himself by the exclamations he makes. Even if Ikai had a golden chainmail with him, he wouldn't be lying on the ground like a tattered sack right now. Ikai can hardly raise his head and wonders how he lost, since they both had the same amount of time to master karma. But in response, Kim-hyun explains to him that this is only true if the difference in karma level is excluded. Ikai doesn't understand what Kim-hyun means, so he immediately asks him again. Kim-hyun then explains that the Blue Dragon's karma is complete. But as for the second ascendant Sun Wukong, the karma that Ikai received is only partial. At this point, Kim-hyun suggests imagining that against an enemy with a sword, he only has a hilt or something. In the end, he suggests not to complicate anything, and then he won't be bullied. That's what he's storing his magical energy for. But after listening to Kim-hyun, Ikai only laughs and doesn't take the guy's words seriously. After that, he makes the most serious expression on his face and demands Kim-hyun not to talk nonsense. Ikai then freaks out and becomes furious, saying that he's not going to help Kim-hyun. In response to this, the guy clucks because even though it's him, his character is something with something and doesn't need to be commented on. Kim-hyun accepts the situation and pushes off with his foot to join the fight. Heading towards Ikai to attack, Kim-hyun says that one more problem in his life won't make a difference. At this time, Ikai starts laughing loudly and gloatingly and then gets punched in the face. At some point, Ikai seems to disappear and Kim-hyun can't understand what's wrong. Suddenly, Ikai turns into a huge and aggressive monkey right in front of Kim-hyun's eyes. Watching this transformation, Kim-hyun is slightly surprised by what he sees. As he looks at the enraged Ikai, he realizes that he has seriously turned into a monkey. Ikai, who has turned into a monkey, clenches his hairy fist tightly. Then the monkey attacks Kim-hyun, but the guy deftly dodges his blow, noticing that Ikai has become a little faster. Kim-hyun clenches his fist tightly, concentrating the magic power in it. Eventually, the guy swings his fist and hits the monkey, saying that he still dislikes him. Channeling an insane amount of magical power into the punch, Kim-hyun manages to powerfully counterattack Ikai. Flying off to the side, Ikai sits down on the ground and tries to catch his breath from his injuries. A few drops of sweat drips down his face, and suddenly he hears Kim-hyun calling out to him like a monkey. Reacting to the exclamations, Ikai turns back around and sees a cocky Kim-hyun there. Starting to give a disgruntled look, Kim-hyun says that he is a rather busy man. Hearing Kim-hyun's suggestion to end things as quickly as possible, the monkey immediately jumps up and is about to attack. As Ikai approaches, Kim-hyun looks at him in a stupor and realizes that he is himself, only in the monkey's body. Looking at Ikai's face, Kim-hyun says that his face is really messing with his mood. Grinning widely, Kim-hyun says he hopes they never cross paths again. At that moment, clouds begin to thicken and bright lightning flashes appear in the dark black sky. One of these lightning bolts summoned by Kim-hyun rumbles and strikes directly at Ikai. Kim-hyun actually uses his instant thunder technique and creates a lightning explosion. At this time, the heavenly demon Chanma continues to confront the conqueror and falls to his knees. Examining Chanma's ascendant, the conqueror rocks and says that he has a pretty good talent. Meanwhile, a tense Chanma looks at the creature and realizes that its attacks have no effect on him at all. Watching the cocky conqueror, the sky demon also realizes that he can't hurt him. Continuing to bare his fangs, the conqueror asks if Chanma has shown him all of his skills. Heavenly demon has nothing to answer and just stares at his opponent in silence. At this time, the conqueror says that if he had known it would be like this, he wouldn't have knocked out Kumiho, and Chanma immediately looks back at her. Kumiho is unconscious on the ground, and the conqueror thought she had more skills than Chanma. He then states that it's time to finish and approaches the unconscious Kumiho. Swinging his weapon at the girl, he mutters under his breath that she will be the first to go. Kumiho continues to lie unconscious and does not react. But suddenly Chanma gathers her thoughts and stops the conqueror's blade with her sword. Trying to hold back and not lose, Chanma concentrates his lightning around him. Then taking advantage of the moment, the heavenly demon pushes himself off the ground with both feet to stand up. In an instant, Chanma explodes into the air and is about to attack the conqueror. A loud and violent explosion of Chanma's lightning occurs throughout their battle area. Coughing up dust and trying to see anything, Chanma slightly opens one eye. But when he sees the same conqueror in front of him, Chanma's face immediately changes. The huge creature approaches the heavenly demon and praises him for his excellent punch in his direction. Saying that Chanma had surprised him, the conqueror swings the man with one swing, hitting him directly in the chest. After taking a serious blow to the solar plexus, Chanma expectorates clots of blood. The cocky conqueror then stands before the celestial demon and tells him that Chanma should say thank you. Following this, the creature smirks and adds that thanks should be said for lifting his spirits. At this point, Sun Wukong suddenly and out of nowhere appears and attacks the conqueror from the side. Appearing on the battlefield suddenly, Sun Wukong kicks the creature right in the face. Meanwhile, a surprised Chanma watches Sun Wukong mock and beat the conqueror. Finishing with his punches, Sun Wukong lands on the ground with both feet. On his monkey head, his beautiful and showy tiara shines and glistens brightly. The smug Sun Wukong rushes to his aid and asks the conqueror if he enjoys hurting the weak. Meanwhile, in the Strength Guild, Lee So-en, along with Anya, continue to hold the magic circles. After dealing with the urgent matters, Lee So-en holds out his hands to Anya and offers her a little break. At this moment, a stranger appears outside the gates of the guild building and tenses the guards. The bodyguards immediately draw their swords and ask who's coming to see them. Suddenly, the most intimidating face of an unknown creature appears, demanding food. Hearing an incomprehensible noise, the girls immediately cling to each other and try to understand what is going on. Slowly and cautiously, the doors to the palace territory begin to open. A henchman appears in front of the girls and asks them if they are Kim Hyun's accomplices. When the man demands that they answer immediately, Anya shuts her hand over Lee Seo-yoon's, who also doesn't understand. Eventually, the henchman's patience runs out and he asks where Kim Hyun is right now. Meanwhile, somewhere in the US, buildings continue to collapse from the conqueror's confrontation with Kim Hyun's female students. The man is trying to overpower Mi-ren, who is constantly dodging his attacks. Every now and then, his huge hammer is seen swinging back and forth in the air. After dodging another blow, Mi-ren bounces back and sighs unhappily. The girl then deftly and quickly climbs onto the nearest overhang. Without a second's hesitation, Mi-ren pushes off with her legs and leaps off to attack the conqueror again. Looking at the approaching girl, the conqueror realizes that he needs to dodge. But at some point, as if on command, something stops him and he stands in a stupor. Behind the conqueror, the second student Hana Run is hovering in the air with her soul language book in her hands. All the while, the man feels the presence and appearance of this girl above him. Ha-na Rin herself is watching from the air while smirking smugly. At that moment, Mi-ren appears in front of the conqueror and swings her leg at him. In the end, the man fails to dodge and takes a powerful kick to the face. Mi-ren's kick is so strong that the conqueror is thrown straight back, breaking through several buildings. The conqueror's back hits a stone wall and he falls to the ground. Inspecting the remaining damage, Mi-ren says that she expected more from the conquerors. Standing behind Hana Rin, Mi-ren folds her arms in front of her and thinks that the conqueror is a small louse. In turn, the man coughs and asks the girls if they had time to have fun. Beginning the strange transformation of his body, the conqueror promises to show them the real power they will learn. Mi-ren and Hana Rin are surprised to see a disgusting creature appear in front of them. The conqueror takes the form of a half-toad, half-lizard who holds his hammer. Clutching the hilt of his weapon, the conqueror says that the girls have angered the god of catastrophes and cannot expect a quick death. Then he swings his hammer and strikes the ground with all his might right in front of the students. Standing quietly and watching, the girls discuss among themselves that this fish instead of the conqueror has two big dreams. In response, the conqueror grins and calls the girls stupid, asking if they really think their cheap tricks will work. He then raises his huge hammer again and demands the girls to attack to see who is right. At this moment, Hana Rin opens his book again and recites the words stop like an incantation. The conqueror stops as if at the girl's command and does not realize what has happened. In turn, Mi-ren in the guise of Hakayako begins to perform his legendary steps of destruction. Spreading his magical energy everywhere, Mi-ren repeats that this conqueror is very slow. The conqueror himself begins to be drawn into this shroud of Mi-ren's magical energy. Looking at the smirking girls, the conqueror's first thought is that he is losing to some human. As the conqueror gets closer and closer, Mi-ren says it's time to call it a day and their teacher will be here soon. As the conqueror is consumed by the magical power of destruction, he tries to say something. Eventually, Mi-ren finishes his destruction in exactly 3 steps. At this time, the second conqueror is once again beaten so badly that he can only sob. As the conqueror falls to the ground, Sun Wukong turns to him and asks why he is so slow. Provoked by these words, the conqueror begins to shout aggressively for Sun Wukong to stop talking immediately. But Sun Wukong is not at all hurt by his words and name-calling. Instead, he scoffs that the conqueror's behavior is so kind. Turning to the conqueror again, Sun Wukong asks if he's still really offended because of some pranks in hell. The climber then says that he's a bit busy right now, so they should finish their nostalgia. Smiling a radiant and wide smile, Sun Wukong offers the conqueror to die quickly. In response, the conqueror begins to grin and call his name even more aggressively, realizing that the climber is mocking him. Following this, the conqueror concentrates the flames of fire in his palm while clenching his fist. Wrapping himself in various kinds of energies, the conqueror claims that he is not the same as he was before. Watching him, Sun Wukong now understands why he is acting out as he has obtained the karma of the 8 Hot Star Lord. But the Monkey King is not bothered at all by this state of affairs and expresses his indifference to it all. In response to this, the conqueror begins to grin again and asks Sun Wukong not to pretend to be so calm. Swinging his flaming sword at the Ascendant, the conqueror declares that Sun Wukong with inferior karma cannot defeat him. When the conqueror continues his show-off, Sun Wukong does not hide his boredom and begins to yawn listening to all this. Then he puts his hand in his pocket and tells the conqueror that he has brought something special with him. Sun Wukong then takes out a sphere containing the Plague Lord's karma from his pocket. Carefully examining the artifact, the conqueror stammeringly tries to find out where Sun Wukong got it from. But Sun Wukong sees no point in saying anything because the conqueror will die anyway. He is extremely tense. At this time, the crows inside the Plague Lord's karma sphere begin to move, and the sphere itself becomes enveloped in energy. After that, several crows appear in the air, and Sun Wukong offers to try out a gift from their favorite disciple. At this time, only bloody footprints and broken weapons remain on the Force Guild's property. There, a henchman corners Lee Seo-yoon and Anya, who is now unconscious. Lee. So Yan is horrified as he looks at the henchman and wonders how people like him could even exist. One of the monsters that came here just destroyed all the magic circles. In addition to that, he also killed Miren's direct subordinates. And the second one that came with him and is a zombie just absorbed all the attacks. Clinging to Anya and shaking with terror, Lee Seo-yoon realizes that they have nothing else to fight back with. When the henchman says he's going to ask one last time, Lee tenses up even more and shows it with his gaze. The henchman then moves closer and asks where Kim Hyun is now. Still holding Anya tightly to her and still shaking, Lee So-yan doesn't answer anything and just stares at the henchman silently. After that, the girl gets angry and asks if the man really thinks she will answer him. Following that, Lee So-yoon calls him a monster, and the man cocks his head high upon hearing such a thing. After a moment, he says in a calm and quiet voice that he shouldn't have fiddled with them. In such a case, and painless death to the girls is not necessary. After these words, the man concentrates dark energy in the palm of his hand. In the end, the concentrated energy goes straight to the girls, and Lee Seo-yoon tries to cover Anya. Suddenly, the henchman's strike is reflected by strong and bright lightning, and he is called out loudly by someone. Hearing a familiar voice, the henchman turns around to see who is here. At this time, Lee Seo-yoon sees the familiar face of her comrade, and a smile spreads across her face. Kim Hyun appears here and is extremely unhappy with the henchman's behavior and what he's doing here. The henchman turns to the guy and says he's glad they finally met. In response, a disgruntled Kim Hyun tells him to shut his mouth and not to listen to his chatter. Showing his anger and aggression, Kim Hyun says he's not in the mood to talk to this guy right now. Looking at the guy, the man says that Kim Hyun is as arrogant as they say he is. Explaining that the man brought 2 other conquerors with him, he says that Kim Hyun can't handle it. But Kim Hyun just puts his hands behind his head and denies it. Then a slight and faint smirk starts to appear on the guy's face. Then the blue dragon appears above his head, and the guy claims that he has already found out about everything. The man doesn't know what's going on, and is surprised that Kim Hyun knows what's going on. Sensing the blue dragon's energy, the man says it's impossible, but the Ascendant himself welcomes the henchman. Kim Hyun then tells him that the henchman was wrong to doubt that he had no companions. Kim Hyun then suddenly calls the henchman engineer, which makes him shake, but he tries to pretend that everything is normal. At this point, he realizes that the guy has already figured it all out, and remembers Summoner Av, who has clearly worked on all of this. Standing in front of Kim Hen, the engineer realizes that the first thing he needs to do is call the conquerors he brought here with him. He then pulls something out of his pocket, and when he sees it in his palm, he is struck with shock and incomprehension. The artifact that connected the engineer to the rest of the conquerors was suddenly broken. At that moment, Kim Hyun notices that the engineer looks nervous and is obviously worried about something. He smiles even wider, as if mocking the man, and asks what the cause of his anxiety is. When he asks if something is really wrong, he recalls Sun Wukong and the female disciples who defeated the conquerors. Clutching the artifact in his hand, the engineer realizes that Kim Hyun was really well prepared for all of this. But then he claims that he doesn't care, because he can handle Kim Hyun all by himself. Turning back to the ghoul, the engineer orders him to deal with the blue dragon. The ghoul then raises his head up and looks at the flying blue dragon, calling it a huge worm. Grinning its many sharp teeth, the ghoul rejoices because it thinks the blue dragon is tasty prey. At the same moment, this terrifying and horribly repulsive creature leaps towards the blue dragon. In turn, Kim Hyun summons Cloud Salto to help his comrades. Reacting to his words and orders, Cloud Salto immediately appears in front of his master. Turning to Lee Seo-yoon, who is clutching Anya, Kim Hyun tells them to run away from here on the Salto Cloud as far as possible. With surprised and goggle eyes, Lee So-yeon looks towards Kim Hyun. After that, the girl was about to say something to him, but at some point she just shuts up and listens to the instructions. Eventually, the Salto Cloud picks up both girls and carries them into the sky. Nothing and no one can stop the engineer and Kim Hyun now. They are left alone on the battlefield. The man then removes his hood to show Kim Hyun his true colors. Kim Hyun looks at his opponent and asks what the hell is that thing he's wearing instead of his face. Finally removing his hood, the engineer tells Kim Hyun to let him introduce himself. The engineer is wearing a strange mask on his face in some kind of Chinese style. He claims to be the one who created the world. When he continues that he created this logic and he is a being who knows the truth, Kim Hyun attacks him. As he approaches the engineer, Kim Hyun swings his fist at him and shouts in his direction. Threatening the man with his limbs, Kim Hyun grudgingly demands that he shut up and shut his mouth. At the same moment, the guy swings his fist and hits the engineer in the face with a powerful force. After the engineer gets a good distance away from the guy, he tries to stand on his feet and calls Kim Hyun a savage. Then when Kim Hyun interjects what the man called him, the engineer raises his head and looks at his opponent in panic. In a flash, Kim Hyun approaches the man again to deliver the next blow and promises him that he'll give him a good beating. He then immediately hits the engineer in the face and body with a fist so hard that he can't say a word. After multiple and repeated blows, the man still manages to tell Kim Hyun to stop. In response, the guy aggressively asks if the engineer would stop if he were in his place. Everything ends with another strong and powerful explosion that Kim Hyun leaves with his punches. Suddenly, the guy's fist crashes into the trunk of a tree that wasn't there before. Looking at his fist, Kim Hyun tenses up a bit and doesn't realize what just happened. The engineer, in turn, has grown tree trunks to protect himself, and Kim Hyun scoffs and remarks that the man is growing a botanical garden. Wiping his mouth of blood, the engineer remarks that Kim Hyun is being absurd in front of him. Creating a few more branches of the tree, the engineer threatens Kim Hyun that he will destroy him and chop him into pieces. At this point, Kim Hyun smirks and looks at the man, asking if he has the strength to do all this. Raising his palm up and getting rid of the branches with lightning bolts, Kim Hyun says that there is no harm in dreaming. He then grabs the engineer's collar to pull him as close to him as possible. Pulling the man up by his clothes, Kim Hyun laughs and suggests he change locations right away. Following this, Kim Hyun starts concentrating energy in his feet to organize an attack. Eventually, the guy holds onto the engineer and pushes him away from him with force. At this point, the man starts flying through structures and railroad tracks. Eventually, he crashes into something and leaves a small depression in the ground underneath him, which shows how strong Kim Hyun's punch is. The disgruntled and angry engineer then raises his head and grits his teeth, saying that Kim Hyun is a brat. At this time, Kim Hyun smugly and seriously listens to the man about the very annoying power he's got in his hands. At the same moment, the man mutters something to himself and tries to say something in an attempt to get to his feet. Suddenly, several more tree branches appear behind Kim Hyun and burst out of the ground. Realizing that he's being threatened from behind, Kim Hyun turns back with a disgruntled look on his face. Behind him there is a pile of huge and thick branches, but the guy behaves as calmly as possible. Looking up and noticing the attacking branches, Kim Hyun realizes that the engineer is trying to lock him up. In order to avoid this and get rid of the tree, Kim Hyun uses the lightning tree technique. Forming mandala patterns behind his back, Kim Hyun says he's going to finish off the engineer before he pulls any more tricks. But when the man says it's too late, Kim Hyun's face immediately changes to one of concern. Looking around, Kim Hyun tries to figure out what's going on while the engineer claims that the guy interrupted his performance. Just then, the engineer's divine hand appears in front of him, holding the petals of a flower. Behind him is a large statue of Buddha, and the man says he is a being who has ascended to greatness. In the engineer's hands, a full pink flower forms after a while. In the end, the real engineer appears in front of Kim Hyun, with Buddhas behind his back and in divine garb. His name is Brahma. Brahma himself looks like a deity descended from heaven with white hair and golden jewelry around his neck. Kim Hyun, on the other hand, is in a state of panic and is watching the whole thing with a tense face. Kim Hyun jokes to the man that if he had called his gang sooner, he wouldn't have gotten so much trouble. The engineer responds by saying that he is in charge of creation, so he has little power, but he is confident in his fight with Kim Hyun. Showing his fully recreated flower in his hands, he claims that his creations have the power of conquerors. Pointing to 3 huge statues of a deity behind him, the engineer says that from now on, everything will be different. The huge recreated statues are ready for battle, and Brahma says that Kim Hyun will have to fight 3 conquerors at once. Kim Hyun smirks and says that they're just going to pile on top of him. In response, the Brahma asks if the guy will be as cocky when he meets his own demise face to face. Then the engineer's silhouette seems to dissolve into thin air, and he says that with his great karma, the answer won't have to wait long. When Kim Hyun hears about great karma, he raises his head in bewilderment and asks about it. But Brahma is not going to answer his silly questions and speaks of some power of the Tathagata. Following this, all 3 huge conquerors start attacking Kim Hyun, who is already ready to fight. At the same time, the blue dragon is somewhere off to the side watching the explosions on the battlefield of the engineer and Kim Hyun. Looking in that direction, the climber realizes that there is quite a fierce battle going on. He then realizes that he should have gone to Kim Hyun's aid. Looking at the huge Kit Gul, the blue dragon asks if he's really not going to get out of here, and he confirms that he is. Turning into Kit Gul replies that eating the blue dragon will make him full for once. But the blue dragon is doubtful about Gul because he is too huge for such a creature and takes on a strange appearance. At this point, looking at Gul, the blue dragon realizes that he has the karma of the black whale. When asked if the blue dragon has ever encountered him, he replies that he has seen the black whale in purgatory several times. To this day, he remembers clearly how the black whale ate all the deceased who fell into purgatory. In response to this story, Ghoul in the guise of the black whale begins to giggle and realizes that the blue dragon knows everything. Getting as close to the Ascendant as possible, Ghoul claims that his karma is unparalleled enough to absorb even a worm like the blue dragon. The black whale then begins to open his mouth wide, showing his huge teeth. He claims to be starving to death. Drawing air into his mouth, creating a kind of funnel in it, Black Whale offers the blue dragon to start eating. In turn, the climber behaves quite calmly and says that the black whale had better close his mouth. At this point, lightning begins to accumulate in the tendrils on his head behind him. Following this, the blue dragon aims a punch at Black Whale and says that his mouth stinks. In response to this strike, Black Whale only grins at the fact that the blue dragon struck him in a sneak attack. All the wounds from the Ascendant's lightning bolts begin to heal on Black Whale's body, forming bubbles. Then the ghoul in the guise of Black Whale smirks again and assures the blue dragon that his attacks are not working. When the ghoul begins to tell him that Black Whale's regeneration is almost infinite, the blue dragon realizes that once is not enough. Eventually, the Ascender offers to do the same thing again and strikes Black Whale again with his lightning bolts. After that, Ghoul gets seriously nervous and asks the blue dragon to stop, but the climber realizes that 2 strikes are not enough. Once again, the blue dragon strikes Black Whale with his lightning bolts, and this time he plans to make 100 strikes. At this time, the climber himself watches Ghoul and notices that his merge with Black Whale is really impressive. He strikes with all his might, but the Conqueror's core has yet to show. Ghoul in turn opens his eyes wide in pain. When asked how the climber knows about it, the blue dragon wonders why not everyone knows about such an impressive karma of the Black Whale. But Ghoul at this point does not understand why the blue dragon has brought it up and what he means. The Ascendant then continues his story and pauses for a moment before finishing it. In the end, the blue dragon brings up the fact that he himself had personally destroyed the Black Whale long ago. Looking at the surprised and shocked Ghoul, the blue dragon offers to test how long he will last in a fight against him. At this point, bitter tears appear in Black Whale's eyes and run down his face. Eventually, the blue dragon attacks Black Whale again and strikes him with its strong and powerful lightning bolts. At this time, Kim Hyun continues to confront Brahma and at one point stops to catch his breath. The guy then looks up and listens to the engineer saying that he is amazed at how the guy withstood the Tathagata's power. Looking down at Kim Hyun, Brahma smiles unpleasantly and calls the guy a real monster. In turn, Kim Hyun looks back at the engineer unhappily and is not content to talk and talk and talk. The engineer then points out that Kim Hyun is just an ordinary man, and even his stamina will come to an end one day. Looking at his assistants, Brahma says that unlike Kim Hyun's strength, his strength has no limit. Then one of the huge statues attacks Kim Hyun with its staff, but he manages to dodge it. Looking up, Kim Hyun realizes that he has realized that stalling for time is not going to work out well for him. Then the guy pushes himself off the ground with his feet and says that he knows what his plan of action is. Rushing straight towards Brahma, Kim Hyun yells that he should grab him as soon as possible. Continuing toward Brahma, Kim Hyun says that he should finish off the engineer as soon as possible. Brahma responds by saying that Kim Hyun's thoughts and actions were not wrong at all. Provoking and directing his conquerors at Kim Hyun, the engineer asks him if he can do what he wants. Without really listening to what the engineer says, Kim Hyun starts shouting curses and sends him away. The guy then swings his foot at the conquerors to fight back. At that moment, Kim Hyun concentrates the power of lightning and strikes with instant thunder. Brahma is shocked and falls into a surprised stupor. Kim Hyun, on the other hand, gains confidence and shouts in flight that it's time to end Brahma's puppet show. At some point, the guy stops abruptly in the air and hangs there as if not moving at all. Not knowing what's going on, Kim Hyun starts to tense up and get more and more anxious. Trying to assess and realize the situation, Kim Hyun begins to suspect that he has some kind of side effect. In turn, the engineer observes the guy and realizes that something wrong is happening to him. Brahma takes advantage of the moment to grow more branches of the tree and directs them towards Kim Hyun. At the same moment, Kim Hyun is trapped, and the engineer says that he listened to the guy's words about grabbing him and finishing him off. Then, pulling the guy down with branches and trapping him, Brahma is about to hit him with a huge divine spear. Kim Hyun is trying to figure out what to do and how to react, realizing that the situation is not easy for him. Suddenly, Juyi's staff appears out of nowhere, and a familiar voice asks how long Brahma is going to beat Kim Hyun. Thanks to the staff appearing just in time, Kim Hyun manages to escape the trap of the tree branches. Shocked and surprised, Kim Hyun looks up and sees a familiar climber. Sun Wukong appears in front of him and asks him if he is jaw-dropped by his incredible steepness. Seeing him, Kim Hyun notices that the climber has been delayed, but he just couldn't master what the guy gave him before leaving. At that moment, Sun Wukong is noticed by the engineer, who asks what the Monkey King is doing here. Sun Wukong replies that Brahma has sent him an annoying conqueror from hell itself. When the Monkey King stutters that the conqueror has proved to be a survivor, the engineer's eyes widen in horror. Sun Wukong then clenches his fist and tells him that he had to sweat to get rid of the conqueror. but the engineer doesn't know what he means. Continuing to hover in the air like a real deity, Brahma asks who Sun Wukong had to get rid of. Smiling and waving his hands, Sun Wukong asks if he's being so complicated. But as they say, it is better to see once than to explain, so the Ascender calls for some new weapon. Grasping the spear of the conqueror whom he destroyed, Sun Wukong asks if Brahma understands what he means. Wrinkling his nose and gritting his teeth, the engineer realizes who the weapon in Sun Wukong's hands actually belonged to. Suddenly, another familiar voice sounds, and Brahma raises his head in horror, his mouth hanging open in shock. A ghoul in the guise of black whale Karma flies over him, covering the engineer with its huge shadow. The black whale flies past the engineer and with all its weight falls to the ground, leaving behind an explosion. The engineer continues to wrinkle his nose in frustration as he realizes the situation. Black Whale's entire body is covered with strong wounds left by the blue dragon. After that, the blue dragon appears in the sky and is about to say something. Towering over the engineer, he says that it is time to punish the sinner who dares to imagine himself a celestial. In response, the engineer calls him a pathetic snake and asks who exactly he's calling a sinner here. As the dialogue continues, the blue dragon says that what else would you call a fake who pretends to be God by stealing someone else's karma? At this point, Kim Hyun says that he doesn't understand anything, and Sun Wukong confirms that he has no idea what he's talking about. Having forgotten all this for a while, Kim Hyun realizes that it's time to get out of his trap. Now that his backup is in place, it's time for him to continue the fight, so he breaks out of the tree branches. Kim Hyun then shakes his hands off the tree and says that now the engineer is finished. Looking at his opponents, the engineer tells Kim Hyun not to be so arrogant for bringing his lowlifes here. Following this, the man's face is covered with hatred and rage, calling the situation ridiculous. He's going to show everyone his true power, so he shines a blinding light on the whole place. Covering his face with his hands, Kim Hyun curses because his eyes hurt and he can't see anything at all. As soon as the light fades a little and becomes clearer, Kim Hyun sees an interesting picture. At that moment, the engineer calls two more conquerors named Virudhaka and Vaishravanu. Now, according to him, since all four heavenly kings of Tathagata are in place, his opponents don't stand a chance. In turn, Kim Hyun remains standing motionless for some time and addresses his teachers. Attracting the attention of the climbers, Kim Hyun tells them that he has recently been hit hard and his stamina has been blown away. Correcting and kneading his hands, Kim Hyun is about to continue what he has already started to say. Smirking almost to his ears, he says that he has a request for his precious teachers. Looking directly at the heavenly kings, Kim Hyun asks the climbers to clear the way for his hard-working student. Making a peculiar and symbolic gesture with his hand, Kim Hyun says that he wants to finish off the engineer in one blow. In response, the blue dragon, with a slight smile on his face, says that sometimes their apprentice makes you speechless. Supporting the climber, Sun Wukong realizes that Kim Hyun has decided to make them slave away here. But since they are both asked to do so, they are ready to enter the fray and help the guy by unleashing their skills, energy, and weapons. Sun Wukong and Blue Dragon then fuse their energies together to form a powerful bright beam. Watching everything happening, the engineer wrinkles his nose squeamishly and calls his opponents vile insects. Ordering the Celestial Kings to attack the Ascenders, the engineer says that they will die here. Heading towards the enemy, Sun Wukong orders his staff Juyi to lengthen. In an instant, the staff does indeed begin to lengthen, becoming larger and wider. Sun Wukong then uses his staff to powerfully strike one of the Heavenly Kings right in the chest. With such a powerful and strong attack, he manages to push one of Brahma's conquerors away. But at some point, something catches Sun Wukong's attention, and the Ascender tenses up slightly. Another of the Heavenly Kings appears in front of him and takes out his musical instrument. Following that, he begins to play something on the strings and exude a bright, magical energy. A loud and rather unpleasant sound comes from the Heavenly King and seems to deafen Sun Wukong. Then the Blue Dragon appears and says that such a game he could not call beautiful and pleasant. As the Blue Dragon strikes, Sun Wukong watches with joy on his face and shrieks in satisfaction. Wrapping the conquerors in the engineer's aids with his lightning bolts, Blue Dragon is about to speak out about something. Then, showing all his true strength and power, the climber says that it is time to teach his opponents a lesson. A moment later, the entire battlefield is enveloped by lightning and a bright explosion. The Heavenly Kings and deity are engulfed by the Blue Dragon's lightning. As Kim Hyun watches, he claps his hands and shouts his admiration for his teachers. At the same moment, smirking and saying something to himself, Kim Hyun is about to use the moment to attack. Looking at the engineer and his deity, Kim Hyun realizes that it's time for him to do his own thing. The engineer wrinkles his nose in displeasure and realizes that things are not as rosy as he had imagined. The man then appeals to his deity Tathagata to help him in the battle. At that moment, the deity forms several huge blades and points them straight at Kim Hyun. But then the Blue Dragon appears behind him and tells him that it's all useless. He then strikes the Brahma deity with his lightning tree technique. Turning to Kim Hyun, the Blue Dragon tells him to hurry up and the guy thanks him for his help. Still watching, the engineer is shocked and doesn't understand how it's possible that the blue dragon disarmed the Tathagata with ease. Realizing that now he can't avoid the collision, the engineer takes up his lotus flower again and intends to form something with it. The man then summons a whole heavenly army to fight off his opponents. Kim Hyun calmly faces the army and says that he will not be intimidated by such a thing. At this point, Sun Wukong clings tightly to his new weapon and realizes that Brahma has decided to take them by quantity, not quality. Sun Wukong uses the sphere of the ice crystal to summon the ravens of the Plague Lord. Immediately, a multitude of ravens begin to attack the heavenly army and the conquerors summoned by Brahma. Finally, the climbers manage to clear the way for Kim Hyun, so the guy rushes forward. At this time, the engineer stands almost immobilized and does not know where to go and what to do. As he approaches the engineer, Kim Hyun immediately grabs the man by his robes and pulls him to him. Starting to threaten him, Kim Hyun creates mandala patterns and magical hands behind his back. At one point, his mandala starts to glow and the guy says it's time to end. Watching all of this, Brahma realizes he's finished and all he can do is watch in horror. Eventually, Kim Hyun attacks the engineer with his flawless Sura strike technique. Absorbed by Kim Hyun's magical energy, the engineer begins to dissolve into thin air and screams that it couldn't have happened that way. Eventually, the engineer suffers devastating wounds and begins to expectorate his blood. Hovering in the air and falling to the ground, the engineer cannot believe that some man has managed to surpass an immortal. The man then falls to the ground with a thud, and immediately Kim Hyun appears in front of him. Trying to cover his nose with his hands so as not to suffocate, Kim Hyun says that if he tries hard enough, the immortal will be finished. In response, and lying on the verge of death, the engineer says that Kim Hyun's mouth is very dirty. The man then looks up at the sky with an inanimate gaze and says something else. Looking at a surprised Kim Hyun, the engineer tells him that in the end he couldn't overcome it. Continuing to lie on the rubble of the asphalt, the engineer begins to think about something of his own. Looking at his opponent, Kim Hyun, he asks if the guy can do it, but he doesn't know what he's talking about. As the engineer's body begins to sizzle and dissolve, he talks about something above. Turning into a lotus flower, the engineer stammers on about the tower, and Kim Hyun watches the whole thing. Looking at the artifact Kim Hyun received, he notices that his level of information gathering rises to the highest, and he defeats the engineer. He rubs the back of his head and isn't satisfied with the fact that the engineer told him some nonsense and died. Noticing the new artifact in front of him again, Kim Hyun approaches it to examine it. Grasping the Kalpa lotus flower with his hand, he tries to understand what it is, but half of the information is again hidden even with the highest level of access. After that, the guy tiredly falls to the ground and is not going to think about anything because he doesn't have the energy for it. Slowly covering his eyes, Kim Hyun realizes that he needs to get some sleep first. In the end, the guy lays down on the asphalt and falls asleep under the setting sun. A week later, all the destruction of the buildings caused by the disasters was slowly restored. In the same period of time, Kim Hyun is invited to a conference where an incredibly large number of journalists are gathered. He hasn't been in such an environment for a long time, but he suggests that they start talking about how they should be quiet. All of the journalists start pulling their microphones towards Kim Hyun and asking endless questions. Raising his hand, one of them asks about the video of the guy during the fight, which has gotten a lot of views, but Kim Hyun feels nothing about it. In response, the journalist says that all this provokes various controversies among the citizens. The main topic of discussion is the strange blue dragon creature and Sun Wukong, who once destroyed an entire city. When he says that people suspect Kim Hyun of joining forces with the conquerors, his face twists in displeasure. He is then accused of being a play of his own making. Kim Hyun is provoked and becomes angry. Kim Hyun then swings his fist and breaks the table in front of him. Looking at the frightened reporters, Kim Hyun repeats that he realizes how important it is for them to get the scoop. Clenching his fist tightly from the slammer, Kim Hyun replies that he's tired of saving the world and will be brief about the controversy that has erupted. Showing his rage and anger, Kim Hyun warns that if no one wants to die, they shouldn't cross the line. In the end, the guy ends the press conference and leaves the reporters alone with their questions. Waving his hand, Kim Hyun says he's going to leave because he's already said everything he wants to say. The reporters just stare at the guy in silence and don't understand what just happened. The reporters then start crying and letting out tears, frustrated by the failed press conference. At this time, the second student Hana Rin is heading somewhere in her black limousine with a private driver. There, the girl watches the live broadcast from Kim Hyun's press conference and exclaims enthusiastically. Clutching the clipboard to her chest, Hana Rin realizes how bossy her teacher is. At the same moment, the girl realizes that since he's done with the conference, he'll be alone very soon. Looking around and as if analyzing the situation, Hana Rin realizes that it will be the perfect environment. Mi Ren's first apprentice falls for the bait Hana Rin threw and flies off to the Force Guild Island. In turn, Lee Seo-yoon and Seo-kwan left for a meeting about the Amjun Guild's proposed dungeons. And others like Anya and Shi-hyeon went on a long-awaited date to their favorite restaurant using the coupons she gave them. Now everything is going according to Hana Rin's plan and the girl realizes her dignity and starts smiling madly. Remembering the image of Mi-ren, Ha-na-rin is amazed at how she dares to make such a face in front of her teacher. Ha-na-rin herself doesn't know what tricks Mi-ren was trying to pull, even though she's doing the same thing. As she sits in the limousine, she looks around again and realizes that today will be different. As Ha-na-rin starts to blush and embarrass herself, she knows that today she will go farther than before. At this time, Kim Hyun is finishing up with the conference and is getting all sweaty and goosebumps from it. As he walks down the hallway, he realizes that he's probably exhausted from listening to all that reporter nonsense. As he continues to walk along, Kim Hyun suddenly remembers something and thinks about it. Stopping in the middle of the hallway and looking at the Heavenly Demon and Kumiho's rooms, he wonders if everything will be all right. According to She Heng's stories, the two of them are trying to destroy each other. Maybe they should have been put in separate hospitals. At that moment, loud noises come from behind the door as if someone is arguing and arguing. Looking around and shaking his head nervously, Kim Hyun tries to figure out what's going on. Remembering Heavenly Demon and Kumiho, he begins to suspect that they are having another fight. Immediately grabbing the doorknob, Kim Hyun is about to enter the room to calm the climbers. Kim Hyun opens the door abruptly and rattles it open, swearing at the noise and saying that there are ordinary civilians in the hospital. But as soon as he notices what's going on here, he immediately changes his face and gets into a stupor. Kumiho pounces on Chanma and kisses him on the lips. Heavenly Demon tries to push Fox away from him, but she won't let go of him. They both turn to look at Kim Hyun and notice his appearance in the room. Kim Hyun doesn't realize what's going on and continues to stare at Jongma and Kumiho in a stupor. At this point, Kim Hyun realizes that they should have booked a hotel room instead of a ward, but Chanma refuses and begs him not to joke around like that. Heavenly Demon then reveals that Kumiho stuck by him after he saved her life. After listening to Fox's tenderness and Chanma's denials, Kim Hyun realizes that he should get out of here. Moving further down the corridor, he realizes that he is extremely lucky to see such a thing. And in general, he needs to work and not think about others. Kim Hyun then heads to Av's system room and asks if she has never learned how to clean, but that's exactly what she's doing now. The guy then asks if she did what he asked her to do before having fun, and the girl grudgingly confirms it. With a thumbs up, Av says there's no activity from above. She figures out the reason, but needs more time. In the meantime, Kim Hyun stands silently and listens intently to Av's assistant, who excuses herself that she was really busy with the case. In the end, Kim Hyun replies that he understands and asks the girl to let him know as soon as he finds out something. But she doesn't understand the reason for the indifference. Then the guy moves towards Av and parallels, but asks if the highest level will really not be filtered by what the assistant said. When Kim Hyun answers in the affirmative, he approaches the girl and says that he wanted to ask her something. He puts his hand on the assistant's shoulder and calls her by name, and she responds. With a serious expression on his face, Kim Hyun asks his assistant to tell him everything she knows about the designer. At this time, the palace of the Force Guild is illuminated by the bright orange setting sun. There, Mi-ren sits on her throne and her henchman sits on his knees with his head in the floor in front of her. At that moment, the man begins to justify himself to his mistress for something. Mi-ren in turn asks if his report that the teacher was about to be attacked was false. Continuing to bow to the floor, the man continues to justify himself and says that he has committed a terrible sin. Sweating profusely, he reports that some girl with purple hair broke into the palace yesterday. At that moment, using the book, Ha-na-rin ordered the man to use Kim Hyun as bait and bring Mi-ren here by 12 o'clock. Eventually, after such instructions, she specified for the man himself to come up with a reason for all of this. The man starts hiccuping in fright and fear of the mistress, and Mi-ren clenches her fist tightly on the handle of her throne with anger. Realizing that it's about Ha-na-rin's second student, Mi-ren gets even angrier and realizes that she's been framed. At this time, Kim Hyun is approached by his second student, Ha-na-rin, who shouts out in love and addresses him as a mentor. Noticing Kim Hyun's slumped face, she asks what's wrong, but he says it's not really about the bad tests. The guy then averts his gaze a bit and says there's something that annoys him a lot. Before that, when he asked Av what she knew about the planner, the girl first asked him again. After a brief hesitation, she says that she knows nothing about the man at all. Kim Hyun can't believe that she doesn't know anything about the designer. The guy then grabs some disc packaging to do something with it. He ends up picking something off the bookshelves and putting it in a trash bag. Av, meanwhile, is trying to prove that he doesn't know anything. Stopping Kim Hyun, tells her that the designer helped in the creation of the tower but never once showed his face the whole time. She promises that she will try to find out if Kim Hyun will not touch her Legend of Zelda collection. Now Kim Hyun is trying to figure out what the point of the highest access is if it is useless nonsense. The guy then looks up and asks Ha-na-rin what she's even doing here. Ha-na-rin replies by holding her book in her hands and saying that she just wanted to ask her teacher something. The girl then opens her soul language book to continue the conversation. She smiles and looks into her teacher's eyes and asks if he can answer her question. At this point, Kim Hyun realizes that she is trying to put him into a kind of real hypnosis. He realizes that she's trying to hypnotize him, and then he realizes that he's already fed up with everything, and now Hana-rin and her nonsense. After that, the guy starts pretending and is about to play along by asking what Hana-rin wanted to know. At this point, the girl realizes that she has pulled off her trick, and asks how far things have progressed with Miren. Kim Hyeon asks what they are talking about, and Hana-rin clarifies that she means intimacy. Then the girl listens to the teacher's reply with fascination and interest. But Kim Hyeon's answer is simple because nothing really happened between him and Miren. Hearing this, Hana-rin immediately changes her face, and is genuinely happy that nothing happened between them. Thinking back to Mirin, Hana-rin realizes that she was deceived by Mirin and made up her own story, although she probably misunderstood it. The girl looks away and smirks, realizing that it's a good thing that she had a chance. Hana-rin uses her book to speak to her mentor again. Leaning over to Kim Hyun and a little embarrassed, she asks him what he thinks of her. Hana-rin then lifts Kim Hyun's chin with one finger and asks if he wants things to progress between them. At this point, the guy takes the girl's hand while pausing for a moment. In turn, Hana-rin waits in anticipation for a response from her teacher, which prolongs the moment. Eventually, Kim Hyun pushes the girl away and lets go of her hand to answer who knows if he wants to or not. Immediately, Hana-rin's body feels like ice from such a cold response from her master. She also realizes that Kim Hyun should have been under her hypnosis all this time, but he wasn't. She realizes that Kim Hyeon should have been under hypnosis all along, but he wasn't. The guy smirks at Rin, making a fool of her and showing that he's got her figured out from the start. When he says that the hypnosis disappeared as soon as he broke it, Hana-rin's body is pierced by a lightning bolt of shame and realization. Kim Hyun then says that it's no fun to joke about her because her face is always the same, but now it's like a whole bunch of emotions. He's in a good mood, and Hana-rin doesn't know where to turn from her shame. Without a second thought, the girl turns around and runs out of the room so fast that her heels are glistening. She slams the door shut loudly, and Kim Hyun continues to laugh at her. And it seems he's found a new way to get rid of her stress. After a while, Kim Hyun exhales and realizes that since they've had fun, it's time to get down to business. He stands up with his head proudly and confidently and prepares for further action. Then Kim Hyun visits Noah's Ark again, which hovers in the alternative space of the tower. He is met there by a surprised Noah, who notices that Kim Hyun is in a high spirits. Kim Hyun smiles broadly and radiantly and says that someone has helped him improve his mood. At this point, the creator speaks positively because further conversation can give a guy a headache. When asked by Kim Hyeon what he means, Noah puts his palms together and pauses for a moment before getting down to business. With a worried look on his face, the creator says that Kim Hyun's next enemy is the designer, and he's more complicated than Brahma. The planner is powerful in his own right, but the 4 heavenly kings who are under his command are not fools either. Noah then says that with Kim Hyun's current level, he can't cope with him, and the guy gets a headache. However, the creator has some good news, which immediately attracts Kim Hyun's attention. Pointing at the new artifact received from the engineer, Noah claims to have figured out how to use it. On the table in front of them is the very same Lotus of Kalpa that the engineer left behind. Opening it, Kim Hyun realizes that it's about some kind of ordeal, and he doesn't like it at all. Realizing that he's going to be practiced again, he gets angry, but Noah just laughs loudly at him. In the end, the creator says that Kim Hyun is right, which annoys the guy even more, and he starts pounding his fist on the table. He'd like to let it all go, but according to Noah, there really is great karma inside the Lotus. At this point, Kim Hyun remembers the very same engineer who already said something like this. Kim Hyun then asks if this karma is really so awesome, to which Noah replies that he will say in simple words. This great divine karma in simple words is for someone like Kim Hyun superior to other karma. Kim Hen ends up listening to Noah in bewilderment that Brahma is fake, but the great karma inside the Lotus is real. In the end, it all comes down to the fact that to get such great power, Kim Hyun needs rigorous training. And he grudgingly realizes this. The creator then stammers on about the standard methodology, and the guy himself doesn't understand what exactly he means. But when Kim Hyun contradicts this and asks about the non-standard method, the creator starts smiling. He then pushes the Lotus toward Kim Hyun so that he can take it to him. In the end, the creator says that the guy should just swallow this karma whole. Meanwhile, the gentleman from upstairs continues to sit in his chair at the round table and thinks about how Kim Hyun will prove himself this time. At that moment, there are more voices that are not happy with what he is muttering under his nose, for which the gentleman apologizes sincerely. Getting down to business, and noting the fact that everyone is busy, the gentleman suggests to start their conversation. There are 4 others at the table besides him, and he tells them that he has called them here to make a proposition. Pausing briefly between the 4, the gentleman, with a smirk on his face, calls the unknown men the 4 heavenly kings. The kings then begin to ask what kind of offer they are talking about, and the gentleman is about to say something else before doing so. When he claims that the engineer died at the hands of an ordinary man from the 9th floor, the guest's attention shifts abruptly. One of the four heavenly kings, Beck, clarifies whether or not the man really destroyed the holder of great karma. The second of the four heavenly kings, Pi, covers her face with a fan and wonders how such a thing is even possible. And another one of them, named Song, hides in the shadow of his hat and claims that he doesn't believe in all of this. Right after that comes someone's exclamation that gives the indication that he's mocking the fact that Sung doesn't believe in the story. The last one is Kui. He's been saying from the beginning that an engineer with stolen karma wouldn't last long. Sung chuckles at this and tells Kui that he's not far behind the engineer himself. He then reminds everyone that Kui also stole his sister's karma and climbed up the tower. Kui threatens Sun with one more word to shut him up. But Sun doesn't give up and threatens him back. Immediately afterward, the heavenly kings make an intimidating and ominous eye contact. But at some point, both men are distracted by something and are immediately distracted from their argument. Clapping his hands, the Lord rejoices at how friendly the heavenly kings are, and it makes him feel better. Still attracting the attention of Kui and Song, the Lord said that he would like to finish the proposal. With his hands folded in front of him, Kui asks what kind of proposal the man is making. In response, the smug gentleman says it's more of a gift than an offer or a deal. Piling 4 spheres in front of him, the gentleman offers each of them something nice. Then each of the spheres begins to glow, and the man adds that he is giving karma to each of the kings. Watching the glowing spheres, the 4 heavenly kings cannot take their eyes off them. Once the Lord guarantees the highest quality to go upstairs, Beck asks what his conditions are. Then, based on his suspicions, Beck wonders if they need to get rid of that man on the 9th floor. In response, the gentleman assures him that it's just a gift and not something to be paid for. Punching his fists on the table, Beck is not going to fall for this nonsense and asks what the reason is for all this. The gentleman then says that he doesn't care, to which Beck is surprised and asks what he means. The gentleman goes on to assure them that he doesn't care what they do with the karmas they receive, and that it will all eventually become part of the dinner. Imagining the very tower, he says that it will soon become his feast. Stressing over what they have heard, the 4 heavenly kings ponder over the Lord's words for them to use his gift. Madly and with a satisfied grin, the man licks his lips, saying that it is all in the name of a future feast. Meanwhile, in Noah's Ark, Kim Hyun looks at the lotus and realizes that he needs to separate the great karma from the lotus and absorb it. The guy then asks if this is really possible, to which Noah turns back and says that not long ago he wouldn't have agreed to it. Noah looks at the curved and strange blade and says that Kim Hyun's trophies have been very useful. Even one of those artifacts in front of them is enough as fuel. Examining the blade, Kim Hyun asks if the remaining karma can be given to others, to which Noah leaves the decision up to him. He then asks the creator to leave the karmas of the halberd and the black whale, to which the man obediently agrees. When Kim Hyun is about to leave and says goodbye to Noah, he says that he will need 2 more weeks so he can rest. Finally, the creator mentions that next time Kim Hyun should come here with Sun Wukong. Noah smiles warmly and says that he has a nice present for Sun Wukong. At this time, the 4 heavenly kings return to their nook somewhere on the upper floors. There, they place the karma spheres on the table and remember what the Lord said about his present for them. After a while, Sung asks the others what they think about all this. Bayek interjects and says that he has a hunch. He's interrupted by Kui, who's not happy about this, and asks how long they're going to keep talking. Shifting his attention to him, Bak is slightly surprised, and Ki repeats that it's just a gift that can be used. At the same moment, Sung intervenes and says they need to figure out if it's medicine or poison. The cocky Kui scoffs that they think the inside of the orb is poison and offers to sacrifice himself. When he mentions that he will take all 4 karmas for himself, the other kings immediately change their faces and tense up. They all start grabbing Kui's arm to stop him from taking the spheres. Looking at his furious comrades, Kui laughs and says that nothing can hide his gut. Threatening him with a fan, P tells him to take his hands off the spheres, and he tries to calm her down because he was just kidding. He then reaches out and takes one of the red-colored spheres for himself. As he walks away, Kui says that while they are looking at them, he will just go and start using his own. At the same moment, the man takes off and flies away, leaving a dusty pall of dust behind him. Sung bowed his head in displeasure and said that the barbarian Kui is worse than any beast. He then turns to Peck and asks what he was going to say before all this. Grabbing his karma sphere, Beck says it was just his guess. He then reminds them that the master gave them karma after the engineer's death, and said it was for the future of the PIR, and that the beginning was about the man on the 9th floor. At this point, Pai enters the conversation and begins to guess what Beck means. Confirming her guess, Beck says that the gentleman said he didn't care, but he's sure of something else. He goes on to say that he's sure that the master chose the man named Kim Hyun as his food. Inspecting the realm of his karma, Beck says that the gift is a kind of tool to help set the table. The man then clenches the orb tightly in his fist and pauses for a moment. Finishing his assumption, Beck states that if they use it, the planner will do something to them as well. At this time, Kim Hyun returns to his luxurious apartment. Disgruntled, he folds his arms in front of him and claims that the gifts are natural fools. All the while, the guy watches Blue Dragon and Sun Wukong squabble over their different preferences in Adol's. In turn, the Ascenders do argue about who is the best of BTS Jin or Suga. Kim Hee-yoon himself just stands silently by and watches their bickering with a tense expression on his face. With a painful grip on his head, Kim Hyun realizes that he doesn't even want to get involved in their fight. At some point, a notification pops up in front of him that he's invited to the system room. Not understanding what is happening and why so suddenly, Kim Hyun freaks out, but has no time to do anything about it. 5 seconds after the notification pops up, the guy is moved to the system room by AV. Turning to the assistant, Kim Hen wanted to find out what's wrong, but something stops him. When he notices something that shouldn't be there, he is immediately shocked and surprised. Pointing his finger forward, Kim Hyun turns to someone and asks what he is doing here at the moment. Noah appears in front of him and greets Kim Hyeon. The guy is surprised that the creator can enter the system room. Noah responds by saying that he has important business with the summoner, so he just took the opportunity to make his way in. When asked what the business is, the creator tells of the gift for Sun Wukong that he spoke of earlier. Looking over to Av, Noah suggests that he let it go for now because he has a favor to ask of Kim Hyun. He then mentions the dark tower on the 12th floor where Kim Hyun came for his soul. Confirming that it is the same tower, Noah tells him that he needs something from there. It's a fancy stone on the top floor that can hold Brahma's karma. There are some pretty unfriendly demons living there, but they are no threat to Kim Hyeon. According to Noah's words, you don't even have to climb the tower and just break the wall of the top floor from the outside and go inside. Rubbing the back of his head, Kim Hyun now realizes why it's been too quiet lately. The guy eventually agrees on what needs to be done for Noah, but after he's dealt with some business. When asked what's up with the karmas that Kim Hyun has now taken, and he realizes that it's about the karma of Halberd and Black Keith. Going over something in his head, Kim Hyun says that of course he gave them away as he wanted, but there's something wrong. Remembering the artifact that belongs to Black Whale, Kim Hyun says that the guys are racking their brains a lot about karma. For his part, Blue Dragon looks up on the shelf and examines this Black Whale karma. At this point, Sun Wukong asks what it is there again, sighs, and it's pretty simple: if he doesn't want to use karma, then let him not use it. When Blue Dragon claims to have finally made his decision, Sun Wukong's attention turns to him. With suspicion and doubt looking at the artifact, Blue Dragon is sure he is not going to use it. Dropping his phone, Sun Wukong lets out a slight chuckle and says that this is all quite expected, and he agrees with him completely. Recalling the ice crystal karma, Sun Wukong says that after absorbing it, he became stronger, but was uncomfortable due to his limited movements. He then reasoned that fighting in threes was okay, but that fighting alone against an equal enemy would be a weakness. Following this, Sun Wukong raises his hand up and says that if the Blue Dragon is unsure, then he better not touch the other karma. Clenching his fist, he also states that in his case, because of the inferiority of his karma, he has no other options. Here the Blue Dragon was about to say something to Sun Wukong, but stops. The reason for this is that someone enters the room and attracts the attention of the climbers. Kim Hyun appears, whom Sun Wukong greets with joy and gets up from lying down. Realizing that he's going somewhere, Sun Wukong asks where exactly, and Kim Hyun says that there are 2 things to deal with. He then waves to the climbers and tells them to watch the house, to which they don't react very well because they are perceived as watchdogs. Eventually, the guy closes the doors loudly behind him, and Sun Wukong remarks that it's all a bit strange. He goes on to explain that it's about Kim Hyun. If you make a contract to use someone else's karma, you can't use it so freely. The Blue Dragon remarks that he is also surprised because Kim Hyun goes beyond simply imitating other people's karma. In response, Sun Wukong confirms that Kim Hyun has a talent for making every karma his own. As he begins to talk about this, an unknown girl who is hiding in the shadows begins to watch him. When Sun Wukong says that Kim Hyun can become more incredible than the tower itself, the girl smiles. At this time, Kim Hyun heads to the palace of the Force Guild where Chanma has come to check on him. At this point, Kumiho keeps hitting on Chanma, and Kim Hyun realizes that the man didn't have time for his gift at all. The heavenly demon then replies that he is uncomfortable with the extent of his karma, but he is slowly getting used to it. Kim Hyun remarks that this is a good thing because the Blue Dragon, for example, has no karma at all. Recalling the blade he received, Chanma says that it's not easy to wield stolen karma, and if it weren't for his goal, he would have given up too. He then recalls his battle with the Conqueror and says that he is too weak to be so stubborn now. Chanma then reminds him that since he has set aside his pride, Kim Hyun should not forget about the deal they made. In response, Kim Hyun asks if it's true that Chanma asked him to find the karma of the sword god after he destroys the planner. After listening to the guy, Chanma emphasizes that it's not all a simple request but the real deal. Kim Hyun sits down and says that he doesn't understand Chanma's motives if he's not even going to absorb the karma. To summarize, the guy says that as soon as he's done with the planner, he can get any karma he wants, so Jungma should sit with Kumiho more. Eventually, Kim Hyun pulls out the blind compass to go about his business. After a while, the guy is already climbing up the tower on his Salto Cloud and feeling terribly bored. As Kim Hyun's thoughts and reflections sink in, he starts to look around. When he sees the gloomy tower that the creator had told him about, he realizes that he has arrived quickly. As he looks around, he remembers Noah's words that he should just destroy the wall at the top of the tower and try it out. At the same moment, the cocky Kim Hyun jumps to his feet and is about to take a high and powerful leap upwards. In an instant, the guy densely beams toward the top of the tower to reach his goal and do whatever is necessary. After some more time, he manages to reach the very top he needs. Looking around the walls of the gloomy tower, Kim Hyun is satisfied with himself because he's already there before he knows it. With his fists tensed, Kim Hyun is about to start destroying this wall. After that, the guy starts to make repeated and powerful blows to break his way through. After a while, another wall appears in front of him. And when he notices it, he is a bit surprised. Stopping his fist right on the wall now, the guy realizes why the recoil seems so strong to him. After that, he puts his hand behind his back and concentrates lightning in it. Kim Hyun is going to deal with the second wall. Kim Hyun hits the wall with a powerful blow that causes it to explode, and then he finds himself in a pall of dust. At that moment, the entire gloomy tower begins to shake and make loud noises. Breaking through the tower's symbolized wall, Kim Hyun recalls a saying. As he swings his fist again to deliver the final crushing blow, Kim Hyun says that he must knock and the door will open. Just moments later, the wall breaks through and the entire alternate space is engulfed in an explosion. After waiting a while to see what's going on in front of him, Kim Hyun makes a serious expression on his face as he stares ahead of him. Examining the hole in the wall, the guy knew that old expression would never fool him. Now he has to get the stone before the demons show up, but at that moment his foot hits something strange. Kim Hyun looks down and realizes that something is beneath his feet. Examining the lifeless body, he realizes that it's the demon Noah told him about. As Kim Hyun tries to see what is under his feet, an unfamiliar voice sounds behind him. It's one of the heavenly kings of Kui, who speaks to the guy and tries to find out what he's doing here and why he's making such a ruckus. Standing on top of a mountain of lifeless demons, Kui assures Kim Hyun that he's the only one who can have fun here. In response, the guy assures Kui that he should have named himself. Kim Hyun then notices the fancy stone he is looking for in Kui's hands, and the king realizes that the guy is also looking for it. At the same moment, Kim Hyun leaps out of his seat towards Kui and says that this thing belongs to him. Preparing to attack and with a serious expression on his face, Kim Hyun extends one of his arms forward toward Ki. The Heavenly King himself tries to dodge the unexpected attack, but Kim Hyun manages to grab his wrist. As he swings his fist at Kui, Kim Hyun smirks and tells him to shut up and give him the stone. At the same moment, Kim Hyun steps up even more aggressively and starts throwing multiple punches at Kui with his fist. Eventually, the guy manages to temporarily crush his opponent by punching him right in the chest. Everything, of course, ends with another explosion that spreads throughout the area. Looking through the dust, Kim Hyun claims that the demon has a long tongue and that he is not even friends with him. Still, Kim Hyun manages to get his hands on the bizarre stone that controls the demons. Kim Hyun is smug and happy to have the stone in his pocket and is about to walk away. But at that moment, Kui's voice comes again and calls out to him, which makes Kim Hyun tense and surprised. Kim Hyun then turns around to see a bright flash behind him and Kui's voice says that it was a good hit. Watching what's going on, Kim Hyun wonders what kind of aggressive energy is coming from this demon. First of all, showing his limb, Kui says that these local demons weren't even enough for him to warm up. Then his head comes into view with a few horns on it, and Kui says that Kim Hyun's punch has softened his muscles. Kui's real name is Tuoxini, and he is an evil spirit. The reincarnated demon says that all of this is nothing more than a massage to him. Kim Hyun looks at the creature and notices that his appearance has changed, and he's clearly not some ordinary troublemaker. At this point, Tuoxini is about to attack, and says that he should pay Kim Hyun back in kind. Then, with his eyes burning and a smirk on his face, Tuoxini swings his weapon at Kim Hyun. Kim Hyun himself does not understand what is happening and why this conqueror is so aggressive towards him. Kim Hyun deftly and gracefully dodges the attack and shrieks a little, trying to understand what is going on. Suddenly, a strange and thick spike appears from somewhere and heads towards the guy. These spikes are on the club of the Tuoxini, who continues his attack. Kim Hyun tenses up as the floor is similar in structure to the walls that he broke in several blows and Tuoxini in one. Examining the demon's size, Kim Hyun realizes that it can reach great speeds. Watching his club, the guy also realizes that he is a real conqueror of the highest class. At this moment, Tuoxini realizes that Kim Hyun has dodged and he didn't come all the way here for nothing. But when Tuoxini stammers on about trying out the great karma, Kim Hyun clings to those words and is surprised. At that moment, he wonders how the conqueror who appeared has such a rare item on him. Pointing his finger at Tuoxini, Kim Hyun calls him one of the 4 heavenly kings who are the henchmen of the planner. Not having time to aggressively respond to Kim Hyun's words, Tuoxini realizes that the guy gave out information he couldn't possibly know. Momentarily tensing up and showing it with his face, Tuoxini says that Kim Hyun is not only interesting but also suspicious. He then smirks fiercely and hatefully, saying that he shouldn't cut Kim Hyun to pieces. Kim Hyun responds and laughs, saying that he is not some crab meat and should not be cut into pieces. Kim Hyun then starts insulting Twoxini, who listens to his words in a stupor and realizes what a dirty mouth the guy has. In the end, Twoxini grabs his club and clutches it tightly in his hand, starting to get even more aggressive and swinging the baton around. Twoxini is going to go after Kim Hyun's dirty mouth first, destroying it. In response, a smiling Kim Hyun says he's done with all his business here and isn't going to hang out with Twoxini. The guy then smirks and says he has to go, saying goodbye to the demon, and the word pass. At the same moment, there is an explosion where Kim Hyun was standing when Twoxini hits him. Through the dust flying in the air, the disgruntled demon wonders where the guy went. As he screams and freaks out, Twoxini's voice echoes throughout the gloomy tower. In turn, Kim Hyun moves into the system room and tells Av that he has strategically retreated from that stranger Twoxini. He then tells Av that he took the bizarre stone and tested the power of the Heavenly King, so why waste his energy now? Kim Hyun turns to Av and says that because she has her power back, he can go to the 9th floor right away. Rubbing the back of his head and chuckling, the assistant replies that it takes about 5 hours to prepare for the move. Hearing this, Kim Hyun enjoys the moment of being here for so long and is about to ask Av for something. After that, he asks to talk about the Great Karma. Noah has already talked about it in passing, and Kim Hyun has noticed that everyone he meets wants it. Thinking about it, the assistant explains that it would take a long time to tell everything in detail. After thinking for a while, Av says that he will try to explain it in a simpler way by simply comparing Great Karma with ordinary karma, and there is a clear difference between them. Ordinary karma is power gained through sacred recognition. For example, Blue Dragon's karma was recognized by the deity Ud. The other conquerors, starting with Sun Wukong, gained karma by creating a legend about themselves. To summarize, Kim Hyun realizes that for ordinary karma, you have to work an incredible amount of time, and Avi confirms it. She then says that great karma doesn't require much effort or recognition, but Kim Hyun asks how to get it. Av goes on to say that the only way to get great karma is to go through a special process. In the end, Av summarizes that great karma is a power that a creature possesses from the moment it is born. Imagining a sphere of karma, the assistant asserts that great karma is nothing less than perfect divinity. At this time, the designer is talking to someone and realizes that the person he is talking to is questioning the reason why he gave out the sacred karmas. On the other side of the table in front of him sits Pai, who not so much doubts the designer's words but feels strange. She then claims that the designer used to take all the karmas for himself, but now he's just giving out great karma. Continuing to smirk and watching Pai, the designer remarks that he always thought she was smart. Listening to Mr. Pai, she asks him a question because she doesn't quite know what he means. In response to this, the designer notices that Pai does not stop thinking about suspicious things that have come to his mind despite his thirst for desire. He then assures Pai that prudence is one of the reasons he selected her to be the Heavenly King, but Pai doesn't understand what he's getting at. When the designer says that he has already realized how Pai has figured out his intentions, the girl looks away unhappily. Eventually, Pai asks if the designer really thinks they are all fodder for the very man who destroyed the engineer. In response to this, the designer doesn't stop smiling and says he won't deny it. Getting angry and freaking out, Pai asks if the designer is sure that the man will survive the battle against the 4 Heavenly Kings. After hearing this, the projector laughs even louder and denies it because with Kim Hyun's current strength, it's impossible. He then suggests that Pai imagine the moment when Kim Hyun will be able to accomplish the impossible and stand before him. Listening to these words, which sound like a fairy tale, Pai rises slightly from the table and tenses up. At that moment, the planner sticks out his tongue and licks his tongue, saying that Kim Hyun is an unbeatable treat. Watching his master, Pai's face changes dramatically and pales as he realizes that he's crazy. He smirks and thinks it makes no difference if there is food to satisfy his endless hunger. Meanwhile, Kim Hyun continues to sit with Av in the system room, thinking hard about something. Kim Hyun scratches his ear and says that he doesn't understand what the assistant is saying. Summarizing that one is stronger than the other, Kim Hyun stretches out in boredom, and Av doesn't understand why he asked. After that, he throws the quirky stone he got in the tower into the palm of his assistant's hand. The assistant realizes what it is, and Kim Hyun asks her to give it to Noah instead. When asked if it would be possible to close the floor again, Av awkwardly replies that it wouldn't, and that even if he tried, it would only last an hour at most. Thinking back to Twoxini, Av realizes that Kim Hyun is worried about him, and there are 3 others besides him, and he doesn't know when they'll pounce. At that moment, Av gets an idea and tells him that there is another option to protect the floor without Kim Hyun. She then tells him that the gift for Sun Wukong that Noah was talking about might come in handy. With a thumbs up, Av says that Noah has already asked her to give something to Sun Wukong. Remembering Sun Wukong, the creator said that he found a way to make his karma complete again. After all this, Kim Hyun returns to his apartment where Sun Wukong greets him with shouts that his karma can be restored. A delighted and mesmerized Sun Wukong can't believe it, and Kim Hyun only confirms the fact. The blue dragon enters the conversation and asks if and how the stolen karma can be restored. At this point, Sun Wukong pulls the guy by the scruff of the neck, and he doesn't understand why the climbers are so skeptical of his words. When Blue Dragon was about to ask the next question, Kim Hyun interrupts him with a question. The guy then asks if they know about Tuoxini, and at this point both climbers get very tense. Sun Wukong asks why Kim Hyun suddenly asked about him, to which the guy tells how he met him when he was doing Noah's errand. Sun Wukong replies that there is a girl who knows about him best, and she is now next to Mi-ren, Hakiyako. At this time, some sort of tiff between Kim Hyun's female students is back on, and they play eye contact. Holding a small remote control in her hands, Mi-ren turns to Hana-rin and asks if it's all serious. Including a picture of a new residential area, Mi-ren is not happy that Hana-rin wants to put a teacher in it. This huge newly built residential complex has a movie theater, a racetrack, and a casino. Mi-ren then says that if Kim Hyun lives there, it will be chaos. In response, Hana-rin scoffs, saying that this phrase is more about Mi-ren herself. Hana-rin remembers all of the girl's buildings and notes that it's as if she's still living in the Stone Age. Remembering the bamboo forest and the waterfall, Hana-rin says that it's all a real backwater in modern times. She then says with a crazy smile, and a look that she can't believe that Mi-ren planned to send her mentor there. At that moment, Mi-ren swings her fist and slams it forcefully onto the nearest surface. Holding back her emotions and aggression, the girl says that it is becoming difficult for her to continue this dialogue. Filled with rage and anger, Mi-ren threatens Hana-rin that she will wipe her out right now. Opening her book, Hana-rin notices this coincidence and that their thoughts are finally on the same page. Concentrating his magic power, Hana-rin promises Mi-ren that he will take away all of her limbs. Once again, there is some confrontation and aggressive eye contact between the girls. At that moment, Mi-ren's henchman bursts into their office and informs them that he has something urgent. Immediately, he notices the invisible confrontation between the girls and tenses up. With anger in his eyes, Mi-ren turns around and asks if it's urgent or if she'll kick him out of here, to which he assures her that it's serious. At that moment, he immediately informs her that teacher Kim Hyun wants to see Mi-ren immediately. Mi-ren then exchanges a triumphant glance with Hana-rin, showing her his dignity. Eventually, the girl proudly turns away and walks away, leaving Hana-rin alone with her thoughts. Finally, she turns around and smirks, reminding her that she needs her teacher immediately. Starting to shake with anger and tension, Hana-rin becomes very nervous and realizes that the situation has not turned out in her favor. When Mi-ren leaves, Hana-rin starts calling her name so loudly that the screams can be heard from the Guardian Guild building. After a while, Mi-ren heads to Kim Hyun's apartment that she built for him. There, she appears before her teacher and confirms that she really needs to ask Hakiyako about the creature named Tuoxini. In response, Kim Hyun confirms the question and the girl realizes that he didn't want to see her, but a climber. Noticing the girl's strange reaction, Kim Hyun begins to suspect that he invited her at an inconvenient time, but she of course nervously denies it. Afterwards, Mi-ren, slightly embarrassed and awkwardly grabbing her cheeks with her hands, ensures that she will ask Hakiyako about it right away. After that, the girl gently and quietly covers her eyes and sinks into her inner world. There she begins her dialogue with Hakiyako, which is not audible to anyone around but herself. In turn, Kim Hyun observes her behavior and waits for her response and reaction. Eventually, Mi-ren returns and claims that Hakiyako wants to invite Kim Hyun into her space. Upon hearing this, Kim Hyun is a bit tense at this suddenness and asks what this is for. Mi-ren replies that when Hakiyako heard Tuoxini's name, she wanted to talk to Kim Hyun in person, and that it was even more convenient. With a trembling voice, Mi-ren turns to her teacher and asks him to put his hand on her shoulder. Listening to her instructions, Kim Hyun gently and slowly places his palm on Mi-ren's shoulder. At the same moment, Kim Hyun's body begins to move into the alternate space created by Hakiyako inside Mi-ren. After a while of moving, Kim Hyun stops and looks around. Looking around and trying to make sure he's in the right place, he asks aloud if this is what Hakiyako's space really looks like. Suddenly, a familiar voice comes from behind Kim Hyun's back, saying that they haven't seen each other in a long time. He says that it's been a long time since they've seen each other. Standing in front of him is the same Hakiyako who invited him here. She would like to vent her emotions first by showing her obvious displeasure about something. But first and foremost, Hakiyako asks Kim Hyun how he knows the creature named Tuoxini. Looking closely at the climber, Kim Hyun realizes that she now has a creepy look and is clearly not her usual self. Eventually telling Hakiyako all about it, Kim Hyun asks what connects her to Tuoxini. In response, the girl says that in a way, they have the one and only relationship on Earth. In fact, Hakiyako is the older sister of this evil spirit named Tuoxini, who stole her karma and escaped to the tower. When Kim Hyun hears about this, she is surprised and realizes that the two of them are nothing alike. Recalling the two horns on Tuoxini's head, Hakiyako says that they were hers, but the color is different because they were colored by his energy. Getting even angrier, Hakiyako says that she climbed up the tower and teamed up with Mi-ren to kill her younger brother. While listening to her story, Kim Hyun cleverly points out that they are the friendliest brother and sister in the world. She then turns to Kim Hyun and tells him with an anxious look that she has a favor to ask. She then mentions how he helped the Blue Dragon and Sun Wukong, but Kim Hyun doesn't know what she means. In the end, she offers to make a pact with her soul directly at stake. As Haki Yako continues her aggression, she mentions that she is going to take responsibility for her younger brother and destroy him. A week later, Kim Hyun goes to Noah's Ark to visit his fellow creator Noah. He also takes his ascendant Sun Wukong with him, who wants to return karma. At that moment, Noah rises from the table and greets the boys. Sun Wukong, unable to restrain himself, pounces on Noah and demands to get down to business. Shaking the creator hard, Sun Wukong asks him if he can really return his karma. After that, he calms down and admits that he has overreacted to his behavior. The creator replies that everything is fine and that Sun Wukong can really be understood. Noah then holds out a strange stone box to the boys. Opening it in front of them appears the artifact Lotus Kalpa, which was created from a strange stone. Examining the sphere, Kim Hyun asks if it's true that if you eat it, you can get great karma, and Noah warns about precautions. He then holds out another blue orb and suggests starting with Ye Kai, who has a more urgent situation than the others, and is Sun Wukong. Examining the orb, Kim Hyun is about to speak his mind about what it is. This stone is indeed the one that will help Sun Wukong get his karma back, but all the information he needs is hidden. Kim Hyun then asks in confusion why the description of the item is incomplete, to which Noah says there is no other way. The creator then tells him that it is because the coordinates of the collector's room are given in the skips. This is an imaginary space, and also the room where the designer keeps the stolen karmas. Still examining the orb, Kim Hyun is a little surprised because it's a real jackpot. He then asks how Noah found such a treasure trove, to which the creator assures him that it's all thanks to Kim Hyun. Then he recalls the request for the system room at the time of the summoner's disappearance, which Kim Hyun gave him. In order to find some information, the creator began to thoroughly investigate the tower. After a while, he eventually came across the very place he was telling Kim Hyun and Sun Wukong about. It was a rather strange and interesting place that emitted an incredible power of influence. Noah explored it from all sides as a tiny opening came into view. Getting as close as possible and looking through this tiny opening, Noah noticed something. Examining what was inside this strange place, Noah found something extremely surprising and shocking. He saw a multitude of karmas rushing back and forth, colliding with each other and creating utter chaos. Listening to Noah's exciting story, Sun Wukong's face is covered with sweat. The climber then realizes that his karma is also in there, to which the creator replies that the designer uses this place to store karma. Kim Hyun laughs and wonders how he has the time to collect them. At this point, the boy realizes that Noah could just take Sun Wukong's karma with him, but he assures him that this is impossible. Continuing the thought, the creator says that finding the right karma amongst such a mishmash is beyond his abilities. Explaining this, he mentions that karma has a peculiarity. Perhaps when Sun Wukong steps inside this room, karma will return to him on its own. Kim Hyun says that pigeons have the same peculiarity when they have the instinct to return home. Kim Hyun then gets an idea and suggests just stealing all the karma, but Sun Wukong thinks that's not a good idea. Following this, he explains that when absorbing such a large amount of karmas, the body won't be able to withstand it and will collapse. Rubbing his cheek and feeling embarrassed, Kim Hyun realizes that every karma requires training. After that, Sun Wukong extends his hand to the sphere and is about to say something else. With a smile on his face looking at the orb, he tells everyone that he has a much better idea. Kim Hyun puts his hands behind his head as if bored and asks what it is, since Sun Wukong is going to be a little brother to his lazy Henim. At this time, Song listens carefully to Tuaxini's story and is about to summarize what he heard. The very same man had met Tuaxini on the 12th floor and had dodged the Conqueror's attacks quite calmly, and moreover knew who they were. With his head resting on his arm, Tuaxini says that as soon as he was about to fight for real, Kim Hyun just walked away from him. When Tuaxini reports that the man was suspicious, Song and Pai look at each other. Forming a ball of energy between her palms, Pai is about to clarify who the person Tuaxini met was. A hologram appears on her palm, showing an image of Kim Hyun. Recognizing the familiar face, Tuaxini becomes nervous and confirms that it is him. Pai then tells Sun and Tuaxini that she recently spoke to the designer about his true intentions. After recounting what happened, Pai finishes his thought and Tuaxini crazily slams his fist on the table. At that moment, he realizes that the man he encountered was the very type the projector had noted. Not intending to continue this conversation, Tuaxini gets up from the table and is about to leave. But Sun asks where to go. The aggressive Tuaxini replies that Sung must realize that he is going to go and destroy Kim Hyun and eat him with his bones. Finally, turning to his comrades, he asks if he's really going to sit back and do nothing after the truth. When Tuaxini mentions that his comrades have no pride, Sun stops him and asks him to wait. At the same moment, he speaks in a calm tone about thinking, and Tuaxini does stop for a moment. Sung then suddenly turns to Baek, who looks pensive with his hands folded under his chin. After a while, Baek raises his head and says that the planner is an unconventional person but not at all stupid to engage in an unfavorable game. To put it another way, the planner saw something in Kim Hyeon that they didn't. At this point, Twoksini asks him to stop and asks if that means he can lose to a normal person. When Baek informs him that there is danger, Sung begins to suspect him of something. With his eyes burning, Baek makes a serious expression and says that there is only one effective way. Kim Hyun returns to the alternate space of Haki Yako. There he listens to the girl saying that she's not going to the collection room because there's no karma she can use. The smug Haki Yako also claims that her current karma is enough for her. In response, Kim Hyun asks with surprise and a slight hidden sneer if it's true, and the girl realizes that he doesn't believe her. Scratching the back of his head, the guy confirms it because she doesn't look strong right now, and Haki Yako just silently listens to him and smiles. Remembering the battle with Twoksini, Kim Hyun realizes that he's reckless, but in terms of his strength, he's no slouch. Mocking Haki Yako says that she realizes that she looks weak in Kim Hyun's eyes, and that she can't compete with her younger brother. But after that, she makes a serious expression and clarifies that the fact of her victory does not matter at all. Finally, she says that all this was predetermined from the moment they were born. Kim Hyeon is annoyed because she's talking in riddles, but Haki Yako thinks it's beyond human comprehension. Remembering recent events, Kim Hyun makes her go outside in such an event because he was sweating while dragging her statue. Looking around and assessing the situation, Kim Hyun wonders why she is stuck in such a terribly uncomfortable place. Haki Yako replies that there's no other way, and if her brother senses her energy, he might run away even further. Raising her head and sighing heavily, the girl assures that this is the reason why she is just waiting patiently for her moment. Making a mad face, Haki Yako finishes by saying that when Twoksini appears in front of her without any suspicion, that's when everything will happen. Kim Hyun, on the other hand, listens with a bored look in his eyes as he is told that he will be a spectator in this situation. Meanwhile, Miren and Hanarin continue to argue and pull each other's cheeks again, trying to prove to each other who is closer to the master. While watching the girls argue, Kim Hyun mentions angrily that not much time has passed. In spite of this, the girls start arguing with each other again, which irritates their master. Abruptly, the girls calm down and listen to Kim Hyun's words that he told them to get along with each other. Grasping his head painfully and tiredly, Kim Hyun suggests they move on because it's all giving him a headache. Turning to a satisfied Hanarin, Kim Hyun says he thought he'd have to wait for her, but the student assures him that she's ready to go at any moment. She turns to Mirin with a sinister sneer and says that when Kim Hyun calls her so urgently she can't wait. At that moment, Miren realizes that the other student has just spoofed her from last time. But Kim Hyun says he called Hanarin here to work and the girl is ready to listen to the new instructions. Putting his hand on Hanarin's shoulder and straining Miren, Kim Hyun says he has something to ask the other student. With a serious expression on his face, Kim Hyun asks the girl to stop the 4 heavenly kings. Looking at her teacher happily and contentedly, Hanarin falls into a stupor and can't believe her ears. At this time, all 4 heavenly kings gather together in the tower to climb up to the 9th floor. Lastly, Baek tells his comrades to remember something. The only purpose they have in working together is to destroy Kim Hyun. By doing so, they'll be able to trample on the projector's hopes in Kim Hyun once and for all, literally. All of Songpai and Twoksini's comrades turn to Baek and agree with what he's telling them about all of this. At that moment, Baek lowers his head for a moment and realizes that everyone heard what he said. Looking down, Peck suggests they leave immediately and head straight to the 9th floor. In Noah's Ark, Noah sits idly by and is clearly very unhappy about something. Then he opens his albino eyes and says that he thought Kim Hyun would be here later. A smug and confident Kim Hyun appears in front of him with a smile on his face, and the creator asks if he's ready. He says he is ready to do what he needs to do. Before that, he asked his apprentice to take care of the signaling device that will stop the Heavenly Kings. It had been a while since Hanarin and her assistant Av had gotten to work on it, so it should be fine. Most likely the girls had already finished working on destroying the Conqueror Passage to the 9th floor. Looking at the sphere, Kim Hyun also tells him that Sun Wukong has gone to the collection room and will also be back soon. Summarizing, he tells Noah that everyone has done their best, to which Noah nods approvingly. Now all Kim Hyun has to do is absorb the great karma, and he holds the orb in the palm of his hand to do so. But the guy doesn't understand how to do it because it's big, and Noah laughs because he shouldn't swallow the sphere literally. Then the creator mentions precautions, but Kim Hyun realizes without him that all this can be dangerous, but there is only one way out. You can't know until you try. The great karma sphere is activated, and the air in Noah's Ark shakes. At this moment, Kim Hyun's body begins to move into another alternate space. Finally, he asks Noah to guard the house, to which the creator waves his hand and wishes him good luck. At this time, Kim Hen's consciousness continues to move, and now he sees only a bright flash in front of him. Kim Hyun's body remains sitting on the chair in Noah's Ark, but the guy in his turn simply loses consciousness. Noah in turn watches silently as Kim Hyun passes out before his eyes and rests his head on the table. Carefully examining the guy's face, the creator hopes that everything will go well there. At this time, Kim Hyun moves into a bright space that is completely made of stone. There the guy tries to come to his senses and wakes up lying on some stone surface. Kim Hyun finally comes to his senses and tries to get to his feet and realize where he is. Looking around, he realizes that he's inside the Brahma Karma. He also doesn't understand why Noah was scaring him so much. But then he realizes when the huge statue of Brahma makes strange and frightening noises. At the same moment, Kim Hyun turns back to study the stone statue behind him. In turn, in front of him sits the Brahma he has seen before in battle. Standing there, Kim Hyun stomps and realizes that the local owner has overstuffed the interior and has probably forgotten about politeness. The guy then starts yelling to Brahma that he has a guest here and he's still acting like a stone block. Eventually, Kim Hyun gathers all his strength and at the top of his lungs shouts the name Brahma at the huge statue. Immediately, the statue begins to laugh and transform. He is surprised that Kim Hyun senses the energy he tried so hard to hide. Eventually, the real Brahma, who has 4 faces, appears in front of Kim Hyun and welcomes the guy to his home. When Brahma tells him that he has been waiting for Kim Hyun, the guy tenses up a bit and doesn't understand why the deity was doing this. Kim Hyun then listens warily to Brahma about how he was anxious to see him. There is only one reason for all this. Brahma was very interested in meeting in person the one who had so ruthlessly destroyed one of his identities. Noah puts Kim Hyun on the bed and watches him thoughtfully. Looking at Kim Hyun sleeping, the creator hopes that the boy is doing well. Suddenly, someone appears in Noah's Ark and asks if Kim Hyun has left, and Noah immediately turns his attention to the guests. Noah turns back and sees some familiar faces that he is very happy to see here. Samar Av and the student Hana Rin that Kim Hyun told him about appear before him. Noticing their strange behavior, Noah wonders what's wrong, as he's heard that they've been busy creating a signaling device. Av replies that the steel door is ready, and the entrance to the 9th floor is now sealed. But then Noah doesn't understand what's going on, and Summoner hesitates and worries a lot before answering. When she tells him that she has detected a powerful energy flow in the direction of the 9th floor, Noah can't contain his shock. At that moment, they both realize that it is the 4 heavenly kings on their way. They are moving at an incredibly high speed. Looking back at Kim Hyun, the creator states that everything happened sooner than he expected. The girls rushed to Kim Hyeon's house, but apparently they were too late. Looking at the sleeping boy, Noah tells him that he has recently penetrated the karma and will have to wait for some time. When asked how long the steel door will hold, Av worriedly says that she's not sure because the energy is so strong. At this time, the evil spirit and one of the 4 heavenly kings, Tuaxini, rushes to the door on the 9th floor. The 4 heavenly kings find themselves in front of the very steel door that Av is talking about. Suddenly, something terribly shocking happens, and the summoner immediately goes into a stupor, sensing something terrifying. Painfully clutching his head, Av starts screaming about their steel door being destroyed, and Noah doesn't believe it at first. At this point, the summoner reports that the 4 heavenly kings have already reached the 9th floor and are trying to kick down the door. Immediately, the creator thinks about what they could come up with, and Av screams in horror that she will not be able to hold out much longer. At that moment, as if out of nowhere, comes the familiar voice of Sun Wukong, who, with a smile on his face, asks what their drama is. From a peculiar sphere, the Ascender begins to speak and surprises everyone present in Noah's Ark. Joyfully and emotionally leaning on the table, Noah is happy that Sun Wukong is finally back. Av's assistant recognizes the item as a communication device and tries to figure out who is now talking to them. Noah confirms that it is Sun Wukong. On the other side is the Monkey King, who marvels at such a violent reaction to his coming back. At this point, Sun Wukong listens intently to the creator about how he never thought this device would come in handy, and tells him about the situation. In response to this, the Ascender claims that he knows about everything in general terms, and has some idea about the whole thing. When he says that it would be great to open the steel door, Noah Summoner and Hana Rin are stunned. The girls then start aggressively shouting about how they spent so much time laboring to seal it up, and now they want to open it. Nearly deafened, Sun Wukong says that he understands, but they should just change the coordinates to his location and take the blue dragon. After listening to the Ascender's instructions, the summoner asks in confusion what all this is for. Sun Wukong smiles and pauses for a moment before saying something. He then tells him that the Henim are gathered around him and are itching to use their power. Finally, he assures them that they should calm down, because all they have to do is open the door on his signal. At this time, Kim Hyun continues his conversation with Brahma and asks him about one of his personalities that Noah had told him about. Brahma then listens interestedly to the story of how he took down Brahma, who single-handedly hoarded the karma of all 3 of them, and escaped. To summarize, the guy angrily remarks that even though the engineer was a thief, Brahma decided to take revenge on him just because they were in the same body. At that moment, the deity himself listens attentively to Kim Hyun's strange story for a while, and doesn't say anything. Then, unable to hold back, he starts laughing loudly and lingeringly at the boy. Kim Hyun himself doesn't understand the reason for laughing, but Brahma apologizes because the guy took his joke so seriously. Brahma asks if Kim Hyun really thinks they are capable of such a thing, since that man was just a common thief. Kim Hyun is then a little shocked to hear that Brahma just wanted to thank him for dealing with the traitor instead of them. It was originally Brahma's job, but because of the seal spell the engineer had cast, they had to do nothing. And now that they were free, they decided to pay tribute to their benefactor. Kim Hyun was already nervous, but then his attention was distracted by Brahma telling him about the gift. Brahma realizes that the guy has come here for the great karma, and speaks out about it, while Kim Hen suspects that they are going to give it to him. But in response, Brahma quite easily and casually informs him that they can't give him their karma. Still smiling and not fully understanding, Kim Hyun is once again stunned. Kim Hyun and Brahma look at each other for a while longer, tensing each other with awkward silence. Realizing the situation and becoming angry, Kim Hyun is about to attack the deity, but the deity responds by trying to calm him down. Brahma then assures him that they don't want to hand her over, but can't. Kim Hyun doesn't understand what's going on. Eventually, Brahma tells him that their great karma has already been transmitted, and then a ball of magical energy appears in the guy's hands. Examining the magic in his hands, Kim Hyun realizes everything, and Brahma says that after the guy received their recognition, the karma was in his possession. When asked how they can just hand something like that over, Brahma replies that they don't care and have already started accumulating their own karma. Summarizing, the deity says that absorption alone is not enough to use the power, but they don't have time to explain. The temple is about to collapse because the karma that has been keeping the place going has gone to Kim Hyun. At this point, Kim Hyun realizes that Brahma must also be destroyed. But he says that everything is fine and their body is outside the tower. Brahma also tells him that he and Kim Hyun will meet again in the future, so everything will be fine. This will only happen if he becomes a vessel that can overcome the great karma. Listening to this, Kim Hyun doesn't know what to say. At this point, he realizes that this is all Brahma was going to say to him, and it honestly makes him a little nervous. But Brahma doesn't seem to be listening and says goodbye until the next meeting, while Kim Hyun tries to figure out when it will be. When the deity tells Kim Hyun to see him, he tenses up even more and realizes there's nothing he can do about it. The temple where Brahma and Kim Hyun were in ends with a bright flash of light. At this time, Tuoxini is still trying to break through the steel door that Summoner and Hana-rin have sealed. Folding his hands in front of him, Beck is extremely surprised that an ordinary person has such strong persistence. Flexing his fists, Beck says he can't wait any longer, so he should help Tuoxini destroy the door. But Tuoxini is adamant that Beck should not get in the way. But Beck says there is no time to brag about his strength and power. Suddenly, the sealed door that the four heavenly kings have been trying so hard to open opens in front of them. At this moment, Tuoxini tenses up greatly and wonders why the door suddenly opened abruptly. Looking ahead, Beck tries to figure out the same thing, but is still about to go inside the 9th floor. Penetrating another space, Beck says that he understands how the door opened, and someone opened it of their own free will. Suddenly from outside, someone's voice says that the conquerors have finally arrived, which draws Beck and Tuoxini's attention. When the four heavenly kings who came here are called turtles by someone, Beck recognizes the speaker and immediately aggresses at him. A smiling Sun Wukong appears in front of them to greet the guests, and Beck realizes that it is the same monkey from Mount Huago. Turning to Sun Tuoxini and Pai, Sun Wukong also expresses his greeting. Raising a finger up, Sun Wukong states that Beck should not be greeted first, but by someone who also came here with him. As soon as Beck turns around and turns his attention to the person Sun Wukong is pointing at, his eyes can't contain his shock and panic. At that moment, the blue dragon appears above his head, anxious to meet his longtime friend. At the same time, the blue dragon says that he did not expect to see Peck, who turned out to be a traitor to the four corners of the world. It has been a long time since Beck abandoned his position as guardian and ran away to join the projector. When the blue dragon asks how Beck is sitting on his throne, the conqueror becomes even angrier. At the same moment, Tiger anxiously wonders how he understands all of this, and why they are here to set a trap for them. Turning to Sun Wukong and Blue Dragon, Beck asks if they are going to stop them, to which the climbers only smirk. When Beck doesn't get a proper answer, he demands that they stop talking to him, and Tuoxini doesn't understand why he's talking to them. At the same moment, Tuoxini jumps out of his seat and heads towards Sun Wukong, saying that he will destroy their faces. Looking at all this, Sun Wukong can't stop smiling and calls what is happening a real circus. As Sun Wukong continues to watch the Tuoxini approach, he notices that the heavenly kings are being bullied into relying on their toys. Following this, Sun Wukong states that the fake will never compare to the original, and begins to exude a bright light. Watching Sun Wukong, Tuoxini opens his mouth wide in surprise and asks what he just did. Sun Wukong smirks, revealing his white teeth, and demands that Tuoxini repeat what Tuoxini just told him about their muzzles. The real victorious martial Buddha named Sun Wukong appears before them in his full form and with his karma intact. Noticing Sun Wukong's reincarnation, Baek becomes very nervous and recognizes his appearance. He then turns to Tuoxini and assures him that the climber is dangerous, but the man doesn't understand why, and he's not going to lose to the monkey. An alarmed Baek demands that Tuoxini get rid of his pride and get away from Sun Wukong. When Baek claims that Sun Wukong's karma is commensurate with the Buddha's own divinity, he immediately enters the fray, demanding that they hold their horses. As close as possible to Tuoxini, Sun Wukong, smiling madly, asks where he is going. Sun Wukong then uses his staff to swing at Tuoxini and strike him. At that moment, Tuoxini coughs loudly and expectorates his own drool from the powerful blow to his chest. Pulling out a black orb from somewhere, Sun Wukong says that he would like to deal with Tuoxini himself, but there is someone who would like to see him in person. Sun Wukong has to give in, so he shoves the black orb into Tuoxini's mouth. Once placed in Tuoxini's mouth, the sphere starts to activate, and Sun Wukong wishes him good luck. Tuoxini then abruptly disappears into thin air, and Sun Wukong wishes him a good journey to his grave. At the same time, Tuoxini moves into the same dark space that Kim Hyun has been in before. Tuoxini falls to the ground from the sky, leaving behind a huge explosion. Getting to his feet, Tuoxini looks around to see where Sun Wukong has put him. Suddenly, a small female foot appears behind him and says that Sun Wukong was right. When the girl says that they haven't seen her brother in a long time, Tuoxini immediately goes into a stupor. Turning back around, he is startled and angry to realize who that familiar voice belongs to. Haki Yako replies that they haven't seen each other for a long time, and Tuoxini's aggressive look makes her sick to her stomach. She smiles madly and says that she would like to take away her brother's eyes. Sun Wukong and Blue Dragon are left alone with Sun Baek and Pai. Then Baek grins again and asks why all these tricks and what's going on. He then asks where Sun Wukong has sent Kui, to which the climber asks if he's going to chase after him. When Sun Wukong starts mocking him by saying he lacks tact, Baek can no longer contain his rage. His body begins to swell and transform, and Baek says that Sun Wukong has gotten karma, so he's immediately struck with pride. After him, the second Heavenly King song begins his transformation. This is followed in turn by Pai, who activates her great karma that belongs to the Heavenly Kings. All the while, Sun Wukong is mesmerized as he watches the transformations of the Heavenly Kings. A huge white tiger appears in front of him and assures him that they are safe from such threats. At this point, the Blue Dragon says that the white tiger's appearance is not as he remembers it, and Sun Wukong supports him in this matter. When asked if this is the great karma, Baek says that it belongs to the one who controlled the worldly order. This deity is one of the 4 heavenly kings named Virupaksha. The others, like Sun and Pai, received equally grand karmas of reaching a state of sainthood. Looking at Sun Wukong and Blue Dragon, Baek tells him that they are ordinary Ikai possessing lesser karma. Loudly taunting the Ascenders, Baek doubts that they will be able to thwart them in their goal. He then begins to question Kim Hyun about his whereabouts, but Sun Wukong sharply stops him. The Monkey King crosses his arms and tells Baek that his answer is wrong. At this point, the White Tiger looks at Sun Wukong in utter bewilderment and doesn't understand anything at all. He then asks what is wrong, and Sun Wukong says that he has said everything wrong except one thing. Sun Wukong then thoughtfully tells him that despite the return of karma, he and the Blue Dragon would have a hard time competing with them. It was for this reason that Sun Wukong called someone he knew who lived in the same neighborhood. At this moment, several dark silhouettes appeared in the sky that were hard to see at once. Raising their heads up, Baeksung and Pai begin to suspect who they're talking about, and their appearance causes alarm and terror. There are 7 great sages who have come to help Sun Wukong and the Blue Dragon. Among them is the great sage who entangles the heavens, banishes the heavenly beings, and calms the heavens. In addition to all the others, turning the seas and piercing the wind have also appeared here. No one had thought to meet like this. The most important among them is the great sage Shifting Mountains, who says that Baek is the perfect opponent for a warm-up. Assessing the situation, Baek can't believe his eyes when he sees the great sages in front of him. As Sun Wukong continues his dialogue, Baek's eyes go wide at the realization of their situation. Folding his palms in front of him, Sun Wukong states that a fight of 8 against 3 is about to begin. Baeksung and Pai then hear about how Sun Wukong is not a fan of group attacks, however they got their distributed karmas. Sun Wukong then states that the Heavenly Kings should be able to overpower so many enemies. At this point, the Ascendant turns to the Henim, who are already ready to fight. The order is then given that the Henim should destroy the 4 Heavenly Kings. Baek himself is sweating at this time, and realizes that a fierce battle is about to take place. In turn, loud and powerful explosions are heard in Hakiyako space. There Tuoxini fights with his older sister, who has already exhausted the Conqueror with her attacks. At this point, he realizes that he should be much stronger than Hakiyako herself, but it does not happen. Looking at his majestic sister, Tuoxini realizes that he cannot touch her and feels a strange sensation. He then tiredly expresses that he feels as if his karma refuses to compete with Hakiyako. In response, the girl calls him stupid, which makes him lower his head and not understand what she's getting at. She then explains that everything just follows its nature, She doesn't answer Tuoxini's questions, because she first wants to ask if her brother is going to apologize to her. She explains that not only did he steal her karma while she was asleep, but he also destroyed her homeland with Heavenly Mountain. After that, Hakiyako makes an aggressive and hateful face while looking at Tuoxini intently. At this point, Tuoxini himself starts to cower and bows out loudly with a mat. Getting to his feet and getting even more aggressive, Tuoxini assures Hakiyako that she is talking nonsense. He then confirms that he stole her karma and destroyed her beloved Heavenly Mountain. But the Yakai can really do that. Hearing his brother's words, Hakiyako looks at him in bewilderment and doesn't understand anything. Hakiyako remains stunned for a while, not believing what her brother is saying. Then, covering her face with her hands, the girl starts laughing insanely loud and overly demonstrative. She then says that she is very grateful to her brother, to which Tuoxini doesn't know how to react or what to do. Still covering her face with her hands, Hakiyako says that she had positive feelings before, because they are brother and sister. But now, thanks to her brother's disgusting mouth, Hakiyako realizes in a frenzy that she has gotten rid of those feelings. At that moment, his horns begin to crumble on Tuoxini's head. For a moment, they just break and disappear in an instant, and he doesn't realize what's happening. Grabbing his head, he tries to figure out why his karma suddenly left him and destroyed his horns. A furious Hakiyako realizes that Tuoxini knows about the nature of the Yakai, but she doesn't know about karma. She's going to enlighten him by baring her white teeth. Karma has a will that allows it to find its true master as it did with Sun Wukong. Thanks to that, when Tuoxini fell here with a dense beam of energy, he himself appeared here to return the stolen goods. From the realization of all this and his victory, Hakiyako doesn't even try to hide his smile. Looking at Tuoxini sitting on the ground and shaking, the girl demands him to answer immediately. After that, additional horns appear on her head, and she asks how it feels to complete the second coming of Aksha herself. At this time, Kim Hyun falls into some dark space unknown to him. There, the guy starts anxiously looking around to realize where he is and what this place is. After receiving karma, the temple collapsed and he was knocked out, but he doesn't understand why he was taken to a strange place. As he continues to look around, Kim Hyun doesn't understand what's going on. Suddenly, a voice comes from behind him and says that he's finally awake. At that moment, Kim Hyun realizes that the imaginary enemy has so easily snuck up on him from behind. Abruptly, in an instant, Kim Hyun turns back to ask who he is and who the voice belongs to. But what he sees in front of him shocks him, and he wonders what the hell that thing is. A huge eye appears in front of Kim Hyun, who is happy to see him and surprised that he doesn't know him. In response, Kim Hyun asks what the creature is talking nonsense, even though he didn't give his name. Looking at the guy, the huge eye says that it had no idea that Kim Hyun was so shallow. Kim Hyun is stunned when he hears this and suspects that the eye is coming at him. Watching Kim Hyun closely, the eye asks if he's really been thinking in his head all this time that he has a talent. Squinting slightly, he says that Kim Hyun has a lot of ego, and the guy is provoked by those words. Rolling his eyes, the creature realizes he has to explain and says that Kim Hyun should have realized by now that this is an imaginary space. Kim Hyun's body is busy stabilizing the great karma right now, and it's unlikely they'll be able to talk at any other time, so the eye had to steal his soul for a while. Hearing about this, Kim Hyun is amazed at how he can calmly say such terrible things. In response, the eye apologizes for scaring him, and now it's time to reveal his secret. At this time, Kim Hyun stares interestedly. Suddenly, instead of the eye, the mouth appears and pauses for a long time before saying something. She then says that she has been watching Kim Hyun for a long time. When the guy hears that some girl has been watching him, he can't hold back his emotions and is genuinely surprised. After that, he covers his body with his hands and asks how much detail, but the girl asks him not to attribute fantasies to her. Following this, he asks the reason for this behavior, and the eye states that it is a good question, but she will not be able to answer it. At that moment, the guy's body starts to dissolve, and the eye says that he is not ready for an answer yet, and it is time for them to part. Kim Hyun examines his palms and tries to figure out what's happening to his body. Then the eye says that if he wants an answer, he must remember that the top of the tower is not the end of his journey. At this point, Kim Hyun becomes anxious and panics even more trying to figure out what the creature means, but the eye only says goodbye in response. Meanwhile, in Hakiyako's alternate space, the sister-brother fight continues. There, Tuoxini sits on the ground and his sister asks him the reason for his silence in response. Getting as close to her brother as possible, the girl demands to share her feelings, but he doesn't understand what she is talking about. She then explains that since he stole her karma, she should have started practicing and become the new owner of karma as soon as possible. But in the end, the foreign power intoxicated his mind, and Tuoxini began to recklessly stir here and there, so the karma left his body. When Hakiyako remarks that her brother is pathetic, Tuoxini thinks of nothing better to say than to sneer. At that moment, Tuoxini once again notices the same angry eyes of her older sister. Once upon a time, little Tuoxini had greatly admired his older sister and her strength. It was the same strength that, despite being of the same origin, was superior to all other Ikai on Earth. At some point, however, his admiration was replaced by a real and intense hatred. It happened every time Hakiyako looked at her brother Tuoxini from the top. At that moment, it was as if Hakiyako's eyes saw him as the most vile lowlife in the world. After that, Tuoxini demands Hakiyako not to look at him, and the girl doesn't understand why he suddenly said that. Getting even more aggressive, Tuoxini demands that Hakiyako take that horrible look away from him. At the same moment, Tuoxini releases his magic energy that collapsed the space and directs a beam of energy into the sky. Filling himself with power, Tuoxini says that he no longer needs his sister's handouts, and now he has the great karma of the heavenly god. All the while, his sister Hakiyako silently watches her brother change before her eyes. After that, Tuoxini's face distorts and he begins to grind his sharp teeth again. At this moment, he manifests Bishamon's karma and a shrine appears behind him. Watching her brother, Hakiyako realizes without a word that he now has Bishamon karma. She then says that Tuoxini can't handle this kind of power, but he disagrees with her. Then Tuoxini says that he is no longer held back by Yaksha's karma, so Hakiyako's victory can't be counted on. Beginning to concentrate his magical energy, Tuoxini says that his sister's fate is to die at his hands. When Tuoxini begins to mock and threaten her, the girl simply says 2 words to kneel down. At that moment, something strange starts to happen in Tuoxini's body, and he doesn't understand what is happening. After some moments, the body stops obeying, and at Hakayako's command, Tuoxini falls to his knees. Such a small and seemingly easy action causes a powerful wave of explosions behind it. Eventually, there is silence for a while, and Tuoxini sits silently on his knees in front of Hakiyako. At one point, Hakiyako speaks up about how no matter how the situation plays out, there is only one thing to do. Looking at the kneeling Tuoxini sitting in front of her, the girl says that the bottom suits him best. In turn, Tuoxini doesn't understand what's wrong and why he sat on his knees when Yaksha's karma is gone. At this point, Hakiyako raises her voice and apologizes for going to say something important only now. She then tells him that Tuoxini is not her brother, and upon hearing this, the man immediately tenses up and can't believe his ears. He then raises his head and clarifies what Hakiyako means by all of this. In his memory, Hakiyako and he have been together since birth, but in fact those memories are false. And the reason for this is that the Tuoxini is a fake according to Hakiyako. And this fake was directly created by Hakayako's karma at some point in time. According to Hakayako, this is the reason why Tuoxini is unable to resist her orders, and it's not about Yaksha's karma. At this point, Tuoxini is shocked to hear that he was Hakiyako's creation from the beginning. In response to his reaction, she clarifies that she may have overplayed and overreacted to the fact that she was playing a family, but it's not a problem. She then brings her hand up to her face and begins to smirk madly and mockingly at Tuoxini. Following this, she claims that the Ikai can do this, and at this point Tuoxini realizes that she is mocking him. That's when the very moment he said literally the exact same thing to Hakiyako not too long ago comes to mind. Summarizing and concentrating the magical power around her, Hakiyako turns to her brother again. When she says it's time to end their tangled bond, Tuoxini tenses up even more but doesn't respond. In turn, Hakiyako concentrates enough energy and begins to stride towards Tuoxini. As she walks with her tiny feet, she says that she is curious about something. Finally, smiling madly, she asks how many of her steps of destruction the bad karma of Tuoxini can withstand. It ends with Hakiyako activating her destruction in 10-step skill, which is spreading everywhere. At this time, Kim Hyun regains consciousness and abruptly wakes up from his dream in a panic. Immediately bursting awake, the guy starts looking around and realizes that he is in Noah's Ark. At that moment, Noah's voice comes out and catches Kim Hyun's attention, telling him that he has finally come to his senses. Heading towards Kim Hyeon, Noah suspects that his karma absorption was successful. Scratching the back of his head, Kim Hyun says there's some but, and Noah asks him what's wrong. Remembering his interesting encounter with the giant eye, Kim Hyun suggests we leave that topic for later. Noah then answers the guy's questions and says that he slept for about 24 hours, and he's surprised at how fast Kim Hyun did it. But when Noah mentions that they had some problems, Kim Hyun immediately gets suspicious. At that moment, the creator tells him that the heavenly kings have broken in and the story shocks Kim Hyun. He was about to go to deal with them, but Noah tells him to calm down, even if they are having trouble. Despite all this, the creator says the situation is almost resolved, but Kim Hyun doesn't know what he means. Pointing to the magic portal, Noah suggests that Kim Hyun take a look for himself. Noah stands up and walks over to the magic portal to assess the situation. What he sees there startles and amazes him, so he screams and asks what's going on. While Kim Hyun watches and tries to make sense of what's going on, Noah stands behind him and smiles. As he watches Baek being beaten by all 7 great sages at once, Kim Hyun is amazed that he is one of the heavenly kings. In turn, Baek tiredly shouts that the wise men have no sense of proportion and should stop beating him so blatantly. One of them replies that they have no such notion and endless maulings bring them great pleasure. Sun Wukong also participates there and invites the others because Peck has such a strong spine that it is a pleasure to beat him. At this time, the chief of the great sages continues to rest on the ground and smoke his pipe, saying that the brothers should take a break. A sweaty and tired Beck stops for a moment and rants about how they are all sick and crazy. Beck then looks up and addresses someone, asking if he, as a keeper, really doesn't give a shit about what's going on. There in the air is the blue dragon, who does not react at all to his words or to what is happening. After a moment, he does say that Beck is a traitor and he should shut up, or he too will join in supporting this outrage. Listening to the blue dragon's words, Beck can't say a word, amazed that the Ascendant doesn't support him as a guardian. At one point, Sun Wukong enters the conversation and asks if Beck is done with his lyrics, while the Heavenly King himself begins to shake from the growing threat. Sun Wukong appears in the sky and says that it's time for them to wrap up. He then tells the Henim to move aside so as not to hurt them, but they resent him because they would like to fight some more. Following this, a confident and determined Sun Wukong begins to twist Ruyi's staff violently in the air. At the same time, he orders Ruyi's staff to twist and enlarge and then throws it towards Beck. At this moment, White Tiger is threatened by Juyi's thick and huge staff. When the staff appears above him as close as possible, Beck quietly and faintly tries to deny the inevitable. Eventually, Sun Wukong uses his King Kong's twisted punch technique and blasts the White Tiger. At this time, Kim Hyun and Noah, who are watching, try to take cover from the strong wind that comes from the portal. After a while, everything starts to quiet down, and Kim Hyun is shocked and says that he is surprised. Watching Sun Wukong stick his incredibly huge Juyi staff into the ground, Kim Hyun asks if it's really over. Pointing a finger at the portal, Kim Hen asks if only Beck is left, to which Noah says that the others have long since been dealt with. The only things left of the other Heavenly Kings are their artifacts that belong to them. At this point, Kim Hyun realizes that things don't add up with the Heavenly Kings being so tough, and Noah says that it plays a role who will be outnumbered. When the Creator informs him that the Tuaxini who was entrusted to Haki Yako is still alive, Kim Hyun is immediately filled with joy. At this point, the boy was ready to rush to his aid, but suddenly a small foot appears out of the portal. A familiar voice asks who is going to help whom, and Kim Hyun realizes who is talking to them. Haki Yako appears in front of them, holding the artifact left by Tuaxini. Kim Hyun scratches his chin and thinks about something while looking at Haki Yako. As he watches the girl, he notices that there is a different atmosphere around Haki Yako now. Haki Yako smiles with her head up and explains that she's in her full form now. She then holds out her palm to Kim Hyun and asks him not to call her Haki Yako from now on. Pressing her hand to Kim Hyun's cheeks, the girl asks him to call her Mrs. Yaksha. Looking at the guy with a flirtatious look, she asks if he got it right. While beating the palms of Haki Yako's hands, Kim Hyun is indignant at the girl's frivolous laughter. She then hands the guy a gift to thank him for helping her catch her brother. It's not a bad thing, but it's definitely something to use. After that, she turns around and is about to leave because she needs some time to get used to the karma she has returned. When Yaksha says goodbye, the magical portal closes, leaving Kim Hyun with his thoughts. At that moment, the guy begins to realize that he feels a strange sense of emptiness. Holding the artifact in his hands, he feels like an ordinary character from the masses. A few days later, he returns to Kim Hyun's mansion somewhere in China. Here comes Shi Hyeon, who remembers that Kim Hyeon called him to give him something. Looking around the room and noticing the Henims along with the climbers, Shi Hen tries to figure out what is going on here. Sun Wukong points his finger at the TV and addresses the Henims because the Pentacle Girls will be there soon. All the Henims stare at the TV and Sun Wukong tells them that these girls are not inferior to the 7 Celestials. Ishan pours himself a shot of alcoholic beverage and smells the odor. Raising the shot glass, he says that the drink has a sweet aroma and rich flavor. This masterpiece was clearly created by a true genius. He then turns to the Blue Dragon and asks for the 100th time what the name of this beautiful drink is and gets the answer soju. All the while, Shea Hyun stands off to the side and watches, realizing that he needs to find Kim Hyun. While asking someone where Kim Hyun is, he notices someone behind him. 2 girl silhouettes appear behind him, and Shu Hyun recognizes them as Kim Hyun's students. At this moment, the girls are walking overly pompous and angry towards Shi Hyeon. Noticing the girls' strange and suspicious behavior, Shi Hyeon tries to figure out what is wrong with them. Looking at their serious and furious faces, he suspects that the girls are fighting with each other. A very sinister aura emanates from them, and they say that the teacher is in the other room demanding Shu Hung to follow them. Watching the girls' backs, Shi Hen has no choice but to follow them. After a while, they come to a room in the mansion where Shu Hyeon sees something he can't believe. Kim Hyun is about to give him an artifact containing the karma of high-class conquerors, and it shocks Shi Hyun. At the same moment, Kim Hyun shoves the sword of one of the Heavenly Kings into Shu Hyun's hand, and asks if the artifact is better than the one before. Shi Hyeon examines the artifact carefully and anxiously asks if Kim Hyeon needs it more. Kim Hyun replies that according to Noah's expert, The great karma of the Heavenly Kings disappeared the moment they were destroyed. Remembering all 4 conquerors, Kim Hyun says that all that is left is ordinary karma, which is of little use to him. Suddenly smiling broadly, Kim Hyun says that in that case, he decided to give away the karmas. His comrades are the only ones who can cover for him when he's away, to which Shi Hyeon reacts with sentimentality and restrains his impulses. Kim Hen turns to his first student, Mi Ren, while Shi Hyeon rejoices at the gift he has received. He hands her a Tuoxini glove because Mi Ren specializes in hand-to-hand combat. While Mi Ren scrutinizes the artifact, Kim Hyun immediately asks her if she likes the surprise. Looking at the glove, Mi Ren thinks that it is a gift that her teacher has chosen especially for her, and she is overjoyed. Trying to hold back her emotions and starting to blush, Mi Ren is overjoyed beyond words. Remembering Yaksha, Mi Ren realizes that this time she must use the strategy the climber told her. After a moment, Mi Ren speaks to her teacher in a trembling voice, and he turns to look in her direction. With her mouth slightly ajar and not fully gathering her strength, Mi Ren tries to say thank you. After that, the girl does a cat pose and says thank you to her master for the gift in a sweet voice. At this moment, Kim Hyun is struck by lightning and is slightly shocked by his student's behavior. Shi Hyeon and Hana Rin feel the same way and look at Mi Ren tensely. The girl herself continues to do the cat pose and address her teacher with a cute face. A few hours ago, Mi Ren had met with Yaksha, who told her that men are most often attracted to those who arouse their instincts. Thinking about it, Mi Ren doesn't know what to say, and Yaksha continues that the student is already strong enough now. At this point, she says to just go ahead and pretend, but Mi Ren herself doesn't quite know what Yaksha means. In response, Yaksha tells her that the most famous pet along with the dog is the cat. Imagining Mi Ren doing a cat pose, Yaksha says that this animal has always been loved everywhere. In turn, Mi Ren doesn't understand why a human would do a cat pose, and Yaksha shakes her and tries to bring her to her senses. When Yaksha says that a pet can become Mi Ren's life companion at any time, Mi Ren clings to such words. Immediately, student Mi Ren starts imagining herself in a wedding dress and Kim Hyun as her fiancé. At that time, Yaksha assures Mi Ren that it's all a workable scheme that will benefit Mi Ren. Now Mi Ren realizes that she was a fool to go along with Yaksha and her stupid cat stuff. Looking at a wary Kim Hyeon, the student realizes that she's really screwed up because of Yaksha. Kim Hyeon turns away from the indignant Mi Ren and tells her to use the new item to her advantage. After that, it's Hana Rin's turn, who immediately reacts to her teacher's exclamation and steps forward. While looking at Mi Ren, Hana Rin realizes that she was probably trying to provoke her teacher's protective instinct by pretending to be a cat. As Kim Hyun hands her the artifact, she thinks it's a good move, but such a blatant action can be burdensome. The girl's eyes light up and she thinks that naturalness is the most important thing in this case. That's why Hana Rin read all the books about love relationships in the library and made a statistic of the nicknames that couples use. Looking at Kim Hyung, Hana Rin recalls the nickname that any guy would like. When asked if the student likes the gift, Hana Rin immediately replies that she is crazy happy with the artifact. When she starts to say that she likes the gift, Kim Hyun tenses up slightly, as if she can't believe what she's saying. After that, Hana In's face breaks into a lingering but slight smile, and she repeats the word thank you. Finally, to impress the teacher, the girl makes a loving face and calls Kim Hyun Oppa. At this moment, Kim Hyun's jaw literally drops and he doesn't know how to react. At this time, Mi Ren is squirming unhappily, and the other student thinks she's beaten her in this competition. Looking at Kim Hyeon, Hana Rin thinks that the mentor's heart is pounding so hard that he's speechless. But instead, Kim Hyun awkwardly rubs the back of his head, saying that he's not himself today. Then he's going to run away as fast as he can, covering himself with important business and saying goodbye to his comrades. In an instant, Kim Hyun disappears in front of the others and moves into the system room. All the while, Shi Hyeon stands behind Mi Ren and Hana Rin and awkwardly promises them that he will keep what happened a secret. Meanwhile, Assistant Av is surprised by the sudden appearance of the custodian. Noticing Kim Hyun's strange behavior, Av suspects that he ate something wrong since he looks so pale, but he claims he's fine. The guy then turns to Av and asks how things are going with his request, and the girl realizes that it's about talking to the eye. She digs through the tower's search engine but can't find anything useful. This has never happened before. The only thing Av can assume is that the top is not part of their training tower. At this point, Kim Hyun hesitates and says to himself that he has suspected something like this before. Then, while talking to the eye, he thought he was looking at a completely different creature from him. He then says it's time to call it a day and offers to postpone the case, but the assistant gets upset. Following this, Kim Hyun raises a finger up and asks if it's really still quiet upstairs, and Av confirms that it is. After a while of distant talking, Av lowers her head slightly and reports that she has managed to find out something. She then says, slightly shyly, that she found out when she retrieved information from the karmas of the 4 heavenly kings. When she says that she met the intentions of the designer in her, Kim Hyun's face changes and expresses her concern. Jumping up from the couch, the guy is outraged that Av didn't tell her about it sooner, but she claims he just misunderstood her. When she stammers on about how something like this would make Kim Hyun uncomfortable, the guy tenses up and gets even angrier. Demanding to talk about everything directly, Av listens, and is about to speak out about his speculation about the designer. After a brief pause, the assistant nervously informs him that the designer is planning to catch Kim Hyun and eat him. Kim Hyun's jaw drops open as he tries to process the information, and he doesn't understand what is meant by that. At this time, Lee So-yoon arrives at Kim Hyun's mansion and comes to ask about Kumiho moving to Hanam. Looking at both of Kim Hyun's female students, Lee So-yoon tries to find out what's wrong with them. At that moment, Ha Na-rin snaps and goes off on Miren because she was being a cat, and that's why the mentor ran away. In response, Miren points her finger at Ha Na-rin and says that she's the one who started saying weird things to herself about Kim Hyun. All the while, a tense Lee Seo-yoon watches the two and tiredly says that they should stop acting like this. Suddenly, Kumiho herself appears and notices Lee Seo-yoon's appearance and asks why the students are fighting again. Lee So-yeon is about to answer her, but something stops her. Something Lee Seo-yoon sees makes her tense and shocked. At the same moment, Mi-ren and Ha Na-rin stop holding each other's hair and react to Lee Seo-yoon's exclamations. Watching Kumiho, who is holding Chanma's hand, Lee So-yeon asks in horror what this is all about. When Kumiho says it's their first day with Chanma Lee, So-yoon is even more startled. The moment Kumiho says it's no big deal, even the female students are stunned. Kumiho then turns to the chosen one, Mu-wol, and claims that she will return to him after talking to Lee So-yeon. In response, a confused Chanma looks at Kumiho with love in his eyes and asks her to stay for a short while. Watching the scene, Lee Seo-yoon continues to stand in a stupor and tries to realize the situation in shock. Thinking back to recent events, Lee Seo-yeon knows that Kumiho has been hovering around Chanma, but he is known for his prickly temper. As she continues to watch, she wonders when things have changed so much. In the end, Lee Seo-yoon decides to demand that Kumiho explain what's going on. When she asks how Kumiho managed to melt the heart of the callous Chanma, Mi-ren and Ha Na-rin jump out of their seats. They rush towards Kumiho so fast that they knock poor Lee So-yoon off her feet. Grabbing Kumiho's arms from both sides, the girls start pestering her for some information. With one voice, Mi-ren and Ha Na-rin scream for Kumiho to tell them how to get a man. Poor Lee. So-yoon continues to lie on the floor, knocked down and frustrated that it's not fair. Meanwhile, Kim Hyun heads back to Noah's Ark, which resides in the tower space. There, the creator sits at his desk and examines some strange map for which the time has come. Studying the illustrations, Noah realizes that now is the right time for this unusual magic circle. When he realizes that he will have to see Kim Hyun and discuss everything, something distracts his attention. At that moment, Kim Hyun himself appears and walks purposefully toward Noah. After a moment, Kim Hyun abruptly extends his hand toward the creator. Suddenly grabbing Noah by the scruff of the neck, Kim Hyun shakes him with all his strength and pulls him towards him. Tense Noah does not understand what is happening and why Kim Hyun is suddenly behaving like this. Then the guy starts yelling for Noah to figure out how to get to the designer, and if there is no way, let him figure it out. Making the most aggressive and squeamish face, Kim Hyun claims that he has to strip the projector of his filthy tongue right now. Noah, on the other hand, didn't expect to see Kim Hyun so furious and realizes that he has managed to find out something about the projector. Shaken by Kim Hyun's hands, the creator asks the guy to just calm down first. When he says that anger won't help him, Kim Hyun seems to come to his senses and actually calms down. At the same moment, the guy lets go of his hands and admits that he really overreacted. Grabbing his head, the guy says that he's lost his mind and Noah asks him to tell him everything. Then the creator asks what's wrong, and Kim Hyun thinks about something anxiously before giving an answer. In the end, Kim Hyun tells everything, and Noah summarizes by saying that the designer attacked the 9th floor because he wanted to eat the guy. With a serious look on his face, Kim Hyun confirms every word he said. To be more precise, the projector intends to absorb all the karma Kim Hyun has collected. Remembering all the conquerors, Kim Hyun now understands why the projector was fighting a pointless battle of attrition when it can do the most incredible things. All this time, Kim Hyun has been like a common slaughter pig for the projector, specially fattened up to be barbecued. It all comes down to the fact that the guy had to work for some crazy projectionist who took him for a piece of meat. Nervously pounding his fist on the table, Kim Hyun wonders how he can keep calm in such a situation. Anxiously and tiredly scratching his head, Kim Hyun says that he had thought of something after learning about the designer's intentions. He then states that he can't get rid of the thought, and Noah listens to the thought mesmerized. While the creator doesn't understand what Kim Hyun is talking about, the guy stares at him with a serious look. In the end, he says that he thinks the Earth is in danger because of him. Had Kim Hyun not been here, the innocent people of the land would not have suffered all this damage. At this point, Noah tries to stop him and convince him otherwise. But Kim Hyun himself realizes that he's talking nonsense, but he can't help it.